My name is Chen Yang, the once mighty body refinement battle god now lying on the verge of death at a hospital in Donghai, Dragon Country. Every bone in his body was shattered, leaving him like a mummy, yet he could clearly hear the venomous conversation between his fiancée Xincheng and his sworn brother Zhao Buchan beside him. The two of them had long been secretly colluding, getting close to me solely to seize the wealth and resources left behind by my parents after their death in battle. I painstakingly developed body refining techniques, becoming the only 7th-ranked war god, and selflessly imparted these methods to them, only to be exploited in return. Zhao Buqing looked smug, while Xincheng gently handed him the black card she had coaxed out of me. Turns out, I was tricked into hunting mutated demon beasts and ended up with shattered bones while protecting Xincheng. They even mentioned that my relentless pursuit of Xincheng stemmed from an encouraging note I received in high school. When they denied the note was written by Xincheng and revealed it was actually from the aloof school beauty Xiao Chuxue, my heart was struck with a violent tremor. Xincheng walked to my bedside and unhesitatingly pulled out my oxygen tube. The lines on the life monitor flattened into a straight line. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself back in the public rental housing I lived in during high school. June 10, 2050, New Wuxia calendar, 1430. I was reborn the day after being advised to drop out. I remember from my past life that at 5 p.m. this very afternoon, Xiao Chuxue, who ranked second in vitality and had a bright future ahead, would be killed by a shadow beast. To avoid repeating the same tragedy, I immediately leapt up and ran towards the martial arts restaurant owned by Xiao Chushue's family. As I sprinted, a blue panel appeared before my eyes, spend life to grow stronger. Talent, for every hour the host remains alive, they gain 1 year of lifespan. Current lifespan, 10 years. I didn't have time to examine the system closely. When I arrived at the restaurant, Xiao Chuxue was about to lock the door. She stands about 1.7 meters tall, with long legs and fair, cool-toned skin that even loose sweatpants struggle to conceal. I quickly pretended to be starving and collapsed beside her, so hungry. Can you give me something to eat? Xiao Chuxue knew I was an orphan, but she was in a hurry to go home for her father's birthday banquet. I shamelessly urged her, Xia, the campus belle, you wouldn't want me to starve to death, would you? It wouldn't be good if people found out you stood by and let someone die. She sighed helplessly, pushed open the restaurant door to let me in, and said she'd prepare the food for me to take away. I caught a whiff of her fresh fragrance, found a seat, and ordered an expensive sliced snow dragon fish, insisting it be cut as thinly as possible. Although Xiao Chuxue was an ice-cold beauty, wearing an apron gave her a certain wife-like charm. She ran a restaurant with her scholarship money to pay for her mother's medical treatment. She complied and quickly prepared the snow dragon fish, then coldly told me to leave, saying I didn't need to pay. I pretended to be very angry. Who do you look down on? I want to eat right here in the restaurant. While deliberately eating slowly to stall for time, I snapped angrily at Xiao Chuxue, who was urging me to leave. Haven't you heard that you can rush work but not a meal? Driving customers away is hardly the proper service attitude for a restaurant. Xiao Chuxue sat back down, looking aggrieved. She was in a hurry because it was almost 5 o'clock. After finishing the fish, sensing she was about to kick me out, I had a sudden idea. I rolled my eyes, foamed at the mouth, and convulsed before collapsing to the ground. Terrified, Xiao Chuxue immediately crouched down to lift my head. I reveled in her natural fragrance, feeling my face pressed against something soft. She hurriedly set me down and reached for her phone to call an ambulance. My convulsions intensified as I slurred, "Don't call an ambulance. Just hold me for a while. It'll be okay, I have no money." Xiao Chuxue believed me and helped me up again, but deliberately kept her distance. I pleaded pitifully, it's a strange illness. The doctor said I need to wear a short skirt with black stockings to recover. Can you save me? Xiao Chuxue froze, unwilling to believe such nonsense, and immediately put me down, stepping far away as I threatened. You wouldn't want me to report your ingredients as problematic, would you? Even if there are no issues, business must be suspended for a month. Chapter 3, Trying to Dine on the House? When Chen Yang uttered those words, he felt uneasy himself. It was not only sleazy but downright thuggish. Still, to buy time, he had no choice but to resort to this tactic. I don't believe I've done anything to offend you, Chen Yang. Why are you picking on me? Xiao Chuxue looked utterly aggrieved, her eyes reddened as if tears would spill over any second. Her usually aloof face looked remarkably different at this moment. What are you babbling about? I can tell you just don't want to save me. Can't admit your ingredients aren't up to par? I'm going to report you. Chen Yang felt a pang of emotion. In his previous life, he'd never even seen the school beauty smile, let alone cry. But now, not only had he seen it, but it was entirely his doing. No. I'll wear it. As the words left her mouth, tears spilled from Xiao Chushue's eyes. She clenched her jaw, glaring at Chen Yang with obvious reluctance. Her voice trembled with timidity, not daring to raise it even slightly. Xiao Chuxue rolled up her loose sweatpants, instantly revealing a pair of long, straight legs before Chen Yang. Most crucially, she wore black stockings underneath. Yes, Xiao Chuxue had black stockings as her base layer. The sight sent a rush of blood to Chen Yang's head, accompanied by a deep sense of guilt. Ahem. Feeling better now. Where's the skirt? Why isn't there one? Seeing this wasn't working, Chen Yang knew he had to stall. Spotting the lack of a skirt, he immediately found fault. He forced a smile at Xia Chuxue, clutching his chest as if ready to collapse at any moment. I don't have one. This is the only one I have. You don't have any. Xia Chuxue leaned against the wall, hands tugging at her pants, looking timidly at Chen Yang. She genuinely feared Chen Yang might do something outrageous. If the shop closed, where would she find the money to treat her mother's illness? She dared not take the risk, even though she knew Chen Yang's demands were unreasonable and despicable. She had no choice but to comply. Not having it isn't impossible. But I need to watch for half an hour. Chen Yang calculated the time the shadow hunter beast must have already begun attacking humans by now. To be safe, Chen Yang decided to give the other party another half hour. Alright. Half an hour. Xia Chuxue dared not refuse in the slightest, pinning her hopes solely on Chen Yang not changing his mind. Otherwise, she truly didn't know what to do. For the next few minutes, neither spoke. In his previous life, though Chen Yang hadn't been particularly gifted, he had relied on sheer determination. He eventually ascended to the rank of 7th tier war god. 1st tier martial trainee, 2nd tier martial artist, 3rd tier martial master. 7th tier war god. The standard tier system was determined by chi blood values, though exceptions existed. For instance, Chen Yang's physical refinement meant that even after rebirth, his body retained the strength of a 2nd tier martial warrior. Soon after, voices echoed outside the shop in trance. Honey, I heard this place is really affordable, and the food is delicious too. I'm bringing you here to try it today. Zhao Buchan, dressed in a black school uniform, held Shin Cheng's hand as they chatted and laughed together. Bu Chen, once I get that money, we won't have to scrimp and save like this anymore. Then I'll be with you openly and honestly. Shin Cheng spoke earnestly to Zhao Buchan, her eyes brimming with joy as she looked at the man before her. You bet. We'll have that good-for-nothing Chen Yang running around in circles. As Zhao Buchan spoke, he pushed open the shop door first and immediately spotted Chen Yang. He immediately released Shin Cheng's hand. His expression, which had held a hint of viciousness, broke into a smile the moment he saw Chen Yang. Chen Yang? You're here too? I couldn't find you today, so I ran into Shin Cheng on the way and brought her here for a bite. Don't worry, bro. You know what I'm capable of. I'll take care of it for you. Zhao Buchan spoke immediately, smiling as he walked toward Chen Yang. Shin Cheng, being quite clever, didn't immediately step inside. She paused for a moment before slowly pushing open the door and entering. Hearing Zhao Buchan's words, Chen Yang felt utterly disgusted he was this close to vomiting right in front of him. This was practically Oscar-worthy acting, a waste of talent, even. But Chen Yang didn't lose his temper right away. If he let the humiliation from his past life slide like this, that would be too easy on these two. He would exact 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold revenge, bit by bit. Bu Chen? What a coincidence. Chen Yang forced a smile as he spoke. Chen Yang? Where the hell have you been today? Why couldn't I find you? The moment Shin Cheng saw Chen Yang, she immediately adopted her usual high and mighty attitude, treating him like a sycophant. Me? I took a nap. Chen Yang spoke slowly, having thought of a plan. Zhao Buchan, dig in. Chen Yang's treating. You're really going out of your way, Chen Yang. Shin Cheng spoke without a hint of awkwardness. Bro, you sure you're okay with this? Zhao Buchan chimed in immediately, his face beaming with a smile, as if he were treating Chen Yang like a fool. No problem. Of course not. Boss, bring us the most expensive of everything. Chen Yang turned to address Xia Chuxue, his tone serious and tinged with a subtle threat. Shin Cheng and the others didn't notice Xia Chuxue, who had kept her head down the entire time. Unable to object, Xia Chuxue forced herself to suppress her emotions and headed toward the kitchen. Chen Yang watched the two smug faces and quietly opened his phone to start recording. Chen Yang, I'll chat with the teacher a bit more every day. I still think you should participate in the tournament. Don't get discouraged, it's worth experiencing. Shin Cheng knew he had to offer Chen Yang some consolation, so with tomorrow's tournament in mind, he feigned concern for Chen Yang. Tomorrow's tournament was crucial. Finishing in the top 10 would secure a spot at the city's college entrance exam training camp. It offered a strong chance to enter the top martial arts universities like Peking, Tsinghua, or Yanjing. Chen Yang, don't worry. I've got your back from now on. Zhao Buchan piled on the encouragement, solemnly pounding his chest in assurance. The Chen Yang before his rebirth would likely have believed them wholeheartedly, even feeling a surge of warmth within. But the current Chen Yang felt nothing but endless hatred toward them, and watching their act made him want to vomit. Great. Fantastic. Chen Yang put on a happy face, but no matter how hard he tried, even the tone of his voice had changed. The two were puzzled, but didn't think much of it. They assumed Chen Yang was simply too overjoyed to speak properly. This only made them more smug, as if Chen Yang's black card was already within their grasp. Before long, Xia Chuxue began serving a series of more expensive dishes. There were probably 4 or 5 dishes in total, large and small. Xia Chuxue's heart ached with pain. This was all the money she had earned from selling things to pay for her mother's medical treatment. Looking at Chen Yang, she regretted letting him in. If she had been more ruthless back then, none of this would have happened. Xia Chuxue? Why is it you? Is this your restaurant? When Xia Chuxue brought over the dishes, the two of them recognized her instantly. At that moment, Xia Chuxue still radiated her usual aloof goddess aura, someone to admire from afar but never approach. Xia Chuxue said little, merely nodding in acknowledgement before continuing to serve the remaining dishes. Seeing this, Chen Yang could only sit to the side, quietly watching the busy Xia Chuxue. The longer he watched, the more Chen Yang felt Xia Chuxue was truly breathtakingly beautiful. She needed no makeup or adornments, simply standing there, she was already a peerless beauty. Who'd have thought our campus beauty Xia would open a restaurant? I see. Chen Yang, you're not here to work as a waiter, are you? Zhao Buchan, witnessing the scene, promptly whispered to Xin Chang when Chen Yang wasn't looking. That good-for-nothing is definitely here to earn money for me to spend. Xin Chang declared with a smug look. As the dishes were served, Xia Chuxue sat down on the other side of Chen Yang. Zhao Buchan grinned at Chen Yang, then began wolfing down his food. Xin Chang, however, didn't join in, though he still wore an expression of pure enjoyment and satisfaction. Soon, the two finished their meal, their faces radiating satisfaction. Both came from modest backgrounds. They'd never splurge on such a meal otherwise. Yet today, they ate their fill, and it was that good-for-nothing Chen Yang who treated them. A mix of emotions swirled within them, amplifying their sense of satisfaction to its peak. Pick me up for school tomorrow, and remember to bring breakfast. I want beef noodles, no scallions. Got it? Xin Chang stood up, her face still smiling, but her tone was that of a master instructing a servant as she addressed Chen Yang. Oh? Hearing this, Chen Yang nodded and smiled, though the smile looked strangely unsettling. Then, pretending to pay, Chen Yang reached into his pocket only to find it empty. Chapter 4, Soft as Butter, Pay to Win Leveling. He put on an extremely apologetic expression. Sorry, I forgot my wallet. You guys go ahead and pay. Chen Yang appeared deeply apologetic on the surface, but inwardly, he was waiting for the two to pay as if they were cutting off a piece of their flesh. Hearing this, Xin Chang immediately flew into a rage. Chen Yang, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Didn't you want me to be your girlfriend? Is this how you treat me? Either go back and get the money right now. Or don't ever expect to speak to me again. Xin Chang showed Chen Yang no mercy, convinced this would panic him into rushing off to get the money. Then come back and apologize properly. But none of the outcomes she anticipated materialized. I don't have the money. If you don't pay, you'll probably end up in jail. That'll leave a criminal record, and your college entrance exams are probably ruined. Chen Yang spoke apologetically, listing all the possible punishments and negative consequences. As if they weren't scared enough. Chen Yang, if you don't kneel and apologize to me right now. I'm telling you, it's over between us. You know Lin Xian, right? The genius ranked 5th in blood energy. She confessed to me. If you don't apologize, I'll accept his proposal. Xin Chang blurted out, trying to scare Chen Yang into submission. She was sure he'd panic and immediately kneel to apologize. He'll hand over the money without a fight. Bro, I swear this is the truth. Take my advice, it's not worth it. Just pay the money. Didn't your parents leave you some money? What are you afraid of? Zhao Buchan chimed in too, pretending to persuade Chen Yang, acting as if he had Chen Yang's best interests at heart. Chen Yang was utterly speechless. You two should just pay up first. Running a shop isn't easy for them either. A playful smile flitted across Chen Yang's face as he calmly observed the two. This punishment was merely an appetizer for the two of them. Xia Chuxue, standing nearby, didn't know the details, but seeing this scene, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. She couldn't understand why she felt like laughing. Xin Chang shot Chen Yang a vicious glare upon hearing this, then turned on her heel and stormed out of the shop without a second thought. She refused to believe Chen Yang would dare not pay. I'll go talk some sense into her. Zhao Buchan flashed a smile, also wanting to slip away under the pretense of mediation. Chen Yang smiled slightly at the scene, directly taking Xia Chushua's hand and placing his recording phone into hers. As he touched her soft, delicate hand, Chen Yang felt a tingling sensation. Miss Xia, what are you doing? What if you post the videos of them not paying online? They're all classmates. Chen Yang shouted. Hearing this, both of them flinched and stopped in their tracks. Xin Chang turned angrily, instinctively stamping her foot. Chen Yang, I'm telling you it's over between us. I'd rather sell myself than give it to you. Xin Chang's face twisted into a vicious grimace as she snapped. How much? Chen Yang paid Xin Chang no mind whatsoever. Instead, he turned his head and leaned close to Xia Chushua's ear, asking softly. The next second, Xia Chushua's ears flushed crimson as she stammered, 15,000 Longwa currency. Ahem. The boss said 15,000. We accept QR code payments, cash, and cards. How would you like to pay? Chen Yang cleared his throat before speaking with solemn seriousness, his smile forming a stark contrast to Zhao Buchan and Xin Chang's expressions. Card. Xin Chang uttered the words with a pained expression. This was her entire living allowance for the coming days. All right. This way, please. Chen Yang smiled faintly, gesturing toward the card reader nearby. Shen Sheng shot Chen Yang a glare before reluctantly pulling her card from the shoulder bag slung across her body. She swiped the card, entered the PIN, and completed the transaction in one fluid motion. Then, without looking back, she stormed out in anger. She was gambling betting that Chen Yang would definitely chase after her to try and keep her. Zhao Buchan, feeling extremely awkward, spoke up before also leaving the store. "What are you still standing there for? It's almost 6 o'clock. Are we still going to buy the cake? If we're late, they'll be closed." Chen Yang glanced at Xia Chuxue, who was still a bit dazed, before speaking and then turning to leave the restaurant. The sudden words caught Xia Chuxue off guard. Her 5 feet 7 inches frame trembled slightly, and it wasn't just her body that was shaking. Xia Chuxue was quick to react. By the time she stepped outside, Chen Yang was already gone, and she didn't dwell on it. But today she'd made 15,000 yuan after deducting costs. It was a decent profit. She found herself feeling less repulsed by Chen Yang's earlier thuggish behavior. Beep, beep. As Xia Chuxue hurried toward the cake shop, Chen Yang appeared beside her on a shared electric scooter. "Hop on. I'll take you to a place that's still open." Chen Yang turned his head, gesturing for Xia Chuxue to climb aboard. Xia Chuxue didn't refuse, carefully climbing onto the back of Chen Yang's scooter. She knew he was telling the truth. "Hold on tight, we're going fast." Chen Yang flashed a smile before revving the scooter, darting through the streets and alleys like a bullet. Xia Chuxue instinctively wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's waist as the speed picked up, pressing her chest against his back. Chen Yang felt a wave of warmth wash over him. "Next time, don't write notes, just tell me directly." Arriving at a bakery still open for business, Chen Yang smiled and spoke slowly. Xia Chushue's face flushed crimson, then she shyly scampered toward the bakery. This was a stark contrast to the aloof school beauty she usually was. Chen Yang didn't linger. He rode his electric scooter home, focused on strengthening his abilities, and checked the system. Back home, the place remained bleak and desolate. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a slum. But Chen Yang felt neither panic nor discomfort. With a wave of his hand, a pale blue system panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Chen Yang. Age, 18. Vitality points, 50. Martial skill, F rank. Breath technique increases vitality scales proportionally with skill proficiency and technique rank, which ranges from F to SSS. Martial skill, F rank. Demon subduing palm proficiency 30%. Martial skill, F rank. Cleaving strike proficiency 25%. Level, none. Talent, 1 hour equals 1 year of lifespan. Can expend lifespan to increase skill level and health. Current lifespan, 14. Spend 10 years of my lifespan to cultivate the breath technique and 3 years to cultivate the demon subduing palm. Chen Yang spoke slowly, without hesitation. Increasing his vitality would have to wait until tomorrow. Life exchange in progress. Life consumption complete. After 14 days and nights of relentless cultivation of the F-rank breath technique and demon subduing palm, the host, despite tremendous effort, possesses extremely poor innate talent. Vitality has reached 200, advancing to the peak of martial trainee rank. Demon subduing palm proficiency has reached 80%. Closing the interface, Chen Yang felt the abundant qi and blood coursing through his body, warming him from head to toe. Martial trainee, vitality 51,200, martial artist, vitality 201,500, martial master, 501 1000. God of War, 1000003000000. The next morning. East Sea 3rd Middle School. Chapter 5, Sparring Tournament. Chen Yang steps forward. Donghai No. 3 High School Martial Arts Arena. Huge circular platforms were packed with spectators. Whispers filled the air. Did you hear? The news said yesterday that an A-class shadow beast appeared in the old city district. They say quite a few people died. It still hasn't been caught, and no one knows if it escaped. You bet. People are freaking out. Chen Yang, who had already arrived at the martial arts arena, was naturally aware of the news. In his previous life, the shadow beast had not only killed Xia Chuxue but had also remained in the old city district near Xia Chushue's home. Xia Chuxue stood amidst the crowd, her expression as cool and distant as ever, though her eyes flickered slightly. Given the timing and location, if she had returned home as usual, she might well have been another victim. A thought even crossed her mind: had Chen Yang's actions yesterday been deliberate or mere coincidence? She couldn't be sure and could only hold on to that question. Just then, a familiar voice rang in Chen Yang's ear. Chen Yang, you bastard. Can't you see I'm furious? Apologize to me right now, and I might forgive you. Listen to me, don't try to play hard to get with me. Xin Shang was furious that Chen Yang hadn't sought her out yesterday or bought her breakfast, but the thought of the money made her hold back. She was sure someone had told Chen Yang that playing hard to get was the way to win a girl's heart. As long as she gave him an opening, this dog would definitely come crawling back. Did you go crazy scrolling through videos? Chen Yang laughed bitterly at the frustration, muttering before walking over to Xia Chuxue. Neither spoke, yet their gazes kept meeting involuntarily. Seeing Chen Yang like this, Xin Shang stomped her foot in fury. Chen Yang, you useless piece of trash. What are you even doing here? Do you really think anyone would pick you? You'd be better off going home to farm the land. Just then, Li, Chen Yang's homeroom teacher, approached, muttering curses under his breath. You judge people by their appearance. Chen Yang spoke coldly, his voice utterly devoid of emotion. Ever since discovering Chen Yang's vitality was only 50, the homeroom teacher had completely shifted his attitude, constantly humiliating him to make Zhao Buchan look better by comparison. Useless trash. Li spat on the ground and strode toward the bleachers, convinced Chen Yang was nothing but a deluded fool. The 10 students from our school going to the training camp have been finalized. This is to show the regular students the gap. Today's event is primarily an exhibition match. I hope the ordinary students won't lose heart. The top 10 students may each select one ordinary student for a match. The principal spoke slowly, his voice echoing throughout every corner. Chen Yang gave a cold laugh. On the surface, it was about letting the gifted spar with the less gifted, but in reality, it was all about showing off. This would only make the top 10 shine brighter. In his previous life, Zhao Buchan had drawn him as his opponent. This time would be no different. It was entirely Shen Sheng's idea, leading to his hospitalization at Zhao Buchan's hands. Zhao Buchan, whom do you wish to choose? The referee spoke slowly. The moment the words left his lips, Zhao Buchan smiled and declared, I choose Chen Yang. Chen Yang? That worthless trash with a mere 50 vitality points? I bet he'll forfeit. Zhao Buchan is ranked 10th in the entire school. Not only has his vitality reached 120, but both his basic martial arts skills are at intermediate proficiency. What if some nobody pulls off an upset? Bro, just focus on checking out hot girls and watching these pump-up videos. The surrounding taunts were relentless. Chen Yang, this is your chance to prove yourself. You can't give up now. Just then, Shen Sheng approached from the side, her voice gentle. Chen Yang gave a cold laugh at her words. Shen Sheng still thought Zhao Buchan could beat him up to vent her anger. Chen Yang ignored her, merely straightening his clothes with calm composure. I accept. He then strode toward the ring with neither arrogance nor timidity. From the VIP seats, Li burst into laughter upon seeing Chen Yang actually accept the challenge. A worthless fool dares challenge the 10th ranked fighter? Teaching a student like you is nothing short of a disgrace, Li sneered coldly. Enough. The brave rage, drawing their blades against mightier foes. The coward, enraged, draws his blade against the weaker. To dare challenge a stronger foe, is that not also a form of fearless courage? Principal Lu Ran spoke sternly, then swept his gaze toward the boy whom no one believed in. Xiao Chushua, watching silently from the crowd, clenched her small hands tighter than Chen Yang himself, her nerves on edge. Chen Yang remained silent, staring at Zhao Buchan before him with only one thought, beat him to a pulp. Bro, I'll let you land a couple of hits. Then just admit defeat, okay? I really can't bring myself to hurt you, it'd break my heart if I did too much damage. As Zhao Buchan spoke, he flexed his muscles, drawing cheers from the crowd. Xin Chang below the stage clapped enthusiastically. To Chen Yang, this scene looked like a clown. He said nothing, merely extending a single finger. Ha? Then I'll have to give you a proper welcome. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Zhao Buchan's eyes. He then gathered power in both hands and launched a powerful strike toward Chen Yang. For someone like Zhao Buchan, whose attacks were far too slow and riddled with openings. It was far too slow, riddled with flaws. Unsurprisingly, Chen Yang dodged the strike with ease. Zhao Buchan was slightly taken aback, but without hesitation, he unleashed a slashing strike. A beam of light energy sliced toward Chen Yang, only to be dodged with equal ease. Is this Chen Yang? He must have gotten lucky. Zhao Buchan knocked him out. An audience member spoke up. Nice one, Chen Yang. Well, I won't hold back then? Zhao Buchan felt Chen Yang growing increasingly strange, his gaze now radiating the aura of a killing machine. Without further hesitation, Zhao Buchan unleashed his full power. His blood energy surged, gathering in his palm, swelling to immense proportions before abruptly contracting. With a thunderous boom, a palm strike the size of a human body slammed into Chen Yang. Chen Yang's done for. That palm strike will land him in the hospital for at least 6 months. It's his own fault for going looking for trouble. He had it coming. Witnessing Zhao Buchan unleash his ultimate move, the crowd erupted in mockery. Suddenly, the system interface appeared before his eyes. Remaining lifespan, 13 years. Kryptonite life, 10 years of cultivation, 2.5 years of demon subduing palm. Loading. Life extension complete. After a decade of arduous cultivation by the host, despite extremely low innate talent, she blood value has finally reached 220, achieving martial artist status. The demon subduing palm, honed through 2.5 years of relentless practice, has reached perfection. As the system notification sounded, Chen Yang radiated overwhelming blood energy, his hair whipping wildly. He effortlessly sidestepped Zhao Buchan's most powerful strike. Look! Chen Yang's blood energy is surging. How is this possible? The principal in the stands adjusted his glasses and hurriedly stood up. A faint smile flickered at the corner of Chen Yang's mouth as a palm strike the size of a car materialized before him. Chapter 6, Sacrificing Life Force, Vital Energy Surges. Seeing Chen Yang actually wield martial arts in such a massive palm strike that meant his mastery of the demon-subduing palm had reached its peak. Zhao Buchan froze for a moment before bursting into laughter, clutching his sides as he pointed at Chen Yang. Chen Yang, I was wondering how you managed to dodge my skill. Who knew you'd resorted to taking chi blood pills? Given your status, they're probably low-grade ones at best. Bro, I'm not judging you, but this is reckless. Your body will collapse easily. I get you're eager to prove yourself, but you can't push like this. Zhao Buchan's words seemed to offer Chen Yang a way out, but in reality, they repeatedly trampled his dignity into the ground. The spectators on the stands burst into laughter upon hearing Zhao Buchan's words, as if suddenly enlightened. I knew it. With blood energy levels that even ordinary people have, how could he possibly advance? Get off the stage, Chen Yang. Who knew you were so despicable? For his own vanity, he actually resorted to such dirty tricks. The crowd pointed at Chen Yang, unleashing a torrent of mindless abuse. Beside them, Xin Qing stood with her hands on her hips, her smile unabated. Then I suppose I should thank you. Chen Yang's voice was icy cold, his eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. He then placed his palm before him and gave a slight push. A massive palm strike, as large as a small car, instantly slammed toward Zhao Buchan. Its speed was so swift that Zhao Buchan couldn't dodge. His body froze in disbelief that Chen Yang would actually dare to attack him. Just then, a furious shout rang out, Chen Yang, you worthless piece of trash! How dare you! Taking the chi blood pill is one thing, but to strike so viciously? Stop this at once. Or I'll expel you. Li Yi, seated at the head of the table, saw that Zhao Buchan couldn't dodge Chen Yang's strike. Rage surged through him as he pointed at Chen Yang and shouted angrily. After all, his class consisted of Zhao Buchan, Xiao Chuxue, and Xin Chang. If Zhao Buchan suffered any harm due to Chen Yang's rule-breaking, his teaching rankings would surely suffer. There was no way he could let that happen. Boom! Despite Zhao Buchan's desperate defense, he couldn't withstand the force. He was sent flying off the platform, his body hurtling backward as blood spurted from his mouth. The cracking sound of shattered bones sent shivers down everyone's spine. Xin Qing, his face twisted in fury, rushed toward Zhao Buchan, who lay bleeding on the ground. Bu Chen, are you okay? Xin Qing called out repeatedly but received no response. Zhao Buchan lay unconscious. Just as Xin Chang prepared to take vengeance for Zhao Buchan himself, a figure swiftly charged onto the stage. He recognized it as their homeroom teacher, Li Yi, his face twisted with fury and filled with murderous intent. Chen Yang, you want to die? How dare you strike a classmate so viciously? Taking the chi blood pill is one thing, but to actually use strength gained through such means to injure a classmate? Li Yi pointed at Chen Yang and berated him relentlessly. Had the school leadership not been present, he would have already moved to deal with Chen Yang. Using chi blood pills? How dare you make such a claim without proof? Getting injured during a sparring match is perfectly normal, isn't it? Chen Yang sneered coldly. Weren't these exact words you used in your previous life? Principal, this kind of person must be expelled. Otherwise, how can we maintain credibility? It will definitely affect our school's college acceptance rate. Who would dare send their children here then? Seeing that Li Yi couldn't handle Chen Yang, he turned to the principal and spoke with conviction. He hoped the principal would expel Chen Yang. Such a menace could only become a stain on his path to promotion and pay raises, something he absolutely would not tolerate. Right. Expel him. Such a person is unworthy of martial cultivation. He should be sent to the front lines to fight the demonic beasts. Expel Chen Yang. After Li Yi's outburst, the crowd's emotions flared up, unanimously demanding Chen Yang's expulsion. Hearing this, Chen Yang stepped down from the stage, his expression blank and utterly unburdened, moving with effortless ease. Expulsion or not, it meant little to Chen Yang now. Had he not been accompanying Xiao Chuxue, he likely wouldn't have returned to school at all. Principal Lu Ran stood silently for a long time, deep in thought. The mastery of palm techniques couldn't be faked. As for the sudden surge in vital energy, he could sense its purity. It was incomparable to the vitality provided by vitality pills. Yet Chen Yang's chi and blood level was precisely 50 by all logic. He shouldn't have made any breakthrough, not even the slightest. Yet another possibility existed, mutation. Much like humans cultivating martial arts for survival. It was rare, but not impossible. With this realization, his mind was made up. Expulsion. At the word expulsion, Xiao Chushue's icy expression flickered slightly. Li Yi, Xin Chang, and the others grinned triumphantly. Dismiss Li Yi. Permanent termination. Go submit your resignation, report yourself. Lu Ran's tone was unwavering, his words stunning everyone present. Even Chen Yang halted in his tracks, turning to look at Lu Ran in confusion. Hearing this, the smile vanished from Li Yi's face, replaced by an expression of utter disbelief. Principal, did you get the name wrong? The one being expelled is Chen Yang. Li Yi still clung to a sliver of hope. The audience members were filled with confusion, completely unsure of what was happening. Li Yi, our school has no need for teachers lacking professional integrity like you. Teachers like you biased, complacent, and lacking in judgment can leave now. Lu Ran spoke again, his voice unwavering and utterly stern. What? How could that be? Chen Yang? What did you give the principal? Li slumped on the stage, his face frozen in terror as he stared at Chen Yang, his words jumbled. Even now, he still hadn't grasped the gravity of his situation. Next, I'll announce something. Chen Yang will replace Zhao Buchan as a participant in the training camp. Lu Ran's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? Principal Lu actually let Chen Yang replace Zhao Buchan? How is that possible? Did I hear that correctly? What on earth is going on today? The audience still couldn't believe their ears. Even the other teachers nearby felt it was inappropriate. Principal, please reconsider. Our school doesn't have such a rule, and Chen Yang taking chi blood pills? Wouldn't that set a bad precedent? The teachers spoke up in unison to dissuade him. Hearing this, Lu Ran didn't rush to respond. Instead, he swiftly approached Chen Yang and took his hand. Feeling the vital energy within Chen Yang's body, there was no doubt this wasn't the kind of blood energy a chi blood pill could produce. This was genuine, solid blood energy. Lu Ran was puzzled, even momentarily dazed. Shut up. Do you want to end up like Li Yi? Chapter 7, Encountering the Shadow Beast, Xiao Chushui in Peril. Chen Yang hasn't used the chi blood pill. I've already sensed it. Since he didn't use the chi blood pill, the martial arts path inherently favors the strongest. Why can't Chen Yang replace Xiao Buchan? Lu Ran's eyes swept over the crowd, his face stern as he spoke slowly. At these words, no one dared speak further, and the entire hall fell silent. Hearing Lu Ran's words, Chen Yang was lost in recollection. In his previous life, he hadn't known much about Lu Ran. After the college entrance exams, his chi blood levels hadn't met the standards. He never attended university, instead turning to military service. Later, he heard that during a mission to the demon beast-occupied zone, Lu Ran had sacrificed himself to save his students. He fought desperately but ultimately perished in the jaws of the beasts. In his previous life, he hadn't believed it. But now, it seemed entirely plausible. Thank you, Principal, for your keen insight in clearing my name. Chen Yang snapped back to reality and addressed Lu Ran respectfully. MHM, remember to attend the special training session tomorrow before entering the boot camp. Work hard. I believe in you. Lu Ran looked at the youth, his eyes brimming with hope and his expression softening considerably. He spoke slowly before turning and leaving the stage. Hearing this, Chen Yang nodded. Soon after, the ambulance arrived. Zhao Buchan, tended to by Xing, headed to the hospital, not forgetting to glare at Chen Yang one last time before leaving. Li Yi also departed dejectedly, his gaze fixed on Chen Yang with murderous intent. Chen Yang. Chen Yang. Chen Yang showed me that with effort, anything is possible. Yes, our lack of talent doesn't mean we're inferior to others. Chen Yang showed me the way forward. The venue fell silent for a moment before erupting in cheers. Spectators and students alike were moved to speak. Stepping down from the stage, Chen Yang caught a glimpse of a faint smile on Xiao Chushue's icy, exquisite face. It was subtle, almost imperceptible. Xiao Chushue, noticing Chen Yang's gaze, instantly turned as cold as ice. Seeing this, Chen Yang smiled and shook his head. Interesting. Following Chen Yang's match, many students were defeated by the other top 10 contenders. They didn't cower, but bravely challenged him, though they were ultimately defeated one by one. Yet Chen Yang forever became a beacon of light in their eyes, forever inspiring them. Afternoon. At the school gate, Chen Yang sat cross-legged on a stone pedestal, basking in the sunlight. The next moment, bathed in sunlight, Xiao Chushui appeared. She wore a simple school uniform, yet it couldn't conceal her long, slender legs. A breeze lifted the strands of hair behind her ear, revealing the faint blue veins along her neck. Her porcelain-like skin glowed with an almost ethereal radiance. Spotting Chen Yang at the gate, Xiao Chushui avoided his gaze and quickened her pace. Seeing this, Chen Yang immediately stood up and jogged over. Hey, is our school beauty scared of me? Chen Yang teased playfully. Xiao Chushui didn't respond, only quickening her pace. Yet Chen Yang followed her all the way, silently trailing behind even when they reached the street where their paths would normally part. Mr. Chen, why are you following me? Xiao Chushui whispered softly. Ha? Who's following you? Is the school beauty getting a bit full of herself? Chen Yang teased again upon hearing her words. The reason he'd been following Xiao Chushui all along was because he knew the A-grade shadow beast was lurking in the old city district. And Xiao Chushui's home was precisely in the old district. An A-rank shadow beast equated to the peak of a third-tier martial realm cultivation base. Its true strength lay not in its rank. Its true power lay in invisibility. That was why the East Sea hunting team had lost so many lives before finally defeating the shadow beast in the previous era. No one knew how to break its invisibility, and records on such beasts were scarce. But Chen Yang now knew the answer: sonic skills worked. These beasts possessed exceptionally keen hearing. A sonic attack could force it to reveal itself, but Chen Yang currently possessed no such martial skill. You? Xiao Chushui was speechless, silently quickening her pace as her ears flushed red. Neither spoke again afterward. Chen Yang followed silently the entire time. If they truly encountered the shadow beast, Chen Yang couldn't kill the shadow beast, but he could hold it off for a while, ensuring Xia Chushua's safety wasn't in serious jeopardy. Suddenly, as they neared Xia Chushua's home, a panicked crowd surged toward her house, shouting, "Monsters! Run for your lives! Run! Civilians first! Those above third-tier cultivation, come help!" Amidst the panicked cries, figures clad in black martial arts robes emerged, their chests bearing the engraved character for hunt. Chen Yang recognized this as the distinctive emblem of hunters and instantly grasped the situation. He stepped forward and pulled Xia Chushue toward him. "Come with me. It's dangerous up ahead. Don't go there yet." Chen Yang spoke with grave seriousness, pulling Xia Chushue along as he walked. But Xia Chushue froze momentarily, terror etched on her face. "Let go of me. Mom! Wait for me, I'll save you." Xia Chushue violently broke free from Chen Yang and dashed inside without hesitation. Seeing this, Chen Yang immediately followed. Xia Chushue's home was inside. She couldn't possibly abandon her parents there and escape alone. Dodging several hunters who tried to block her path, Xia Chushue pressed onward. "You're a student, right? You must leave now. We'll rescue her for you. It's too dangerous here." The shadow beasts have begun slaughtering humans. Seeing they couldn't stop Xia Chushue, one hunter turned and spotted Chen Yang, immediately preparing to block his path. Chen Yang offered no reply, merely quickening his pace to charge forward. The hunter's face was a mask of confusion. Are students this fierce nowadays? Meanwhile, at the heart of the battlefield, surrounding buildings collapsed into ruins. A creature, entirely black with horns protruding from its head and standing nearly 10 meters tall, vanished in an instant. It vanished, only to reappear unexpectedly behind a hunter team member, delivering a fatal blow. Blood spattered everywhere. The four remaining hunters stood back to back, weapons at the ready, their nerves stretched taut as they scanned the surroundings for any sign of the shadow beast. "Captain, what should we do? If we don't leave now, we're all done for. We've already lost too many men. Besides, it's invisible, we can't even find it." Wang Hu, a member of the hunters, gripped his long sword with both hands as he asked Captain Yuan. "Fight to the death. That's our mission. Hunting demon beasts and protecting the people is our very reason for existence. Today, either it dies or we perish." Yuan's tone was unwavering, his eyes reflecting a resolute acceptance of death. Their cultivation levels were no small feat, all third-tier powerhouses, with Captain Yuan at the peak of third tier. They could certainly prevail in a direct confrontation. But the shadow beasts were cunning creatures, thriving on stealth and ambush. In the corner of the ruins dozens of meters away, a middle-aged man knelt on the ground, shielding his wife with his body. His back braced against the crushing weight above them, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Xia! Don't worry about me. Go find Chushue and get her far away from here," the woman cried out. She was Xia Chushue's mother Yiyu, paralyzed from the waist down. "You err? What do you take me for? I love drinking and getting rowdy. But I'm still a damn man. Even if I die, I'll die before you do." Cold sweat beaded on Xia Zhouguo's forehead as veins bulged on his temples. His voice was stern. "Not far away. Don't come any closer. Get away. Hide. Watch your back, there's a demon beast." Yuan watched as a girl in a school uniform sprinted into view. Even more terrifying, a shadow beast appeared behind her, launching its attack. The shadow beast's claws, gleaming with the cold light, were about to pierce Xia Chushue's entire body. The four hunters couldn't reach her in time. They shook their heads helplessly, feeling nothing but profound regret. Such youthful vitality. Xia Chushue turned in terror, watching the shadow beast's claws pierce toward her. She couldn't control her own body. Frozen in place, she let out an instinctive scream. At that very moment, a figure charged forward, shoving Xia Chushue aside before skillfully redirecting the force with both arms. Chapter 8, Slaying the Shadow Beast, Shared Living. Just then, a figure charged forward, shoving Xia Chushue aside before skillfully redirecting the force with both arms. However, the shadow beast's immense strength still sent Chen Yang flying several meters before it stopped. "Go save her." Yuan, seeing this, didn't hesitate and immediately rushed forward. Wang Hu then stepped forward, pulling the dazed Xia Chusue into the protective circle formed by the four of them. Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief at the sight, but the shadow beast vanished once more. Use the sonic skill to make it reveal itself. Hurry! Seeing the shadow beast vanish, Chen Yang urgently addressed the four hunters. The four looked at each other. "Boss, will this really work? Stop dithering, just try it." Without hesitation, Yuan immediately ordered, "Activate Tiger Roar in your respective directions." Instantly, all four unleashed the E-rank martial skill, Tiger Roar. The massive sound waves left Xia Chushue feeling a bit dazed, though Chen Yang remained unscathed. The moment the sound waves radiated outward, a massive shadow beast soared high into the air and lunged toward Chen Yang. Realizing he'd provoked it, Chen Yang immediately unleashed his demon-subduing palm. Unfortunately, his strength proved insufficient, rendering the strike ineffective. Attack together. Yuan roared furiously, raising his long sword and charging forward. The four moved together, their blades flashing coldly as they executed their unique, elusive footwork. Before the shadow beast could even turn, it was struck repeatedly by their blades, its flesh torn open as it let out agonized howls. It collapsed to the ground, dead. "Young man, are you all right? How did you manage to block that shadow beast's attack just now?" Yu Chuan, the team leader, instantly recognized that the youth before him possessed at most early second-tier strength. Yet, relying solely on his physical body and without activating any defensive martial arts, he had skillfully blocked the strike of an A-rank demon beast. Even more formidable was his physical constitution. Otherwise, no matter what technique you used, the sheer force of that impact would have blown you to pieces. He couldn't fathom surviving such an impact with his bare hands. Even he himself would have been doomed. Pure luck. Chen Yang didn't want to elaborate, especially on the gap between himself and others. That would only invite unnecessary trouble. With his current low strength, he had to be careful with his words and actions. Lucky? Fine, if you don't want to talk about it, don't. You're a promising prospect. If you ever change your mind, come find me at the Hunters Martial Arts Academy. You can join us. Yu Chuan understood the silence meant no further explanation was forthcoming, so he pressed no more questions. Still, he admired the youth's composure in the face of danger. Chen Yang nodded and walked over to Xiao Chuxue. Are you okay? Chen Yang looked at Xiao Chuxue, who seemed a bit dazed, and asked with concern. This reaction was actually quite normal. Many people had been sheltered so well that they had no idea how terrifying real demon beasts could be. So when they first encountered one, it was only natural to be so frightened they couldn't react. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. Mom. I need to find my mom. Xiao Chuxue slowly snapped back to reality upon hearing Chen Yang's voice, then stammered out her words. Only then did she remember her purpose. Without hesitation, she scanned the surrounding ruins and finally spotted her home only to find it had become part of the rubble. Xiao Chuxue rushed over like a madwoman, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Mom! It's Chuxue. I've come to save you. Where are you? Please don't leave me. Xiao Chuxue knelt before what had once been her home, tears streaming down her face as she cried out hoarsely. Beneath the rubble, Yi Yu heard Xiao Chushue's voice and shouted, Chuxue, you must leave now. Mom, I'm fine. You must leave now, the demon beast is still out there. Yi Yu shouted urgently. Hearing her mother's voice, Xiao Chuxue immediately felt relieved. But a problem immediately presented itself. Beneath her lay massive chunks of the building structure, making escape impossible. Just then, Chen Yang arrived with the hunting party. Leave it to us. Captain Yu Chuan patted his chest in assurance. Hearing this, Chen Yang picked Xiao Chuxue up and carried her to the side. Xiao Chushue's delicate frame trembled slightly, her ears burning. Please put me down. Xiao Chuxue timidly spoke up. Sorry. Chen Yang replied, slightly embarrassed. The two waited on this side as Yu Chuan soon led the hunters to rescue Xiao Chushue's parents. The moment they emerged, Xiao Chuxue rushed over and clung tightly to Yi Yu. Standing nearby, Xiao Zhogua, seeing Xiao Chuxue was safe, immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. Dad! Dad! Xiao Chuxue cried out upon seeing this. Though Xiao Zhogua loved to drink and would sometimes get violent when drunk, he had never once laid a hand on her. She only resented him for failing to fulfill his duties as a father and husband, spending his days in a drunken stupor. Your father is fine. Don't worry. Wang Hu, take them to the hospital. Yu Chuan looked at Wang Hu and spoke slowly. Yes, Captain. Wang Hu immediately hoisted Xiao Zhogua onto his back, while Xiao Chuxue pushed her mother in a wheelchair to follow. Seeing this, Chen Yang walked over to Xiao Chuxue. I have a place back home. It's reasonably priced. You could consider it. The landlord is an acquaintance, and I can negotiate the price. Chen Yang spoke slowly, knowing that Xiao Chushue's family had nowhere to stay for the time being. Even the government-provided shelters would take time to set up. Thinking of the vacant unit next door, he hoped to offer her some assistance. Thank you. Xiao Chuxue nodded upon hearing this and replied. Chen Yang didn't linger. Now that the shadow beast was dead, he no longer needed to worry about Xiao Chushue's safety for the time being. It was time to see if the body forging technique he'd created in his previous life could be upgraded using the system. Back at home, Chen Yang opened the interface. Name, Chen Yang. Level, second tier martial artist, early stage. Health points, 220. Martial skills, F-rank demon subduing palm mastery, F-rank cleaving strike 30%, F-rank breath technique. Remaining lifespan, 10 years. Closing the interface, Chen Yang sighed. How could there be no body tempering technique? Could this system only enhance the current martial arts system? The body tempering technique comprised 9 heavenly realms. Chen Yang refused to give up. He silently recited the first heaven of the body tempering technique from his mind, 300 rotations of wind and thunder tempering jade. 9 orifices swallow and exhale, transforming into clouds and mist. After silently reciting the first heaven, Chen Yang opened his eyes. The body tempering technique didn't rely on external objects for refinement, but instead harnessed another violent natural force within the heavens and earth: primordial energy, absorbing yuan qi to temper sinews and bones. Just as he was about to open the interface to check if the system had recorded this progress, a knock sounded at the door. Opening the door, he found his landlord standing there. "Hey, old man? What's up?" The old man, dressed in a white coat and holding a fan, glanced at Chen Yang and spoke slowly. "You're quite the ladies' man, aren't you? There's this incredibly stunning girl who wants to share a room with you. I came to ask your opinion." Chen Yang? Chapter 9. I have a lick dog named Lin Xian. The landlord's words left Chen Yang completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Someone wants to share a room with me? Could it be her? Not that it's impossible. No way, no way. My dad would kill me. Hey, man. Spit it out, who wants to share a place with me? Chen Yang inquired. Man, I never knew you were such a wimp. Well, here we are. Don't tell me you two don't know each other? The landlord pointed to Xiao Chushue standing not far behind him and addressed Chen Yang. Chen Yang peered over and saw it really was Xiao Chushue. No way? Old man. Why would I be scared? We're just ordinary classmates. Chen Yang protested vehemently. The old man rolled his eyes at Chen Yang. You're telling people there's still a room available, aren't you? Didn't you know it was rented out yesterday? I felt sorry for that young girl. You still have an empty room, right? I'll just have her share it with you. This way you'll pay less rent. Just be grateful. The landlord reasoned with Chen Yang. Chen Yang was momentarily speechless. Damn, the old man really is the old man. You really want to share a room with me? Chen Yang peered over at the bashful Xiao Chushue beside him and spoke slowly. Is that okay? I can do housework and I won't shortchange the rent. Xiao Chushue spoke timidly, unable to lift her gaze to meet Chen Yang's. Originally, she had planned to come with her parents, but due to national policy, Xiao Chushue's family was allocated a single room. Unfortunately, there was simply no room for Xiao Chushue in that single apartment, so she thought of Chen Yang. Unexpectedly, with no place to stay, the landlord happened to mention that Chen Yang had a vacant room and proceeded to praise him lavishly. Xiao Chushue couldn't refuse, especially since the rent was so low. She was tempted. Ha! Go ahead and get back to work, old man. Chen Yang looked at the landlord and spoke without hesitation. You little brat? Remember to buy me some liquor. The landlord grumbled irritably before shuffling away. Come on in. Don't worry, I'm a decent person, Chen Yang assured him. Hearing this, Xiao Chushue nodded. She had no luggage, only a small bag. You'll stay next door. Don't come into my room unless it's necessary. Chen Yang gestured toward the rooms, then dashed into his own. Xiao Chushue was utterly confused. Shouldn't I be the one saying that? Inside his room, Chen Yang locked the door from the inside. With a wave of his hand, a blue interface panel appeared before him. His gaze immediately landed on it. Technique, body tempering art, first tier. Remaining lifespan, 11 years. Seeing this, Chen Yang broke into a smile. Use 10 years of my lifespan to cultivate the body tempering art. System processing life extension. Life extension complete. After 10 years of the host absorbing primordial energy day after day to temper his body, the cultivation technique has advanced to the late stage. The host's physical body has been elevated to the late stage of a second-tier martial artist with equivalent combat strength. Feeling the power coursing through his body, Chen Yang closed the interface. It was time to check on Xiao Chushue. Opening the interface again, he saw Xiao Chushue seated at the dining table, steaming dishes arranged before her. Let's eat. I'll give you a summary of the living expenses later. Xiao Chushue spoke softly upon seeing Chen Yang emerge. Ah, sure. Seeing the table laden with food and then glancing at Xiao Chushue's stunningly beautiful face, Chen Yang silently vowed to himself that he would eat with proper manners today. Sitting down at the table, the aroma alone had already made his mouth water. He carefully picked up a piece of vegetable and placed it in his mouth. The juices alone sent waves of flavor across his taste buds, and he couldn't help but savor it with pure delight. So delicious. After just one bite, Chen Yang forgot all about his polite intentions and began wolfing down his food. Xiao Chushue, sitting beside him, was stunned. Watching Chen Yang devour the food with such relish, she couldn't help but smile. So subtle. When Chen Yang finished eating and looked up, what the hell? Catching Chen Yang's gaze fixed on her, Xiao Chushue quickly looked away. What are you staring at? You rascal. Xiao Chushue spoke with a hint of annoyance. You misunderstood, I was looking at the food. Chen Yang immediately set down his chopsticks and spoke with utmost seriousness. And so, the two spent their first day of shared living. Early the next morning, they headed to school together. As soon as they entered the campus, they spotted Chen Sheng storming toward them. Chen Yang? Where's my breakfast? What are you two doing together? Chen Sheng spoke, though furious, she managed to suppress her inner rage. Zhao Buchan couldn't have been beaten for nothing. He had to get his hands on Chen Yang's assets and resources. The breakfast shop. Who I'm with is none of your business. Chen Yang retorted sternly, surprised he could still put on a show after seeing his boyfriend beaten like that. Chen Yang, don't think you can manipulate me by bringing up Xia Chushua. Everything I've done was for your own good. If not for me, would you still be holding on at school? Or defeated Zhao Buchan yesterday? Confess to me now, and I might just say yes. Xin Cheng believed Chen Yang was deliberately using Xia Chushua to manipulate her into misunderstanding. She also felt it was time to give him a taste of his own medicine. As long as he knew there was a chance, Chen Yang would surely change his mind. Why didn't you get your brain checked at the hospital yesterday? Let's go. Chen Yang was speechless. This woman would make a great actress if she ever pursued acting. Not wanting to engage further, he grabbed Xia Chushua and started to leave. Xin Cheng. Look what I brought you. This is a meat sandwich made with the finest demon beast meat. Just as Chen Yang was about to leave, a voice rang out. Instantly, a large, muscular man who looked far too mature jogged up to Xin Cheng. Taking the meat-stuffed flatbread handed to him by Lin Xian, Xin Cheng smiled faintly. Brother Lin Xian, you're so kind to me. Unlike certain ungrateful souls who stumbled into this by accident and actually think they can crack the top 10. Xin Cheng placed one hand on Lin Xian's shoulder, swiftly withdrawing it just as he reached to grasp it, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she took a dig at Chen Yang. Who's ungrateful? Xin Cheng, just tell me who it is, and I'll beat him to a pulp. Anyone who messes with you is messing with me and Lin Xian. There's no one in this school who scares Lin Xian. Don't worry. Hearing this, Lin Xian knew his chance to prove himself had arrived. Finally, Xin Cheng had accepted the breakfast he'd offered today. He was determined to seize this chance. Chapter 10. Your punch weighs 800 kilograms? Chen Yang watched the scene unfold with a faint smile. In his previous life, aside from himself, Lin Xian was undoubtedly the most obsequious toward Xin Cheng. Though ranked 5th in strength at school, he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, though his family background was quite decent. Xin Cheng remained silent, merely glancing at Chen Yang before signaling to Lin Xian with a look. Lin Xian understood immediately. He already disliked Lin Xian, especially since Chen Yang's fawning had earned a response, while his own. He wasn't one to pick fights without cause. Going after Chen Yang directly would be too obvious. He wouldn't do that. But the upcoming special training session would be his moment to shine. The training focused on physical conditioning, endurance, resistance to blows, raw strength. In these areas, he believed no one in the top 10 could match him. Chen Yang, you better watch your step. Don't think just because you stumbled into the top 10, you can do whatever you want. I don't pick on the weak. I'll defeat you fair and square in this special training. Li Xian stood with his hands on his hips, speaking with great arrogance. Chen Yang shook his head as if looking at a fool, then hurried toward the assembly point with Xia Chushua. Humph, useless. Xin Cheng's face flushed crimson with rage. She leapt up, stomped hard on Lin Xian's 45-inch foot, and stormed off in fury. She'd intended to have Lin Xian teach Chen Yang a lesson right then and there, but this loser actually wanted a fair fight. Xin Cheng was utterly dumbfounded. She'd never seen anyone so clueless. Ah. Ow ow ow. Xin Cheng, wait for me. Lin Xian clutched his foot, wailing pitifully as he limped after the furious Xin Cheng. He couldn't fathom why Xin Cheng had suddenly flown into a rage, but then it dawned on him. It must be Chen Yang's fault. Yes, that's it. No wonder Xin Cheng couldn't possibly be mad at me. He. With that thought, Lin Xian pushed through the pain in his leg and sprinted after Xin Cheng. On the plaza, Year Director Zhang Dahai stood on the steps, commanding respect without needing to raise his voice. Beside him stood several figures clad in white martial arts uniforms, members of the school's martial arts team. Their primary role was to serve as sparring partners. Zhang Dahai was notorious for his strictness. His eyes tolerated absolutely no nonsense. Hence his nickname, Zhang Skinflare. Seeing the top 10 students arrive, especially Chen Yang, who had defeated Zhao Buchan yesterday, piqued his interest. He wondered what kind of strength someone possessed to be brought in against all objections by the principal. Everyone's here, so I'll keep this brief. In the martial arts path, beyond skill cultivation, physical constitution is indispensable for long-term development. This will also be a crucial factor for your future university admissions. We'll now begin the tests. First up, the fist strength assessment. Zhang Dahai paced back and forth on the steps, hands behind his back, his voice stern. This wasn't an unusual test. Every cohort entering the training camp underwent it. The current record stood at 400 kilograms. The punch power testing equipment was promptly brought out. I'll go first. Lin Xian flexed his arms and stepped up to the testing machine. He clenched his fist, gathered his strength, and then slammed it down. The numbers on the tester shot up wildly before finally settling at 380 kilograms. Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. This result was top tier. Not bad, not bad. Next. Zhang Dahai nodded approvingly. Xia Chushua, 300 kilograms. Xin Cheng, 300 kilograms. After the tests, only Luo Hua, who was currently ranked first, and Chen Yang remained. The current highest score was 380 kilograms, achieved by Lin Xian. Sis Hua, you can definitely break the record. Go Sister Hua. Go. When Luo Hua stepped onto the platform, some male team members erupted into applause. Luo Hua was one of the school beauties ranked alongside Xiao Chuxua, though their personalities were polar opposites. Petite and adorable, Luo Hua radiated cheerful energy. Most notably, she was the mayor's granddaughter. She came from a privileged background. Luo Hua flashed a bright smile, touched her nose with her small hand, deliberately adopting a cool expression, then skipped over to the testing equipment. Rolling up her sleeves, she extended her white little hand, clenched her fist, and adopted a fierce expression before slamming it hard against the machine. The machine shook violently as the reading skyrocketed, finally stabilizing at 450 kilograms. Wait, did Luo Hua really pull it off? The crowd was stunned. Though they'd heard Luo Hua had broken the record, deep down, no one truly believed it. Her frame was simply too petite, those slender arms and legs, for anyone to imagine such explosive strength emanating from her. Even Zhang Dahai's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this a burst of inner power? Chen Yang, however, wasn't surprised. In his previous life, he'd heard that Luo Hua possessed an exceptionally strong constitution. She wasn't the fragile little girl she appeared to be on the surface. However, in his previous life, the gap between them had been too great. Chen Yang hadn't known her well and they'd never crossed paths. After the fight, Luo Hua skipped over to stand beside them, her sweet smile making all the male players unable to look away. Chen Yang, your turn. Zhang Dahai, seeing only Chen Yang left, was already feeling tired. He yawned as he urged him on. After all, no matter how they played, breaking the record was impossible. So naturally, he wasn't exactly looking forward to it. Chen Yang, I don't think you need to test anymore. Why waste time? Let's just move on to the next special training session. You won't break the record anyway. 100 or 200 points is probably about it. Xin Chang, seeing only Chen Yang left, spoke coldly. Xin Chang's right. You shouldn't even bother with the test. Forget about beating Luo Hua, you probably won't even break 300. Let's just test something else. Coming in last is perfectly normal for you. Director Zhang, I suggest we move on to the next test. Lin Shan seized the chance to curry favor with Xin Qing, delivering his taunt without hesitation. He'd expected to take the top spot in mockery, but never imagined Luo Hua would be this formidable. Zhang Dahai, upon hearing this, naturally refused to accept such a ridiculous excuse. Director Zhang, let's start the next one. As soon as Lin Xian spoke, several others stepped forward to echo his demand. What's all the commotion about? Chen Yang, go take the test. Zhang Dahai snapped at them. Disbelief aside, rules were rules. Xiao Chuxua, standing among the crowd, knew full well that Chen Yang's physical body was no ordinary one after all. He had withstood the Shadow Beast's attack yesterday. Though she didn't know why, she sensed that Chen Yang wasn't as simple as everyone made him out to be. Hearing this, Chen Yang slowly walked over, spread his feet wide to steady himself, then gathered his strength in his right hand, channeling all his power into his right fist. With a thunderous boom, he struck out violently, nearly knocking the machine over. The readings on the machine shot skyward. 400. 500? What? 600? Still rising? 800 kilograms? The final reading settled at 800, while Chen Yang remained completely unfazed. It was as if it were just a perfectly normal punch. 800 was the instrument's limit, not Chen Yang's. How is that possible? Chen Yang? Did you cheat? How could you possibly hit 800? Are you stronger than a demon beast? How is that even possible? Chapter 11, not? You're impressive on the ladder too? Xin Qing couldn't believe it. He'd assumed Chen Yang had just gotten lucky, but now Chen Yang had actually managed to generate 800 kilograms of force. But then it hit him. Xin Qing had a hunch. Chen Yang's drastic transformation must be tied to the resources his parents left him. No wonder his personality changed so drastically. No way, I have to get that thing back and use it to supplement Xin. Xin Qing silently resolved within himself. Zhang Dahai said nothing, rushing to the machine and punching it. The reading registered 750 kilograms. Only then did he dare believe what he saw, confirming the instrument wasn't malfunctioning. After all, 750 kilograms represented his normal punching power and he was a fourth-tier cultivator. Chen Yang was merely a second-tier cultivator. This realization sent a wave of frustration through Zhang Dahai. He never imagined that a boy who had stumbled in by accident. He'd assumed the boy was merely lucky, going through the motions to get into a decent university. But now it seemed he'd been far too short-sighted. The youth before him could only be described as a prodigy. Chen Yang. Congratulations. Zhang Dahai approached Chen Yang with a rare smile, offering genuine praise for the first time in ages. He then continued. Alright, let's proceed to the next test. Chen Yang, I truly believe you can do it. Honestly, what I said earlier was just to push you to bring out your full potential. No need to thank me. I know you like me, so you must understand my intentions. Xin Shang walked up to Chen Yang, forcing a smile as she began to justify herself. If you're sick, go see a doctor. Chen Yang was speechless. How the hell could she even try to justify this? Pretend? Chen Yang, I know you're just worried about affecting me. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Let's both do our best. Shen Sheng was still pushing his luck. Get lost. Chen Yang ignored her completely, turning to follow Zhang Dahai to the next test site. This sight made Lin Xian's blood boil beside them, watching his goddess being treated with such contempt. In that moment, propriety flew out the window. All he wanted was to beat the crap out of Chen Yang. Shen Chang. I'll teach him a lesson for you. How dare such a worthless piece of trash act so brazenly? Lin Xian approached Shen Sheng, speaking with obsequious flattery. As for the earlier display of punching power, Lin Xian couldn't care less. What good was raw strength alone? Maybe he was just born with superhuman strength? He's just a weightlifting material, isn't he? Not much to do with the martial arts path. Brother Lin Xian. You saw everything. It's all my fault for trusting him too much. If Brother Lin Xian could help me, I'd be so grateful. Shen Cheng put on an extremely aggrieved expression. Seeing this, Lin Xian's heart immediately softened. No problem. Leave it to me. Fools are fools. Shen Cheng mentally rolled her eyes as Lin Xian trailed behind her like a puppy. Hunter Martial Arts Academy. Yu Chuan, you did exceptionally well this time, minimizing losses to the greatest extent possible. You also led the team to take down an A-rank shadow beast. I'll report this to commend both you and your team. In the office, a middle-aged man with stubble, a warm smile, and gleaming eyes praised Yu Chuan. He was Wu Chang, the branch master of the Hunters Martial Arts Academy in Donghai City, a fourth-tier martial master at the peak of his power. He was arguably one of the top figures in all of Donghai. Hearing this, Yu Chuan held his breath, debating whether to reveal the youth's assistance. If he kept it quiet, all the credit would go to him and his team, greatly increasing their chances for promotion. But if he did, then the glory of their recent achievement would undoubtedly be diminished. Thinking of the fallen brothers, Yu Chuan felt deeply conflicted. Sighing, Yu Chuan rose to his feet. Director, the credit for hunting down the shadow beast isn't solely ours. Had the boy not revealed the method to break the shadow beast's invisibility, we likely would have perished in battle. Therefore, I propose that this young man should also share in the credit for this achievement. Yu Chuan spoke with unwavering conviction. Uttering these words brought an immediate sense of relief to his heart. He no longer felt weighed down, and his entire demeanor brightened considerably. What? A boy? What boy? I should have realized it sooner. Without breaking the shadow beast's invisibility, even I couldn't do anything to it unless I landed a one-hit kill. Wu Chang sighed before speaking slowly. I don't know his name. I was too flustered that day to ask, but his school uniform looked like it was from 3rd middle school. Yu Chuan didn't hide anything as he spoke slowly. I even told him he could come to our martial arts school if he was interested. What method did you use to break it? Wu Chang pressed immediately. Knowing the countermeasure could solve countless problems. Shadow beasts were extremely rare. Even the name Shadow Beast was only known because someone had witnessed its ability to cloak itself. Human records of such beasts were scarce. Why it had suddenly appeared in the East Sea was still under investigation by higher authorities. He told us that sonic martial arts can break through the shadow beast's invisibility. The more Yu Chuan thought about it, the more he felt this youth was no ordinary person. Sound-based martial arts? He's got something. Your contributions will be recorded as well. I will personally meet with this youth. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang's lips curved into a smile, his interest in the youth growing by the moment. For a student to know how to counter the shadow beast, it was either pure luck, or he had an extraordinary background. Wu Chang had to go see for himself. If he could unravel the mystery behind this, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to the Martial Arts Academy. East Sea No. 3 High School, Sky Ladder Test Site. Chen Yang stared at the ladder before him. He understood its purpose, to test one's ability to withstand pressure. Specifically, gravity. The higher one ascended, the greater the gravitational force exerted on the body. There were only 30 steps in total, each corresponding to 30 times the gravity of Blue Star. This provided excellent training for martial artists' mental resilience, physical endurance, and potential unlocking. There were even specialized gravity chambers available for cultivation. Begin, everyone. This test is particularly crucial. How high you climb isn't the main point, it's about challenging your own limits. Zhang Dahai spoke slowly, his gaze first settling on Chen Yang beside him. He wondered whether Chen Yang would astonish him once more or return to his usual calm. As soon as he finished speaking, no one hesitated. Chen Yang was no exception. With light steps, he stepped onto the first stair. When both feet stepped onto it, there wasn't much sensation, and everyone still wore smiles. The second step brought a slight sensation, and the third step intensified it. By the fourth step, everyone felt as though they were carrying heavy burdens, their footsteps growing heavy. Chen Yang, however, remained light on his feet, his posture straight and upright, his expression unchanged. Look at Chen Yang, he doesn't seem to feel a thing? Could he be incredibly resilient under pressure? No way. I bet he's just putting on a show. He's probably suffering inside. He's probably pushing himself to the limit to protect his hard-earned honor. Seeing Chen Yang act as if nothing was wrong, someone remarked. Chen Yang paid no heed, already stepping onto the first tier. This point served as a watershed. Most would falter here. Seeing this, Lin Xian watched as Chen Yang reached the 7th step. Refusing to be outdone, he roared with determination. He pushed himself to the 7th step, drenched in sweat and his legs trembling. Chen Yang, it's only 7 steps. You. Chapter 12, The Licking Dog. Lin Xian challenges Chen Yang. Seeing Chen Yang standing perfectly still, not even breathing heavily, his back straight as an arrow, Lin Xian gasped for air, bent over double, staring at Chen Yang in utter disbelief. At this moment, besides Xiao Chuxue and Luo Hua, most others were still on the 7th step or below. Though Xiao Chuxue and Luo Hua shared the same step with Chen Yang, their states were worlds apart. Both girls had long since flushed under the intense pressure, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads as their bodies leaned forward slightly. In contrast, Chen Yang still only felt a slight pressure, nothing serious. Without hesitation, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Yang lifted his foot forward once more. Within mere seconds, he reached the 15th step. Only then did he finally begin to feel some strain. Still, it was manageable. Even Luo Hua, ranked first, could advance no further than the 13th step. Xiao Chuxue had reached the 12th step, while Xin Sheng had made it to the 9th. Everyone watched as Chen Yang stood on the 15th step, his body barely bending so slightly it was almost imperceptible. Look! Chen Yang is still climbing. How is that possible? 15 steps is already the record for first-time participants. He's broken the record again, and he looks like he's doing it effortlessly. How is that possible? If he's a worthless with only 50 initial vitality points, then what am I? The crowd exchanged stunned glances, their voices trembling with disbelief. They even began to suspect Chen Yang had been playing dumb all along. Perhaps he was a genius. Maybe the equipment was faulty, which is why it showed a vitality reading of 50. Otherwise, they couldn't accept this reality. Zhang Dahai, watching from the back, was already trembling with excitement. Such performance was simply too all around. His sheer resilience alone would put any opponent of equal rank at a disadvantage. Even if his martial cultivation was weaker, he could still hold his own in battle. Xinqiang watched as Chen Yang reached the 18th step, clenching her fists tightly. If she let Chen Yang continue developing like this, she would have no leverage left to negotiate with him. Panic began to set in. She had to find Zhao Buchan immediately to explain the situation and devise a counter-strategy. Relying on that good-for-nothing Lin Xian was out of the question. As the 5th-ranked martial artist, he could only manage to stop at the 8th step. You useless piece of trash! What was that about suppressing Qin Yan? Don't ever come near me again. Xin Sheng was seething with rage, unable to hold back as she berated the panting Lin Xian. He pinned his hopes on this big oaf, only to discover he was utterly useless. Xin Sheng? You? Is this my fault? Just because my physique isn't as good as his, what does Chen Yang have to be so smug about? 1-on-1? I could take on 10 of him. Hearing this, Lin Xian felt a twinge of resentment but kept it to himself. Instead, he made a bold claim, declaring he could take on 10 Chen Yangs. Xin Xing ignored Lin Xian, struggling to lift his head toward Chen Yang, who had already reached the 20th step. Though his body was beginning to bend, Xin Xing could tell this wasn't his limit. Yet Chen Yang stopped climbing. Instead, he sat cross-legged, absorbing the pressure's impact on his body. This level of impact was ideal for Chen Yang. It wouldn't cause him to overexert and damage his body, while still allowing him to strengthen his resilience. Good heavens! Chen Yang can actually breathe steadily on the 20th step? This must be unprecedented in past competitions, right? This is just too incredible. Exclamations and sighs filled the air, a sense of utter incomprehensibility already setting in. Without further hesitation, everyone found a suitable step and began their own experience. Time flew by swiftly. As gravity faded, their bodies suddenly felt weightless. So light they felt they could fly. Seeing that everyone had gained something, Zhang Dahai nodded with satisfaction. Rest here for now. I'll return shortly to share some news, Zhang Dahai said slowly before turning and leaving. Chen Yang stood up, stretched his limbs, and then walked toward the bottom of the steps. Chen Yang, I challenge you. As Chen Yang passed by Lin Xian, the latter glared at him and issued the challenge. You won. Chen Yang tossed the words casually before walking towards Xiao Chuxue. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face twisted into a vicious grimace as he grabbed Chen Yang's arm, halting his departure. Chen Yang, you piece of trash. You're backing down now, aren't you? You've provoked my goddess time and again today, and now you dare ignore me? I'm the 5th-ranked person here. What gives you, a lucky-ass nobody who climbed up by sheer luck, the right to look down on me? If you're a real man, fight me fair and square. Lin Xian sought to provoke Chen Yang into a fight, hoping to defeat him and win Xin Sheng's favor. Maybe then Xin Sheng would actually give him a chance. Facing Lin Xian's incessant taunts and insults, he knew this big oaf was deliberately trying to provoke him. But hey, if someone's begging for a beating, it'd be rude not to oblige. Fine. I accept. Shen Yang declared firmly, shaking off Lin Xian's hand and striding confidently to an open space. The crowd nearby, hearing Chen Yang actually accept, immediately thought he'd lost his mind. Couldn't he see such an obvious provocation? Chen Yang, don't let Lin Xian trick you. Not only has he mastered the school's martial arts, but he also wields the thunder blade bestowed by his clan. Quickly apologize to Lin Xian and let him spare you. We still think you have some talent. Don't let this one setback shake your resolve. Lin Xian's qi and blood have already reached 180. He's about to break through the 200 mark and enter the second-tier martial artist realm. Everyone urged Chen Yang in turn. Earlier, whether in punching power or pressure resistance, Chen Yang had displayed astonishing talent. Thus, they all recognized his physical prowess to some degree. However, martial arts cultivation and combat strength were entirely different matters. The two couldn't be compared. Chen Yang, a man must keep his word. Only such a man is worthy of me. It's just Lin Xian, right? You were so arrogant earlier, you must not be afraid, right? Xin Shang, watching the others persuade him, feared Chen Yang might change his mind and quickly added fuel to the fire. Unmoved by these words, Chen Yang stood alone in the clearing, his posture straight and his expression calm. Chen Yang, are you ready? I won't be responsible if I send you to the hospital. Lin Xian spoke again. Chen Yang smiled faintly at the words. Go ahead. As the words fell, Lin Xian drew his thunderblade, his blood energy surging violently as he channeled a massive amount of it into the blade's edge. Slash! Lin Xian roared, unleashing a furious crimson energy that surged toward Chen Yang. Everyone watched the devastating blow land, holding their breath for Chen Yang. But what Chen Yang did next left them utterly dumbfounded, utterly bewildered. Instead of dodging as they expected, he stood perfectly still. Chapter 13, Unscathed instant kill of Lin Xian. Facing Lin Xian's most powerful strike, Chen Yang didn't think to dodge, because speed alone wasn't the best solution. Dodging wasn't the best solution. Instead, Chen Yang clenched his fist, channeling his power, and slammed it directly into the energy blast. An instant explosion erupted, sending dust flying everywhere. Chen Yang, you didn't even dodge. You're a real man. But you've still lost. I'll let you off today. If you dare provoke my goddess again, it won't be so simple. Lin Xian was certain Chen Yang couldn't have withstood his full power strike and must be lying unconscious on the ground by now. What's the rush? I haven't even started yet. Just as everyone thought Chen Yang was finished, a voice rang out from the dust cloud. The dust dispersed. Chen Yang stood unscathed, radiating heroic vigor. How is that possible? Chen Yang is unharmed? That was Lin Xian's full power strike? Even Luo Hua wouldn't dare take that head on. How is that even possible? Holy crap, is he even human? Several onlookers were utterly dumbfounded by Chen Yang's display. This was the same useless nobody had ever heard of before. In just a day or two, he effortlessly withstood Lin Xian's full power strike? Had he been hiding his strength all along? How is this possible? Is this really the useless Chen Yang I know, the one who used to follow me around all the time? What the hell is going on? Countless questions flooded Xin Shang's mind before he shouted at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, come on then. Didn't you say you could take on 10 opponents? If you beat Chen Yang, I'll agree to your challenge. Xin Shang had thrown caution to the wind. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he looked at Xin Shang and smiled. Xin Shang, I'm going to win. Chen Yang, I was willing to give you a chance, but you've proven yourself incapable. Don't blame me now. For Xin Shang's sake, you must lose today. Though stunned that Chen Yang could withstand his full power strike, Lin Xian resolved to go all out for Xin Shang's sake. He then produced a top-grade Qi blood pill. This type of pill could temporarily boost blood energy and enhance combat prowess with minimal side effects. However, it was also extremely expensive. A single top-grade Qi blood pill cost a staggering 500,000 Dragon Nation coins. This time, Lin Xian was truly going all out. The instant he swallowed the pill, his vital energy surged violently, stirring the very air around him. With a forceful rip, he tore open his upper garment, revealing bulging muscles like a raging bull. The crowd watched in shock as Lin Xian, with utter shamelessness, swallowed the Qi blood pill right in front of Chen Yang without the slightest pretense. Lin Xian, how shameless can you be? How dare you take a Qi blood pill when you're ranked 5th? Isn't this unfair? Some voices mocked Lin Xian. Seeing this, Xiao Chuxue immediately stepped beside Chen Yang. Chen Yang, stop fighting. With me here, he won't dare touch you. Rest assured, you saved me, I won't abandon you. Xiao Chuxue didn't think twice. Given Lin Xian's current burst of power, even she who was just a step away from reaching the peak of second-tier martial artist would struggle against him. Let alone Chen Yang, who appeared to be only at the peak of the martial trainee stage. There was no chance of victory, and besides, the opponent was already high on drugs. There was no point in fighting. Is this your way of caring about me? Chen Yang gazed at Xiao Chuxue before him. Her stunningly beautiful face was hard to resist. No. I just don't want to see you get beaten up. Xiao Chuxue hurriedly protested, her ears already flushing red. Ahem. I see. Go back. He's not even worthy. I'll be fine. If you really want to show concern, I recall its black stockings. Chen Yang chimed in with a hint of mischief. Hearing this, Xia Chushua's face flushed bright red. She glared at Chen Yang angrily before stomping off. Chen Yang's cheeky expression made Xia Chushua feel an urge to punch him. After Xia Chushua left, Chen Yang's smile instantly froze. He stared coldly at Lin Xian, whose blood pressure was skyrocketing. Chen Yang, get ready for a hospital stay. Don't worry, my family's got the cash to cover your medical bills. Ha ha. Lin Xian wore an amused grin as he studied the unremarkable Chen Yang before him. Demon subduing palm. Lin Xian roared, summoning a palm strike the size of an adult before him. Take this. With that, it hurtled toward Chen Yang. Clearly, Lin Xian's demon subduing palm hadn't reached perfection yet, but bolstered by the Qi blood pill, its power was no joke. Seeing this, Chen Yang unleashed his own demon subduing palm. The two palms collided mid-air, exploding in a violent clash between them. Simultaneously, Chen Yang planted his back foot, propelling himself closer to Lin Xian. His fist clenched tightly as he gathered all his strength. A vicious uppercut struck Lin Xian before he could react, knocking out teeth, spilling blood from his mouth, and sending him flying backward through the air. Before Lin Xian could land, Chen Yang delivered another punch, sending him flying through the air straight toward Xincheng, where he coughed up blood in great gulps. It happened so suddenly, no one saw it coming. That was it? Chen Yang actually used brute force to defeat Lin Xian, employing martial techniques to buy himself time to close in. His mastery of martial arts and control over his entire body's strength is simply incredible. Ha ha, Lin Xian had me laughing my ass off. He swallowed the Qi blood pill and didn't even scratch the guy. Wasted $500,000 for nothing and got beaten up in the process. Why didn't you just give it to Chen Yang instead? The crowd chattered away, some even mercilessly mocking Lin Xian. Collapsed before Xincheng, Lin Xian felt his head buzzing and a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Useless, useless. This infuriates me. Xincheng stared at Lin Xian, beaten to a pulp by Qin Yang for her sake. Instead of feeling the slightest pity, she hurled merciless curses at him. She stomped her foot hard and walked away from Lin Xian. She hadn't expected Chen Yang to defeat even a weakened Lin Xian like this, making her feel increasingly that Chen Yang was slipping beyond her control. Chen Yang paid no heed to their words, instead walking slowly over to Xia Chushua, who stood frozen in place. Xia Chushua was genuinely stunned by Chen Yang. Was this really the same boy she had encouraged out of kindness just days ago, the one with a mere 50 Qi blood points who had been expelled by their homeroom teacher? She couldn't fathom what had happened to Chen Yang in just 2 days. She had thought surviving the shadow beast was already absurd enough, but Chen Yang's recent actions had truly overwhelmed her. For a moment, she didn't know how to view Chen Yang anymore. Was he a prodigy? Or steel-tempered by fire? What's wrong? Didn't scare you, did it? I'm usually quite composed. This time was an exception. He really got under my skin. Chen Yang watched the Ice Queen speak slowly, his eyes not even flinching. Xia Chushue? Were you like this during dinner yesterday too? Oh. Xia Chushue said nothing, instinctively taking a few steps back as Chen Yang leaned closer. Seeing this, Chen Yang stopped teasing Xia Chushue and shifted his gaze just in time to spot a student in a different school uniform approaching. He walked straight toward Luo Hua, holding flowers in his hand. Second high? Chapter 14, Yang Hong from number 2 high school comes to confess his feelings to Luo Hua. Glancing at their uniforms, Chen Yang instantly recognized which school they belonged to. There were only 3 top martial arts high schools in Donghai. Besides number 3 high, there was number 1 high and number 2 high. Among them, first high had the strongest overall strength, second high was second, and third high was at the bottom. These individuals were wearing the second high school uniform. As for who they were, Chen Yang didn't recognize them and didn't care. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Is that Yang Hong ranked second at number 2 high school? What's he doing here? Isn't number 2 high school getting a bit too cocky? This is my 3rd high school, after all. How dare they barge in so brazenly? What do you know? His dad is Yang Wuwen, the second in command of the Donghai Defense Forces. People beside Chen Yang whispered about the man from number 2 high school holding flowers. But Chen Yang remained unconcerned, instead turning his head to look at Xia Chushue. Luo Hua. Will you be my girlfriend? Today I turned 18 and became the 2nd ranked student at second high. I truly like you. We've known each other since childhood. You know how I've always felt about you, right? Yang Hong spoke to Luo Hua with sincere expression, his words measured and deliberate. Their fathers were close friends and often collaborated on projects for Donghai, so naturally, the two girls became friends too. Having played together since childhood, Yang Hong had always harbored feelings for Luo Hua. Yang Hong. I think we're perfectly fine as friends. Dating isn't what I want. What you need to focus on now is cultivating diligently. I'm sorry, I can't agree to this. Luo Hua hesitated, her adorable expression betraying a hint of hurt, yet she remained resolute. She had always seen Yang Hong as a good friend, yet he never gave up. This was the umpteenth time he'd confessed his feelings to her. Even though she'd been serious each time, it wouldn't be long before Yang Hong confessed again. Gradually, Luo Hua had learned to keep her distance. She never expected Yang Hong to show up at school this time. Hearing Luo Hua's words, Yang Hong responded with his usual calm, "I'll keep waiting for you." Truthfully, his visit had two purposes beyond seeking Luo Hua. Secondly, he was here to stir trouble, a task assigned by their principal. That meant coming to gauge their strength, preparing for what lay ahead. In a few days, they would enter the training camp. After that came the college entrance exams, with competitions spanning the entire Donghai city. Martial arts universities would be observing then, so they needed to gauge the strength of other high schools. Especially Third High, as they'd heard it had produced two prodigies, Luo Hua and Xia Chuxue. Luo Hua's strength was clear at best. Yang Hong could only fight her to a draw, and he wouldn't dare pick a fight with her. That left only Xia Chuxue. With this thought, Yang Hong scanned the crowd from Third High. His gaze fell upon a pale-skinned girl, cold as ice, her expression impassive. Though he had never seen her before, Yang Hong was certain she was Xia Chuxue. He walked straight over to her. "You must be Xia Chuxue? Care to spar with me? Don't worry, you're so beautiful, I'll go easy on you and won't hurt you." Yang Hong spoke with a hint of perversion, staring at Xia Chuxue without blinking. If it weren't for his ulterior motives in pursuing Luo Hua, he'd admit he preferred Xia Chuxue's defiant aura. "Sorry, I'm not interested. Please stop staring at me like that." Xia Chuxue spoke coldly, naturally wanting nothing to do with such a man. Forget challenging her, even his mere presence before her made her uncomfortable. Second high school. What kind of skill is bullying girls? At least this is my Third High territory? Does your school not have any girls? The others nearby couldn't stand by any longer. This was clearly someone looking for trouble. Who comes to a sparring match alone, and with such poor manners? Hearing this, Yang Hong immediately turned his head, glaring angrily at the group who had spoken. He always looked down on Third Highest crowd, but never expected them to dare speak to him like this. "What? Got a problem with that? Care to step up? I'll even call the military doctor for you. I guarantee every broken bone will be set perfectly. If you don't have the guts, then get lost. Otherwise, I won't guarantee your safety." Yang Hong spoke sternly, threatening the group. Even if the third middle school teachers were present, they'd have to give him face. That's why Yang Hong could act so brazenly. Hearing this, the others dared not speak further and silently moved aside. They knew they couldn't afford to cross him. If they got beaten up, so be it. There was absolutely no need to make a scene for Xia Chuxue's sake. Watching them retreat with their heads bowed, not daring to breathe loudly, Yang Hong felt a sense of superior satisfaction. Then he glanced at Xia Chuxue and noticed someone still standing beside her. Instantly, he felt his words had been ignored. "Hey, kid? Didn't you hear me? I told you to get lost. Can you just leave? Get the hell out of here now. I'm letting you off the hook today." Yang Hong barked furiously at Chen Yang. Hearing this, Chen Yang replied coldly, "Why don't you show me? Let me see how you plan to get lost." "Chen Yang, don't do this. You can't take him on. Just leave now. He won't dare do anything to me. Step aside first, hurry." Hearing the defiant tone in Chen Yang's voice, Xia Chuxue immediately grabbed his sleeve and pleaded urgently. Chen Yang didn't respond to Xia Chuxue's words, his gaze remaining coldly fixed on Yang Hong, who was acting like a bully backed by authority. Fine. So you guys from Third High aren't all spineless after all. You're one of them, but messing with me was a really dumb move. Too late to back down now? Kneel and apologize? I might let you off." Seeing that not only did the other party refuse to leave, but dared to talk back, Yang Hong instantly flew into a rage. "I accept your challenge. I'm willing to spar with you, but don't touch him. Surely the son of the esteemed Yang Wuan wouldn't be so petty, right?" Seeing Chen Yang in trouble, Xia Chuxue immediately stepped in to accept Yang Hong's challenge, even goading him further. Sure enough, Yang Hong responded with a cold sneer. "Of course. This trash isn't worth my breath. Come on, let's have a proper exchange." Yang Hong rubbed his hands together, his gaze unabashedly fixated on Xia Chushue's chest, his expression growing increasingly perverse. Xia Chuxue, seeing this, hurriedly covered herself, feeling utterly distressed. "You get out of here." Xia Chuxue turned to urge Chen Yang to flee before turning to head toward the nearby stage to spar with Yang Hong. Chen Yang gave a cold laugh, pulling Xia Chuxue back. "Only I can touch my woman. He's asking for it. Go! Beat him to death." Yang Hong roared with rage, ordering his men to kill Chen Yang. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several men nodded in agreement, charging at Chen Yang like starving wolves pouncing on prey. "Wait for me," Chen Yang murmured softly. Chapter 15, Yang Hong's Rage. As the attackers closed in, Chen Yang shielded Xia Chuxue behind him, channeling every ounce of strength into his fists. Just as Chen Yang's fists were about to collide with his attackers, a figure suddenly stepped in front of him. With a swift motion, that figure delivered several sharp slaps. Smack! 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 The crisp sound of palms striking their faces echoed clearly, heard distinctly by everyone present. Yet the victims not only dared not retaliate, they didn't even lift their heads. they could only bow their heads and retreat to the side. For this person was Luo Hua, the childhood sweetheart of their leader, Yang Hong. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they would never dare lay a finger on her. And Yang Hong was right there watching. Luo Hua, what are you doing? Why are you hitting my men? Yang Hong was visibly angered by the assault on his subordinates, but since it was Luo Hua who had struck them, he could only ask why. Yang Hong, I've made it clear to you time and again there's no chance between us. This only makes me want to distance myself from you even more. It's bad enough you showed up at my school out of the blue today. But you actually want to bully a girl? Have you no shame? Get out of my school right now. I don't want to see you. Luo Hua spoke angrily, utterly shocked that Yang Hong would do such a thing. Her feelings for Yang Hong had always been those of childhood companions never crossing the line. Yet Yang Hong had persistently pursued her, leaving her no choice but to find ways to avoid him. Luo Hua, let me explain. It's not what you think. I genuinely wanted to spar. I wasn't bullying a girl. It's all that kid's fault for stirring things up. She agreed to it. If I can't spar with a girl, then can I spar with him instead? Yang Hong's face twisted in frustration as he spoke in a low voice, simultaneously directing his accusation at Chen Yang standing behind Luo Hua. In Yang Hong's mind, he wouldn't let this matter rest until he'd beaten the living daylights out of this tactless fool to vent his anger. Yang Hong, that's enough. I won't let you bully anyone from our school. If you want to spar, take on both of us. If you refuse, then pack up your people and get out of here. Or don't blame me for disowning you. Luo Hua was clearly furious, her pretty face flushed with anger, each word she spoke as cold as ice. She understood clearly now, Yang Hong had come looking for trouble today. But this matter was hers to handle. Naturally, she had to handle it herself. She couldn't let Chen Yang and Xia Chuxue take the blame for her. Besides, as a member of 3rd middle school, protecting her classmates was her duty. She wouldn't back down. Yet Yang Hong twisted Luo Hua's actions. He didn't see Luo Hua protecting her classmates. Instead, he saw her getting angry at him over a boy. Not only that, she stood shielding him from behind, even daring to challenge him to a duel. Luo Hua, how could I possibly spar with you? What if I hurt you? Don't worry, I'll just spar with this kid. I promise not to hurt him. Yang Hong channeled all his inner rage toward Chen Yang. As for Luo Hua, he naturally had every right to be angry. Yang Hong, get lost. Luo Hua was furious, lashing out at Yang Hong. His stubborn and unreasonable behavior made her despise him. Hearing this, Yang Hong laughed bitterly. His suspicions were finally confirmed. So this was why Luo Hua had repeatedly rejected him, all because of this guy. Yang Hong's expression twisted into a grimace as his thoughts solidified. Luo Hua, I never imagined you'd reject me for someone like him. Just look at his shabby appearance, he's clearly a penniless kid. What does he have that I don't? Is he the reason you keep rejecting me? Yang Hong's accusatory tone suddenly turned harsh, causing Luo Hua to stumble backward. Yang Hong pressed closer, step by step. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Yang Hong felt his head buzzing. It turned out Luo Hua had raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to Yang Hong's face. Behind them, Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle, nearly bursting out laughing. Chen Yang first pulled Xia Chuxue aside and reassured her to stay calm. Chen Yang knew this matter wouldn't end peacefully. He didn't start trouble, so he wasn't afraid of it either. You hit me? You actually hit me for him? Luo Hua, mark my words, this isn't over. If he doesn't spar with me, I'll come to your school and cause trouble every single day. Yang Hong stared in shock at the furious Luo Hua, who pointed an accusing finger at Chen Yang beside him. I accept your challenge. Bullying girls is no achievement. Just as Yang Hong pressed forward relentlessly and Luo Hua didn't know what to do, Chen Yang stepped forward, standing behind Luo Hua. His tone was firm as he spoke. This has nothing to do with you. Stay out of it. I can handle this. Seeing Chen Yang step in to speak, Luo Hua pushed past him and spoke up. She knew Yang Hong wouldn't let Chen Yang off easily. Given his family's background, no matter what Chen Yang did today, Yang Hong would retaliate repeatedly. Therefore, she didn't want an ordinary person with no connections whatsoever to get involved. Yang Hong saw the two actually talking and mistakenly believed Luo Hua's words were meant to show concern for Chen Yang. His fists clenched tightly as his eyes locked onto Chen Yang, seething with the urge to beat him senseless right then and there. Very well, very well. I never imagined you had this side to you. Yang Hong's face was icy as he glared at Luo Hua, then turned his gaze to Chen Yang. Kneel down and apologize to me. Stay away from Luo Hua, and I might let you off. Otherwise, with your abilities, I have 1,000 ways to make you die. Hearing Yang Hong's threat, Chen Yang smiled faintly. Oh? I'm actually quite curious to see how you plan to kill me. Chen Yang spoke slowly, without a trace of fear. What's going on? What's going on? All this commotion you lot start causing trouble the moment I step away for a bit. Just as the tension between the two reached a boiling point, Zhang Dahai's voice cut through the air. Zhang Dahai saw a group of people gathered, shouting and arguing, and assumed it was a conflict among classmates. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the second high school uniforms. His immediate thought was that these students had come to provoke a fight. Principal, they insist on sparring with Xiao Chushui. When Chen Yang refused, they demanded to spar with him instead. As Zhang Dahai approached, one of the students spoke up. Hearing this, Zhang Dahai understood the situation. He walked over to Yang Hong and said sternly, "Students, please return to your school. Otherwise, I will call security." Yang Hong smiled faintly. "Teacher, isn't martial arts sparring perfectly normal? Don't you trust your own school's students? Afraid I'll completely destroy them? Ha 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 ha. What a bunch of cowards." Yang Hong looked down his nose at the crowd, not even giving the newly arrived teacher a second glance. Chapter 16, The First Test of Fist Strength. Hearing Yang Hong's words, Chen Yang gave a cold laugh. He wasn't particularly eager to get involved in such matters. But this matter he was determined to handle. Especially since Yang Hong was just asking to be beaten. "Principal, since this student wishes to spar, I think that's fine. I'm willing to spar with him." Chen Yang walked up to Zhang Dahai, who was looking troubled and about to call for backup, and spoke slowly. Zhang Dahai sighed upon hearing this, then glanced at the arrogantly strutting Yang Hong beside him. "Don't let me down. Don't worry," Chen Yang declared firmly, then turned to Yang Hong. "What do you want to compete in? Punching power? Ladder matches? Or the ring?" Yang Hong laughed at the question. No matter what they competed in, he didn't see himself losing. "At least you've got some backbone. Not a coward. If I beat you, you won't mind if I pursue this classmate, right?" Yang Hong spoke casually, as if victory were already assured. He then pointed at Xiao Chushue beside him, flashing a lecherous grin. "Agreed," Chen Yang replied sternly. "Excellent, excellent. To make sure you lose fair and square, since there are 3 events, let's make it best of 3. If you beg me nicely, I might let you win 1 round if I'm in a good mood." Yang Hong looked down on the person standing before him. "Don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Then let's start with the fist strength contest." Chen Yang finished speaking and looked at Zhang Dahai. Soon, several people brought over the fist strength testing equipment. Seeing this, Chen Yang walked over. Yang Hong sneered dismissively and followed suit. When it came to testing fist strength, everyone at 3rd middle school knew Chen Yang would win. After all, across the entire East Sea, the strongest fist strength at this age barely reached 500. Thus, everyone silently accepted it, waiting quietly for Yang Hong to be humiliated. But one person was different: Xin Chang. She couldn't let Chen Yang find 2 more opponents to challenge Yang Hong. Perhaps the only chance Yang Hong had to defeat Chen Yang was on the stage. With that thought, Xin Chang stepped forward decisively. "Classmate, you can't challenge him to a fistfight. You won't win. You'd be better off challenging him on the stage." Xin Chang called out loudly to Yang Hong, who stood not far away. At her words, everyone from 3rd middle school including Zhang Dahai turned their gaze toward Xin Chang. Yang Hong halted in his tracks, turning to face Xin Chang. "You're quite the looker, but thinking that alone will change my mind? You're dreaming." With that, Yang Hong flashed Xin Chang a flirtatious wink. Xin Chang flushed bright red not because of Yang Hong, but because the stares from everyone at 3rd middle school made her feel utterly humiliated. She even felt isolated. With nothing left to say, she retreated to an empty corner. A pang of disappointment washed over her, but whether Yang Hong succeeded or failed suddenly seemed less important. This way, Yang Hong would surely want to kill Yang Hong. Then, with her sabotaging both sides, wouldn't that? At this thought, Xin Chang couldn't help but smile. Her only concern remained Zhao Buchan's injuries. Beside the fist strength testing machine, Zhang Dahai stood as a witness. "Who goes first?" Zhang Dahai looked at the 2 men and spoke slowly. "I'll go first. I heard your school's record is only 400 kilograms. That's barely top 10 at our 2nd high. Your 3rd high really is nothing. Watch closely. I'll show you what our 2nd high's caliber is all about." Yang Hong stepped up to the punch power tester, not missing the chance to mock 3rd high's capabilities. This infuriated Zhang Dahai. If it weren't for Chen Yang, he would have kicked the guy out long ago. While 3rd high strength was indeed inferior to 2nd high's, as a teacher at 3rd high, this wasn't just an insult to the students, it was an insult to him as their teacher. In the martial arts world, strength reigns supreme, which is precisely why even schools are ranked. After speaking, Yang Hong clenched his fist, as large as a sandbag, flexing his arm. Muscles tensed, every line clearly defined. "Go," he roared, clenching his teeth as he slammed his fist into the punch power tester. The moment his fist struck the device, it shook violently like a roly-poly toy, its readings climbing relentlessly. It finally settled at 488 kilograms. Seeing this, Yang Hong smiled with satisfaction. This was over 10 kilograms stronger than his usual reading at his own school. How about that? See what my number 3 middle school's got? Are you ready to concede and move on to the next event, or will you make a last-ditch effort? Yang Hong spread his arms wide, turned to face the crowd from 3rd middle school, then looked at Chen Yang with contemptuous disdain. But his punch didn't have the effect he'd imagined. Instead of looking defeated, downcast, or sighing in despair, the third middle school crowd remained calm. Instead, they remained calm. Though silent, Yang Hong sensed their silent mockery. His pride was instantly shattered. Still pretending? Did you really think he could surpass me? Guess you're giving up now? Over 400 is already significantly higher than your school record. I get it now. You guys are just scared out of your wits. Yang Hong burst into laughter, trying to cover up the awkwardness of their lack of shock. Who told you our school record was 400? That was before? Now our school record is 800. What's so impressive about 400 something? Ha 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 ha. Is that all second highs got? I thought you guys were supposed to be so strong? And you actually dared to come looking for trouble. The third high crowd wasn't about to back down either, chiming in one after another. Hearing third high claim their record was 800, he couldn't possibly believe it. Forget Donghai, no one in the entire country could hit 800 at that level. He thought the third high crowd had lost their minds, fabricating this excuse to cover up their inferiority. They were clearly trying to undermine his upcoming matches. Teacher, just listen to what kind of students you've taught. How dare they be so brazen? How can you possibly show your face in public? No wonder third middle school will always be third middle school, it's full of good-for-nothings. The students are what they are, but the teacher isn't much better. Yang Hong mocked relentlessly. The boss is awesome. The boss is badass. Second high. Second high. Third high is nothing but a bunch of good-for-nothings. Seeing Yang Hong's domineering display, his underlings naturally knew how to play along, immediately joining in the praise. You? Get lost. If you don't get out of here, don't blame me for picking on the weak. You insulted third high. Whoever you are, you're now an enemy of third high. If you don't apologize today, I'll make sure you regret it. Principal, I'll handle this. Chen Yang decisively cut off Zhang Dahai's rant. Apologize to third middle school if you lose. Chen Yang then turned to Yang Hong, who was laughing hysterically nearby, and spoke slowly. Ha ha ha. Apologize? No problem. Ha ha ha. Yang Hong didn't take it seriously at all. Chen Yang then walked over to the punch power testing machine. He mobilized his entire body's strength, his steps steady. He channeled his entire body's strength flawlessly, even surprising Zhang Dahai standing nearby. Such skillful control of bodily energy was something he himself couldn't achieve. He finally began to grasp why Chen Yang could deliver a punch with 800 kilograms of force. Without hesitation, Chen Yang unleashed a punch. The testing machine shook violently and slid backwards significantly. Chapter 17, A single punch destroys the punching power tester? Everyone present held their breath, all eyes fixed on the punch power tester. The power reading surged upward, skyrocketing to 450 before suddenly freezing. It remained stubbornly at 450, refusing to climb even a fraction further. No wonder everyone looked disappointed. Suddenly, black smoke billowed from the device. Right before their eyes, it disintegrated into parts, with screws flying everywhere. Holy crap! This device can withstand up to 900 kilograms of force. It just got destroyed? Could Chen Yang's punch power have increased again? Is he even human? Everyone from third middle school was stunned. Even Shin Qing forgot to mock him, her eyes wide as saucers. Yang Hong stood frozen in place, utterly disbelieving. Ha 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 ha. Good lad, you're truly a prodigy. Too bad about that punch power tester. Zhang Dahai excitedly slapped Chen Yang on the shoulder, his grin revealing his prominent front teeth, a stark contrast to his usual stern demeanor. Chen Yang scratched his head awkwardly at the remark. Sorry, director. I couldn't hold back in time. Surely I don't have to pay for this? Chen Yang couldn't afford to replace the thing, it would cost at least several 100,000 yuan. If he had to pay for it, that would be a huge problem. Compensate? This machine broke down due to years of neglect. It's not your fault. What does it have to do with you, Chen Yang? I'll report this to the principal. Zhang Dahai, feigning ignorance, spoke slowly, his smile not wavering in the slightest. The equipment malfunctioned. You guys from number 3 high think you won. But the final reading was 150 kilograms lower than mine. If anyone wins, it's my third middle school. I was wondering why you all seemed so calm. Turns out you had your excuses ready. What a bunch of losers. Yang Hong simply couldn't believe that the man named Chen Yang before him could genuinely shatter the punch power testing machine with a single punch. It must be because third middle school rigged the device, using this as an excuse to make their defeat less humiliating. You lot, go to the warehouse and fetch a brand new punch power tester. Make sure it's still sealed. Otherwise, some people will accuse us of rigging it again. Hey, buddy, maybe you should get someone to watch it. Ha ha ha. Zhang Dahai glanced at Yang Hong, who stubbornly refused to admit defeat, and didn't bother arguing further. He simply ordered someone to fetch the equipment. Not necessary. Yang Hong snorted coldly, turning his head to look at Luo Hua. But the moment his gaze met hers, he noticed Luo Hua's eyes were fixed on Chen Yang. I'll make sure you know I'm 1,000 times better than that worthless Chen Yang, both in strength and background. Neither can be compared to this worthless piece of trash. Yang Hong muttered under his breath, his expression turning vicious. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, meeting the stares from the third high crowd, calmly waved at them. He remained completely unfazed. Originally, he'd only intended to make Yang Hong's defeat a little less humiliating. It seemed he'd have to make it more degrading. Soon, the punch power testing machine was brought over. Its packaging, manufacturer's serial number, and other details all indicated it was brand new. Ahem. Would you like to inspect it? No need. Before Zhang Dahai could finish, Yang Hong cut him off. He knew the teacher was mocking him. This time, with a brand new machine, he wanted to see what tricks Chen Yang and third middle school had left up their sleeves. Hearing this, Zhang Dahai waved his hand. The packaging was quickly torn open, revealing a brand new punch force testing device. Why don't you give it another try, young man? Maybe your punch power will be even higher this time? Just in case you're not convinced later. Zhang Dahai was relentless when he had the upper hand. Chen Yang, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle wryly. This director sure has a way with words. Director, could you find a few people to hold the back of the punch force tester steady? Chen Yang spoke slowly. Question mark. What's this for? Zhang Dahai asked in confusion. What is Chen Yang up to? No idea. The entire third middle school group couldn't make sense of Chen Yang's intentions. Director, trust me. Chen Yang declared firmly. You hold it steady. Hearing this, Zhang Dahai said nothing, merely instructing several martial arts practitioners serving as sparring partners to step forward and brace against the punch force testing machine. Seeing this, Yang Hong shot a dismissive glance their way, unconcerned. He didn't believe that a few people holding back could possibly generate any significant punch power. This time, Chen Yang didn't build up power or make any preparatory movements. He simply raised his fist and pressed it against the punch power testing machine. Everyone watching was stunned. Chen Yang, what are you doing? This concerns the school's honor. You can't just do whatever you want. Zhang Dahai, seeing Chen Yang's casual approach, hurriedly tried to dissuade him. The onlookers beside him frowned deeply, squinting as they tried to watch yet dared not look. If Chen Yang had been preparing, they wouldn't have worried. But clearly, Chen Yang had no preparation whatsoever. He merely held his fist lightly against the punch power testing machine. Without a word of explanation, he pressed his fist against the device and suddenly exerted all his strength. Yes, Chen Yang intended to forcefully generate enough power to surpass Yang Hong's. But how difficult was that? Without any assistance, how could he possibly generate record-breaking force? Clearly, no one believed it could be done. The crowd from third middle school began to look disappointed. The moment the punch's force erupted, those holding the punch force testing device distinctly felt the immense power. Each of them braced themselves with all their might. Gone was the carelessness of the beginning. The punch power reading steadily climbed under the disbelieving stares of the crowd. 300? 400? 450? 482? Why is the increase slowing down? Hang in there, Chen Yang. Don't give up. Go Chen Yang, you can do it. Kid, hang in there, otherwise we'll have to pay for the equipment. Everyone watched the number steadily climb until it reached 482, just 7 points shy of surpassing Yang Hong's 488. Everyone clenched their fists, more tense than Chen Yang himself, holding their breath in anticipation. Yang Hong, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of panic. Yet he managed a faint smile. Don't push yourself anymore. Even if you're just a few points short, you'll never surpass me. Give up now and spare yourself the physical damage. Don't pretend to be strong when you're not. Ha ha ha. Yang Hong taunted relentlessly, deliberately choosing words designed to unsettle Chen Yang. To be honest, given the way Chen Yang threw that punch, Yang Hong was starting to doubt the conclusion that the instrument had actually been damaged. Chen Yang smiled faintly and exerted himself once more. This time, his punch registered a force of 488 kilograms. The crowd erupted with excitement, waving their arms and cheering wildly. Chen Yang, you're almost there. Go for it. Chen Yang, you can do it. Even Xia Chuxue stood up, her voice rising in encouragement, a far cry from the aloof school beauty she usually was. Meanwhile, Yang Hong's brow furrowed as his heartbeat quickened. Chapter 18, Nothing special, just practice makes perfect? As Yang Hong's heartbeat quickened, the reading on the punch power tester crept up another notch the next second. Finally, it settled at 489 kilograms. Seeing this, Yang Hong felt the world spinning, completely overwhelmed. How is this possible? What's going on? How did he surpass me using this method? This humiliating defeat cannot be allowed to happen. Yang Hong's face was etched with disbelief as he muttered incoherently. Chen Yang, go for it. Widen the gap a bit. You can do it. The third middle school crowd urged Chen Yang to keep pushing his punch power higher. After all, who knew if Yang Hong might suddenly change his mind and demand a rematch? After all, it was only a slight margin. It felt rather unreliable. Chen Yang smiled faintly at their words, immediately releasing his fist. The punch power reading finally settled at 489 kilograms, just barely surpassing Yang Hong's 488 kilograms. Chen Yang acted this way because he was utterly confident that no matter how many punches Yang Hong threw, he couldn't surpass 488 kilograms. He'd likely only manage the bare minimum. He could tell from Yang Hong's exertion that the man didn't know how to properly channel his strength. His first strike had already pushed Yang Hong, someone incapable of maximizing his strength to his absolute limit. There was no possibility of further improvement unless he could instantly master the technique of force modulation. But that was impossible. Not only was Yang Hong incapable of it, but no one in the entire East Sea possessed Chen Yang's mastery of maximizing power. Seeing Chen Yang stop so abruptly, and even smiling, the crowd was stunned. For a moment, the crowd could only hope Yang Hong wouldn't change his mind and demand a rematch. Otherwise, this victory they thought was theirs would surely become a laughingstock. True to their fears, just as the crowd was praying, a voice rang out, freezing everyone in their tracks. That doesn't count. The machine has been replaced. For fairness, I must play again. That machine was faulty to begin with. It definitely lowered my score significantly. Yang Hong snapped back to his senses, stubbornly refusing to concede defeat. After all, he was the second-ranked student at the prestigious second high school, had come here seeking a duel himself, and his father held the second highest position in the Eastern Naval Command. Losing to someone like Chen Yang, and nobody with no background or reputation, would be like having someone on his head. He couldn't possibly accept that. Hearing this, the third high crowd grew furious. Yang Hong, have you finished making a scene? How could Uncle Yang raise such a shameless person? A loss is a loss. Be a man about it, don't make me despise you. Luo Hua couldn't bear to watch any longer. She stepped forward and unleashed a torrent of scathing criticism at Yang Hong. When Zhang Dahai arrived, Luo Hua had thought, fine, let them spar. With the teacher here, nothing out of line should happen. But she never expected Yang Hong to repeatedly resort to dirty tricks. She certainly wasn't going to tolerate it. Ha ha ha. Luo Hua, I truly never imagined you'd keep targeting me and insulting me just for someone like him? Does that mean all the affection I've shown you since childhood pales in comparison to this guy? And what I said was wrong. If you weren't cheating, could any of you from third high really beat second high second place team? Who would believe that? Yang Hong burst into laughter upon hearing Luo Hua confront him once more. Yet beneath the maniacal cackle lay a murderous intent directed solely at Chen Yang. He never imagined his childhood sweetheart could be overshadowed by a complete nobody. Yang Hong. Shameless. Get out of third high immediately. Or don't blame me for being rude. Even Zhang Dahai spoke up to drive Yang Hong away. Principal, give him one more chance. So people won't go around saying third middle school didn't give him a chance. Just as everyone was driving Yang Hong away, Chen Yang spoke up, his voice calm. Not a trace of fear or hesitation crossed his face. Hearing this, the crowd froze in shock. Chen Yang? Have you lost your mind? What if he scores higher than you this time? Zhang Dahai pulled Chen Yang aside and whispered. Director, trust me, there's no way he can surpass me. If he does, I'll gladly accept the school's punishment. Chen Yang spoke with unwavering resolve, his eyes radiating unparalleled confidence. You? Fine. Zhang Dahai hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. I'll give you one chance. He then turned to Yang Hong and said helplessly. Yang Hong smirked at the words, then strode confidently toward the punch power testing machine. Though outwardly composed, he felt uncertain inside. 488 kilograms was already his personal best, and he wasn't sure if he could surpass that mark. But he couldn't just accept defeat willingly. Perhaps his physical strength had improved since last time. With that thought, Yang Hong smiled and assumed the same stance as before. He unleashed a punch, causing the testing machine to tremble once more. The reading shot up rapidly, soaring past 400. At that moment, everyone from third middle school held their breath, eyes fixed on the display, afraid to blink lest the next second saw the number surge past Chen Yang's record. 470. 475. The crowd gasped as the number drew ever closer. It stopped? We won? 480 kilograms? Great! Now see if you have any excuses left. Seeing the number stop, everyone cheered and breathed a sigh of relief. How is that possible? Why did we fall just short? It must be because I wasn't prepared. Let's try again. Yang Hong was unwilling to accept defeat. It was so close he was certain his lack of preparation was to blame. Before anyone could react, Yang Hong gathered his strength once more and unleashed another powerful punch. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Ha! Only 450 kilograms? Ha 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 ha! That's hilarious! Yang Hong, you've lost. Don't even try. The tension that had gripped the crowd vanished with Yang Hong's 450 kilograms display. I must have been too eager. Third time's the charm. One more go. Ignoring the outside chatter, Yang Hong charged forward once more. 449 kilograms? Why is this happening? Why? Did I actually lose? Yang Hong roared in fury upon seeing the third attempt register only 449 kilograms. He refused to accept this outcome. How could he lose to some nobody from third middle school? How could he possibly show his face at second high school now? What excuse could he possibly offer Gu Wohan? As second high's top student, with a father who headed the Eastern Naval Command, Gu Wohan towered over Yang Hong in both background and strength. The realization crushed Yang Hong. He collapsed to the ground, slumped over, clutching his head. You've got some nerve, kid. How did you know he couldn't surpass you? Zhang Dahai watched the scene unfold, feeling utterly satisfied. He turned to Chen Yang, who looked completely unfazed, and asked. For him? Just practice makes perfect. Zhang Dahai? Chapter 19, Chen Yang, if you're number one, what does that make me? Hearing Chen Yang's nonsensical remark, Zhang Dahai rolled his eyes at him, but winning was all that mattered. Boss, this is just the first game. You'll definitely win the next 2 rounds. You pick the ladder mode. Boss, don't you always train in the gravity chamber? Besides, this is one of your stronger rounds. Gu Wuhan's ladder test is actually 1 level easier than yours. With your 18 tier strength, you'll definitely be fine. Seeing Yang Hong collapse on the floor, several underlings hurriedly helped him up, not forgetting to cheer him on and offer strategies. You're right. On the ladder, I, Yang Hong, fear no one. Yang Hong spoke slowly, his earlier disappointment swept away, replaced by extreme confidence. I lost the first round, but you won't get another chance. I'm certain to win the next 2 rounds. My next choice is the ladder. Yang Hong stood tall, his words firm as he addressed Chen Yang and the 3rd middle school group. Agreed. Chen Yang murmured his agreement. The 3rd middle school team remained silent in tacit agreement. Ladder? With Chen Yang's demonic talent, victory was assured. There wouldn't even be a 3rd game. Don't fall for it? You can't beat him on the ladder. As the silence hung heavy, Xin Chang, who had remained quiet for so long, could no longer hold back. Seeing Yang Hong charging headlong into Chen Yang's strongest event, she finally spoke up to dissuade him. Seeing just how formidable Chen Yang was, she felt furious and utterly unwilling to accept it. Xin Chang, are you still part of 3rd middle school? You're turning your back on us. Do you think I won't have the principal revoke your training camp eligibility? Hearing Xin Chang repeatedly warn Yang Hong, Zhang Dahai shot her a stern look and snapped. Exactly. What good is being pretty? She's a traitor. She was only outmatched by Luo Hua and Xiao Chushua in ability. Turns out she's morally bankrupt too, and she's not even as pretty as them. Meanwhile, some from 3rd High joined in mocking Xin Chang. You guys? Silenced by the barrage of insults, Xin Chang could only pretend to be mute and fall silent. Chen Yang watched the scene unfold, amused. Was this what they meant by reaping what you sow? Serves him right. Chen Yang, admit defeat. Don't think I'll switch events just because you guys from 3rd High put on a show. This must be your weakest event, right? Well, that's unfortunate. It happens to be my strongest. You can choose to concede now, then wait to get beaten up by me on the stage later. The two stood before the ladder. Zhang Dahai activated the ladder trial, while Yang Hong assumed this was another ploy by the 3rd High crew to confuse him. He had defeated Gu Wuhan to claim the ladder's top spot. Dealing with Chen Yang would be a piece of cake. Oh? Is that so? Chen Yang spoke, somewhat speechless. He hadn't expected Yang Hong's paranoia to be this severe. He and Xin Chang really were a perfect match. Hearing this, Yang Hong gave a cold laugh. Without further ado, he stepped onto the first stair. Undeterred, he charged straight to the 10th step in one breath. Turning his head, he found no one behind him. Under normal circumstances, they should be at the 7th or 8th step by now. Judging by Chen Yang's weakness in climbing, the others should have been around the 5th step. But no one was there. Due to gravity, Yang Hong had kept his head down the entire time, completely unaware that Chen Yang was above him. Watching Yang Hong search for him, Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Looking for me? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Hearing this, Yang Hong abruptly looked up and saw Chen Yang standing above him. You? What's there to be so smug about? Though startled, Yang Hong still put on an air of nonchalance. Then came the climb. Yang Hong struggled up each step, while Chen Yang surpassed him by 1 step each time. Unlike Yang Hong, who was struggling and sweating profusely, Chen Yang moved as if walking on level ground. Not a hint of strain. The 3rd middle school crowd chuckled quietly. Recalling how Chen Yang had just overtaken them, it didn't seem so painful anymore. Even Xiao Chushue and Luo Hua both fixed their gazes on this suddenly rising youth. Both were pondering the same question: just how far could Chen Yang go? What other astonishing feats might he still achieve? Neither knew the answer, but the question lingered in their minds. Zhang Dahai watched Chen Yang toy with Yang Hong, shaking his head helplessly with a wry smile. This child, so highly regarded by the principal, was likely far more than met the eye. By the 13th step, Yang Hong was drenched in sweat. His thick hair clung to his forehead, his body bent over, and his face flushed crimson. Is that all you've got? Isn't this you at your strongest and me at my weakest? Seeing Yang Hong's pitiful state, Chen Yang's words came out effortlessly. Though he too looked strained, he appeared 100 times better than Yang Hong. You? What are you gloating about? I've barely started warming up. My explosive power is beyond your wildest imagination. Damn it! Yan Hong remained stubborn, letting out a furious shout as he held his breath and pushed through to the 17th step.
Can't keep going, huh?
Yan Hong had exerted himself too fiercely, his head now pounding with dizziness.
He glared down at Chen Yang, still stuck on the 14th step, and sneered. Hearing this, Chen Yang gave a helpless smile. Then step by step. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yang reached the 17th step. Watching Yang Hong, panting heavily and on the verge of collapse, he spoke slowly, after you. Chen Yang gestured toward the higher steps above, inviting Yang Hong to proceed first. Oof. Fine, I'll go. Yang Hong's legs trembled, but faced with Chen Yang's provocation, he couldn't admit defeat.
With extraordinary effort, he lifted his right foot upward. The immense pressure nearly bent his waist at a right angle. By the 18th step, Yang Hong spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body on the verge of collapse.
You can't.
Yet he remained stubbornly defiant. Seeing this, Chen Yang decided not to waste any more time. He advanced directly to the 20th step, sweat beading on his forehead, his legs trembling slightly. Yet his expression remained calm as he stared at Yang Hong.
You can't do it. Hearing this, Yang Hong was enraged and spat out another mouthful of blood before fainting completely.
He tumbled down the steps. His henchmen watched in horror, and Zhang Dahai relaxed his pressure.
Yang Hong's henchman finally helped him up.
You lost.
Get him out of here. And don't let me see any of you around here again. Zhang Dahai declared with authority, addressing the group.
Yes, yes. The men replied in unison, avoiding eye contact as they hurriedly fled, carrying Yang Hong on their backs. Seeing this, Xia Chushua hurried up the steps and helped Shen Yang, who was sitting down, to his feet.
Are you okay?
Xia Chushua asked with genuine concern, her fair face etched with worry.
I'm fine. Tonight, I'd like sweet and sour spare ribs. Chen Yang replied with a grin.
Seeing this, Xia Chushua decisively let go of Chen Yang, offered no reply, and turned to leave. Chen Yang smiled slightly at the sight.
Way to go, Chen Yang.
You really stood up for us third high.
Exactly. Let's see how arrogant those second high school kids can be now. Third high isn't some pushover anyone can bully. Chen Yang's victory successfully ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Alright. I have an announcement to make. This is important.
Zhang Dahai spoke solemnly, summoning everyone before him.
Chapter 20, F-Rank Domain Martial Art, the Star-Sucking Technique?
Hearing Zhang Dahai's voice, the group gradually snapped out of their excitement. Soon, they all gathered before him. Each of them was eager to know what this important matter could be.
Director! What's so important? Hurry up and tell us. Someone couldn't wait to shout out. Hearing this, Zhang Dahai laughed, ha ha. This is good news.
The principal has decided to let you all go to the martial arts hall to select a martial art. You all have the chance to obtain martial arts ranging from F to SSS rank or even higher, God tier techniques.
It all depends on your luck. Go on, children.
After claiming your martial arts techniques, class is dismissed for today.
We'll continue tomorrow.
Zhang Dahai smiled as he shared the news with everyone. Originally, this activity was scheduled for later, but the principal moved up the selection day to better prepare for the upcoming battle. Simply to allow everyone to become more familiar with the martial arts techniques they could obtain.
Great. I'd better hurry over. Come on, let's go. Hearing this, everyone was thrilled.
Without waiting for Zhang Dahai to say another word, they dashed toward the martial arts hall. Chen Yang followed suit, heading to the martial arts hall alongside Xia Chushue.
Third middle school, principal's office. Knock knock knock. Come in.
Principal Lu Ran, busy in his office, heard the knock and called out. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the door swung open. A middle-aged man, sporting a full beard and exuding masculine charm, entered slowly. He was Wu Chang, the owner of the Hunting Martial Arts Hall. He had come here specifically to find Chen Yang, though he didn't know the student's name or any specific details about him. He only had a blurry video clip and knew the boy attended 3rd middle school, which is why he sought out Principal Lu Ran. Lu Ran looked up and recognized Wu Chang, one of the few 4th-tier martial masters in Donghai. Lu Ran hurriedly stood up. Such a powerful martial artist wasn't someone he could meet whenever he pleased, so seeing him actually come was quite unexpected.
Lu Ran couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement.
Smiling, he said, "Honored by your presence, Master Wu.
My apologies for not greeting you properly. No need for formalities. I've come seeking your assistance with a matter."
Wu Chang cut straight to the point, showing no courtesy whatsoever.
"Master Wu, please tell me what you need. If it's something I can assist with, I'll certainly do my utmost." Lu Ran spoke with conviction.
If he could establish a strong connection with Wu Chang, it would open up another excellent path for his students.
This was precisely what Lu Ran hoped to see.
Regardless of whether they passed the martial arts university entrance exam, some would enter the martial arts academy for training or to earn a living.
"This person is from your school, right? Help me find him. I need to speak with him."
Wu Chang, seeing the other party had spoken so plainly, didn't beat around the bush. He handed the video directly to Lu Ran. Taking the tape, Lu Ran initially dismissed it as trivial, assuming it was just some minor matter. Though the footage was somewhat blurry, he clearly saw a youth using his own body to block the shadow beast's attack. When he focused his eyes and made out the youth's features, Lu Ran recognized him instantly. It was Chen Yang, the student he'd made an exception for in the training camp and held high hopes for. It was him? How could this be? Could it be that he hadn't shown his full strength that day? Lu Ran felt a chill run down his spine as his mind spiraled into a whirlwind of thoughts. Wu Chang, standing nearby, naturally noticed Lu Ran's unusual state and knew he must recognize this student. Principal Lu. Principal Lu? You know him? Where is he? Wu Chang asked, his expression grave. Ah. I know him. His name is Chen Yang. He's one of our 10 training camp members. Wait, is this really Chen Yang? Lu Ran snapped back to reality and blurted out, though he still found it hard to believe, prompting him to ask. Where is he? I need to see him immediately. Wu Chang spoke solemnly, determined to locate Chen Yang immediately and ideally recruit him on the spot. He didn't want such a rare talent snatched up by another martial arts academy. He should be at the martial arts hall collecting martial arts techniques right now. Lu Ran spoke hesitantly, unsure of his guess. Lead the way. Wu Chang spoke slowly. Right. Lu Ran replied respectfully before leading Wu Chang toward the martial arts hall. He wasn't quite sure, was Wu Chang here to cause trouble for Chen Yang? Or was he planning to recruit him? Though it seemed more like recruitment, he couldn't fathom the minds of these powerful figures. Before long, the two arrived at the martial arts hall. Besides a group of students, Zhang Dahai was also present, but Chen Yang was nowhere to be seen. Principal. What brings you here? Is that the martial arts hall master? Zhang Dahai asked, his voice tinged with alarm. Where's Chen Yang? I'll find him immediately. Lu Ran urgently demanded. Principal, Chen Yang just went inside to practice martial arts. He'll be out soon. Should I go in now and call him out? Zhang Dahai asked tentatively. No need. Wait a moment. Wu Chang interjected. At that moment, inside the martial arts hall, there really are quite a few good things here. If only I could get a god-tier martial skill. Ahem, I suppose I'd reluctantly accept it then. Inside the martial arts hall, Chen Yang gazed at the array of martial arts techniques, his voice tinged with reverie. His words were overheard by the elderly caretaker of the martial arts hall. Young man. What are you daydreaming about in broad daylight? Divine tier techniques? We don't even have SS tier ones in a small place like this. The old man spoke with a hint of exasperation, silently cursing under his breath. It must be that Zhang Dahai, bragging again. If you had a god tier skill, why wouldn't you use it? All you do is fool kids. Chen Yang froze. Ha? Didn't you say you had one? You've been tricked. Hurry up and pick one. I'm about to clock out. The old man urged him. Chen Yang was speechless. The entire first floor was filled with FAB grade items, and there were plenty of them. Shaking his head, Chen Yang bypassed the middle 5 levels entirely and headed straight for the top floor. He figured the best stuff should be at the top. But upon reaching the top floor, he was stunned. F-grade piercing? F-grade flying kick? F-grade health preservation sword technique? Holy crap! Is this even a normal martial arts hall? Are you sure this isn't for old folks practicing square dancing? Chen Yang muttered in disbelief. He'd looked through most of them, and they were all F rank. And none of them looked remotely like martial arts techniques. Chen Yang sighed and decided to check out the next 5 floors below. Otherwise, if he waited for the old man to finish his shift, he'd be locked inside. How else would he get to eat Xia Chushua's sweet and sour spare ribs? Just as he was about to descend, his gaze swept over something that caught his interest. Star-sucking technique? The name alone hinted at something special. He stepped closer. F rank? And a domain martial skill? After all, domains were generally only comprehensible to martial artists of 6th tier strength or higher. He'd never even heard of a domain skill. Even if it was a domain martial skill, who would dare use an F rank one? Chapter 21, The Hunter Martial Arts Academy. Staring at the martial skill in his hand, Chen Yang could only let out a helpless, bitter laugh. Make your choice and hurry up. I'm closing up. This one's pretty good. This one's great. You've got an eye for these, kid. This one's truly god tier. Just as Chen Yang was about to put down this F-grade martial skill to explore other floors, the elderly guardian of the martial skill pavilion grew impatient to finish his shift. Seeing Chen Yang hadn't come down yet, he went up to find him and happened to spot the weapon in Chen Yang's hand. He immediately handed the martial art to Chen Yang, then pushed him toward the exit. Wait, no. Senior, I haven't made my choice yet. Could you give me a few more minutes? Chen Yang was being pushed along, feeling even more helpless. He urgently opened his mouth, hoping the old man would give him a little more time. Come on. Punctuality is my principle. Besides, didn't you already choose martial arts? That one's perfectly fine, ahem. The old man was even more impatient than Chen Yang, paying no heed to whether he had made his choice. But he hadn't lied to Chen Yang, it truly was a god-tier martial skill.
Only, it was so incomplete it was practically useless. To say it was unrecognizable would be an understatement. It was utterly worthless. But he couldn't be bothered with such details. Clock punching was non-negotiable, and martial arts techniques weren't limited to a single claim. He'd just compensate the kid next time, no big deal.
And with that, he gave Chen Yang no chance whatsoever, shoving him out the door without hesitation. Locked the door, turned to greet the principal, and walked away all in one fluid motion, without a hint of hesitation. Chen Yang wore a bitter smile as he noticed everyone staring at him. Before he could react, Wu Chang, standing nearby, recognized him instantly. He rushed over, grabbed Chen Yang's hand, and said, "You're Chen Yang, right?" Though visibly excited, Wu Chang maintained a serious expression, ensuring professionalism.
"That's me. Ah. Senior. What's going on? I still need to go home. Where are we going?"
Chen Yang felt like he was about to fly through the air. Suddenly, this middle-aged man, bearded and radiating overwhelming power, grabbed him and started running. There was no chance for Chen Yang to struggle free or ask for an explanation. Glancing back, he saw the third middle school student staring in shock, yet none made any other reaction.
"Stay still. I'm taking you somewhere. I'm Wu Chang from the Hunter Martial Arts Academy."
Wu Chang casually revealed his identity as he dragged Chen Yang toward the exit.
"Wu Chang? Hunter Martial Arts Academy? Wasn't he the headmaster? What does he want with me?"
Chen Yang pondered inwardly. "Senior, I can run on my own."
"Oh."
Upon hearing this, Wu Chang immediately released Chen Yang.
The sudden release sent Chen Yang stumbling, nearly losing his balance.
Knowing he was the headmaster of the Hunter Martial Arts Academy, Chen Yang didn't think much of it and obediently followed along. After all, the Hunter Martial Arts Academy was founded to defend against demonic beasts. It was undoubtedly an institution serving the nation and its people. Chen Yang harbored no doubts about this, and besides, his own meager strength offered him no leverage to persuade anyone.
He could only take things one step at a time.
Soon, the two arrived at a sports car parked by the roadside, one in front and one behind. Without a word, they climbed in and launched forward. The sensation of speeding through the streets and alleys was one Chen Yang found himself genuinely nostalgic for. But in his previous life, he had earned it through his own efforts. This time around, his life's trajectory was already different. In his past life, he had protected the wrong person. This time, he wouldn't make that mistake again.
"Senior, what exactly brought you here?" Inside the car, Chen Yang couldn't help but ask. "It's hard to explain here. You'll understand once we reach the Martial Arts Academy. Rest assured, no harm will come to you."
Wu Chang finally smiled upon hearing the slight worry in Chen Yang's voice, speaking slowly.
Soon, the two arrived at the Hunter Martial Arts Academy. The academy was vast, so large that Chen Yang couldn't see its end, with every kind of department imaginable. Entering the main hall. "Greetings, Master." "Greetings, Master."
As soon as they entered the main hall, numerous martial artists greeted Wu Chang. He merely gave a solemn nod before leading Chen Yang directly to his office.
"Who is this? Do you recognize either of them? That kid's uniform looks like it's from 3rd middle school. A student? Could he be the master's relative? Hard to say. Better focus on training. The beast waves have been coming more frequently lately."
The martial artists in the hall couldn't help but whisper when they saw Chen Yang being led straight to the master's office. They were unaware that the previous Shadow Beast incident hadn't been the work of the U River Squad from the Martial Arts Academy.
But Wu Chang hadn't publicized the incident.
After all, if other martial arts schools found out, they might become targets, which would be a huge loss. Thus, the credit for hunting the Shadow Beast remained with Yu Chuan's squad.
"In the office. Sit down." Wu Chang spoke slowly.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yang nodded and sat down on a nearby chair, looking quite at ease. Having weathered all the storms of his past life, the museum director now seemed less imposing before him, no longer that insurmountable chasm. Instead, it felt like with a little time, he could easily surpass him.
Seeing Chen Yang completely at ease, Wu Chang was quite satisfied.
After all, many claimed he looked like a fierce demon, yet the student before him showed none of that.
"How did you know that the sonic martial arts technique could break the Shadow Beast's invisibility? I want the truth. I hope you'll tell me honestly." Wu Chang didn't get straight to the point, instead asking a crucial question that had piqued his curiosity.
After all, something unknown to so many had been revealed by a mere high school student.
Not to mention that terrifying physical prowess, even Wu Chang felt a twinge of envy. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang immediately understood. It made sense.
After all, he had told the Hunter Squad about it himself. He just hadn't expected Wu Chang to care so much. These things were actually things Chen Yang had heard about in his previous life, but saying he'd heard them now would definitely sound unreliable. "Senior, I read about it in a book, though I can't recall which one now."
"I just got lucky. There's really nothing special about it."
Chen Yang put on a determined, earnest expression to convince Wu Chang that he was telling the truth. Hearing this, Wu Chang sighed. To be honest, he didn't believe that explanation.
But since the other party refused to elaborate, he couldn't force the issue. With that thought, Wu Cheng decided not to press further about the physical strength issue either. What conditions would you require to join our martial arts academy? Wu Cheng spoke with solemn resolve. This was his ultimate goal. As long as Chen Yang joined him, it didn't matter how he knew what he knew or how he had achieved such formidable physical strength. It seemed to matter less now. Chapter 22, Black-Winged Crow. Hearing Wu Cheng's words, Chen Yang spoke without hesitation. I'm sorry, senior. I currently have no opportunity to join any martial arts academy, neither in terms of my current strength nor my goals. I have no such intention for the time being, and besides, I'll be entering intensive training soon. Chen Yang spoke calmly. He wasn't considering joining a martial arts academy for now, though he might in the future. But for now, he didn't need it. Besides, he no longer trusted anyone easily. Why? I can meet any conditions you desire. Joining our martial arts academy is an opportunity many dream of. Are you sure? Wu Cheng was somewhat taken aback. He had expected the other party to come up with some unreasonable excuse or even use such an excuse to refuse. But he never expected the other party to flat out refuse without even mentioning any conditions. This was truly difficult for him to comprehend. Senior, I'm truly sorry. I truly have no intention of joining the martial arts academy, Chen Yang stated firmly. Very well, very well. In that case, the doors of the martial arts academy will always remain open to you. You're always welcome to come. You may leave now. Wu Cheng sighed before speaking slowly. Wu Cheng knew this type of person well coercion wouldn't work. Only sincerity could sway him. Otherwise, the more he pressed, the less likely Chen Yang would ever join the martial arts academy. Thank you for your understanding, senior. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang stood up, bowed respectfully, and calmly walked out of the office. Reaching the roadside, he hailed a cab and headed home. First, he needed to see whether today's martial art was utterly worthless or if it truly held a diamond in the rough. In the Martial Arts Academy office, after Chen Yang left, Wu Cheng sighed. Master, did that kid refuse? Yu Chuan, who had just returned from a mission, saw Chen Yang leave and immediately assumed without a second thought that he hadn't joined the Martial Arts Academy. That kid's got some potential. Leave him be for now. I'll have people keep an eye on him to prevent other martial arts schools from approaching him. Wu Cheng sighed and spoke slowly before turning to look at Yu Chuan. By the way, how did the mission go today? Master, the mission was a success. But we also uncovered a very important issue. Yu Chuan spoke with utmost seriousness. What problem? Wu Cheng asked, puzzled. Today's mission was merely clearing some approaching demon beasts outside the city, nothing particularly difficult. Director, we encountered another demon beast remarkably similar to the shadow beast, the Black-Winged Crow. A hint of worry flashed in Yu Chuan's eyes as he spoke. Black-Winged Crow? This aerial beast was said to share a similar ability to the shadow beast, primarily because it too could become invisible. What made it even trickier than the shadow beast was that it was a pack animal. Encountering one meant there was never just one. The most effective way for humans to counter its invisibility is through defensive counterattacks. Because its invisibility ceases the moment it touches an object. Therefore, one only needs to defend, waiting until they finish their attack before launching a counterattack. However, such beasts had never appeared in the East Sea before, as they typically inhabit inland regions. The East Sea's coastal proximity conflicts with their natural habitat and adaptive environment. This indicates that something must have driven them here. I'm aware of this matter. I'll also consult with other martial arts schools and the military command. You've all worked hard these past days. We absolutely cannot let our guard down. This matter is not simple. Wu Cheng spoke with grave seriousness, an ominous foreboding about this matter constantly weighing on him. Master, I understand. Yu Chuan replied before turning and leaving the office. Below Chen Yang's residence. After getting out of the car, Chen Yang walked toward his residence on the second floor. The first floor was where the landlord lived. Good morning, sir. Reaching the stairwell, he saw the landlord reclining in the courtyard, basking in the sunlight, and greeting him. There was no response. The old man seemed to be asleep. Chen Yang gave a helpless smile and headed upstairs. As he pushed open his door, the aroma of cooking meat wafted out, instantly whetting his appetite and making him swallow hard. Inside, Xia Chushue stood wearing an apron, her figure outlined in perfect curves that left Chen Yang momentarily dazed. You're back? Wash your hands. Dinner's ready. Xia Chushue greeted him coldly upon seeing him return. Got it. Chen Yang replied. Though her tone was cool, the sweet and sour spare ribs on the table spoke volumes. Chen Yang smiled faintly, walked to the kitchen, turned on the faucet to wash his hands, then eagerly sat down at the table. Delicious. Delicious. These sweet and sour ribs are even better than the ones I buy. Chen Yang kept murmuring as he ate, truly savoring every aspect of the dish, its color, aroma, and flavor. By the way, did I keep you waiting too long? Chen Yang glanced at the time. Going to the martial arts studio and coming back had indeed wasted a lot of time. These dishes looked like they'd been reheated, so Chen Yang asked. No, I went to see my parents today. I just sat down a moment ago, Xiao Chushue replied calmly. How are your parents doing? Chen Yang asked. They're fine. Xiao Chushue stammered slightly. It turned out Xiao Chushue's mother's illness had worsened significantly. Without the nirvana potion, her mother's condition would only deteriorate day by day, with no more than half a year left to live. That's why Xiao Chushue looked so preoccupied. The nirvana potion started at 500,000 yuan. Where could she possibly find that kind of money? Without it, she would have to watch her mother slip away. Lost in these thoughts, Xiao Chushue retreated to her room and began to weep. All of this was witnessed by Chen Yang. Though he didn't know the exact reason, it must be significant at least to Xiao Chushue. Chen Yang didn't rush to comfort Xiao Chushue. He felt it was better to let her calm down first. After clearing away the dishes and washing them clean, he approached Xiao Chushue's door. Chen Yang hesitated several times, considering knocking, but ultimately didn't. Suddenly, the door swung open with a click, catching Chen Yang off guard. He pretended to be busy. What are you doing? Xiao Chushue had composed herself. She knew she couldn't let any opportunity slip by. Nothing, just passing by. Are you okay? Did you cry? What's going on? Chen Yang responded awkwardly at first, then spoke seriously. Seeing Xiao Chushue's red, swollen eyes, it was obvious she'd been crying. And no. I'm fine. Well, could I pay a little less rent if I cook for you? Xiao Chushue spoke cautiously, afraid of upsetting Chen Yang. You're already cooking for me. From now on, you'll be my personal maid. I'll pay you a salary. You won't have to worry about rent or anything. Chen Yang smiled faintly as he spoke. So Xiao Chushue was worried about money. That made things easier. Though Chen Yang was currently penniless, opportunities to earn money weren't entirely out of reach. He slipped into his room, hearing only a faint thank you. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his martial skill only to freeze in shock. Holy crap? Chapter 23, Venturing Out of Town for a Quest. Inside his room, Chen Yang opened the martial skill he just claimed today and nearly tore it to shreds in frustration. Because the martial skill was only half complete, and even that half was partially missing. It was practically incomplete. Even the master who invented this martial art would spit blood in rage if they saw this. Wait a minute? If the system can be repaired, wouldn't it be complete? Chen Yang's anger was at its peak, and he was itching to yell at the old man for rushing off work so impatiently, utterly unprofessional. At the same time, Chen Yang pondered whether the all-purpose system could resolve this issue. After all, there was no harm in trying. With a casual wave of his hand, an interface panel materialized before him. Name, Chen Yang. Age, 18. Martial arts, F rank breath attack. Martial skill. Remaining lifespan, 25 years. Let's try using 10 years first. Can't get scammed. System, consume 10 years of lifespan to repair the F rank martial skill, star-sucking technique domain. Chen Yang spoke slowly, a hint of anticipation in his voice. This martial skill is severely damaged and of excessively high rank. 10 years of lifespan is insufficient for repair at this time. Please continue living to extend your lifespan. Damn it. I knew it. Wait. F rank? Too high a level? Is the system glitching? Chen Yang was baffled. Since when could an F rank martial skill be too high level? System? Are you sure this martial skill is too high level? Isn't it supposed to be F rank? Chen Yang asked in confusion. According to the system database, this martial art's complete form is rated as God tier. It requires 50 years of lifespan to unlock an upgrade to S tier, with the potential for continuous advancement beyond God tier. Divine grade? Really? That old man wasn't lying to me? 2.5 days? I'll wait. For a divine grade skill, that's nothing. Chen Yang muttered to himself. Though he hadn't succeeded in repairing or upgrading it yet. But once he had 50 years of lifespan, unleashing this domain martial skill would mean 2 words, invincible. But Chen Yang wouldn't just sit around waiting for doom. Earning money to buy cultivation resources was essential. The simplest and most direct method was to accept government-issued missions. Completing them would yield rewards. The rewards varied based on difficulty. As for the money left by his parents, Chen Yang had no immediate plans to touch it. He sensed something wasn't quite right about it and felt it best to hold off for now. With this thought in mind, Chen Yang opened the door and stepped outside, where he saw Xiao Chushue mopping the floor. Even while mopping, her graceful curves and exquisite features remained utterly captivating. Chen Yang found himself utterly defenseless against her charm. Why don't you take a break? Let me handle it. Seeing Xiao Chushue constantly bustling about, Chen Yang felt uneasy. Though he'd told her she was now the housekeeper. That was merely to ease her psychological burden, for Chen Yang had long regarded Xiao Chushue as someone worthy of trust even. This is what I should be doing. I don't need much pay. 5,000 is enough for me. I can wash your feet, do your laundry, or give you massages. Hearing Chen Yang's voice, Xiao Chushue stopped abruptly. She lifted her head slightly, avoiding his gaze, and spoke timidly.
Chen Yang had given her a side job and a place to stay. Combined with her earnings from the shop, she believed she could soon save enough for her mother's medicine.
For this, she was deeply grateful to Chen Yang. "Oh? You know how to do all that? I wonder if I could."
Chen Yang walked up to Xiao Chushua, looked straight at her, and spoke with a slightly mischievous smile.
"No. I can't."
Xiao Chushua's face flushed red. She lowered her head, instinctively taking a step back as she whispered softly. Seeing this, Chen Yang gave a helpless chuckle.
"I meant, could you make me some scrambled eggs with tomatoes? What are you thinking?" Chen Yang asked.
At his words, Xiao Chushua grew even more bashful.
I wasn't. All right. Here's your pay for this month. You should get some rest. I have to run an errand."
Chen Yang placed a stack of cash on the table and immediately prepared to leave. Only then did Xiao Chushua dare to lift her head, instinctively glancing at the money on the table. She had assumed Chen Yang probably wouldn't agree to her request for 5,000. After all, she wasn't a full-time nanny, and this amount really wasn't worth it. But when she saw the money on the table, she froze.
Without even counting, the stack was clearly more than 5,000.
It was even considerably more than 10,000. Seeing this, Xiao Chushua hurriedly grabbed the money from the table.
"Chen Yang, no, this is too much. I can't accept it. 5,000 is all I asked for."
Hearing this, Chen Yang halted in his tracks and turned to face Xiao Chushua with a stern expression.
"Either take the money or leave."
His tone was stern, leaving no room for Xiao Chushua to question him. It wasn't that Chen Yang was wealthy. This 20,000 yuan represented his entire fortune, aside from the inheritance left by his parents. Xiao Chushua desperately needed money right now, and Chen Yang had plenty of ways to earn it. He had plenty of time, but Xiao Chushua didn't. She had parents to care for.
"Chen Yang, thank you."
Xiao Chushua expressed her gratitude to Chen Yang with a mix of appreciation and helplessness. She knew Chen Yang was poor, and giving her this much money was purely to help her. She disliked receiving charity and pity, but refusing this offer could mean losing her mother.
After much internal struggle, despite her deep resistance, Xiao Chushua couldn't bring herself to refuse.
She could only keep that resolve to herself, vowing that one day she would repay Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled faintly upon hearing her words, said nothing, and walked straight out the door.
It was already evening. As he walked toward the city gates, Chen Yang downloaded an app on his phone task. This app specialized in assigning tasks. By accepting and completing missions online, corresponding funds would be deposited into one's account. Nighttime assignments, in particular, offered higher pay but also carried the greatest danger. Such tasks used pseudonyms. Chen Yang chose his Nightbreaker. It was the name of the small squad he had led in his previous life, where every member had perished in battle except Chen Yang. It remained one of his deepest regrets from that past life. The platform features regional rankings, with the strongest player in East Sea currently holding a 5-star rating. The tiers ran from 1 star to 9 star, ascending in rank. Chen Yang was currently a 1 star, and in turn, he could only accept missions rated 2 stars or lower. As he walked, Chen Yang continuously filtered through suitable listings. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. A 2-star mission appeared: hunt a second-tier demon beast, the Moonwolf. Like ordinary wolf packs, these beasts lived in groups. Fortunately, the strongest wolf in this pack, the Alpha, was only second tier. The objective was to obtain the Wolf King's heart, rumored to possess immense medicinal value. The bounty was set at 30,000 Dragon Nation coins. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yang accepted the mission. The deadline was 8 hours. He had to deliver the heart to the designated location before dawn. Only then would the mission be considered complete. Chapter 24, Midnight Burial. Soon, Chen Yang arrived at the city exit. Due to rampant demon beast attacks, humans could only establish bases on what was once their land, and Donghai was one of them. Each base was protected by powerful energy shields and towering, thick walls. Military units guarded the gates, primarily to prevent low-level demon beasts from entering. They also dissuaded citizens who wished to leave, as those without martial arts training were strictly forbidden from venturing outside. Persuasion efforts targeted only those with martial arts cultivation who were not sufficiently powerful. Though energy shields exist, they prove ineffective against low-tier demon beasts, which is precisely why shadow beasts can penetrate the city. "Young man, this is the city gate. You cannot proceed any further. Go back to bed quickly, don't make your parents worry about you." The gatekeeper, armed with a steel rifle and wearing a high-tech helmet, looked at the youth before him, assuming he had taken a wrong turn, and spoke up to advise him. "I've got a mission to complete. I need to leave now." Chen Yang offered no further explanation, simply producing the assignment slip. "Young man, it's too dangerous at night. How can you venture out alone? You look like a student to me. You're the future talent of this nation. Don't throw your life away for a mission. You should go back. If you really need money, I have some here. Take it for now." The guarding soldiers spoke with genuine concern. They were ordinary men who hadn't trained in martial arts, enlisted to serve their country. "Old Nyo, what are you doing now? You've got a wife and kids at home. You've already sent them a lot this month. If you keep this up, your wife will divorce you. You're no sage, you can't control everything.
Another soldier, seeing Nyo Dali about to give money away again, hurriedly tried to dissuade him. This wasn't the first time Nyo Dali had done such a thing, and it had caused him many arguments with his wife. Yet every time he saw someone in need, he couldn't help but lend a hand. When asked why, he'd only give a simple, foolish smile.
If I can help, I will.
In just a few words, Nyo Dali had embodied this principle to the fullest.
No need. I'll make it back alive.
Listening to their exchange, Chen Yang felt deeply moved.
Yet, as the other warrior had said, he was no saint, he couldn't be perfect in every way. Still, Chen Yang harbored deep respect for Nyo Dali as a person.
Chen Yang squeezed past the two and walked straight toward the city gates.
Nyo Dali tried to stop him, but others held him back. What a waste.
It's all my fault, Nyo Dali said, his face filled with disappointment.
Hearing this, everyone sighed.
They didn't know if Nyo Dali was being foolish. They only knew that such a man was truly rare. As Chen Yang stepped through the city gate, a cold wind swept over him. The moon shone brightly, casting a pale light that made him appear utterly insignificant beneath its glow. Before him lay a vast plain, overgrown with wild grass.
Such surroundings held no surprise for Chen Yang.
After all, in his previous life, this was nothing.
He opened the task app and checked the location of the wolf pack marked on the order. Mangchushan?
He muttered to himself upon seeing the location on the order.
Manchu Mountain lay just outside the city.
It wasn't particularly tall, but its summit featured a platform where, legend had it, a pavilion once stood long ago.
With the rampant demonic beasts, it had long since lost its former tranquility.
Without dwelling on it, Chen Yang only hoped to complete the task quickly and return home sooner. After all, the outskirts were dangerous. While low-tier beasts usually lingered near the city, they posed no threat to Chen Yang.
But what if something happened?
He sprinted frantically and soon reached the mountain's base, where all was quiet. He then continued creeping along the wild path up the mountain. Before long, he reached the summit.
A woo, 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 woo. A chorus of wolf howls echoed through the air. From his vantage point below, Chen Yang watched the pack on the plateau howling at the moon.
Their numbers weren't overwhelming, only a dozen or so, it seemed. The alpha wolf bore a streak of white fur on its head. After scanning his surroundings to confirm no unusual activity, he leaped onto the platform in one bound. The wolves spotted him at that moment. The alpha wolf let out a howl, and the pack closed in, surrounding Chen Yang before lunging to tear into him. Facing such an attack, Chen Yang merely smiled faintly. One punch per wolf, no mercy. Within 3 or 5 strikes, blood spattered everywhere and wolf heads flew off. There was no technique involved, only raw power.
The alpha wolf, seeing it was no match, prepared to flee. Chen Yang roared, "Where do you think you're going?"
He closed in on the wolf king, seized its throat with one hand, and without a shred of mercy, applied gentle pressure. With a crack, the wolf king was dead. The wolf king died instantly. Chen Yang then drew his dagger, slit open its chest, and removed its heart.
Everything went smoothly. Chen Yang showed no mercy toward demonic beasts.
After completing the task, Chen Yang hurried back without delay.
He still needed to deliver the goods to the underground city beneath Times Square. Is it taken care of? If we don't clean up properly, we're all dead?
Mid-stride, Chen Yang suddenly heard voices drifting from the distant woods. He drew closer to investigate. He saw 3 or 4 figures clad in black robes, their faces concealed by masks, wielding shovels to dig a pit. Beside them lay a bagged object. No need for guesswork. The words murder and burial instantly flashed through Chen Yang's mind.
Boss, will the higher-ups really pay me? Even if they don't, they'd be scared of us, right?
One of the hooded men paused his work and glanced at the figure standing nearby with hands behind his back, clearly the leader of the group.
Get back to work. I'm not scared, so why should you be? Clean it up properly. If anyone finds out, none of us will survive. This is the mayor's grandson.
You won't be shortchanged. Chen Yang heard the muttering and realized these men were clearly stronger than him.
Chen Yang chose not to get involved, quietly slipping past them before heading back into the city. It's you? You're okay? You actually survived? Seeing Chen Yang return alive, Nyo Dali was both shocked and overjoyed, finally letting out a sigh of relief. I'm fine.
Chen Yang responded with a smile before heading toward Times Square.
Hello, have you seen this person? Hello?
If you know this man's whereabouts, please report it immediately.
Our mayor will offer a generous reward.
As he walked along, he noticed numerous men in black suits and police officers constantly questioning and searching pedestrians still out on the streets late at night. Chen Yang felt a sense of unease, and a thought occurred to him.
Could it be? Before Chen Yang could ponder further, a fully armed police officer approached him. Good evening. May we see your identification? We're searching for a missing person.
The officer spoke sternly.
Without hesitation, Chen Yang pulled out his ID and handed it over.
After taking the ID, the officer examined it and then scrutinized Chen Yang closely.
Stay safe out here late at night. Especially students like you. The officer spoke sternly before returning the ID to Chen Yang. Got it, Chen Yang replied softly. Stop right there. Suddenly, Chen Yang, who had just started running away, was called back. Upon hearing this, the other officers instantly surrounded him. Chapter 25, The Luo Xingho Case. Hearing the police call out to him and seeing the officers closing in, Chen Yang felt a bit dazed. Still, he halted his steps. After all, a clear conscience fears no shadow. He hadn't done anything wrong. There was nothing to fear. Hello, my name is Zhang He. Could you tell me about the bloodstains on your clothes? Also, judging by the dirt on your shoes, you must have just come back from outside the city, right? The officer who had questioned Chen Yang earlier watched him warily, then strode up to him and produced his police badge. Upon hearing the interrogation by this officer named Zhang He, Chen Yang had his suspicions. He suspected he was being implicated in some kind of kidnapping case or even murder. The mud on his feet and the bloodstains from the wolves he'd just killed were indeed easy to misinterpret. I just returned from hunting wolves outside the city. It's perfectly normal for me to have blood and mud on me, officer. Chen Yang remained unflappable, speaking calmly. Hearing this, Zhang He pondered for a moment, then scrutinized Chen Yang once more. The youth appeared to be no older than a high school student, his face still bearing a youthful innocence. Though it seemed unlikely that he could have slain a wolf king, it wasn't entirely impossible. Do you have anything to prove the truth of your story? If not, you'll need to accompany me back to the station for questioning and blood analysis. Zhang He stared at Chen Yang, his dark face stern, eyes wide, his tone cold and serious. Hearing this, Chen Yang looked helplessly at his phone task app and retrieved the wolf king's heart he had taken earlier. Officer, is this proof sufficient? If that's all, I need to go now. I still have to hand over the items to complete the mission. Chen Yang spoke slowly, his expression calm. He couldn't shake the feeling that the burial he'd witnessed outside the city earlier was connected to the police interrogation now. But he didn't want to stir up trouble. What if they suspected him of being involved, or worse? That would just be inviting trouble for himself. So Chen Yang kept quiet, knowing that with such strict security, even if he didn't say anything, it wouldn't take long for them to figure it out. After all, every entry and exit required documentation. Zhang He checked the task orders on Chen Yang's app, then glanced at the heart-shaped pendant on his wrist. His guard visibly dropped. He couldn't believe it was a high school student. Go handle the task first. I need to take a sample. Zhang He said, pulling out a dagger to scrape off the dried blood crust from the surface of Chen Yang's clothes. You can go now. After obtaining the blood sample, Zhang He didn't trouble Chen Yang further. After all, he still needed this kid willing to risk his life to complete the mission. Their families were undoubtedly from the lowest strata of society. As a child from a poor family himself, he understood this helplessness. Hearing this, Chen Yang didn't hesitate. He planned to complete the mission first. If things didn't work out, he could always report it to the police station later. The main issue was that homicides occurring outside the city walls fell outside the jurisdiction of the city authorities. That was one reason Chen Yang hadn't mentioned it earlier, though it fell outside the city's jurisdiction. But who could say whether the person died outside or inside the city walls? Halt! Oh, Chen Yang, what a coincidence. You're here too. Just as Chen Yang was about to leave, he bumped into Yang Hong, the man he'd crossed earlier that day, strutting over with his usual entourage of henchmen. He smiled and greeted Chen Yang. Chen Yang ignored Yang Hong and walked away. But Yang Hong's next words thrust Chen Yang back into the spotlight. Officer, have you found the person yet? I'm quite concerned about this. That person looked suspicious out here late at night. He must be brought back to the station for questioning. Yang Hong approached Zhang He, his tone polite on the surface but carrying the weight of an order. As a veteran officer, Zhang He recognized the man before him and dared not cross him. But he had already investigated Chen Yang and found nothing amiss. Young Master Yang, I've already checked him. He's just taking on an assignment outside the city, nothing suspicious about it. Rest assured, we'll spare no effort and won't keep the mayor waiting. We will also find the whereabouts of young Master Luo Xingho. Zhang He explained and assured him at the same time. It turned out that just this evening, Mayor Luo Guangming's young grandson, Luo Xingho, had gone missing. The entire city police force had been mobilized to search for him, and Luo Guangming had issued a direct order: Luo Xingho must be found. Hearing the officer's words, Yang Hong gave a mocking smile, not taking it seriously at all. He had come merely to check whether the men he'd sent out had kept their hands clean. Luo Xingho, blame yourself for overhearing things you shouldn't have today. Rest assured, I'll take good care of your Luo family. A wicked smile flashed across Yang Hong's face as he silently repeated these words. It turned out that today, while Yang Hong was plotting with his father to dismantle the Luo family, Luo Xingho had overheard them. Yang Hong acted decisively, killing Luo Xingho outright. He then used his connections to coerce and bribe the gate guards, smuggling Luo Xingho's body out undetected. To ensure the cover-up held, Yang Hong even found a scapegoat. Should any trouble arise, he'd be completely untouched. His visit today was merely to observe whether the police had uncovered anything. But encountering Chen Yang here suddenly changed Yang Hong's plans. Having been humiliated repeatedly by Chen Yang today, he already harbored a grudge. Now, this was the perfect opportunity to frame Chen Yang.
The thought made Yang Hong feel a wave of satisfaction wash over him.
The mission? What kind of cop are you? Can't we fabricate evidence for the mission? Couldn't he be one of those kidnappers or the murderer who killed Spark? How can you let a suspect walk free like this? How can you face the mayor? How can you face the badge you wear? Or are you connected to these people too? Yang Hong feigned outrage over Luo Xingho's disappearance, repeatedly intimidating the officer in hopes he'd arrest Chen Yang.
Then he could manipulate the situation from behind the scenes. Getting rid of someone like Chen Yang, who had no connections, would be a piece of cake. Zhang Hei's legs went weak at Yang Hong's words. He didn't want to lose his job, nor did he want to get into trouble, especially by offending powerful families like the Luos and Yangs. After much deliberation, Zhang Hei gritted his teeth. You're coming back to the station with us for questioning. You can't leave for now. Zhang Hei stepped before Chen Yang, his tone stern yet resigned. Chen Yang gave a wry smile at the words.
Given today's circumstances, escape was impossible. But the person who wasn't there actually mentioned Luo Xingho? Luo Hua's younger brother? If the one outside the city was him, wouldn't that mean he was already dead?
The thought made Chen Yang hesitate, unsure whether to speak up. After much deliberation, he concluded it would be safer to inform Luo Hua.
Chapter 26, Framing the Innocent.
Facing the helpless expression on the officer's face, Chen Yang remained remarkably composed, while the officer himself seemed equally at a loss. Therefore, Chen Yang had no urgent need to leave, and time was still on his side.
With modern technology, blood testing took only minutes, and the police station was close to Times Square. All things considered, everything was proceeding normally and wouldn't take more than an hour. Why make things difficult for a police officer? Fine. I'll go with you.
Chen Yang said indifferently, glancing back at Yang Hong, who was gloating beside him.
What's going on? Someone got arrested? If word gets out that a high school student committed a crime, what university would dare admit someone like that? Oh my! Chen Yang, how could you be so foolish? If you want money, you should be begging me.
This young master has plenty to spare. Seeing the disdainful glance Chen Yang shot his way, Yang Hong sneered sarcastically. He'd expected Chen Yang to resist, thinking he could pile on more charges. But he was surprisingly calm.
Still, it was enough. You don't decide what's right or wrong.
Instead of wasting time on this, you'd be better off figuring out how to silence witnesses.
Chen Yang sneered coldly.
Yang Hong's face turned ashen at the words, but he quickly regained his composure.
I love how stubborn you are.
After that, Chen Yang paid him no further attention and quickly arrived at the police station with Zhang Hei.
The bloodstains on Chen Yang's body were immediately sent for analysis. Meanwhile, Dongshan Road. Yang Hong? What did you say? Chen Yang is suspected of kidnapping my brother? Don't talk nonsense.
He's never even met my brother, let alone had any connection to him.
Why would he do such a thing? You just lost today. Is this really necessary? Luo Hua, who was also searching for her brother Luo Xingho, suddenly received a call. Hearing Yang Hong's voice, she instinctively reached to hang up.
But Yang Hong claimed he'd already assisted the police in identifying a suspect. Once the investigation concluded, Luo Xingho's whereabouts would be revealed. Desperate to find her brother, Luo Hua believed Yang Hong's words. But when Yang Hong then revealed that the suspect was Chen Yang, she instantly refused to believe it. She confronted Yang Hong.
Luo Hua? Is that the kind of person I am? I'm doing this for Xingho. He's your brother, but he's also mine. I'm just as desperate to find him.
Just think about it, a high schooler heading out of town late at night on some mission, covered in blood.
Don't you think that's suspicious? Shouldn't he be detained for questioning and investigation? He's already been taken to the police station.
If you don't care about Spark, fine. I'll go see him myself.
Yang Hong's exaggerated account, delivered in a voice trembling with emotion, made Luo Hua believe every word.
After finishing his speech, Yang Hong didn't give Luo Hua a chance to ask questions. He hung up immediately and drove straight to the police station. He remained convinced that if Luo Hua refused his proposal, Chen Yang might just be the most troublesome obstacle to eliminate.
As long as Luo Hua mistakenly believed Chen Yang was the murderer, wouldn't she be easy to manipulate then?
With that thought, Yang Hong pressed the accelerator harder, a smirk curling his lips as he sped toward the police station.
How could that be?
Chen Yang has no reason to harm a child.
No, I have to go check. Xingho, where are you? Grandpa's worried sick about you?
Luo Hua's face was filled with anxiety, her mind racing with wild thoughts. Though she refused to believe it, what if? She dared not let her thoughts wander any further. She could only drive straight to the police station.
Police station.
Chen Yang had just undergone questioning and investigation, but nothing suspicious had been uncovered. All that remained was to wait for the blood test results before he could leave. Zhang He led Chen Yang into an office and poured him a glass of water.
Young man, don't blame me. It's not easy for me to earn a living. Rest assured, we'll clear your name. The test results should be out any minute now.
Zhang He placed the water on the table in front of Chen Yang, sighing helplessly as he spoke, simultaneously assuring Chen Yang that his innocence would be restored.
I understand. Chen Yang replied calmly upon hearing this. He said little else. Such was the way of the world, regardless of whether demon beasts ran rampant or not. Power, connections, money, and force remained inescapable realities. Captain, the results are in. Just then, a young police officer walked in, holding a report. Oh? Is it wolf blood?
Zhang He stood up at the mention and spoke urgently.
Captain. No. This shows Luo Xingho's blood. He's either the killer or an accomplice. The young officer stammered as he spoke. Chen Yang nearly choked on his drink. Yang Hong.
He really stopped at nothing.
He immediately realized it had to be Yang Hong's doing. Swapping blood samples was no challenge for Yang Hong. Are you sure? No surprises? Let me see. Zhang He couldn't quite believe it. He deliberately turned back to glance at Chen Yang.
Taking the report, he froze in place. He'd never imagined Chen Yang could be the culprit, yet the report before him was undeniably genuine, there was no mistaking it.
Well, what a lively scene. What's this? Let me see.
Just as Zhang He spoke in utter shock,
Yang Hong's voice drifted in, followed by his footsteps as he walked over.
He casually took the report and began reading it. Though he held the report in his hand, he barely glanced at it. His eyes were fixed entirely on Chen Yang, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
Chen Yang, tell me where Luo Xingho is. What did you do to my brother? You dare touch him? You're asking for trouble. He's done nothing to you. Speak. Why hurt such a kind boy? You haven't killed him, have you?
Yang Hong clutched the report, nearly crumpling it in his fists, his face twisted with terror, resentment, and rage.
Chen Yang couldn't help but admire such acting skills.
He hadn't expected a simple sparring match and a mission to lead to such a mess.
But Chen Yang remained unflustered. The report required multiple verifications at most, he'd be temporarily detained for now. Clap clap clap. What a brilliant performance. Why not serve me another plate of peanuts? Some liquor would be perfect. Otherwise, all that masterful acting would go to waste, wouldn't it?
Chen Yang spoke with a cold laugh.
He hadn't anticipated his current predicament, but now everything made sense. Blame it on his own lack of strength and connections. Just then, a petite girl with twin ponytails and red-rimmed eyes burst into the room. Chapter 27, Yang Hong's Triumph.
Storming into the room, Luo Hua's eyes were red-rimmed. She glanced at Chen Yang sitting near the wall and Yang Hong holding the documents. She had no idea what had been said inside, or what had transpired.
Yang Hong, did you find Spark? Tell me. What happened to Spark? Luo Hua demanded, her voice bordering on madness.
Tears welled in her eyes. Seeing Yang Hong's silence only fueled her desperation. Seeing Luo Hua like this, Yang Hong sensed the moment had come.
He glanced at Chen Yang, then wore an expression of profound grief. You, see for yourself. Spark's probably been killed by that beast Chen Yang.
If I hadn't acted quickly and stopped him, he would have gotten away long ago. I never imagined Chen Yang to be this kind of person, so proper on the surface, yet capable of anything behind closed doors. Yang Hong forced out a single tear, reluctantly handing the report to Luo Hua while pointing at Chen Yang and exaggerating every detail. He was terrified Luo Hua wouldn't believe Chen Yang was the culprit. After all, in his eyes, Luo Hua and Chen Yang's relationship was far from simple. Why else would she keep shielding Chen Yang today? This thought sent Yang Hong's rage surging even higher, making him want to kill Chen Yang right then and there. Not only had he stolen his woman, but he had also brought shame upon him. For Yang Hong, who had always stood above others, this was unbearable. With opportunity now within reach, he wouldn't let it slip away.
Upon hearing this, Luo Hua's hands trembled in disbelief. Her bloodshot eyes, brimming with tears, fixed on Chen Yang.
Then she lowered her head slightly, seeing the report stating, bloodstains on suspect Chen Yang's clothing match the DNA of missing person Luo Xingho. Splash! The report fell to the floor. Luo Hua clutched her head, her hair disheveled.
She had thought this was merely Yang Hong's scheme targeting Chen Yang.
But everything before her eyes confirmed that Chen Yang was the murderer. The presence of blood meant her brother was likely dead, perhaps already. At that thought, Luo Hua screamed and charged at Chen Yang like a madwoman, punching and kicking wildly. He merely kept blocking her blows. Why? Why did you have to be so cruel? He's just a child. Even if he did something wrong, couldn't you have talked to me? Spare his life? Why do this? Tell me. I've done nothing to you. Why are you doing this? Luo Hua had completely lost her mind, weeping bitterly as she relentlessly confronted Chen Yang.
Chen Yang knew it was too late for words now.
In this situation, even if he revealed the truth, it would only drive Luo Hua further into madness. It would only give her more leverage over him. His only option now was to find a private space with Luo Hua where he might have a chance to explain.
Yang Hong witnessed the scene.
Despite his best efforts to hide it, a trace of smug satisfaction flickered across his face.
Captain Zhang, what are you waiting for? Shouldn't she be escorted to Huanya prison according to procedure? Are you trying to shield this murderer?
Yang Hong's eyes locked onto Zhang He, who still hadn't fully processed the situation, his voice icy as he spoke.
Young Master Yang, regulations require further interrogation. We need to determine the specific motive, location, and whereabouts of the missing persons. Only then can we secure a conviction and transfer him to prison. Zhang He spoke strictly by the book. He sensed something fishy about the case, but as a lowly police officer, beyond following protocol and striving for fairness for everyone, he had no power to meddle in these trivial matters. Interrogation? No need to trouble you. You may leave. I'll handle the interrogation. Yang Hong looked at Zhang He and spoke sternly. It was less an interrogation and more an attempt to coerce and humiliate Chen Yang. This isn't by the book. I'm afraid. What exactly? Get out immediately. Who do you think I am? Are you questioning my impartiality? Yang Hong grew furious upon hearing Zhang He's constant evasions. He felt he'd already given these low-level cops more than enough leeway, otherwise, why bother with interrogations? He could have just sent them straight to prison and been done with it. Zhang He fell silent, glanced at Chen Yang, then led his men out. Luo Hua, calm down. Leave this to me. I'll make him pay for this. You go out first. I'll interrogate him? Yang Hong grabbed the distraught Luo Hua by the arm and spoke with a hint of regret. I'm coming with you. Luo Hua retorted coldly. All right. Hearing this, Yang Hong could no longer refuse. This was the only way. Otherwise, it would be easy to slip up. Chen Yang, speak? Where is Luo Xingho? And, did you kill him? Yang Hong pointed at Chen Yang and demanded. You should know where he is better than I do. And whether I killed him you should know better than I do. Chen Yang spoke coldly, without a moment's hesitation. He wasn't afraid of the other's threats. Plead guilty? Impossible. What crime had he committed? Chen Yang? Things have come to this, and you still refuse to admit it? Don't think your silence will save you. Let me tell you, the entire city is mobilizing manpower to search for you. When they find you, you're as good as dead. Confess now and get leniency, resist and face harsher punishment. Think it through carefully. Seeing Chen Yang still refusing to yield, Yang Hong immediately intensified the interrogation. He had already made arrangements. At the right moment, the police would find Luo Xingho's body, and items linked to Chen Yang would be planted at the scene. That way, regardless of whether it was Chen Yang or not, and regardless of the outcome, Chen Yang would be utterly defenseless. Without lifting a finger himself, Mayor Luo Zhan would ensure Chen Yang had no place to be buried. With this thought, Yang Hong looked at Chen Yang with a mocking expression, standing high above him like a victor. Yang Hong? What are you so anxious about? Fear? So anxious you can't even follow proper procedures? Could it be that you orchestrated all of this? How could an ordinary person like me ever meet Luo Xingho? Right? Is it only people like you, who consider themselves elite, who get to meet him casually? Chen Yang avoided answering directly, instead fixing Yang Hong with a piercing, accusatory stare. At those words, even Luo Hua instinctively turned to look at Yang Hong. Yang Hong's heart tightened at the accusation, then he quickly regained his composure. Chen Yang, don't make baseless accusations. I was only trying to help Luo Hua find out about Spark's whereabouts sooner. You should know exactly what methods you used to get close to Spark. If it wasn't you, then how did you get blood on your clothes? If you don't speak up now, don't blame me for resorting to torture. As Yang Hong spoke, he drew a knife sharp, its blade glinting coldly. Oof. You're starting to panic. Chen Yang sneered coldly. Outside the police station. Who goes there? No entry permitted at this time. The officers observed 4 or 5 burly men in martial arts attire approaching the entrance, each gripping several figures clad in black. Their expressions were menacing, particularly that of the imposing leader. His bulky frame strained against the white martial arts uniform, making him look like a menacing demon. Chapter 28, Yangjin, the rejected son of the Yang family. We're from the Hunters Martial Arts Academy. We're here on the master's orders to rescue someone. Move aside. I won't say it twice. The leader Yangjin spoke coldly. As a member of the Martial Arts Academy, he possessed peak 3rd-tier strength. Their mission was to rescue Chen Yang, for they were the martial city's assigned protectors who had been shadowing him all along. Every move Chen Yang made outside the city walls was under their watchful eyes. They were present even when he buried the body. Thus, the moment Chen Yang was taken away, Yangjin immediately dispatched someone to notify the master. Wu Cheng hesitated not a moment, immediately ordering his men to capture the perpetrators first and then rescue Chen Yang without fail. Subsequently, they assigned guards to watch over Chen Yang while sending others to apprehend several of his henchmen outside the city. The guards, seeing the men's menacing appearance and recognizing them as members of the Hunter Martial Arts Hall, dared not cross them. They rushed straight inside to find Zhang He. Yangjin led his men straight into the police station, and no one dared to stop him. Where is Chen Yang? If you dare touch him, you'll all be finished. Hand him over immediately. I've already apprehended the criminal for you.
Yang Jin bellowed in the lobby, his voice booming and stern, a murderous intent radiating from his brow. Just then, Zhang He rushed out, his face etched with helplessness. He couldn't afford to offend the man inside, nor could he afford to offend the man outside. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. Your Honor! Please lower your voice. It's not that I don't want to release Chen Yang. Young Master Yang Hong and Miss Luo Hua of the Luo family are both inside interrogating Chen Yang. I had no choice. Please, have mercy. Can you spare me? Zhang He slumped completely, stumbling and nearly losing his balance, his voice dripping with helplessness. What? Yang Hong? Damn it! Where is he? How dare he interrogate anyone? Are you useless? Do they even have the right to interrogate anyone? Get me inside now, or I'll beat you to death first. Yang Jin froze at the words, then spoke with even greater fury. He knew Yang Hong all too well. He was his nephew. Once upon a time, he too had been part of the Yang family, but now that connection was severed. He had only one home now, the Hunter Martial Arts Academy, and only one family member, Wu Chang. Back then, he'd taken the young Yang Hong outside the city to see the scenery, only to be ambushed by a beast horde. He'd saved Yang Hong at the cost of his own arm. Yet upon returning to the Yang family, not only was he berated and humiliated by Yang Hong's father, but Yang Hong himself stabbed him in the back, claiming Yang Jin had forced him to go outside the city. From that moment, Yang Jin severed all ties with the Yang family. Later, he met Wu Chang, who restored his arm with a potion. Recalling this, Yang Jin's rage reached its peak. Zhang He, seeing this, scrambled to lead Yang Jin to interrogate Chen Yang's room. Yang Jin tossed the black-clad man he held onto the ground. Then he strode after Zhang He. Inside the room at that moment. Chen Yang, since you won't speak up yourself, don't blame me for what comes next. Luo Hua, you go in or should I? Yang Hong spoke slowly, first looking at Chen Yang, then turning to Luo Hua with a probing gaze. I'll do it. Luo Hua clenched her teeth, wiped away her tears, and drew a dagger from her side, preparing to force Chen Yang. She had once believed it impossible for her and Chen Yang to have any connection, but now she had no choice but to accept the truth. For her brother's sake, she had no choice but to force herself to take violent action against Chen Yang. Chen Yang rose to his feet. Though he wasn't the murderer, he wouldn't stand by and let himself be humiliated and oppressed in the face of danger. He wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. If the law proved useless, then so be it. At worst, he would become a fugitive. The world was vast, and with his current cultivation, he would one day clear his name. Clenching his fists tightly, he prepared for battle. Seeing Chen Yang's resolve only strengthened Luo Hua's conviction. His willingness to fight back made him an even greater threat. Without hesitation, she charged toward Chen Yang. Bang! The door shattered under a single kick, and a burly man strode inside. Let's see who dares touch Chen Yang. At these words, Luo Hua froze, ultimately refraining from attacking Chen Yang. Where did you come from? You know who I am? Get the hell out of here, or I'll kill you. Yang Hong didn't recognize the voice, but his anger flared as he snarled, turning with a menacing glare to teach the ignorant intruder a lesson. Die? You tell me to die? Not even your father dared. What gives you, a morally corrupt individual, the right? Yang Jin's anger flared instantly at those words, and he spoke slowly. Uncle? Weren't you gone? Why are you here? The moment Yang Hong saw Yang Jin, he froze in disbelief. Luo Hua, standing nearby, naturally knew Yang Jin and had heard some stories about him, though she'd later heard he was no longer in the East Sea. Yet Yang Jin's sudden appearance puzzled her. Judging by his demeanor, he clearly came to rescue Chen Yang. But Chen Yang and him? They weren't even remotely connected. Why was he here? Luo Hua looked utterly bewildered, turning to Chen Yang, who wore an equally confused expression. If I hadn't gone into hiding back then, wouldn't your father have sent someone to kill me? Aren't you disappointed to see me now? Shouldn't I just die, right? Thanks to you, not only am I still alive, but my arm is perfectly intact. Yang Jin's rage toward Yang Hong only intensified. If not for avoiding trouble for Wucheng, he'd have made Yang Hong learn what it felt like to fly. But that wasn't his primary concern now. Saving Chen Yang was the real priority. Seeing that Chen Yang was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief before beckoning him over. Come here. Chen Yang, seeing this, slowly walked over while Luo Hua and Yang Hong stood there dumbfounded. Elder, what's going on? Chen Yang asked respectfully. Though he didn't understand the situation, he figured this might be his chance to help. Are you all right? I was sent by the hall master to rescue you. You're safe now. Ah, this is the first time the director has ever treated someone like this. If only he had treated his own son this way back then. At this point, Yang Jin sighed helplessly and trailed off. Back when he had first joined the Hunter's Martial Arts Hall, Wu Cheng's son had been attacked and killed by a demon beast while traveling. The boy had been exceptionally talented, destined for greatness. But Wu Cheng insisted on letting him train alone, never offering protection, which ultimately led to his son's death. All these years later, it remained an unforgettable pain for Wu Cheng. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang merely bowed respectfully with clasped hands, saying nothing. Yang Jin, I don't care why you're here.
Taking him away is out of the question. He's a murderer. Do you really want to get involved in this mess? Offending the Yang and Luo families, no matter what power backs you, they won't protect you. Know your place and leave immediately. Yang Hong dropped all pretense, revealing his ugly true colors. This useless uncle? Guilt? He didn't have a shred of it. Luo Hua stood by, frantic but paralyzed. She wanted to warn her grandfather but couldn't bring herself to speak, trapped in indecision. Yang Jin gave a cold laugh and clapped his hands. Bring them in. Chapter 29, What explanation? Seeing Yang Jin's pretentious air, Yang Hong sneered coldly. What could this second uncle, once disfavored yet devoted to absolute justice, possibly stir up now? He was only tolerating him because of the backing he now had. Otherwise, what right did he have to speak to him like this? As for the backing behind Yang Jin, he could tell just by looking at his attire. The Hunter Martial Arts Academy. Ranked second among the 5 great martial arts halls of the East Sea, it was a formidable force. Even his own father dared not cross them. Second uncle, playing coy won't work. Even if you use your Hunter Martial Arts Academy status to forcibly take this criminal away today, you'll still have to return him someday. By then, interrogation might not even be necessary, he'll likely be killed outright. Ha 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 ha. Yang Hong sneered, his words giving way to a laugh of arrogant contempt. Oh? Is that so? I'm quite curious to see how you plan to return him. Yang Jin gave a cold laugh, his gaze equally dismissive as it fell upon Yang Hong and the girl beside him, Luo Hua. He had already uncovered the mastermind behind the crime. When apprehending the suspects, he had interrogated them and recorded the sessions. That was precisely why Yang Jin had dared to bring them directly to the police station. Even if they tried to fake suicide by poisoning themselves, it wouldn't matter at all. You're the young lady from the Luo family, right? Old man here has some advice for you. The killer is right beside you. You must be cautious. Oh, and your brother is already dead. Yang Jin turned to the little girl beside him and spoke slowly, drawing her gaze toward Yang Hong. Upon hearing this, Luo Hua collapsed onto the ground, overcome by emotion. You lied to me? You're in cahoots with Chen Yang. I won't let you two get away with this. Do you know where my brother is? Tell me now. Luo Hua collapsed, her entire being reduced to a lifeless shell. Gone was her former sunny disposition now, only a deathly stillness remained. Slumped on the ground, she muttered to herself, occasionally letting out a piercing scream. Even Luo Hua herself didn't understand why she was like this. Some said she was overcome with grief, yet not a single tear fell. Others called her heartless and unfeeling. Yet her mind was filled only with the laughter and joy of her time with her brother. Luo Hua, don't worry. Chen Yang won't get away. That old bastard won't get away either. I'll call my father right away. Yang Hong comforted Luo Hua while reaching for his phone to call his father. He knew the situation was spiraling beyond his control. He had to call his father, only then could he be certain. He didn't believe the Hunter Martial Arts Academy would openly confront the Yang family over someone without any backing. Besides, if handled well, with the Luo family and the Eastern Sea faction leaders exerting pressure, even the Hunter Martial Arts Academy would have to swallow their pride. Click. You want to call your father? Fine. I'd love to see what your father can do about it. Yang Jin's stern face delivered a sharp slap across Yang Hong's cheek. The boy spun several times before coming to a halt, a clear handprint now etched across his face. Chen Yang nearly burst out laughing at the sight. Old geezer? You dare hit me? Just you wait. My father won't let you off this time. Yang Hong roared with fury, though his body involuntarily stumbled back several steps. He dared not fight Yang Jin, knowing his father would make him pay dearly if he did. Captain, they're here. Just then, the Martial Arts Academy members waiting outside brought in 3 men clad in black. The sight of them sent Yang Hong's heart racing to his throat. Yet he forced himself to remain calm, daring not to show the slightest hint of panic. Bring a bucket of water. Yang Jin ordered coldly. The men tossed the black-clad figures onto the floor and soon returned with a large bucket of water. Yang Jin took the bucket and poured the water directly over the men. Instantly, they all came to. Do you still recognize your master? How should I put this? Seeing the men had regained consciousness, Yang Jin spoke slowly. The men looked up Yang Jin, Yang Hong. They froze instantly. They knew their fate was sealed. What kind of trash did you drag here, thinking you could whitewash Chen Yang by putting him here? Old fool, have you lost your mind? Seeing this, Yang Hong quickly shifted the blame onto Chen Yang. The moment he saw the men in black, Chen Yang understood everything. This also proved that the Hunter's Martial Arts Academy had sent people to follow him. That he hadn't noticed a thing showed just how cautious these men were. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. He was more interested in seeing how Yang Hong intended to resolve this. It's him? This guy named Chen Yang sent us. He ordered us to kill Luo Xingho. Several black-clad figures grasped the implication in Yang Hong's words. If they directly implicated Yang Hong now, they'd be dead for sure. If they pinned it on someone else, maybe the Yang family would take pity and save them. Yang Hong wore a smug expression.
Luo Hua, her eyes bloodshot, glared at Chen Yang and the others, her rage boiling over.
Very well. Very well indeed. Then what is this? Seeing this, Yang Jin immediately played the recorded video. The footage revealed. Who told you to kill and bury the body? Yes. Yang Hong sent us. He killed the person. We just disposed of the body. He promised us a lot of money after the job was done. Is what you're saying now the truth?
Every word is true, or may lightning strike us dead.
After watching the video, Yang Jin spoke coldly. Now, how do you explain yourselves, gentlemen?
Yang Jin delivered another merciless kick to the black-clad man, showing no pity whatsoever. Luo Hua was completely dazed, feeling as if the world was spinning.
She knew she couldn't make sense of anything anymore.
She could only pull out her phone and send a message to her grandfather, Luo Zhan. Yang Hong, however, forced himself to remain calm, wearing an expression of indifference.
After all, what good was a video? It could be faked. Video? Who's to say you didn't threaten them with force? Don't think you can whitewash Chen Yang with such underhanded tactics. This video doesn't prove anything. Yang Hong sneered dismissively. He then bent down, grabbed one of the black-clad men by the chin, and coldly demanded, "Did he threaten you like this?"
The man trembled violently, unable to meet Yang Hong's gaze.
It was him. He threatened us. Young Master Yang Hong, you must avenge us.
We were forced into this against our will. The man immediately began kowtowing to Yang Hong, pouring out his grievances in a performance that was nothing short of flawless.
Yang Jin watched in fury.
He had expected these men to speak honestly. But now they were already lying. Fortunately, he still had a backup plan.
Something that could prove their connection to the Yang family. What is this? How do you explain this? This was given to you by your father on your birthday this year, wasn't it? Can this be forged too? Yang Jin pulled out a necklace, spoke coldly, and held it high. Chapter 30, Complete Chaos.
The moment he saw the necklace, Yang Hong belatedly recalled that he had given it to several people as a reward. At the time, he hadn't imagined things would turn out this way and hadn't given it much thought. Now, it had unexpectedly become crucial evidence pointing directly at him.
With this realization, Yang Hong forced himself to calm down. Panic was the worst thing he could do now. So what if it's mine? I lost it months ago. But you? Why do you have my stuff? You didn't steal it, did you? I never expected this, uncle. If you needed money, you could have asked me.
Why resort to petty theft?
Sigh.
Yang Hong wore a playful grin as he stared intently at Yang Jin, then shifted all the blame onto him. After all, there was no concrete evidence, and Yang Jin couldn't do a thing about it.
Yang Hong, why didn't you just lose your men too? Isn't your Yang family compound heavily guarded? Who could possibly sneak in to steal? Chen Yang watched Yang Hong's flimsy slander unfold, his lips curling into a cold smile as he spoke.
Chen Yang already knew how this matter would play out. If Wu Cheng came to his defense, then the only culprits left would be these black-clad men. Even the Luo family would have to swallow their anger. My son says it was theft, it was theft.
Got a problem with that? Colluding with these men in black to murder my nephew, do you know the gravity of your crime? And you, Yang Jin, all the evil deeds you committed back then, did I spare your life? Now you dare to come out and act recklessly again. Do you truly believe I cannot kill you?
Just then, a deep, commanding voice echoed through the room. A figure clad in a military overcoat strode in, his presence commanding respect as he moved with the force of the wind. He was Yang Wuwen, second in command of the East Sea Defense Forces and Yang Hong's own father. Facing Yang Jin and the young man with no backing, Yang Wuwen showed no fear. He immediately ordered his men to surround the police station. Not a single officer dared to object. Chen Yang watched the middle-aged man approach and could only shake his head helplessly. Such a figure was far beyond his current capabilities to provoke. If not for the martial arts academy backing him, he would likely have been forced into a confession long ago. He noticed Yang Jin beside him, fists clenched tight, eyes blazing with murderous intent, blood rushing to his body, veins bulging prominently on his arms. Chen Yang understood what was happening, but now was not the time for impulsive actions. So he reached out, tugged Yang Jin's sleeve, and shook his head. Yang Jin understood this principle well and forced himself to suppress his rage. The suspect has been apprehended. I'll take him away now. You can't stop me. Yang Jin declared firmly, grabbing Chen Yang by the arm and pulling him toward the exit. Seeing this, Yang Wuwen wouldn't let them leave so easily. With a wave of his hand, several fully armed soldiers blocked their path. Yang Jin refrained from violence, knowing that striking a soldier would mean openly defying the military. The consequences would be too severe for the entire East Sea. Even the Hunter Martial Arts Academy couldn't bear them. What do you think you're doing? What gives you the right to stop me? Yang Jin turned, his voice thick with fury. What do you mean? You can leave, but he can't. Yang Hong already told me he's the mastermind behind Luo Xingho's murder. If I let him go now, how can I face Uncle Luo Zhan? He must be brought to justice today. Even Wu Cheng arriving won't save him. Yang Wuhen declared with authority. His defining trait was protecting his own. Whatever Yang Hong set out to accomplish, he backed it 100%.
Moreover, he knew everything about this operation from start to finish. It was his order. That settled it. Yang Wuhan? What gives you the right? Do you really think you can still rely on a single word from back then to make this stick?
I have video evidence and your son's necklace both backed by footage.
If this escalates and alerts higher-ups, do you think he can walk away scot-free?
Yang Jin dropped all pretense and laid his cards on the table. Since the other side was harping on and trying to use a few pawns words to forcibly detain Chen Yang, then there was nothing left to discuss. At worst, he'd escalate the situation and wait for higher-ups to handle it.
This was the most advantageous course for Chen Yang, though the situation looked quite different for the Yang family. Sure enough, upon hearing Yang Jin's words, Yang Wuhan's imposing aura instantly diminished considerably. Even so, he refused to let the two off so easily. His fear was understandable, but it didn't mean Luo Zhan would be afraid. Once Luo Zhan arrived, neither of them would escape. Not just Chen Yang. Even Yang Jin could be framed with a trumped-up charge. Then they'd be at his mercy. Yang Wuhan despised Yang Jin's self-righteous pretensions more than anything. He thought Yang Jin was too pretentious. Wasn't it better to make money together?
Yang Jin, don't think anyone above can protect him.
You can't leave now. Try it if you don't believe me. Yang Wuhan declared with utter recklessness.
I must leave, Yang Jin snapped angrily, shoving aside the men blocking the exit. Chen Yang felt helpless. He couldn't get involved in this situation.
The mission deadline was fast approaching. Leave? Where to?
Just then, an old man leaning on a cane burst in, accompanied by a group of men in black suits and sunglasses. He was none other than Luo Zhan, the mayor of Donghai City. His face was ashen, and his overall condition looked far from good. Luo Xingho's absence had him deeply anxious. Years ago, his only son had fallen in battle, leaving behind a son and a daughter. That is, Luo Xingho and Luo Hua. As he grew older, he had been grooming Luo Xingho as his successor. But suddenly, Luo Xingho had vanished. He had been rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment and had only just regained consciousness. Upon seeing Luo Huahua's message, he rushed over immediately. During the journey, he spoke with Luo Huahua and pieced together what had happened. He nearly fainted on the spot. Only the thought of what would become of Luo Hua if he collapsed held him steady. Upon seeing Luo Zhan arrive, Yang Jin abandoned any thoughts of leaving. Doing so would only heighten suspicion on both of them.
Luo Hua, Grandpa's here. Are you okay? Don't worry, I'll avenge Xingho.
Stepping inside, he immediately forced himself to ignore his discomfort and helped Luo Hua to her feet. The moment she saw her grandfather, Luo Hua lost all composure, clinging to Luo Zhan and weeping. Young man, the Luo family has no grudge against you. Why did you commit such a heinous act? If you live today, where would my honor as Luo Zhan stand? How could my grandson Luo Xingho rest in peace? Guards! Kill them all! Luo Zhan roared with fury, pointing at the black-clad men on the ground in Chen Yang, demanding their deaths. The Yang family father and son exchanged a glance, their hearts already bursting with joy. This was precisely the outcome they desired. Once Luo Xingho was dead, the position of heir would inevitably fall to Luo Hua. Then Yang Hong could marry Luo Hua. By then, there would be no Luo family left, only the Yang family. As for Chen Yang, he was merely a stumbling block in Yang Hong's path. With this thought, the Yang father and son watched the unfolding scene with calm composure. Chapter 31, Crisis Averted, Mysterious Badge. Soon, several men in black suits entered without a word. With swift, decisive movements, they dispatched the black-clad attackers, who fell dead instantly. The remaining assailants then advanced toward Chen Yang. Unsurprisingly, they launched their attack on both him and Yang Jin. Yang Jin and Chen Yang weren't about to go down without a fight. With a single punch, they sent the attackers reeling. Luo Zhan, that's enough. Did you ask my permission before trying to kill me? Don't think just because you're the mayor, you can lay a finger on my men. Just as Chen Yang and his companions were being gradually surrounded, Wu Chang strode in, his words trailing behind him. His presence commanded respect without a hint of anger, and no one dared attack Chen Yang and Yang Jin anymore. Not even the Yang family father and son or Luo Zhan had expected this. They never imagined he would confront two major clans for the sake of a mere youth. To them, Wu Chang's choice was unwise. Wu Chang, your men killed my grandson. Shouldn't a life be paid for a life? Today, I will kill him. Luo Zhan showed no sign of yielding, his tone unyielding. He was prepared to risk his life today to kill these two men. Otherwise, how could he face his own sons and grandsons 100 years from now? As the head of a city, failing to protect his own grandson was a disgrace. Even if this man was Wu Chang, backed by a higher-level martial arts academy, he felt no fear. Wu Chang was so enraged he nearly laughed. He never imagined Luo Zhan would be led around by the nose by the Yang family father and son. He never imagined the Yangs would dare stand here so brazenly. See for yourself. I won't say more. I've already sent your grandson's body to the Luo family. I've done what needed to be done. I advise you to be more discerning. Some people are not truly friends. Wu Chang spoke slowly, then had someone hand Luozhan a record of the exit from the city along with the video footage. Luozhan seethed with rage, yet he still watched. He wanted to see what other tricks Wu Chang had up his sleeve. The footage clearly showed several men in black carrying a body bag out through the city gates, no questioning, no inspection. There were no records of anyone leaving the city, absolutely none. Luozhan's mind raced at this sight. Who else but the military headquarters could possess such capabilities? City defenses fell under the military's purview, while his own responsibilities centered on internal security. The realization jolted Luozhan awake, though he gave no outward sign. Instead, he crushed the object in his hand, leaving not a single trace behind. The young family father and son, observing this, wore smiles on their faces, though panic stirred within. They feared Luozhan might uncover any trace of their scheme. "I'll give you face. Take him and get out. But I'll remember this debt today. I'll repay it 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold in the future. Dare to scheme against me, Luozhan, and no one will escape unscathed." Luozhan spoke these words outwardly to Wu Chang, though Wu Chang understood clearly that the other party had already begun suspecting the young family this was a veiled threat. "Yangjin, take Shen Yang outside and wait for me." Wu Chang spoke slowly, addressing Yangjin beside him. Upon hearing this, Yangjin nodded and led Chen Yang out of the room, leaving Chen Yang feeling utterly bewildered. He had no idea how Wu Chang had persuaded Luozhan, but he was grateful nonetheless. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble this time. "Yang Wuan, I advise you to be careful. You know exactly what you've done. Some things will come for you soon enough. Let's go." Wu Chang shot a cold smile at the young family father and son before leading his men away. Stepping out the door, Wu Chang and the hunters from the martial arts academy departed with Chen Yang and the others. Only then did Chen Yang breathe a sigh of relief. Master of the hall, and all the elders present. How could someone like me, Chen Yang, possibly deserve your assistance? I've caused you all trouble. If there's ever anything I can do for you, I'll consider myself defeated if I even blink an eye. Inside the carriage, Chen Yang expressed his gratitude to everyone with unwavering sincerity, pledging his assistance. Chen Yang knew that in turbulent times, one had no patron to rely on. Even if you were a prodigy blessed by heaven, one moment of carelessness, one could meet an untimely end. Having lived through his previous life, Chen Yang understood this truth all too well. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang smiled faintly. He had been waiting for an opportunity to draw closer to Chen Yang. Little did he expect the chance would come so swiftly. "Young man, there's no need for such formality. It's all about fate. I'll say it again, our Hunters Martial Arts Academy welcomes you anytime. Don't feel any burden. We're helping you simply because we don't want a good person to be wronged." Wu Chang spoke slowly. He didn't immediately demand Chen Yang join his academy. He knew that joining under such circumstances would make the other party feel constrained. He wouldn't truly regard the academy as home, it would always feel superficial. Chen Yang fell into deep thought upon hearing this. The man before him possessed a certain quality that intrigued even someone like Chen Yang, who had lived through countless lifetimes. "Senior, I appreciate your kindness. I cannot join the martial arts school directly at this time, for I cherish my freedom. However, I can join the martial arts school as a registered member. I can train with the school and complete tasks when I have time. I seek no reward." Chen Yang paused to consider before speaking slowly. He didn't want to owe anyone a favor, yet he also didn't wish to join the martial arts academy and be bound by its constraints. Thus, he devised a compromise. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang sighed. Though slightly disappointed, he could accept it. "Agreed. Then come to the martial arts academy tomorrow when you have time. As for compensation, rest assured there will be some. I won't tie you down either. Just come whenever you have time." Wu Chang spoke slowly. "Thank you for your understanding, senior. I'll get off here first. I have some business to attend to." Chen Yang spoke slowly. This spot was conveniently close to Times Square, allowing him to complete his task. "Stop the car. Take care. We look forward to your return," Wu Chang said calmly, flashing a smile. Opening the door, Chen Yang stepped out. After exchanging farewells with the others, he composed himself and began running toward Times Square. According to the order's instructions, the location was in the underground parking garage on the eastern side of Times Square. Without hesitation, he glanced at the time. There was little left. Chen Yang quickened his pace and soon reached the underground parking garage, having made a quick disguise along the way. Sure enough, heading east, he immediately spotted a tall figure wearing a veil already waiting. "Did you bring the item?" The veiled figure spoke slowly, her voice as cold as ice. Chen Yang said nothing, simply handing her the Wolf King's heart. After inspecting it and confirming it was genuine, she said, "Congratulations on completing the mission. The funds will be transferred to your account." With that, the veiled figure vanished at a speed that left even Chen Yang stunned. Such speed rivaled that of a peak 4th-tier cultivator. Could someone this powerful really just be a contact? Chen Yang was puzzled. Given his knowledge of the East Sea, how could he not be aware of such a formidable organization? Unable to make sense of it, Chen Yang decided not to dwell on it further and prepared to leave.
Suddenly, he felt something beneath his foot. He lifted his foot to find a badge bearing the image of a roaring tiger. Chen Yang immediately realized it must have fallen from the man earlier, but the figure had vanished without a trace. Chen Yang tucked the item away. He had never seen this emblem before. Chapter 32, The Ugly Truth Exposed. Hunter Martial Arts Academy. Master, that kid's being a bit rude, isn't he? We risked everything to protect him, yet he acts like he couldn't care less. My take is, we should just drop him. The East Sea may not be some martial arts mecca, but finding someone stronger than him isn't impossible. At the Martial Arts Academy entrance, Yang Jin hesitated, then finally couldn't hold back. Words of doubt and dissatisfaction spilled from his mouth. It wasn't that he couldn't stand seeing a prodigy, it was mainly that he felt Chen Yang was showing a complete lack of respect. After all, Wu Chang was the headmaster of the East Sea branch of the Hunters. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with someone of his prestige and power? Yet Chen Yang showed not a shred of such deference, leaving Yang Jin both perplexed and infuriated. He believed the young man was simply too arrogant, full of himself. It wasn't just Yang Jin, the other members of the martial arts club shared the same thoughts. Yet none dared voice it, fearing Wu Chang's displeasure. After all, this was someone he had taken a personal interest in. To question Chen Yang was tantamount to questioning Wu Chang's judgment. Yang Jin, drop this matter. If he were to join my Hunter Martial Arts Academy without any fuss, I'd lose all interest in him. But right now, I find him even more intriguing. He's different from the rest. Never mind, there's no point explaining further. Just assign some men to protect him discreetly for now. Wu Chang sighed and spoke slowly. He didn't blame Yang Jin, knowing these were the honest thoughts of everyone present. But at this very moment, his resolve to recruit Chen Yang only grew stronger, fearing Chen Yang might face retaliation. That was why he instructed Yang Jin to provide covert protection. With that, Wu Chang strode into the martial arts hall without looking back. Yes, sir. Yang Jin answered in a loud voice before leading his men away. Though deeply troubled, he obeyed Wu Chang's sighs without question, not merely because the man had saved him, but because it stemmed from genuine recognition. Meanwhile, outside the Luo family villa complex, Luo Zhan stepped out of the car and shakily approached a cart covered in white cloth. His eyes darted nervously, unable to accept the reality of Luo Xingho's departure. Luo Hua had wept for hours, her eyes swollen and red, her entire being drained of life. She stood beside Luo Zhan, offering support. Beside the cart, many members of the Luo family were already weeping inconsolably. This moment was one of profound sorrow, impossible to forget. Luo Zhan controlled himself, supported by Luo Hua as he approached the cart. He dared not take the white cloth with his own hands. He dared not look upon Luo Xingho's appearance. Until a gust of wind lifted the corner of the white cloth, revealing Luo Xingho's utterly disfigured face. Luo Zhan's heart lurched and he stumbled, nearly falling. My child. How? Why must your fate be so cruel? Barely born, and your parents died in battle. After grandfather worked so hard to raise you happily, but now you've left me forever. It's grandfather's fault. Grandfather failed to protect you. Rest assured, I will make those who harmed you pay. Luo Zhan looked aged beyond his years, his hair streaked with gray, his voice trembling with emotion. His wrinkled fists clenched tightly. Rage surged within him, only to be forcibly suppressed. He knew the Young family was behind all this. Though he'd long suspected it, he never imagined their cruelty could reach such depths. Yet now the Luo family was gradually declining. Luo Hua was still young, and their sole heir, Luo Xingho, had already departed. If they tore apart their facade now, there was no guarantee the Yangs wouldn't turn on Luo Hua. Beside him, Luo Hua was speechless, sobbing uncontrollably, even breathing seemed difficult. Uncle Luo, please try to compose yourself. Xingho's departure grieves me deeply. Rest assured, Chen Yang won't escape justice. I will see to it that he faces justice. Seeing the situation had reached a critical point, Yang Wuhan stepped forward urgently to declare his stance and clear his name. He knew this was a prime opportunity. If handled well, he could manipulate Luo Zhan right now. He could persuade Luo Zhan to marry Luo Hua to Yang Hong. With no male heirs left in the Luo family and Luo Zhan's stubborn temperament, he'd never consider an outsider. Thus, Luo Hua was the most likely candidate. Once she joined the Yang family, wouldn't the Luo family become a legitimate part of the Yangs? At this thought, a barely perceptible smirk touched Yang Wuhan's lips. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in fury, but he forced himself to endure the discomfort. Then I'll trouble you, Wuhan. It's my own incompetence. Allowing the murderer to escape, Luo Zhan said slowly, feigning ignorance as he expressed his gratitude to Yang Wuhan. Uncle Luo, you're too polite. Yang Hong and Luo Hua grew up together. And I was a close friend of her father's. We're practically family. No need for formalities. But now that Xingho is gone, you're getting older. Rest assured, I'll find the best technology to help you have another son, so the Luo family will have an heir. Yang Wuhan's face was etched with sorrow. Every word he spoke seemed to be for the sake of the Luo family, even going so far as to suggest Luo Zhan have another child. But these were merely techniques Yang Wuhan employed to mask his true intentions. He simply didn't want to state outright that the Luo family had no heir. That would have been too obvious.
Instead, he chose a more subtle approach, presenting it as a seemingly excellent solution. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhan spat out a mouthful of blood and nearly fainted.
He hadn't expected Yang Wuhan to drop all pretense and threaten him outright. Yet he had no choice. Glancing at Luo Hua, he could only swallow his anger and endure. "Grandfather, are you all right? You absolutely cannot get hurt again. Otherwise, what would I do?"
Luo Hua spoke through sobs, her despair reaching its peak.
"Uncle Luo, are you all right? Don't scare me like that," Yang Wuhan asked with genuine concern.
Truthfully, if Luo Zhan were to die now, it would actually be a convenient solution for the Yang family.
With only Luo Hua left, wouldn't she be at their mercy? "I'm fine," Luo Zhan forced himself to speak.
"You needn't concern yourself with the matter of the heir. The Luo family will handle it ourselves."
"Alright, you may go now.
I want to spend some time with Spark." Luo Zhan shot Yang Wuhan a glance laced with murderous intent. "In that case, we shall take our leave. Please take care of yourselves." Yang Wuhan bowed his hands in a gesture of respect, spoke slowly, then departed the scene with Yang Hong. This was the first of countless similar farewells to come. The Yang family father and son weren't the least bit concerned that this situation would change.
As for Chen Yang, the two were utterly powerless to act, forced to bide their time. Watching the Yang family father and son depart, Luo Zhan coughed up another mouthful of blood before fainting completely. "Grandfather! Grandfather! What's wrong with you? Someone, help my grandfather!"
Luo Hua collapsed in despair, and the Luo family members rushed them both to the best hospital. As for Luo Xingho, his funeral arrangements were temporarily put on hold. Meanwhile, Chen Yang glanced at the time. It was already school hours and headed straight for campus.
Chapter 33, Zhao Buchan's Return?
Throughout the journey, Chen Yang felt a heavy weight on his heart. The events of the day had been overwhelming, leaving even someone who had lived a lifetime feeling helpless.
Ding!
Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification. 30,000 Longwa currency had been deposited into his bank account. Just as he was about to shut off his phone, another message popped up.
"We appreciate your cooperation. A new mission will be released shortly. Please stay tuned. Would you like to continue our partnership?" Chen Yang didn't pay much attention to the message.
Whether he continued the partnership depended entirely on the payment offered and the nature of the specific tasks. As for long-term partnerships, Chen Yang had no interest whatsoever.
He didn't want to get involved with any organization like this.
Without further thought, Chen Yang hopped on a shared bike by the roadside and pedaled toward school.
Donghai No. 3 Middle School, 7:50 a.m. 10 minutes before the scheduled training assembly.
At the martial arts plaza, Zhang Dahai stood on the steps, watching anxiously as Chen Yang failed to arrive.
Luo Hua was also absent, though the Luo family had already submitted an excuse.
As for what had transpired, he remained unaware, for the Luo family had kept it concealed.
They didn't want the whole city to know.
Among the crowd, a young girl stood out. Her well-fitted school uniform, slightly tight, accentuated her already curvaceous figure, making it appear even more perfect. Her expression was heavy, as if weighed down by worry, her gaze drifting involuntarily toward the spot where Chen Yang should be. She was Xia Chushui. Chen Yang hadn't returned home all night, and she was deeply worried. At that moment, she had already made a silent decision. If Chen Yang didn't show up by 8:30, she would take a day off to look for him. For some reason, her anxiety about his safety was growing. She tried to reassure herself that perhaps it was because of the money he had given her.
Just then, Chen Yang finally arrived, rushing in breathlessly. Seeing him arrive, both Zhang Dahai and Xia Chushua breathed a sigh of relief.
But it wasn't just Chen Yang who arrived, there was also an extremely familiar face, Zhao Buchan. After recuperating, for reasons unknown, the headmaster changed the rules and allowed him to rejoin. Before the training camp commenced, another ranking tournament would be held. The top 10 victors would gain entry, meaning there were now 11 participants. One participant would need to be eliminated. Chen Yang, Zhao Buchan, get back to your positions immediately. Zhang Dahai spoke slowly. Hearing this, Chen Yang, who hadn't noticed Zhao Buchan behind him, felt a bit puzzled. What was Zhao Buchan doing here? He didn't dwell on it, merely glancing at Zhao Buchan before taking his own position. Zhao Buchan, meanwhile, wore a smile, appearing exceptionally amiable, as if the earlier arena match against Chen Yang had never happened. There was no trace of the despair of having fallen to rock bottom. Instead, he radiated a different kind of confidence. He promptly took his place beside Chen Yang. Xin Cheng in the crowd let out a wild grin, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. She looked utterly cheerful. She showed not a trace of surprise or confusion at Zhao Buchan's return. Ahem. I know you all have questions. Without further ado, Zhao Buchan's reinstatement was decided by the school leadership. One person will be eliminated before the training camp begins. Take note, and don't assume your positions are secure. Zhang Dahai spoke sternly, offering no further explanation for details he himself didn't fully grasp, merely issuing a blunt warning to the group.
Hearing Zhang Dahai's words, the crowd offered no objections.
Today's primary purpose is to assess your progress with the martial arts techniques you received yesterday.
Zhao Buchan, having just returned, will collect his martial arts techniques later.
I will evaluate him tomorrow. I will conduct irregular checks on your martial arts skills going forward.
If I'm dissatisfied with anyone's practice results, they won't be allowed to train until I'm satisfied.
Zhao Buchan's voice boomed out, his expression stern. He knew that Third High's current strength was indeed weak, but this group of recruits was quite promising, especially Chen Yang, Xiao Chushua, and Luo Hua. Therefore, strict supervision was essential to boost their chances of success in the training camp and even the college entrance exams.
Yes, sir.
The group responded in unison, each eager to demonstrate the martial arts techniques they had learned the previous day. In the martial arts path, no one dislikes the strong, and no one doesn't aspire to become strong. Faced with such an opportunity, their excitement was impossible to contain.
Their voices rang out loud and resolute.
Only Chen Yang's voice seemed faint, so low he wasn't even sure if he'd spoken at all. He felt helpless.
How am I supposed to learn a martial art that's completely blank? Demonstrate? How the hell do I demonstrate? Chen Yang vented inwardly.
Even by the system's time conversion, it wouldn't be possible until at least the day after tomorrow. He hadn't selected a single martial skill yet, but that probably wouldn't fly as an excuse in Zhang Dahai's eyes.
And he couldn't very well say the system hadn't finished analyzing it yet, or that he didn't have enough lifespan, could he? That would be utter nonsense.
After pondering for a while, he could only say he'd forgotten to learn it. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yang composed himself. Just as he lifted his head, he met Zhang Dahai's expectant gaze. At this moment, Zhang Dahai was filled with hope for Chen Yang, desperately wanting him to step forward and set a good example. But after staring at Chen Yang for a long while, he still showed no sign of stepping forward. This left Zhang Dahai feeling awkward, and he could only offer a faint smile. Chen Yang just signaled me with his eyes.
He's saving his presentation for last, so who among you will take the lead? Don't let yourselves be intimidated by Chen Yang's confidence. I need everyone to step forward enthusiastically.
Zhang Dahai spoke slowly, a smile spreading across his face as he playfully teased Chen Yang.
Me? Not the director? Do you even know what you're saying? Where did you see that confidence? This is clearly a look of refusal, okay? Aren't you just setting me up? Chen Yang looked utterly aggrieved.
He hadn't expected Zhang Dahai to pull such a stunt. He'd managed to cover his own tracks, but how was Chen Yang supposed to explain himself?
Thoughts raced through Chen Yang's mind.
Chen Yang, I never expected you to be so confident these days.
You didn't even come visit your brother after you beat him up and sent him to the hospital. Don't worry, I'm not blaming you.
I know you've been swamped. Rest assured, I support you.
I'm actually glad I lost to you. I'll be watching your performance later.
Zhao Buchan spoke slowly, a smile on his face, not a trace of resentment, but rather genuine kindness. But how could Chen Yang fail to see through this feigned kindness? He hadn't expected him to be like this even after getting beaten up. Still, Chen Yang could sense that the other guy had grown stronger and not just a little.
This surprised Chen Yang, though he didn't dwell on it.
Then watch closely, Chen Yang said coldly, his composure unshaken. He pondered a question: could he use the system to learn another's martial arts techniques from afar? Even if it was just a simulation, it might get him through this. Chen Yang said no more, quietly fiddling with the system.
Chapter 34, Stop praising me, I really can't do it. Director, let me handle this.
Just as Zhang Dahai stood awkwardly by, Xin Qing stepped forward. She looked at Zhao Buchan and Chen Yang, but her gaze held different meanings, for each one filled with affection, the other with anger. She had been scheming to manipulate Chen Yang, hoping this persistent suitor would realize his mistake and shift his affections toward her. But as Xin Qing grew increasingly certain that his relationships with Xiao Chushue and Luo Hua were far from simple, she realized this tactic no longer held sway over Chen Yang. But this didn't faze Xin Qing. If that approach failed, she'd simply be more forceful and prove her strength. She moved closer to Zhao Buchan without any pretense. This way, she was certain Chen Yang wouldn't remain calm.
All right, Xin Qing, you demonstrate it.
Zhang Dahai spoke with a faint smile.
Yes.
Xin Qing replied, stepping forward with confidence. The martial skill she had chosen was a C-rank technique, wind riding. This was a movement technique. Mastered to perfection, it allowed one to skillfully harness the power of wind for rapid movement.
Mind moves with the wind.
Xin Qing silently recited the incantation. Instantly, her entire body seemed to grow lighter. After taking a few simple steps, she moved so swiftly that it became impossible to discern where her feet landed.
This level of mastery represented 10% proficiency.
Achieving this much in a single day was quite impressive. Xin Qing finished her demonstration with a satisfied smile, turning to look at Zhang Dahai.
Clap, clap, clap. Excellent, Xin Qing.
You've learned well. Clearly you've been practicing diligently.
Go rest over there.
Zhang Dahai spoke with evident satisfaction. To master a footwork martial art to this degree was truly impressive. Xin Qing nodded slightly, his smile growing even brighter as he stepped aside. He was eager to see what martial art Chen Yang had chosen.
Next. Zhang Dahai announced slowly. Seeing Chen Sheng's smug expression, Chen Yang felt even more helpless. If he had martial arts techniques, relying solely on the system, achieving 30% mastery wasn't impossible. But without martial arts techniques, where could he possibly train? In his previous life, he had relied solely on his invincible physique. Martial arts techniques had never been his domain. Otherwise, he could have leveraged his past skills to gain an advantage. But now he had nothing. Moreover, when Chen Sheng practiced his martial technique earlier, he had tested the system and found it completely incapable of mimicking martial techniques. Clearly, he could only wait until he had enough lifespan to exchange for martial arts techniques. The restoration would take 50 years. He wasn't sure if the 10 years of lifespan he'd already consumed counted toward that. If it did, then tomorrow night would be the day. Anyway, he could only wait until the day after tomorrow when school started to get another chance. Then, with the extra lifespan, he could even level up his martial skill proficiency. With that thought, Chen Yang stopped agonizing over it. If he didn't have it, he didn't have it. As long as he knew whether he had it or not, it didn't matter what others thought. Even without martial arts now, these people weren't his match. Sighing, Chen Yang felt much more at ease. Not bad. Your practice is decent. Keep it up. Next. What are you practicing? This won't do. Go practice by yourself over there. Come back to join the training when you've improved. Zhang Dahai's mood was like a roller coaster, one moment elated by good martial arts practice, the next filled with frustration. Because some students simply weren't practicing properly. Watching everyone demonstrate their martial arts one by one, Xiao Chushue was next, and then it would be his turn. All eyes were fixed on the two of them. Xiao Chushue stepped forward slowly. The martial skill she had chosen was the B-rank skill Blizzard. This skill combined control with area of effect damage, and when mastered, it could be considered a god-tier ability in team battles. Its sole drawback was the slow casting time, demanding the martial artist possess exceptional timing and battlefield analysis skills. Only then could its potential be maximized. Shen Yang observed Xiao Chushue's cool demeanor, curious to see how well she grasped this martial skill. Xiao Chushue, begin. Everyone's eagerly waiting. Zhang Dahai's expression remained stern, yet his gaze held a distinct spark, one of confidence and expectation. He knew Xiao Chushue's family circumstances were difficult. If she could gain admission to university or perform well at the training camp, he was confident Xiao Chushue wouldn't pass up the chance to receive a scholarship from the school. All right. Xiao Chushue replied calmly, her voice unruffled. She then walked to an open area, cupped her hands, and commanded toward the empty space ahead, Blizzard. The moment the words left her lips, the clearing was instantly blanketed in ice and snow, with countless icicles erupting from the ground. Zhang Dahai's eyes widened at the sight. He could tell Xiao Chushue's mastery of this skill was roughly on par with Shen Sheng's. Yet for an area of effect attack, there was a deliberate interval between the ice spikes and the snowfall. She hadn't unleashed everything at once. This clearly demonstrated Xiao Chushue's composure. She wasn't trying to maximize damage and control all at once. This demonstrated a fundamental requirement for martial artists using such skills. Zhang Dahai smiled, deeply satisfied. Xiao Chushue, very good, very good. You're performing the best so far. Zhang Dahai spoke slowly, his eyes brimming with delight. Director, why is that? Isn't mine stronger than hers? At that moment, Xin Sheng spoke with disdain. She didn't think Xiao Chushue's performance was anything special. Besides, her skill execution wasn't smooth. Xin Xing, what do you know? Are you questioning me? Zhang Dahai glared sternly at Xin Cheng. Hearing this, Xin Sheng remained silent, only glaring resentfully at Xiao Chushue. Xiao Chushue remained unfazed, merely nodding to Zhang Dahai before stepping aside. Her gaze drifted casually toward Chen Yang. He'd gone out on a mission yesterday, wondered if he'd practiced his martial arts. Xiao Chushue still felt a bit concerned. What martial skill do you think Chen Yang will have? I think whatever martial art it is, with Chen Yang's ability to surpass others, he'll definitely surprise us. Right, I need to watch and learn carefully. I can't wait. The group chattered excitedly, all eyes fixed on Chen Yang, each gaze brimming with anticipation. Even the disdainful Xin Xing couldn't help but glance at Chen Yang from time to time, curiosity evident in her eyes. As for Zhao Buchan standing nearby, a faint smile touched his lips. Chen Yang, it's your turn. Go on. Set a good example for your brothers. Facing the collective gaze and hearing their words, Chen Yang felt utterly helpless. Director, I had something urgent to attend to yesterday and didn't have time to practice the martial arts. Ignoring Zhao Buchan's prompt, Chen Yang turned to Zhang Dahai and spoke awkwardly. What? Chen Yang, you're not joking? Even though Chen Yang had made himself clear, Zhang Dahai couldn't help but ask. After all, when it came to diligence, Chen Yang was undoubtedly among the top students in the entire school. It was unthinkable that he would forget to practice martial arts. Chapter 35, Waiting for the System to Restore Lifespan. Hearing Chen Yang admit he hadn't practiced, the others didn't think he was lazy. Instead, they suspected he was deliberately holding back, fearing his overwhelming skill might crush their self-esteem. Chen Yang, you really are just pretending to work hard, just like I said. Now that it's time to prove yourself, you can't deliver? Just then, a voice diverged from the group's consensus.
They turned in surprise to find it was Xinqiang.
Xinqing, what do you know? Chen Yang is just sparing your pride.
You should be secretly pleased. Don't think your looks give you license to spout nonsense all day.
We haven't even addressed your past favoritism toward other schools betraying your own institution. You're already putting on airs? Right? Ugh, shameless.
Faced with Xinqing's defiance, the others showed her no mercy.
Each cutting remark pierced like a dagger into her heaving chest.
Xinqiang was rendered speechless, stomping her foot in frustration.
Enough, stop arguing. Zhang Dahai couldn't bear to watch any longer and stepped in to stop him.
He desperately hoped Chen Yang had truly spoken out of fear of hurting everyone's pride. Otherwise, it might mean Chen Yang's previous strength was just an illusion that he was fundamentally untalented. This suspicion lingered in Zhang Dahai's mind, constantly pulling at his thoughts. Chen Yang, what do you say? Zhang Dahai turned to Chen Yang, demanding a serious answer.
Hearing this, Chen Yang froze. While it felt good to be praised by everyone, wasn't this a bit awkward? Yet he couldn't think of a suitable excuse now.
After much deliberation, Chen Yang spoke calmly, Director, I genuinely forgot to learn it.
I wasn't trying to hurt anyone. The room fell silent, faces turning grim. Chen Yang. You're infuriating me. Why didn't you learn it? Is it because your martial arts skills aren't up to par? All the other students managed, why couldn't you? You know I had high hopes for you. You've disappointed me terribly. Zhang Dahai shook his head repeatedly, speaking with obvious irritation.
He hadn't expected Chen Yang to come up with the excuse of forgetting to learn it. More likely, he simply hadn't mastered it and was too embarrassed to demonstrate.
Chen Yang? He really didn't learn it?
And here I was defending him earlier.
Who knew he was this kind of person?
A flash in the pan, just a flash in the pan.
Without talent, trying to pull off an upset is just unrealistic. Those who had supported Chen Yang moments ago couldn't help but vent their frustration.
In contrast, Xinqiang wore a broad smile. She had suspected all along that Chen Yang must have relied on his parents' inheritance to boost his strength. Clearly, that approach no longer worked. That's why he came up with this excuse.
Chen Yang paid no mind to the murmurs, wisely stepping aside.
Zhang Dahai shook his head again at the sight but still walked over to Chen Yang.
Chen Yang, this won't do.
If you let a few minor achievements go to your head, then martial arts aren't for you.
Tomorrow, representatives from major martial arts academies and school administrators will come to observe your training results. You might even get the chance to train with martial arts school members. You absolutely must seize this opportunity. I won't say more. Do what's best for yourself.
Zhang Dahai spoke earnestly, knowing full well how difficult things were for Chen Yang, especially with his poor family background and lack of natural talent. But once they achieve a little success, they start thinking they're invincible and often stop there. The notion that great men come from humble origins, it's truly difficult.
Zhang Dahai shook his head inside, preparing to lead the other students back to training. Chen Yang remained silent, listening quietly.
He understood that actions spoke louder than words. Whether he could succeed would become clear in time.
He wasn't worried. Xia Chushua looked at Chen Yang with concern.
She wanted to go comfort him, but feared saying the wrong thing. After much deliberation, she decided to wait until after school to have a proper talk with him. After that, Chen Yang practiced alone on the sidelines, though it had nothing to do with martial arts. He was merely going through the motions. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was time to go home. Chen Yang, don't forget about today. I'm really looking forward to our next duel. Just then, Zhao Buchan walked over to Chen Yang, his tone seemingly concerned but actually mocking.
Next time, I'll cover your medical bills. Chen Yang replied slowly. Hearing this, Zhao Buchan's face turned green. Very well, very well. I still love your confidence. With that, Zhao Buchan swept Xinqing into his arms and walked away. Oh dear, Brother Buchan, you can't touch me there. If anyone saw us, it'd be so embarrassing. Watching Xinqing deliberately utter those words, Chen Yang felt nothing but disgust. His revenge against the two had only just begun. He hadn't expected them to stop pretending altogether. But just you wait, a fate worse than death awaits you both. Chen Yang, are you okay? Xia Chushue, who witnessed the entire scene, timidly asked. What could possibly be wrong? You didn't miss me after I stayed out all night, did you? Chen Yang looked at Xia Chushue without even shifting his gaze. You? What are you talking about? I've got to get back to the shop. Let me know what you want for dinner tonight, and I'll bring it home. Xia Chushue lowered her head and changed the subject. The restaurant had been closed for several days now. Xia Chushue knew she had to work harder, only then could she earn more money. As for why she wasn't taking on assignments, the reason was simple. Xia Chushue feared that if anything happened to her, her mother would be left without care. She could only choose a safer path unless she was truly cornered. I love everything you cook, Chen Yang said with a smile. Xia Chushue didn't respond, instead running away with a touch of coyness. She had intended to comfort Chen Yang. But seeing him still in the mood to tease her, she figured he must be okay. Watching Xia Chushue's retreating figure, Chen Yang sighed. It was already afternoon. He had to go to the Hunter Martial Arts Academy. He couldn't go back on his word. After all, the Hunter Martial Arts Academy had truly helped him. With that thought, Chen Yang walked to the school gate, grabbed a bicycle, and pedaled toward the Hunter Martial Arts Academy. Hunter Martial Arts Academy. Do you think the master really had to do that? We've been waiting all day for one student, and he hasn't even agreed to join our academy. Making us wait here? Is this person really that important? At the Martial Arts Academy entrance, two men stood holding a welcome banner for Chen Yang, though they clearly weren't happy about it, muttering under their breath. They were convinced the master had made a terrible mistake, going to such lengths just to wait for one person. In their eyes, Wu Chang was a man who never gave anyone face, yet now he was making such an unprecedented spectacle. It was utterly baffling to them. What are you two muttering about? Stand straight. He should be here any moment. Wu Chang overheard their muttering but didn't reprimand them, merely offering a brief instruction. The curator? We weren't questioning you. The two hurriedly spoke up. Just stand still. Wu Chang spoke sternly. Moments later, a figure riding a bicycle entered his line of sight and a smile spread across his face. Chapter 36, Internal Martial Arts Training Area. Crossing the street, a martial arts academy with an overwhelmingly imposing presence appeared before Chen Yang. Though it wasn't his first time here, the feeling remained palpable. Looking up, Chen Yang saw the welcome banner unfurled for him and spotted Wu Chang standing on the steps. It was clear Wu Chang was waiting for him. Chen Yang didn't dwell on it, though he wasn't particularly fond of such formalities. But he understood the ways of the world. Stepping off the vehicle, he walked toward the martial arts hall with a smile. Wu Chang descended the steps to meet him head-on, while the two men behind them shifted the banner to the side. Greetings, senior. My apologies for arriving late to class today, Chen Yang said with a smile, expressing his regret for the delay. Not at all. Glad you made it. Come on, follow me inside. I'd like to introduce you to a few people. Wu Chang showed no airs whatsoever, treating him like a younger brother as he spoke with a natural smile. Hearing this, Chen Yang nodded. Thank you for your kindness, senior. The two walked at a leisurely pace, soon entering the inner part of the martial arts hall. Wu Chang then led Chen Yang further into the training area. The space was enormous, equipped with every conceivable facility: fighting rings, testing apparatus, and more. It was truly luxurious, and numerous martial arts practitioners were engaged in their daily training routines. The moment Wu Chang entered, sparring partners halted their incoming techniques, and test subjects ceased monitoring their data. Every pair of eyes turned toward Wu Chang, then shifted with surprise to the young man behind him. They knew nothing about Chen Yang and were even more puzzled as to why Wu Chang would bring someone they'd never seen before into the inner training area of the martial arts academy. The training grounds were divided into inner and outer sections. The outer area was for ordinary members, while the inner section was reserved for the martial arts hall's core members, or the captains and core members of various hunting squads. Of course, the others didn't dwell on it. After all, Wu Chang had brought him in. Even if they had doubts, they could only wait for Wu Chang's explanation. Greetings, master. The group stood at attention, straightening their backs as they spoke in unison. Today, I'd like to introduce someone to you all. From now on, he may access the internal training area and use the equipment there as needed. His name is Chen Yang. He's a high school student from Donghai No. 3 Middle School, specially recruited by me. Of course, he hasn't formally agreed, it's merely a nominal position. He's free to leave at any time. Wu Chang spoke slowly, introducing Chen Yang to the dojo's core members. The crowd's expression shifted from confusion to visible irritation. After all, a high school student recruited specially? And without his consent? Every one of them had climbed the ranks through sheer effort, tempered in the crucible of life and death. So this direct entry without consent, and by a mere child, felt like an inexplicable insult to them. Of course, none dared express it openly before Wu Chang. After all, no one would dare defy him here. A young prodigy, indeed. Impressive, impressive. But master, are you certain he hasn't joined our martial arts academy? How can the members who earned their way in feel confident they can win? Though they dared not voice direct objections, they could still express their discontent through other avenues. Chen Yang, hearing this, naturally sensed the tension in the air. He understood that his sudden emergence was indeed unsettling to the group. You needn't concern yourselves with this. Any newly joined member of comparable rank who has objections may challenge Chen Yang. Whoever defeats him will gain equal standing to Chen Yang. That should settle the matter, right? Wu Chang spoke solemnly. His action stemmed not only from his confidence in Chen Yang but, more importantly, from his desire to test Chen Yang's capabilities. It wasn't blind support as it appeared on the surface. If Chen Yang couldn't even resolve this difficulty, he would naturally fade from Wu Chang's consideration. Hearing this, the others fell silent. Wu Chang's reasoning was sound. Anyone with the strength could step forward. They were vastly stronger than Chen Yang and wouldn't bully a child. But just because they wouldn't bully him didn't mean others wouldn't. Senior, how about I head to the external training grounds? I think that place would suit me just fine.
Chen Yang spoke slowly, knowing that once he entered the intersection, he would become a target for everyone. Besides, the martial arts hall wasn't his primary place to stay, so there was no need for him to be in the intersection.
Chen Yang, don't worry. I'll handle this. From now on, you'll be in the intersection. No one can say a thing about it.
Alright, Woodhead, show Chen Yang around. I have business to attend to and must leave. Wu Cheng first firmly backed Chen Yang, putting him at ease, then seized the chance to slip away, curious to see how the newcomer would handle the seasoned veteran's challenges.
Hearing this, Chen Yang could say nothing more.
The stage had been set for him, he had no choice but to push forward. There was no point in arguing. Wu Cheng patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and walked away.
Young man, Chen Yang, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Wang Mutu. Everyone calls me Mutu. You can call me Brother Mutu, you're younger than me.
After Wu Cheng departed, a short yet stocky man approached, resembling a miniature tank. With a round face, shaved head, and wearing a ponytail, he walked toward Chen Yang with a smile, speaking as he approached.
Hello, Brother Mu. Thank you for your help.
Chen Yang greeted him respectfully.
Mutu, you've really gone downhill. Treating a middle schooler like this? You weren't like this when you first joined. In our martial arts world, strength reigns supreme. It's not about someone like you who just watches the dojo to make a living. The crowd took a moment to tease Wang Mutu before turning their attention to Chen Yang with an unnervingly forced smile. Young man, you agree, right?
Martial arts naturally revere strength above all else. Chen Yang spoke calmly, unfazed by the commotion. After all, having lived 2 lifetimes, he'd seen it all before. He faced it with composure.
You don't know. Mind your own business. What do you mean I'm eating off the owner's face?
I'm serving the martial arts school wholeheartedly.
You martial arts fanatics just don't get it. Wang Mutu wasn't about to back down. If he lost face in front of the newcomer, how could Chen Yang ever listen to him in the future? So he fired back immediately.
Hearing this, the others shook their heads helplessly and smiled. Young man, don't take their nonsense seriously.
Let me show you around first. Wang Mutu turned to Chen Yang with a smile.
He knew Wu Cheng had taken notice of him for a reason. This young man clearly possessed genuine talent. After all, Wu Cheng wasn't the kind of place where connections alone got things done, everything was decided by strength.
Then I'll trouble you, Brother Mutu. No need to thank me. This is the sparring platform. It's perfect for regular practice sessions, and it's incredibly durable, you won't break it.
This is the therapy room. It primarily uses medicinal solutions to stimulate the body's potential, but it's only available once a month. And this is the gravity chamber, capable of reaching 50 times Earth's gravity. For us insiders, we can get in for an hour every other day, pretty decent perk.
And these? Alright, that's pretty much it. Wang Mutu gave Chen Yang a brief overview of the martial arts training area's layout, functions, and usage. Brother Woodhead, thanks for your time. Can I take a look around on my own? Chen Yang tentatively asked.
In his previous life, Chen Yang hadn't been very familiar with martial arts gyms, so seeing all this equipment was still somewhat awe-inspiring. Even though it was just a small city facility, it was definitely one of the top-ranked in Donghai.
Sure, take your time. Just call me if you need anything. Wang Mutu replied slowly. Then Chen Yang began exploring on his own. Little did he know that the external training area had descended into complete chaos. Chapter 37, Challenging Chen Yang. Brother Yu Chuan. Is what you said really true? A high schooler who's not even remotely academically gifted gets specially recruited by the dojo master? And he even turned down the master's offer? Now he's just a nominal member of the martial arts school, yet he still gets to train in the inner practice area? Brother Yu Chuan, you're not pulling our leg, are you? The master isn't that blind. Don't make fun of us like this.
As Yu Chuan shared the news of Chen Yang entering the inner training grounds, most members from the outer training area immediately gathered around. None of them could believe it was true. Such a thing had never happened since the Martial Arts Academy was founded. Moreover, the academy ranked second in the East Sea. It wasn't some small, insignificant place open to just anyone. This only deepened their skepticism, leading them to suspect Yu Chuan, a core member, was simply teasing them. When have I ever lied to you? And the master said that if anyone from the outer circle can defeat Chen Yang, they can join the inner circle directly. This kind of perk is only for you guys. If I'd been in your shoes back then, I would have jumped at the chance. Yu Chuan spoke with a smile, fanning the flames. But alas, this was all the master's doing. He wanted to push Chen Yang to the edge, to see if this kid was truly worth such treatment. Brother Yu Chuan? Really? Dong, you go for it. You've got this. You're our 10th ranked genius externally. You'll be joining the inner circle within a year at most. Right, Brother Dong can definitely do it. At that moment, everyone's gaze shifted to the silent man standing nearby. He was in his early 20s, with a scar across his face. His name was Yun Dong, and his family background was quite decent. Rumor had it he'd been scarred during a battle with a wolverine outside the city, yet he'd managed to slay the far stronger beast through sheer skill alone. Though ranked only 10th, his true strength suggested a top 5 placement was entirely within reach if he truly applied himself. The main thing was that Yun Dong was a ruthless individual, even to himself. Every day was nothing but training, and he didn't consider it training unless he pushed himself until he vomited. That's why everyone immediately thought of him. Upon hearing this, Yun Dong showed a hint of interest. Let's go check it out. His tone was light and casual, as if he didn't take Chen Yang too seriously. Amidst the crowd's urging, he headed toward the inner martial arts training area. 3 individuals remained unmoved, the top 3 ranked practitioners. Rumor had it they worked together with remarkable synergy and were close friends. Aren't you 3 going to give it a shot? This is your chance to enter the inner training grounds. Yu Chuan called out to them from a distance. Hearing this, the heavy-set man wielding a spear lifted his head and replied with disdain, defeating him to get in? That's no challenge at all. We'll rely on our own strength. No need for brother Yu Chuan to worry about us. With that, Yu Chuan smiled and walked away. Indeed, the trio faced no rivals in the outer training grounds. Joining the inner circle was merely a matter of passing the assessment. With the assessment just a month away, their entry into the inner circle was practically a done deal. Yu Chuan understood the confidence behind their words. However, he suspected they underestimated him. Perhaps they wouldn't stay complacent for long. The group arriving at the inner training grounds was stopped at the entrance, as special passes were required for access. Except for Chen Yang, he needed nothing, anytime, anywhere. This was a privilege granted to him by Wu Cheng. Who among you issued the challenge? Come in with me. The rest of you wait outside for news. Just then, Yu Chuan approached and spoke coldly. He produced the token and the hall master's instructions, placing them aside. Seeing this, the members in charge of entry naturally had no intention of stopping them. I'm going. Me too. Alright, the 3 of you may enter. The rest wait at the entrance. Yu Chuan spoke slowly, leading the 3 into the inner training area. The moment they entered, the inner members turned to look at them in surprise. However, they knew a little about these outsiders. They roughly knew that the people Yu Chuan had brought in were from the external training area. Especially Yun Dong, they knew it was only a matter of time before he joined the inner training grounds. They just didn't know why Yu Chuan had brought them in. Yu Chuan, what are you doing? As an insider, you should know our internal rules. Bringing them in like this, what if the headmaster finds out? Someone immediately questioned him in confusion. Didn't the master say defeating Chen Yang would grant access to the inner training grounds? They're here to challenge Chen Yang, isn't that the master's intention? Yu Chuan spoke with a smile. Hearing this, the others fell silent. If that was the case, it was precisely what they wanted to see. They wanted to see for themselves why Chen Yang had earned the master's favor. Was it genuine skill? Or had the master misjudged him? A test would reveal the truth. At that very moment, Chen Yang was preparing to leave the martial arts hall and head to Xia Chushue's shop so they could go home together. There was nothing left for him to do here, and training could wait. Just as he reached the entrance, he saw Yu Chuan enter with several others. However, since he wasn't familiar with them, he couldn't tell if they were outsiders or members of the academy. So he intended to leave the martial arts hall immediately. Chen Yang, are you leaving the martial arts school? Yes. These guys want to challenge you. Care to take them on? Yu Chuan spoke slowly, then stepped aside to watch the show. Of the 3 men, Yun Dong looked at Chen Yang with disdain, while the other 2 glared at him viciously. Gentlemen, I'm rather busy today. How about another day? You can choose any method for the challenge then. Chen Yang wasn't afraid, but it was indeed getting late. He needed to find Xia Chushue. As for sparring challenges, he had all the time in the world. But these words didn't land quite the same in the ears of the 3 men. They figured Chen Yang was either backing down or putting on airs, looking down on them. Chen Yang, you're just a high schooler. What gives you the right to look down on us? We've earned our stripes through hard-fought battles, and you're no genius either. If it weren't for the master taking a liking to you, how could you have joined our martial arts academy? You're not chickening out, are you? One of them spoke up, trying to provoke Chen Yang into a fight. Chen Yang sighed inwardly. He really didn't want to fight, but since they insisted, so be it. He'd choose the quickest method. Let's compare fist strength, that's quick too. Chen Yang had already planned his swift escape. Against an equal opponent, his fist wouldn't lose. Chapter 38, One Punch for 888? Strike and depart gracefully. How about a fist strength contest? Chen Yang stood alone facing the 3 men in the internal martial arts training area, his voice calm. Strength? Are you sure you want to compare strength? We're all higher ranked than you, and older too. A fist strength contest would be outright bullying. Plus, we've all undergone professional training at martial arts academies. Is it really fair for a high schooler like you to compete with us in brute strength? Pick another challenge. We don't want to take advantage of you. Yun Dong spoke coldly. He had expected Chen Yang to choose a ring match, a martial arts technique contest, or even resort to trickery. But he picked the most disadvantageous option for himself. My punching power is nearly 600 kilograms. You'd be better off just conceding.
Yun Dong shook his head, thinking silently. Fist strength it is. Chen Yang remained utterly composed, his expression unruffled as he spoke calmly. Mainly, he didn't want to waste time. Besides, he believed that in terms of punching power alone, the three before him couldn't possibly match him. Not only was he a body-forging cultivator, but his mastery over physical strength was unparalleled, far beyond what these men possessed. Hearing this, Yun Dong felt Chen Yan was still too immature and overly arrogant. Very well, let's settle this then. Yun Dong declared. With Brother Yun here, we'll hold back for now, the other two chimed in unison. Brother Chen Yang. You're not joking, are you? You stand no chance against them in a fistfight. Listen to Brother Woodhead, if the dojo master took notice of you, you must have some skill. A ring match would be better. Hearing Chen Yang intended to challenge the martial artists from the external training area to a fist strength contest, Wang Muda halted his training and approached Chen Yang. Though it wasn't his business, seeing Chen Yang choose a path with no chance of victory, he couldn't help but speak up. After all, the master had asked him to show Chen Yang around partly to keep an eye on him. Brother Woodhead. I'm confident. Chen Yang spoke firmly, nodding toward Wang Mutu. The inner members, seeing Chen Yang show no sign of backing down, seemingly oblivious to his own limitations, burst into laughter. Hey! You think this kid can win? Win? Don't be ridiculous. What does he have to win with? How could his punching power possibly match these outsiders? I've heard that kid with the scar on his face can beat Wolverine. How could his punching power lose to a high schooler? True. He really is too young. Wonder what the dojo master has planned. The internal members chattered among themselves, not a single one believing Chen Yang could defeat the three outsiders. Stop trying to talk me out of it. It's just a fistfight. I guarantee it. Besides, there are cameras. If he wins, it counts. Seeing their hesitation, Yu Chuan stepped in decisively. He knew Chen Yang's physical prowess, his punching power wouldn't be lacking either. He believed Chen Yang still had a chance. Let's listen to Brother Yu Chuan. The three turned to Yu Chuan in unison before shifting their gaze to Chen Yang. Go ahead. Go for it. All I can do is cheer you on. Don't worry if you lose. You're still young. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Wang Muta could only offer half-hearted encouragement. Thanks, Brother Woodhead. Chen Yang smiled and nodded. They then moved over to the punch power testing machine. This wasn't the portable, compact kind found in schools. It was a pillar-like structure, so massive that it would take several people linking arms to encircle it. It was said this machine could measure punching power up to 5,000 kilograms. Such force was likely only achievable by fighters ranked 5th tier or higher. I'll go first, Chen Yang said calmly. Go ahead. Upon hearing this, Yun Dong naturally had no objections. The moment the words left his lips, Chen Yang planted his feet firmly on the ground with tremendous force, kicking up a faint cloud of dust. He then took a small step back. He then shifted his stance, feet slightly apart, hips lowered, gathering power as his right fist clenched tightly. The onlookers were bewildered by Chen Yang's routine. They'd never seen such an unconventional setup for testing fist strength. Chen Yang. This isn't a place for street dancing, nor is it a circus. If you don't believe me, get out of the way. Don't delay my entry. Seeing Chen Yang's actions, one of the three men spoke up, somewhat speechless. He believed Chen Yang was clearly putting on airs, trying to look impressive when he was actually nothing special. Chen Yang paid him no mind, nor was he swayed by his words. Boom. With a single punch delivered, Chen Yang withdrew his fist, brushed the dust off his clothes, and slipped past the crowd as they gaped wide-eyed, their mouths big enough to fit an apple, before striding away with effortless grace. 888? That number's pretty lucky? Did I see that wrong? How is that even possible? A high schooler scoring 888? Back in my high school days, I'd brag if I could even hit 300. Brother Chuan, are you sure this is a high schooler? Not some strong guy pretending to be one. The three of them were so stunned they could barely speak. No matter how many times they imagined this scenario, they never would have believed it without seeing it with their own eyes. Yu Chuan gave an awkward laugh and scratched his head. It really is a high schooler. Well, maybe, perhaps, it's because the gym owner recruited him? Maybe he's just incredibly strong? Could be he's not good at ring matches. Yu Chuan awkwardly opened his mouth. He'd even thought of many ways to comfort the three, but no matter how he tried, he just couldn't bring himself to say it. Right, raw punching power doesn't necessarily mean you're good at ring matches. After all, martial arts isn't just about brute strength. Technique, real combat experience, and rank are all crucial too. Chen Yang, dare you face me in the ring? Chen Yang. Where's Chen Yang? Someone among the three spoke up, sounding unconvinced. He just left after the fight? Wang Muta didn't know whether to feel relieved or annoyed, so he forced himself to sound calm. After all, Chen Yang's single punch had shattered not just these three, but every single member of the inner circle. Such punching power, combined with his age, had undoubtedly trampled them all. Though no one spoke, the heavy silence, the shock, and the vanishing smiles on their faces all confirmed the rage boiling within them. He laughed? We haven't even fought yet? He already thinks he's won? Is he that arrogant? Yundong, usually a quiet man, couldn't help but blurt out a few questions. The smile on his face was likely one of exasperated laughter. All right.
Consider this challenge lost. You know yourselves whether you can surpass his word count.
But don't lose heart.
You can challenge him again next time he comes. Yu Chuan hurried to console the three, reigniting their hopes once more. Hearing this, the trio fell silent and turned to leave the inner training grounds. Members of the external training area gathered at the entrance cheered as soon as they saw the trio return.
Brother Dong? How did it go? No? Respected internal member Brother Dong, you're my inside connection from now on.
That kid looked like he was in a hurry to leave.
He must have lost badly and is too embarrassed to show his face. Ha, I knew it. High schoolers are just too young and inexperienced.
The members of the external martial arts district erupted in laughter, celebrating as if it were a holiday. We lost, Yun Dong said coldly before swiftly walking away. Seeing this, the two behind him sighed and followed closely. The onlookers were utterly baffled. Lost? This. Meanwhile, in the martial arts academy's office, Wu Cheng roared with laughter, clapping his hands in delight. Chapter 39, Xia Chushu is helpless and wronged. Good lad, you truly are a prodigy. I can't wait to see what other surprises you have in store for me. Wu Cheng's laughter echoed through the office as he watched the entire scene unfold on the surveillance feed. He immediately dialed a number. Yangjin, protect this kid. If anything happens to him, you know what'll happen. Wu Cheng spoke coldly before hanging up abruptly. On the other end, Yangjin sucked in a sharp breath. Chen Yang was the first person to ever make Wu Cheng this serious. Without daring to dwell on it, he continued to follow Chen Yang's footsteps. Hey, isn't Chen Yang heading home? Where is he going? Yangjin watched as Chen Yang didn't head home immediately, his mind filled with questions. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Xiao Chushue glanced at the time. She could head back in another half hour. A takeout box sat beside her, the meal she'd prepared for Chen Yang. Business was slow today, barely anyone had come in. Sitting at a table, Xiao Chushue sighed. Suddenly, several people walked in. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in black with buck teeth, followed by another person. Seeing them, Xiao Chushue stood up. She recognized this man, he was the landlord of her restaurant. She didn't know why he was here, but it didn't look like it was anything good. Uncle Yi, what brings you here? Xiao Chushue spoke softly, her voice tinged with timidity. Xiao Chushue? I'm here to discuss something with you. First, the monthly rent payments we used to make are now due annually. Second, you can choose to stop renting. Coincidentally, someone I know has just expressed interest in this shop. You decide, pay the rent or end the lease. Yihui walked in and casually plopped down anywhere, speaking with an air of resignation while his eyes fixed intently on Xiao Chushue's legs. A hint of mischief flickered at the corners of his eyes. Xiao Chushue noticed it, of course. But what could she say now? She could only pretend not to notice his lecherous gaze. But if he didn't rent the place, how would she earn money to treat her mother's illness? If she rented it, she didn't have enough money to pay for a whole year. Uncle Yi, I want to keep renting. But could I pay you in installments? I really can't come up with that much all at once right now. Xiao Chushue spoke with a hint of resignation. She truly didn't have the money, yet she couldn't bring herself to give up. She couldn't just rely on Chen Yang's kindness to bail her out, that was unacceptable. But neither the school scholarship nor the nanny fee Chen Yang had promised her. Neither was sufficient. Besides, the scholarship wouldn't be dispersed anytime soon. Yihui gave a cold chuckle upon hearing this, slowly shifting his lecherous gaze towards Xiao Chushue's beautiful face. Even though it wasn't their first meeting, he still felt an inexplicable urge. Xiao Chushue. What do you take me for? I'm not running a charity. If you can afford the rent, pay it. If not, get out. Yihui showed no sign of budging, stubbornly holding his ground. He wanted Xiao Chushue to beg him, preferably offering some perks. His life's creed was collecting black stockings. Of course, he had his principles, nothing worn by others, nothing not personally given by the owner. Xiao Chushue knew none of this. She only sensed Yihui's ulterior motives. Uncle Yi, but when I signed the contract, it was for monthly payments. The contract period hasn't ended yet. Isn't this against the rules? Xiao Chushue still didn't want to give up the shop easily, so she tried to challenge Yihui with the contract. Yihui remained completely unfazed. I decide what the contract says? If you're unhappy, go ahead and sue me. I won't stop you. Uncle Yi, that's not what I meant. I just can't come up with that much money right now. Could you give me a little more time? Xiao Chushue grew anxious and hurriedly explained. Impossible. But there is a way around it, heh. Ahem. Here's the deal, I'm a collector. If you take off your black stockings, I'll waive your rent for 6 months. You have to do it in person. Yihui finally revealed his true motive. From the moment he entered, he'd been fixated on Xiao Chushue's legs, especially those long, slender legs. Paired with her short skirt and black stockings, they were simply irresistible. As he spoke, Yihui made a dramatic gesture of taking a deep breath.
Xiao Chushue recoiled in shock, scrambling to grab an apron to cover her legs. Uncle Yi! This is unacceptable. I'm not renting it anymore. Give me back the remaining rent.
Xiao Chushue certainly wouldn't subject herself to such humiliation, so she gritted her teeth and decided to terminate the lease immediately. She'd rather take a job outside the city. Seeing Yi Hui's pockmarked face, lecherous eyes, and buck teeth made her feel sick. Agreeing to such a lecherous request was out of the question.
The rent can't be refunded. The contract says so.
You can terminate the lease, but you'll have to pay a 100,000 Longhua currency penalty to leave.
Once you pay, you can leave. Why are you making this so difficult? I'm not doing anything to you. What's wrong with wanting your black stockings? It's just a hobby of mine. Haven't you gotten more than enough from me already?
Yi Hui wasn't about to let this sure thing slip away so easily.
If Xiao Chushue refused today, he wouldn't let it go. You? How could you do this? This is illegal. I won't give them to you. Forget the lease, I don't want it anymore. Xiao Chushue was furious.
She flung the keys down and grabbed the takeout box beside her, ready to storm out of the restaurant. She refused to argue with Yi Hui any longer. It was clear he wasn't in this for the money. It was all about his twisted mindset.
Thinking of leaving? You're not getting away.
If you don't hand over the 100,000 yuan today, I'm telling you we'll see each other in court.
This is a penalty clause. We have a contract. Think carefully. If you drag this out, it won't stop at just this amount. Plus, you're still a student, right? Your reputation will be ruined. I can't guarantee any university will accept you.
Yi Hui dropped all pretense, grinning maliciously as he blocked Xiao Chushue's path, unleashing another barrage of threats. He couldn't help but feel intimidated by the young girl before him, a helpless, vulnerable prey at his mercy.
Hearing this, Xiao Chushue's eyes instantly welled up.
A single tear spilled over her lashes. She felt utterly helpless and wronged. She knew she had no connections or backing, and certainly no time to waste in this standoff. Her heart was torn between her inner desires and harsh reality.
After several moments of struggle, she finally yielded. Fine.
Xiao Chushue helplessly bit her red lips, letting the tears fall freely.
Yi Hui, upon hearing her consent, was overjoyed.
He felt no remorse, only an intense excitement so great it made him want to clap his hands in delight. Just then, Chen Yang kicked open the door and strode inside.
Chapter 40, the security Chen Yang provided.
The sudden noise abruptly interrupted Yi Hui's moment of elation.
Who the hell is that? We're closed today. Get the hell out. Damn it. What a ing mood killer. You little punk, get lost.
Yi Hui snapped angrily, turning to see a young boy standing there. His rage only intensified. Xiao Chushue, who had been about to take off her shoes as Yi Hui demanded, froze upon seeing Chen Yang enter. Yi Hui didn't suspect the two knew each other or were connected, nor did he think a kid could do anything. So when he turned back, he noticed Xiao Chushue hadn't taken off her shoes yet.
Yi Hui snapped impatiently, "Take it off. What are you standing there for? I can't stand people who dawdle like you. Hurry up." Yi Hui's lecherous gaze drifted towards Xiao Chushue's legs. No.
Suddenly, Xiao Chushue let out a sharp scream, followed by a series of sharp slaps. Yi Hui collapsed to the floor, clutching his face with both hands. Stars danced before his eyes as he froze, momentarily unable to react.
"You old bastard, you dare touch my woman? You're asking for it."
Chen Yang pointed at Yi Hui, his voice commanding. Chen Yang had originally come to help Xiao Chushue, but upon reaching the door, he witnessed this entire scene.
Could Chen Yang possibly tolerate this? Not a bit. He kicked the door open and unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks. "Chen Yang, why are you here? You hit him. No. You have to leave. This has nothing to do with you. You have to leave."
Xiao Chushue pressed herself tightly against the wall, shaking her head repeatedly. Her voice carried not only hurt and helplessness, but also deep concern for Chen Yang. Because Chen Yang had resorted to violence, this situation was far from over. But he'd done it all for her sake.
Xiao Chushue didn't want Chen Yang dragged into this.
After all, he'd already done so much for her, she dared not ask for more.
Hearing this, Chen Yang didn't respond immediately.
Instead, he walked resolutely towards Xiao Chushue, then grabbed her delicate hand.
"Don't compromise with people like him. He won't dare do anything. Let's go. I'll get you out of here."
His tone was gentle yet earnest, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve.
"Leave? You little punk. Where do you think you're going? You dare hit me? Do you even know who the hell I am?"
Just then, Yi Hui was helped up by his henchman. Clutching his face and grimacing, he pointed at Chen Yang and unleashed a torrent of curses.
"Chen Yang, listen to me, you need to get out of here." "I'm fine." Xiao Chushue, seeing Yi Hui's furious state, feared this incident might involve Chen Yang and spoke with deep concern.
"Old man, I don't care who you are. I don't care if you mess with others. But messing with her is out of the question. Get down on your knees and apologize to her right now, or I'll give you another round of the big ass kick special."
Chen Yang didn't respond to Xiao Chushue's plea. Instead, he shielded her behind him and turned his gaze to the middle-aged man before him, a buck-toothed figure whose face was swollen and red as a monkey's buttocks from the beating. His tone was firm, his gaze icy and piercing. You? A little punk? If I hadn't been distracted, do you think you could have touched me? Let me tell you, I'm the one paying the rent here. This girl broke the contract. What's wrong with me getting a little perk? And me? A first-tier powerhouse? You think I'd be scared of a little punk like you? Yi Hui showed no fear. He'd never encountered such a killjoy before, especially someone who looked like a high schooler. How could he possibly swallow his pride? You're lying. You're the one who threatened me. And you're the one who broke the contract. Seeing Yi Hui twisting the truth, Xiao Chushue immediately retorted. Fine, Xiao Chushue. Get out of here. We'll see you in court. And you little bastard, just wait, I'm calling the cops. Look at you two gloating. Let's go. Yi Hui had no intention of getting entangled further. He'd simply pull some strings to saddle them with a hefty compensation bill, far more satisfying than fighting it out. Immediately, one of his henchmen glared at Chen Yang before helping Yi Hui prepare to leave. Hold on. What? Scared? Too late? You want me to let you off? Unless. Don't hit me in the face. Yi Hui had assumed Chen Yang had called him back out of fear. Just as he prepared to negotiate on the spot, a fist flew toward his face. The two men were no match for Chen Yang at all. Within minutes, they were being kicked and punched by him, howling in agony. Xiao Chushue, watching from the side, was utterly shocked. She had never seen Chen Yang so violent before. Get out. You can go file your complaint now. Chen Yang stood up, shaking out his sore, numb hands, his voice cold. Hearing this, the two men staggered to their feet. They dared not linger, clutching their faces as they stumbled out the door. You'll pay for this. Yi Hui called out once more as he reached the doorway, just before the pair vanished from sight. After watching them leave, Chen Yang walked over to Xiao Chushue, who now looked somewhat dazed and innocent. Let's go home. We're not keeping this shop. I'll take you to find another one. Chen Yang's voice was gentle, tinged with a faint smile as he spoke slowly. No need. I can't keep troubling you. This is for you. Xiao Chushue timidly spoke, handing Chen Yang the food she had prepared for him from the table beside them. Deep down, she craved this sense of security, but she dared not hope for it. Besides, she felt their relationship was merely that of classmates, and she couldn't burden someone else with so much trouble. So she was also worried. Chen Yang, of course, saw Xiao Chushue's unease. Taking the lunchbox, he reached out and took her hand, not giving her a chance to react or refuse. Her delicate hand was enveloped by Chen Yang's slightly rough palm, its warmth spreading into Xiao Chushue's icy fingers. Pulling her out of the restaurant, he said, if you're worried about being a bother, you can just help me later. Don't worry. I know what you're worried about. Just remember, I'll always have your back. Chen Yang spoke slowly, and before they knew it, they were standing very close together. So close that the slightest carelessness would lead to physical contact. Xiao Chushue hurriedly created some distance. Thank you. But why are you helping me like this? I can't offer you anything else. Besides, you hit him today. What if he presses charges later? The combined costs might be beyond what we can afford to pay. As she spoke, Xiao Chushue began to cry, overcome with a sense of helplessness. She didn't blame Chen Yang, she simply felt like she was facing an insurmountable mountain on the arduous path to treating her mother. It made her want to retreat. The more she thought about it, the more helpless she felt. Why couldn't she even earn enough to pay for her mother's treatment? Chen Yang understood Xiao Chushue's worries. Instead of offering words of comfort, he simply pulled her into his arms. Cry it out if you need to. Once you're done, we'll figure something out together, Chen Yang murmured softly. Wah? Finally, Xiao Chushue broke down, sobbing uncontrollably as she nestled into Chen Yang's embrace, her words muffled by her tears. Meanwhile, after leaving, Yi Hui headed straight for a mansion, determined to find his older brother and make those two pay for what they'd done. Chapter 41, Gold Medal Hunter Martial Arts Club members. Ouch. Damn it. That kid's ruthless. You useless piece of trash, you can't even protect me. What good are you? Not far from a mansion, Yi Hui grimaced in pain, cursing under his breath. Boss. But, you got beaten up too. The subordinate stammered hesitantly. Your ing paid by me. Hearing his subordinate dare to speak like that, Yi Hui immediately swung his leg and kicked him. Snap. The sound of fabric ripping echoed through the air. Yi Hui landed in a perfect split, his face flushing crimson. His foot had slipped as he kicked, resulting in this awkward position. Ouch. Look at my mother's ass. Help me up. Yi Hui snapped irritably, his face contorted in pain. Mom? Big bro, you know I'm an orphan. The younger brother was utterly baffled by Yi Hui's words. Forget it. Help me up. Yi Hui was so furious he was speechless, his face darkening as he snapped angrily. Oh. Sorry, big bro. I thought you were doing some kind of acrobatic act. The younger brother scratched his head before helping Yi Hui to his feet. Don't touch me. Yi Hui hadn't expected the underling he'd recruited to be this stupid. He then limped toward the mansion ahead. This mansion belonged to Wang Haoyu, the eldest son of the Wang family, ranked among the top 30 wealthiest families in Donghai. Yi Hui, as one of Wang Haoyu's henchmen, had long relied on the Wang family's prestige to run amok. Now beaten to a pulp by Qin Yang, he couldn't let the two off the hook. But trying to file a complaint on his own was unrealistic. That seemed rather unrealistic. So, he decided to sweet-talk his big brother, play the victim card, and Wang Haoyu could probably handle it with just a word. With this thought, Yi Hui limped faster, the pain still intense, yet his pace showed no sign of slowing. Before long, Yi Hui successfully entered the mansion, completely unaware that he had been followed the entire way. Instead, his face was beaming. The thought of those two soon begging him on their knees for provoking him brought a smile to Yi Hui's lips. Ding dong ding dong. Boss. Boss. Who's there? Boss, it's me. Yi Hui. What do you want? Came a few dissatisfied words from inside the room. Boss, I got bullied. You gotta stand up for me, boss. Yi Hui pleaded tearfully. Wang Haoyu inside the room slowly set down his wine glass. His round face was flushed, his eyes vacant. Wang Haoyu's greatest passions were liquor, women, and money. His passion for liquor even surpassed his love for women. He was utterly addicted to it. You, come in, Wang Haoyu said. Yi Hui, standing outside the door, immediately pushed it open and entered, bowing and scraping. He wasn't the least bit surprised to see Wang Haoyu drunk. Who dared to bully you? I'll teach them a lesson for you, Wang Haoyu slurred, playing with his wine glass. That's just how the boss is. You have to avenge me. I'll make them beg me on their knees. Yi Hui spoke with intense emotion, pouring Wang Haoyu another glass of liquor. Useless. Leave it to me. Wang Haoyu spoke slowly, reaching for his phone. Bang. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Yang Jin strode in, his face stern. Wang Haoyu looked up slowly. Who the hell are you? Guards. Guards. Get him out of here. Young Master Wang, and you too. Let me give you some advice, don't mess with people you shouldn't. You know this guy, right? Know what to do now. Yang Jin spoke coldly, producing a token engraved with the characters for hunting. Yi Hui froze upon seeing it. Even if he hadn't seen it before, he'd heard of this token. It belonged exclusively to the Hunters Martial Arts Academy. And it was golden, indicating not just affiliation with the Hunters Martial Arts Academy, but membership within its inner circle. Forget the Wang family, even several Wang families wouldn't dare provoke this. Wang Haoyu, still drunk, couldn't make out what Yang Jin held in his hand. You? Get out. Or I'll break your damn legs. Wang Haoyu pointed at Yang Jin and spoke coldly. Boss, you, don't say another word. We can't afford to offend him. Yi Hui blurted out urgently, terrified Yang Jin might fly into a rage and stab him in the back. Can't afford to offend? Is there anyone Wang Haoyu, can't afford to offend? You worthless piece of trash. I'll handle this myself. Wang Haoyu sneered, convinced Yi Hui was simply too useless. He rose unsteadily, his steps faltering. Finally reaching a spot not far from Yang Jin, he caught a clear glimpse of the token in Yang Jin's hand. With a thud, Wang Haoyu collapsed to his knees. Sir! Sir! It's not my fault, it's all his fault. I'm innocent. Kneeling on the ground, Wang Haoyu desperately pleaded for mercy. The Hunters Martial Arts Academy was a force to be reckoned with. Even his own father would have to kneel before them. They ranked only 30th. Even the wealthiest conglomerate family wouldn't dare cross the Hunter Martial Arts Academy. After all, in the martial arts era, strength ruled supreme. Wealth mattered, but martial prowess was the ultimate deciding factor. Hearing this, Yi Hui was utterly stunned. He too collapsed to his knees with a thud. I deserve to die. I shouldn't have offended them. I deserve to die. Sir, please spare me. I won't collect rent. I'll waive it for a whole year. Yi Hui blurted out frantically, nearly crying from fear. Yang Jin replied, take care of yourself. Next time won't be so easy. I want to see results soon. With that, Yang Jin turned and left immediately. His primary duty was to protect Chen Yang. Coming here today had been an unauthorized move, even though there were others assigned to guard Chen Yang. But Yang Jin still needed to keep a personal watch. Yi Hui watched Yang Jin depart before collapsing onto the floor, cold sweat pouring down his face. Wang Haoyu staggered to his feet before collapsing onto the sofa, passed out from drunkenness. Without a moment's delay, Yi Hui prepared to call Xia Chuxue. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, Xia Chuxue composed herself just as her phone rang. Pulling out her phone, she saw it was Yi Hui and hung up immediately. After Chen Yang's reassurance, she wasn't quite so afraid anymore. Chen Yang smiled at the sight. Not bad. Let's go home. Sure. Xia Chuxue replied cheerfully, her mood noticeably lifted. The two then headed toward home. Then the phone rang, once, twice. The fifth one. The sixth. Xia Chushue was utterly speechless. Curious, she answered the call. Yi Hui, are you out of your mind? I'm not renting it anymore. Sue me if you want. Stop bothering me. Xia Chushue snapped irritably. Yi Hui? Miss Xia Chushue, no. Sirs? I'm sorry. I'll waive a year's rent. Please let me off. Yi Hui blurted out in a panic. This time, it was Xia Chushue and Chen Yang who were left dumbfounded. Chapter 42, The Real Culprit. Hearing Yi Hui's words, Xia Chushue and Chen Yang exchanged glances, both momentarily stunned. Chen Yang then snatched the phone from Xia Chushue's hand. Old fart. Go ahead and sue me if you want. Don't try to play the good guy here. Others might fear you, but I sure as hell don't. If you dare harass my woman again, I'll beat you every single time I see you. Chen Yang snapped, convinced the other man was just here to play the saint. He refused to give Yi Hui any face whatsoever. When Xia Chushue heard Chen Yang call her his woman, a faint blush spread across her cheeks. She lowered her head slightly, a hint of shyness in her expression. Young man, you've got the wrong idea. Everything that happened before was my fault. I acted like a complete jerk. I truly know I was wrong. I promise I won't bother Xia Chushue again. Yi Hui nearly dropped his phone in his haste to explain. Oh? In that case, we'll meet tomorrow afternoon. Chen Yang spoke with a hint of skepticism before hanging up. Yi Hui on the other end finally exhaled in relief. Instantly drained, he collapsed onto the ground, too exhausted to move. Don't worry, with me here, he won't dare pull any tricks. I'll go with you after school tomorrow. Chen Yang returned the phone to Xia Chushue, his voice firm as he spoke. In his previous life, he hadn't been able to protect Xia Chushue, getting outmaneuvered by those two scumbags. This time around, he wouldn't allow Xia Chushue to suffer even the slightest harm. Not a single bit. Thank you, Chen Yang. But next time, could you please not say I'm your woman? We're just classmates. Xia Chushue interlaced her fingers, head bowed, speaking with a hint of coyness. What kind of classmates share an apartment? Chen Yang smiled faintly. Come on, Miss Campus Queen Xia. It's time to go home. At his words, Xia Chushue's cheeks flushed even redder. She could feel the warmth spreading across her face. And so, the two walked one behind the other through the streets and alleys, crossing the East Sea Bridge. The ripples on the river water mirrored the girl's heartbeat at that very moment. Meanwhile, inside the Donghai Riverside apartment, simply decorated, in the bedroom. Not sinking. You're so big. You're making me. On the large bed, Xin Qing's face flushed crimson. One hand rested on Zhao Bu Chen's chest, caressing it gently, a satisfied smile curling her lips. Once I figure out how to get the inheritance left to Chen Yang by his parents, then we can. Zhao Buchan's forehead glistened with sweat as he wrapped an arm around Xin Qing's serpentine waist. A smug smile flickered in his eyes as he spoke slowly. He had to secure Chen Yang's inheritance. As the family's pawn and future heir, if he failed to deliver what they needed, the clan elders would not hesitate to strip him of his status. Then he would truly become a dispensable figure. He didn't know exactly what the clan wanted, only that they referred to it as the key. A key of immense importance to the clan, one that could potentially elevate their status infinitely. Indeed, Zhao Buchan was not a native of Donghai. He had only arrived here 5 years prior. His true identity was known to few. His family hailed from the western regions, where they were one of the major powers. The reason Zhao Buchan was sent was because what Chen Yang possessed was too vital. Any leak would trigger a massive uproar. At that point, his Zhao family wouldn't stand a chance. Countless powerful factions would flood in. Bu Chen, I trust you. Even if we don't get what he has, I'm willing to stay by your side forever. Wherever you go, I'll go. Chen Yang's recent behavior and strength have been highly unusual, and even his personality has undergone a complete transformation. I don't think showing him favor will get us the inheritance from his parents. Xin Chang pressed her face against Zhao Bu Chen's chest, listening to his heartbeat. Her tone was resolute, yet she voiced her doubts. To Xin Qing, Chen Yang's transformation went far beyond mere strength. He was practically a different person. The once submissive, useless sycophant had transformed beyond recognition in just a few days. She struggled to comprehend why. The only constant remained, securing the inheritance from Chen Yang's parents. As for the means, that held no importance to Xin Qing. Whatever Zhao Buchan desired, she would trust him unconditionally. I've already figured out a way. What happens to him doesn't matter anymore. If we can't get it from a living person, then he'll just have to die. Before entering the training camp, the school will organize a cooperative demon beast hunt outside the city. That's our chance. Even if we fail, situations like the training camp will only become more common. One attempt won't work? Then 2? 10? Ha 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 ha. Chen Yang, didn't see that coming, did you? The woman you wanted is in my bed, and I'm taking what your parents left you too. Zhao Buchan burst into laughter as he spoke, certain that Chen Yang was already a done deal. It was merely a matter of when and how he would obtain it. Bu Chen, you're so wicked. But I love it. I want more.
Xin Cheng flashed a seductive smile, teasing Zhao Buchan. Her lips parted like a snake shedding its skin, instantly sending Zhao Buchan over the edge.
In an instant, a fierce battle erupted.
Meanwhile, at Luo Xingho's grave, Luo Hua knelt on the ground, her face deathly pale, devoid of any color.
Luo Zhan stood nearby, sighing helplessly.
Luo Xingho's death was now inevitable, beyond any hope of reversal.
Despite advanced technology, humanity still couldn't bring the dead back to life. Xingho, farewell. I will avenge you, sister.
Rest in peace, Luo Hua choked out, her voice thick with fury. Her teeth bit through her lip, drawing a steady trickle of blood.
Luo Hua.
There's something grandfather couldn't tell you before, but I must now.
Do you believe that high school student is the murderer of Spark, along with the martial arts academy behind him?
Luo Zhan sighed, glancing around to ensure no one was nearby before speaking. His earlier hospitalization from anger-induced illness, coupled with the crowded funeral, had left him no chance to explain the situation to Luo Hua. So today, he'd made preparations. Using the excuse of wanting to accompany Luo Xingho to send others away, his real purpose was to reveal the truth to Luo Hua.
Hearing this, Luo Hua fixed Luo Zhan with bloodshot eyes. Grandfather? Could it be anyone else? If it weren't for my father, how could his martial arts school treat us so unfairly? Though Luo Hua couldn't bring herself to believe it was Chen Yang, everything unfolding before her eyes pointed irrefutably to his involvement. Hearing this, Luo Zhan shook his head and spoke slowly. It has nothing to do with him, nor with the martial arts academy. The real culprit is the Yang family.
At these words, Luo Hua's pupils dilated in disbelief.
Chapter 43, I don't know martial arts. Grandfather? What do you mean? The Yang family? The Yang Hong family? How could that be? They've been the ones running everything all along. Grandpa, you must be mistaken. Though Luo Hua didn't want to believe it was Chen Yang, she found it equally hard to believe it was the Yang family. She suspected her grandfather might have misremembered. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhan didn't respond directly. Instead, he handed the video recording to Luo Hua. Watch it, and you'll understand. Upon hearing this, Luo Hua took the recording.
As she watched, it suddenly clattered to the floor.
Her face froze in utter disbelief. How could this be? Why would they do this? Why? After watching the footage, Luo Hua fully believed her grandfather's words.
Yet she couldn't fathom why the Yang family would do such a thing.
Power. Greed.
Blame it on the fact that Spark was born into our family.
Luo Hua, listen carefully. My health is failing day by day.
Until you have the strength, you must keep this buried deep inside.
Otherwise, it will only hasten the Luo family's downfall.
When you grow strong enough, that will be the time to avenge Spark.
All resources of the Luo family will be directed toward you. To conceal the truth, you must frame Chen Yang as the murderer. That's all I can say, grandfather. I'm tired.
Luo Zhan spoke solemnly. He didn't know if Luo Hua could comprehend it, but this was all he could do.
The rest rested on Luo Hua alone.
Such a heavy burden was truly unfair for Luo Hua to bear, but for the greater good, for vengeance for Xingho, he had no choice. With that, Luo Zhan sighed and turned to walk away slowly. Luo Hua collapsed to the ground, her mind reeling. She couldn't comprehend how things had come to this. She felt utterly helpless, experiencing the most desperate moment of her life, yet she knew she had to shoulder the burden of her family. She wrapped herself up, all for the family, for Luo Xingho. After a long while, a light rain began to fall from the sky, soaking Luo Hua's hair and leaving it disheveled. Without another word, she abruptly stood up, her eyes growing even more resolute. Trembling, she made her way to Xingho's gravestone and touched it. Then she turned and walked away. In that moment, she had made every preparation. Early the next morning, at Donghai No. 3 High School, Shen Yang and Xia Chushua stood together. Though neither spoke, their eyes occasionally drifted toward each other. On the steps, Zhang Dahai stood as imposing as ever. Director, Luo Hua requests to rejoin the team. At that moment, a cold voice cut through the air. Everyone turned to see a girl in a black skirt speaking. Shen Yang naturally looked over too. Luo Hua? Had she already recovered from her grief? Wait, something was off. Luo Hua never wore black, did she? And she hated black the most. But now she's dressed entirely in black? What's going on? For some reason, Chen Yang sensed something was off. Even though she hadn't glanced at him once, he could feel that unusual aura. It was as if the Luo Hua before him was no longer the cheerful, lively girl he remembered. Instead, she seemed like someone who had gone dark. Still, Shen Yang didn't dwell on it. How she carried herself wasn't his concern. Maybe she was just experimenting with a new style. Luo Hua, welcome back to the team. Considering you've got things to attend to, we'll postpone your martial arts assessment until tomorrow. Just train as usual today. Zhang Dahai noticed Luo Hua's exhaustion. Though he didn't know the specifics, it seemed she simply didn't have time to practice martial arts. Plus, he trusted Luo Hua. So he figured even if she missed tomorrow's martial arts review, it wouldn't be a big deal. Yes, director. Luo Hua replied coldly. Unlike her usual lively self, her tone and expression now surpassed even Xia Chuxue, famously known as the Ice Queen.
Ahem. Those who skipped training yesterday, step forward. I will first inspect your martial arts practice. If it still isn't up to par, you'll continue practicing on the sidelines. Zhao Buchan will also be assessed today.
Zhang Dahai spoke sternly, his gaze fixed on Chen Yang.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yang and Zhao Buchan stepped forward. The others from yesterday had all practiced temporarily and received Zhang Dahai's approval to train, so they weren't among those called out.
Only Chen Yang had failed to master the technique by the end of the day. Seeing this, Xia Chuxue felt a new wave of worry wash over her. She hadn't seen Chen Yang practicing martial arts at all yesterday.
Director, my martial arts practice is rather poor.
I'll go first. Chen Yang is a prodigy who's made a remarkable comeback.
It's best to save him for last.
I'll make the first attempt.
You agree, right, Chen Yang?
Zhao Buchan spoke slowly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Whether Chen Yang could hold his own was beside the point. What mattered was the martial skill he'd acquired, the A-grade bloodthirsty blade.
Specializing in slaughter and breaching defenses, its power amplified by the user's fighting spirit.
Zhang Dahai, seeing Chen Yang show no reaction, already knew the outcome. Yet he still clung to a sliver of unrealistic hope.
Zhao Buchan.
You go first.
Zhang Dahai spoke slowly. Zhao Buchan nodded, flashing Chen Yang a wicked grin before striding to the open space.
He drew an iron blade from the nearby weapons rack. His right hand traced the blade's edge. Bloodthirsty blade. Zhao Buchan declared with unwavering resolve, his entire being erupting with boundless killing intent. The iron blade swiftly turned crimson, as if mercilessly scorched by flames.
Instantly, Zhao Buchan swung at the wooden dummy ahead. A flash of blade light appeared, followed by a loud crack. The next second, it shattered explosively.
The sheer force nearly ground the wooden dummy into dust, but what was most striking was the blinding speed. It seemed as though the blade's energy teleported, with no discernible passage time. Zhang Dahai, watching nearby, swallowed hard and immediately broke into a smile. He knew Zhao Buchan possessed the rare talent to master a martial art to a basic level in less than a day. Beyond Zhao Buchan's indispensable dedication, the most crucial factor was his extraordinary innate talent for grasping martial arts techniques.
Excellent, Zhao Buchan. You've done exceptionally well. You didn't let a single failure get you down. I have high hopes for you. Keep up the good work.
Zhang Dahai spoke with evident satisfaction.
Thank you, Director. Zhao Buchan nodded with a smile. He then walked over to Chen Yang. I'm looking forward to your performance. Don't let me down. I'm your dad. What's it to you? Chen Yang retorted irritably. You? Fine.
Zhao Buchan was rendered speechless by the retort and immediately stepped aside, fixing Chen Yang with a scrutinizing gaze.
Zhang Dahai also turned his gaze toward Chen Yang. But the next second, Chen Yang's words instantly sent Zhang Dahai into a rage, while everyone else burst into laughter. Director, I can't do it. Chapter 44, Xia Chushue's unwavering trust in Chen Yang. When Chen Yang declared he couldn't do it, Zhang Dahai's face froze instantly. His expression darkened like thunderclouds before a storm. You're infuriating me. Get out of here. I made it perfectly clear to you yesterday. Yet you've ignored my every word. The principal took a chance on you, admitting you as an exception.
I never imagined you'd be such a flash in the pan, yet still think so highly of yourself. This isn't me trying to put you down, but you're just not naturally gifted. If you don't put in the effort yourself, how do you expect to make it? Forget it. Talking to you is pointless. Tomorrow's martial arts test might be your last chance. Do yourself a favor and make the most of it. Zhang Dahai was both furious and deeply disappointed. Initially, it was the principal who had taken a liking to Chen Yang, and through his own observations, he had also grown quite satisfied with the boy. He even suspected Chen Yang wasn't as ordinary as he seemed, perhaps possessing exceptional talent in certain areas. Yet the results of these past 2 days had shattered his illusions completely. He couldn't accept Chen Yang's combination of poor talent and lack of effort. If Chen Yang had truly tried hard and still failed, Zhang Hai would have felt regret, but never anger. But Chen Yang's attitude was clearly the problem. There was no sign of him putting in any effort. Chen Yang didn't get angry upon hearing this, recognizing it as a normal reaction. He simply walked calmly to the side. Chen Yang felt helpless. Martial arts techniques seemed promising, yet they proved unreliable, though they became dependable once mastered. Without the system, he couldn't practice martial arts at all, nor could he pursue the path of a martial artist. After all, his innate talent remained unchanged even in this second life. The only thing that defied fate was the existence of the system. A waste of space is a waste of space. Even given a chance, it's useless. Still, no sync is the real deal. Give some people a taste of success, and they think they've got it all figured out. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. At that moment, Chen Cheng in the crowd began mocking Chen Yang without the slightest pretense. Though she didn't mention his name directly, everyone knew she was referring to him. Zhao Bu Chen beside her didn't join in, but the smug grin on his face spoke volumes.
Everyone shook their heads inside, not a single soul willing to speak up for Chen Yang. Zhang Dahai pretended not to notice.
Normally, if Xin Qing spoke like this, he'd jump in to say something. But now he felt no such urge, secretly hoping Chen Yang would be scolded into his senses.
Director,
I request that Chen Yang be expelled immediately. He's severely undermining our school's morale and disrupting our training camp arrangements.
It could even affect tomorrow's observation by the martial arts hall masters and school leadership.
Therefore, I strongly demand Chen Yang's expulsion. Just then, the previously subdued atmosphere stirred once more due to Luo Hua's statement. Xin Qing immediately chimed in, Director, I think Luo Hua makes a valid point.
Chen Yang is no longer worthy of being one of us.
Zhang Dahai found himself in a difficult position. If many others echoed this demand, he would have no choice but to report it. That could very well end Chen Yang's training career, or even his martial arts journey altogether.
Director, it's all my fault. It has nothing to do with Chen Yang.
Yesterday, he delayed his martial arts practice to help me.
He hasn't been slacking off. I believe he will master the martial arts tomorrow. Please give Chen Yang another chance, Director. As Zhang Dahai wavered, Xia Chuxue could no longer hold back. She stepped forward resolutely.
Though she knew it wasn't entirely about helping herself, it didn't stop her from standing firmly by Chen Yang's side. At the same time, she truly believed Chen Yang would prove himself.
In that case, we'll wait until tomorrow to see.
That settles it. If he's still this incompetent tomorrow, I'll report it.
It won't affect anyone else.
Zhang Dahai spoke with a stern expression and unwavering resolve, glancing at Chen Yang beside him with a fleeting look of helplessness in his eyes.
Xia Chuxue, you trust Chen Yang that much? You wouldn't happen to have feelings for him, would you? Wow, when did our aloof campus beauty start falling for someone?
And such a loser at that.
This is truly eye-opening. Xin Qing seized the opportunity, not even sparing Xia Chuxue. She believed Xia Chuxue was partly responsible for Chen Yang's transformation.
Previously, she hadn't had the chance, but now that Xia Chuxue had stepped forward, it presented Xin Cheng with the perfect opening. She wasn't about to let it slip away.
I didn't. Stop making things up. We're just friends. Xia Chuxue flushed instantly at the accusation and hurriedly protested. Still say nothing happened? Your face is bright red. What a shame. Even the school's top beauty has poor taste, huh? TSK.
Xin Qing caught the subtle shift in Xia Chushua's expression and spoke without restraint.
No. I didn't. Chen Yang isn't as bad as you make him out to be. He's great. Really great.
Xia Chuxue backed away while speaking, yet still defended Chen Yang. Truthfully, in her heart, Chen Yang had long ceased to be that rough and tumble type. He had become someone who brought her a sense of calm and security whenever she was near him. Hearing this, Xin Qing gave a cold laugh. The other students remained silent, merely watching with expressions of pure curiosity. Just as Xin Qing moved closer to Xia Chuxue, intending to say more, a tall figure suddenly appeared before them.
If you don't want to keep your mouth shut, I can help you.
If I catch you speaking ill of her again, I can't guarantee which hospital's emergency room you'll end up in. Chen Yang stared intently at Xin Qing, who stood before him with an aggressive demeanor. His tone was firm and icy, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. In that instant, Xin Qing found herself unable to speak, forced to step back repeatedly. Just as Zhao Buchan was about to step forward to defend Xin Qing. But then he saw Zhang Dahai frown, his face flushed with anger.
Enough! Chen Yang, you get back to your place. And you, Xin Qing. If you dare disrupt training again, you're out too. Zhang Dahai declared sternly.
Hearing this, Chen Yang turned to look at Xia Chuxue, nodded, then walked over to the grassy area nearby.
Xin Qing said nothing more, only glaring fiercely at Xia Chuxue and Chen Yang. Nothing else happened afterward, and the training proceeded normally. Until the afternoon dismissal. Let's go. Let's go check out the restaurant. As the crowd dispersed, Chen Yang walked towards Xia Chuxue and spoke calmly.
You should keep practicing your martial arts.
I'll go alone. Xia Chuxue didn't want to delay Chen Yang's martial arts practice any longer.
If he failed tomorrow, there was a high chance he'd be expelled. That was something she neither wanted nor was willing to see happen, especially not because of her. So Xia Chuxue refused.
Let's go. Chen Yang didn't give Xia Chuxue a chance to explain, immediately pulling her away.
Suddenly, Zhang Dahai blocked their path, his gaze fierce. Chapter 45, The Restaurant Regained.
Chen Yang's expression darkened when he saw Zhang Dahai suddenly blocking their path, puzzled. Is there something you need, Director? Chen Yang spoke slowly. Chen Yang, let me give you some advice.
I don't care who you date, and it's none of my business. But you know what kind of world this is, no need for me to spell it out.
If you want a future, you'd better figure out how to handle this. Damn it! Zhang Dahai couldn't resist warning Chen Yang.
Though he'd given up hope for Chen Yang outwardly, deep down he still wished the young man would pull himself together. With that, he shook his head and walked away, hands behind his back. Chen Yang understood the director's meaning, but he didn't dwell on it. He knew exactly why.
Everything would be resolved by tomorrow morning.
Let's go, Chen Yang said softly, taking Xiao Chushua's hand. Hearing this, Xiao Chushua seemed to snap out of it, quickly pulling away with her cheeks flushed.
Chen Yang, I think you should go home first. I really can handle this on my own.
Xiao Chushua still couldn't accept Chen Yang leaving like this, especially since the director's words earlier had made sense.
This is non-negotiable. Chen Yang spoke sternly.
There was no way he could let Xiao Chushua go alone after all. He didn't even know if the other party was telling the truth. Even accompanying her was already a huge risk. If he didn't have a trump card up his sleeve, he wouldn't have taken this chance. Then promise me if nothing happens, you'll get back to practicing your martial arts right away. Do your best to perform well tomorrow.
If you don't promise, I'm not going.
Xiao Chushua halted, blinking at Chen Yang with wide eyes. Her voice was soft, but her words carried unwavering sincerity.
All right.
Chen Yang smiled faintly, gently rubbing Xiao Chushua's nose with his finger.
Can we go now? Xiao Chushua was clearly flustered by Chen Yang's sudden gesture. She didn't respond, simply following him silently.
Leaving the school grounds, Chen Yang scanned a shared bike as usual. This time, however, it was different. It could carry a passenger. Before Xiao Chushua could scan one herself, Chen Yang pulled a helmet from the bike's basket and placed it securely on her head.
Perfect. Now we're safe.
Let's go, Miss Campus Queen Xia, Chen Yang said, carefully adjusting the chin strap of her helmet.
Xiao Chushua could even feel Chen Yang's breath against her skin.
They were so close that she could smell the faint, clean scent emanating from him. Her heart began to race, creating a conflicting urge to pull away yet reluctant to do so.
Thank you. Xiao Chushua stammered. Hop on. I'm an experienced rider, fast and steady. Don't worry.
Noticing her awkwardness, Chen Yang smiled reassuringly and nodded for her to climb on.
Hearing this, Xiao Chushua slowly approached Chen Yang.
She glanced at him once more, then shyly lowered her head and carefully climbed aboard.
Hold on tight. The little car's starting up. Woohoo! Chen Yang pedaled the shared bike swiftly toward the restaurant.
After school hours were always when the sunset was most beautiful. A gentle breeze carried the last rays of sunlight, bathing the two in a glow that radiated youthful vitality. Xiao Chushua relished this feeling too, at least for now. She was relaxed and truly savoring life.
Of course, good times always pass too quickly.
In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the restaurant entrance, where the two men from yesterday were already waiting. The only difference was the warm smiles and respectful demeanor on their faces as they greeted the pair. After parking, Chen Yang helped Xiao Chushua remove her helmet and guided her toward the restaurant.
Well. The medicine worked pretty well, huh? You're almost back to normal.
Chen Yang glanced at Yi Hui, whose buck teeth were clearly visible, and smiled faintly before delivering a cutting remark. Yi Hui immediately plastered on a smile. He dared not offend this man now.
It's all thanks to your mercy. I've prepared the new contract. Please review it. If anything seems unreasonable, you call the shots.
Yi Hui's entire demeanor was respectful, his tone soft and submissive, a stark contrast to his arrogant attitude yesterday. Chen Yang found this somewhat puzzling. He hadn't quite believed it yesterday, but now the man's attitude was plain for all to see. Still, Chen Yang suspected there was more to it. After all, who would smile like that after getting beaten up? So Chen Yang remained silent, suspecting the other party might have tampered with the contract. He cautiously took the document and began scrutinizing it carefully. Before long, he finished reading it thoroughly and found nothing amiss. It did indeed offer a year of free rent.
The contract stipulated no alterations during the term and appeared perfectly legitimate. Chen Yang then cleared his throat softly. Hidden clauses. You've got some nerve. If I hadn't been paying close attention, I would have fallen for your trick. Are you itching for another beating? Go get your men out here. I'll keep beating them.
Chen Yang feigned outrage upon discovering the hidden clause, his eyes fixed intently on Yi Hui. His expression darkened, and he began to clench his fists, as if poised to deliver a punch to Yi Hui's face at any moment.
Hearing this, Yi Hui's eyes went blank.
His body began to tremble violently, and he immediately dropped to his knees with a thud. He didn't know where he'd gone wrong, but kneeling down couldn't be wrong. Please spare my life, sir. Even if I had 10 times the guts, I wouldn't dare pull any tricks on you. I, Yi Hui, swear to heaven if I ever deceive you, may I be struck down by a car on the street, choked to death while eating, or drown on a sip of water. Enough. I was just testing you. Yi Hui tried to continue, but Chen Yang cut him off. Hearing this, Yi Hui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He knew he couldn't reveal why he was acting this way, otherwise Chen Yang would have exposed his true identity yesterday. Therefore, suspecting the other was concealing his identity, Yi Hui had no choice but to play along. Thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Yi Hui spoke slowly, eager to depart quickly, afraid Chen Yang might see through his thoughts. After all, this abrupt shift in attitude was far too unusual. It was hard not to be suspicious. Shouldn't you explain why you suddenly changed your tune? Chen Yang naturally didn't miss this point, speaking sternly as he handed the contract to Xiao Chushua, who had remained silent throughout. Taking the contract, Xiao Chushua glanced at Chen Yang. She hadn't expected him to be so thoughtful at times.
You've misunderstood.
Yesterday, I was momentarily out of my mind, which is why I offended you.
Even if you killed me now, I wouldn't dare touch a single hair on Miss Xiaochushua's head.
After returning yesterday, I deeply realized my mistake.
As a businessman of my age, how could I do something so beastly?
I tossed and turned all night until I finally came to my senses, filled with remorse.
It only strengthened my resolve to make amends to Miss Xiaochushue. Yi Hui was talking non-stop, about to spin more lies. Chen Yang waved his hand, signaling him to stop. Enough, enough. Just get out of here. I don't want to see you again for at least a year. Chen Yang spoke with utter exasperation.
He couldn't believe this man had the nerve to say such things. But since it worked to his advantage, there was no need to pick apart every detail.
Sir, you go ahead.
Yi Hui hurriedly replied before bolting away in a flash.
Chapter 46, Xiaochushue is your girlfriend? Watching the man's retreating figure, Chen Yang shook his head and smiled faintly.
Then we humbly invite Miss Xia, the campus beauty, to return to the restaurant.
Ahem. Oh dear, my stomach is being rather disobedient. How could I be hungry already? Chen Yang deliberately spoke up like this. Xiaochushue responded warmly, thank you, Chen Yang.
Wait here, I'll make you something to eat right away. After you finish eating, you should go home and practice your martial arts.
All right.
Chen Yang agreed with a smile. Xiaochushue then picked up the key and reopened the restaurant door. Looking at the familiar surroundings before her, though it had only been a day, the feeling of regaining what had been lost was truly remarkable. All of this was thanks to Chen Yang's help. Though she didn't know why the landlord had suddenly changed his mind. But she trusted Chen Yang, and she desperately needed the restaurant to bring in income. Naturally, she didn't dwell on the finer details. Stepping inside, Xiaochushue deftly tied on her apron and headed into the kitchen. Chen Yang wasn't idle either. He busied himself tidying up the restaurant, sweeping, mopping, wiping windows, and cleaning tables and chairs. Despite Xiaochushue repeatedly offering to take over, Chen Yang didn't accept her help, simply continuing his work. Finally finished, Chen Yang sat down and let out a sigh of relief. Just then, Xiaochushue brought out the delicious meal she had carefully prepared. The dishes before them were a feast for the senses, visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious. Chen Yang merely inhaled the aroma before his stomach growled loudly. Hearing this, Xiaochushue said, "You eat first. I'll tidy up the kitchen." With that, she turned and walked back into the kitchen, afraid that her presence might make Chen Yang feel self-conscious about eating. Reality proved Xiaochushue had overthought it. Before she could finish speaking, Chen Yang had already dug in, wolfing down the food with such gusto that his mouth glistened with grease. A blissful smile spread across his face, leaving Xiaochushue with nothing but an awkward chuckle. It wasn't that Chen Yang hadn't eaten before, it was simply that Xiaochushue's cooking was truly exceptional. In his previous life, Chen Yang had never tasted anything this good, not even a 7-star restaurant could match it. Burp after finishing, Chen Yang pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth clean, thoroughly satisfied. Seeing this, Xiaochushue stepped forward, hesitating to speak. Don't worry. I'm not going back home. I have things to attend to. If anything comes up, remember to text me. Chen Yang sensed Xiaochushue's hesitation and immediately stood up, speaking calmly. All right. Xiaochushue replied, nodding in agreement. Stepping out of the restaurant, Chen Yang stretched his limbs, hopped on a shared bike, and headed toward the martial arts academy. He had received considerable favors from Wu Chang, so naturally he should visit the martial arts academy whenever he had time. Who knows, they might need his help someday. He owed them a favor, after all, and it was only right to repay it. Thinking of this, Chen Yang's mind drifted back to Luo Hua's highly unusual behavior today. It wasn't that she was targeting him specifically, but her entire aura had shifted. But Chen Yang figured it was only natural. After all, he understood the kind of blow she had suffered. When he learned of his parents' deaths in battle years ago, he too had changed considerably. Before long, Chen Yang arrived at the martial arts academy. Without hesitation, he entered and headed straight for the inner training area. What he didn't know was that since yesterday, when he had defeated Yun Dong and other geniuses from the external training area with a single punch packing nearly 900 kilograms of force, Chen Yang's name had spread throughout the martial arts academy. Alongside the admiration, there was naturally no shortage of skepticism and contempt. Among them, Yun Dong displayed the most intense reaction. After all, his defeat yesterday had been so humiliating that he felt Chen Yang hadn't taken him seriously at all. His constant claims of being busy were merely excuses to mask his contempt. The moment he stepped into the martial arts hall, the place erupted. A crowd quickly gathered around Chen Yang. Chen Yang, could you tell us what your relationship is with the master? Why were you allowed direct access to the inner training area? And why are you only a nominal member? Why haven't you fully joined us? Could it be you look down on our martial arts school? And didn't you look down on Yun Dong and the others yesterday? They say he left right after the fight. And is it true you punched with 900 kilograms of force? The group acted like a pack of reporters, bombarding him with questions one after another, cornering Chen Yang.
Faced with their relentless questioning, Chen Yang felt trapped. No matter what he said, they'd twisted into something else. What is this? Got nothing better to do? If you're bored, go train harder. The martial arts school isn't paying you to loaf around. Got the guts to challenge someone yourself? Just as Chen Yang was at a loss, Yu Chuan stepped forward and immediately spoke sternly, rebuking the crowd. As Yu Chuan was an insider, and most of these individuals were newcomers to the external training area, they naturally dared not disobey. They immediately dispersed, no longer daring to surround Chen Yang. Instead, they went straight to Yun Dong and the others. Thanks, brother Yu Chuan. Chen Yang had seen Yu Chuan's profile yesterday, joined the martial arts academy at 16. He'd risen through the ranks, completing numerous high-difficulty missions, and the squad he led was one of the martial arts academy's main forces. He was also one of the individuals Wu Cheng trusted most. No need to thank me. Why are you late today? Let's go. The headmaster is already waiting for you in his office. You're the real deal, kid. Yu Chuan smiled, his face brimming with envy toward Chen Yang not just for his talent, but for the respect the master showed him. Not even any other prodigy who had ever appeared at the martial arts academy had ever been held in such high regard by the master. Alright. What's up, Yu Chuan? Why are you suddenly saying that? Chen Yang asked in confusion. What did he mean by you're the best? Chen Yang was a bit confused. While he could indeed sense the martial city's regard for him, Yu Chuan's words that he was good. Clearly, it wasn't that simple. You'll understand once we arrive. I can't elaborate further. Still, I hope you won't disappoint the master's goodwill. Yu Chuan didn't spell it out directly but hinted that Chen Yang needed to work hard. Got it. Chen Yang didn't press for details. Whatever needed to be done would become clear once he met Wu Cheng. Before long, Chen Yang and Yu Chuan arrived at the office door. Yu Chuan knocked on the door. Upon hearing Wu Cheng's response, he pushed the door open. Director, Chen Yang is here. Go about your business. Wu Cheng spoke slowly, his back still turned to them. Yes, sir. Yu Chuan immediately turned and left. Only Chen Yang remained standing there. Chen Yang, come in, Wu Cheng said slowly. Yes, master. What do you need from me? Anything within my capabilities, Master Wu. Chen Yang assumed Wu Cheng had a task for him and responded with firm resolve. It would also be a chance to repay a favor. Do you have a girlfriend named Xia Chuxue? The moment those words left his mouth, Chen Yang dismissed any thoughts of a mission. Girlfriend? Chapter 47, Mysterious Scratch Marks? Hearing Wu Cheng's words, Chen Yang felt puzzled. He couldn't understand why the curator would mention Xia Chuxue nor why he referred to her as his girlfriend. Gallery owner? What's this about? We're just classmates, not in a romantic relationship. Chen Yang explained with a wry smile. Ahem. Chen Yang, no need to overthink it. Actually, I called you here to tell you that this student named Xia Chuxue can join my martial arts academy. I don't know if she's interested, but I'm aware of her family's financial situation. Joining the academy comes with medical discounts, and if she performs well, she could even receive a high-end apartment. Plus, there are plenty of holiday benefits. Wu Cheng smiled broadly as he listed the academy's benefits, subtly mentioning Xia Chushua's less than ideal family circumstances. Ever since discovering Chen Yang and Xia Chuxue were getting close, even sharing an apartment, Wu Cheng had sent people to investigate Xia Chushua's family background. She was a girl with exceptional talent. Recruiting Xia Chuxue would not only gain a promising member but also deepen Chen Yang's ties to the martial arts club. To the point where Chen Yang would feel guilty if he didn't join the martial arts academy. Members like Xia Chuxue would likely join the martial arts club eventually anyway. Having that affiliation would bring considerable benefits, whether for university applications or other pursuits. Moreover, if recruited members made outstanding contributions to the martial arts club or achieved notable accomplishments on their own, it would naturally elevate the martial arts school's reputation and prestige, thereby expanding its influence and attracting more talented individuals. It was a virtuous cycle. Chen Yang fell deep in thought upon hearing this. Joining the martial arts academy was indeed a good opportunity, undoubtedly a positive move for Xia Chuxue. But the problem was that this also involved a favor. After all, it wasn't yet time for the martial arts academy to open enrollment. Even if one were to pull strings, one would still have to undergo the academy's assessment. But what had Wu Cheng said? Direct admission? Completely bypassing all those steps. And why was this happening? It was obvious because of Chen Yang. While Xia Chushua's talent made her admission to the martial arts academy practically guaranteed, it would have taken significantly longer otherwise. And now was precisely when Xia Chuxue desperately needed money. The martial arts academy paid a decent salary, and the subsidies were generous too. Overall, it seemed like a good deal. Yet Chen Yang found himself torn. Refusing would put Xia Chuxue in a difficult position, but accepting would mean owing her a favor. Not joining the martial arts academy wasn't an option either. Finally, Chen Yang took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Senior, may I ask for her opinion? After all, I'm not the one directly involved. After much deliberation, this was the only thing he could say. Of course. No problem.
We welcome both of you anytime, Wu Cheng said with a smile, his voice warm and open.
Oh, and there's another matter this time that might require your assistance.
Some strange claw marks have been appearing outside the city recently.
But they don't last long, they vanish within 30 seconds. I suspect it's some kind of demon beast and it hasn't attacked humans. Still, it gives me a bad feeling. No matter how I think about it, something just doesn't feel right.
Rest assured, Yu Chuan will lead a team to protect you.
We'll ensure there are no safety concerns.
If we uncover anything during the investigation, feel free to make any requests you have. Wu Cheng's previously radiant smile slowly faded as he spoke, replaced by a furrowed brow. The mystery of the strange black-winged crow hadn't been solved yet, and now another peculiar demon beast had appeared. As one of humanity's main forces against demon beasts, the Martial Arts Academy naturally bore the heavy responsibility of protecting the city. Every martial arts academy was scrambling for solutions, yet 3 days had passed since the incident with no news. The longer the delay, the heavier the weight of worry on Wu Cheng's shoulders. That was why he thought of Chen Yang. If he could find a way to break the shadow beast's invisibility, he might also uncover clues about this demon beast.
Senior, I have no objections. I'll do whatever I can. Chen Yang spoke with unwavering resolve.
He had no reason to refuse, and hearing Wu Cheng describe the situation with such awe, Chen Yang was also curious to see what was going on. Wu Cheng then produced photographs of the claw marks, which appeared to belong to a feline-like demon beast. But it was common knowledge that such beasts couldn't possibly cloak themselves, nor did they possess the ability to make claw marks appear and vanish.
What was most peculiar was that it didn't attack humans. Clearly, this was intentional. Otherwise, what kind of demon beast wouldn't attack humans? This thought sparked a bold idea in Chen Yang. Could it be that this wasn't a demon beast at all? But Chen Yang kept this conjecture to himself. Everything needed evidence to be clarified. It's fine. It looks perfectly normal. These look like ordinary claw marks. You should go rest or train in the martial arts area inside the academy. I hear your school is organizing a martial arts demonstration competition soon. Our martial arts school will send representatives to attend. I look forward to seeing your performance. Wu Cheng observed Chen Yang, who remained deep in thought without uttering a word. He concluded Chen Yang hadn't noticed anything unusual after all. None of the other martial arts masters had either. If Chen Yang knew everything just by looking at photos, what purpose would the old-timers in these martial arts halls serve? Yes, master. Chen Yang nodded calmly and replied. You may go now. Someone will summon you when the time comes.
Wu Cheng lit a cigarette, smoke curling from his fingertips as he spoke slowly.
Yes.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yang bowed his hands and turned to leave the office. But the moment he stepped out, he was utterly stunned. The wide corridor was now packed to the brim. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a sea of people.
Completely packed, Chen Yang felt utterly bewildered. What was going on with all these people? Let me through,
Chen Yang said with a smile, just wanting to get out of there. Chen Yang, you agreed to a ring match with me.
I'll let you pass. Otherwise, I'll just block your way. Worst case, I'll get scolded by the dojo master. Yun Dong couldn't swallow the humiliation Chen Yang had dealt him yesterday.
Today, only one thought echoed in his mind: defeat Chen Yang. The days Chen Yang hadn't shown up had been pure torture for him.
Finally, when Chen Yang arrived, he'd immediately ducked into the office.
So he'd gathered his men and taken a huge risk to block Chen Yang's path.
Sure enough, the office door swung open the next second.
A stern, imposing figure stood there coldly. Without uttering a word, his mere presence was enough to send everyone scattering.
Only Yun Dong remained, his resolve set, staring unflinchingly at Chen Yang. I accept. Chen Yang spoke calmly, letting out a sigh.
Seeing this, Wu Cheng smiled faintly and closed the door. This was precisely the outcome he had sought.
Chapter 48, Withstanding Martial Arts, Effortlessly Triumphing. Kid, you've got guts. Even if you beat me, Yun Dong, I'll still consider you a friend.
Seeing Chen Yang accept the challenge without a hint of fear, Yun Dong's contempt for him diminished slightly. Instead, he began to regard Chen Yang as a real man. Just then, the group that had left earlier, seeing the master hadn't intervened, quietly crept back.
Chen Yang, since you've accepted, can we take this to the external training grounds for a fair fight? We can't even enter the internal training area. If you cheat and trick us in the external area, who's to say what really happened, right? I think the external training area is just fine. The platform isn't much worse than the internal one. Chen Yang, do you dare?
These people weren't just planning to watch the show, they wanted to enjoy it more comfortably, so they suggested heading to the external martial arts training area.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yang didn't mind. He wasn't busy today anyway, so it didn't matter where they went. Fine.
Chen Yang replied solemnly, his expression betraying not a hint of surprise. Surrounded by the crowd, he promptly headed toward the external training grounds. Naturally, word of this reached the inner training grounds. Without much discussion, those eager to watch immediately rushed toward the external training grounds. After all, they too had formed opinions about this newcomer, whether favorable or unfavorable.
Upon reaching the arena, Chen Yang leapt onto the platform without hesitation. Yun Dong did the same. The tension between them thickened, swords drawn and bows strung. Chen Yang, I don't want to bully you. Use a weapon. Though my rank is slightly higher than yours, this is unavoidable. For relative fairness, you may use any weapon. Feel free to choose any weapon from our external arsenal. Seeing no trace of fear in Chen Yang before him, Yun Dong allowed him to use a weapon to avoid accusations that he was exploiting his level advantage for an unfair victory. He permitted Chen Yang to wield a weapon while he himself fought barehanded. The moment he spoke, the crowd watching the spectacle erupted in thunderous applause, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Usually occupied with training or missions, this rare opportunity allowed them to unwind. The crowd's spirits soared, though the trio from outside remained conspicuously absent. Instead, the three sat together, either training or chatting idly, occasionally glancing over with the corners of their eyes. No thanks, I'm not really into weapons. Come on. Chen Yang didn't need these weapons, so he declined the offer directly. Well then, since so many people are here, don't cry if you lose. Yun Dong spoke coldly. Since the other had made it clear, he felt no psychological burden. Now, the only thing left to do was to strike hard and crush Chen Yang. Go ahead. Chen Yang replied indifferently, making no defensive or offensive preparations whatsoever. He simply stood there naturally. The moment the words left his mouth, Yun Dong clenched both fists and launched them directly at Chen Yang. The punches flew with blinding speed. Chen Yang deftly dodged the blow, though the sheer force of the punch still sent his hair flying. Immediately, Chen Yang swept his leg horizontally at Yun Dong. Then, seizing Yun Dong's arm as he swung again, he used the momentum to throw Yun Dong flat onto the ground. Holy crap! What kind of fighting style is this, Chen Yang? It feels like he's not even exerting himself. Could Yun Dong really lose? Even during their first exchange, voices began questioning Yun Dong from the crowd below the stage. After all, Yun Dong hadn't even grazed the hem of Chen Yang's clothes. Chen Yang, on the other hand, seemed to be cruising. Bull! How could I possibly lose? Yun Dong heard the remark and glared fiercely in the direction of the speaker, his voice thick with rage. The room fell silent at his words. Dragon Tiger Fist. Yun Dong roared, channeling his energy into the Wuching Dragon Tiger Fist. As it unleashed, a tiger and a dragon intertwined, then hurtled toward Chen Yang. This was Yun Dong's most accomplished martial art, one of the trump cards that had secured his victory years ago. Through years of practice, he had long since mastered this martial art. The resulting force was immense. This time, however, Chen Yang did not dodge. Facing the incoming attack, he raised his right hand in a gesture to unleash his own martial technique. Instantly, a palm strike the size of a small car materialized before him. With a thunderous crash, Chen Yang was struck by the Dragon Tiger Fist, while his demon-subduing palm surged toward Yun Dong. This was unexpected. Instead of dodging, Chen Yang had directly unleashed his skill. Yun Dong desperately braced himself, but the immense force still sent him flying to the edge of the ring, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He nearly fainted, yet he knew Chen Yang must be worse off. Yet the next instant, he froze in shock. After the clashing martial arts dissipated, Chen Yang appeared unscathed, barely a speck of dust on his face. Not a single hair on his body was harmed. How is this possible? Yun Dong muttered, his face frozen in shock. The next moment, he collapsed to his knees and fainted. Faced with this scene, not just Yun Dong, but even the onlookers were stunned. Holy moly! Yun Dong lost already? Chen Yang took that martial technique head-on? And he's completely fine? Is he even human? What kind of person can withstand martial arts techniques head-on? Unbelievable. So this is the innate talent that connects him directly to the core? Looks like only those three can give it a shot. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Chen Yang made no celebratory gestures, simply stepping down from the stage and heading toward the inner training grounds. After all, he felt there was nothing to be proud of. It was only natural for someone who had lived 2 lifetimes. Chen Yang! It's time to go. Are you ready? Just as Chen Yang reached the entrance to the inner training grounds, a voice called out from behind him. Turning toward the voice, he saw, Brother Yuchuan? I'm ready. Let's go. Chen Yang replied indifferently. Soon after, Yuchuan drove out of the city with 4 or 5 others, including Chen Yang. Meanwhile, at the Yang residence. Master, Chen Yang and Yuchuan's team have already headed out of the city. It seems our plan is working. Should we eliminate them all? Yang Wuhan held the phone, listening to the voice on the other end, a faint smile curling his lips. Kill them. Take care of it. If you leave any traces behind, you won't be coming back either. Hold on, don't kill Chen Yang. Capture him alive. I've already tipped off the city gate guards. Don't disappoint me. Yang Wuhan smiled faintly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Rest assured, Master. They won't escape this time. Outside the city. Chen Yang has been leaving these kinds of claw marks all over this area lately. It won't be long before he vanishes. Yuchuan pointed at the claw marks on the city wall as he questioned Chen Yang.
Looking at the claw marks before him, Chen Yang felt an odd sense of familiarity. They didn't look like claw marks at all, but rather the imprint left by some tool. Suddenly, Chen Yang thought of something and turned to look at Yuan. This is man-made, not a demon beast. Chapter 49, Human-Made. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, the squad members, including Yuan, froze in surprise. Then their expressions shifted, and they burst into laughter. They found Chen Yang's claim utterly preposterous. How could human workmanship possibly look like this? They assumed he was just making things up, and it made them wonder if he'd been bluffing about the Shadow Beast incident too. Seeing the others roaring with laughter, Chen Yang felt puzzled, unsure why they were laughing so hard. Brother Yuan? What's so funny? If this were true, wouldn't you feel a chill run down your spine? That sensation of being watched? Chen Yang stared intently at Yuan as he spoke earnestly. Meanwhile, fresh claw marks kept appearing on the adjacent wall before vanishing again. But it was clear the scratches were appearing faster now, as if the claw marks were in a hurry for some reason, yet compelled to complete this task. Thus, they appeared rushed, their depth fluctuating erratically. Upon hearing this, Yuan's smile froze abruptly. After all, with Chen Yang being so serious, continuing to laugh would be downright rude. Regardless of whether Chen Yang was spouting nonsense or not, he was now favored by the curator. He dared not offend him further, especially since Chen Yang was, in a sense, his savior. Without Chen Yang's help during that battle against the Shadow Beast, he would have been either dead or gravely injured. How could he possibly be standing here laughing heartily at Chen Yang now? Chen Yang, you've misunderstood. It's mainly because you said it was done by someone that really doesn't make much sense. After all, these claw marks are right before our eyes. They can't be faked. How could they possibly be man-made, as you claim? Besides, if it were human-made, how could I not notice? And how could the curator not notice either? In my view, calling it a natural phenomenon seems far more plausible than attributing it to human intervention. Yuan explained to Chen Yang with a faint smile, his analysis unfolding as he spoke. After all, human-made? Wouldn't that require someone? But where is that person now? Could someone possibly be invisible? If they were invisible, how did these claw marks appear? And why did they vanish? Clearly, this reasoning doesn't hold up if we assume human involvement. This was precisely where Yuan and the others harbored genuine doubts. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang didn't insist on his own theory. After all, their arguments weren't baseless. Everything was well-reasoned and supported by evidence. However, Chen Yang's current concern wasn't whether it was human-made, but rather if it was human-made, who could be behind it. What could these people possibly want? Surely it couldn't just be a prank? Chen Yang fell silent, turning to scrutinize the area where the claw marks appeared. His brow furrowed as he examined every detail, searching for the slightest clue. Suddenly, Chen Yang caught a fleeting glimpse of movement as the claw marks appeared on the city wall. It wasn't the solid sensation of claws digging into the stone, but rather something akin to a projection. The level of realism was so high, however, that even a skilled observer like Wu Chang couldn't detect the deception. This clearly indicated the equipment was highly advanced and extremely expensive. It was far beyond what ordinary people could possess. Moreover, Chen Yang reasoned that such equipment must be used by humans to simulate powerful demon beasts for intimidating other creatures. That left only two possible sources, the military or organizations like martial arts academies. This thought suddenly jogged Chen Yang's memory. In his previous life, he had witnessed a similar device used to repel a beast tide. However, due to the passage of time and his rebirth, the memory had slipped his mind. It was said to be a type of simulated equipment capable of realistically recreating any desired scene. Naturally, it had its flaws, namely, its limited duration. Could this explain why the claw marks vanished? Based on Chen Yang's experience, this device wasn't top tier. If it were, it could have simulated a king beast. With this realization, Chen Yang confirmed his inner suspicion. Turning around, he looked intently at Yuan and his team. Brother Yuan. This is man-made, simulated by some kind of high-tech device. The perpetrator is positioned 5 kilometers behind you on Dingjun Mountain. Don't turn around. Chen Yang spoke with unwavering conviction, not only articulating his analysis but also pinpointing the operator's location based on geographical conditions and directional cues. Simultaneously, to avoid alerting the perpetrator and giving them a chance to escape, Chen Yang ordered them not to turn around. Otherwise, it would become a complete mystery, with no evidence to clarify the situation. Moreover, such actions clearly had ulterior motives. Chen Yang would certainly not let this go. Chen Yang, are you sure? This is no time for jokes. We can accept that you don't know, but we can't accept you pretending to know when you don't. Seeing Chen Yang so serious, even his manner of speaking seemed deliberate. Yuan's suspicions naturally lessened. Yet he still couldn't shake his unease, prompting him to ask again. I'm certain. Next, we'll pretend we've come up empty-handed, then split up and surround the area. Above all, don't alert them even if you encounter a demon beast. Also, turn off all electronic devices on your person. Otherwise, they might be prepared, and we could end up with nothing to show for our efforts. Chen Yang's expression was stern as he spoke with utmost seriousness.
Hearing this, Yuan also grew serious. Since it had been put that way, they had to at least take a look. Alright. Disperse now. Move stealthily and indirectly. Maintain silence. Start the biological timer. In 20 minutes, we'll charge up Dingjun Mountain and regroup. Yuan commanded sternly. Yes. The team members responded in unison, without a single objection. Thus, the group feigned failure while secretly and swiftly moving toward Dingjun Mountain. Dingjun Mountain. This thing really works. They didn't even notice us. Too bad we couldn't stick around a bit longer. Otherwise, once the boss arrives with reinforcements, that kid named Chen Yang won't stand a chance. Hidden within the grassy thicket, two figures lay prone, their oddly shaped equipment blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Shoo! Look who's coming. Is it the boss? Didn't the boss encounter those few who turned back earlier? That shouldn't be possible. One of them spotted a figure clad in dark martial arts attire emerging from the city gate, accompanied by two others. He recognized him instantly. It was their boss, Hua Chang, a notorious assassin in the East Sea. He was also a third-tier martial artist, exceptionally powerful. Their mission, simply put, was to take the money, lure Chen Yang, and kill him. With the money Yang Wuhan promised, they'd never have to live in hiding again. With that money, they could finally live openly and enjoy life. Why do I feel a chill down my spine? It's late at night. Isn't a breeze a bit unusual? No. I saw a human head. Chapter 50, The Assassin Hua Chang. Holy ghosts! Stop making such a fuss. There are no ghosts here. Keep yapping and I'll have the boss kick you out. One of them didn't buy the ghost story at all. Neither humans nor ghosts could possibly appear here. He figured the other guy was just pulling a prank and didn't take it seriously. No, wait. Look again. The man stared at the figure approaching from behind, his legs trembling with fear. At the same time, the skeptic pointed behind his teammate in terror, screaming, "Ghost!" At the shouts, both men immediately jumped to their feet, abandoning their equipment as they scrambled to flee. But the very next second, they cautiously retreated back, standing back to back with fists clenched, ready for battle. Run? Why aren't you running? Speak up. Who sent you? Yuan, seeing that someone was truly there, forced himself to stay calm and spoke up. He needed to figure out what was going on first. As for Chen Yang, he was already mentally applauding wildly inside. You, how did you find us? Weren't you already gone? How could you possibly be here? One of them stared in utter shock, realizing they were surrounded by the very people who had clearly left moments ago. He couldn't fathom what was happening. Answer me. Who sent you, and what's your purpose? Don't force my hand. Yuan spoke coldly, intensifying the pressure on the two. The long sword in his hand spun relentlessly, its blade glinting menacingly in the moonlight. You? Die. Both men roared in unison, almost simultaneously. Instantly, a flare gun ignited and shot into the sky. Knowing they couldn't survive and refusing to be exposed, they chose suicide. It's over. He's calling for backup. Yuan exclaimed. Brother Yuan, why don't we turn the tables on him? Chen Yang saw this and knew it was time to face the music, so he made no move to run. Alright. Let's take a chance. Yuan spoke slowly. Immediately, the others scattered, concealing the two corpses. They too went into hiding, waiting patiently for the right person to take the bait. Meanwhile, at the city gate, Hua Chang watched Chen Yang, who had vanished without a trace, feeling utterly perplexed. Suddenly, a signal flare ignited. He focused his gaze and immediately sensed trouble. Boss! It's coming from Dingjun Mountain. The subordinate exclaimed. They've been spotted? Follow me. If they're dead, we'll withdraw. This mission is doomed to fail. If they're still alive, you know what to do. Hua Chang spoke coldly, his eyes flashing with overwhelming murderous intent. Kill them all, the subordinate said, mimicking the motion of slitting a throat. Without hesitation, Hua Chang led them with practiced ease. Soon they arrived at the spot where the two had been hiding. But they were stunned. The people were gone. Though the equipment remained, their absence left only a few possibilities. First, they were dead. Or they'd been taken away, or surrendered. The thought sent a cold sweat running down Hua Chang's back. If Yang Wuhan's whereabouts were exposed, forget the money, he'd be dead for sure. And if he tried to kill Chen Yang, he'd never escape Wu Chang's grasp. But he couldn't run. His wife and child were in Yang Wuhan's hands. If he fled, his family would surely die. He couldn't do that. Even though he was an assassin, he still had a heart. Who's there? Who is it? Come out here. I'm right here. What are you gonna do about it? Stop playing hide and seek with me. Hua Chang roared, his rage uncontrollable. He no longer feared discovery. His only fear was that no one would come. That would be true despair. As long as these people came, everything would turn around. Hearing Hua Chang shout, the younger man's body trembled uncontrollably, his grip on the weapon in his hand growing faintly uncertain. Hearing this, Yuan emerged from the grass with his men. He recognized the man before him, Hua Chang, ranked 10th on the assassin list. How could he not recognize him? Guo Chang, you have some nerve daring to kill us too? Who sent you? Tell me, and I'll let you go.
Yu Chuan spoke coldly as his men immediately surrounded the three.
Guo Chang didn't respond immediately.
He was more concerned about where his two henchmen had gone.
You killed them? Why did you kill them?
Guo Chang forced himself to stay calm, his face flushed with rage.
Well, I didn't kill them.
They committed suicide.
You're not going to kill yourself too, are you? I remember you have a wife and children. Could you really bring yourself to do it?
Yu Chuan spoke slowly, each word hitting Guo Chang's weak spot. He certainly wouldn't kill himself, but that didn't stop him from running away.
You can't stop me if I want to leave, Guo Chang declared. Is that so? First off, you couldn't beat me. How do you plan to run? Just the three of you? Why don't you just tell me who's funding you and what your purpose is?
I could spare your life. After all, you're a martial artist too, and you've only killed those who committed heinous crimes. Yu Chuan spoke calmly, gesturing for Guo Chang to lower his knife. He had no chance of winning. Though Guo Chang was an assassin, he adhered to certain principles within the trade, never killing the innocent or ordinary folk. He only targeted the most heinous criminals.
This time, something must have gone wrong.
That was why Yu Chuan intended to spare his life as long as he cooperated fully. Guo Chang snorted coldly at these words, his expression one of utter contempt. For starters, he didn't believe any of it. He couldn't talk, and he wouldn't talk. It was a matter of principle and the lives of his wife and children.
Don't push me. I won't talk. Kill me or beat me, go ahead.
I, Guo Chang, am not afraid.
Ha 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 ha. Guo Chang burst into maniacal laughter as he spoke, then pulled a red, transparent medicine bottle from his robe.
He opened it without hesitation and downed the entire contents in one gulp.
Are you insane?
This damages a martial artist's very foundation. You might boost your strength this way, but you won't live long.
Yu Chuan exclaimed in shock, utterly unprepared for Guo Chang's unwavering resolve. Live? Living through today is enough. Kill.
Guo Chang uttered, his chi and blood surging instantly as his power skyrocketed to the peak of the third tier. He charged at Yu Chuan, a single slash sending him flying several meters. Then he lunged toward Chen Yang.
Chen Yang gave a cold laugh, deftly dodging the attack.
He countered with a punch, and even after several exchanges, Guo Chang couldn't land a single blow that injured Chen Yang.
Both of his henchmen lay dead on the ground. Guo Chang roared with rage, charging once more at everyone except Chen Yang.
But all his attacks only sent them flying. After all, taking down multiple opponents instantly was nearly impossible. Soon, Guo Chang simply turned and fled. Yu Chuan was about to lead his men in pursuit when Chen Yang called him back.
Chapter 51, A Cup of Milk Tea. Hearing Chen Yang's order to halt the pursuit, Yu Chuan and the others paused, though puzzled.
After all, this entire success was entirely due to Chen Yang.
Otherwise, they would never have imagined the situation was caused by a device, nor could they have so easily located the hiding spots of these two individuals. And certainly not uncovered Guo Chang, ranked 10th on the assassin leaderboard. Chen Yang. Why aren't we pursuing them? This is the best chance to investigate what's behind this.
Yu Chuan watched Guo Chang flee into the distance, his voice filled with urgency. No need to pursue him. Chasing him now would only drive him to desperation.
We won't get anything out of it.
Brother Yu Chuan, notify the hall master and send some people to stake out the military headquarters and any places connected to it. We'll definitely uncover who Guo Chang is connected to, and then the person behind him will naturally be found. Chen Yang spoke calmly, his expression composed. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang promptly activated his communication device and contacted Wu Chuan directly, receiving a response shortly after. But Yu Chuan was still puzzled. Why the military headquarters? Why not other martial arts academies? Or wealthy clans? Logically, couldn't such equipment be obtained simply with money? Chen Yang, why is that? Why point the finger at the military headquarters? Could there be some hidden truth we're unaware of? Yu Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, his voice tinged with confusion. Chen Yang responded slowly, as far as I know, even if this equipment isn't top tier.
Isn't something non-official entities can possess. Martial arts academies could indeed have it. But transporting this equipment would be impossible without military support. That makes the military the prime suspect. Moreover, given that Guo Chang has a wife, as you mentioned, the person he intends to meet now could very well be his backer and his wife. Chen Yang spoke calmly, taking the knife from Yu Chuan's hand and sketching rough diagrams on the ground, outlining logical connections and corresponding possibilities. After hearing Chen Yang's explanation and seeing the sketches, Yu Chuan felt a sudden clarity wash over him. So, Chen Yang, what do we do next? Yu Chuan asked somewhat blankly. Chen Yang smiled helplessly at the question. It's simple. Everyone goes home. Remember to take your equipment. I need to head home. Chen Yang gave a faint smile, then turned and walked away. Yeah, you're right. Everything's taken care of. I should head home too. Yu Chuan scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Back in the city, Chen Yang hailed a cab and headed to a milk tea shop near his apartment building. What can I get for you, sir? The server greeted him politely upon seeing him arrive. I'll have a jasmine milk tea with 3/4 sugar and less ice. And an iced Americano, please. Chen Yang spoke slowly. Over the past few days, he'd learned a bit about Xia Chushua's preferences and favorite foods. She loved cooking and binge-watching dramas, among other things. As for milk tea, Chen Yang knew Xia Chushua disliked overly sweet drinks and preferred jasmine-flavored ones. So after his super-duper deduction, he settled on this choice. As for the iced Americano, it was simply his personal preference. He liked the bitterness. Here you go, kid. Payment over here 30 Dragon Nation currency. The server handed Chen Yang the packaged bubble tea with a smile and pointed toward the payment QR code. He took the drink and scanned the code to pay in one fluid motion. Then Chen Yang turned and walked away. Looking at the milk tea in his hand, he recalled how rarely he'd bought it in his previous life. To be precise, he rarely bought it for himself. As for the reason? He'd bought it all for Xinsheng. A wry smile touched his lips at the thought. But now that he'd been reborn, it was time to reclaim what was rightfully his and for certain people to face their punishment. Ding dong! Chen Yang knocked on the door. Even though it was his own home, there was a girl inside. If she saw anything inappropriate, he wouldn't dare act that way. Though he could be a bit of a rogue sometimes, deep down, Chen Yang was actually quite straightforward. 3 seconds passed, then click, the door opened. Xia Chushua appeared in a white silk nightgown, her long hair still damp and slightly wet. But the sheer fabric offered little coverage, revealing a pair of peaks right before Chen Yang's eyes. Chen Yang, feeling awkward, stepped into the room. This is for you. Not sure if you'll like it. Chen Yang placed Xia Chushua's milk tea on the table, then proceeded to tear open the straw packaging himself, insert it, and start sipping. Nothing beats this stuff for a pick-me-up. Not bad. Chen Yang looked satisfied, feeling instantly more alert. For me? Xia Chushua stared at the milk tea on the table, feeling both unfamiliar and strangely nostalgic. Familiar because her parents had often brought her milk tea and all sorts of snacks when she was little. Ever since her mother fell ill, her father had drowned his sorrows in alcohol, leaving Xia Chushua to shoulder the responsibility of earning money for her mother's treatment. As for bubble tea, it wasn't that she couldn't afford it, she simply couldn't bring herself to buy it. Unlike the girls at school, she didn't have pretty dresses, hairpins, stylish hairdos, or fancy cosmetics. Beyond her school uniform, she had hardly any clothes at all. Yet she felt no sense of difference. She knew that compared to beauty, saving her mother was her most important task. Yet whenever she glimpsed a cup of milk tea, Xia Chushua's heart would flutter. A strange wave of emotion washed over her. Her beautiful eyes slowly turned toward Chen Yang, filled with a complex mix of feelings. She hadn't expected Chen Yang to remember her, and more importantly, this was her favorite jasmine milk tea. Drink up. Don't just stand there. If you don't drink it, I'll finish it all myself. Chen Yang noticed Xia Chushua's awkwardness and spoke with a smile. I'll drink it. I'll drink it. Xia Chushua hurriedly replied. She lifted the milk tea to her lips. As the first sip touched her tongue, that familiar sensation returned. It felt like she was a little girl again, surrounded by laughter and joy, with her parents standing nearby, their faces radiant with happiness. Unconsciously, tears welled up in her eyes. What? Are you okay? Did I buy the wrong one? Or does it taste bad? Not sweet enough? Wait, I'll get you a new one. Seeing Xia Chushua on the verge of tears, Chen Yang thought he'd misjudged and bought the wrong one. He immediately stood up to go buy another one. No! It's delicious, really delicious. Xia Chushua grabbed Chen Yang's arm as he stood up, her voice breaking with tears. She then threw herself into his arms and began sobbing. This sudden action startled Chen Yang, but he quickly regained his composure and listened quietly as Xia Chushua poured out her feelings. After a moment, Xia Chushua realized her emotional outburst and steadied herself. She quickly released Chen Yang, her cheeks flushed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's fine. Take a look at this and see if you're interested. Sign it if you're interested, Chen Yang said slowly, then handed Xia Chushua the documents Wu Chang had given him. Chapter 52, Mastering the Star-Sucking Technique. Upon hearing this, Xia Chushua took the documents and began examining them with some confusion. Hunter Martial Arts Academy? Direct enrollment? And benefits? Xia Chushua felt a surge of surprise. This was something she hadn't considered, or more accurately, hadn't considered at this moment. After all, joining a martial arts academy usually required an assessment. Yet now, not only was the timeline accelerated, but she was being granted direct admission as an internal training member without any evaluation. What kind of treatment was this? Xia Chushua couldn't even imagine such treatment. Chen Yang. Where did this come from? You didn't just go to the stationery store to photocopy this to make me happy, did you? How could I possibly join the martial arts academy out of nowhere like this? Xia Chushua's face bore faint tear stains, her eyes slightly reddened. Her voice soft, she looked at Chen Yang's calm expression and asked. Just look at the seal. This was personally given to me by the Hunter Martial Arts Academy's master. They must have seen your extraordinary talent and made an exception to recruit you. What? Are you unwilling? Chen Yang spoke slowly. I do. Xia Chuxue hurriedly replied. Then sign it. All right. Xia Chuxue took out a pen, wrote her name, and pressed her fingerprint. Chen Yang, did you help me? You, helping me like this? I truly don't know how to repay you. I have no means now, no money, and my mother is still ill. But rest assured, Before Xia Chuxue could finish, Chen Yang covered her mouth with his hand. Her pupils contracted slightly, her face frozen in shock. No need to say more. I didn't help you either. Everything you've gained is through your own efforts. As for repayment? When I become a martial god, I'll need a martial god's consort. Would you be willing? Chen Yang slowly released his hand, a smile playing on his lips as he spoke with a hint of mischief. His intention was simply to spare Xia Chuxue from undue pressure. Heaven had granted him a second life, wasn't it meant for vengeance and to mend what was left undone? A regret sparked by a single note. I'll repay you somehow. Xia Chushue's fair skin flushed crimson once more. She instinctively took a few steps back, her words stumbling out haltingly. Seeing this, Chen Yang smiled faintly. Just teasing you. Get some rest. Good night. With that, Chen Yang walked straight into the room. Good night. A faint voice drifted from behind her as the door opened and closed. Xia Chuxue stared blankly at Chen Yang's door for a long while, lost in thought, before turning off the light and returning to her own room. Inside his room, Chen Yang waved his hand casually and a pale blue interface appeared before his eyes. Name, Chen Yang. Level, Tier 2 Martial Artist, Early Stage, Vitality, 299. Martial Arts. Remaining lifespan, 63 years. 63 years. I wonder if the time I've already used counts. If it does, then subtracting 50 leaves me with 23 years. 23 years should be plenty to level up my proficiency. Chen Yang muttered to himself as he stared at the interface. System, consume 40 years of lifespan to repair the star-sucking technique to S rank. Repairing? Lifespan being consumed. Due to the extreme difficulty of repairing this martial technique, which was severely fragmented, the host endured 50 years of arduous collection and organization to finally restore this god-tier martial technique to S rank. The host must strive harder. Next repair will start at 200 years. Holy crap? Should I be happy or upset? At least it didn't devour 10 years of my lifespan, but the next stage requires 200 years. Can't level up for now. Need to boost proficiency, martial artist rank, and refine the body tempering technique. Chen Yang silently voiced his thoughts, mapping out a plan for his remaining lifespan. So I have 23 years of life left. I'll set aside half a year for myself. Yes, that's how it should be. Chen Yang murmured to himself with a smile. System, consume 22.5 years of my lifespan to increase the proficiency of the S-rank star-sucking technique. The moment the words left his lips, the system's mechanical voice echoed. Loading. Loading complete. Lifespan being consumed. Lifespan consumption complete. Due to the host's extremely poor innate talent, comprehension of this exceptionally difficult martial art proved exceedingly challenging. Despite investing vast amounts of time, the host achieved little progress. However, undeterred by hardship, through relentless daily practice and refinement, the host finally attained a minor mastery level in the S-rank martial art, the absorbing star technique domain skill. Minor mastery is still decent. Could this system stop constantly reminding me about my lack of talent? I'm cheating here, can't I brag a little? Chen Yang muttered in exasperation. He then turned off the room lights and collapsed onto his bed, anticipating tomorrow's martial arts demonstration. Meanwhile, Hunter Martial Arts Academy office. Yu Chuan entered Wu Cheng's office to find him standing by the window, shrouded in smoke like a scene from a fairy tale. Yet his expression was grave. Chairman, you asked for me? Yu Chuan spoke slowly. Not long after returning to the Martial Arts Academy, Wu Cheng had sent Yu Chuan a message summoning him to the office. Have a seat. Guess where Guo Chang ended up? Wu Cheng turned around, his expression stern as he looked at Yu Chuan and spoke slowly. Master? I have no idea. Could Chen Yang have miscalculated? Was there no connection to the military after all? Faced with this sudden question, Yu Chuan had no idea what was going on. His instinctive reaction was that Chen Yang might have made a mistake. But Wu Cheng's grave expression gave him the distinct feeling that this matter was far from simple. No. Not only is it connected to the military department. And this person is high-ranking within the military department, it's the Yang family. I never imagined they would harbor murderous intent toward Chen Yang. I'm assigning you a mission. From now on, you and Yang Zhen will be responsible for secretly protecting Chen Yang. Under no circumstances reveal yourselves unless absolutely necessary. I want to see what the Yang family is truly up to. Anyone who dares to touch my man had better think twice about whether I'll allow it. Wu Cheng sighed, his voice tinged with anger as his face hardened with resolve.
His anger stemmed not only from the young family's actions but also from the worry that even such high-ranking figures would engage in such schemes. They wouldn't even spare a child. What would become of the East Sea when the beast tide finally came? Could it be defended? He didn't know, and dared not speculate. But he knew one thing for certain: as long as he lived, he would never stand idly by and let these people continue. Yes, Director. What about Guo Chang? Yu Chuan answered firmly. Him? We haven't stirred the hornet's nest. It's enough that we know who's pulling the strings behind the scenes. Enough. I'll personally attend tomorrow's performance at Wuchang No. 3 Middle School. Wu Chang spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, yes, Master. I will protect Chen Yang. That kid is no ordinary person, Yu Chuan murmured, recalling Chen Yang's performance. Chapter 53, Shu Yi of the Polar Night Martial Arts Hall. Early the next morning. The performance stage at Donghai No. 3 Middle School. The stage was already packed with spectators, students, members of the public, school administrators, and representatives from various martial arts academies. On the largest grandstand at the front, Wu Chang had already taken his seat, radiating an imposing presence without a trace of anger. Beside him sat representatives from the Midnight Martial Arts Academy and the Twilight Martial Arts Academy, ranked 3rd and 4th respectively in Donghai's Martial Arts Academy rankings. The Hunter Martial Arts School ranked 2nd, while the top-ranked Sunrise Martial Arts School showed no sign of presence. This was hardly surprising, given that the Dawn Martial Arts School was the most mysterious, strongest, and least visible school in all of East Sea. Under normal circumstances, its recruits were drawn from the geniuses of 1st High School and 2nd High School. As for 3rd High School, not a single student in its history had ever joined the Sunrise Martial Arts Academy. All top 10 schools were present except for the 1st, though only the Hunter Martial Arts School was represented by Wu Chang himself. All other martial arts academies sent representatives. Master Wu, what a refined taste to personally make an appearance. When did this minor 3rd High become worthy of your attention? Wouldn't it be better to attend the demonstrations at 2nd and 1st High instead? We won't always be outmatched by the Rising Sun Martial Arts Academy. Shu Yi, a high-ranking member of the Midnight Martial Arts Academy seated to Wu Chang's left, noticed Hunter Martial Arts Academy's personal attendance and teased him. The two martial arts schools weren't exactly friends, nor were they enemies. Their relationship was simply bland and uneventful, with no real connection. Still, they maintained a basic understanding of each other. Wu Chang remained impassive at the remark, but inside, a cold laugh echoed. The Sunrise Martial Arts Academy had practically monopolized the geniuses from 1st and 2nd high schools. It wasn't just a matter of mystery, it was a kind of distorted faith. It drove many students into a frenzied obsession with the Sunrise Martial Arts Academy. It was no surprise that the top talents were drawn to it, resulting in only a handful joining other martial arts schools. And this trend would only grow stronger. Brother Chu, you shouldn't joke about this. Whether the Rising Sun Martial Arts Academy recruits or not has nothing to do with me. Besides, it's not certain that 3rd middle school students will always be inferior to those of 1st and 2nd middle schools. Speaking of which, why did you personally come, Brother Chu? Couldn't you just send any member? Wu Chang spoke calmly, his expression utterly unreadable. He exuded an overwhelming sense of power and pressure, his tone carrying an air of authority. His remarks stemmed primarily from the significance of Chu Yi's presence. Though not the Academy's master. But the fact that Chu Yi had come spoke volumes about the importance of this matter far more than if the Nightfall Martial Arts Academy had sent its master. Chu Yi was renowned for his discerning eye. Over the years, every prodigy he had taken under his wing and admitted into the Midnight Martial Arts Hall had achieved remarkable success. Moreover, he was one of the Martial Arts Academy's founders, though he disliked managing its affairs and chose to live a life of leisure. For someone like him to make the trip, Chu Yi must have set his sights on someone. Wu Chang's words were not only a question but also a test of Chu Yi. This person better not be Chen Yang. If it were, it would only invite unnecessary trouble. At these words, a meaningful smile touched the corners of Chu Yi's lips. Brother Wu, there's no need to mock me. You're here today because you've indeed spotted a promising talent. That's why I came specifically to take a look, hoping to recruit him into the Martial Arts Academy. Brother Wu, you wouldn't compete with me for him, would you? Chu Yi made no attempt to conceal his intentions. After all, in the eyes of these individuals, their thoughts were already largely guessed. Forcing concealment would only make the already awkward situation more uncomfortable. Better to lay it all out on the table. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang's heart skipped a beat. Could it really be Chen Yang? But that couldn't be right. Chen Yang hadn't revealed his strength in front of him. After all, he'd been shadowing Chen Yang these past days and had also kept a close watch on the various martial arts schools. Brother Chu, could you elaborate on what you mentioned? Then I can take a look too. If both of us have our eyes on this kid, he must be something special. Wu Chang spoke slowly, ostensibly offering assistance, but in truth, he was testing whether this was indeed Chen Yang. That way, he could prepare accordingly. Brother Wu. He's here. You might not know him, but he was actually defeated by someone who came up from the bottom. He was beaten so badly he ended up in the hospital.
Only after I spoke up did they let him rejoin for another try. The reason I did that was mainly because he gave me a sense of being extraordinary not just in strength, but also in background. But no matter how I investigated, I found absolutely no clues. And look at the faint blood energy radiating from him, it's clearly different from normal. It's as if some kind of shackle is forcibly restraining it. Otherwise, his potential would be staggering. But the thought of someone possessing such control is truly terrifying. Truly chilling when you think about it. Xu Yi pointed at Zhao Buchan, who was walking toward the stands arm in arm with Shen Qing, his eyes brimming not just with admiration but also profound curiosity. He was like a piece of jade, mysterious and unfathomable. Having just discovered this, he dared to compete with Chen Yang precisely because he had prepared long ago. Before this, Zhao Buchan had already agreed to join the martial arts academy, with only one condition: Shen Qing must come alone. Such a request didn't even require thought. Xu Yi agreed immediately. After all, Shen Qing's talent wasn't bad either, so it hardly counted as a harsh demand. Even if Zhao Buchan had demanded bringing a dog along, Xu Yi wouldn't have hesitated. Thus, he felt no fear toward Wu Cheng. It was already a done deal. Upon hearing this, Wu Cheng breathed a silent sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't Chen Yang, the identity of the candidate was irrelevant to him. After hearing Xu Yi's words, he began observing Zhao Buchan himself and indeed noticed something off about him. But he still held no appeal for Wu Cheng. Besides, if Xu Yi dared to say it, he clearly wasn't afraid of Wu Cheng snatching him away. Thus, Wu Cheng naturally went with the flow. Brother Chu, your eye for talent is truly sharp. Under the guidance of your Extreme Night Martial Arts Academy, he's bound to become another war god in the future. Wu Cheng finally broke into a rare smile as he turned to Xu Yi and spoke slowly. By the way, who has caught your eye this time, Brother Chu? Don't you dare try to snatch them away from me. I won't interfere with the rest. We've made a promise. I, Xu Yi, trust Brother Wu. This is me speaking from the heart. Don't stab me in the back. Xu Yi smiled and joked. Of course, there was no such thing as backstabbing. He said it merely to make everything seem natural and lighten the mood. Wu Cheng smiled and shook his head. He's here too. The one you mentioned who pulled off that comeback. Wu Cheng glanced down at Chen Yang, who was walking alongside Xiao Chushua, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes. Though Chen Yang hadn't officially joined the martial arts academy yet, Wu Cheng already sensed that he would benefit from this connection in the future. Chapter 54, Martial Arts Demonstration. Hearing Wu Cheng's words, Xu Yi also looked at Chen Yang. He saw nothing unusual, just an ordinary student, perhaps even a bit lacking in vitality. Wu Cheng truly had an eye for talent. He probably didn't know this guy hadn't even mastered martial arts yet. If he did, that notion of an underdog's comeback would likely vanish. Xu Yi silently criticized Wu Cheng's judgment. To think he deemed Chen Yang worthy based on a single fortuitous match that was far too simplistic. Brother Wu, you have good judgment, but I'm more inclined to support Zhao Buchan. Xu Yi spoke slowly, first praising Wu Cheng insincerely before shifting his focus to Zhao Buchan. Oh? It's obvious at a glance, Wu Cheng replied coldly. Below the stands, Chen Yang and Xiao Chushua stood not far from Zhao Buchan and Shen Qing. Watching Wu Cheng on the viewing platform, Chen Yang showed no outward reaction, but inwardly he understood. The other party had likely come here for him. Hey! Miss Campus Queen Xia, wearing your school uniform on such an important day? I heard you're so broke you can only afford your school uniform, so it's true after all. And you, Chen Yang, still looking like a loser. Can't even afford to buy your woman a decent outfit. Shen Qing observed the pair standing beside her. Xia Chushua wore her uniform as usual, her expression aloof and distant. She used to not care, but ever since discovering Xia Chushua and Chen Yang's complicated relationship, she inexplicably felt a surge of anger whenever she saw Xia Chushua. That's why the moment she saw them arrive, she launched into verbal taunts. Oh, Shen Qing, how could you? They're classmates. Chen Yang comes from a poor family, his parents passed away early. Xia's family background isn't great either. It's not nice to speak about classmates like that. Zhao Buchan, standing nearby, chimed in with a hint of sarcasm. Xia Chushua was about to retort when Chen Yang stopped her. Let me handle this. Hearing this, Xia Chushua suppressed the anger rising within her. Though she never sought trouble, she couldn't just let herself be unjustly accused. What? Am I your father, or is she your mother? Why do you care so much? Do you live in the ocean? Besides, someone who looks good can pull off anything. Unlike certain people who are not only broke but ignorant too. Not bad at all. Finding such a good woman is your good fortune. Not bad, a match made in heaven. Chen Yang usually kept his mouth shut, but when he spoke, it left people feeling utterly uncomfortable. The two were rendered speechless by Chen Yang's retorts, their anger boiling over with nowhere to vent. Xiao Chushua, watching from the side, couldn't help but chuckle quietly. It wasn't obvious, but it was still noticeable. Quiet. Good morning, everyone, students and guests alike. Today is a very important day. Not only are school leaders present, but we also have high-ranking officials from Donghai Martial Arts Academy here. It is truly an honor for our third middle school.
Principal Lu ran, seeing that the time had come and everyone was present, first nodded toward the martial arts academy and the assembled school members before beginning his speech. A thunderous applause erupted. Without further ado, let us welcome our training team to begin their demonstration. Lu Ran spoke with a smile, a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead betraying his nervousness. His gaze shifted toward Zhang Dahai in the audience. Zhang Dahai below immediately understood the signal. Xia Chuxue, you go first. Zhang Dahai looked at Xia Chuxue and spoke slowly. He knew Xia Chuxue was meticulous, making her the safest choice to open the show. Upon hearing this, Xia Chuxue nodded and walked toward the stage. Everything went smoothly, completed flawlessly without a hitch. While not exactly spectacular, it was absolutely sufficient. Discard the highest and lowest scores. Xia Chushua's final score is 9.7. On the viewing platform, Principal Lu Ran announced Xia Chushua's final score based on the marks submitted by the participating martial arts academies. This score was crucial, as it meant the lowest scoring participant would be eliminated from the training squad. Only 10 could remain. Lu Bo scored 9.2. Wang Dali, 9.0. Shen Qing, 9.4 points. The principal kept announcing the scores of the students who came up to the stage. At present, all except Chen Yang and Zhao Buchan had completed their tests. The lowest score was 9.0, while the highest was Xia Chushue's 9.7. Bu Chen, you go first. Do your best. Don't get nervous. Your grasp of martial arts techniques is no worse than Xia Chushue's. Zhang Dahai looked at Zhao Buchan before him and offered words of encouragement. Director, you can rest assured. Even if I'm at my worst, I won't score below 9.0. Who knows about certain people? Maybe a 5 something? Or 0? Or just surrender outright? Zhao Buchan first responded earnestly to Zhang Dahai's words, then abruptly shifted his tone and turned to Chen Yang beside him, speaking in a sarcastic, mocking manner. Seeing this, Zhang Dahai couldn't say anything and could only glance at Chen Yang helplessly. Chen Yang, are you ready? Zhang Dahai hesitated, but finally asked. Hearing this, Chen Yang gave a cold laugh. I'm ready. Not to mention anything else, this domain skill alone was already unmatched, especially since it was already at a minor mastery level. If these people saw that Chen Yang's martial skill was a domain skill, who knows what they'd think? After all, such martial arts were extremely rare and incredibly difficult to master. They were simply incomparable to ordinary martial arts. Zhang Dahai sighed upon hearing this, resigning himself to staying out of it as much as possible. Chen Yang, are you sure you can handle this? Xia Chuxue, standing beside him, asked with deep concern. Don't worry. I'll definitely restore our reputation. Chen Yang leaned close to Xia Chushue's ear and whispered softly, his voice trembling slightly. The sensation sent a tingling warmth through Xia Chushue's ears. Her ears flushed instantly. She hurriedly pulled away, her face flushed with bashful embarrassment. On stage, Zhao Buchan's martial arts demonstration far surpassed the previous performers in both skill and displayed power. In the stands, Zhu Ye's lips curled into a wild grin as he kept glancing at Wu Cheng beside him, a silent, unspoken boast. Zhao Buchan's final score, 9.8 points. Currently leading the competition. Principal Lu Ran felt a surge of pride, his voice growing firmer as he spoke. What? 9.8 points? This is the score given by a group of martial arts masters? How could they, who battle demonic beasts, award such a high score? Zhao Buchan has secured first place, hasn't he? Unbelievable. But isn't there still that Chen Yang? Chen Yang? He's no match. I heard he didn't even master a single martial skill yesterday. Probably a waste of time. Spectators in the stands kept murmuring and speculating. Chen Yang, don't let me down, okay? I beg you to surpass me. Zhao Buchan stepped off the stage and turned to Chen Yang, his gaze dripping with provocation and scorn. Chen Yang responded with a cold smile. As you wish. He stood tall and composed, his confident expression suggesting it might just be possible. Chapter 55, the entire audience in Versailles. He walked onto the martial arts demonstration platform, his expression serene, showing not a trace of panic. On the contrary, he was eerily calm. Hey! What do you think? Can Chen Yang pull this off? I doubt it. Maybe he has a slim chance of not getting kicked out. But to surpass Zhao Buchan? That's pure fantasy. True, it'll be tough. The spectators in the stands murmured among themselves, not a single one believing Chen Yang could surpass Zhao Buchan. It wasn't that they underestimated Chen Yang, but a score of 9.8 was practically the absolute limit under such subjective judging. After Zhao Buchan had already blown the judges away, expecting them to find anyone else interesting was like climbing Mount Everest. Thus, the crowd didn't believe Chen Yang possessed such talent. Simply avoiding elimination was the best hope they could muster for him. Chen Yang remained unfazed by the surrounding chatter. A faint smile touched his lips before he roared, "Domain, activate." No preparation, no flashy moves, he simply stood still. The moment the words left his mouth, a sense of distortion rippled through the surrounding space, rapidly spreading across the entire arena. Even Wu Cheng felt time slow down at that very moment, his expression turning pale with shock.
He saw the vital energy of everyone present connecting to Chen Yang like a chain, continuously being drained away. Though the amount drained from each individual wasn't staggering within this domain. The concentrated force of everyone's vitality converging upon Chen Yang created a truly terrifying spectacle. Chen Yang dared not absorb more. Within mere seconds, he stopped, converting the absorbed vitality into energy. He unleashed a punch that made the air crackle with a sonic boom, instantly shattering the stone tablet it struck into fragments. This? How is this possible? What kind of martial skill is this? Is it a domain martial art? What? How could a poor man like Chen Yang possess such a martial skill? Even the wealthiest tycoon in the East Sea couldn't buy something like this. And his martial skill actually possesses devouring absorption and time manipulation effects? What tier of martial skill is this? Shouts of astonishment erupted from the stands, filling the arena with sudden, deafening noise. When the crowd regained their composure, thunderous applause roared through the venue. Wu Cheng fought to suppress his excitement, but his cheeks still trembled slightly with emotion. It wasn't just that Chen Yang possessed such an unearthly martial skill, it was that he had actually comprehended a domain martial skill. And judging by his display, he had at least achieved a minor mastery capable of absorbing and utilizing basic blood energy. Xu Yi, seated beside Wu Chang, had been in high spirits. After all, Zhao Buchan, whom he had backed, had scored an impressive 9.8 points. With first place seemingly secured, how could he not be pleased? But the moment Chen Yang finished his demonstration, the water glass in his hand crashed to the floor, shattering into a pile of shards. His pupils dilated in shock as he turned his gaze toward Wu Chang beside him. Wu Chang, having composed himself, met Chu Ye's gaze with a raised cup and a faint smile before taking a leisurely sip. To Chu Yi, it felt like being struck by lightning. His self-assured confidence shattered completely, and he couldn't even voice a single complaint. All Chu Yi could think now was that Wu Chang was utterly pathetic to this degree. He should have seen it coming. Who else could have sent someone to challenge the second-ranked master of the entire East Sea Martial Arts Hall? He regretted opening the champagne at halftime, celebrating far too soon. Chen Yang, don't get too excited just yet. So what if he's got a little something? Zhao Buchan scored 9.8. How do you plan to surpass him? Just as everyone stood speechless in shock, Shen Qing stepped forward like a fool, mindlessly mocking Chen Yang. It wasn't that she didn't understand what Chen Yang's martial skill meant. Rather, she knew that both Zhao Buchan and herself had been granted exceptional admission to the Midnight Martial Arts Academy. Given that, she didn't believe those judges would dare give Chen Yang a high score. You, stop talking. Shut up. Zhao Buchan stared at Shen Qing, who could actually utter such words at this very moment, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. It was simply too embarrassing, too humiliating. Shen Chang, upon hearing this, looked utterly aggrieved and bowed his once proud head. Beside them, Zhang Dahai flashed a wide grin, his hands red from clapping so hard. The sheer width of his smile twisted his face into a slightly distorted expression. Chen Yang's performance had filled him with such delight. After all, he was the instructor of the training squad. How much glory did this bring to his face? Damn it! I've been tricked. So that bastard Chen Yang wasn't actually clueless about martial arts, he just held back all this time to show off and humiliate us? Damn, good thing I didn't listen to those rumors and kick him out back then. Otherwise, I'd have to drag myself out and shoot myself 999 times. Zhang Dahai thought to himself, feeling both manipulated by Chen Yang and strangely satisfied. In this moment, he felt a bit pathetic, but damn, it felt good. Xia Chushue's face now held a faint smile. Beyond shock, she felt pride? As if Chen Yang had already become her possession. Xia Chushue, you can't think like that. You need to work twice as hard to earn big money and treat your mother's illness. Now is not the time to think about this. Otherwise, one day you'll have nothing left. Xia Chushue steeled her resolve, silently admonishing herself. Her most important task now was to earn money diligently. She mustn't dwell on other thoughts, much less entertain any improper feelings toward Chen Yang now. As these thoughts swirled, Xia Chushue's face suddenly flushed crimson. She could only fan herself, feigning discomfort from the heat. Please, judges, give your scores for Chen Yang. Principal Lu Ran finally managed to quell his own heated emotions and spoke calmly. Though composed, his head was held high, a smile playing on his lips, a touch of arrogance in the air. I knew I hadn't misjudged you, Lu Ran murmured silently to himself. With that, the representatives from each martial arts academy raised their scorecards. A unanimous 9.9 appeared across the board. While not a perfect 10, 9.9 wasn't Chen Yang's limit, it was the maximum score possible. An unwritten rule here dictated that the maximum score for a perfect 10 was 9.9. The remaining 0.1 was withheld to encourage the recipient to remain humble and ambitious, to strive for greater heights and continue striving, rather than letting temporary triumph cloud their judgment. 9.9? And 9.9? I thought 9.8 was already off the charts, but there's someone even better, a 9.9. This is fantastic. Our third high school is saved. The audience seemed a bit abstract at this moment, but it was clear they were genuinely delighted. Chen Yang, however, felt a bit awkward at that moment. After all, such praise was simply too much for him to handle. It was a bit of a backhanded compliment. But down below the stage, Zhao Buchan remained silent, deep in thought about where exactly the problem lay. Suddenly, something clicked and his eyes widened. Chapter 56, The Dark Curtain. Principal. Judges. I suspect Chen Yang of cheating. The moment Zhao Buchen spoke, the venue fell deathly silent. The previously joyful atmosphere vanished instantly, replaced by strange stares directed at Zhao Buchan. They assumed he was just a sore loser, deliberately looking for trouble. Zhao Buchan. You're not just refusing to accept defeat, are you? I've seen too many like you can't accept defeat, so you pick on others. Are you feeling inferior, or have you simply run out of options? Get out. Get out. Ha ha ha, Zhao Buchan, you crack me up. You're nothing but a clown. From the stands, the audience sneered at Zhao Buchan's actions, all indiscriminately questioning him. You fickle lot, what gives you the right to speak? What qualifies you? You're just swaying with the wind. Bu Chen is absolutely right. People like you will never understand. Xin Chang watched in fury as these people dared to insult Zhao Buchan. Because whoever dared to offend Zhao Buchan was offending her, Xin Chang. She would stand by Zhao Buchan unconditionally, forever. On the viewing platform, the representatives from each martial arts school remained silent, their expressions solemn. Lu Ran glanced at Zhang Dahai and gave him a knowing look. Zhang Dahai immediately understood the implication, essentially telling him to stop Zhao Buchen from causing trouble. They had worked so hard to improve the school's reputation they couldn't let Zhao Buchan ruin it with some nonsense. Otherwise, rumors would inevitably surface about underhanded dealings at Third High. Either way, it would damage Third High's reputation. As it was, the school wasn't strong to begin with. If this happened, it would only fall further behind Second and First High in both enrollment resources and overall strength. Lu Ran's goal was to lead Third High to its peak, so he couldn't tolerate such incidents. Have you finished causing trouble, Zhao Buchan? And you, Xin Chang? What do you have to say for yourselves? Must you ruin a perfectly good martial arts demonstration before you're satisfied? What cheating did Chen Yang do? The Martial Arts Academy representatives and judges are all here. Do you think they'd lie? Could they not see that Chen Yang didn't cheat either? This matter ends here. Stop causing trouble. Zhang Dahai didn't bother to speak privately with the two, knowing full well there was tension between them and Chen Yang and Xia Chuxue. Rather than deal with it privately, he preferred to clarify everything openly in front of everyone present. This prevented any future accusations of the school silencing them through threats or inducements. Thus, when Zhang Dahai spoke, applause erupted from the audience, school administrators, and judges alike. Of course, Xu Yu was the exception. His expression was grave and pensive. He didn't simply dismiss Zhao Buchan's accusations as unreasonable. Instead, he sensed there was something hidden beneath the surface. Faced with these accusations, Zhao Buchan was baffled. He smiled a smile that was eerily sinister. He hadn't expected the school to go to such lengths to promote Chen Yang. He never imagined that merely expressing slight doubt as the runner-up would draw such a united attack against him. He didn't care anymore. He had to speak up about this matter. He couldn't let Chen Yang off easy. Whatever the outcome. Take the simplest point, everyone's martial arts techniques were obtained from the martial arts hall. But why the hell did Chen Yang get a domain martial skill? And one so ridiculously powerful? Its rank couldn't possibly be low either. How could this be possible? Normally, martial artists require at least 5th-tier cultivation to even begin cultivating a domain. Yet Chen Yang, a mere 2nd-tier martial artist, already possesses a domain martial skill. If this isn't foul play, what is it? He just couldn't fathom how the school acquired such a skill. This sort of thing could only be bought with money. Since Zhao Buchen couldn't figure it out, he'd let everyone else ponder it too to see what explanation the school could offer. Immediately, under the strange gazes of the crowd, Zhao Buchan strode slowly onto the martial arts platform, positioning himself not far from Chen Yang. His expression was stern, showing not a trace of fear. Zhang Dahai had no idea what Zhao Buchan was up to. Zhao Buchan? What are you doing? Get down immediately, Zhang Dahai urged anxiously. Director, there's no need to threaten me. I intend to make this matter public today. If I, Zhao Buchan, have spoken falsely, I am willing to accept the school's punishment. But these words must be spoken. No one can stop me. Zhao Buchan scanned the entire room with his eyes, his tone firm and his presence commanding. He didn't seem like someone looking for trouble. Chen Yang, standing nearby, remained uninvolved. He leaned against the side of the stage and sat down, looking somewhat weary as he waited to see what Zhao Buchan could possibly say to challenge him. Zhao Buchan. What nonsense are you spouting? Just then, Lu Ran spoke up. Principal Lu, let him speak. Everyone's here. Don't we already know whether he's right or wrong? Let him speak. Seeing third middle school repeatedly trying to silence Zhao Buchan, Zhu Yi couldn't sit still any longer. He immediately spoke up, addressing Zhao Buchan. Besides, he wanted to hear what exactly Zhao Buchan had to say. Lu Ran sighed at the words. Faced with Chu Ye's insistence, he had no choice but to concede. Very well. Zhao Buchan. Since Senior Chuyi has spoken, go ahead and say it.
But no made-up nonsense. Lu Ran spoke slowly, his expression stern.
I have a question for the school. Since all our martial arts techniques are obtained from the school's martial arts hall, why is Chen Yang's a domain skill? Don't tell me it's just luck.
You should know better than me how valuable a domain skill is.
Moreover, this martial skills grade is clearly high beyond the school's capabilities.
So I demand an explanation.
Who can clarify this for me?
Zhao Buchan vented all his pent-up frustration and confusion in one furious breath, leaving the school with no room for face-saving. And every point he raised was a legitimate question. No one else dared to voice any doubts. Instead, a sense of guilt began to spread. Earlier, nearly everyone had assumed Zhao Buchan was here to pick a fight. But now, every word he spoke made perfect sense.
Speak up. What's going on? Principal, why aren't you speaking up? Is it because you're not a talkative person? Zhao Buchan's words are all true and factual. You need to give a reasonable explanation. I'm going to expose this school, yes. I'm dropping out, damn it, give me my money back.
In an instant, the tone shifted. The one being questioned was Zhao Buchan, but in the blink of an eye, the tables turned and the school was met with a barrage of criticism.
Principal Lu Ran's face turned green.
He genuinely had no idea what was happening. He'd been marveling at Chen Yang's prowess moments ago, never expecting anyone to question the origins of the martial arts techniques. At that moment, a smile spread across Chuya's face, and the look in his eyes toward Zhao Buchan grew much more resolute. But this did nothing to shake Wu Cheng's faith in Chen Yang. He remained as composed as ever.
Chapter 57, Truth and Deception.
The martial arts arena was now deathly quiet, as everyone waited for the third middle school leadership to provide a satisfactory explanation. This matter was crucial. It not only affected the rankings of this martial arts demonstration but, more importantly, the future reputation of third middle school.
Zhang Dahai. Explain what happened.
Where exactly did this martial art come from?
This is a matter of great importance. You must answer truthfully.
Lu Ran sighed, gazing sternly at Zhang Dahai before turning to the audience with an apologetic expression. We apologize for the inconvenience, but please rest assured.
As principal of third middle school, I absolutely will not tolerate any unfair competition. Please bear with us a moment while I clarify the situation.
Principal Lu Ran spoke in a gentle, courteous tone, a faint smile playing on his lips. This was crucial. He had to handle it with utmost caution.
Zhang Dahai looked utterly bewildered upon hearing this.
He had no idea what was going on either. After all, he had indeed instructed everyone to collect their martial arts techniques from the martial arts hall. He couldn't make sense of it, so he turned to look at Chen Yang. He suspected Chen Yang might be hiding something, or perhaps this domain martial art had nothing to do with the school at all. As for where it came from, he couldn't figure it out and found it hard to comprehend.
Wait. Could it be from Wu Chang, the headmaster of the Hunter Martial Arts Academy? That can't be possible. Why would he give martial arts like this to someone like Chen Yang? And even if he wanted to give it, he'd have to actually possess it first. Zhang Dahai silently questioned himself, his mind completely baffled. No matter how he tried to make sense of it, there were logical gaps everywhere. Chen Yang, tell the director exactly how you got this martial art skill. Go ahead and speak freely. Just make sure you explain everything clearly. This martial art isn't from the school, is it?
Then tell us how you got it. Zhang Dahai looked up at Chen Yang, who stood on the stage with a calm expression, as if nothing had happened.
Though puzzled, he still asked Chen Yang.
After all, the person involved had the most to say.
Hearing this, Chen Yang stood up, stretched lazily, and even seemed to have traces of sleepiness lingering on his face. This left everyone utterly baffled. How could Chen Yang remain so calm? Chen Yang, stop pretending. Just tell us the truth. Did your parents leave this to you? Zhao Buchan, standing nearby, couldn't stand it any longer and immediately demanded.
He believed this was one of the assets Chen Yang's parents had left him.
Why did he think this? Mainly because the Zhao family was deeply interested in anything related to Chen Yang. This suggested Chen Yang wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. Possessing a domain martial skill seemed plausible. Director, this martial art was obtained from the school's martial arts hall. If anyone doubts this, they can ask the senior in charge of the martial arts hall to verify it. Zhao Buchan. Losing is losing. If your strength isn't up to par, that's one thing, but to have no luck either? Pitiful.
Chen Yang spoke casually, his words entirely truthful. The martial arts techniques were indeed obtained from the martial arts hall. Not only were there surveillance records, but written documentation existed as well. He could easily prove his innocence. As for how he managed to master the battered martial arts manual, well, that was because he had a cheat. It was truly unavoidable. Thinking of this, Chen Yang felt he owed a debt of gratitude to the old man who had overseen the martial city techniques that day. Without him, Chen Yang would likely have chosen a standard, more powerful martial skill. He wouldn't have encountered a domain martial art. And certainly not one of such caliber.
Chen Yang, you're full of it. The martial arts hall has domain martial arts? And none of them are below a rank? If the school was that powerful, wouldn't it be ranked third? Wouldn't it be the top high school in the country by now? You're not even trying to act? Zhao Buchan was so furious he laughed. He never expected Chen Yang to be so stubborn, claiming he got the martial arts technique from the school. At that moment, Zhao Buchen could only think Chen Yang was utterly foolish. He couldn't even lie properly. But this actually cheered Zhao Buchan up quite a bit. After all, this meant Chen Yang was in for serious trouble. Who knows? By some twist of fate, he might even inherit the fortune left by Chen Yang's parents and fulfill his family's mission. At this thought, a wicked grin spread across Zhao Buchan's lips. Without the slightest pretense, he shot Chen Yang a look of utter contempt, waiting for Chen Yang's lies to be ruthlessly exposed. Yeah, Chen Yang, why don't you tell us the truth? Don't you find yourself ridiculous spouting such nonsense? Are you trying to win an Oscar for acting? The audience on the stands turned their guns on Chen Yang, unleashing a barrage of criticism. They seemed determined not to hold back any more than they had when berating Zhao Buchan earlier. Chen Yang remained unfazed. Their words held not a shred of sting. Chen Yang, are you telling the truth? You're not just making this up, are you? You know our school. Zhang Dahai hurriedly spoke up, seeking confirmation once more. He was genuinely baffled at that moment. After all, even if the school wanted to give Chen Yang something, it would need the capability to do so. As Zhao Buchan said, if the school had that kind of capability, it would have been the top high school in the country long ago. But that's clearly impossible. Principal. Everything I, Chen Yang, have said is true. Chen Yang declared firmly. Zhang Dahai sighed. There was nothing more to be said. A standoff was inevitable. Go fetch the senior guarding the martial arts hall. Bring the logbook and surveillance footage along too. To ensure fairness and impartiality, could we also have a judge accompany us? Zhang Dahai spoke slowly, each word carefully measured. This would prevent any accusations of the school fabricating results later. I'll go. From the stands, Shu Yi stood up and declared solemnly. Faced with this, the others had nothing more to say. This would indeed prove the school's impartiality. Shu Yi quickly followed several school teachers to the martial arts hall, casting a mocking glance at Wu Cheng before leaving. Wu Cheng! What a pity, what a pity! I thought you had good judgment, but it turns out it was all fake. Ha ha ha! If you'd recruited Chen Yang, I can't even imagine how utterly ruined your martial arts academy's reputation would be. Shu Yi muttered to himself as he walked away. Facing Chu Yi's mocking smile, Wu Cheng merely returned a cold one of his own. It was likely true. Though he couldn't quite put his finger on why, this scenario fit Chen Yang perfectly. In fact, it might not even be enough. After all, whether it was the Shadow Beast, the fist strength test, directly confronting martial arts techniques, or seeking the truth outside the city, all these events unmistakably signaled to Wu Cheng that Chen Yang was far more enigmatic than he had ever imagined. It was even possible that what Chen Yang had shown so far was merely the tip of the iceberg. But Wu Cheng didn't dwell on it. Time would reveal the truth. Chapter 58, The Mysterious Chui Zhe. Chen Yang, starting to panic now, huh? You didn't expect the school to take this seriously, did you? They're not protecting you just because you suddenly got stronger. Ha 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 ha. Don't blame them. After all, a person should know their own worth. Otherwise, no matter how resolute or earnest he sounds, it's all just empty talk. Zhao Buchan's voice was quiet, but the mocking smile on his face truly disgusted and repelled Chen Yang. Don't try to define yourself. Instead of thinking about that, why not recall how it felt the last time you ended up in the hospital? That tingly, numb feeling? I think you deserve another taste of it. Chen Yang smiled faintly, refusing to be outdone, and launched his counterattack. You? Zhao Buchan was rendered speechless, but he didn't believe he'd lose to Chen Yang again. His previous defeat had been entirely due to the secret technique his clan had implanted within him to suppress his power. It had limited him to using only 80% of his true power. But after his injury, he'd pleaded with his father to raise it to 90%. The suppression of Zhao Buchan's power had been for his own protection. Meanwhile, Shu Yi followed his two instructors to the martial arts hall. Senior, please bring the record book and accompany us to the martial arts arena. The situation is this. One of the instructors spoke with utmost respect, addressing the sleepy-eyed elder within the martial arts hall. His name was Chui Zhe. Aside from the headmaster, no one knew his true identity. Yet it was widely known that he was a mysterious figure whom no one dared to offend. He had arrived at the academy 30 years prior and, for reasons unknown, ended up guarding the martial arts hall. Decades later, he remained unchanged, his only hobbies being clocking out and sleeping on the job. Inside, Chui Zhe heard the call, rubbed his eyes, and stood up. What is it? I didn't catch that. Where did you say I should go? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Chui Zhe said, yawning as he spoke, his tone utterly casual. He didn't even bother to look properly at the three of them. Hearing this, the two teachers dared not say more and could only repeat their earlier words. And they did so with utmost respect. Shu Yi stood nearby, arms crossed, staring expressionlessly at the old man before him. Aside from sensing something off about the old man, he couldn't fathom why these two were being so deferential toward him. But as an outsider, he felt it wasn't his place to comment further. Oh? Go ahead. Is the principal trying to get me to take a leadership position? You two can go back. I've been telling him for 30 years I have no interest in any school leadership position. I just want to clock out on time every day and tend to the martial arts hall. How comfortable is that? Forget school leadership, I wouldn't even be interested in being mayor. Chui Zhe spoke casually, then reclined back into his lounge chair. He waved at the three of them, signaling for them to leave. He closed his eyes and casually grabbed a book to cover his face. The three looked utterly dumbfounded. Was this old man just blowing smoke? The principal had actually sought him out for 30 years to offer him a high-level position? And he even claimed the mayor wasn't interested? Shu Yi was utterly speechless. What kind of people ran this school? Could it be intentional? Is it all just to protect Chen Yang? The thought made Shu Yi's blood boil. Seeing the two teachers too afraid to speak, Shu Yi shook his head helplessly. Senior, could it be you colluded with Chen Yang? This could damage third middle school's reputation. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? 3 domain skills? Do I really need to elaborate on something this outrageous? Shu Yi's words were outwardly respectful, but his tone carried a distinct edge of sarcasm. Chui Zhe paid no heed to the stranger, simply turning his back to sleep. Until he heard the words domain martial arts. His eyes snapped open. He tossed aside the book covering his face and sat up. He narrowed his eyes at Shu Yi. Youngster, are you telling the truth? What kind of domain skill? Can it absorb blood energy? Chui Zhe asked, his voice tinged with doubt. Shu Yi? Kid? Shu Yi was so infuriated he laughed, but he forced himself to suppress his anger. However, upon hearing the old man mention absorbing blood essence, he felt puzzled. Could this be the reason? Surveying the modest martial arts hall, Shu Yi immediately dismissed the notion. Exactly. Shu Yi replied coldly. I see. Could you two tell the principal that I didn't sleep well tonight? After we go, can we just go home and sleep? Chui Zhe spoke with a smile, yawning as he did so. The two teachers were utterly baffled. What the hell? Shu Yi, hearing this, burst out laughing in exasperation. Old man, can you stop dragging your feet? Upon hearing this, Chui Zhe shot Shu Yi a glance. Instantly, Shu Yi felt an overwhelming sense of pressure wash over him, engulfing his entire body. He dared not meet his gaze. Senior. I was terribly rude earlier. Please forgive me. I was blind to your true worth. Rest assured, I can handle this matter for you. I will ensure you can return home to rest. Shu Yi hurriedly spoke, terrified the old man before he might fly into a rage and reduce him to mincemeat. This thought wasn't born of cowardice, but rather from the overwhelming sense of power emanating from the old man. Powerful to the point of being unmatched, though why he was here remained a mystery. Chui Zhe smiled upon hearing this. That's wonderful. Then let's go. The sooner we get there, the sooner we can clock out. The three of them followed Chui Zhe in utter bewilderment. 1,000 questions swirled in their minds, yet none dared voice them aloud. As they walked, Shu Yi's confusion only deepened. Senior, did you really obtain this domain martial art from the martial arts hall? Everyone says it isn't, right? Shu Yi tentatively asked. Chui Zhe, upon hearing this, was actually just as baffled. He couldn't recall exactly who it was, but he remembered that a few days ago, another child had indeed come to claim a martial art. At the time, he'd been in a hurry to leave work. He'd forgotten to warn the kid that the skill was practically worthless, and he'd felt guilty about it for days. He couldn't believe he'd made such a mistake just because he was in a hurry to leave work. But the moment this person mentioned domain martial arts, he perked up instantly. First, he needed to confirm if this person was the same one from that day. If it was true, it would be utterly absurd and unimaginable. If not, then everything might still make sense. That domain martial art called the star-sucking technique was brought by Chui Zhe years ago when he first arrived. Thinking it was just a pile of worthless paper, he'd left it lying around as a placeholder. After all, anyone claiming a martial city would surely open it to inspect. Who knew that through some twist of fate, it ended up being claimed by Qing Yang? I don't know either. It's obvious at a glance, Chui Zhe spoke slowly. Hearing this, Shu Yi said nothing more, a sense of unease lingering. Soon, the four of them arrived at the martial arts arena. When Chui Zhe saw Chen Yang on the platform, he froze instantly, countless speculations flooding his mind. Chapter 59, merely a fluke. The moment Chui Zhe saw Chen Yang, the events of that day immediately came flooding back. If Chen Yang had truly been practicing that incomplete that worthless scrap of paper domain martial art, that would be utterly unbelievable. Either Chen Yang had somehow stumbled upon a superficial understanding of it by accident. Or else, Chen Yang harbors some unknown secret. That was the first thought that crossed Chui Zhe's mind. Meanwhile, Zheng Dehai and the other school administrators standing nearby rose to their feet upon seeing Chui Zhe arrive. Even though only Lu Ran among them knew anything about Chui Zhe, everyone could sense from the principal's attitude that Chui Zhe was no ordinary man. Thus, they all held an inexplicable respect for him. Senior, you've arrived. I assume you're aware of the situation by now.
Zhang Dahai spoke respectfully, a hint of puzzlement in his eyes.
MHM. Cui Zhe spoke slowly, his brow furrowed as he regarded Chen Yang thoughtfully. Chen Yang, he's here. I wonder how long you can keep up this act. Zhao Buchan, seeing Cui Zhe's arrival, felt a secret thrill of glee while simultaneously taunting Chen Yang with his words. Oh? Then I'm afraid you're in for a disappointment. Chen Yang replied coldly.
Everyone present was waiting for Cui Zhe to speak, only he knew the truth of the matter. Cui Zhe knew the truth, of course, but what he wanted now wasn't the outcome he needed to confirm whether his suspicions were correct.
Demonstrate your domain martial art again. Cui Zhe addressed Chen Yang on the stage slowly. All right. Chen Yang nodded in response.
Immediately, Chen Yang unleashed his star-sucking technique domain martial skill. The instant it activated, the passage of time in the arena visibly slowed. This time, however, Chen Yang amplified its power to the maximum. In an instant, the vital energy of everyone present was silently drawn away by him. He abruptly halted the technique, channeling the gathered vital energy into a single punch.
The massive explosion erupted near Zhao Buchan's feet, stunning him momentarily as he scrambled to dodge. He was utterly embarrassed. Senior. That's enough. I didn't lie about this martial technique, did I? After obtaining it, I just kept tinkering with it. Never expected I'd accidentally master it by sheer luck. Too bad there's no follow-up. I have no idea what to do next. Chen Yang spoke while feigning deep distress. At least this way, he wouldn't arouse suspicion.
Besides, at such a critical juncture, it was wise to lie low for now.
Later on, who would care about the martial arts continuation or its origins?
As long as you're powerful enough, that's all that matters. Cui Zhe heard Chen Yang's words, which were full of holes, but he didn't pay much attention to them.
He merely found Chen Yang slightly intriguing.
Over the years, very few things had managed to pique his interest. His martial arts technique was indeed obtained from the martial arts hall. But it was an incomplete version. He was just lucky I never imagined he'd actually figure it out.
This truly isn't my fault. Here are the records. You can see for yourselves. Cui Zhe's expression turned grave as he spoke slowly, simultaneously tossing the record book toward Lu Ran. How could that be? Did he really obtain that martial art from the martial arts hall? And an incomplete one at that? How could anyone comprehend that? Absurdity be damned, this takes the cake. Absurdity incarnate. If Chen Yang's story is true, doesn't that make him a genius? Someone who can cultivate even incomplete martial arts? Forget luck. If that's luck, then why wasn't I lucky?
The spectators on the stands were a mixed bag. Some rejoiced, others lamented, with every kind of reaction imaginable. Some had even completely lost their composure.
Zhao Buchan stared at Chen Yang in utter shock. You? Impossible. You must be cheating. How did you become like this? I know. It must be because of your parents. You're still a loser, you know. Yeah, a loser is a loser. Zhao Buchan was completely flustered.
He watched as Chen Yang, once a worthless with a mere 50 vitality points, incapable of practicing martial arts, had somehow transformed into a genius?
He couldn't comprehend it.
Even as a member of a prominent clan, he'd never heard of anyone achieving such a feat.
This wasn't just talent, it was defying the heavens.
But he suspected this had nothing to do with Chen Yang himself. Surely his parents had left him some kind of divine treasure to rewrite fate. That was why he could turn the tables in such a short time.
With this realization, Zhao Buchan finally exhaled in relief.
He concluded that no matter how formidable Chen Yang had become, his current prowess ultimately stemmed from parental support. Would never be as solid as what he had built through his own diligent cultivation. With this realization, Zhao Buchan suddenly felt a sense of clarity wash over him.
A faint smile touched his lips as he calmly observed Chen Yang.
Chen Yang paid no heed to Zhao Buchan's words, dismissing him as nothing more than a clown. Yet indifference didn't mean he'd let Zhao speak freely.
That wasn't Chen Yang's style.
He turned to Zhao Buchan with a faint smile.
You have no parents? Without elaborating, those 4 words alone left Zhao Buchan flushed crimson with embarrassment.
Chen Yang said nothing more, simply waiting for the contents of the record book to be made public.
Everyone, please take a look. This is the martial arts skill acquisition record of our 3rd middle school.
This is the process by which Chen Yang acquired his martial arts skills.
Now you all believe it, right?
Our 3rd high school operates with fairness and impartiality toward everyone.
Principal Lu Ran reviewed it himself first.
Satisfied there were no issues, he immediately projected the contents and video onto the large screen. The recording process of Chen Yang could be clearly seen, along with the timestamps and martial arts skills recorded in the logbook. The footage was played 3 times, just in case anyone missed a detail. As the screen went black, everyone's mouths dropped open wide enough to fit a large apple.
I have to give it up? Did you see that?
Chen Yang actually didn't want it, and the reason was because this old man was about to clock out.
Is there any justice left? What kind of luck is this? Enough already, I have a friend who's completely broken. Yeah, making stuff up out of thin air,
Beyond the expressions on everyone's faces, the chatter among the spectators in the stands was particularly entertaining.
At that moment, Shu Ye's face darkened. With a stern expression, he shot a glance at the faint smiles playing on Chen Yang and Wu Cheng's faces. He was nearly driven to fury, then swept his sleeve and stormed off. Cui Zhe, overhearing the upper echelons gossiping about his eagerness to clock out, felt thoroughly embarrassed. He slipped away unnoticed while everyone was distracted. Principal Lu Ran, seeing the matter resolved, breathed a sigh of relief before slowly announcing, "I declare. First place goes to Chen Yang, second to Zhao Buchan, third to Xiao Chuxue. I hope all students will continue to strive for excellence and scale new heights. Tomorrow, the school will organize an adventure outside the city. Please inform your parents in advance. This is the only week-long field training outside the city, with dedicated personnel providing protection." Beyond announcing the results, Principal Lu Ran also outlined the upcoming arrangements. Chapter 60, Training. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang had little to say. Most expeditions were merely trips to areas inhabited by low-tier demon beasts. Beyond observing remnants of the old world, they primarily served to temper oneself. Only by engaging in fierce combat with vicious beasts could one truly grasp the meaning of death and understand real combat. Could one endure the rigorous training camp ahead? After the principal finished speaking, most of the crowd dispersed. Just as Chen Yang was about to leave, Wu Cheng called out to him. "Chen Yang, wait a moment." Hearing this, Chen Yang halted his steps and gestured to Xiao Chuxue to wait as well. He then turned to look at Wu Cheng. "Senior, what is it? Is there something you need? You've really impressed me, kid. You've opened my eyes. Just how much more of you is there that I don't know about? You've been keeping it pretty well hidden, haven't you?" Wu Cheng approached, his face beaming with delight. Chen Yang's performance today had surpassed his expectations. He had anticipated Chen Yang would make an impact, but he never imagined it would be this mind-blowing. Even he was astonished. After all, mastering a domain martial art alone was already a game-changer. But what if it was also incomplete and of a high rank? For someone with low psychological resilience, wouldn't that shatter their defenses? You flatter me, senior. I was just incredibly lucky. Perhaps this martial skill and I were destined to meet. Chen Yang felt genuinely embarrassed by Wu Cheng's praise. After all, without the system, he wouldn't even have the basic prerequisites to cultivate martial arts. His grasp of martial arts techniques was also rather shaky, so facing such praise, he couldn't help but feel awkward. You're being far too modest, kid. If others heard you say that, they'd be green with envy. By the way, how's your little girlfriend doing? Would she be interested in joining our martial arts academy? Just as Wu Cheng was about to leave, he suddenly remembered the task he'd assigned Chen Yang yesterday and asked. After all, this largely determined whether Chen Yang could be tied to the martial arts management. He'd seen Chen Yang's performance today. If word got out, he'd be the object of fierce competition. And Shu Yi would definitely spread the word about this. By then, the competition would only intensify. Even the top-ranked martial arts academy might join the fray. At this thought, Wu Cheng felt a wave of crisis wash over him. Senior, she agreed. Seeing Wu Cheng's furrowed brow, Chen Yang feared she had changed her mind. Fortunately, Xiao Chuxue was nearby, so he beckoned her over. Seeing Chen Yang beckoning her, Xiao Chuxue approached, though slightly puzzled. Greetings, senior. Xiao Chuxue approached and addressed Wu Cheng with great respect. Ha ha ha. Good. Xiao Chuxue, is it? Rest assured, joining the martial arts academy won't be a disadvantage for you. Just report to the martial arts academy. You'll receive all the benefits the academy offers. Wu Cheng burst into laughter, finally letting out a sigh of relief. At the very least, his chances had significantly increased. Thank you, senior. I'll work hard. Xiao Chuxue spoke shyly. All right. Good. You two young lovebirds can chat. I've got things to attend to at the martial arts school, so I'll be heading out now. Ha ha ha. Wu Cheng finished speaking and strode away briskly, leaving behind a hearty laugh. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuxue glanced at Chen Yang beside her and instinctively lowered her head. Chen Yang shook his head helplessly at the sight. Wu Cheng really was something else. Let's go. Home. We've got field training tomorrow, and it'll last for days. I'll have to eat a few extra bowls of your cooking today. Chen Yang said with a smile. All right. Xiao Chuxue's voice dropped low as her cheeks flushed. The two of them bought groceries, went home, and cooked together. At the dinner table, Chen Yang did indeed eat several bowls, and Xiao Chuxue felt quite happy inside. After all, knowing Chen Yang enjoyed her cooking made her feel a little better inside. Early the next morning, Chen Yang and Xiao Chuxue arrived at the city gate assembly point right on time. They were preparing to head outside the city together for a training exercise. Not long after they arrived, the rest of the group from 3rd Middle School showed up. Everyone, fall in line, Zhang Dahai commanded sternly. At his command, the group formed ranks and waited for Zhang Dahai's instructions. This time, I will be leading you on the field training outside the city along with these two teachers. Our mission is to ensure your safety and assign tasks to you. Your job is to follow orders. Answer me, can you do that? Zhang Dahai spoke with a stern expression and a booming voice. Yes, the group shouted in unison. Good. Our first destination is town or outside the city walls. It's a relic from the old world, once a beautiful little town. But we lost it to the demonic beasts' invasion, and now it's been overrun by them. But there aren't many of them. Your task is to wipe them out. Zhang Dahai spoke once more. The old world was once a glorious realm, yet compared to the sudden surge of mutated beasts, human technology at that time was still insufficient to fully cope with the threat. To survive, humans built underground cities and fortified high walls, all to buy humanity more time. Fortunately, through the relentless efforts of countless generations, humanity has now not only mastered martial arts and engage in fierce combat with the demonic beasts, though they still cannot fully oppose them. At the very least, they were no longer utterly defenseless as before. Zhang Dahai recalled this with a touch of regret. Oh? Third middle school is leaving the city too? Are they worried the demon beasts won't get enough to eat? Or are they just going to throw themselves into the fray for us to laugh at? But you lot wouldn't even be enough to fill a tooth gap. Just as the third high group prepared to head out, over a dozen students approached. They were from second high. They too were leading students out for training. The one who had spoken earlier was Young Hong, his face twisted in mockery, showing not the slightest regard for the third high students before him. Of course, this wasn't an isolated incident. The entire second high looked down on third high. This included their lead teacher, Zhang Yu, one of second high's top instructors. His own strength had reached the peak of the third tier, making him exceptionally powerful. Zhang Yu, is this the caliber of students you've taught? Just as lacking in manners as you were back in the day, no wonder you got expelled. Zhang Dahai, seeing the arrogant and overbearing looks in the eyes of the second high school students before him, addressed their leading teacher, Zhang Yu. He spoke thus because Zhang Yu had once been a student at third high, taught by Zhang Dahai himself. However, he had been expelled by Lu Ran for breaking into the martial arts hall to steal techniques and for arguing with the principal. Later, he used connections to enter number 2 high school, where he rose rapidly. Within just a few years, he gained admission to Martial Arts University and returned to teach at number 2 high school. His glory knew no bounds. Chapter 61, Zhang Yu of second high. Seeing Zhang Dahai appear before him, Zhang Yu clenched his fists tightly, a surge of rage rising within him. Back then, he secretly snuck into the martial arts hall late at night to swap out his martial arts manual because he felt his current one was inadequate. Little did he know he'd be caught. Principal Lu Ran gave him zero chance, absolutely none, and ordered him to withdraw immediately. And Zhang Dahai, the teacher he had always admired, hadn't even uttered a single word in his defense. This left him seething, the last shred of conviction within him crashing down like a tower. He had been ready to give up on himself, relying on his family's business to drift through life aimlessly. But then his father pledged the family fortune to fund his martial arts training. With that money, he successfully enrolled in second high school. Living up to expectations, he became one of the top 10 prodigies of his class. After graduating from the Martial Arts University, he returned to number 2 high school as a teacher for his parents' sake. But he had changed. He blamed everything on third high school. Not only were third high students trash, but they also demanded far too much. This mindset led him to deliberately disparage third high during his lessons. Consequently, all the students he mentored harbored ill will toward third high. Zhang Dahai, what gives you the right to talk about me? You watched your own students get expelled without uttering a word? Or is it this high and mighty act of yours, pretending to be some righteous gentleman? What good are the people you teach? Who knows when you'll sell them out? Zhang Yu didn't respond with direct anger, but his tone dripped with sarcasm. At the same time, he once again belittled the crowd from third high. He was no longer the student Zhang Yu of years past. He was now the head of second high's training squad, equal to Zhang Dahai, even looking down on him. Not only did he possess the strength to back it up, but in terms of students and school prestige, he felt Zhang Dahai had no grounds to challenge him. Hearing this, Zhang Dahai sighed helplessly. He could understand Zhang Yu's actions, yet he couldn't. Back when Zhang Yu had made his mistake, Zhang Dahai had pleaded for leniency, and even the principal had been inclined to give him a second chance. But the regulations of the Principals Association were set in stone, leaving Lu Ran utterly powerless. He had no choice but to reluctantly expel Zhang Yu. After Zhang Yu's expulsion, Lu Ran sought out the principal of second high school. After exhausting every avenue, the principal finally agreed to admit Zhang Yu. And while Zhang Yu thought his parents had sold off their property to pay for his education, the truth was his father had taken out high-interest loans. Everything was lost, and even Zhang Yu's tuition fees were arranged by Lu Ran. He never told Zhang Yu about this, nor did he allow Zhang Yu's parents to mention it. There was no need to, especially since Zhang Yu's father had been manipulated. As long as he corrected his ways, that was enough. So in the end, Lu Ran simply did a good deed that no one knew about. So Zhang Dahai understood, yet didn't understand. Zhang Yu, you can talk about me, but what gives you the right to talk about the principal? Let me tell you, everyone has the right to speak about him except you. If it weren't for him, who knows where you'd be now, living in poverty with nothing to your name. Zhang Dahai hadn't intended to speak up. Lu Ran had helped Zhang Yu without expecting anything in return. Just seeing him succeed was enough. But Zhang Dahai couldn't hold back any longer, so he blurted it out. He simply couldn't stand Zhang Yu's unwarranted criticism of Lu Ran.
Yet when these words reached Zhang Yu's ears, not only did he fail to grasp their meaning, he found Zhang Dahai utterly ridiculous. How thick-skinned could he be? Zhang Dahai, you're shameless. Everything I have now, every single thing is something I earned myself. It's the result of my own hard work and my parents' support. What the hell does Lu Ran have to do with it? I'm doing him a favor by not picking on him. Who knew third middle school wasn't just trash? Now even the teachers are shameless scumbags like you. Just disband already. Stop embarrassing yourselves. Zhang Yu pointed at Zhang Dahai and unleashed a torrent of scorn, showing him not a shred of respect. He wanted nothing more than to tear off the mask of pretense Zhang Dahai wore. Let everyone see what kind of people Zhang Dahai and Lu Ran really are. Whether they were fit to be teachers at all. His students burst into laughter at his words. Yan Hong, in particular, pointed at Zhang Dahai and Chen Yang with contempt. You guys from third middle school are truly a bunch of trash, not just the school, not just the teachers, but even the students. You'd better head back early. Or just leave altogether. The beasts outside the city are hungry. You're delivering yourselves right to their doorstep. I thank you on their behalf. Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash. Yan Hong's blatant mockery and insults made everyone from third high clench their fists, glaring furiously at Yan Hong and the second high crowd. Chen Yang's face showed neither anger nor a smile. He watched calmly, as if observing a clown. He knew Zhang Dahai's words held hidden motives, but that was none of his concern. His only task was to protect Xia Chushui. The rest? He'd deal with it as it came. Yang Hong, that's enough. Zhang Yu interjected, cutting him off. Though he considered the entire third high crowd scum, he didn't want his students to humiliate third high like this. He could understand, and even teach his students to harbor resentment toward third high. But when incidents like this occurred, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, third high had given him some cherished memories. Yang Hong nodded in response, saying nothing more. What gives you at number 2 high the right to talk like that? Just because you're a bit stronger overall? What gives you the right to act so high and mighty? Who knows who'll end up as prey for the beasts? Don't think just because you're from number 2 high that you can act like you're above the law. Lacking manners makes you look like a jerk, no matter who you are. The third high crowd couldn't swallow this insult, and they fired back with mockery. Though third high was indeed slightly weaker than second high in terms of strength. But being insulted like this? No one could stomach it. Zhang Dahai. You'd better watch your step. Students taught by someone like you, sigh, what a pity. Let's go. Let them see who the real strong ones are. Zhang Yu shook his head, gave a faint smile, and spoke before leading his students away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to drop a parting shot, and the students made throat-slitting gestures toward the third high students. What does second high even amount to? So arrogant. What's there to be proud of? They'll find out when they get eaten by beasts out there. The third high crowd watched their opponent's arrogant display and vented their frustration. Enough, enough. Let's go. We've got our own business to attend to. We'll see who's stronger and who's weaker soon enough, Zhang Dahai said sternly. Hearing this, the others fell silent and headed toward the city gates. Chapter 62, Steel-Toothed Tiger. Once outside the city, the group headed toward Town R. The ancient roads along the way seemed to whisper tales of their former glory. Alas, that glory had long since faded. Director! Are you sure no demon beasts will suddenly appear? Along the way, one of the students glanced at the surroundings. Either barren stretches or trees snapped clean off at the base. Either way, it felt dangerous. He voiced his concern about potential demon beasts along the route to Town R. Don't worry. The school sent powerful individuals to sweep this area long ago. Even if any had slipped through, they wouldn't stand a chance against you lot. You can rest assured. Zhang Dahai patted his chest confidently. After all, this wasn't his first field training exercise. Not a single incident had ever occurred, so he felt quite at ease. With him and 2 other teachers present, it was practically foolproof. Just as Zhang Dahai stood there brimming with confidence, he suddenly noticed something. Aside from himself, the 2 other teachers, and Chen Yang, everyone else had already sprinted 4 or 5 meters away. What are you all doing? You think there might be monsters? Are you scared? It's only a first-tier beast at most. Holy, it's a second-tier peak beast. Zhang Dahai spoke while turning around. When he looked back, he saw a second-tier peak steel-toothed tiger glaring at him menacingly. He instinctively let out a startled cry. So it's peak second tier? Why are you running? With all of you, you can't even handle it? Sigh. But thankfully, Chen Yang is still here. Not bad, not bad. I'm quite satisfied. Zhang Dahai turned back and remembered even if it was a peak second-tier beast, they still had 10 people. How could they possibly lose to this steel-toothed tiger? He was speechless. Thankfully, Chen Yang hadn't run off. Otherwise, where would he hang his old face? Director! Kill it! We're not strong enough yet. Hearing their voices, Zhang Dahai was utterly speechless. Director, I'll go.
Just then, Chen Yang spoke up from the side. To him, the steel-toothed tiger before them posed no threat whatsoever. He could handle it. But Zhang Dahai didn't see it that way. After all, though Chen Yang was a prodigy, this was his first real combat encounter with a demon beast in Zhang Dahai's memory. There was no way he could let him go. What if something happened? How could he explain it to the principal? Chen Yang, you mean you'll go alone? Zhang Dahai asked tentatively. Yes, director, Chen Yang replied firmly. Chen Yang, I'll go with you. Just then, a voice both aloof and gentle echoed, accompanied by a familiar figure appearing beside him. Why are you here? I can handle this on my own, Chen Yang said slowly upon seeing Xiao Chuxue. His confidence in going alone stemmed primarily from his formidable physical prowess, which others simply couldn't match. Combined with his real-world combat experience from his previous life, he naturally felt confident. You two should go together. No need to argue. You two should go together. Your combined strength should be sufficient. Don't worry, I'll step in if anything happens. I won't let you get hurt. Seeing this, Zhang Dahai immediately spoke up. Two people were naturally much better than just Chen Yang alone. Plus, Xiao Chuxue was quite powerful. As long as they coordinated well, there shouldn't be any real problems. Hearing this, Chen Yang slowly replied, all right. Stay close to me. This beast's weakness lies in its teeth. Its teeth are its most powerful weapon. Once we knock them out, it will naturally be no match for us. But be wary of its claws and sudden bursts of power. Just follow my lead. Chen Yang looked at Xiao Chuxue and patiently explained the beast's weaknesses and strengths to her. This would help Xiao Chuxue understand the beast better and avoid getting injured from carelessness. Got it. I'll remember. Xiao Chuxue nodded obediently before speaking slowly. Wait. Just as Chen Yang and Xiao Chuxue were about to attack the steel-toothed tiger, a voice called out from behind them once more. Hearing this, Zhang Dahai turned to see Xin Cheng and Zhao Buchan walking side by side toward them. What the hell are you two up to? If it weren't for those two teachers holding it back, you'd be too late by the time you got here. Zhang Dahai, seeing the two approach, assumed they were joining Chen Yang's group and spoke with irritation. After all, they'd vanished without a trace earlier. Showing up now was far too late. Director. That's biased of you to say. Xiao Chuxue just arrived, didn't she? Besides, who said we need to team up with them? Zhao Buchan and I are enough. We don't need them. They're just being overly cautious here. Xin Sheng shot a dismissive glance at Chen Yang and Xiao Chuxue before speaking with unwavering confidence. Director. We can handle it. Zhao Buchan chimed in. You too. Xiao Chuxue started to speak, but Chen Yang pulled her back. Xiao Chuxue looked puzzled. Though she didn't quite understand the look in Chen Yang's eyes, she didn't press further. Xiao Chuxue. See that? Even Chen Yang is scared. Ha ha ha. You two just watch. Xin Cheng saw Chen Yang grab Xiao Chushua's arm to silence her and concluded Chen Yang must be scared. That's why he grabbed Xiao Chuxue, fearing she might act impulsively. Please. Chen Yang spoke coldly, pointing at the steel-toothed tiger. Defeating this demon beast wouldn't be that simple. Chen Yang could sense the beast's growing ferocity, a sign its combat prowess was escalating. But it didn't matter. Whether they succeeded or not was irrelevant to Chen Yang. It wouldn't change anything. Zhang Dahai sighed upon hearing this. All right. You two go ahead. Stay safe. The two immediately began walking toward the steel-toothed tiger. Seeing this, the two teachers released their grip on the tiger's leashes. They stepped back. The newly released steel-toothed tiger roared furiously and lunged directly at the two. It swung its claws with tremendous explosive force, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth stretching dozens of centimeters long. Zhao Buchan and his companions seemed unprepared. When the first strike came, they were forced to separate. Though they launched continuous attacks against the steel-toothed tiger, each strike was blocked. Suddenly, Zhao Buchan's pupils contracted sharply. Staring at the steel-toothed tiger whose power had surged unexpectedly, he was utterly stunned. How is this possible? Reached third tier? How is this possible? When did the steel-toothed tiger gain the ability to enhance its strength? Zhao Buchan exclaimed in shock. Chen Yang, observing this, gave a cold chuckle. He had sensed something was off earlier. Now, witnessing the steel-toothed tiger suddenly surge in power, Chen Yang suddenly understood. This demon beast must have accidentally ingested a poisonous herb called the gut-rending grass. Once ingested, it caused no effects for 5 hours. But after 5 hours, its power would surge dramatically. Then, within 3 minutes, it would die violently. Chapter 63, Countdown to the Beast's Demise. The steel-toothed tiger, its power suddenly surging, gave the two no chance at all. It launched a fierce assault, driving the two men back relentlessly, leaving them utterly powerless to fight back. Seeing this, Zhang Dahai realized there was no chance for either of them to win alone. Though he couldn't fathom why the steel-toothed tiger had suddenly grown so powerful, it was clear that continuing the fight would only lead to severe injuries for both of them. Zhang Dahai refused to let a powerful demon beast derail their entire plan. He certainly didn't want his students injured before his very eyes. Chen Yang, Xiaochuxue, go assist them together, Zhang Dahai said slowly, turning to Chen Yang beside him. Watching the steel-toothed tiger's attacks grow increasingly fierce, Zhang Dahai felt a surge of urgency. Yet, he also hoped to make his students understand the terrifying nature of these demon beasts. His fists clenched tightly, the urge to strike the steel-toothed tiger surged within him at any moment. Yet he held back, turning to Chen Yang in the hope that he and Xiaochuxue would join the fight. If they coordinated well, perhaps it could even ease the tension between them. As the martial arts instructor at 3rd Middle School, this was precisely what he hoped to see. Yet Chen Yang remained unmoved by Zhang Dahai's words. He knew this demon beast would collapse and die instantly without his intervention. And helping Zhao Buchan and Xin Qing? No way. It was already generous of Chen Yang not to deliver the finishing blow. The fact that the two were still able to fight the beast properly was because Chen Yang wanted to slowly torment them. To shatter their bodies and souls bit by bit, to plunge them into despair. Director, we can't help them. They just said they could handle it themselves. What if they blame us for interfering? Right, Director? Chen Yang pulled Xiaochuxue back, then turned to Zhang Dahai with unwavering resolve. Though Xiaochuxue didn't see the issue, she silently agreed when Chen Yang spoke up. Zhang Dahai froze upon hearing this, then retorted irritably, Chen Yang. What time is it now? And you're saying things like this? They're your classmates, after all. How can you just stand by and do nothing? Have you forgotten that the martial arts path is meant to save humanity and protect your comrades? Zhang Dahai looked at Chen Yang sternly, his tone laced with disbelief and exasperation. He believed that if Chen Yang dedicated himself to cultivation, his future would be limitless. But standing idly by was utterly contrary to the spirit of martial arts. Such behavior left him dissatisfied. He was even somewhat disappointed. Chen Yang, UFING piece of S. At that moment, Xin Qing, who had been knocked flying by the steel-toothed tiger's palm strike, could no longer hold back. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he hurled curses at Chen Yang. Immediately after, Zhao Buchan was also sent flying dozens of meters away. Having just been struck across the back, cold sweat broke out all over his body. His fingers trembled uncontrollably, and he struggled to catch his breath. Seeing Chen Yang ignore him, Zhao Buchan's eyes turned red. He refused to beg Chen Yang. Xin Qing, hold it off for me. I'll unleash my strongest attack. Maybe I can kill it. Zhao Buchan looked at Xin Qing, his tone resolute. Xin Qing nodded in response, then began circling the steel-toothed tiger, intending to buy some time. But how could the steel-toothed tiger give Xin Qing such an opportunity? With a sudden lunge, it swung its hind legs. It sent Xin Qing flying, coughing up blood in great gulps. It then whipped its head toward Zhao Buchan and lunged viciously. But Zhao was still gathering power for his martial skill, leaving him no time to defend. Helplessly, he turned to Zhang Dahai. Director, save me. His voice was loud enough to startle Zhang Dahai. Chen Yang, I'll give you one more chance, Zhang Dahai addressed Chen Yang. Chen Yang heard this and gave a cold laugh. 10, 8, 5. Hearing Chen Yang actually counting down, Zhang Dahai was completely dumbfounded. What the hell are you doing? This is infuriating. I'll go myself. Zhang Dahai declared, turning to rescue Zhao Buchan. 1, counting to 1, Chen Yang slowly closed his mouth and calmly looked at the steel-toothed tiger demon beast. Just as it was about to reach Zhao Buchan, it crashed to the ground with a thud, dead instantly, not a breath left in it. It didn't even get a chance to cry out. Zhang Dahai froze at the sight. Could it be that Chen Yang's countdown was the demon beast's death countdown? How could that be? How could he possibly know when the beast would die? Zhang Dahai shook his head urgently, dismissing the thought. He immediately walked over to Zhao Buchan's side. The other two instructors immediately handed Zhao Buchan and Xin Qing healing pills. Chen Yang, do you know how it died? When did it die? Xiaochuxue looked up with wide, innocent eyes at Chen Yang, who stood calm and slightly smiling, her voice filled with confusion. Hearing this, Chen Yang smiled faintly. You'll find out soon enough. Director, Chen Yang should be expelled. He saw us gravely wounded, unable to defeat the steel-toothed tiger, yet chose to stand idly by and disobey your orders. If it weren't for Buchen giving his all to take down that demon beast, you wouldn't be seeing us right now. Xin Qing looked utterly aggrieved, her voice trembling with tears as she accused Chen Yang of his actions before Zhang Dahai. As for how the demon beast died, Xin Qing surmised it must have been Zhao Buchen using some unknown secret technique or martial skill. Even she didn't know the details. But what infuriated her most was that Chen Yang's failure to intervene, his lack of martial spirit, was precisely the most exploitable flaw right now. This was a major violation, one of the school's core rules. If it escalated, Chen Yang's expulsion would be inevitable. Given Lu Rant's iron-fisted impartiality, he wouldn't show any mercy just because of Chen Yang's potential. After all, Zhang Yu had served as a perfect precedent. Principal, I understand why Chen Yang didn't help me. It was our own stubbornness that led to this. Otherwise, Chen Yang should have taken the lead. He would have done far better than I did. It's all my fault for overestimating myself. I'm sorry, Director, for causing you worry. Hearing Shen Cheng speak, Zhao Buchan immediately adopted a righteous facade, outwardly showing no blame toward Chen Yang. In reality, he was putting pressure on Zhang Dahai, deliberately putting on a show for everyone to see. After all, so many students were watching. Do you think Chen Yang will really get expelled? Who knows? It's hard to say. I feel like the director really likes Chen Yang. But that was really close just now. If Zhao Buchan hadn't stepped in, both of them would have been done for. Chen Yang, wow, he just stood there watching. What gives you the right to judge others? Just shut up and hide in the back. Is it polite to criticize from the sidelines? Just as everyone's criticism was turning toward Chen Yang, Luo Hua, who had been silently watching without a word, could no longer hold back. Though she had to put on a show. But with no one from the Yang family present, she didn't care anymore. After all, in her eyes, this situation was far from what it seemed. Why did Chen Yang die the moment the demon beast's countdown ended? Coincidence? Clearly impossible? Hearing Luo Hua speak, the others fell silent and began walking toward Zhang Dahai and the others. Chapter 64, Can poison actually boost combat power? Zhang Dahai felt immense pressure at that moment. Everyone was waiting for him to provide an explanation. If Chen Yang isn't punished or reprimanded in any way, once the principal finds out about this incident, with the potential for exaggerated accounts, Chen Yang's expulsion would be all but certain. What's more, it wouldn't be just one expulsion, it would be two. Both were students highly valued by the school and Zhang Dahai. If expelled, how could 3rd middle school possibly compete with other schools for spots at martial arts university? In that case, next year 3rd middle school might even become 4th middle school. In recent years, the schools trailing behind had been catching up relentlessly, narrowing the gap with the top 3 schools. Especially 4th and 5th high schools, both of which produced exceptionally talented students this year. Rumor has it these prodigies rival those of the top 3 schools. One possessed immense strength, capable of uprooting mountains with a single breath, while the other moved with lightning speed, appearing and vanishing like a flash of lightning. At this thought, Zhang Dahai sighed and stood up, turning to look at Chen Yang. He decided to give Chen Yang and Xia Chuxue a chance to apologize to Zhao Buchan and Shen Cheng. Shake hands and make peace. After all, they were all part of the same school. He truly didn't want to lose 2 such talents over this. Chen Yang, you heard what everyone said. I'll overlook your inaction and give you and Xia Chuxue one chance. Apologize to Zhao Buchan and Shen Cheng, and we'll consider this settled. Come over and apologize. Make sure your attitude is sincere. Otherwise, if this escalates, I won't be able to protect you. Zhang Dahai pleaded earnestly, hoping Chen Yang and Xia Chuxue would understand his position. After all, it was just an apology. You won't lose any limbs over it. What do you two think? Zhang Dahai finished speaking and immediately turned to look at Zhao Buchan and Shen Cheng for their opinions. Director, we accept. Zhao Buchan and Shen Cheng spoke almost simultaneously, both agreeing. For them, this was undoubtedly satisfying. It meant Chen Yang would have to bow his head. Nothing could be better than that. Director, did we do something wrong? Why should we apologize? They were the ones clamoring to go up there. Besides, that demon beast would have died on its own anyway. Shen Yang saw Xia Chuxue looking frightened. After all, she needed money and her career prospects. If she got fired over this, she'd regret it for the rest of her life. So she sighed, preparing to apologize to the two of them. But Chen Yang pulled Xia Chuxue back. In other words, Chen Yang wouldn't let his people apologize to others. Especially not to enemies like Zhao Buchan and Shen Cheng. Expulsion? How could that be possible? Chen Yang hadn't done anything wrong. If he stood idly by now, wouldn't that make the students behind him deserters who stood idly by? Wouldn't they deserve expulsion even more? If that were the case, nearly the entire class at 3rd middle school would be finished. Could that really happen? Impossible? Even if Lu Ran were as impartial as iron, he'd still have to weigh the circumstances. Hearing Chen Yang's words, everyone was filled with confusion. It wasn't about whether he apologized or not. Given Chen Yang's personality, not apologizing would be understandable. But his final remark captured everyone's attention, my own death? Recalling this, they remembered Chen Yang's countdown before the demon beast's demise? Could it be because of that? Chen Yang, is that so? You won't apologize? And now you're saying the demon beast died on its own? People like you can't stand seeing others do better than you, can you? The beast died on its own? Is it mad, or are you? Why don't you go kill one yourself and see? Shen Cheng flared up at Chen Yang's words. She'd already planned to make a scene, but Zhang Dahai's intervention had distracted her. Yet Chen Yang refused to apologize, insisting the beast had died on its own. Wasn't he implying that Zhao Buchan had nothing to do with the beast's death? At this moment, Zhao Buchan's thoughts diverged from the others. The beast truly had died on its own. He hadn't even fully charged his martial skill. How could he possibly have killed the beast? In that situation, he should have been dead for sure. At first, he'd assumed Zhang Dahai had intervened, but now it seemed the truth was different. Could it be related to Chen Yang? Zhao Buchan felt his head buzzing, unable to make sense of it. Chen Yang, you said it died on its own. How do you know that? What proof do you have? Zhao Buchan spoke slowly, his curiosity piqued as he sought to expose Chen Yang's hypocrisy. Chen Yang, forget it. Let's just go apologize. How could a demon beast possibly die on its own? Please, just this once, listen to me. Seeing the situation was going south, Xiao Chushui immediately spoke softly to Chen Yang. She hoped he would swallow his pride and apologize to the two of them. It shouldn't be blown out of proportion. It's fine. They won't expel us. We didn't do anything wrong. Trust me. Chen Yang spoke firmly, running a hand through Xiao Chushui's hair. It's fine. Trust me. Hearing this, Xiao Chushui lowered her head, her face flushing slightly. Chen Yang, what are you doing at a time like this? Come over here and explain yourself. Zhang Dahai sighed, then spoke with resignation. He had no idea what Chen Yang was thinking at that very moment. He was nearly driven to distraction. But seeing Chen Yang still wearing that indifferent expression, it left him utterly speechless. Hearing this, Chen Yang pulled Xiao Chushui along as they walked slowly over, not toward Zhang Dahai. Instead, they walked straight to the steel-toothed tiger's body. It died simply because it was poisoned. Its power surge was also due to the poison. It had absolutely nothing to do with you, Zhao Buchan, or Xin Cheng. But since you insist on claiming the credit, consider it never said. Chen Yang drew his dagger, gazing at the group as he spoke slowly, a hint of mockery in his tone. This phenomenon wasn't exactly a secret, but since it was so rare, almost no one understood it. Naturally, they didn't know why. But Chen Yang was different. In his previous life, he couldn't cultivate martial arts. He not only had to forge his own path but also needed to understand more. Only then could he protect himself and refine his path to perfection. All of this became invaluable assets in his current life. Yet, lacking understanding, the others froze upon hearing Chen Yang's words. Poisoned? What kind of poison could boost strength and then kill you in seconds? Chen Yang, you're just trying to make up excuses, aren't you? You're not even bothering to act anymore? Xin Xing couldn't help but laugh at the absurd excuse Chen Yang had come up with. Zhao Buchan looked deep in thought, saying nothing but keeping a close eye on Chen Yang's every move. Chen Yang, stop this nonsense. Just listen to the director's advice and apologize. That's all it takes. Why insist on saving face at the cost of suffering? Zhang Dahai patiently tried to persuade him, but he didn't believe a word Chen Yang said. He had never heard of such a situation. He didn't believe Chen Yang knew more than he did. Chen Yang sliced open the steel-toothed tiger's skin. Chapter 65, Zhang Yu's Scheme. The moment the steel-toothed tiger's skin was slashed open, its internal organs seemed poised to burst forth. As soon as Chen Yang stood up, he saw all the tiger's organs surge out of its abdomen. They weren't blood red, but pitch black. Like charcoal, they crumbled at the slightest touch of Chen Yang's dagger, resembling rotten wood shavings. They possessed no elasticity whatsoever, as if they were not organs at all, but merely a pile of black charcoal. The onlookers nearby were utterly shocked by this sight. This was clearly abnormal. No beast's organs could possibly be black. Zhang Dahai's brain was racing, desperately trying to recall something. Director, this should settle the matter, right? It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. Just look up heartbreak grass when you get back. As for an apology? That's out of the question. Chen Yang's expression was stern, appearing utterly unyielding. His tone showed no hint of backing down or offering further explanation. He glanced at Xiao Chushui. Let's go. With that, Chen Yang immediately took Xiao Chushui by the hand and continued walking toward their destination. He paid no further attention to anyone else. Xiao Chushui, though filled with confusion at that moment, felt she understood Chen Yang less and less. Still, it didn't matter much. At the very least, she felt a profound sense of security by his side. No matter what happened, it felt like having Chen Yang by her side meant everything could be resolved. Zhang Dahai watched the scene unfold and sighed. Let's leave it at that. No more talk. That's an order. Let's go. You still have to deal with the demon beasts in our town today. Zhang Dahai spoke slowly, no longer dwelling on how to smooth things over. Instead, he chose to protect Chen Yang and Xiao Chushui directly and frankly. Though he didn't understand what was going on with Chen Yang, he resolved to stop dithering. Besides, the two of them were fine. Hearing Zhang Dahai's words, Xin Cheng clenched her teeth. Chen Yang, you just wait. Thus, though many were puzzled, none pressed further. After all, though Chen Yang's claim of poisoning remained unconfirmed, it seemed almost certain. There was no point in dwelling on it. Slaying the demon beast was the true purpose of this trial. Only by doing so could they gain a stronger chance of entering the training camp. Meanwhile, near our town. Brother Hong, is this really wise? This is a third-tier demon beast? Is teacher Zhang Yu really letting us put it in? If anything happens to the third middle school students, won't they blame us? Near our town, Yang Hong and Zhu Zhang stood at the crossroads beside an ancient, weathered concrete utility pole riddled with holes. Yang Hong held a black Rubik's Cube in his hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ignoring Zhu Zhang's questions, he channeled power throughout his body before twisting the cube and hurling it toward our town.
The moment it hit the ground, a blood wolf burst forth nimble and muscular, its jaws gaping wide with long, razor-sharp fangs. A chicken-like demon beast that appeared nearby was instantly knocked to the ground. In mere moments, only a pile of white bones remained.
The wolf let out a blood-curdling howl, its bloodthirsty ferocity fully unleashed.
It shook off the sparse fur covering its body. In our town, it attacked any living creature it encountered. At the entrance, Yang Hong heard the blood wolf's howl and smiled with satisfaction.
Let's go. Let's find a spot to watch the third middle school kids get humiliated. Watching them get torn to shreds by beasts must be a real kick.
Yang Hong grinned wickedly, a flash of malice in his eyes. This demon beast had been released at Zhang Yu's request, intended solely to test third middle school's strength. A third-tier demon beast was formidable, but as long as third middle school students didn't panic and work together, they'd be just fine. If anyone from third middle school got injured or killed in the process, Zhang Yu would have a clear gauge of their capabilities.
This time, their training journey would take them to an ancient city called Mo City. Their mission was to seek out demon beast cores and flesh.
But the danger there was far greater.
Even with mentor protection, it might not be enough.
After all, fifth-tier demon beasts were not unheard of in such places. Nevertheless, for the sake of competition and training, every new cohort must undertake this journey. Their objective is straightforward: survive for 48 hours. Even if it meant playing it safe. Because this would be entered into the database, which not only matters for the school's ranking but also serves as a basic reference for martial arts university.
Brother Hong, do we really need to worry so much about third middle school? I think teacher Zhang Yu might be overreacting a bit. No matter what they do, they can't possibly be as strong as us from number 2 high. We'd be better off hunting more demon beasts to sharpen our combat skills. Xu Zhang asked innocently, trailing behind Yang Hong like a loyal subordinate.
Yang Hong smiled faintly at his words.
You know nothing. What's the point of killing demon beasts? Forget it, you wouldn't understand anyway.
Just remember that choosing sides is crucial.
Let's go. They should be arriving soon. Take your breath-stopping pills. Don't let them spot us. Yang Hong merely gave a cold chuckle, offering no further explanation to Xu Zhang. Others might not understand. He understood all too well.
Having grown up in a world of intrigue and backstabbing, he knew it better than anyone. With that, he swallowed a pill and headed toward a dilapidated yet towering structure.
From its heights, one could overlook the entire town of R.
Xu Zhang scratched his head, utterly bewildered, but didn't dwell on it. He swallowed his pill and followed. Moments later, Chen Yang and the others slowly approached the entrance of our town.
Gazing at the ancient, weathered town, Chen Yang sighed.
Before the descent of mutant beasts, humans living in such a town must have been quite happy.
Alright, this is our town. Your mission is simple: eliminate all the beasts within. You may work together or go solo. However, I recommend you work together. Going solo is a major no-no. Here are your bracelets.
It tracks the number of beasts you slay, crucial for your progress. Not only does it track the count, but also the level of the beasts you slay. Zhang Dahai stepped before the group, his expression grave as he spoke slowly. Simultaneously, he distributed a black wristband to each person. The records were simple: the number of demon beasts slain and their respective tiers.
Go! Zhang Dahai commanded once more.
Hearing this, the group rushed into the town. Each sought to slay as many beasts as possible. After all, these records would be uploaded, and they would be crucial for future college entrance exams.
It served as a meaningful reference point. We're going too. Just follow me. You handled the demon beasts.
Chen Yan looked at Xia Chuxue and spoke slowly.
It's fine. Let's go together, Xia Chuxue timidly replied. Hearing this, Chen Yang smiled faintly. Alright, let's go. With that, the two of them strode quickly inside. Chapter 66, Third Tier Blood Wolf. Watching the group enter the town, Zhang Dahai didn't just stand idly by.
Instead, he kept a close watch on them. At the slightest sign of trouble, he'd rush in to protect the students' safety. From the tower, Yang Hong watched the group enter our town with a mischievous grin. For within the town now, few of the previous demon beasts remained. Nearly all had been slaughtered by the blood wolves, creatures of extreme bloodlust. They attack any living creature they encountered, possessing formidable strength and speed.
Brother Hong, I can't wait any longer. If they see the dead beasts around them and then encounter the blood wolves. Ha 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 ha. I finally get it, this is truly exhilarating.
Xu Zhang suddenly seemed to grasp something, letting out a maniacal laugh that made him appear utterly deranged.
This is nothing. Just wait and see. The best part is yet to come.
Just imagine their reactions when they realize there's a third-tier demon beast involved.
Yang Hong wore an amused smile, then patted Xu Zhang on the shoulder.
And so, the two chatted and laughed, as if they were watching a bloody spectacle about to unfold. Meanwhile, at third middle school, the group entered the town and saw the fresh corpses of demon beasts scattered around. Among them were several beasts nearing the third stage, leaving them puzzled and unsure of what had happened. An inexplicable sense of dread began to spread through their hearts.
What's going on here? Are these really the beasts we killed? Why do I feel like I'm the prey?
One of the male students stood trembling in a corner of the town, a long knife clutched in his hand. His eyes darted around in a daze, convinced he was being watched.
No. I can't do this. I'm out. I'm going back.
His resolve crumbled as he spoke, and he started to run toward the town's exit.
Meanwhile, Chen Yang and Xia Chuxue encountered a similar scene.
The area was littered with demon beast corpses, gnawed remains, and claw marks etched into the ground. Chen Yang immediately realized that a powerful demon beast must be lurking here. And it had just arrived, otherwise so many beasts wouldn't have appeared all at once.
Stay close to me.
I suspect there's a demon beast of considerable rank lurking here.
As for what kind, I haven't been able to tell yet.
Chen Yang glanced at Xia Chuxue, who was visibly trembling with fear, and spoke slowly.
All right.
Xia Chuxue forced herself to calm the fear of death gripping her, then nodded firmly.
She silently followed behind Chen Yang.
Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air, followed by a wolf-like howl. Everyone in the village startled, Shinqing immediately clutching Zhao Buchan. But Zhao Buchan paid no heed, merely reassuring Shinqing while relentlessly searching for the demon beast to kill. He cared nothing for others' plights, his sole focus was crushing Chen Yang beneath his feet.
Hearing the wolf's howl, countless images flashed through Chen Yang's mind. Find a place to hide. Don't move.
I'll go check. Chen Yang turned to Xia Chuxue, his expression grave. I'll go with you, Xia Chuxue spoke slowly.
Stay close to me. With that, Chen Yang sprinted toward the direction of the agonized scream.
Leaving Xia Chuxue alone here truly made him uneasy. Outside the town, Zhang Dahai heard the same sound and, without a moment's hesitation, he charged toward the source of the sound. At that moment, in a corner of the town, surrounded by stone walls, the ground littered with broken tiles, weeds sprouting from every crack.
A female classmate huddled in the corner, clutching a dagger.
A deep gash ran across her right arm, blood flowing steadily. Her eyes were filled with utter despair. She felt no pain, only an infinite yearning for survival. Don't come closer, please don't come closer.
I beg you. Help. Someone help me. I don't want to die.
Tears streaked the girl's face as she cried, her eyes swollen and red, trembling with a hint of madness. Fear filled her heart as her cries tore at the soul. Yet now, mere meters away, a powerful blood wolf strode toward her with deliberate, slow steps. Every so often, it let out a furious growl toward the fallen girl. Its gaping maw dripped with blood-tinged saliva, revealing razor-sharp fangs. The wolf wore an expression of predatory amusement, showing no urgency to kill the helpless girl. Licking the bloodstained spot on its leg, it approached the girl and suddenly let out a fierce growl. A spray of saliva-laced mucus splattered onto her face, causing her to shriek piercingly. Just as the girl thought certain death was upon her, a rapidly spinning stone flew through the air, striking the blood wolf and sending it flying backward.
Chen Yang and Xia Chuxue arrived at the girl's side, one in front and one behind. It's okay. Are you all right?
Chen Yang spoke coldly as he looked down at the girl lying motionless on the ground, his eyes fixed on the blood wolf that had already scrambled to its feet. It was clear this blood wolf had reached the third cultivation stage, a creature that should never have appeared in such a place. But Chen Yang couldn't afford to dwell on that now. Having encountered it, there was no way he'd let it escape.
Chen Yang, we can't defeat it. Let's go.
The girl managed to utter with great difficulty. Having faced the blood wolf, she understood its power and knew victory was impossible. After uttering those words, she collapsed into unconsciousness, overcome by fear and blood loss.
Chen Yang, let me help you. Xia Chuxue approached Chen Yang, forcing herself to sound composed. No need. Take care of her. It's just one wolf. I can handle it. Chen Yang declined Xia Chushue's offer to assist. His main concern was that the blood wolf might attack Xia Chuxue with lethal force.
Rather than risk that, Chen Yang preferred to handle it himself where he felt more confident.
No, Chen Yang. How could you possibly handle it alone? Xia Chuxue protested. I need to help you. Xia Chuxue insisted once more. Take care of her. Listen to me. Chen Yang's tone was stern.
This time, before Xia Chuxue could respond, he charged forward unarmed, barehanded. Seeing this, Xia Chuxue wanted to follow, but ultimately chose to observe the situation first.
Seeing Chen Yang charge forward, the blood wolf roared defiantly and lunged at him.
Just as the blood wolf closed in, Chen Yang roared with fury, "Star-sucking technique, activate." As the words left his mouth, the flow of time around them visibly slowed. Even the blood wolf's speed seemed to drag. To Chen Yang's eyes, the blood wolf moved sluggishly. He clenched his fist, rapidly gathering power, then executed a swift sidestep before delivering a crushing punch to the blood wolf's midsection. The blood wolf howled in pain, sent flying high into the air before crashing heavily back to the ground. But the blood wolf didn't back down. A flash of crimson light flickered in its eyes as it let out a roar. The demon beasts within the village seemed to have heard a command, charging toward Chen Yang's direction. Even those already engaged in combat. Chapter 67, Slaying the Third-Tier Demon Beast, the Blood Wolf. In the village, the crowd watched as even the demon beasts fighting them charged madly toward the source of the wolf's howl.
They were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what was happening. Clearly, that wolf howl had sounded like some supreme command, leaving the beasts no chance to refuse. What's going on? Could something be happening over there? Should we go check it out? In a dilapidated courtyard within the small town, Zhao Buchan stood with one foot on the corpse of a demon beast. Frowning deeply, he addressed Qin Sheng, who had just pulled a dagger from the beast's throat. Bu Chen? Could it be Chen Yang up to something? Qin Sheng instinctively thought of Chen Yang after all. She now found it perfectly plausible that he caused such a commotion. She continued, he wouldn't have used some dirty trick to lure all these beasts here, intending to hunt them down alone, would he? Bu Chen, we can't let him succeed. We don't need to beat him back into the worthless mess he once was. Qin Sheng's words were sharp, holding nothing back, laying everything bare. Zhao Buchan heard this and lifted his foot off the beast's corpse. He glanced at the bracelet, which displayed a kill count of 10, 7 first-tier beasts and 3 second-tier beasts. This was nowhere near enough. You're right. Let's go check it out first. If that's truly the case, we absolutely cannot let him succeed. Zhao Buchan's eyes grew cold as an inexplicable rage began to brew within him. Blood dripped from the tip of his machete, splattering onto the ground. Qin Sheng nodded in agreement. Instantly, the two charged out of the courtyard, racing toward the direction the demon beasts had just charged from. At the same moment, nearly all the martial arts students who had entered the grounds also headed toward the source of the wolf howls. On the other side, Chen Yang heard the wolf howls begin, accompanied by the constant responses of other demonic beasts. Some were near, some far. Chen Yang knew it was calling for reinforcements. He couldn't let himself get trapped. He had to eliminate the blood wolf quickly. Only then would this pack of approaching beasts lose their leader. Without a leader to command them, they would scatter like loose sand. That was the ideal outcome. Demon subduing palm. Chen Yang declared coldly. His hand shifted as he channeled the demon subduing palm technique. As the words left his lips, a palm-shaped seal the size of a small cart materialized before him. Without hesitation, Chen Yang struck directly at the blood wolf. Seeing this, the blood wolf slashed at the incoming palm seal with its claws, sending 2 streaks of light across the air. The collision erupted in an explosion, sending dust flying in all directions. The blood wolf didn't stop there. Using the dust to obscure their vision, it seized the moment to charge at Chen Yang. Xia Chuxue, watching from the side, shouted, "Chen Yang, watch out." Chen Yang merely smiled faintly at her warning, his gaze fixed on the blood wolf now mere inches from his face. Yet under the influence of his domain skill, even though the blood wolf was giving it its all, its speed still appeared sluggish to Chen Yang. Chen Yang drew his dagger, dodging the blood wolf's lunge and bite. Instantly, he spun and thrust the blade directly into the wolf's heart. A piercing, agonized howl echoed across the sky. The blood wolf crashed to the ground, crashing wildly in convulsions, whimpering and groaning. Thick, viscous blood flowed from its mouth as its eyes stared at Chen Yang in shock before it breathed its last. Seeing this, Xia Chuxue finally exhaled in relief, yet she also felt genuine joy for Chen Yang. After all, he had just slain a third-tier demon beast. This was already a challenge beyond his level, and against a robust blood wolf at that. Still, with his domain skill boosting him, it seemed somewhat reasonable. Xia Chuxue remained silent, merely offering Chen Yang an almost imperceptible smile before crouching down to examine the injured female classmate's wounds. Chen Yang looked at the dead blood wolf beside him, feeling nothing special, it was just a demon beast. He then approached Xia Chuxue. "How is she?" "She's lost too much blood. We have to get her back for treatment. Otherwise, she could be in mortal danger," Xia Chuxue said with concern. "Alright, I'll carry her out. You continue hunting the demon beast. I'll come find you later." Chen Yang spoke slowly as he prepared to carry the injured girl out. After all, she was in mortal danger, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Besides, he had already slain a third-tier demon beast, it wasn't as if he'd come away empty-handed. On the other hand, Xia Chuxue hadn't hunted any beasts yet. More beasts would be arriving soon, providing perfect targets for her to take down. He trusted Xia Chuxue's strength. Second and first-tier demon beasts posed no threat to her. "Chen Yang, I'll go." Xia Chuxue spoke slowly, thinking Chen Yang should focus on hunting more beasts. "Pick her up. No arguing. Do as I say." Chen Yang's tone turned slightly stern. Xia Chuxue nodded reluctantly, helping the female classmate to her feet. Chen Yang crouched down and hoisted her onto his back. "See you back at the town." With that, Chen Yang prepared to head out of the settlement. Just then, several demon beasts charged out. Chen Yang turned to Xia Chuxue. "Your turn. I can't let go now." "Leave it to me," Xia Chuxue nodded. Sword in hand, she charged at the beasts, each strike nearly fatal. She slowed them with martial arts before thrusting her blade through their hearts. Blood spattered everywhere as Xia Chuxue's kill count steadily climbed. Seeing this, Chen Yang smiled slightly, feeling even more at ease. He then began walking toward the town's exit. Suddenly, a jarringly sharp sound pierced the air, and before him appeared a figure both familiar and unfamiliar to Chen Yang. Xin Chang and Zhao Buchan. The two saw Xia Chuxue slaying the demon beast while Chen Yang carried his injured classmate on his back.
A scheme began to form in their minds, fueled by the sight of the massive blood wolf lying on the ground.
Chen Yang, you actually did this for your own selfish gain.
Colluding with Xiao Chuxue to harm classmates, even using them as bait to lure demon beasts for slaughter.
How could you be so ruthless? And now you're trying to put on a show? Don't think you can fool us like we're idiots. Everyone else is here too. You can't hide it anymore.
Xin Chang saw the crowd gathering one by one and immediately raised her voice, afraid someone might not hear. Falsely accusing Chen Yang of harming classmates, conspiring with Xiao Chuxue. Some newly arrived students noticed the corpses of beasts scattered around Xiao Chuxue, blood pooling like a river.
Hearing Xin Qing's words and seeing the severely injured girl on Chen Yang's back, the crowd began to doubt the accusations. Chen Yang? Did you really conspire with Xiao Chuxue to harm classmates? Why would you do such a thing? Is the number of demon beasts you've slain more important than your own classmates?
You, wait until the principal sees this.
How will you explain yourself? Someone demanded.
Chapter 68, The Disgusting Xin Chang. From the tower above, Yang Hong and Zhu Zhang watched in shock as Chen Yang single-handedly slayed the third-tier demon beast.
He was utterly dumbfounded. Brother Hong? Is this even possible? Is this beast fake? How could a third-tier beast be this weak? Could teacher Zhang Yu have pulled a smokescreen on us?
Xu Zhang muttered in bewilderment, convinced that no third-tier demon beast could possibly be so easily defeated. Though they didn't know what the two had said or what martial arts techniques they'd used. They had seen the beast fall with their own eyes. What's there to fear? I could handle a third-tier demon beast too, but I bet they're about to start arguing.
This is getting interesting. We should head back. Yang Hong wasn't particularly surprised.
After all, Chen Yang did have some skills, but he didn't think he was outmatched. And the most crucial point was the conflict. Though he didn't know what had been said, he saw the others closing in on Chen Yang.
Everything else was irrelevant. The two quickly withdrew. On the other side, hearing the voices around him, Chen Yang gave a cold laugh, utterly speechless. Did he really need to do this? Did he really need to team up with Xiao Chuxue?
Chen Yang couldn't make heads or tails of it, but Xin Chang and Zhao Buchan were becoming increasingly repulsive to him.
Xin Chang, what the hell are you barking about? Did Zhao Buchan forget to give you your medicine? Are those two balls hanging under your eyebrows? Just because you have a mouth, you think you can spout nonsense? Get the hell out of here. Shuechu, let's go.
Chen Yang snapped irritably, unwilling to waste time arguing with Xin Chang, that jerk.
Carrying the injured classmate was the top priority. With no certainty if Zhang Dahai would return, Chen Yang couldn't afford to wait.
At the very least, he needed to hand the injured classmate over to Zhang Dahai first. Seeing this, Xiao Chuxue gave a slight nod, her anger simmering.
She couldn't fathom why Xin Chang and Zhao Buchan kept targeting Chen Yang. Was it simply because Chen Yang had stopped pursuing Xin Chang? To Xiao Chuxue, this was utterly ridiculous. She simply couldn't comprehend it.
Chen Yang, think carefully. You know exactly what the consequences will be if you walk out today.
Aren't you going to explain why you hurt your classmates?
Zhao Buchan blocked Chen Yang's path, speaking coldly. He was determined to make things difficult for Chen Yang.
No matter how this matter was ultimately resolved, Chen Yang wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. Asshole. Get out of my way. Chen Yang cursed Zhao Buchan, shoving him aside as he walked past. Xiao Chuxue followed closely behind. Chen Yang, caught red-handed, huh? Everyone see? Chen Yang's getting flustered? That proves he's got something to hide, right? This isn't me making things up, you know?
Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Xin Chang hurriedly steadied Zhao Buchan, then flashed a sly grin, raising an eyebrow as he spoke. Seeing this, the crowd sighed in unison.
They never imagined Chen Yang to be this kind of person.
Only Luo Hua remained silent, finding a quiet spot to sit or occasionally slaying nearby demon beasts that wandered by.
Chen Yang is actually like this? I even spoke up for him before.
I really misjudged him. I thought he was the hope of our third high school, but it turns out he'll stop at nothing to achieve his goals.
Look! The principal is here? Now what's Chen Yang gonna do?
Several people spoke up, utterly disillusioned with Chen Yang's actions. As for Xin Qing's words, they now believed them without question. Zhang Dahai, who had also rushed over, arrived at the scene with two other teachers.
Chen Yang ignored them, walking straight toward Zhang Dahai. Chen Yang, what's going on? What are you all doing?
Zhang Dahai stared at Chen Yang, who was carrying an injured classmate on his back, utterly bewildered. He didn't know what had just happened, but the looks everyone was giving Chen Yang were clearly hostile. It was as if Chen Yang had committed some heinous crime.
Principal.
Chen Yang actually harmed a classmate to kill a demon beast, and he even attracted all the demon beasts over here. He colluded with Xiao Chuxue. Don't be fooled by him carrying the injured student, it's all part of his scheme.
Please settle this, director.
Xin Chang, hearing Zhang Dahai's inquiry, hurriedly spoke up, afraid she might be too late to frame Chen Yang.
Regardless of how this matter concluded, she was merely speculating at worst.
But Chen Yang might well become the target of everyone's criticism.
Director, give us an explanation? Chen Yang has been avoiding us all along, refusing to offer any explanation. We strongly suspect that's exactly what happened. One of the students added, delivering the final blow. Zhang Dahai frowned upon hearing this, but he didn't immediately lose his temper or directly blame Chen Yang. He needed to verify the specifics of the situation himself. Chen Yang put her down first. Let the two teachers tend to her injuries and assess her condition. As for the specifics, I'll look into it myself and won't jump to conclusions. Zhang Dahai spoke with a serious expression, his tone neither gentle nor overly harsh. All right. Chen Yang replied flatly, setting the female student down. Immediately, the two teachers approached. They tended to her wounds and stopped the bleeding. When they saw the wounds on her arm, both teachers were startled. Old Zhang? What do you think? This wound? Hearing this, Zhang Dahai leaned in to examine the wound. He looked at Chen Yang and asked, "Where's the beast that injured her?" "It was just around the corner," Chen Yang said slowly. "Earlier, Xiao Chuxue and I were elsewhere when we heard her screams and the howling of wolves. So we rushed over and just caught a blood wolf about to attack her. I rescued her, but then the blood wolf howled, summoning nearby beasts. I killed the blood wolf afterward. She was badly injured, so I was preparing to take her out." Chen Yang calmly recounted the sequence of events. "Director, it's like this they're framing me and Chen Yang," Xiao Chuxue added firmly. Hearing this, Zhang Dahai slowly stood up. I'll go check on that demon beast first. You lead the way." Zhang Dahai spoke slowly, his expression stern. Naturally, he didn't readily believe Chen Yang's account. He intended to treat everyone equally. "Director, don't believe Chen Yang. He's lying to you," Shin Xing interjected once more. All right. I know what's going on myself. You two just stay here quietly." Zhang Dahai looked sternly at the few who were about to speak and at Shin Xing, who had already spoken. At his words, the others fell silent and followed the two men toward the corpse of the blood wolf. As they rounded the corner, Zhang Dahai saw the blood wolf lying cold on the ground. He froze in place. This wolf was at least third tier in size, and its physical prowess was undoubtedly among the strongest of its rank. Chen Yang killed it? Zhang Dahai stared at Chen Yang in utter disbelief, his brow furrowed. Chapter 69, Why the Silence? Facing Zhang Dahai's strange gaze, Chen Yang offered a faint smile but said nothing more. Zhang Dahai, seeing this, quickly raced through possible ways Chen Yang could have defeated a third-tier blood wolf. Finally, after a moment's thought, he feigned composure and glanced at Chen Yang again. In his mind, it didn't seem entirely impossible for Chen Yang to have defeated the blood wolf. But what truly shocked him was that what should have been an intense battle. Sure, maybe Chen Yang wasn't badly injured, but surely he'd have at least a few scrapes and bruises? A bit of dirt on his clothes would be reasonable, right? Yet the clothes on the Chen Yang before him? Not exactly pristine, but absolutely not dirty in the slightest. As for injuries? Chen Yang didn't even have a scratch. His entire state was remarkably good. Chen Yang? You took him down single-handedly? Didn't Xiao Chuxue help you? Zhang Dahai asked tentatively, his expression a mix of seriousness and worry. Director, how could he have done it alone? He must have sent that injured female student to distract the blood wolf. Then teamed up with Xiao Chuxue to take it down? Otherwise, why are those two completely unharmed, while only that female student suffered? Clearly, Chen Yang has been lying all along? No sooner had Zhang Dahai begun questioning Chen Yang than Shin Shang, who had followed along, eagerly interjected before Chen Yang could respond. The others, however, fell silent at that moment, holding their tongues as if they had reached a critical juncture. Everyone began to assess the situation carefully. No one dared to casually voice their thoughts or speculations anymore. Director, Chen Yang acted alone. When Chen Yang and I arrived, that student was already injured. If Chen Yang hadn't intervened, she would have become the blood wolf's meal. After that, I tended to the student while Chen Yang engaged the blood wolf in combat. We can confirm this once the girl wakes up and we ask her directly. Seeing Chen Yang being falsely accused, Xiao Chuxue couldn't hold back any longer. Without hesitation, she spoke up to defend him. Chen Yang merely smiled faintly at the sight, glancing at Xiao Chuxue beside him. He didn't feel the need to explain further. After all, the truth would come out once the injured classmate regained consciousness. Zhang Dahai listened intently to everything, then sighed. Let's leave it at that. We'll draw conclusions once the female student wakes up. Everyone, disperse. It's 2 in the afternoon now. We need to head to the next location to set up camp before 5. Everyone needs to keep pushing. Chen Yang, extract the heart from this blood wolf. Whether you sell it or use it yourself, it will be invaluable. Since you killed it, it's yours. Zhang Dahai spoke slowly, his tone firm. He addressed the group first, then patted Chen Yang on the shoulder with his instructions. He then turned and left with the two teachers, carrying the injured student. Chen Yang nodded in response. He swiftly drew his dagger, plunging it into the wolf's heart, twisting it, and severing it cleanly. He then pulled out the still pulsing, blood-soaked heart and promptly stowed it away in his personal spatial storage. Let's go. Chen Yang turned to Xiao Chuxue beside him and spoke slowly. Xia Chushua nodded in response. Without lingering with the others, Chen Yang and Xia Chushua departed immediately. Xin Chang watched in disbelief. He stomped his feet in fury, his mouth twisted into a snarl like a dragon king's. Zhao Buchan didn't express himself with such exaggerated gestures as Xin Chang. The rage in his eyes and his tightly clenched fists spoke volumes about his inner fury. Chen Yang? Let you bloat? Don't ever expect me, Xin Chang, to give you the time of day. Bu Chen, let's go. Xin Chang hurriedly called out to Chen Yang's retreating figure. Then, he and Zhao Buchan stormed off in a huff. Witnessing this, the crowd sighed and dispersed, some leaving alone, others in small groups. Meanwhile, at the entrance to Ji-town, Zhang Yu reclined in a chair, thoroughly enjoying himself. His eyes were tightly shut, a smile playing on his lips. Teacher, we're back. Just then, a voice rang out. Hearing it, Zhang Yu slowly opened his eyes, recognizing Yang Hong and Zhu Zhang's return. Yet his expression remained impassive. How did it go? How many of those useless fools from 3rd middle school died? Did Zhang Dahai go berserk? As he spoke, the corners of Zhang Yu's mouth curled upward, revealing a mischievous grin. He speculated inwardly that the 3rd-tier blood wolf he'd had Yang Hong release. While not invincible, it should at least take down several people. This outcome was sufficient. Seeing Zhang Dahai enraged brought him a sense of satisfaction. But upon hearing this, Yang Hong and the other man immediately sensed trouble. Zhang Yu seemed to be taking this very seriously, and he appeared confident. This wasn't merely a test, as Yang Hong had imagined. The two exchanged a glance, hesitating to speak, not out of fear of Zhang Yu. Mainly, Yang Hong suddenly found it hard to speak up. After all, Chen Yang was practically his enemy. Wouldn't revealing the truth be slapping him in the face? Being forced to reveal the truth now felt more agonizing than death itself. Having heard no response from the pair, Zhang Yu rose to his feet, feeling thoroughly puzzled. What's going on? Why aren't you speaking? Did you not put it in? Zhang Yu asked, his voice filled with confusion. Hearing this, both shook their heads. Seeing this, Zhang Yu spoke again. If you put it in, then what's going on? Did someone find it? That doesn't make sense either. If it was discovered, wouldn't Zhang Dahai be on the case by now? We put it in, and it wasn't discovered, Zhu Zhang said slowly. Hearing this, Zhang Yu grew even more puzzled. If it was put in and not discovered? What were those two up to then? Could they be dead? That can't be right. Even at its weakest, 3rd middle school wouldn't let that happen? Zhu Zhang! Spit it out already! What the hell is going on? Zhang Yu turned to Zhu Zhang, his voice tinged with urgency. Yang Hong dared not say anything. After all, he was the son of the second in command at the military headquarters. He couldn't afford to offend him. Even if the mission failed, he'd have to grit his teeth and swallow his frustration. Besides, this mission wasn't even his idea in the first place. It was Yang Hong who insisted on going. Although the Second Academy's talents were indeed exceptional, with Yang Hong ranked second and the reclusive yet immensely powerful Gao Shang. One came from a powerful, privileged background, while the other, though from an ordinary family, possessed unmatched combat prowess. Neither was someone he could easily afford to offend, leaving him feeling helpless at times. Hearing Zhang Yu's words, Zhu Zhang glanced at Yang Hong before sighing and turning to Zhang Yu. Teacher, the blood wolf has been killed. Only one person from 3rd High was injured, but quite a few demon beasts in the town were killed. Zhu Zhang stated solemnly. Zhang Yu heard this and, though not entirely satisfied with the outcome, could still accept it. Chapter 70, The Sudden Emergence of a Genius. Well, that's good. Though it's a bit below my estimates, it's still acceptable. At least one was injured, and we dealt with a significant number of beasts. Not bad, not bad. You did well this time. I'll report it. Oh, and I guess it took at least 3 of them working together to take down that blood wolf. Zhang Yu wore a broad smile, his mood lightening considerably. He even took the opportunity to praise Yang Hong. After all, the military's prestige speaks for itself. Even if the principal of 2nd middle school met Yang Hong's father, he'd have to lower his proud head. Xu Zhang gave an awkward chuckle, his face full of question marks. Teacher. They killed it alone? And it was a complete rout. Xu Zhang couldn't resist blurting out what he knew. Zhang Yu froze upon hearing this. Could anyone at 3rd High really take down a 3rd-tier demon beast single-handedly? Forget 3rd High, even at 2nd High, the only one capable of such a feat was probably Gao Shang. The thought sent chills down his spine. Zhang Yu couldn't fathom when 3rd High had produced such a prodigy. As far as he knew, only 2 individuals were truly formidable at 3rd High, right? One was Luo, the mayor's granddaughter, and the other was Xia Chushua, the prodigy from a commoner family. As for the rest, they weren't worth mentioning, barely even considered talents. They certainly couldn't be called geniuses. Could it be Luo Hua? The thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. If it were Luo Hua, Yang Hong wouldn't have that look on his face. Clearly not. Could it be Xia Chushua? Zhang Yu pondered, feeling something was off, yet he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Zhu Zhang? Explain yourself clearly. What's this person's name? Zhang Yu asked again, his tone serious.
Hearing this, Zhu Zhang glanced at Yang Hong, hesitating to speak.
Yang Hong smiled faintly and spoke frankly, his name is Chen Yang.
Before the blood energy test, he only had 50 points, not even enough to begin martial arts training. But strangely enough, he rose to prominence and became a prodigy at 3rd middle school.
Yang Hong sighed as he spoke, utterly baffled. The only plausible explanation he could think of was this:
that San Middle School had deliberately rigged the test to show a blood energy score of 50 in order to protect Chen Yang.
Otherwise, how could someone who couldn't even practice martial arts become so powerful? Although Yang Hong hadn't actually fought Chen Yang in their previous sparring session,
and thus didn't know if his opponent possessed martial skills, it was clear that Chen Yang had used martial techniques when slaying the blood wolf. Therefore, he couldn't possibly be a worthless with a mere 50 vitality points. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu froze in place. He'd never even heard of Chen Yang, no matter which school's prodigy he was. Who hasn't made a name for themselves early on? How could he not know? This was the first time he'd ever seen someone like Chen Yang suddenly appear out of nowhere. Are you sure it's really the same person? And he's not injured? That worthless piece of trash who barely had 50 health points before? Zhang Yu couldn't shake his doubts and asked again. Yes. And I sparred with him. His fist power reached around 900, and his ladder test score is at least level 20.
This guy is no ordinary opponent. I think we need to take him seriously.
Yang Hong no longer cared about saving face at this point, laying bare his own disgrace. After all, he understood that some people couldn't be dealt with using conventional methods. Especially someone as unpredictable as Chen Yang. He demanded serious attention.
Yang Hong wasn't foolish enough to think of challenging Chen Yang to a showdown. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu was startled at first, then his curiosity skyrocketed.
His curiosity about Chen Yang had reached an intense level.
To unleash a punch force of around 900, it was downright terrifying.
You're right. We really need to be cautious about this matter. Who knew 3rd middle school had such a trump card up their sleeve?
No wonder he's been so arrogant.
In that case, I'll have to send him a special gift when I go to Mo City.
The genius of Class 3? It's time for him to fall.
Zhang Yu smiled faintly, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes as he spoke in an icy tone.
Moments later, the second high school group emerged from G-Town.
Each wore a satisfied smile, clearly having made substantial gains. Only one person stood apart, a futuristic flame-colored spear slung across his back. His hands were tucked into his waist, his expression impossible to read whether pleased or displeased. Tall and slender with short hair, his rugged features and well-defined lines marked him as Gao Shang.
Undisputed genius of second high school.
Even Yang Hong was no match for him. Unfortunately, his reclusive nature meant he rarely spoke. Consequently, he had few friends.
Gao Shang, how many did you kill?
Zhang Yu looked at Gao Shang and spoke slowly. Everyone else was also eager to know Gao Shang's tally, all eyes turning to him.
Total, 322. First tier beasts, 222. Second tier beasts, 100. No third tier.
Gao Shang delivered his count without a single unnecessary word, his tone aloof and detached.
He then walked to the side.
Hearing this, the smiles vanished from everyone's faces. Glancing at the dozens or hundreds displayed on their own wristbands.
Instantly, it all seemed rather ordinary. All right. You've all worked hard. We'll set up camp at Pingtan Lake next. We'll depart for Mo City first thing tomorrow morning.
Zhang Yu smiled as he made the arrangements. He knew that 300 wasn't the limit of Gao Xing's capabilities, but rather the limit of the demon beast population in the small town.
Without further discussion, after a brief briefing, Zhang Yu and his group set off for Pingtan Lake. At the same time, at the entrance to our town, Zhang Dahai and another teacher waited for the students to emerge and assemble. Another teacher had taken a severely injured female student back to the school. They would regroup in Mo City. Before long, the students began trickling out one by one. How did it go? Report your kill counts individually. Get organized.
We're heading to Pingtan Lake to set up camp, Zhang Dahai said slowly. He knew that a third-tier blood wolf had run into the area, and that they had slain numerous demon beasts. But it didn't matter. First, he wanted to see these students' search and combat skills. Director, I killed 50, all first tier. 80 for me, 50 first tier, 22 second tier.
Watching everyone report their numbers, Zhang Dahai nodded approvingly. Not bad at all.
He then turned his gaze toward Zhao Buchan, Chen Yang, and the others.
Zhao Buchan glanced at his wristband displaying 150 kills.
Then he glanced at Chen Yang, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips.
Zhao Buchan, 150 kills. Tier 1, 110, Tier 2, 40.
Zhao Buchan finished speaking and slowly turned his gaze toward Chen Yang. As for Xia Chuxue and Shen Xingluo, neither had surpassed Zhao Buchan's tally. They only had a little over 100.
Hearing Zhao Buchan's kill count, everyone was stunned. At the same time, each of them desperately wanted to know what was going on with Chen Yang.
Chen Yang, 130 kills, 80 first tier, 49 second tier, 1 third tier.
Chen Yang stated indifferently.
If there had been more beasts, he could have kept killing.
Chapter 71, Gao Shang, desperately seeking votes.
Chen Yang's own words weren't the issue, but those around him froze in shock. They stared at him as if seeing him for the first time, unable to look away.
What? Chen Yang, you killed 49 demon beasts at the second stage? Though your total count doesn't match Xiaobukin's, the quality of your kills is unmatched. That's terrifying. Someone spoke up, their face etched with disbelief. Zhang Dahai watched the scene unfold, sucking in a sharp breath. You're something else, kid. You've done remarkably well.
No need for further chatter.
Let's go. It's time to head out.
Zhang Dahai spoke calmly, not singling anyone out for praise, for he believed everyone had given their all.
The outcome mattered, but so did the journey. Chen Yang, I'll see how long you can stay cocky. Soon enough, I'll expose every one of your little tricks.
Shen Sheng shot Chen Yang a withering glance, her tone dripping with irritation before she grabbed Xiaobukin and walked off. Facing Shen Sheng's sharp tongue, Chen Yang gave a cold smile and ignored her.
Let's go too, Chen Yang said gently to Xia Chuxue beside him. All right. Xia Chuxue nodded. Thus, the group from 3rd Middle School, led by Zhang Dahai, headed toward Pingtan Lake. Since Pingtan Lake was located on the outskirts of Mo City, it was relatively safer compared to the city center. It was suitable for regrouping and planning their next moves. Once inside Mo City, they would have to rely entirely on themselves. Powerful demon beasts would be dealt with by martial arts academy members, but it was impossible to guarantee complete eradication. After all, some demon beasts were quite intelligent and possessed hidden abilities. Compounded by the sheer vastness of Mo City, only a general level of security can be guaranteed. Thus, this became a life or death trial for Chen Yang and his companions. By the time the moon hung high in the sky, the group finally reached Pingtan Lake. From afar, they could already see several flickering campfires and tents. Evidently, others had already set up camp here. This wasn't surprising, as every school conducted such training exercises. It was merely a matter of timing, and encountering them was hardly unusual. Zhang Dahai didn't dwell on it. Turning to the group, he said, "Everyone, start setting up camp, build fires, and get some rest. Tonight, you'll take turns keeping watch to guard against any stray beasts that might appear. We won't intervene or give you any instructions. By noon tomorrow, once you're all set, you'll be able to enter Mo City for a 48-hour survival challenge. Beyond survival, to earn the favor of Martial Arts University, you must eliminate as many demonic beasts as possible." Zhang Dahai spoke solemnly, his expression serious. This was one of his few addresses before entering Mo City. Yes, the group responded in unison. Without a moment's delay, they immediately began building fires and pitching tents. At the same time, at the 2nd Middle School campsite, inside the boys' tent. Let me tell you that Chen Yang from 3rd Middle School is seriously tough. I feel like this guy's no ordinary person. Maybe only brother Gao Sheng could beat him. A 3rd-tier blood wolf? He took it down in 2 bites. Talk about impressive. Inside the tent, Zhu Zhang recounted the day's events to his companions. Everyone else, eager for gossip, gathered around to listen as Zhu Zhang recounted the events with deadpan seriousness. Yang Hong remained silent, lying on his bed with a look of pure contentment. Gao Shang, meanwhile, was polishing his spear with weapon-specific oil, making it gleam. He listened to Zhu Zhang's story without comment, nearly furrowing his brow slightly before walking over to Zhu Zhang's side. "Can you guarantee what you're saying is true?" Gao Shang asked coldly, his face showing not the slightest flicker of emotion. His presence carried an inexplicable oppressive aura, making it difficult for anyone to even consider lying in his presence. Hearing this, Zhu Zhang stiffened slightly, his voice faltering as he stammered, "I saw it with my own eyes. I wouldn't dare lie." Gao Shang said nothing in response, simply hoisting his spear and striding out. He knew the 3rd High would also be stationed at Pingtan Lake. And now, he wanted to see for himself the man who had dispatched that 3rd-tier blood wolf with such effortless ease. What kind of genius was this? How did he possess such formidable strength? If possible, he'd love to spar with him. After all, he had no rivals at 2nd High, and that loneliness weighed heavily on him. Now that he'd finally found someone to pique his interest, he had to go. What's he up to? Could he be going to find that Chen Yang? Don't tell me it's possible maybe Zhu Zhang's words actually got to him? Who could possibly provoke him? He didn't even glance at that freshman girl dressed as a maid. Let's go check it out too. Seeing Gao Shang stride out with his gun drawn, the group instantly perked up, chattering away with their own theories. "Brother Hong, wanna come?" Without much thought, the group was about to head out when Zhu Zhang remembered Yang Hong and asked him. Hearing this, Yang Hong paused for a moment before slowly replying, "I'll go." With that, Yang Hong leapt to his feet. As they stepped out of the tent, they encountered Zhang Yu. Seeing the group leaving in formation instead of sleeping, Zhang Yu asked with confusion. "What are you guys up to?" "We're heading into Mo City tomorrow. You should be keeping yourselves in good shape. Besides, our 2nd High, 3rd High, 4th High, and 5th High are also joining this time. This is your chance to shine. Don't blow it." Zhang Yu spoke earnestly with a serious expression, hoping to keep everyone in line. They must take this trip to Mo City seriously. Although Gao Shang had just left, he was alone, and Gao Shang had told him he was going for a walk. He'd be back shortly. Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel uneasy about the group going out together. But Gao Shang just left too, right? Besides, we're not doing anything. He'll be back soon and it won't affect anything. Besides, don't you want to see who's stronger, Goldman Sachs or Chen Yang from 3rd middle school? Xu Zhang didn't know Zhang Yu was unaware of Gao Shang's situation, so he blurted it out. Hearing this, Zhang Yu was completely dumbfounded. This didn't seem like Goldman Sachs style at all. There could only be one reason for this: he simply didn't know Goldman Sachs. Let's go. Why didn't you guys say anything sooner? Zhang Yu exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. Hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes at Zhang Yu, their expressions speechless. They then headed straight for the 3rd middle school camp. Not knowing which one belonged to 3rd middle school, they had to check each one individually. Meanwhile, after some searching, Gao Shang finally located the 3rd middle school camp. Without hesitation, he strode inside, only to be stopped by Zhang Dahai. Move aside. I'm looking for Chen Yang from your 3rd middle school, Gao Shang declared, his tone as arrogant as ever. Even though he recognized the man before him as the 3rd middle school's team leader, he refused to back down. In his eyes, nothing could stop him from achieving his goals unless he fell. Chapter 72, Eating Melon. Move aside? Who do you think you are? This is 3rd High's turf. You've got no right to run wild here. You think you're some genius top dog at number 2 high, spoiled rotten with favors, untouchable? But this isn't number 2 high. No one here will put up with your nonsense. Get out of here. Zhang Dahai showed no mercy to the man before him. He knew all about Gao Shang, the unrivaled genius of number 2 high school, undefeated to this day. The only ones who could be considered his equals were likely the elusive top 3 from 1st High. Though rarely seen in public, their prowess was widely acknowledged. After all, they received secret training and were rumored to have been recruited early by martial arts universities. Their sights were no longer set on provincial championships, their starting point was the national title. Naturally, Zhang Dahai refused Goldman Sachs' request to contact Chen Yang. After all, if anything were to happen now, all their hard work would truly be for naught. Please don't stand in my way. I must see Chen Yang today. Even if you lay a hand on me, I'll see him. Goldman remained stubborn as ever, not only inflexible but also oblivious to the situation. He didn't see the big deal. Just meeting him at most, it would be a friendly sparring session. Nothing to worry about. He wasn't afraid of Zhang Dahai's threats and intimidation. He had already set one foot into the 3rd tier. Becoming a 3rd tier cultivator was merely a matter of his own will. For Zhang Dahai to stop him now? That wouldn't be so easy. Zhang Dahai gave a cold laugh upon hearing this. I'll take you up on that. You'd better leave now. Zhang Dahai said no more, attempting to persuade Gao Shang to leave. Seeing that wasn't working, Gao Shang was about to force his way through when another teacher from 3rd middle school arrived. The two of them against Gao Shang? No problem at all. Get lost. Zhang Dahai snapped angrily. Teacher Zhang? Are you that scared? Could it be that 3rd middle school has something to hide? Can't even meet face to face? Just as Gao Shang raised his long spear, ready to charge inside, a voice slowly drifted from behind. Zhang Yu appeared, accompanied by 4 or 5 students from number 2 high school. They approached slowly, their faces wearing a mix of smiles and contempt. What are you here for now? Are you guys from number 2 high school looking for a fight? Zhang Yu, get your people out of here now. This matter ends here. Zhang Dahai, seeing Zhang Yu and his group approaching, snapped irritably. He had no idea why these people suddenly wanted to see Chen Yang. But the more they insisted on meeting him, the less likely he was to grant their wish. After all, who knew what their real intentions were? Oh, Mr. Zhang, you're in such a rage? This isn't your house, so what's wrong with us being here? You're camping here, so why can't we come for a walk? You could go for a walk over there too, you know? What's the problem with that? Zhang Yu spoke with a smile, his words logical and well-reasoned, leaving Zhang Dahai momentarily at a loss for how to counter. After all, Pingtan Lake belonged to everyone. There was no such thing as claimed territory. It was simply a matter of everyone consciously keeping their distance when setting up camp. Otherwise, it would be perfectly reasonable for everyone to camp together. No way. You're not going today. Zhang Yu, I don't know what you're up to. But behave yourselves. If any harm comes to my students, you won't get off easy either. Zhang Dahai spoke with unwavering firmness, caring little for reason. After all, if they dared to cross the line, he wouldn't let them off easy either. Just then, Chen Yang walked over. Seeing the group from 3rd middle school didn't surprise him much, though he had no idea what they were up to. It certainly wasn't anything good. Principal, what's going on? Chen Yang approached and asked from a short distance away. Hearing Chen Yang's voice, Zhang Dahai whipped his head around. What are you doing here? Go back and rest. This doesn't concern you. Zhang Dahai spoke sternly, offering neither explanation nor a friendly face. This left Chen Yang completely dumbfounded. While Zhang Dahai wasn't exactly known for his gentleness, he rarely acted like this. Brother Gao Shang. This is Chen Yang. The moment Zhu Zhang spotted him, he pointed at Chen Yang and introduced him to Gao Shang. Chen Yang ignored Zhang Dahai's order to leave immediately. This matter seemed connected to him, and he wanted to see what it could possibly have to do with him. You're Chen Yang? You're the one who killed that third-tier blood wolf? The moment Gao Shang saw Chen Yang, an inexplicable feeling washed over him, something he couldn't quite put his finger on, but it felt oppressive. It wasn't that Gao Shang was afraid, but rather a feeling. Gao Shang couldn't make sense of it, but he pressed on with his questions. Hearing this, Zhu Zhang, Zhang Yu, Yang Hong, and the others all exchanged exasperated glances. Because you could find Chen Yang Chang, but how could you possibly know he killed a third-tier blood wolf? This clearly implied that third middle school was under surveillance by second middle school. Zhang Yu felt a headache coming on. How could he let this blunt-tongued Gao Shang know about such matters? Xu Zhang tugged at Gao Shang's sleeve, but it did little to stop him from speaking. Chen Yang instantly understood where this seemingly random third-tier demon beast had come from. Now he could be absolutely certain it was definitely the work of the second high school. Zhang Yu, you bastard? Would you even spare these children just to get revenge? You let a third-tier demon beast in and even sent people to monitor them? Are you out to get yourself killed? Zhang Dahai roared, his rage boiling over as he considered charging at Zhang Yu to kill him. Old Zhang, calm down. Without evidence, nothing we say matters. A teacher nearby hurriedly pulled Zhang Dahai back. While second high school was undoubtedly involved, there was no direct proof it was their doing. It could very well be that someone else had obtained the information from somewhere else. After all, there were other schools besides second and third high. Zhang Dahai, you still want to kill me? Back then, when you turned a blind eye, what difference was that from killing me? What? You didn't finish me off back then, and now you want another shot? I'm standing right here. Come at me. Zhang Yu gave a cold laugh. Memories flooded his mind. He could never forget being expelled from school. As his teacher, Zhang Dahai's indifference had plunged him into profound despair. You. Get out. Get out. Zhang Dahai was furious, shouting angrily. Let's move further away. Zhang Yu heard this and gave a cold laugh. To see Gao Shang and Chen Yang. He chose to step back. Watching them walk away, Zhang Dahai turned to Gao Shang, who remained behind, and snapped furiously, What are you waiting for? Get out of here. Chen Yang, you still haven't answered me? Gao Shang completely ignored Zhang Dahai and addressed Chen Yang, who was watching the commotion nearby. Chapter 73, The Enraged Zhang Dahai. At that moment, Gao Shang's eyes held no one else but Chen Yang. A friendly spar would be ideal. Seeing Gao Shang blatantly ignore him, Zhang Dahai was furious. He never imagined a student from second high would dare to ignore him. It felt like a complete loss of face. Not leaving, huh? Then I'll see you out. Zhang Dahai's face was stern, not a trace of a smile visible, as he strode toward Gao Shang. His entire body radiated a powerful aura, his presence commanding like a rainbow, fists clenched tightly. He intended to teach Gao Shang a lesson, to make him understand how to show proper respect. But Gao Shang still ignored Zhang Dahai, maintaining his calm composure as he looked at Chen Yang. Seeing this, Zhang Dahai felt ignored once more. His legs pushed harder, his pace quickening. Chen Yang rushed forward and grabbed Zhang Dahai by the arm. If he beat up a student from second high now, it would be impossible to explain. Zhang Dahai would surely lose his martial arts teaching license. Even their group of students and the school would suffer repercussions. Director, don't act impulsively. Leave it to me. Chen Yang held Zhang Dahai back, speaking with solemn seriousness. Suddenly restrained, Zhang Dahai halted abruptly, turning his head angrily. Hearing Chen Yang's words, he dismissed it, struggling free only for Chen Yang to grab him again. Chen Yang, this has nothing to do with you. You need to leave immediately. I'll take responsibility for myself. I won't let you or the school be affected. Let go of me. Zhang Dahai fought to suppress his rage, glaring at Chen Yang with intense seriousness. Director, don't act impulsively. If something happens to you, who will stand up for us afterward? You don't want our trip to Mo City to end in disaster, or even result in casualties, do you? Chen Yang sucked in a breath, his voice tinged with resignation. After a moment of silence, Zhang Dahai replied, Of course I want everyone to be safe. Then since that's the case, Director, you stay put. Chen Yang gave a slight smile and pulled Zhang Dahai to a halt. This time, Zhang Dahai didn't let his impulsiveness take over. He knew Chen Yang was looking out for him. But the man had a point. He genuinely couldn't trust anyone else to handle these students. With the date of the Zhengli training camp fast approaching, he knew he couldn't afford to make a mistake at this critical moment. Seeing Zhang Dahai calm down, Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned his gaze to Gao Shang and spoke slowly, I am Chen Yang. Did I kill Blood Wolf? Is there a problem? Chen Yang's tone was icy cold, his gaze fixed on Gao Shang with an almost crushing intensity. It was you? How could you possibly take down a third-tier Blood Wolf alone? Did you use some high-end weapons or gear? Gao Shang spoke again. In other words, he felt completely overwhelmed.
He had always believed that only those from first middle school could potentially be his rivals.
Others simply couldn't match him, nor did they deserve to. But the person standing before him now truly gave off an overwhelming aura. It left him with a profound sense of helplessness, though he wasn't afraid.
After all, it was merely the sudden emergence of someone with decent strength.
This had disrupted his instincts, so he needed to clarify first, had Chen Yang truly defeated the third-tier blood wolf through sheer strength alone? If so, then he's an opponent. If not, then he's done thinking about that damn Chen Yang. No. So what do you want? I don't have time to chat with you. If you want a spar, meet me outside Mo City. If you've got nothing else, then leave.
Chen Yang found it a bit odd, a grown man meddling in everything. He couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Upon hearing this, Gao Shang flashed a smile. Instantly, his spear hit the ground as he unleashed a powerful punch toward Chen Yang. The attack was fast and utterly unexpected. Chen Yang had no time to prepare or react. Clenching his fist, he met the blow head-on. The two fists collided, sending both men reeling back several steps. Gao Shang felt a sharp, stinging numbness in his knuckles, but he gave no sign of it. Before Zhang Dahai could erupt in anger again, Gao Shang picked up his spear and turned to leave immediately.
Zhang Dahai wanted to demand an explanation. This was too underhanded.
If Chen Yang hadn't possessed comparable strength, he would likely have been injured by Gao Shang's sudden attack. Chen Yang, however, felt only a slight tingling sensation. This alone demonstrated the terrifying power of his opponent. Had it been anyone else instead of him, a broken arm would have been the least of their injuries. Noticing Zhang Dahai's movement, Chen Yang grabbed his arm.
Director, I'm fine.
I'll take the night watch.
We still have to enter Mo City tomorrow.
Forget it, Chen Yang said slowly.
Damn it, Chen Yang, are you really okay? What kind of people are at second middle school? Sigh.
It really shows what kind of teachers produce what kind of students.
Master, I'm fine. Glad to hear it. Forget it. You don't need to keep watch either.
I have a feeling those second high kids won't let this slide. I've decided to have you form squads for operations. There are 9 of you, 3 per group. Each group will elect a leader. What do you think? Zhang Dahai shifted his tone and spoke with serious intent. He suspected Zhang Yu's visit to second high wasn't just about the martial arts university. It was entirely possible he was plotting some underhanded scheme behind the scenes. To prevent his students from getting trapped in a helpless situation, he decided to have them form teams for the hunt. Though this would reduce the number of demon beasts they could hunt, it at least provided a decent level of safety for everyone.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yang pondered seriously. Director, I think that's a good idea.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Dahai immediately called everyone out.
Hearing his voice,
they gradually emerged one after another.
What's up, Director? I'm already tired? Someone spoke lazily, looking sleepy.
Tomorrow, you'll be forming teams for the competition.
Got it?
Zhang Dahai said sternly. Hearing this, the others were puzzled, for such an idea wasn't entirely unprecedented.
But it had almost always been rejected.
After all, everyone's goal was to get into a top martial arts university and hunt as many demon beasts as possible.
Got it. Director, but won't this mean we can't hunt as many demon beasts?
To take down the same demon beasts, we might have to expand our search area threefold.
Wouldn't that just exhaust us?
I think it's better to go our separate ways. After all, we're all here to get into university. Someone spoke up, and the others nodded in agreement.
As for Xia Chuxue, she didn't care either way.
Xin Chang and Zhao Buchan remained silent, merely watching Chen Yang intently. They suspected this was some scheme Chen Yang had concocted, undoubtedly for his own selfish gain.
Chapter 74, Entering Mo City.
Zhang Dahai, upon hearing this, had actually anticipated such reactions from the start. But this time, no matter what, he had to let everyone try it. Even if they blamed him later, at least he could face himself with a clear conscience in this moment.
Compared to attending the martial arts university, he valued everyone's survival above all else. That mattered more than anything else. I understand your concerns.
I'm giving you 2 choices now, either form your teams within 10 seconds.
Or leave the team immediately and withdraw.
Then apply to martial arts university on your own, or go to Mo City by yourself.
Understood?
Zhang Dahai's voice boomed, his tone utterly stern. Hearing this, the others exchanged glances, saying nothing more. Quitting was out of the question. It meant giving up the safety net of guaranteed university admission.
But it meant losing a safety net. As long as they remained in the team, even if they didn't get into a top martial arts university, at the very least, admission to a martial arts university was guaranteed. Therefore, no one could possibly withdraw. The crowd bustled about, each searching for their own team.
Miss Xia, the campus beauty, would you consider teaming up with me? Chen Yang approached Xia Chuxue, smiling as he spoke slowly. Facing Chen Yang's words, Xia Chuxue gave a slight nod before standing beside him. Seeing they still needed one more member, Chen Yang prepared to find someone else.
Just then, Luo Hua stepped forward on her own.
Sensing the awkwardness, Chen Yang declared, "Team complete."
As for the team leader,
I suppose I'll reluctantly take that role. Neither of them responded to Chen Yang's words, merely nodding in agreement without objection.
Luo Hua's decision to join Chen Yang's team was primarily for her own sake.
At the very least, she believed Chen Yang possessed the capability to keep the team safe. Though logically, she should be steering clear of him.
She needed to project an aura of wanting to kill Chen Yang.
But she simply couldn't bring herself to do it.
Perhaps Yang Hong's appearance might finally ignite that murderous intent.
Over her brother's death, Luo Hua hated her own powerlessness and the compromises she'd made. Yet for the sake of the entire clan, she had no choice but to endure.
Everyone, get some rest early. We'll depart at noon tomorrow.
Zhang Dahai, seeing the team was assembled, spoke and then departed.
I'm going to bed too.
Remember to miss me. Chen Yang looked at the two of them and said with a sly grin. Faced with Chen Yang's words, the two women clearly had different reactions. Xia Chuxue lowered her head coyly and walked toward her own tent. Luo Hua, however, shot Chen Yang a withering look before turning and striding away with a flourish.
Chen Yang noticed something off about Luo Hua. She was too cold.
This coldness was different from Xia Chushue's. It was a killing intent that pushed people away. But considering recent events, Chen Yang concluded it was only natural. After all, people change, no one is exempt. Without dwelling on it further, Chen Yang turned and returned to his own tent.
Meanwhile, second camp. Everyone kept pressing Gao Shang, who remained silent throughout. But Gao Shang remained utterly silent.
They couldn't understand why he had left immediately after throwing that punch.
This isn't how Goldman Sachs does things. What's going on with Goldman Sachs? Zhang Yu asked again. Mo City War. Goldman uttered the three words before stepping into the tent. Everyone was utterly baffled. The Battle of Mo City? What the hell?
Faced with such a cryptic response, the others lost interest.
Each returned to their own tent. The following noon, after getting organized, the third middle school group, led by Zhang Dahai, set off for Mo City.
Along the way, they encountered people from 2nd, 4th, and 5th middle schools. They exchanged no words, as if strangers. After an unknown duration of travel, a massive city came into view before the third middle school group. Though it lay in utter ruin, buildings occasionally collapsed, and the howls of beasts echoed through the air, the vast city lay lifeless and desolate. It was no smaller than Donghai City, perhaps even larger.
Traces of its former glory could still be glimpsed. This is Mo City, the predecessor to our Donghai City. Enough talk. You may proceed.
I'll be waiting here in 48 hours.
Once you're inside, it's all up to you. Zhang Dahai sighed, unwilling to dwell further on this city.
Hearing this, the others said nothing and began walking toward the breach into the city. Chen Yang, Xia Chuxue, and Luo Hua entered Mo City, instantly overwhelmed by a thick, putrid stench. It was desolate, with scattered skeletal remains of all kinds littering the ground.
Some belonged to humans, others to beasts. Stay close to me from now on. We'll search the outskirts first and proceed cautiously.
Chen Yang turned, his tone serious as he addressed the two.
Got it.
The pair responded almost in unison.
With that, the trio began searching the city's outskirts for traces of demon beasts.
Before they knew it, night had fallen. They had slain quite a few demonic beasts, mostly first-tier creatures. Chen Yang knew that the deeper they ventured into the city, the more powerful the demon beasts would become. Even third-tier beasts might not be the strongest.
Suddenly, a silver moose appeared before Chen Yang.
Though only a second-tier beast,
its hide was exceptionally valuable and rare.
A single pelt could fetch at least over 100,000 credits.
Naturally, Chen Yang couldn't let it slip away. Selling it later would be a huge profit. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yang charged toward the silver moose.
Spotting him, the creature immediately bolted. Such beasts generally possessed little offensive capability, gaining some intelligence only at higher levels. Only then did they truly pose a threat to humans. Xia Chuxue and Luo Hua, who had just finished off the beasts before them, looked up to find Chen Yang gone. They froze in shock. Where did he go?
Luo Hua murmured slowly. He must have something to attend to. Let's wait and see. Xia Chuxue surmised that Chen Yang had temporarily left for some reason. Hearing this, Luo Hua said nothing more and continued searching the area for demon beasts to slay.
Xia Chuxue did the same, though she kept a constant watch for where Chen Yang had gone.
Meanwhile, Chen Yang quickly caught up to the moose, showing no mercy. First, a powerful punch slammed into the moose's abdomen.
The immense force sent the beast crashing several meters back, slamming into a wall and letting out a mournful cry. Immediately following, Chen Yang launched another attack. He drew his dagger, dodging the moose's desperate charge. He slid forward, positioning himself directly beneath the moose's belly. Drawing his dagger, he slashed straight toward its midsection.
The sequence flowed seamlessly.
As Chen Yang rose to his feet, the moose let out one final wail before collapsing with a thud. Without hesitation, he began skinning the moose, knowing it was best to do so quickly. Approaching the still warm carcass, Chen Yang swiftly stripped off a large section of the caribou hide.
Not a single flaw marred it. Drop it. Just as Chen Yang was about to return to find Xia Chuxue and Luo Hua,
A voice rang out from behind him, followed by 2 or 3 figures closing in around him.
Chapter 75, 5,000 to send a beggar on his way? Hearing the clearly hostile tone, Chen Yang remained calm, first tucking away the silver reindeer hide.
Then he saw a middle-aged man strutting over with a huge iron hammer in hand, his face covered in stubble and an air of arrogance. Observing the man's black leather coat, heavy boots, and lack of any identifying insignia, Chen Yang surmised this must be an ordinary martial artist who had ventured out to hunt and sell demon beasts. Not all martial artists joined martial arts academies or held steady jobs. For ordinary martial artists, they might spend their entire lives stuck at the second tier. Most either worked honest jobs or risked their lives hunting beasts outside the city to pay off debts. Chen Yang surmised that these men likely belonged to the latter group, having come here specifically to hunt demon beasts to repay debts. They had likely called him over because they had their eyes on the silver reindeer hide he had just obtained. After all, 100,000 silver pieces could provide these people with a very comfortable life. At the very least, it would spare them from risking their lives daily to hunt demon beasts here.
You want something? You won't get it. Asking for anything else is pointless. Instead of wasting your time here, you'd be better off searching elsewhere. Shen Yang didn't wait for the other to speak, immediately making his stance clear with a stern expression. Hearing this, the burly man holding a large iron hammer, standing several meters away from Chen Yang, laughed a contemptuous laugh. He hadn't expected even a brat to be so brazen. His name was Niuzhan. With mediocre talent, no martial arts academy would take him. With a wife and children at home and no money to start a business, he could only team up with others in similar circumstances to venture outside the city hunting demon beasts to support his family. They had rushed over upon spotting the silver moose earlier, only to find it already slain and skinned by Chen Yang when they returned. If it had been some worthless beast, it wouldn't have mattered. But this was worth 100,000 yuan. It would take them a year of grueling labor just to earn that much. That sum would be enough for all 4 of them to provide a decent life for their families. Today marked their 5th day in Mo City, and their provisions were nearly depleted. They had no choice but to turn back, having only managed to kill some ordinary beasts these past few days. At best, they hadn't come back empty-handed. So when they finally spotted something this valuable, they naturally weren't about to let it slip away. Coincidentally, Chen Yang still appeared to be a teenager, making him an easy target for their schemes. Moreover, in their line of work, they avoided entering the inner city unless absolutely necessary. While opportunities were plentiful there, it also meant death lurked closer. Young man, we spotted this moose first. You snatched it from us? Doesn't this belong to us? I'm not a bad guy. We can give you 5,000. What do you say? Niuzhan didn't resort to outright force, instead trying to make his words sound as reasonable as possible. He hoped the other might hand over the kill out of fear. That way, he wouldn't have to bear the reputation of bullying a kid. Chen Yang smiled faintly at the suggestion. He didn't buy such excuses, and even if they were true, it wouldn't concern him in the slightest. This was simple, whoever acted fastest got it. No question. As for how desperately the other needed the money, that too was none of Chen Yang's concern. He was short on cash himself, why should he give to others? I said it, I've got nothing to give. Nothing else? What about 5,000 yuan? Are you kidding me? I'll give you 5,000. Go catch one for me? Chen Yang spoke coldly. Given their combined strength, he wasn't afraid. Even if all 4 of them attacked together, they wouldn't stand a chance against Chen Yang. And 5,000 yuan? They might as well just rob him outright. Chen Yang was speechless. Nowadays, even thieves start with polite offers before resorting to force? Young man, we're giving you face here. Don't mistake our patience for weakness. Uncle's big iron hammer isn't for show. If you end up missing an arm or a leg, don't blame me. One last chance. Niuzhan spoke again, giving Chen Yang a chance. He believed that with just the few of them, scaring a kid should be no problem. No problem, right? Boring. We'd be better off killing more beasts with this time. You lot aren't cut out for robbery. Chen Yang sighed slowly before speaking, then turned to leave without another word to the group. They weren't bad people, but perhaps the items in his hands were simply too valuable. You asked for it. Today, you'll taste the might of my great iron hammer. Niuzhan, seeing Chen Yang repeatedly disregard them, flew into a rage. Though he didn't want to fight, how could he let such a valuable item slip away? The 3 others beside him saw Niuzhan take action personally and smiled faintly. Brother Niu, teach this kid a lesson. Don't go too hard, I'm afraid you'll turn him into mincemeat. We're not exactly saints, but we haven't resorted to burning, killing, or looting just yet. The trio laughed heartily as they spoke, fully acknowledging Niuzhan's formidable strength. At the very least, among the 3 of them, he was the strongest. Beating the youth before them felt like child's play. They watched as Niuzhan charged toward them, hammer in hand, his face contorted in a savage grimace, teeth gritted, the hammer whipping through the air like a gust of wind. Most would have been terrified, but Chen Yang remained unmoved. When the hammer swung toward him, he simply caught the powerful blow. He didn't even take a step back, as if Niuzhan's hammer were made of cotton candy. Not a shred of force passed through him. How could you catch it? And with such ease?
Nyojan stared in utter bewilderment, speechless at the sight of his full-force strike being effortlessly parried by a mere youth. His face turned ashen, utterly baffled by what had just happened.
How is that possible? Brother Nyojan? Why didn't you put any force into that? We told you to go easy, but you didn't have to go this easy. Aren't you just making this kid laugh at you? Get your strength back, or we're stepping in.
The others nearby watched in disbelief as Nyojan's massive hammer was caught with apparent ease.
They assumed Nyojan had been holding back earlier just to intimidate Chen Yang. But Chen Yang wasn't intimidated at all. Since Nyojan hadn't exerted any force, Chen Yang caught it effortlessly. Hearing the others' remarks, cold sweat beaded on Nyojan's forehead. Veins bulged on his arms as he gritted his teeth. He had been exerting every ounce of strength. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was using every last drop of energy. Yet the youth before him remained utterly composed, even flashing a faint smile as he looked back at him. Nyojan was stunned, speechless. Again. Nyojan roared furiously, hoisting the iron hammer high before leaping into the air.
With every ounce of strength, he brought it crashing down toward Chen Yang.
Chapter 76, Give him a chance. Holy crap, has Brother Nyojan lost his mind? He's using this much force? He's going for a kill? Did our earlier words provoke him? We're done for. Someone's gonna die.
Well, for 100 grand, if he dies, he dies. Seeing Nyojan unleash such force, the three of them clearly understood this time he was going all out. Under such overwhelming force, the youth before them could only meet his end.
A wave of pity washed over them all. Though this wasn't what they wished to see or do. But poverty left them no choice. No one would see here.
No one would know they'd taken a life, so they silently acquiesced to Nyojan's actions.
Just as Nyojan's iron hammer was about to strike Chen Yang, the latter remained utterly unmoved. As if frozen solid, Nyojan instinctively tried to pull back his blow. But the thought of being blocked again would mean utter humiliation. With that thought, he gathered his strength once more, no longer caring if he killed. A deafening clang echoed as the iron hammer struck the dagger, the sound piercingly sharp. The three others dared not look directly and immediately turned their heads away. Chen Yang remained unmoved, despite the significantly greater force this time. But with his experience in deflecting force and his physical strength, this attack was nothing to him. How is this possible? How can you keep blocking my attacks time and again? Who are you? Nyojan was stunned. Beads of sweat the size of beans fell to the ground as the iron hammer clattered from his grasp.
His face twisted with terror as he spoke. He couldn't comprehend how a youth not yet 20 could withstand the full force of a burly man's strike. Though he wasn't a top-tier fighter, he was still at the peak of the second tier. He couldn't fathom how this was possible. Hearing Nyojan's voice, the other three turned in confusion. They saw Chen Yang standing unscathed. He hadn't even moved a step, while Nyojan was backing away in shock. This time, the trio froze in disbelief. How is that possible? Brother Nyojan, what's going on? You're human? The three stared at Chen Yang in terror, instinctively huddling together as a chill crept over them. Still want to fight? Chen Yang spoke slowly. Such a casual remark left them all frozen in place. What kind of audacious words were these, coming from the mouth of a mere youth? They struggled to comprehend such an aura. In an instant, they realized they had already lost. Brother Nyojan, what should we do? Should we just call it quits? We barely scrape by to support our families as it is. This kid's so unnatural, maybe he's got some powerful backer protecting him. I think we should just call it quits. We've got wives and kids to think about. The three men were already backing down, ready to call it quits even though the 100,000 yuan was tempting. But compared to that, they valued staying alive to be with their families even if it meant living a bit more modestly. What are you afraid of? Let's go together. That 100,000 is right there. Can you really walk away from it? My wife and kids are eating bran and vegetables at home. You may be scared, but I'm not. Kid, I'm taking that moose hide today. Nyojan knew he couldn't defeat the youth before him, but thoughts of his wife and children at home. What were they eating? What were they living in? Even children couldn't attend school properly, and in that instant, he lost all fear. At that moment, the allure of 100,000 yuan magnified infinitely, even though he knew he stood no chance. He was still going to fight tooth and nail for it. Seeing this, the three beside him gritted their teeth, their resolve set. They suddenly turned to Chen Yang, fists clenched. Without waiting for Nyojan to make the first move, the trio charged toward Chen Yang. Brother Nyojan, finish him off. Hearing this, Nyojan smiled faintly. No problem. Seeing them, he realized they had truly lost their minds. Chen Yang took a deep breath, deciding against further words. It seemed battle was inevitable. With that, Chen Yang surged forward, his legs propelling him at blinding speed. Domain, activate. As the words fell, strands of the other's vital energy were drawn into Chen Yang's body. Their movements slowed considerably. To Chen Yang's eyes, their movements appeared as if in slow motion. What's happening? Is this a domain martial skill? How is that possible? He's so young? How could a mere mortal possess a domain skill? The others exclaimed in disbelief, their faces filled with astonishment.
Chen Yang clenched his fists, channeling his power into them before charging toward the group.
Seizing an opening in their sluggish movements, he struck at their abdomens not with full force. Otherwise, they would have been killed. Chen Yang didn't want to kill them, perhaps because they too had been forced into their actions.
But that didn't mean he was a saint.
He was merely giving them a chance.
The moment his fist struck their abdomens, a deep indentation appeared.
Terror flashed across their faces before they could react, sending them flying backward. They slammed into the wall, coughing up blood in large mouthfuls. Before Niuzhan could react, Chen Yang charged at him again, landing 2 more punches. Niuzhan, along with the massive iron hammer in his grasp, was sent flying. He too coughed up blood in large mouthfuls.
You? How could you be this strong?
Please don't kill us.
We were truly blinded by momentary folly. Our family is dirt poor.
Otherwise we'd never have done such a thing.
Please forgive us this once. Look, we didn't even hurt you. Instead, you beat us up. The group finally realized it was impossible to take anything from Chen Yang. None of the 4 could possibly win against him.
Fearing Chen Yang might seize the moment to kill them, they begged for mercy repeatedly. Facing their pleas, Chen Yang said nothing. He simply brushed the dust off his clothes.
He simply walked away. Meanwhile,
Xia Chuxue and Luo Hua grew increasingly anxious as Chen Yang failed to return.
Their thoughts began to diverge.
Xia Chuxue believed they should wait a little longer for Chen Yang, while Luo Hua insisted they should go find him. The two engaged in a heated argument over this issue.
They nearly came to blows.
If you want to wait, go ahead and wait by yourself. By the time you're done waiting, Chen Yang will be long dead. Luo Hua spat out the words and walked away on her own. Upon hearing this, Xia Chuxue ignored Luo Hua and waited for Chen Yang alone.
She actually thought Luo Hua had a point.
But because it was Chen Yang, she believed nothing could happen to him. That was why she insisted on waiting for him.
Where's Luo Hua? Chen Yang's voice rang out moments later. Xia Chuxue snapped her head up.
The moment she saw Chen Yang, a smile broke out across her face.
She went to find you.
Xia Chuxue replied helplessly.
Hearing this, Chen Yang immediately sighed. Chapter 77, Luo Hua meets Yang Hong.
Where did she go? It's dark now, and the area is dangerous.
Chen Yang didn't dwell on it much.
After all, he'd been in a hurry earlier, thinking it wouldn't take long. He hadn't expected to suddenly encounter a hunter, which had delayed him. He hadn't informed the two where he was headed, so the responsibility ultimately fell on him. Upon hearing this, Xia Chuxue, thinking Chen Yang was about to blame her, timidly spoke up. Her? She went that way. Xia Chuxue pointed toward a cluster of massive, abandoned buildings to the left. The complex looked utterly desolate. Overgrown with all kinds of plants, the structures resembled nothing less than a giant green monster. Seeing her timid expression, Chen Yang smiled faintly.
Afraid I'll blame you? Shouldn't you be the one to blame me?
Ha? Xia Chuxue asked, slightly surprised.
Ha, let's go. Let's go find her. After all, we're a team now. If she runs into any trouble, we can be there to help.
Chen Yang looked at Xia Chuxue's dazed expression and spoke with a relaxed tone. As for Luo Hua, as long as she didn't head into the city, she should be fine. With her abilities, it was almost impossible for her to encounter any real danger. Hearing this, Xia Chuxue nodded and followed closely behind Chen Yang like a child who had done something wrong.
Meanwhile, Luo Hua had already entered the abandoned construction sites, gazing at these projects humans had left unfinished and abandoned. She sighed inwardly, if it weren't for these demon beasts, humans might have been able to live happily. Without dwelling on it, Luo Hua continued searching for Chen Yang's trail, yet found no trace of him. A sharp crack echoed. Who's there? Luo Hua heard the sound of footsteps crushing broken tiles around the corner ahead and immediately demanded. Simultaneously, her entire body tensed to the utmost alertness. She feared it might be the sound of a demon beast. Chen Yang, is that you? Seeing no response, Luo Hua called out again. Her entire body braced, ready to confront any imminent danger. Crack, crack. A series of creaking sounds followed. This time, before Luo Hua could speak, a man appeared around the corner. Though it was night, the bright moonlight illuminated the man's features and the surrounding environment with exceptional clarity. Luo Hua? Don't you recognize me?
The man was none other than Yang Hong, who had originally come here seeking a place to rest. But upon hearing the noise Luo Hua made, he mistook it for a demon beast. Just as he was preparing to ambush it, he accidentally stepped on a tile, causing the sound.
Just then, Luo Hua spoke, and he recognized her voice.
He immediately stepped out, intending to startle Luo Hua. Yet when she spoke, asking about Chen Yang, he couldn't hold back any longer and abandoned his plan to scare her. He was deeply puzzled. Logically, shouldn't Luo Hua hate Chen Yang? Moreover, they were both in solo teams. Clearly, Luo Hua mentioning Chen Yang wasn't a coincidence, there was a reason behind it. And Yang Hong was intensely curious about that reason. Seeing it was Yang Hong, Luo Hua clenched her fists tightly, her entire body trembling with suppressed rage.
Yet she knew she couldn't act on it. Killing Yang Hong might bring her momentary satisfaction, but what would come after? Who can guarantee the Yang family won't go berserk? Could this incident become an excuse for the Yang family to seize control of the Luo family? It seems utterly illogical. But sometimes, all he needs is a flimsy excuse. What are you doing here? Luo Hua blurted out instinctively.
Hearing this, Yang Hong smiled faintly, his expression utterly speechless.
What am I here for? I'm here to hunt demon beasts, of course. Luo Hua, come with me. We can hunt more demon beasts together. Once you grow stronger, you can avenge the death of Brother Spark. Yang Hong's words revealed two key points. One was to test Luo Hua, and the other was to gauge her attitude. If he could draw closer to Luo Hua in Mo City, then taking down the Luo family would be just a matter of time. No, that won't be necessary. I can manage on my own. I will avenge Spark.
Those who killed him will pay 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. Luo Hua clenched her fists tightly, her voice thick with murderous intent as she spoke through gritted teeth.
Yet she dared not direct this hostility toward Yang Hong. She feared he might notice something amiss.
At this moment, she felt both helpless and utterly hopeless. The murderer stood right before her eyes, and she had countless reasons to kill Yang Hong. But thoughts of the Luo family and her elderly grandfather ultimately made her hold back.
Oh? Well then, that's fine too. Anyway, I'll always believe in you. If you need anything, just give me a shout. Even if I don't like you, it's because we've been friends since childhood.
I will avenge Xingho's death. Yang Hong saw Luo Hua's anger and murderous intent. Though he sensed something off about her, even a hint of hostility directed at him, he didn't dwell on it, merely stating his stance to win her favor. Hearing this, Luo Hua suppressed her rage and forced herself to speak.
Thanks, but I don't need it.
I can handle my brother's revenge myself.
I'll be going now.
Take care.
After speaking, Luo Hua could no longer hold back.
The mere thought of her brother made her want to cry, filled with self-loathing. She turned and walked away slowly, tears slipping from the corners of her eyes.
Let me walk you out. It's late.
I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone either. I'll wait until tomorrow to depart.
Yang Hong, seeing Luo Hua about to leave, naturally didn't want her to go. After all, this was an excellent opportunity.
Not only were they alone together, but it was also a prime chance to quickly build rapport with Luo Hua. There was no way Yang Hong would let Luo Hua leave so easily.
No need. I don't need you.
Just as Yang Hong was about to step forward to embrace Luo Hua and offer some comfort, a voice suddenly rang out.
Yang Hong looked up abruptly and saw it was Chen Yang.
He froze in place, then glanced at Luo Hua, who had halted her steps.
Chen Yang, you have some nerve.
Colluding with that martial arts academy is bad enough, but you actually dared to use their backing to kill Brother Spark.
What a venomous heart you possess.
If I don't kill you here today, I'll have no honor left as Yang Hong. Yang Hong saw Chen Yang arrive, a perfect chance to make a show of force and gauge Luo Hua's true stance.
Luo Hua panicked at the sudden appearance of Chen Yang. She didn't know what to do.
If she acted too familiar with Chen Yang,
wouldn't that arouse Yang Hong's suspicion?
With that thought, Luo Hua clenched her teeth, determined to go all in.
Chen Yang, I'll kill you sooner or later. Yang Hong, let's go.
Killing him now would be letting him off too easily. Luo Hua immediately feigned a fierce desire to kill Chen Yang, turning on her heel to pull Yang Hong away.
Yang Hong was momentarily stunned by Luo Hua's sudden pull, but he knew he'd succeeded.
Wait for death, Yang Hong said coldly, his gaze fixed on Chen Yang, before turning and walking away with Luo Hua, leaving behind an even more bewildered Chen Yang and Xia Chushui. Chapter 78, Conflict.
Chen Yang watched Luo Hua's actions with utter bewilderment.
Did she not know that the person standing before her was the one who had truly killed her brother? Or was there some hidden reason? Chen Yang couldn't fathom what was going on, especially since he barely knew Luo Hua. Nor did he see any need to become acquainted. As for her brother's death, it had changed her profoundly. To Chen Yang, everything seemed to follow a logical thread. But the more he thought about it, the more puzzled he became. If Luo Hua didn't know who the killer was, then she would surely suspect him. If that were the case, how could she possibly choose to join forces with him? As this thought formed, Chen Yang seemed to grasp something. There was only one possibility: she couldn't speak up and had to endure it. After all, the evidence Chen Yang had given to old Master Luo proved beyond doubt that the Yang family was behind this. Since she hadn't rushed to seek revenge, perhaps there was some unknown secret at play.
Chen Yang, what should we do? She left with Yang Hong. Should we still try to get her back?
Seeing Chen Yang staring blankly beside her and Luo Hua gradually walking away, Xia Chushui blinked her large eyes at him and spoke with a hint of helplessness. Snapping out of his daze, Chen Yang spoke slowly, she's part of our team now. Whether it's for safety or anything else, we have every reason to help each other. I don't think we should let her leave. What do you think? Chen Yang looked at Xia Chushui earnestly, not making the decision himself. Sounds good. We're a team, and we should stick together like a fist. Xia Chushui's smile held a hint of sweetness not exaggerated, but Chen Yang understood.
This was as expressive as Xiao Chushue could be. In that case, let's go then. Chen Yang murmured with a faint smile. Hearing this, Xiao Chushue nodded lightly. Almost simultaneously, the two set off in pursuit of Luo Hua and Yang Hong. Chen Yang accelerated, quickly catching up to them. Before they could react, he sped up again, suddenly appearing directly in front of them. This was an open area, the ground littered with severely corroded tiles or wall bricks. The air was thick with the scent of time's passage. Chen Yang, what are you doing? You wouldn't dare try to snatch them away, would you? I was in a good mood earlier and spared you. What? Now you can't even die without a fight? Yang Hong saw Xiao Chushue and Chen Yang blocking his and Luo Hua's path, one in front and one behind. He immediately laughed. He'd never liked Chen Yang to begin with, and now that Chen Yang kept humiliating him, how could he possibly remain calm? Die? I don't know who'll die, but you're not taking Luo Hua with you. She's part of my squad now. As the squad leader, it's my duty to ensure her safety. How could I possibly let her leave with a beast like you, worse than an animal? Chen Yang gave a cold laugh, unfazed by Yang Hong's reckless words, firmly blocking their path. A look of intense seriousness spread across his face, radiating an aura of readiness for battle. Chen Yang, don't you find yourself utterly ridiculous? Don't think that just because you have a bit of talent and rely on the Hunter Martial Arts Academy to back you up, you can run wild and do as you please in Donghai City? You should know that my father is the second in command at the military headquarters, and Grandpa Luo Hua is the mayor. Do you really think if things escalate, how many heads does the Hunter Martial Arts Academy have, and how many in Wuching would dare to back you up? Yang Hong stepped forward, shielding Luo Hua behind him. He was making his stance toward her crystal clear. This was meant to strengthen their bond. And Chen Yang served as the perfect catalyst. Watching Chen Yang's actions, Luo Hua felt an inexplicable sigh within her. A squad, a team. But this situation could be conveniently used to orchestrate a little drama, playing Yang Hong like a puppet. Though it would mean inconveniencing Chen Yang and Xiao Chushue. Chen Yang, you want to take me away? You'd better ask Yang Hong if he agrees. What good is some little squad anyway? Luo Hua spoke with an air of arrogance, shooting meaningful glances at Chen Yang. Though she wasn't sure if Chen Yang would understand. But what if he did? Seeing Luo Hua speak this way, Yang Hong felt a quiet triumph within, knowing his actions were bearing fruit. Looking at Chen Yang before him, he could only see a clown arms crossed over his chest, a look of utter contempt on his face. Her nose was practically in the clouds. Chen Yang naturally caught Luo Hua's gaze and smiled faintly. Oh? Does Yang Hong's agreement really matter that much? Relying on his father's influence, acting like a cynical fool all day? Is that all? Chen Yang spoke coldly. With those words, Yang Hong knew he couldn't rely on words alone anymore. He had to take action. If he could take Luo Hua away today, but something else happened later, then the Luo family would be. The thought made Yang Hong clench his fists. Chen Yang, I'm giving you a way out, but you're useless. In that case, go join your father down below. With that, Yang Hong charged at Chen Yang, unleashing the falling leaves sword technique. Yang Hong wielded a futuristic-looking longsword, unleashing a torrent of blood energy as his sword technique shifted unpredictably. Suddenly, dozens of light points appeared in the air. They rapidly transformed, swirling toward Chen Yang like falling leaves. The fierce sword energy made the surrounding unfinished buildings tremble as if they might collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Xiao Chushue rushed forward to aid Chen Yang. The attack was indeed formidable, and she couldn't let him face it alone. But in the next instant, Luo Hua blocked Xiao Chushue's path. Help! Beat me first, Luo Hua said coldly. She's lost her mind, Xiao Chushue muttered helplessly. Immediately, the two women began wrestling. Luo Hua knew the act had to be convincing. As for Chen Yang, she trusted he could handle this level of attack. Her only task was to hold Xiao Chushue back. Chen Yang, why aren't you dodging? Are you sure you want to die? You were so cocky just now. What? Scared stiff now? Yang Hong watched as he unleashed his martial technique, the falling leaves sword art, yet Chen Yang stood there calmly. Not even the slightest hint of evasion. Is this even worth dodging? Facing Yang Hong's words, Chen Yang smiled faintly before drawing a wooden training sword. A colossal surge of blood energy erupted from his entire body. He channeled his power into the wooden sword, completely deflecting the incoming sword chi. Not a single scratch touched Chen Yang. Is that all? Chen Yang sneered coldly. You? How could it be this easy? Without overwhelming power, how could you dare? You actually drained your vital energy to block it? But I'm not limited to just that. Yang Hong was astonished, but he knew Chen Yang had used his blood energy to block the attack. Otherwise, Chen Yang absolutely wouldn't have believed it could be done with martial arts alone. Chen Yang absolutely wouldn't have believed it. Chapter 79, Slaying Yang Hong. Hearing Yang Hong's words, Chen Yang smiled faintly. Oh? Do you even have the chance? What do you mean? Yang Hong asked, puzzled. Domain, activate. Chen Yang smiled faintly, thrusting the wooden coin into a crack in the nearby bricks and stones, then roared. As the words fell, an energy rapidly dispersed, passing through Yang Hong, Luo Hua, and the others. Their movements slowed noticeably, though Xia Chuxua remained unaffected. Simultaneously, a continuous stream of vital energy flowed from the two individuals into Chen Yang's body. He felt the blood essence he had lost earlier returning, steadily increasing. See? The blood essence has returned. But what about you? Chen Yang spoke slowly, then without further words to Yang Hong, clenched his fist. He charged forward at lightning speed. Even though Yang Hong tried desperately to dodge, it seemed painfully slow in Chen Yang's eyes. Turtle? That's slow? Chen Yang unleashed a left hook, followed by an uppercut. Before Yang Hong could register the shock on his face, Chen Yang seamlessly connected with a kick. Yang Hong was sent flying like a crashing to the ground. What the hell is this? You actually dared to hit me? Yang Hong slumped to the ground in shock, rubbing his face already swollen from Chen Yang's punch and feeling the tearing sensation in his chest where the kick had landed. His lips trembled uncontrollably, his face contorted into a mask of agony. A single glance at Yang Hong's contorted face made the pain painfully obvious. On the other side, Luo Hua had also been knocked flying by Xia Chuxua, though not as severely as Yang Hong. But it was clear she was in considerable pain. Luo Hua glanced at Yang Hong, then quickly signaled to Chen Yang with her eyes. Chen Yang understood the signal immediately, but he didn't rush. Xia Chuxua immediately resumed her fight with Luo Hua. Not bad, huh? Young Master Yang? Chen Yang slowly approached Yang Hong, then sneered coldly. Yang Hong, far from his earlier temper, could only force himself to stand. Chen Yang, you dare hit me? Once I get out, I'll make sure my father kills you. I'll make sure you meet the same fate as your dead parents' death. You're nothing but a worthless dog, unworthy of living in this world. Don't think having a bit of talent and a decent backer gives you the right to act like you own the place. Mark my words, you're as good as dead for crossing me. Yang Hong refused to beg for mercy or admit fault, which made him feel utterly humiliated. Chen Yang had repeatedly stripped him of his dignity. This time, once he got out, he would demand his father find a way to kill Chen Yang. Keep talking, you bastard. Chen Yang's rage boiled over. He unleashed a flurry of punches, slamming Yang Hong against the wall and pounding him relentlessly. The speed was blinding, the force brutal. The dented wall in Yang Hong's utterly disfigured face made it clear Chen Yang had struck with brutal force. Luo Hua, witnessing this, abandoned her argument with Xia Chuxua and immediately interjected, Chen Yang, that's enough. You can't kill him. Hearing this, Chen Yang immediately stopped his assault. He released his grip, and Yang Hong slumped to the floor like a ragdoll. His face was a bloody mess, and he looked like he was on the brink of death. Chen Yang said nothing, merely turning to pick up the wooden sword, preparing to put it away. Take Luo Hua away. Chen Yang, you're all dead. Yang Hong managed to struggle out a few words. Hearing this, Chen Yang sighed before advancing toward Yang Hong with the wooden sword in hand. Luo Hua saw this and hurriedly grabbed Chen Yang's arm. No. You can't kill him. I beg you. You really can't kill him. I'll go with you. Luo Hua grew anxious, realizing she'd gone too far. She hadn't expected Chen Yang to take her seriously. But in truth, Chen Yang understood Luo Hua's meaning. Yet Yang Hong must die today. Otherwise, he would only seek relentless revenge against Chen Yang himself, and even those close to him. With that thought, Chen Yang cared nothing for Luo Hua anymore. Let go. Chen Yang's cold gaze fixed on Luo Hua, his eyes so intimidating that no one dared meet them. Seeing Luo Hua still refusing to let go, Chen Yang violently shook her off and strode toward Yang Hong. Go ahead. Chen Yang, don't. Before Luo Hua could finish, a wooden sword had already pierced Yang Hong's chest, staining crimson. Yang Hong coughed up blood in great gulps, his throat making gurgling sounds. His eyes widened as he stared at Chen Yang, then his legs kicked out one last time before he died. Seeing Yang Hong dead, Luo Hua collapsed onto the ground, burying her face in her hands. Her entire being seemed shattered. Her voice choked with sobs as she began to weep. Xia Chuxua stood helplessly by, watching the scene unfold. Chen Yang watched, sucking in a sharp breath. It's okay. This isn't your fault. Let's go. Give her some space to calm down. Chen Yang walked over to Xia Chuxua and spoke with extraordinary gentleness. Hearing this, Xia Chuxua felt a bit dazed, but she nodded anyway. Like a wooden puppet, she followed Chen Yang to the side. Chen Yang understood that failing to kill Yang Hong today would only lead to endless trouble later. His past experiences had taught him that sometimes killing was necessary. Otherwise, he'd only be inviting trouble upon himself. Besides, here, who would even know it was him? As for Luo Hua, Chen Yang didn't know what to say. He could only hope she would calm down. Chen Yang, are you really okay? What if someone finds out? Xia Chuxua still felt a twinge of fear deep down. Hearing this, Chen Yang spoke slowly, whatever happens, it's on me. This never should have involved you in the first place. That's not what I meant. I'm worried about you. Seeing Chen Yang misunderstand her, Xia Chuxua hurriedly explained. She wasn't worried about taking the blame herself, but rather that Chen Yang would lose his promising future because of this. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Mo City is huge, and no one knows I did it. Don't worry. Chen Yang spoke slowly, offering reassurance. Alright then, I believe it'll be fine. Xia Chushua took a deep breath before continuing. Yang Hong, die, just die. You, why did you kill my brother? Why? Why, just die. Just as Chen Yang and Xia Chushua waited for Luo Hua to calm down, her frantic screams suddenly pierced the air. The two spun around to see Luo Hua gripping the wooden sword, repeatedly drawing it out and plunging it back into Yang Hong's body. Luo Hua was wildly unleashing the murderous intent she had suppressed for so long. Her eyes were bloodshot as she stabbed wildly at Yang Hong's lifeless body. Luo Hua, that's enough. He's already dead. Chen Yang sighed at the sight, grabbing the enraged Luo Hua and speaking to her. Hearing this, Luo Hua dropped her wooden sword and began to weep. Xingho, it's all because your sister is useless. Sister is useless. It's because your sister failed to protect you. Seeing Luo Hua in such a state, Chen Yang was momentarily at a loss for what to do, let alone how to comfort her. Suddenly, the sound of battle cries erupted nearby, growing louder and closer. Chapter 80, Zhu Zhang's Terror. Hearing the battle cries all around, Chen Yang instantly realized someone was approaching. Whoever it was, if they discovered Yang Hong dead and found him still present, then things would get really complicated. Chushua, take Luo Hua away immediately. Someone's coming. I need to cover my tracks. Chen Yang hurriedly spoke up. Seeing Luo Hua still wailing, he had no other choice. He gently knocked Luo Hua unconscious, then lifted her up and handed her to Xia Chushua. Xia Chushua didn't hesitate, immediately hoisting Luo Hua onto her back and dashing toward the exit of the abandoned building complex. Seeing this, Chen Yang had a sudden idea. He wiped away any traces of his group, then drew his dagger. He swiftly carved the character Zhao into the handle. Since it was freshly carved, Chen Yang rubbed the wooden sword back and forth in the sand. He rubbed it back and forth in the sand to make it look dirtier and more worn. After completing these tasks, Chen Yang erased all footprints belonging to Luo Hua, Xia Chushua, and himself. He then carefully and swiftly departed, catching up to Xia Chushua. The reason he didn't dispose of Zhao Buchan's body was mainly for framing him. Whether it was true or not, Chen Yang figured Zhao Buchan had had enough to drink. Meanwhile, just one wall away from Yang Han's body. Damn it! I'll kill you. You damn beast. If I don't finish you off today, I'm not worth a damn as a martial artist. Xu Zhang stood drenched in sweat, clutching a ruler-like weapon whose handle trembled in his hands. He glared at the black bull before him, its bulk resembling a small truck, cursing under his breath. Its two horns, though not long, were razor-sharp. Any surface they pierced, be it wall or flesh, would suffer devastating damage. Because of this, Xu Zhang's clothes were now in tatters, not a single piece of fabric left intact. Scratches and bleeding wounds covered him in over a dozen places, making Xu Zhang look like a bloody mess. The main reason was that this wild bull was only a step away from reaching the third tier. Though not quite there yet, its combat prowess was already on par with a third-tier beast. Hearing Xu Zhang's curses, the beast dug its hind legs into the dirt, eyes wide as it stared at him. It stood poised, ready to strike, bellowing moo, moo, moo. Seeing this, Xu Zhang knew the beast was about to unleash its most powerful charge. He decided to take the risk and go all out. First tier of the disciplined ruler purgatory seal. Xu Zhang roared furiously, burn it all. As the words fell, a torrent of blood energy erupted from him, consuming every ounce of his strength. If this strike failed to decide the outcome, he would be crushed to pieces by the savage bull. A colossal seal materialized in the air, engraved with the character seal. It then slowly slammed downward toward the rampaging bull. The wild bull roared in response, then lowered its head, locking its twin horns onto Xu Zhang. Like a speeding tank, it charged straight toward him. Xu Zhang had no strength left to evade. His only hope now rested on the Inferno seal. As the beast closed to within 5 meters, the colossal seal descended, crushing down upon its back. The immense weight instantly pinned the beast to the ground, accompanied by the cracking sound of shattered bones. Seeing this, Xu Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. But who could have imagined that in the next second, the beastly bull actually stood up and charged toward Xu Zhang once more. Its twin horns plunged into Xu Zhang's abdomen, spilling copious blood. The beast then crashed through the wall behind him before collapsing, its limbs stiffening. Xu Zhang, now gravely wounded, pulled his body free from the ox's horns. Instantly, blood gushed from his wounds like a spring. He swiftly tore off his tattered clothes, let out a furious cry, and clamped his teeth down hard to bind the wound. To stem the bleeding. He knew he couldn't stay here forever. While he was still close to the city gates, escaping might offer a sliver of hope. Otherwise, he would simply wait to die, only to be devoured by the beasts. He stood up, lifting his head to look ahead. He saw a corpse leaning against the wall, riddled with holes, blood flowing like a river. Xu Zhang instantly collapsed to the ground. He frantically kicked his legs backward, his pupils dilating as a deathly terror spread through him. It was even more terrifying than being cornered by the wild bull earlier.
After a moment of composure, Zhu Zhang finally summoned the courage to crawl over to the corpse. The moment he recognized it, Zhu Zhang collapsed again.
Brother! Brother Yang Hong! How is this possible? How could you be dead? Who dared kill you? Who could kill you? Brother Yang Hong!
Zhu Zhang was on the verge of collapse. He had never imagined things would turn out this way, much less that one day Yang Hong's corpse would appear before his eyes. Though his face was unrecognizable, the clothes he wore and the ornaments he adorned were all too familiar.
As Yang Hong's loyal sidekick, he would never mistake him. He spotted the wooden sword on the ground, picked it up, and quickly noticed the character Zhao carved into it by Chen Yan.
For a moment, he couldn't think of anyone connected to the character Zhao, nor did he dwell on it further.
Brother Yang Hong, you, rest assured. I'll go out immediately and avenge you.
Zhu Zhang spoke earnestly, then bowed deeply. Though Yang Hong sometimes cursed him or even struck him,
none of that mattered now.
With that, Zhu Zhang used his wooden sword as a walking stick, leaning on it as he staggered unsteadily toward the city gates.
Meanwhile, Chen Yang and Xia Chushua brought Luo Hua into a once grand building.
You should rest for a while too.
I'll keep watch. Tomorrow morning, we'll continue our journey a bit further in.
In a large room not spacious, dust-covered, yet passable, Chen Yang kept watch, shifting between the doorway and the window.
Spark! Spark! Where are you? Sister misses you so much. Yang Hong, I'll kill you. I'll slaughter your entire family.
Why spare not even a child?
Luo Hua jolted awake, screaming wildly in emotional turmoil.
Her eyes were already swollen red, and tears streamed down her face once more.
Your brother's spirit in heaven wouldn't want to see you like this.
Though I don't know what grudge you hold against each other. But I want to tell you this, whether you're trying to protect someone or something you care about, without sufficient strength, you're just powerless rage. So I think you should pull yourself together.
Get some rest.
Chen Yang crouched beside Luo Hua, speaking earnestly yet resignedly.
Weren't these words equally meant for himself?
With a sigh, Chen Yang stood up and walked out of the room.
He stepped outside and gazed up at the moon in the sky. He, too, was thinking of his own parents.
Seeing this, Xia Chushua patted Luo Hua's shoulder. Pull yourself together. Then she too stepped out of the room. At that moment, Luo Hua seemed to grasp something, bursting into laughter. But that emotion vanished abruptly. Wiping away her tears, her face grew cold, her eyes hardening with resolve.
She too left the room. She wanted to become stronger. Chapter 81, Paying for Level Up. Chen Yang, Chushue, thank you both. Yang Hong deserves to die. And thank you for always helping me. I truly have my reasons.
I'm sorry, but I cannot speak of them. Luo Hua stepped out, watching the two outside silently gazing up at the bright moon high in the sky. She spoke slowly. Hearing this, the two turned back.
It's fine. No need to say anything. Everyone has their reasons. As captain, it's my duty to support you.
Chen Yang, seeing Luo Hua was unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief before smiling and adding.
Luo Hua, I'm so glad you're okay.
From now on, you're my good friend, Xia Chushua forced a smile and said. Hearing their words, Luo Hua felt a warm wave surge through her heart.
Thank you both. I really. Alright. You two go inside and rest.
I'll take the night watch. Don't try to take it from me, I'm the captain, and I make the decisions. Seeing Luo Hua getting emotional and starting to say something sentimental, Chen Yang quickly interrupted.
Luo Hua, let's go. We're not dealing with him. Who wants to keep watch anyway? I sure don't. Do you, Luo Hua? I don't want to either.
Xia Chushua, wanting to cheer Luo Hua up, teased playfully before pulling her into the room. Chen Yang heard this, his face full of question marks, and could only give a helpless, wry smile. Time to check the system, Chen Yang muttered to himself. He didn't dwell on it further. He found a corner, waved his hand casually, and a pale blue screen materialized before him.
Name, Chen Yang.
Level, Tier 2 Martial Artist Beginner, Vitality, 299. Martial Arts, Star-Sucking Technique Domain Beginner, Demon Subduing Palm Mastered.
Remaining lifespan, 105 years. Body Tempering Technique, First Tier.
Staring at the interface before him, Chen Yang fell deep in thought. For now, his priority should be advancing his tier and refining his body tempering technique. Only then could he unleash his full potential. As for martial arts, one was already mastered, and the star-sucking technique was currently sufficient.
Moreover, upgrading it consumed too much energy.
As for the other martial skill, it was practically useless. Chen Yang saw no point in wasting resources on it. Therefore, Chen Yang resolved to focus once more on upgrading his physique and tier. He would upgrade his martial arts once he found a suitable one. System, consumed 60 years of lifespan to increase rank.
The mechanical voice echoed as soon as the words left his lips. Life binding initiated. Life binding in progress.
For the first decade, the host trained day and night with minimal gains, effectively no advancement beyond mastering the breath technique. Realizing their low innate talent, the host trained even harder over the following decades, focusing not solely on tier progression. After 60 years of cultivation, their chi blood reached 700, advancing to Tier 3 equivalent to a mid-stage martial disc expert. As the voice faded, Chen Yang felt his entire body surge with rising vitality. The exhilaration of breaking through was utterly unforgettable. Though the system's assessment stung, Chen Yang knew his own limitations. Without the system, he would have been confined to physical cultivation alone, severely limiting his potential. But now, with the system, things were much simpler. Without further thought, Chen Yang prepared to move on to the next one. Kryptonite lifespan, 45 years. Cultivate the body tempering technique. As the words fell, the mechanical voice sounded once more. Life credit consumption initiated. Kryptonite life in progress. For the first decade, the host diligently cultivated their physique, emerging unscathed from 100 battles. They trod upon the Northern Dippers gangs on the left and the Southerly Fire on the right. Though the path of physical cultivation was arduous, it yielded significant gains. Subsequently, the host persevered for another 35 years, achieving modest success in physique refinement. However, their pursuit of martial arts somewhat hindered their physical cultivation progress, ultimately reaching the third tier. Seeing the triple on the panel, Chen Yang smiled faintly. Not bad at all. Without a second thought, Chen Yang delivered a single, light punch to the brick beside him, reducing it to powder. Incredibly fine. Chen Yang was quite satisfied. He then proceeded to take up his night watch duties. The sun rose. Outside the walls of Mo City, several tents were now pitched. These served as temporary lodgings for teachers from various schools who normally kept to themselves. But at this very moment, the place was bustling with noise. Zhang Yu, you're being downright arrogant. Do you really think just because your second high school can kill a bunch of demon beasts, you can crush us? Early in the morning, Zhang Dahai overheard Zhang Yu boasting to teachers from the other two schools about his own school's superiority over theirs. Yet he kept sighing about third high, spouting disparaging remarks. He even suggested third high might be better off being called negative third high. Could Zhang Dahai tolerate this? Not a bit. He immediately stepped forward and confronted Zhang Yu. Teacher Zhang, please calm down. Teacher Zhang Yu was just joking around. There's no need for us to get upset. As for what happens next, the students will find out once they come out. Teachers from 4th and 5th high schools, seeing Zhang Dahai storming over, hurriedly tried to smooth things over. It wasn't that they feared Zhang Dahai, they simply saw no reason to get involved. They were aware of the long-standing feud between Zhang Yu and 3rd high school. Ignoring their words, Zhang Dahai glared angrily at Zhang Yu. Zhang Dahai, is your 3rd high school just no good? What's wrong with what I said? Only Chen Yang's got any real talent. The rest? What a bunch of losers. My mouth is attached to my body, can't I speak my mind? Zhang Yu didn't back down at all. He'd said it on purpose, just to provoke Zhang Dahai. Hearing this, Zhang Dahai bristled, his face darkening. Zhang Yu, don't think I won't touch you. You think your parents actually have the money to send you to 2nd high? Your dad gambled away the family fortune. If it weren't for Principal Lu Ran, you wouldn't even be standing here. I know you don't believe me. I didn't want to say it, giving you some face, but you keep insulting 3rd high over and over. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. Go ask your parents yourself. Zhang Dahai finally couldn't hold back any longer and gave a rough account of the situation. Zhang Yu, upon hearing this, naturally refused to believe it. Though his heart tightened and he felt uneasy, his face betrayed no hint of acknowledgement. Zhang Dahai, you're full of it. Explain yourself clearly. Still washing? You've got some nerve. Zhang Yu snapped angrily. Seeing the two locked in a standoff, teachers from schools 4 and 5 rushed over to pull them apart. All right. This is unnecessary. Both of you, just keep quiet. If you have something to argue about, take it back to the classroom, okay? The two teachers tried to mediate. None of your business. Get lost. Zhang Dahai and Zhang Yu almost spoke in unison. At that moment, both looked utterly bewildered. Suddenly, the 4th middle school teacher spotted someone staggering out from the gap in the city wall, only to stumble and fall. A student's coming out? The teacher from number 4 high school exclaimed. Hearing this, the others turned to look almost simultaneously. Chapter 82, Wooden Sword Engraved with Jiao. At the breach in the city wall, a figure covered in blood and flesh, not a single piece of cloth intact on their body, fell straight to the ground. Without a second thought, the group rushed forward. When Zhang Yu saw Zhu Zhang, his heart skipped a beat, his face filled with question marks. He recognized Zhu Zhang instantly. The ruler in his hand was familiar, it was the weapon Zhang Yu had helped Zhu Zhang find at school. Zhu Zhang, what happened? Are you guys that badly hurt? Zhang Yu knelt down, helped Zhu Zhang sit up, and asked with genuine concern. Though Zhu Zhang wasn't exactly a prodigy at 2nd high, he still ranked among the top 5 students. He shouldn't have been hurt this badly. Zhang Yu had always held out hope for him. But right now, Zhu Zhang was barely conscious. Hearing Zhang Yu's voice, he forced his eyes open. The moment he saw Zhang Yu, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Then his eyelids began to droop uncontrollably. Seeing this, Zhang Yu didn't hesitate. He immediately pulled out a pill to replenish qi and blood and stuffed it into Zhu Zhang's mouth.
Zhu Zhang, hang on. Tell your teacher what happened. Did you encounter a powerful demon beast or were you ambushed by someone? Zhang Yu was extremely anxious.
Though he could tell the injuries on Zhu Zhang were most likely caused by a demon beast, he couldn't rule out the possibility of someone else's ambush. He couldn't trust anyone, not just the third high school he'd always looked down on, but even the fourth and fifth high schools.
They could strike at his students at any moment.
What Zhang Yu feared most was that other students might suffer the same fate as Zhu Zhang. If the school blamed him for that, all his hard work over the past half-decade would be for nothing. Zhang Yu, your student is unconscious.
Why aren't you treating him? Isn't this just a case of being outmatched and getting hurt? Even your mighty number 2 high school students get injured?
Zhang Dahai didn't let Zhang Yu off either. Remembering Zhang Yu's earlier taunts and insults toward third high, he couldn't resist firing back with a couple of sarcastic remarks.
After all, his mouth was his own, why shouldn't he speak his mind? You? Zhang Dahai? You know nothing. Get out of my way. If this has anything to do with your third high,
I'll make sure to demand answers from you and Lu Ran, dragging your third high into utter ruin. Zhang Yu glared angrily at Zhang Dahai, who was gloating, and spat out furiously.
Yang Hong. He.
At that moment, the unconscious Zhu Zhang murmured faintly. His voice was faint, barely discernible.
What does Zhu Zhang mean? Are you talking about Yang Hong? What about Yang Hong? Speak up. Zhang Yu panicked completely upon hearing the name Yang Hong.
If anything happened to Yang Hong, it wouldn't just be him.
Even second high school would face the wrath of Yang Hong's father.
But at this moment, no matter how much Zhang Yu pressed him, Zhu Zhang was too weak to speak again. His injuries were severe.
Without urgent medical attention, it could even be life-threatening.
Realizing this, Zhang Yu calmed down and stopped insisting on getting anything out of Zhu Zhang right away.
Get him to a doctor fast.
Notify me the moment he regains consciousness. Zhang Yu turned to the accompanying teacher and spoke urgently. Hearing this, the accompanying teacher standing nearby hoisted Zhu Zhang onto his back and hurried back to the tent to administer treatment.
At that moment, Zhang Yu's mind was a chaotic jumble of conflicting thoughts.
But he was powerless to intervene. As a teacher, he couldn't barge in while the students were still gaining experience. This could lead to him being accused of aiding students in cheating afterward. Not only would it affect him personally, but it would also place all the students of number 2 high school in an extremely vulnerable position. Zhang Yu stood up, glanced at the endless expanse of Mo City, then sighed. Unable to say anything more to Zhang Dahai, he slowly walked back alone.
What do you think is going on here? There's a wooden sword over there?
The 4th high school teacher spoke thoughtfully, then spotted a wooden sword stained red with blood among the bricks not far from where Zhong had fallen.
Zhang Dahai glanced over, an uneasy premonition immediately taking root in his heart.
As far as he knew, some students from 3rd middle school carried wooden swords, but he wasn't familiar with the practices at other schools. At that moment, he can only hope it had nothing to do with 3rd high students. The 4th middle school teacher immediately stepped forward, picked up the wooden sword, and saw the faint but still recognizable character Zhao carved into it.
Teacher Zhang Yu. I found a clue. Come take a look.
The 4th middle school teacher called out to Zhang Yu, who was slowly walking away. Hearing this, Zhang Yu snapped to attention, spun around abruptly, and without a moment's hesitation, rushed back. Seeing this, Zhang Dahai hurried forward alongside the teacher from number 5 middle school.
What's going on? Zhang Dahai asked.
Hearing this, the teacher from number 4 high school held the wooden sword horizontally before them and spoke slowly. Look at the characters carved on it.
Is it Zhao? Could it be that the person who used this sword has the surname Zhao? Hearing the 4th middle school teacher's words, Zhang Dahai's mind immediately flashed to Zhao Buchan. However, he didn't immediately reveal his thoughts. Whether it had anything to do with Zhao Buchan or not, there was no evidence to prove it now. A wooden sword and a single character weren't enough to draw any conclusions. Zhao. Is there a student here with the surname Zhao? Zhang Yu immediately asked.
At this question, the teachers from 4th and 5th middle schools shook their heads in unison, their refusal decisive.
Neither party wanted to be implicated in any way. At my school? What's going on? You wouldn't be trying to pin the blame on us 3rd middle school just because of a wooden sword with the character Zhao on it, would you?
Who knows if this isn't just a ploy you guys at number 2 high school cooked up yourselves? Zhang Dahai immediately spoke up, taking the initiative to seize the upper hand. He didn't beat around the bush, openly acknowledging that there was indeed a Zhao among his students.
But that didn't prove anything.
Zhang Yu's eyes widened instantly at the words, his face turning ashen as he stared at the stern-faced Zhang Dahai.
Zhang Dahai, you. I never imagined that you at 3rd middle school. I will report this matter.
When the truth comes out, you won't be able to escape.
You're dead meat.
Zhang Yu spat out the words viciously, then snatched up his wooden sword and stormed off in anger. Zhang Dahai didn't respond, for a ripple of unease had indeed stirred within him.
Could this really be connected to you guys? If that's the case, then
The teacher from number 4 middle school was like pouring salt on the wound, actually bringing it up in front of Zhang Dahai.
Sure enough, Zhang Dahai's face darkened instantly. Get out. Get out. Get out. Go chill somewhere else. If I follow your logic, I'll go write the character Zhang on your school gate. Is number 4 high school mine now? Zhang Dahai snapped irritably. Hearing this, the two hurried away, not daring to provoke him. Chapter 83, 5th tier blazing wind golden crow demon beast. Mo City. In a dilapidated Times Square, weeds grew thick in the center as a fierce-looking boar bellowed. Who's going?
Chen Yang surveyed the second-tier demon beast before him and turned to the two beside him.
Luo Hua, you go. I've already reached 100 kills.
You're younger than me, so you should go. Xia Chuxue glanced at her kill count, realizing it was higher than Luo Hua's, so she let Luo Hua go.
Upon hearing this, Luo Hua nodded. Thank you. No need to thank me. Just hurry up and go.
Chen Yang spoke slowly. With that, Luo Hua strode forward in a single swift step, closing in on the fierce boar.
She let out a fierce shout, falling blossom. As the words fell, Luo Hua moved like drifting petals, blindingly fast and ghostly elusive.
The fierce boar was completely bewildered. Before it could react, Luo Hua thrust her mountain-piercing dart with brutal force, driving it straight through the beast's heart. A piercing wail erupted as blood spilled across the ground, sealing its fate.
Fallen Blossom, you're incredible. What kind of weapon is that? I've never seen you use it before.
Xia Chushua's pretty face lit up with admiration before she spoke.
This? My grandfather gave it to me. They say it's an S-class weapon.
Luo Hua smiled faintly upon hearing this and replied with great generosity. Chen Yang couldn't help but feel envious as he looked at the weapon in Luo Hua's hands.
A weapon like this would easily cost over 2 million Longhua currency. And even though it was also S-grade,
there were still distinctions in quality. A weapon like Luo Hua's would cost at least 4 million Dragon Nation currency, something beyond the reach of ordinary people. In his previous life, due to his body refinement practice, Chen Yang had used many weapons. But without martial arts techniques and vital energy to enhance them, he couldn't unleash their full potential.
Chen Yang, are you okay? Xia Chuxue noticed Chen Yang staring blankly at Luo Hua and asked. I'm fine. Just spaced out for a moment.
Chen Yang snapped back to reality and gave a sheepish smile. Seeing Chen Yang staring at the mountain-piercing shuttle in her hand, Luo Hua had already made up her mind. That was to find suitable weapons for Chen Yang and Xia Chuxue as well. She knew neither of them came from wealthy families, and she was genuinely happy to be able to help them.
You two don't have weapons yet, do you? Tell me what types you like, and I'll help you find some when I go back this time.
Luo Hua approached them with a smile, speaking with genuine sincerity. Though she couldn't afford to give them top-tier weapons, she could certainly afford 100,000 yuan grade A weapon.
No need. I'll buy my own weapons. But thank you for the offer, Chen Yang replied, equally earnest.
He didn't want Luo Hua's items, mainly because something costing hundreds of thousands wasn't something he could just take. Besides, he didn't need to buy them. Based on his memories from his previous life, he knew of a place where he could obtain fine weapons without spending a single coin. It was a place called the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, which held a martial arts competition every 6 months.
The winner could select one S-grade weapon.
This approach not only boosted the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion's exposure, but even martial artists who didn't win, many would still be tempted to purchase items they liked. In his previous life, Chen Yang had secured 3rd place, earning him a weapon nearly on par with an A grade. This time around, he was confident he could take 1st place without needing Luo Hua's gift. Luo Hua, you needn't spend money on this. We can manage on our own.
Still, thank you for the offer. You'll always be my good friend.
Xia Chuxue also had no intention of accepting Luo Hua's gift. It made her feel guilty. Since whatever Luo Hua gave her couldn't possibly be cheap if she accepted it. She'd be holding a valuable weapon while having no money to treat her mother's illness.
How ironic that would be. Nor could she sell something given to her as a gift.
So rather than that, it was better to work hard herself.
That felt more solid. Hearing their exchange, Luo Hua sighed.
She should have anticipated this outcome.
But it didn't matter.
Making 2 friends had already brought her great joy.
I was presumptuous. But I certainly didn't mean to look down on you. I just thought that as friends, we should help each other. So maybe I was a bit too direct.
Luo Hua hurriedly explained, afraid they might misunderstand.
It's fine. We understand your good intentions. Let's go.
We still need to head deeper inside.
Most of the beasts on the outskirts have moved toward the center of Mo City now. Chen Yang didn't dwell on it.
He knew exactly what kind of person Luo Hua was. There was no need to question that. His focus now was on getting deeper into Mo City, ideally spotting some lucrative demon beasts along the way. That would make this trip worthwhile.
All right. Luo Hua nodded in agreement. Immediately, the 3 moved in seamless coordination, slowly making their way into Mo City.
Every demon beast they encountered along the path was swiftly dispatched.
There were no unexpected incidents. After a long trek, they finally reached the area around the third ring of Mo City.
It was a moderately deep area, with significantly more traces of demon beast activity around them.
Boom! Crack! Suddenly, a deafening roar shook the sky. Dark clouds instantly gathered, and fierce winds began to howl. Chen Yang froze upon witnessing this scene.
For what arrived wasn't merely a sudden change in weather. In other words, the weather shift was triggered by a demon beast. Numerous beasts trembled in terror nearby, their pitiful cries echoing through the air. Soaring in the sky was a colossal bird that obscured the sun, the blazing wind golden crow. Its feathers shimmered with golden light, its wings beating with thunderous roars, and its beak, 3 feet long, was razor sharp. Though soaring high, every feather and bone seemed like a spear. Chen Yang knew this demon beast possessed immense destructive power, capable of devastating entire cities with blinding speed. Moreover, this beast had already reached the 5th tier or higher.
Destroying a city like Donghai would be effortless for it.
Such beasts typically dwelled deep within mountains to cultivate and grow, rarely venturing out.
But once it emerged, it signaled its intent to begin ravaging human cities. The closest city now was Donghai.
Though Donghai had many powerful individuals, it is utterly incapable of stopping such a formidable demon beast.
If it were alone, they might barely manage to handle it.
But that was clearly impossible.
Its current high-altitude circling and shrieking served to summon an army of demon beasts.
Once fully assembled, it will unleash a colossal beast tide, surging toward Donghai City. At that point, it would be utterly unstoppable. At this moment, Chen Yang felt utterly helpless.
He had no solution whatsoever.
His only hope lay in the arrival of powerful reinforcements.
Chen Yang, what should we do? Should we go back and notify the director and the others?
And the city's martial arts schools and military headquarters. Luo Hua recognized this type of demon beast, but her voice trembled uncontrollably as she spoke. Fear had completely enveloped her. She was terrified of the beast tide approaching, terrified of what would become of her family, terrified of what would happen to her elderly grandfather.
Though there were underground shelters, what kind of devastation would this bring to the city? Luo Hua dared not imagine it. Chapter 84, East Sea Crisis. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang pondered for a moment.
I think we should get out first.
Otherwise, once the beasts gather, we won't stand a chance against the onslaught of the horde. As for sending word, I doubt it'll even be necessary. East Sea City has likely already begun evacuating its citizens. The crucial question is how to hold them back.
Chen Yang looked at Luo Hua, his expression serious and earnest.
Then let's go. Luo Hua replied with equal earnestness. Do we have any way to stop it? There will be a chance.
Chen Yang sighed, refraining from directly discouraging Luo Hua. Without powerful reinforcements, defeating this blazing wind golden crow would be as difficult as scaling the heavens. Even if all the martial artists of the Eastern Sea joined forces, they could likely only neutralize the beast tide.
What about the remaining blazing wind golden crows? Chen Yang didn't know.
In his previous life, no beast tide had ever come. The only time he'd faced one was after he'd grown powerful. Moreover, that had been a swallowing heaven serpent, not a blazing wind golden crow. Given this, Chen Yang suspected his rebirth might have altered some outcomes. He couldn't rely entirely on his past life's experiences or knowledge. Let's go, Chen Yang said slowly. Immediately, the three of them sprinted toward the city gates at breakneck speed.
Students still within Mo City witnessed the same scene.
Without exception, they all began rushing toward the city gates. At that moment, dark clouds shrouded the entire city, casting an oppressive gloom that felt like the apocalypse had arrived. Some students wept as they ran, while others, caught off guard during their flight, were killed by the gathering demonic beasts. In short, Mo City now resembled a paradise for demon beasts. Not only that, but demon beasts from the surrounding areas, drawn by the commotion, rushed toward Mo City in a terrifying, overwhelming force. Meanwhile, outside the city walls, the teachers gathered outside the city watched the scene above Mo City, their faces ashen. What should we do?
It's over. How could the blazing wind golden crow suddenly appear? Wasn't it always deep within the mountains?
After being defeated by a 5th-tier powerhouse last time, it fled in panic.
Could it be preparing to make a comeback?
But our Eastern Sea's only 5th-rank powerhouse has already left the Eastern Sea.
Who will defend us?
A group of teachers stood outside the tent, their bodies seemingly frozen stiff.
One teacher's voice trembled as they spoke.
A wave of despair washed over them, deepening with each circling of the fiery golden crow.
You two return first. Be ready to engage the Eastern Sea warriors at any moment. I'm going in to find them.
Zhang Dahai sucked in a sharp breath, then turned to the other two teachers from 3rd middle school, his tone grave as he spoke.
Old Zhang, are you sure? They're your students, but they're ours too. We should go in together and bring them out. We can't just abandon them and run.
Besides, you have no authority to order us. While you're the lead teacher this time, we're primarily here to support you.
One teacher spoke with righteous indignation, his expression equally stern.
His eyes held not a trace of fear, only a deep sense of duty to rescue the students. The other teacher remained silent, but his eyes blazed with intense responsibility as he nodded repeatedly in agreement. Hearing this, Zhang Dahai felt a surge of strength coursing through his body. Even the fiery golden crow circling high above no longer filled him with dread.
In that case, we'll split up. We have 1 hour. Bring back as many students as you can find. Otherwise, none of us will make it out alive.
I expect Principal Lu Ran will arrange for a helicopter to pick us up. After a moment's thought, Zhang Dahai spoke with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing this, Teacher 2 meters nodded in agreement. The three immediately split up and dashed off in different directions at top speed. Seeing the teachers from 3rd middle school take this action, the teachers from 4th and 5th middle schools followed suit without hesitation. He also hurried into town to find his students. At that moment, Zhang Yu looked utterly bewildered. He didn't know whether he should follow the other teacher's lead. He was deeply worried about his parents at home, left without anyone to look after them. What if they hadn't evacuated to the underground shelter? What if something happened to them? Zhang Yu's mind was filled with worry, but if he didn't go, he would bear responsibility if anything happened to the students. He was torn. Teacher Zhang Yu, what should we do? The other teachers from number 2 middle school noticed Zhang Yu's conflict and asked. One of you take Zhu Zhangxian back. The rest of you who are willing can come with me into town. Those who aren't, it's fine. If I don't make it back, please go see my parents for me. Zhang Yu's tone was resolute, his eyes glistening with tears, as if he were delivering his last words. With that, Zhang Yu didn't wait to see if anyone followed him. He charged alone toward Mo City. At the same time, East Sea Temporary Emergency Command Center. The military's top brass Han Xiao, 2nd in command Yang Wuhan, 3rd in command Lu Ming. Mayor Luo Zhan, Hunter Martial Arts Academy Wu Chang. Polar Knight Martial Arts Academy Li Guangming. Principal of 3rd Middle School Lu Ran, Principal of 2nd Middle School Chu Ping, Principal of 1st Middle School Wan Hua. At this moment, nearly all martial arts academy masters and school principals in Donghai. The emergency command center, with a capacity of several hundred people, was filled with solemn faces as they watched the scenes unfolding on the large screen, the golden crow of the blazing wind. Alongside reconnaissance footage showing vast hordes of demon beasts gathering. The spectacle was awe-inspiring, yet it signaled that Donghai had truly reached a moment of life and death crisis. Mayor Luo Zhan and the head of the military department, Han Xiao, simultaneously stepped onto the podium. Both men were deathly pale. Moments earlier, they had contacted surrounding organizations and cities and received shocking news. Nearly every city was facing the imminent threat of a beast-tide assault. Some cities had already fallen at this very moment, as shown on the giant screen. The scenes were horrifying. Countless martial artists lay dead on the battlefield, their blood staining the ground. The sight was heart-wrenching. Some martial artists even detonated their entire cultivation reserves in suicide attacks, seeking mutual destruction with the demonic beasts. Inside the emergency command center, not a sound could be heard. The silence was eerie, and every face seemed shrouded in shadow. Mayor, the evacuation of civilians is nearly complete. What should we do next? Just then, a man in a suit leaned close to Luo Zhan's ear and whispered. Hearing this, Luo Zhan finally exhaled in relief. You should go seek shelter first. The rest is up to us martial artists. I have news to share. The evacuation of Donghai City's 1 million residents is now complete. Now it's our turn. Luo Zhan's expression was grave. Despite his advanced age and frail physique, an extraordinary vitality now radiated from him. Chapter 85, Battle. Hearing Luo Zhan's words, everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. It wasn't fear that gripped them, but a resolute determination that flashed in their eyes as their homeland faced imminent peril. They understood this was the moment martial artists must step forward. At this very moment, all the armies and martial artists of the entire East Sea were preparing. They stood ready to clash with the invading demonic beasts at any moment, determined to defend their homeland with everything they had. By all logic, they could retreat into underground shelters. At worst, the cities would be destroyed. They could rebuild. But that would be meaningless. For martial artists, it would be a disgrace. Always be prepared. The unified, resolute voices echoing through the conference room sent a chill down one's spine, yet ignited a surge of fervor within. As mayor of this city, I have mobilized every available resource at my disposal. Among them, 80 A-class laser cannons and 500 A-class laser rifles have been deployed to the troops. Additionally, hundreds of AB-class fighter jets are airborne and will be fully deployed for combat. This crisis is extraordinary. It is highly likely the beginning of a counterattack by these demonic beasts after a period of dormancy. Luo Zhan's expression was grave as he stepped to the lectern, leaned into the microphone, and spoke with unwavering conviction. He knew that barring any unforeseen circumstances, no reinforcements would be coming to the East Sea now. He couldn't rely on others, but his sole concern remained Luo Hua. He knew Luo Hua had gone on a training expedition with her school, and their destination was Mo City, precisely where the blazing wind golden crow was circling. It could be said that once they gathered, they would use that place as their starting point, with millions of demonic beasts marching toward the East Sea. Although he had dispatched men to rendezvous with her, there was still no word from them. Mayor, we seated here are all martial artists.
Defending our homeland is our birthright. Even death in battle is an honor.
On behalf of all members of the Hunter Martial Arts Academy, I pledge to join the fight.
We will wage war against the demonic beasts until the bitter end. Below the podium, Wu Chang rose to his feet. His resonant voice filled the conference room, unwavering in its resolve.
He had no time for much else now. As for Chen Yang, he was naturally concerned. But he believed defending their homeland was the right thing to do now. Even Chen Yang should feel the same. If weakness meant retreating into hiding, then he would rather have misjudged the situation. All members of the Polar Night Martial Arts Academy stand ready for battle until the bitter end.
All members of 3rd Middle School join the battle. Fight to the death. We from number 2 high. We from 1st Middle School. I. Wu Chang's declaration instantly ignited the passion of everyone present.
In that moment, their blood boiled.
Death no longer seemed so terrifying.
Instead, they yearned to clash with these demonic beasts that had trampled upon this land.
Fight until our blood runs dry, until our vitality is spent. Excellent. Excellent. Excellent.
Seeing everyone display such spirit truly moves me deeply. This war may have only just begun, but I believe we will emerge victorious. Next, let General Han Xiao brief you all on the current situation. Seeing the resolve in everyone present, even those harboring grudges against one another now standing shoulder to shoulder, setting aside past grievances.
United on the same front. Witnessing this scene, Luo Zhan felt a deep sense of satisfaction.
Han Xiao then stepped forward to the lectern, his expression solemn. The crowd sat up straight once more. As the head of the military command, Han Xiao was truly deserving of his position. He was also a martial artist, though his natural talent was average. Having enlisted from a young age, he had fought fiercely on the battlefield, never retreating an inch. Ladies and gentlemen, in this hour of peril, I shall spare you the formalities. I have already dispatched all military units from Donghai City to establish defensive positions midway between Mo City and Donghai City. They have established defensive positions on the spot.
There is only one reason for this, to divert the flames of war away from our city. Even if we all fall in battle, the homeland we guard and the survivors left behind will still have a place to live. I've lived through several beast waves in my lifetime, and cities were nearly razed to the ground each time. I've had enough of rebuilding homes from the ground up. Will you join me, or stand your ground behind the walls? Han Xiao wasted no words, opening his mouth with statements that left jaws dropping. After all, fighting for the sake of fighting. Abandoning the immense advantage of established defenses meant severing their own retreat. Defeat meant annihilation for the entire army, though the city itself might survive. Even victory would leave a field strewn with corpses, a sight too gruesome to behold. The crowd sucked in a collective gasp, finding Han Xiao's plan far too reckless. Old Han? Isn't this a bit reckless? Too aggressive? Our warriors are mostly ordinary martial artists without innate talent, or even ordinary people. How can they withstand the beast tide in such a place? I think we should fight from within the city walls. That might give us a better chance. Even if we lose, we'll still have a chance to retreat. Yang Wuhan, seated in the front row below the stage, froze upon hearing Han Xiao's plan. He'd always found Han Xiao overly rigid. He never knew how to enjoy life, and now he thought Han Xiao had gone completely mad. He had already transferred his assets elsewhere. Even if the city fell, he could start anew elsewhere. But if he went to war and died? What good would his so-called wealth be then? He wouldn't easily abandon the wealth he'd accumulated over years. He wouldn't let Han Xiao's reckless move destroy it all. Hearing this, Han Xiao shot Yang Hong a cold stare. Yang Hong, you can question me, report me to higher-ups, sue me, do whatever you want. But right now, what is a soldier's sacred duty? Answer me, look me in the eye. Han Xiao wasn't entirely surprised by Yang Hong's challenge, but he couldn't care less. This time, he was going all in. Even if it meant taking extreme measures, so be it. Survival came first. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Yang Hong gritted his teeth, his face turning ashen as he spoke. We're willing to go out and hold the line. I've lived long enough anyway. I have a son now anyway. If I die, he'll carry on the fight for me. Same here. What are they, just beasts? Just kill them. My blade's been itching for a fight. Fight to the death, no retreat. One after another, voices rose, some extreme, some less so. None of that mattered now. Rather than clinging to a miserable existence, they might as well fight to the death. Seeing their resolve, Han Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though he could command the military headquarters, his authority over martial arts schools was far more limited. Suddenly, a voice crackled through his earpiece, latest intel is in. Uploaded. Hearing this, Han Xiao took a deep breath. Chapter 86, The Beast Tide Approaches. Han Xiao turned around and waved his hand toward the screen. A message appeared on the display. According to our sources, most cities in our province have suffered rare beast tide attacks, and demon beast activity is escalating globally. King level and higher demon beasts have been sighted across various regions. Experts speculate this may signal an impending large-scale demon beast offensive.
National leaders have convened a video conference to discuss countermeasures. Numerous cities in our province have fallen, suffering heavy casualties. Only the beast tide in Donghai City remains in the process of gathering. This wave is the largest in scale among all those currently sweeping our province. Although martial artists have been dispatched by various departments to assist, it may already be too late. Based on the current situation, the beast tide will likely engulf all of Donghai City within 10 minutes.
We will continue our coverage.
As the cold text scrolled across the screen, the crowd collectively sighed. Not a single city had been spared. And none had been as large as Donghai cities.
What could Donghai possibly do to fight back?
This thought crossed every mind present, yet this approach wasn't surrender, it was burning their boats, fighting with their backs to the water.
Everyone, it's time to set out.
If we return alive, I'll drink with you all until we're dead drunk. Han Shao spoke solemnly, then turned and strode swiftly out of the conference room. The next moment, thunderous applause erupted throughout the room.
Within moments, everyone had departed.
Over the next few days, every martial artist and military force in the entire East Sea mobilized.
No holds barred.
All fighter jets in the air were loaded with live ammunition, circling overhead, ready to launch the first wave of attacks when the beast tide struck.
Outside Mo City at that very moment, Zhang Dahai led the 3 middle school students in a frantic dash toward Donghai City.
Behind them, Mo City echoed with the thunderous crashes of collapsing skyscrapers and the frenzied roars of beasts. In the sky, the fiery winged golden crow flapped its wings faster and faster,
emitting thunderous booms. Bu Chen, we won't die, will we?
Xin Qing's face was etched with sheer desperation to survive, wishing he could run even faster.
No, we won't. We'll enter the shelter and be safe. Once the beast tide passes, everything will be fine. Zhao Bu Chen called out as they ran.
Suddenly, several aircraft appeared in the clearing ahead and came to a halt.
Immediately, people emerged from them. We've been ordered to evacuate you. Please board the aircraft quickly. The beast tide will arrive in just 5 minutes.
Our martial artists and troops from the East Sea have already prepared for battle 1 kilometer from here. We swear to never let the beasts set foot in Donghai City. Hearing this, most students from 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th high schools immediately rushed onto the plane. At that moment in number 2 high school, Zhang Yu saw no sign of Yang Hong anywhere.
He sighed inwardly. He suspected Yang Hong was probably dead. But survival was paramount now.
Without further thought, he ran straight into the aircraft. Turning his head, he saw Gao Sheng standing still, not boarding the aircraft.
Gao Sheng, what's going on? Hurry up and get in. There's no time. You don't want to get eaten by those beasts, do you?
Zhang Yu shouted at Gao Sheng.
Fight!
Gao Sheng roared in anger, ignoring Zhang Yu entirely as he sprinted toward the kilometer-long defensive perimeter.
Chen Yang, aren't you leaving?
Xia Chuxue, just about to board the aircraft, noticed Chen Yang standing motionless and asked.
Hearing this, Chen Yang smiled faintly. You go ahead. I'll be right there. Without another thought, Xia Chuxue boarded the aircraft in a few strides. Kid, was it really necessary to lie to her? This battle could cost lives. Aren't you afraid? A prodigy like you should live a good life.
Given time, you'd surely become a pillar of humanity. Zhang Dahai walked over to Chen Yang, patted his shoulder, and spoke with grave seriousness. He could tell Chen Yang had no intention of heading to the shelter with the others. He had intended to persuade him. But now he felt no need to persuade him. This was the true spirit of a martial artist.
I'm not afraid.
The more beasts there are, the more satisfying the slaughter.
Didn't the director stay behind too? Chen Yang watched Xia Chuxue board the plane before teasingly remarking. This old body of mine is finally ready to serve a purpose. Dying in battle is an honorable end, Zhang Dahai declared with unwavering resolve. Count me in. Me too. Suddenly, 2 voices chimed in.
Chen Yang looked over to see Xia Chuxue and Luo Hua standing nearby, smiling as they spoke.
Chen Yang was stunned.
He had just seen them board the plane.
You two didn't board the plane? You two go ahead. This is what real men do.
You two should head to the shelter.
Chen Yang urged anxiously. Are you getting on or not? The beast tide is coming. Someone shouted from behind. No need. Luo Hua replied.
Hearing this, several aircraft took off without hesitation, their departure carrying an air of frantic escape. The engine roared, kicking up a cloud of dust as it soared into the sky.
We're on board? We just got back down. What kind of man are you?
All I know is we're warriors, and we must protect our homeland. Luo Hua and Xia Chuxue spoke almost simultaneously. Chen Yang smiled faintly at the exchange.
Guess I spoke out of turn. Stop standing around. Let's move. The beast tide is about to break. We haven't reached the defensive positions yet.
We'll be toast in no time, without even a chance to fight back.
Zhang Dahai called out from the side.
Hearing this, the 3 exchanged awkward smiles before sprinting toward the defensive positions. Meanwhile, dust swirled in the rear as the fierce wind of the golden crow let out a deafening cry, causing all the beasts on the ground to kneel. The dense horde of demon beasts, each with bloodshot eyes, awaited a single command. They would surge forward. At the forward command post. What did you say? Luo Hua didn't board the plane? What's going on? That's exactly what I told you. I ordered you to bring her back at all costs. You. Upon hearing the news that Luo Hua hadn't boarded the plane, Luo Zhan nearly fainted from rage. Mayor, there was simply no way. Miss Luo Hua was adamant. A resigned voice came through the line. Hearing this, Luo Zhan sighed and hung up. Go find her. Make sure she stays safe. Wait. Take several men with you. Luo Zhan turned to his personal bodyguard and spoke sternly. Hearing this, the burly, bearded giant beside him slowly spoke up. Sir, what about you? Who's going to protect you if I'm gone? Get out. Get out now. Luo Zhan snapped. The burly man sighed, gave Luo Zhan a respectful bow, then turned and left. Chapter 87, The Moment of Despair. Upon Dingjun Mountain, a white-haired elder gazed toward the direction of Mo City. Dark clouds hung low over the city, lightning spreading like a woven net. Thunder rumbled within the black clouds, while a massive sandstorm erupted from the distant Mo City, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. At that moment, a sliver of sunset light, evading the dark clouds, fell upon the old man's shoulder, carrying an endless sense of desolation. He was Cui Zhe of the 3rd Martial Arts Pavilion. In this moment, his usually dry skin and carefree demeanor vanished. A gentle breeze swept past, ruffling his white beard. It's time for these old bones to fulfill their final purpose. Only now, at this very moment, do I understand what it means to be a martial artist? It boils down to this: the martial path is fought solely with the mind. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Excellent indeed. The golden crow of the blazing wind? I shall see you off. Whoever invades my homeland must be destroyed. Cui Zhe spoke to himself with a smile, appearing both magnanimous and tinged with melancholy. With a single stride, he drew his sun-chasing spear. Instantly, a black battle armor enveloped Cui Zhe. Though the armor appeared worn and scarred, it glowed brilliantly in the fading sunset. He accelerated, charging toward Mo City. At the front lines, hearts were in throats as everyone watched the sandstorm whipped up by the beast tide's onslaught. Amidst the roar of the advancing horde, fighter jets charged into the fray. Shell after shell slammed into the horde, sending flames skyward as the beast's flesh and blood scattered where the explosions landed. Nice work. Blow the hell out of them. Those bastards deserve to die. The pilots cursed under their breath as they maneuvered their fighters. But in the next instant, the cockpit's view suddenly went black. Before they could react, a powerful gust of air swept them toward the ground. They didn't even have a chance to escape. Over a dozen fighter jets and their pilots were destroyed in an instant, and this was merely the golden crow of the blazing wind flapping its wings. Military Command Center. Leave no room for mercy. Use every last shell. If we run out of shells, we'll fight hand to hand. Keep the planes flying. Even if we lose them all, it doesn't matter. We cannot lose. Han Xiao, the commander-in-chief, spoke with unwavering resolve, his stern voice echoing throughout the entire military. Every soldier heard him loud and clear. Not a single voice raised in dissent as countless fire-spewing shells hurtled toward the surging tide of beasts. They erupted in massive explosions. Now it's our turn. Blazing wind golden crow, anyone with me to take this bastard down? Wucheng shouted from the warrior camp. Me. Me too. Me too. Wu Chang raised his arm in a rallying cry, and nearly every martial arts academy master or powerful individual answered the call. Kill the bastard. Wu Chang roared in fury. The beast tide had already surged forward, clashing with the army, yet it was nothing but a one-sided slaughter. The fiery feathers of the golden crow sliced through human weapons like blades, shattering them in an instant. You filthy bird, how dare you? Grandpa's here to kill you. Wu Cheng used his equipment to rise into the air, roaring at the blazing wind golden crow before him, a creature many times his size. Several others arrived with him, all standing ready for battle. Below, on the battlefield, Chen Yang fought fiercely amidst the swarm of beasts. Blood covered his body, while the corpses of fallen beasts, martial artists, and soldiers littered the ground around him. The scene was utterly brutal. Chen Yang, do you think we can succeed? So many beasts, so many lives lost. I feel so hopeless. Luo Hua's voice echoed in his ears. What are you saying? We have no way out. We must fight to the end. Chen Yang was too busy to spare much time for Luo Hua. Xia Chuxue fought fiercely beside him, her fair face already stained crimson with blood. Her cold gaze pierced through the battlefield like a female war goddess, radiating a murderous aura. Chen Yang matched her intensity, bravely withstanding the demon beast's attacks while relentlessly slaying them. Though the beast tide was savage, their levels weren't particularly high. With unity, they could be defeated. The most crucial factor was the blazing wind golden crow. It commanded the entire battlefield, controlling these demonic beasts and preventing them from scattering in disarray.
With a thunderous crash, 4 or 5 figures plummeted from the sky like meteors, slamming heavily into the ground. Chen Yang froze at the sight. Just moments ago, Wu Chang and the other dojo masters had been there. They couldn't even withstand a single strike from the blazing wind golden crow. Clearly, it was no longer an ordinary 5th-tier demon beast, it was approaching 6th tier. Reaching 6th tier meant it was a demon beast worthy of being called a king. Such beasts possessed immense power. The group crashed to the ground, coughing up blood and severely wounded. Wu Chang stared at the massive wound on his arm. Then he glanced at the unharmed golden crow of the blazing wind. Despair washed over him. Could it truly be impossible to stop? Wu Chang muttered to himself, then sprang to his feet and struck down the demon beast beside him. Again! Wu Chang roared furiously, gritting his teeth as he leapt onto the high wall this time, desperately dodging the sharp wings of the blazing wind golden crow. Thunder Path Extinction. Wu Chang roared, raising his silver staff as lightning bolts relentlessly pounded against it. Gritting his teeth, Wu Chang endured the onslaught. He then swung his staff, unleashing a torrent of blood energy. He channeled the gathered thunderous power in his own strength, directing it toward the blazing wind golden crow. A colossal surge of energy slammed into the golden crow of the blazing wind, sending Wu Chang hurtling uncontrollably toward the ground. Yet the next instant, Wu Chang froze. His most powerful strike had merely left a black speck on the golden crow's body. With a pained roar, it fired feathers at Wu Chang. Sharp feathers like spears slammed toward Wu Chang. The others who had fallen earlier rushed to shield him. Yet they couldn't block them all. With a casual strike, the blazing wind golden crow sent them crashing back to the ground. Wu Chang's shoulder bore a gaping wound, the bone nearly visible. Chen Yang, watching from below, sprinted toward them. Wu Chang was surrounded by a pack of demon beasts without protection. He would inevitably be trampled to death. They would inevitably be trampled to death. Chen Yang fought fiercely to clear the path of demon beasts while charging toward Wu Chang. At the last possible moment, he caught Wu Chang and immediately supported him as they fought their way toward open ground. You brat, cough cough. You truly haven't disappointed me. You even saved me. It's a pity. I'm useless. I simply couldn't fight it. Cough cough cough. Wu Chang glanced at Chen Yang supporting him, offering a faint smile before erupting into a violent coughing fit, spitting out blood. He cursed his own inadequacy. Why couldn't he slay the demon beast? Senior, it's not your fault. You did your best. Now rest well. Chen Yang led Wu Chang to a slightly safer clearing before speaking with grave seriousness. Then Chen Yang stood up, glancing at the blazing wind golden crow relentlessly attacking their position from the sky. Senior, I need to borrow your battle armor. Without waiting for Wu Chang's consent, Chen Yang removed the battle armor from Wu Chang and donned it himself. Though it was merely a B-grade battle armor, offering little defense against such a powerful demon beast. But what Chen Yang truly sought was flight. He intended to ascend into the skies and confront the blazing wind golden crow. Once clad in the armor, he declared, Elder, it's my turn now. With that, Chen Yang utilized the armor's propulsion to soar skyward. Chapter 88, Chen Yang charges at the blazing wind golden crow. Wu Chang was utterly shocked by Chen Yang's actions, for he knew Chen Yang was heading straight for the blazing wind golden crow. A battle against a demon beast on the verge of ascending to the 6th tier, becoming a king-level creature? As far as he knew, Chen Yang was at most a 2nd-tier demon beast. No matter how extraordinary he was, he simply couldn't possibly fight a 6th-tier demon beast. Even the blazing wind golden crow wouldn't need to exert itself. A mere flap of its wings could crush Chen Yang. Wu Chang was now panicking. He couldn't just stand by and watch such a prodigy throw himself to his death. Chen Yang, come back here. Cough cough cough. I command you to come back. If you don't go, it's meaningless. You'll only be courting death. You must survive, preserve your strength, and one day become the pillar of the East Sea. Never let this happen again. Cough cough cough. But Wu Chang shouted at the top of his lungs, coughing up blood in great gulps as he tremblingly struggled to his feet. Hearing this, Chen Yang halted mid-air, suspended tens of meters above the ground. He drew a deep breath. He knew full well he couldn't defeat this demon beast, but for it to kill him? It wouldn't be that easy. He had no intention of slaying such a formidable beast. He merely sought to draw its attention away, denying it the chance to attack his comrades below. With his current physical cultivation at the 3rd tier and martial arts cultivation at mid-3rd stage, he could at least draw some fire, allowing the others a moment to catch their breath. Senior, there's no need to dissuade me. I know what I'm doing. Killing demon beasts has never been the role of the strong. As a human, as a martial artist, this is what I must do. Chen Yang turned his head, his voice firm. His exceptionally handsome face bore no trace of youthfulness now, only a murderous intent. An aura that could pierce through anything. Chen Yang, you can't do this. Come back here. Wu Chang roared angrily once more. This time, Chen Yang said nothing. He turned and charged toward the demon beast. Wu Chang sighed at the sight, his heart aching as if being sliced by a knife. Die! Wu Chang roared, snatching up his staff and charging into the swarm of beasts with his wounded body. Chen Yang? You? Come back. Zhang Dahai snapped his head up, seeing Chen Yang charging alone toward the demon beasts. He froze in shock. He shouted urgently. But the noise was too loud. Chen Yang didn't hear him. No matter how loudly Zhang Dahai shouted, he couldn't stop Chen Yang. If you keep this up, I'm coming too. Zhang Dahai roared, charging after him toward the blazing wind golden crow. Amidst the fierce battle against the beast tide, Luo Hua, Xiao Chuxue, Gao Shang, and the others. Seeing Chen Yang charge toward the blazing wind golden crow, they remained silent. Xiao Chuxue shed tears. Chen Yang, Xiao Chuxue faltered, her words caught in her throat. As her blood surged and she plunged into the fray, the words remained unsaid. Luo Hua said nothing, but her eyes blazed with boundless fury as she slaughtered the beasts. She fought with every ounce of strength. I lost. If you survive this, I believe you'll make a decent brother. Gao Shang murmured to himself, shook his head, and continued to blast the demon beast. At that moment, the TV host was stunned. A youth is actually charging at the blazing wind golden crow? What kind of courage is this? And what utter brutality? Is there truly nothing we can do? Apologies, everyone. This live broadcast ends here. I must join the battle. The host choked out before the screen went black, ending the live broadcast from Donghai City. Huddled in the underground shelter, the crowd wept silently in the bitter cold. I'm going out. I'm going to kill those beasts. I may be just an ordinary person, but I'm a man. I'm going out. I'm 18. I'm going out too. I'm 58. I'm still young. I can still fight. I'm a veteran. I'm a martial arts master. Even though I'm disabled, I'm going too. A storm was brewing within the underground shelter, a storm of determination to break out and fight the beasts. They looked at the martial artists, teachers, soldiers, and youths protecting them. Whether meeting a tragic end or fighting fiercely to the death. At this moment, they knew they could no longer hide in this underground shelter. Though it contained everything one could need, indistinguishable from the cities above ground. The one difference was that this place remained underground, not their home. Every exit from the underground shelter was guarded, no matter how much noise these people made. No matter how agitated they became, they still didn't let them out. I understand how everyone feels. I am a soldier and a warrior. I yearn to charge out and fight even more than you do. But right now, they're fighting tooth and nail for us. We can't let them down. Please return to your posts. Should they all fall in battle, it will be our turn. The soldier guarding the entrance spoke with a choked voice. At that very moment, on the battlefield, Chen Yang charged alone toward the blazing wind golden crow. Lu Ran sighed, has it truly come to this? On the battlefield, others also noticed Chen Yang. Who is that? And he's just a teenager? What? He's charging the blazing wind golden crow alone? How is that possible? Isn't he just going to his death? The 5 hall masters were all easily defeated by the blazing wind golden crow just now. How could he possibly? Hang in there. We're with you. With you. The battle cries echoed across the entire battlefield. Chen Yang nodded upon hearing this, glanced at the crowd, then accelerated toward the fray. Suddenly, he sensed Zhang Dahai not far behind him. Director? What brings you here? What? Just because you can come, I can't? If you're here and I'm not, I'd lose all face. Let's take him down, you bastard, Zhang Dahai declared bluntly. Let's take him down. Chen Yang declared firmly. And so, the old man and the young man charged toward the blazing wind golden crow. Inside the military command center at that moment, Han Xiao witnessed the scene and drew a deep breath. Follow me into battle. Old Han? What about us if you leave? Who will command us then? Yang Wohan spoke up beside him. Command? Is there even a need for a commander? If you're scared, just stay put. Han Xiao shot Yang Wohan a glare before storming off. Han Xiao, what are you playing at? You're the one who told me to come. Some idiot kid going off to die, and you're all choked up over it? You deserve to go die too, Yang Wohan cursed silently. Yang Wohan wasn't about to get involved in such nonsense. If Han Xiao died, so be it. He'd assess the situation and make a run for it if things went south. Go to your death? No way. Boom. 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 The golden crow of the blazing wind frantically flapped its wings, sending Chen Yang and Zhang Dahai flying. Then it suddenly accelerated, charging toward Donghai City. Chapter 89, powerless to stop it. No! Chen Yang, this demon beast is heading for our city. If we let it pass, Donghai City will be nothing but a pile of foam in its eyes. Then all our efforts to hold it back will be for nothing. Zhang Dahai stabilized his position midair, his face turning ashen at the golden crow's actions. He turned to Chen Yang beside him. Hearing this, Chen Yang's face also drained of color. Logically, most demon beasts would follow the beast tide. This prevents the horde from scattering. Without a demon beast leader to command them, these creatures could become uncontrollable. Thus, demon beast leaders almost never separated from the horde. Yet this blazing winged golden crow had acted differently.
It was highly likely that it had attained the spiritual intelligence of a king-level demon beast. Such abilities were typically exclusive to king-level demon beasts, yet now they appeared in a fifth-tier creature. Though extremely rare, it was not impossible. Chen Yang knew this was both a crisis and an opportunity. If it could thwart the Blazing Wind Golden Crow's plan to attack East Sea City and crush human morale, then the beast tide might dissipate. In that case, even the fierce Wind Golden Crow, gathering all its strength, would not be invincible. But now the question arose, how to stop it? Chen Yang? Chen Yang. Are you okay? Zhang Dahai noticed Chen Yang had gone blank and asked. Hearing this, Chen Yang snapped back to reality. Director, I'm fine. We have to stop him now. You need to notify everyone to launch a counterattack immediately. I'll do everything I can to stop the Blazing Wind Golden Crow. We can't let him attack Donghai City. Otherwise, everything will be lost. Chen Yang watched as the Blazing Wind Golden Crow continued closing in on Donghai City, his voice grave. How is that possible? You alone can't do it. Go send word if you must. I can block him by self-detonating. After Zhang Dahai finished speaking, he turned to intercept the Blazing Wind Golden Crow. Seeing this, Chen Yang grabbed Zhang Dahai's arm and pulled him back, then unleashed a surge of potent blood energy from his entire body. Director, my strength isn't any weaker than yours. Let me go. Trust me. I can do this. There's no time left. Chen Yang spoke with grave determination, showing no hesitation. Seeing the blood energy surging around Chen Yang, Zhang Dahai was startled at first, then sighed deeply, his eyes glistening with tears. He knew that a genius like Chen Yang, if allowed to grow, would have boundless potential. But now was no time for hesitation. With a final sigh, he called out, "Wait for me." Then he accelerated toward the battlefield. Chen Yang didn't dwell on it. He accelerated to the side of the Blazing Wind Golden Crow and roared, "Domain, activate." As the words fell, ripples of energy spread out, and time itself slowed around them. Unfortunately, Chen Yang's level was too low, affecting the Blazing Wind Demon Beast only marginally. Undeterred, he leapt onto the Golden Crow's head and unleashed a barrage of punches. The scorching Wind Golden Crow, stung by the pain, whipped up a vortex of air currents, sending Chen Yang flying. Chen Yang, however, clung tightly to the Golden Crow's feathers, refusing to let go. Suddenly, the Golden Crow accelerated, attempting to shake Chen Yang off. Seeing success within reach, it let out a furious cry and thrust its feathers directly at Chen Yang. Despite Chen Yang's desperate defense, the gap in power left him covered in wounds. "You beast, stop right there." Chen Yang gritted his teeth, accelerating once more to position himself in front of the fierce Wind Golden Crow. East Sea City lay just behind him. Chen Yang knew he couldn't let the Golden Crow advance any further. If it launched an attack, the entire East Sea City would be exposed to its fury. Demon subduing palm. Chen Yang roared. Instantly, his entire body erupted with all his blood energy. In other words, Chen Yang was burning his blood essence. This was a devastating blow to a martial artist's innate talent. Under normal circumstances, it would halt a martial artist in their tracks, a true taboo. But this taboo held no sway over Chen Yang. For he possessed no innate talent to begin with, he relied solely on sacrificing his life force. This was Chen Yang's weakness in his previous life, but now it has become the means by which he enhances his strength. It wouldn't hinder him in any way. At most, he'd feel slightly weakened when using it. Chen Yang's entire body was enveloped in thick blood energy, continuously ignited and then fused into the demon subduing palm. The demon subduing palm grew larger and larger. Chen Yang? Has Chen Yang lost his mind? He's actually burning his blood essence? That's forbidden. He could have recovered a bit if he hadn't died, but now that he's burned his blood essence, even if he survives. Ah! What a pity, such a pity. Even if he survives, he'll be crippled. On the battlefield, everyone sighed in disbelief, yet none could stop Chen Yang. They could only watch helplessly as Chen Yang burned his own vital energy, going all out. Yet even so, resisting the Blazing Wind Golden Crow was no easy feat. Seeing Chen Yang like this, Xia Chushua's heart trembled, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Chen Yang, you must survive. Whether you're well or not, as long as I survive too. I'll take care of you for the rest of my life. You must survive. Xia Chushue cried out in a voice that seemed to tear at her heart. The cold, aloof school beauty of days past was nowhere to be seen. Only one girl remained deeply affected by Chen Yang's plight. Luo Hua, too, had tears welling in her eyes. She hesitated, wanting to say so much. Even though her body was covered in wounds, she felt not a shred of pain at that moment. Zhang Dahai, tears streaming down his aged face, knelt straight on the ground. Chen Yang, I'll come see you. He held no hope that Chen Yang would survive, for the demon beast before them was simply too formidable. On the battlefield, a man wielded a long staff, blood streaming unceasingly, yet he pressed forward relentlessly, slaying foes. Even as he collapsed to his knees, each swing of his staff sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Wu Cheng glanced at Chen Yang, a faint smile touching his lips before he collapsed. His injuries were too severe, and he was utterly exhausted. But now, humanity had struck back. The tide of beasts was beginning to show signs of breaking.
In the sky. The demon subduing palm before Chen Yang had swelled to the size of a mountain. Go! After forcing out those words, Chen Yang's entire body went limp and he began to fall slowly toward the ground below. The demon subduing palm unleashed immense power, crashing toward the blazing wind golden crow. The blazing wind golden crow unleashed immense combat power, transforming one of its massive feathers into a spear. It charged toward the demon subduing palm. The collision unleashed a massive explosion, sending the blazing wind golden crow flying several meters back. Yet it suffered no significant harm. Immediately, the blazing wind golden crow charged toward Donghai City once more. Witnessing this, the crowd's spirits sank like dead ashes, their morale plummeting. Chen Yang watched helplessly. He had already given his all and had no strength left to stop it. He could only watch helplessly as the blazing wind golden crow bore down on Donghai City. Chapter 90, Chui Zhe. It's over. Everything is lost. What meaning does anything we do now hold? So many lives lost, is this truly the only outcome? Why couldn't anyone stop him? On the battlefield, the beast tide had begun to scatter, and the fighting had grown less intense. Many watched as the golden crow of the blazing wind charged toward Donghai City, unopposed. Their hearts died. Some slumped to the ground, laughing foolishly. Others watched with tears in their eyes as Donghai City bent under the onslaught. The pain now came not from bleeding wounds or horrifying injuries. Instead, it was the realization that everything they had poured their lives into protecting would soon be reduced to ruins. Chen Yang flashed a faint smile before collapsing to the ground like a fallen leaf. Protected by his battle armor, Chen Yang was unharmed. He struggled to his feet, his gaze filled with despair and helplessness. Once again, he felt the helplessness he had known in his previous life, watching those he wanted to protect fall before him, utterly powerless to save them. The sensation was overwhelming, causing a dull ache in his head as his fists clenched tightly. His body trembled uncontrollably, for he was so weak that merely standing was an effort. That alone was testament to the sheer resilience of his body. The golden crow soared rapidly into the higher skies, nearly merging with the clouds. Then, spreading its wings vast enough to obscure the sky, the entire city of Donghai seemed shrouded in the moment of impending doom. The city dimmed, its light no longer warm and inviting, but rather like the street lamps of a farewell. The golden crow of the blazing wind let out a roar, and almost all the feathers on its wings pointed toward Donghai City. In the next instant, these feathers shot forth like a volley of arrows, piercing toward Donghai City. Witnessing this, the crowd fell to their knees, unable to rise. Their eyes filled with despair, their voices choked with emotion, unable to speak. "How dare you, vile beast!" A commanding voice suddenly cut through the air. A figure clad in black battle armor appeared before the golden crow in a flash. With a thunderous stomp of one foot, a terrifying aura of blood energy erupted from the figure, followed by an overwhelming pressure that crushed down upon the scene. Every single arrow that had been fired plummeted to the ground. Even the mighty blazing wind golden crow's body trembled violently, crashing heavily to the earth. It lay prostrate, unable to move. Dust swirled from the ground, sending clumps of earth flying toward Chen Yang. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Chen Yang froze in shock. What is this? At least 7th tier strength? Who is this? Chen Yang nearly whispered. It was known that only those at the 7th tier could potentially awaken golden blood essence, further unlocking a martial artist's potential and unleashing even greater combat power. Moreover, golden awakening wasn't guaranteed, only a select few at the 7th tier could achieve it. The most formidable color for blood essence awakening is blue. To this day, it had never been witnessed, existing only in theory. But at this moment, Chen Yang cared little for such details. What mattered was, who was this person? When did the East Sea cultivate such a being? It couldn't be reinforcements from elsewhere either, so this must be a hidden powerhouse within the East Sea. But why hadn't they appeared earlier? Chen Yang couldn't fathom the reason. The same question wasn't just on Chen Yang's mind, it was on everyone's. It was a question shared by everyone. Who is this person? Are we saved? Should I be happy or unhappy? Why can't I feel happy? On the battlefield, voices chime in one after another. Not a trace of a smile graced their faces, only sorrow and desolation. In a corner of the battlefield, Lu Ran shed tears. Staring at the overwhelmingly powerful figure in the sky, his throat tightened and his voice cracked. Old Master Chui? You'll die doing this. Lu Ran choked, unable to form a complete sentence. Wretched beast, I rushed as fast as I could, yet I was still a step too late. You deserve to die. 10,000 deaths wouldn't be enough. Chui Zhe spat furiously. First tier of the ninefold star radiance star extinction. Chui Zhe roared, and a golden spear with barbed tips materialized in his hand. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, Chui Zhe plunged toward the golden crow of the blazing wind. Instantly, a gaping hole tore through its body. He then collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, everyone assumed the blazing wind golden crow was dead. But Chui Zhe understood this blazing wind golden crow possessed 2 lives. It was their innate gift. We've won, and the beast tide has been repelled. My brother died in battle. Why wasn't it me? Brother, take it easy. They died honorably. In 18 years, they'll be heroes again. On the battlefield, some rejoiced while others grieved. Senior, this demon beast still has one life left. Chen Yang, assuming Chui Zai hadn't noticed, shouted at the top of his lungs.
Hearing this, Chui Zai turned to look at Chen Yang. At this moment, he found Chen Yang increasingly inscrutable, sensing that the young man harbored far too many secrets. But he had no time to figure it out. This outing had already signaled that his time to die had come. But now was not the time for such thoughts. He nodded to Chen Yang, then swiftly separated himself from the blazing wind golden crow. Star Shatter, the second layer of the ninefold star radiance. Chui Zai roared, thrusting his spear forward before tracing a circle in the air. The spear vanished within it. Instantly, the drawn circle coalesced into a vortex, from which a massive purple gold spear slowly emerged. It radiated intense energy fluctuations, exerting overwhelming pressure that affected the entire battlefield. Everyone within its reach was pinned down, unable to move. Even Chen Yang knelt on one knee, unable to move. He knew this wasn't intentional. Rather, it stemmed from power too overwhelming to contain a force beyond his own control. Otherwise, such immense power wouldn't have been necessary to slay the blazing wind golden crow. Reflecting on this, Chen Yang surmised that the figure's delayed arrival might conceal deeper reasons. It wasn't simply a matter of unwillingness or tardiness. Yet among the battlefield's onlookers, those unaware except for Lu Ran didn't share this perspective. Elder, what are you doing? The blazing wind golden crow is already dead. Do you intend to kill us now? Why would you kill us? What have we done wrong? Senior, please stop. Could it be? Are we still doomed to die? We thought we'd die by the hands of beasts, but now look, we're dying by our own kind. It's laughable, really. On the battlefield, the group spoke in despair. They couldn't understand why this was happening now that the sunbird was dead. What's all the fuss about? Didn't you know the sunbird had 2 lives? All you do is wail like ghosts day in and day out? And its second life is even stronger than the first. The elder is just gathering power. Han Xiao roared impatiently on the battlefield. Hearing this, everyone bowed their heads in silence. Only Lu Ran continued to weep uncontrollably. Chapter 91, Crisis Averted, Chui Zai's Demise. Principal, are you okay? Luo Hua, standing not far from Lu Ran, asked in a dazed voice. Lu Ran glanced over at the sound but didn't respond, merely lifting her head to look at Chui Zai. Just then, the blazing wind golden crow suddenly flapped its wings. The wound that had been pierced through moments ago had vanished. Facing Chui Zai's oppressive aura, it no longer froze in place as it had the first time. Though unable to take flight, it could still launch attacks and flap its wings. Chui Zai, seeing this, gritted his teeth. Seal. He immediately began burning his own vital energy, once again using his overwhelming pressure to pin the blazing wind golden crow to the ground. He did this because while a martial technique might be immensely powerful, it could only effectively strike a stationary target. Therefore, Chui Zai had to pin the blazing wind golden crow in place, rendering it immobile. The next instant, a colossal super sword, surging with immense force, stabbed toward the blazing wind golden crow. Without the slightest surprise, a wet thud echoed as blood spattered skyward. The entire body of the blazing wind golden crow was pierced through and through. Before it could even utter a roar, it collapsed onto the ground, flesh and blood scattered everywhere. We've won this time. Wonderful! Someone shouted. Lu Ran, witnessing this, burst into tears. Master Chui. He immediately rushed toward where Chui Zai was standing, leaving everyone else utterly bewildered. What's wrong with Principal Lu Ran? Whose name is he calling? Has he lost his mind? He's been crying this whole time? Who knows? Maybe he's gone to seek out a senior master to apprentice under. The crowd speculated in whispers, none knowing what Lu Ran was up to. Just as they were about to investigate who this formidable master might be, Chui Zai sighed, lifting the visor of his battle armor. A faint smile touched his lips as he gazed toward the setting sun in the distance. Is this where it ends? I'm tired. Indeed, it's time to rest. Chui Zai spoke in a faint voice, then collapsed backward like a drifting autumn leaf, falling aimlessly toward the ground. The others gasped in shock. What's happening? What's happening? What about the senior? Chen Yang rushed over as well. Lu Ran gently caught Chui Zai as he drifted down, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Old Master Chui, there must be a way, right? Tell me, and I'll find a way to save you. Hurry, tell me. I can't just watch you. Chui Zai knelt on the ground, holding Chui Zai in his arms, sobbing as he spoke. Hearing this, Chui Zai smiled faintly. Lu Ran, thank you for keeping my secret all this time. You've allowed me to live the quietest decades of my life. I am content. There's nothing left in this world I'm attached to. Being able to save my second home in my final moments. I'm truly happy. It's just a pity that breaking the seal took so much time. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have died. Chui Zai spoke gently, his voice soft yet steady, his eyes shining as he slowly continued. Old Chui, I know you must have a way. You can definitely save him. Lu Ran persisted, refusing to give up. The unshaven middle-aged man wept like a child.
Seeing this, Chui Zhe smiled. Alright. Save what? If I could save them, would I be here in Donghai City living out my days?
With my strength, I would have slaughtered all these beasts long ago.
Chui Zhe remarked with a playful tone.
Chen Yang stood silently nearby. The moment he saw Chui Zhe, he froze for a second. He never imagined this man would be the old guard of the martial arts pavilion who nearly swindled him. The man who rushed to clock out early, slept through his shifts, and was practically the poster child for slacking off among the younger generation turned out to be a formidable powerhouse. But now, the situation seemed grim. Chui Zhe had activated some sealed artifact. His vitality drained, he now resembled nothing more than rotten wood.
Lu Ran sighed upon hearing this. Old Chui, it's because I'm too weak. Otherwise, I wouldn't have forced you to act. If I'd been stronger, you wouldn't have. Enough with the whining and crying. What kind of example is that? Slaying beasts isn't anyone's responsibility, nor should it be. This is a challenge all of humanity must confront. My intervention today is entirely justified. What business is it of yours? Besides, what's wrong with dying? I've already died once. Why should I be afraid?
Chui Lao spoke with righteous conviction, unwilling to see Lu Ran so deeply distressed. Of course, he also noticed Chen Yang standing nearby. He turned his head to face Chen Yang. Young man, you're quite impressive. In just a few years, you'll be incredibly powerful. The only advice I can give you is to avoid acting impulsively.
Chui looked at Chen Yang and spoke solemnly. Senior, I'll remember that.
Chen Yang bowed his hands respectfully.
Lu Ran, this martial art manual and this weapon. I no longer have use for them.
It's time to pass them on to those who need them. As for my old, battered battle armor, it shall be buried with me.
Well, I'm tired. I'll rest for a while. Chui Zhe finished speaking and closed his eyes peacefully. Master Chui, don't sleep. Don't sleep. Master. Master. Chen Yang cried out urgently upon seeing this.
He didn't know why, but even after experiencing his past life, tears welled up in his eyes at that moment. After a long silence, Lu Ran picked up Chui Zhe and began walking toward Dingjun Mountain.
Chen Yang, come with me. Lu Ran spoke in a deep voice, his back turned to Chen Yang. Hearing this, Chen Yang respectfully replied, yes.
And so, bathed in the fading light of the setting sun, a mighty warrior met his end. Similar scenes unfolded countless times across the battlefield at that moment. Inside the military command center, Yang Wuhan, enraged, smashed the command screen before him with a single punch.
What's going on? Where is Yang Hong? Why hasn't he been found yet? Why isn't he at the shelter? Who can tell me where the hell he went? Yang Wuhan roared furiously. He was deeply worried and furious about Yang Hong's disappearance. None of Yang Wuhan's men present dared to respond. Suddenly, his phone rang. Who is this?
General Yang, this is Zhang Yu, young master Yang Hong's teacher.
Yang Hong is dead.
On the other end, Zhang Yu's voice trembled, choked with tears. It turned out that just moments ago, Zhu Zhang had regained consciousness and recounted the events leading up to Yang Hong's death. Knowing he couldn't hide it any longer, Zhang Yu steeled himself and called Yang Wuhan. Hearing this, Yang Wuhan froze, his pupils suddenly dilating as his face twisted into a savage expression.
What did you say? How could Yang Hong be dead? How could?
Yang Wuhan erupted in fury, then stormed out of the command center.
Chapter 92, Delicious. Dingjun Mountain.
Beneath a locust tree, Lu Ran remained silent, silently digging a hole with his sword.
Chui Zhe lay quietly nearby, a faint smile playing on his lips.
Chen Yang stood nearby, watching the scene unfold before him with a complex mix of emotions. An indescribable feeling washed over him.
Principal, let me help you.
Chen Yang approached Lu Ran, drew his dagger, and prepared to assist him.
To lay the elder to rest as soon as possible. No need. Wait a moment. I can manage this myself. Lu Ran choked back tears as he declined Chen Yang's offer, then dug the grave with renewed vigor.
He looked utterly exhausted, yet his hands never stopped moving.
Seeing this, Chen Yang sighed and didn't press the matter further. He walked over and sat down. He watched as the sun set and a bright moon rose high in the sky. Finally, Lu Ran finished burying Chui Zhe, murmuring many words in a faint voice. Chen Yang didn't approach to listen. He simply sat there, lost in thought. Chen Yang, I called you here just to have a chat with me. You're not upset, are you?
Just as Chen Yang was starting to feel drowsy, Lu Ran walked over to him and spoke slowly.
Principal, of course not. Chen Yang replied promptly.
He knew Lu Ran had so much weighing on his mind that needed to be unburdened. Senior Chui Zhe arrived in Donghai City many years ago, severely injured. I encountered him and offered my help without hesitation. Later, through getting to know him and spending time together, I learned he was the 80th ranked star god of war globally. Lu Ran sighed as he spoke, pausing briefly before continuing. That night, he shared much with Chen Yang. In short, Chui Zhe was now the 80th ranked star god warrior globally.
This title didn't signify martial arts cultivation.
Rather, it signified his cultivation had reached the 10th tier, a ranking achieved after participating in the global grand martial arts competition. It carried immense prestige.
It had once brought Chui Zhe immense glory.
However, due to his youthful arrogance, during a battle, his own brother-in-arms was killed. Enraged, he ignored all attempts to stop him and charged alone deep into the rear of the demon beast-occupied territory. He consecutively slayed numerous powerful demon beasts, some reaching the 9th tier and even the 10th tier.
Yet one man could only go so far.
Ultimately, he was defeated by a super beast whose power surpassed even the 10th rank. Had it not been for the life-risking rescue by powerful humans, there would be no Chui Zhe today. Upon his return, however, he was expelled from the global rankings. Severely wounded, he sealed away most of his cultivation to save his life. He eventually vanished from public view, his encounter with that formidable super beast leaving him with a deep-seated fear.
He came to believe humanity had no hope of defeating demon beasts. He fled to Donghai City. He planned to hide there for the rest of his life until that moment. He suddenly found peace and grew weary of hiding. He forcibly broke the seal to slay the blazing winged golden crow. Yet in the instant he released the seal, his life force dissipated. The last of the great warriors thus perished. Super beasts, however, were the rare few demonic beasts that had broken through the 10th tier, possessing immense power. By dawn, as the sky began to lighten, Chen Yang finally returned home. The moment he opened the door, a wave of delicious aroma hit him. Xia Chuxue sat quietly at the dining table.
The table was laden with dishes she knew he loved. The moment Xia Chuxue heard the door open, she looked up. Seeing it was Chen Yang, tears welled up in her eyes and spilled over. She immediately stood up and rushed toward him. Before Chen Yang could react, Xia Chuxue threw her arms around him tightly.
Chen Yang was utterly bewildered by the scene, but he said nothing.
He simply stroked Xia Chushue's head.
Chen Yang, you came back alive. I'm so glad.
Please don't be so impulsive in the future.
I don't want anything to happen to you.
Xia Chushue spoke with a tremor in her voice, then immediately realized she'd lost her composure and quickly let go of Chen Yang.
I'm sorry.
I was just so overwhelmed seeing you come back alive. Xia Chushue stammered in explanation, her face flushing crimson all the way to her neck.
It's fine. Are you worried about me? Don't worry, I'm fine. Did you prepare all this food for me? They smell so good. Seeing this, Chen Yang quickly joked to lighten the mood. I'm just glad you're okay. Go take a shower and come out for dinner.
Xia Chushue sat back down at the table, putting on her usual cool demeanor while quietly wiping away her tears. Chen Yang shook his head and smiled.
All right. By the way, how are uncle and aunt doing? I went to see them. They're fine.
That's good, Xia Chushue replied.
That's good. With that, Chen Yang slipped into the bathroom.
The sound of running water grew louder and lasted for quite some time before fading away. Moments later, Chen Yang emerged wearing a bathrobe, his hair still damp. He sat down at the dining table.
Is dinner ready?
His stomach growled loudly, prompting him to ask with an awkward smile. The moment she saw Chen Yang, Xia Chushue's eyes locked onto him, unable to look away. She couldn't recall when it had happened, but the thug she remembered had transformed into a stunningly handsome man, defined pectorals, muscular arms, a high nose bridge, large eyes. Every feature spoke of Chen Yang's striking good looks.
Hey, are you okay?
Chen Yang spoke up, noticing Xia Chushue's dazed expression. At his words, Xia Chushue snapped back to reality, her face flushing red once more.
I can eat.
Then I won't hold back, Chen Yang said with a smile. He then launched into a food-devouring spree, eating like a black hole. He emptied the rice cooker and polished off every dish on the table. Even after finishing, he still felt a bit unsatisfied, licking his lips. He patted his slightly rounded belly, thoroughly satisfied.
What are you doing?
I was just really hungry, so I ate a bit more.
Don't even think about hitting on me, I'm still a kid.
Seeing Xia Chushue propping her chin up, her bright, large eyes fixed intently on him, Chen Yang couldn't resist teasing her.
You're imagining things.
Xia Chushue snapped back to her senses, cleared away the bowls and chopsticks, and ignored Chen Yang completely. But out of Chen Yang's sight, a faint smile still played on her lips.
The Yang family. Tell me, did you kill my son? Why did you kill him?
In the grand hall of the Yang family, Yang Wuhan pointed angrily at Zhao Buchan before him. Kneeling beside him, Zhang Yu and Zhu Zheng dared not meet Yang Wuhan's furious gaze, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as they spoke. It turned out Yang Wuhan had found Zhang Yu and met Zhu Zheng, learning the entire story. He had then sent men to bring Zhao Buchan here, determined to get to the bottom of things. He intended to torture Zhao Buchan thoroughly, preferably making him wish he were dead.
Daring to kill his son, even skinning him alive, wouldn't appease his rage. Chapter 93, The Zhao Clan of the Western Regions. At that moment, Zhao Buchan stood in the Yang family's main hall, flanked by two formidable martial artists. Should Zhao Buchan dare make a move, Yang Wuhan needed only a glance to end his life. Facing Yang Wuhan's furious interrogation, Zhao Buchan sighed, his expression calm as still water. General Yang, might we discuss this matter elsewhere?
Certainly.
If you prefer not to, that is your choice. But I suspect you may come to regret it. I'm not threatening you, merely offering sound advice. Zhao Buchan met Yang Wuhan's gaze with unflinching composure, his tone measured and utterly unruffled. He wasn't afraid Yang Wuhan would actually dare to do anything to him.
After all, he was the young master of the Zhao family, the foremost clan in Fancheng, western regions. Though not particularly favored within his own family. But he wasn't someone a mere second in command of a military unit in a small place like Donghai City could casually lay a finger on.
Even if Zhao Buchan hadn't killed Yang Hong, Yang Wuhan wouldn't dare do anything to him.
Had it not been for the family's need for secrecy, Zhao Buchan would have been running rampant in Donghai long ago.
But now, it seems some people needed to find out. This would greatly increase his chances of accessing Chen Yang's assets and secrets. Once he succeeded in acquiring them and returned to Fancheng in the western regions, he would undoubtedly become the foremost candidate for the next family head. After all, the clan placed great value on what Chen Yang possessed. Zhao Buchan had been assigned this task.
Was partly due to his exceptional talent, ranking among the clan's elite, and partly because of his father's authority as the clan's second in command. With this thought, Zhao Buchan glanced at Yang Wuhan across from him, who looked utterly bewildered, and a playful smile spread across his face.
What did you say? I'll regret it? That I'd be afraid of your threats? Are you out of your mind? Or have you been scared out of your wits? Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Zhao Buchan's words, Yang Wuhan froze for a moment with a stern expression, then burst into laughter.
It wasn't laughter born of joy, but rather laughter born of sheer exasperation at Zhao Buchan. As far as he knew, Zhao Buchan came from an ordinary family and had no relatives. There was no way he could possibly have the strength to oppose him. The only thing that might be troublesome was the martial arts academy.
But after a major battle had just concluded, who had time to deal with Zhao Buchan? Is that so funny? Do you think I'm joking with you, General Yang? You haven't heard of black martial arts? Zhao Buchan's expression darkened instantly at Yang Wuhan's blatant disregard for him.
His tone turned stern, tinged with authority. This state of affairs stunned everyone present, making them think Zhao Buchan had truly lost his mind.
What the hell is he babbling about? Black Wu? Who's that? Never heard of him. You don't know about black martial? I've heard of it.
They say it's a group of mysterious martial artists who don't need any organization. They're incredibly powerful, active in the western regions, and their influence is well known even in the Dragon Kingdom. And it's said to have been founded by 3 clans.
And these 3 families are the Zhao, Meng, and Yun clans. Holy crap, has this kid lost his mind? He doesn't actually think he's part of the Zhao family just because his surname is Zhao, does he? Well, I'm a Meng too.
In the hall, numerous members of the Yang family and Yang Wuhan's key subordinates overheard Zhao Buchan's words and began murmuring among themselves.
Yang Wuhan's expression turned serious, though deep down he still refused to believe it. But what if?
He dared not take that gamble. After all, in a big forest, you find all kinds of birds. Besides, if someone wanted to deceive him, there was no need to invent such a powerful faction. It would be far more plausible to claim he was the illegitimate son of some martial arts academy master.
Kid, I'm giving you one chance.
If you deceive me, you'll learn the meaning of agony of suffering worse than death itself.
Yang Wuhan spoke coldly.
Before reaching a conclusion, he could waver, but he couldn't lose face. After all, so many eyes were watching.
With that, Yang Wuhan turned and headed toward his study. Boss, don't trust that kid. Maybe he's just stalling?
I say we should let him taste my methods. I guarantee he'll behave himself, wishing he were dead.
That way we can give young Master Yang Hong a proper explanation.
Seeing how easily Yang Wuhan had fallen for Zhao Buchan's lies, one of Yang Wuhan's key generals spoke up to dissuade him. After all, they couldn't possibly believe such a coincidence existed in this world. How could someone from a prominent family possibly come to a small place like Donghai City?
It made no logical sense whatsoever.
Therefore, in their eyes, Zhao Buchan's story was untenable. Naturally, they couldn't possibly believe it either.
I know what I'm talking about. Take these 2 downstairs and give them a proper welcome. Truth or false, we'll find out soon enough. You know my methods. Would you dare deceive me? Yang Wuhan found the reasoning plausible, but since he'd already spoken, spending a few extra minutes to verify it wouldn't hurt. After all, Zhao Buchan was in his custody. Escape? Impossible? Seeing this, the others said nothing more. They grabbed Zhang Yu and Zhu Zhang off the ground and dragged them out. No, please. This really has nothing to do with us. Spare our lives. We'll be your slaves forever. Ah! The 2 begged for mercy frantically, and soon, wretched cries echoed through the air. You'd better not do this, Yang Wuhan said coldly as he walked away. Zhao Buchan offered no reply. Soon they arrived at the study. Yang Wuhan sat down, crossed his legs, and looked at Zhao Buchan with utter disdain. You may leave. He then turned to the 2 martial artists beside Zhao Buchan and spoke. Boss? But? It's fine. Him? Trying to scheme against me? He won't even know how he died. Yang Wuhan said coldly. Hearing this, the 2 men replied in unison, Yes, boss. Just call us whenever you need us. They then stepped out and closed the door behind them. Speak. Yang Wuhan commanded coldly.
Zhao Buchan smiled faintly, producing a jade token carved from white jade with a single black character engraved upon it.
He tossed it to Yang Wuhan. Yang Wuhan, utterly bewildered, caught it and examined it closely. Ha? Black? What? Black characters carved into white jade? Yang Wuhan exclaimed, then sprang to his feet. You really are from the Zhao family of the western regions? Yang Wuhan's pupils dilated sharply as he stared at Zhao Buchan in utter disbelief. Deep down, he was already trembling with fear. Do I need to prove it? This can't be forged, can it? Who would dare forge this? Zhao Buchan spoke coldly. Cold sweat now beaded on Yang Wuhan's forehead.
His legs felt like jelly, and he was on the verge of kowtowing to Zhao Buchan.
However, Yang Wuhan still didn't believe it 100%.
He could only say he was treating it with caution. As for Yang Hong's death, he dared not mention it. It was my blindness.
Then why did you come here? Yang Wuhan asked, his words also a test. What I'm here for is none of your concern. It's a family secret.
If you're not afraid of dying, I could tell you.
Ah. No need at all. Yang Wuhan blurted out urgently. Your son is absolutely connected to Chen Yang. My presence here is also related to him. You don't need to know the specifics. All you need to do is assist me when I require it. Rest assured, the Zhao family won't shortchange you. You're free to disbelieve me. Feel free to send people to investigate. Goodbye. Zhao Buchan spoke with remarkable composure.
As his words trailed off, he opened the door and walked out.
You can't leave. Go back.
The martial artist at the door spoke sternly.
Let him go.
Let him go if you don't want to die, Yang Wuhan declared.
Hearing this, the two men looked utterly bewildered but dared not obstruct him.
And so, Zhao Buchan departed the Yang residence with a flourish.
Yang Wuhan immediately dispatched men to investigate Zhao Buchan. Chapter 94, I'm truly fine. Early the next morning,
Chen Yang and Xia Chuxue arrived at Donghai City's advanced hospital to visit Wu Chang.
Senior, are you all right?
Entering the VIP ward, Chen Yang placed the fruit basket aside before speaking slowly.
Wu Chang, who had been staring blankly out the window, assumed it was medical staff entering and didn't pay much attention. Only upon hearing Chen Yang's voice did he snap back to reality. Chen Yang? Xia Chuxue? What brings you two here? Why didn't you rest at home for a few days?
Yesterday's battle, Sai, the casualties were heavy. Wu Chang looked at the two of them, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes before he sighed and spoke. The heavy casualties and life or death crisis from yesterday remained etched in his mind, refusing to fade.
Senior, we came to see how you're doing. War always claims many lives. At least we accomplished our mission to protect Donghai City.
The cost was high, but they were all heroes.
They will be remembered.
Perhaps one day, we will also fall in the fight against the demon beasts.
But so what?
Chen Yang spoke with unwavering resolve, his eyes burning with determination.
Senior, Chen Yang is right.
Take good care of your injuries, Xia Chuxue said obediently. Hearing this, Wu Chang sighed.
Well said. If we must die, let it be on the path of slaying demonic beasts. Chen Yang, rest assured. I won't break my promise to you just because your martial cultivation might stagnate. Whenever you're ready to join the martial arts academy, the door is always open. It's all because we're too weak. Otherwise, how could we let children like you go to war? Especially you, Chen Yang. Such promising talent, what a shame, what a shame.
Wu Chang glanced at Chen Yang, recalling yesterday's scene where Chen Yang had burned his own vital energy to hold back the blazing wind golden crow. He felt both regret and heartache. To see a young boy destroy his own future, how tragic. He admired Chen Yang's spirit. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have done the same. Knowing full well it was futile, yet charging forward without hesitation. Knowing the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful, with not a shred of chance for victory, yet still engaging in battle. This clearly demonstrates just how formidable Chen Yang's courage truly is. Wu Chang, searching his own heart, knew he lacked such courage. In his place, he might only have watched helplessly as the demonic beasts attacked Donghai City, silently resolving to strengthen himself. Yet Chen Yang made a decision that was baffling yet deeply admirable. It might seem foolish, yet it was so incredibly thrilling. Hearing Wu Chang's words, the two of them smiled. Last night, Xia Chuxue had spoken similar words, even through tears. Yet Chen Yang proved it. Though he burned his vital energy, it wouldn't hinder his progress. At first, Xia Chuxue didn't believe it. That was until she felt Chen Yang's surging vitality, once more a vitality that wasn't merely stable. It was a blood energy bursting with vitality. This signified that Chen Yang could cultivate. Of course, this state was deliberately controlled by Chen Yang himself. He couldn't enhance his vital energy on his own, he could only rely on the system's life force consumption to boost his strength. After all, his initial vitality levels were insufficient for martial cultivation. Senior, I can cultivate. Burning my vital energy doesn't seem to affect me. I feel full of vitality again, and I sense a breakthrough approaching. Chen Yang spoke calmly. Xiao Chushue remained silent beside him, eager to see how Wu Chang would react.
Sure enough, Wu Chang froze upon hearing this.
He assumed Chen Yang was either trying not to worry him too much, or perhaps he feared that telling the truth would make him seem untrustworthy, preventing him from joining the Hunter Martial Arts Academy.
For Wu Chang, this was a humiliation. He couldn't accept Chen Yang's lack of trust in him.
Yet he understood Chen Yang's feelings that he was still thinking of him at a time like this. It truly put Chen Yang in a difficult position. What Wu Chang needed to do was firmly tell Chen Yang.
Chen Yang, what do you take me for? Am I the sort of person who breaks his word? Once I promise you something, I always follow through. You don't need to lie to me. How could it be nothing? Rest assured, I'll have your back from now on. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll beat them up for you.
Wu Chang smiled, trying his best to comfort Chen Yang. Though he could no longer practice martial arts, he hoped Chen Yang could pull himself together.
But the moment those words left his mouth, Xiao Chushue couldn't hold back any longer.
She turned her head and giggled.
Chen Yang, meanwhile, wore an utterly innocent expression.
Seeing this, Wu Chang was utterly baffled.
Did I say something wrong? Strange? No way? Then what's going on? Why do I feel like something's off? Wu Chang's mind began to churn with confusion, unable to decipher Chen Yang's expression. Shouldn't he be smiling and immediately thanking me? Wu Chang couldn't figure it out.
Senior, I truly haven't deceived you. I can still practice martial arts without any issues.
And I certainly wasn't worried you wouldn't keep your word. Look at my vitality. Chen Yang smiled as he explained earnestly.
Suddenly, a fierce surge of vital energy erupted from his entire body, radiating a vibrant, life-affirming presence. It startled Wu Chang, who sat up abruptly and rubbed his eyes.
He confirmed he hadn't seen wrong. Something's wrong. Dead wrong. Come here. Wu Chang couldn't believe it.
How could such a state possibly manifest in a martial artist who had already burned through his vital energy? It was impossible. Even on a global scale, such a case had never been heard of. Therefore, he suspected Chen Yang had taken chi blood pills, and all this was fake. Hearing this, Chen Yang walked over with a helpless expression. Immediately, a fierce surge of vital energy erupted once more. Wu Chang grasped Chen Yang's hand, striving to sense the effects of the chi blood pill. Yet even after 10 breaths, all Wu Chang sensed remained thick and pure blood energy. Not the volatile and impure blood energy characteristic of the Qi Shui Dan.
He froze, staring at Chen Yang in utter bewilderment. Chen Yang? You? Is this real? You're genuinely fine? How is this possible? How did you manage this? Why is this happening?
Wu Chang's face was filled with question marks as he demanded answers.
Senior, I don't know either. Maybe it's divine favor?
Chen Yang couldn't possibly mention the system, so he feigned ignorance. Hearing this, Wu Chang's lips twitched slightly, feeling somewhat speechless.
He was certain there was some secret behind it. But since Chen Yang wasn't willing to talk about it, he let it go. At least it was good news. Alright, I won't pry. This is fantastic, you kid. I don't even know what to say.
Wu Chang spoke excitedly, a smile spreading across his face. Senior, I wish to join the Martial Arts Academy, Chen Yang said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Wu Chang froze in place.
What did you say?
I said I want to join the Martial Arts Academy.
Really? Quick, help me up. I'm at a loss for words right now. All I can say is you've got great taste. Wu Chang froze, then joked.
Director, Han Xiao says he wants to hold a wrap-up video conference.
Should we respond?
Just as the two were speaking, Yu Chuan walked in, his arm wrapped in a bandage, and spoke slowly.
Then let's do it.
Wu Chang replied slowly. Seeing this, Chen Yang spoke calmly. Senior, we have matters to attend to and will take our leave.
All right. Wu Chang replied.
Stepping out of the hospital, he turned to Xiao Chushue.
Let's go. Come with me to sell some things. Sell things? All right.
The two hailed a cab and headed toward the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion.
Chapter 95, Wanbao Pavilion. Wanbao Pavilion.
The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion stood in the new district of Donghai City, a towering skyscraper rising from the ground, all belonging to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. From afar, the three characters 10,000 Treasures Pavilion shimmered brightly atop the towering structure. It looked incredibly luxurious.
Meanwhile, on the top floor of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, in a spacious office, a stunning woman in a black silk uniform exuded an authoritative aura.
Across the desk sat a composed middle-aged man.
Dressed in a black suit, his well-defined muscles strained against the fabric as if ready to burst through.
Sister Luo, today marks our Wanbao Pavilion's biannual martial arts competition.
Numerous martial artists have already begun registering. What instructions does the main branch have this time?
The middle-aged man was Chu Tiannan, deputy pavilion master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion's East Sea branch. Seated before him was this elegant woman.
Hearing this, Zhou Luo frowned. Headquarters hasn't said anything. They're just pleased that our branch remained unaffected by the flood.
We're also quite surprised that Donghai City managed to withstand the beast tide.
The only change this time is that the level restriction is set to 2nd tier and above, 5th tier and below. Age must not exceed 30 years old. I mentioned this to you before. Zhou Luo spoke slowly, his tone carrying a distinct, peculiar flavor. Don't worry, Sister Luo. I've already taken care of it. Despite the beast tide, it hasn't deterred these martial artists from joining the competition. And since many lost their gear in the battle, we'll reap another windfall. This will surely please the Grand Hall. Who knows? They might even transfer us to headquarters. Chu Tiannan flashed a smug grin, his voice dripping with greed for money and power. As a native of the East Sea, he had clawed his way up through sheer cunning, leveraging the shrewdness of a shady merchant to rise to become the deputy head of the East Sea branch of Wanbao Pavilion, the second-ranked merchant guild in the Dragon Nation. It could be said that without his near-mad craving for money and power, he would never have reached this position. His greatest ambition in life was to reach headquarters and continue climbing the ranks. As for Zhou Luo, he had been transferred from headquarters, rumored to have been demoted to the East Sea for misconduct. Having arrived in Donghai a year ago, she had consistently held the position of pavilion master. Her mature, elegant appearance and tall, slender figure attracted countless male martial artists to spend lavishly. All for the chance to catch a glimpse of Zhou Luo. You handle it. All gear at original price. No price hikes allowed. These martial artists gave their all for East Sea. We can't profit off their blood. My authority only extends to maintaining the original prices. After a moment of deep thought, Zhou Luo lifted her beautiful eyes and spoke with unwavering resolve. Zhou Luo knew full well that without these martial artists, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion wouldn't exist. Without them, it would likely be nothing but ruins now. Exploiting others' hard-earned gains was something Zhou Luo absolutely refused to do. Even if she wasn't born and raised in the East Sea, she was a person with a conscience. Chu Tiannan, standing nearby, froze upon hearing this. Passing up a chance to make money? Sis Luo. That's not right, is it? I heard headquarters offered a 50% premium. The original price? That's unreasonable, isn't it? Chu Tiannan spoke in a sarcastic tone, fully aware of the directive issued by headquarters. Hearing this, Zhou Luo instantly flew into a rage. Such matters were always communicated to her privately. How could Chu Tiannan possibly know? Chu Tiannan? How did you find out? Are you spying on me? Who gave you the authority? Zhou Luo demanded angrily. Sis Luo, I'm only doing this for your safety. After all, you're the dream lover of countless martial artists. If something happened to you, how would we sell our goods? Don't threaten me like that. I recorded everything you just said. You. Raise the price or not? I'll ask you one more time. Chu Tiannan wore a playful grin as he stared at Zhou Luo, speaking slowly. What Chu Tiannan desired wasn't just power, it was women. And in his eyes, Zhou Luo was one of them. People like Zhou Luo weren't cut out for business, they were far too kind-hearted. Only someone like him, Chu Tiannan, who stopped at nothing, could go far. Raise prices? No way. Go ahead and report me. But I'm still the pavilion master. You have to obey me. Get out of here. If you dare raise prices, I'll fire you on the spot. Zhou Luo snapped angrily, not expecting Chu Tiannan to be so disgusting. At first, she'd merely assumed Chu Tiannan was greedy and resorting to petty tricks. She had chosen to turn a blind eye, which had led to Chu Tiannan's current audacity. Fire me? Firing me requires headquarters approval. You don't have that authority. I can raise the price by 30%, but you know what I mean. You should know what I want. Chu Tiannan's gaze toward Zhou Luo was utterly lecherous, no longer concealed. He displayed his desires with utter abandon. Go ahead and try. Zhou Luo ignored Chu Tiannan and stormed out in anger. Chu Tiannan merely smiled at the sight. The more defiant Zhou Luo became, the more intensely he craved him. He promptly dialed a number. Increase the price by 50%. The voice on the other end responded, Deputy Pavilion Master? Are you certain? Didn't the Pavilion Master forbid us from arbitrarily raising the price? Why are you meddling? Just raise it when I tell you to. Stop talking nonsense. Either you can handle it or you can get lost. Chu Tiannan snapped irritably. Yes, yes, yes. The voice on the other end hurriedly agreed. Hearing this, Chu Tiannan smiled with satisfaction before sitting down in Zhou Luo's seat. Ah, this feels so good. Outside Wanbao Pavilion. Chen Yang and Xia Chushue stepped out of the car and slowly made their way toward Wanbao Pavilion. Chen Yang, what are we doing here? Are you participating in that martial arts competition? Xia Chushue asked in confusion. For Xia Chushue, this place was far too upscale, and martial arts competitions were simply beyond her reach. Only the first place winner received a reward, everyone else was merely there to make up the numbers. So in Xia Chushue's eyes, it held no meaning whatsoever. How will you know unless you try? Come on, trust me. Why can't I be the first? Chen Yang sensed Xia Chushue's apprehension and spoke reassuringly. Xia Chushue nodded silently, saying nothing more. Though she still found it hard to believe if Chen Yang was going to try, she might as well accompany him.
Entering the hall, it was already packed with martial artists arriving to participate.
Chen Yang didn't rush to join the queue. Instead, he walked over to the elevator and ascended to the 7th floor. Chen Yang, what are we doing here?
Xia Chushui asked again, puzzled. To sell things, of course, Chen Yang replied calmly. Oh. The 7th floor functioned as a pawnshop, and Chen Yang had come here specifically to sell the silver reindeer hide.
Chapter 96 Enemies Meet Unexpectedly. Soon, Chen Yang and Xia Chushui reached the front counter.
A man wearing a pointed hat spotted them approaching and shot them a look of contempt. Both were dressed plainly white t-shirts and black sweatpants, with Xia Chushui wearing a short skirt. However, adhering to the principle that the customer is always right, he refrained from any excessive actions. Hello, I have a complete silver moose hide I'd like to sell. Chen Yang approached the counter and calmly inquired. Upon hearing this, Gudong, who managed the 7th floor pawnshop, gave Chen Yang a once-over. Silver reindeer hide is considered a decent item.
Might you show it to me, sir? That way I can give you a fair price. Gudong greeted Chen Yang as he always did. Certainly.
Without hesitation, Chen Yang produced the silver reindeer hide. As for the blood wolf's heart, after his investigation, it had already been listed for sale online. Next, a massive reindeer hide was spread flat on the ground. The moment Gudong saw it, he was stunned not by its size. Rather, it was the flawless condition of the hide, a testament to the skinner's exceptional skill. Sir, this caribou hide is indeed remarkably intact. It must be the work of an elder who frequently hunts demon beasts. If you're interested, we could bring him here to do the skinning. We'd pay him well, certainly no less than what he earns from hunting. Gudong first crouched down to examine the entire moose hide meticulously. Then, rising to his feet with a hint of a smile, he addressed Chen Yang. He believed such skill could not possibly come from the young man before him. After all, without years of accumulated practice, it was impossible to achieve such flawless perfection. No one's home. I skinned it myself. How much can you offer? Chen Yang didn't dwell on it much. After all, the man's assumptions were perfectly reasonable. After all, the caribou hide was indeed skinned exceptionally well. In his previous life, he certainly wouldn't have been able to do this now. But having lived through that past life, it wasn't an exaggeration to say he knew a little about everything in this one. What? You skinned it yourself? Don't try to pull a fast one on me. I'm no con artist or anything, this place is huge, I'm not going anywhere. But if you don't want to, then forget it. How about 120,000 manhwa coins? Gudong heard the youth claim he de-skinned it himself and naturally didn't believe him, but it didn't matter. It wasn't his business anyway. If the other party didn't want to talk about it, he wouldn't pry. 15,000? Final offer. If you want it, I'll hand it over immediately. Chen Yang was surprised the boss offered 120,000 so readily it exceeded his expectations. But following the usual routine, this price was definitely not the final offer. So Chen Yang opened his mouth to push the price higher. Hearing this, Gudong sucked in a sharp breath. Looking at the young man before him, he realized this reindeer hide was indeed worth close to 150,000. He wouldn't be losing money either. He had intended to drive the price down, but never expected the young man before him to counter with a higher offer. Fine. Your way. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Here's the 150,000 yuan. This is our Wanbao Pavilion exclusive card. Gudong was equally straightforward, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Alright. Chen Yang took the card and tucked it away, then turned and led Xia Chushui away. Gudong, meanwhile, stowed away the silver reindeer hide. They approached the elevator. As the doors opened, Chen Yang and Xia Chushui stepped inside. Zhou Luo was already inside, and none of them spoke. Zhou Luo had gone to the equipment floor to check prices. She couldn't let Chu Tiannan inflate the cost. Zhou Luo exited the elevator at the equipment level, while Chen Yang and Xia Chushui proceeded directly to the first floor. Are you coming with me? As the elevator doors opened, Chen Yang turned to look at Xia Chushui and asked slowly. Let's give it a try, Xia Chushui replied timidly. Hearing this, Chen Yang smiled faintly. Let's go. We'll line up to register. The two then joined the registration queue. But Chen Yang was taken aback. Most of the people in line looked to be in their 20s, basically high school students just like him. Well, look who it is. Chen Yang? I thought you were dead. Where'd you hide yesterday? You actually didn't die? As they stood in line, that shrill, familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Chen Yang didn't even turn around to know who it was. Besides that Xinqing, Chen Yang couldn't think of anyone else. Chushui, did you hear that dog barking? Hey! How come you let dogs into Wanbao Pavilion? What if they hurt me? Chen Yang gave Xinqing no quarter, immediately shouting back. I think so, Xia Chushui murmured softly. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd burst into laughter, all turning to stare at Xinqing standing outside the queue. Seeing this, Xinqing's face flushed crimson. She stamped her foot and snapped, Chen Yang, how dare you insult me?
Because you had the nerve to enter the martial arts competition held by the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion? Even Shindo is just testing the waters. What gives you the right?
She didn't know what Chen Yang had done on the battlefield, so she assumed he'd merely survived by sheer luck yesterday. He was here merely to accompany Zhao Buchan for some fun, never expecting to run into Chen Yang. The mere sight of Chen Yang infuriated her, for yesterday Zhao Buchan had told Xin Qing everything about how she'd been framed. So the moment she saw Chen Yang, her loathing for him burned hotter than ever. How dare Chen Yang try to frame Zhao Buchan, the man she loved most? Moreover, after Zhao Buchan's tearful account, Xin Qing felt utterly heartbroken. She had no idea that not only was Zhao Buchan unharmed, but he had even left Yang Wuhan speechless. But Zhao Buchan wouldn't tell Xin Qing in his eyes, she was merely a woman, a tool. There was no need to take her seriously. What mattered most were the things on Chen Yang.
The position of family head was paramount. Did I curse you? I curse the dog. Are you the dog? You still want to bite me? Does Zhao Buchan's worthiness have a damn thing to do with me? Get lost. You're disgusting. Chen Yang was utterly speechless.
In his previous life, he'd sacrificed so much, yet never even held Xin Qing's hand.
Who knew she'd already been Zhao Buchan's woman all alone?
The thought made Chen Yang feel sick to his stomach.
He immediately snapped back angrily. Chen Yang, arguing with a girl? How can you even bring yourself to do that? You're a grown man. Is this really necessary? You slandered me before, but that's beside the point. If I weren't so resilient, how could I even be here? Xia Chuxue, you'd better keep your eyes open.
At that moment, Zhao Buchan stepped forward, speaking to Chen Yang in a sarcastic tone, and twisted the blame onto Chen Yang.
He even tried to sow discord between Xia Chuxue and Chen Yang. Chapter 97, Mid-Stage Martial Realm. Chen Yang has been very kind to me. He's not the kind of person you make him out to be. Don't even think about driving a wedge between us.
Hearing this, Xia Chuxue, who had remained silent until now, immediately stepped forward and declared firmly.
At her words, Zhao Buchan's face flushed with embarrassment. Next. Soon it was Chen Yang's turn. Name, age, rank.
The registration officer spoke slowly.
Name, Chen Yang, age, 18, rank, 3rd tier mid-stage martial corps.
Facing the inquiry, Chen Yang spoke calmly.
Young man, are you out of your mind? You're a 3rd tier cultivator? At 18? Why not just say you're a war god? If you're here to cause trouble, leave immediately. We'll conduct verification before the competition. If it's fake, you'll have to pay compensation. Do you have that kind of money?
The staff member gave a cold laugh, clearly not believing a word the young man said.
Reaching mid-tier 3 at 18?
By all logic, he should be a prodigy. But he'd never heard of him proof enough that this guy was spouting nonsense.
Oh, Chen Yang? Putting on the act again? You're still stuck at tier 3? You're an embarrassment to 3rd middle school. Get lost. Stop disgusting me. Zhao Buchan is only at the peak of tier 2. Don't you realize how ridiculous it sounds for you to claim tier 3? Xin Qing froze upon hearing Chen Yang claim he was stage 3, then burst out laughing.
She wouldn't believe Chen Yang was a 3rd tier martial artist after all. He was a worthless with a mere 50 chi blood points. No matter how mutated he was, there was no way he could be 3rd tier. Especially not mid-tier. Even Zhao Buchan was only at the peak of the 2nd tier. Chen Yang had truly made her laugh. Why should I bother explaining whether I am or not? You moron. Chen Yang was utterly speechless, responding with disdain. Wait? What's his name? Chen Yang? Mid-tier 3rd stage? Do you remember that kid who fought the Golden Crow alone yesterday? I heard his name is also Chen Yang, and he's also a 3rd tier cultivator? Could it be him? But he burned his blood essence to withstand the blazing wind Golden Crow. He's doomed to be crippled for life. What a pity, such a pity. Suddenly, some of the martial artists present recalled Chen Yang's confrontation with the fierce wind Golden Crow yesterday, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. Everyone was buzzing with speculation. Was this a coincidence, or was this truly the man himself? Hearing this, the registration staff were stunned into silence. They stopped urging Chen Yang forward. If the man before them truly was the one, then he was a hero. How could they dare disrespect him? He certainly couldn't insult him, lest he face the wrath of the entire martial arts crowd. What are you all thinking? Him? You actually believe he could withstand a 5th tier peak blazing wind Golden Crow? At best, it's just a case of mistaken identity. He's a worthless with a mere 50 vitality points. How could he possibly be a hero? Xin Qing, hearing this, naturally didn't believe it and immediately retorted to the others. Zhao Buchan remained silent for now, scrutinizing Chen Yang closely. He too was curious. If it really was Chen Yang, then it wouldn't be so bad. Because Chen Yang's cultivation couldn't progress any further. Obtaining what belonged to Chen Yang would be easier. I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? You've been talking about him the whole time. Who are you? Why didn't I see you on the battlefield yesterday? Yeah? What gives you the right to speak for a hero who risked his life? Oh, I get it now.
You were hiding in the shelter yesterday, weren't you? And what about your boyfriend you're praising to the skies?
Better hope I don't face him in the tournament. He'll regret it if he does.
If you want to bully a hero, you'd better ask us first.
At first, the crowd didn't recognize Chen Yang as Xinqing kept harping on him over and over.
They could only stand by as onlookers.
But now that Chen Yang had been recognized,
they couldn't stand by any longer, regardless of whether Chen Yang's actions yesterday were rational or not.
Whether it was right or not. But he had already left an indelible mark on the hearts of countless martial artists. They could not stand by and watch a hero who fought demon beasts with his life be slandered like this. Xin Chang and Zhao Buchan stood there, their faces ashen, utterly speechless. They could only silently lower their heads, which had been held high just moments before.
You may participate.
I failed to recognize a mountain when I saw it earlier. Seeing this, the staff member finally spoke up and complied.
It's fine, Chen Yang said calmly.
Soon after, Xia Chushui also completed her registration. Since the competition wouldn't begin until the next day, the first day was dedicated to compiling participant lists, designing matchups, and preparing logistics. So Chen Yang planned to leave with Xia Chushui first and return tomorrow.
Thank you all for your kind words. We'll meet on the martial arts stage.
Approaching the group of martial artists who had spoken up for him earlier, Chen Yang respectfully thanked them all. Without their support, he would have endured that unpleasantness for much longer.
Chen Yang, it's nothing. It's what we should do. We'd be heartless if we didn't speak up. It's just a shame about your cultivation.
The group sighed repeatedly. They couldn't help but think of how difficult his cultivation path would be from now on. Chen Yang said little, merely offering a faint smile as he took Xia Chushui's hand and walked out.
The Luo family. Luo Zhan's room. What did you say? You killed Yang Hong? How could you act so recklessly? This won't escape Yang Wuhan's notice. Others might already know. Hey, Luo Hua. Grandfather. Never mind. Consider it revenge for your brother. Whatever happens, I'll take the blame.
Luo Zhan stared at Luo Hua before him with a look of deep frustration, his tone not exactly pleasant as he spoke.
Luo Hua had just informed Luo Zhan of Yang Hong's death.
Hearing this, Luo Zhan sucked in a sharp breath. He dared not imagine what actions Yang Wuhan might take if he discovered the Luo family's involvement. But since it had already happened, there was little more he could say. Besides, Yang Hong deserved to die. Death was too lenient for him.
Upon hearing this, Luo Hua remained silent, feeling deeply wronged.
She knew grandfather meant well, but inexplicably, a wave of hurt washed over her.
Grandfather, why don't I join the martial arts academy?
If we could get the martial arts academy to support us, the Yang family wouldn't dare make any rash moves. Luo Hua spoke slowly, recalling how the Hunters Martial Arts Academy had aided Chen Yang before. Hearing this, Luo Zhan sighed. He knew how incredibly difficult that would be.
Why would anyone help the Luo family? Even if they could, how much effort would it take from Luo Hua? Luo Hua, just let it go. Grandfather doesn't want you to bear too much pressure. Luo Hua spoke calmly. Grandpa, I'm fine. Alright, get some rest early. This matter is settled.
Luo Hua finished speaking and dashed out, leaving only Luo Zhan sighing repeatedly.
Chapter 98, Dismissing Han Xiao. Meanwhile, Military Headquarters Office, Donghai City. Han Xiao answered the call. Han Xiao, do you know what mistake you've made?
Hearing the voice on the other end, Han Xiao froze, utterly bewildered.
Sir, what do you mean by that? What mistake have I, Han Xiao, made?
Han Xiao didn't beat around the bush, instead speaking directly with a hint of challenge in his tone. He genuinely had no idea what he'd done wrong. The voice on the other end belonged to Cheng Hanping from the Provincial Military Command, Han Xiao's direct superior. Hearing Han Xiao not only fail to recognize his mistake but instead challenge him, he was furious. Yesterday, the beast tide erupted, wreaking havoc across the land. Nearly every city above ground was devastated. Yet Donghai City had remained completely intact. This should have been cause for celebration, and Han Xiao deserved commendation. The problem was that someone had reported Han Xiao, accusing him of disregarding the lives of warriors and martial artists. His mind was solely focused on Donghai City. Faced with this accusation, the provincial military district convened a meeting to deliberate and ultimately reached a conclusion. Han Xiao would be removed from his position as the top military commander in Donghai City, with Yang Wuhan taking his place.
Han Xiao would become Yang Wuhan's assistant.
As Han Xiao's senior, Cheng Hanping actually held him in high regard.
This move was merely intended to temper Han Xiao's stubbornness.
Han Xiao, you know exactly what you've done. I'm only informing you of the outcome now. You will serve as Yang Wuhan's assistant, and he will become the top commander of the Donghai military headquarters.
Don't try to wriggle out of this. This is the provincial military district's arrangement. Obey the order. Cheng Hanping hung up immediately after speaking, leaving Han Xiao no chance to ask for details. After the call ended, a self-mocking smile touched the corner of Han Xiao's lips. Yang Wuhan's assistant? At that moment, Han Xiao was at a loss for words. He took a deep breath. He then called in several people to help him clear out his office. Move everything in this office that belongs to me into the unused office next door.
Han Xiao spoke slowly to the guards he had summoned, maintaining a calm exterior. But the disappointment in his heart was still evident.
After all, demoting him was one thing, but making him Yang Wuhan's assistant? He couldn't do it. He felt intense resistance within. He believed Yang Wuhan wasn't a soldier at all.
He was a ruthless businessman who stopped at nothing to get ahead.
And now he was being asked to serve as an assistant to such a man who was anything but a true soldier? How could he not resist? Yet as a soldier, he had no choice but to obey orders. As Han Zhao's guards, they were puzzled when he ordered them to organize the office. Commander Han? Are you dissatisfied with this office? The office next door is smaller, and the view isn't nearly as good as this one. Someone asked in confusion. What do you mean, disdain? I've been in Donghai for over a decade. When have I ever looked down on anything? This office has a new owner. Hurry up and tidy it up. We need to let its new owner move in.
Han Xiao heard their words and felt a surge of anger.
Disdain? Impossible.
For him, the defense mission of Donghai was paramount, everything else was insignificant. Much less a mere office space, he had no expectations for it, as long as it sheltered him from wind and rain. Hearing this, the others froze in place. They understood Han Zhao's meaning perfectly well. Yet they couldn't fathom why someone who had just distinguished himself, someone who had saved the Eastern Sea, would be demoted. Han Xiao had served in the East Sea for over a decade, rising from a lowly military commander to his current position. In the eyes of every soldier in Donghai, he was the epitome of a model officer, a role model everyone aspired to emulate. Yet to see him reduced to this state now was truly heartbreaking.
What are you standing around for? Get back to your duties.
Seeing the sighs and dejected looks on their faces, Han Xiao spoke slowly.
Hearing this, the others said nothing more. Instead, they each got back to their tasks.
Before long, they had tidied up the office alongside Han Xiao.
You guys go ahead and get back to work. I'll stay here for a bit. After finishing up, Han Xiao didn't rush to the new office.
After dismissing the others, he walked to the window, gazing at the familiar sights below the osmanthus tree, the pond. Everything felt both so familiar and yet so unfamiliar.
Hey! Old buddy Han Xiao. Look at this, the old guard has already tidied up the office spotless. I really feel bad about this.
I was just saying brother Han Xiao must be upset, so I'll handle it myself. Just as Han Xiao was about to be alone for a moment, quietly taking in the place he'd worked for years.
At that very moment, Yang Wuhan and the others walked in.
The instant they saw Han Xiao, Yang Wuhan remarked with a sarcastic tone. Hearing this, the others who came with him covered their mouths and burst into laughter.
Hearing Yang Wuhan's words, Han Zhao's face turned ashen.
He clenched his jaw, fists balled so tightly his fingernails nearly dug into his flesh.
Yang Wuhan? Cut the act. You're the one who reported me, right? Fine, whatever. You can be the boss or whatever. I don't care. But if I ever find out you've done anything to harm the people of Donghai, I will not let you off the hook.
Han Xiao turned around, glaring at Yang Wuhan with anger, his tone unyielding.
Hearing this, Yang Wuhan couldn't help but laugh.
In his eyes, Han Xiao had brought this upon himself. Fight the beast tide properly, get overwhelmed, and retreat. The city was destroyed. All perfectly normal outcomes that wouldn't affect Han Xiao in the slightest. Plus, he could pocket a hefty sum. Later, he could pull some strings up top. Wouldn't that be a lucrative deal? It's just a shame Han Xiao lacks flexibility and is too rigid in his ways. Brother Han Xiao, you can rest assured. As for reporting or anything like that, I honestly have no idea. How about this? I'll call the commander myself and have him let you continue? After all, having you as my assistant must be quite a burden for you. I really feel bad about it. Yang Wuhan gave a faint smile, feigning concern for Han Xiao while his words dripped with mockery.
Get lost. I don't need your help.
Hearing this, Han Xiao was instantly enraged.
He glared at Yang Wuhan before storming off in anger. He couldn't stand listening to Yang Wuhan's disgusting remarks. Seeing Han Xiao's reaction, Yang Wuhan burst into loud laughter. Meanwhile,
upon hearing the news, Luo Zhan felt as if the sky had fallen.
Yang Wuhan had already been eyeing the Luo family greedily. Now, Yang Wuhan's power had grown even stronger.
Where would the Luo family go from here?
Chapter 99, Killing One Person. The next day, the martial arts competition venue of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The competition grounds were vast, with over 100 battle platforms alone.
Yes, Boss Zhou Luo.
Oh. The goddess is looking at me? Goddess, I see you again. I'm buying. The goddess is just too beautiful. Goddess beautiful? What about me? Am I not beautiful? Think I'm not here? Wait till we get home, I'll show you.
With Zhou Luo's entrance, the atmosphere at the venue reached a new level. The venue was divided into spectators seating and the contestant martial artist area.
Spotting Zhou Luo on stage, Chen Yang, seated in the contestant area, recognized her instantly. This was the girl he'd encountered in the elevator yesterday. though he hadn't paid much attention then.
But there was no mistaking her.
Everyone, quiet please. As the head of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, I welcome you all. The first place winner will once again be able to choose any S-grade equipment from our pavilion. Enough with the pleasantries. I hope all contestants will give their absolute best.
Zhou Luo spoke with effortless composure, his words crisp and decisive, radiating remarkable maturity. His words hooked many in the crowd. The first round of the competition commenced on the following day. As expected, Chen Yang and Xia Chushui advanced with ease. The second and third rounds followed, and both advanced effortlessly, securing their places among the top 100. Tomorrow would determine the finalists. The day after tomorrow would be the moment to determine the champion. By the end of the first day's matches, it was already afternoon, and Chen Yang heard his stomach begin to growl. He gave an awkward smile and glanced at Xia Chushui beside him. Let's go home and cook. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Chushui looked at Chen Yang and spoke. This was her duty. Chen Yang had given her money, so cooking for him was only right. So she didn't think anything of it. Even if Chen Yang hadn't given her money, cooking for him wouldn't have been a big deal. The two walked out of the combat arena one after the other, heading home to prepare dinner. The thought of soon savoring Xia Chushui's delicious home cooking made Chen Yang's mouth water involuntarily. Just as they reached the exit of the Wanbao Pavilion Hall, Chen Yang was stopped. You must be Chen Yang? Our pavilion master requests your presence. We need you to come with us. Hearing this, Chen Yang halted in his tracks, thoroughly puzzled. If the pavilion master is summoning me, why isn't she coming herself? Besides, I'm not interested. Move aside quickly. Don't delay me from going home to cook. Chen Yang naturally ignored such an unreasonable demand, pulling Xia Chushui aside as they walked away. Young man, I'm right here now, aren't I? What's the rush? What would you like to eat? Sister has everything here. Just as Chen Yang was about to leave, a sweet voice sounded from behind him. Master, the person who had stopped Chen Yang earlier spoke respectfully. You may go about your duties. Zhou Luo glanced at the group and spoke softly. Chen Yang paid no heed, pulling Xia Chushui toward the exit. Young man, aren't you curious about your parents? At Zhou Luo's words, Chen Yang immediately halted his steps, and Zhou Luo gracefully walked up beside him. Chen Yang, you should go. Your aunt and uncle mean a lot to you. I'll go home and cook dinner for you. Seeing this, Xia Chushui tactfully spoke up, then nodded to Zhou Luo before leaving. Occasionally, Chen Yang would have nightmares, often crying out for his parents in the middle of the night. At first, Xia Chushui hadn't known about this and had been startled by Chen Yang's outbursts. It wasn't until later, when he asked Chen Yang, that he learned they were his parents. What does the sect leader mean by this? Does this mean you want me to stay the night? I'm still young. That might not be appropriate, right? Chen Yang didn't immediately believe Zhou Luo's words. After all, his own parents had died in battle when he was very young. And it made the local news that much was true. Uncertain of Zhou Luo's intentions, Chen Yang responded with a playful tone. Hearing this, Zhou Luo smiled faintly. Young man, you haven't seen your parents' bodies, have you? What do you mean by that? Are you implying my parents aren't dead? And what exactly are you trying to do? Chen Yang froze upon hearing Zhou Luo's words, then spoke with grave seriousness. He couldn't fathom why this stranger had sought him out and was spouting such nonsensical things. But her words did spark a memory. Though his parents had died in battle, he had never seen their bodies. When he had initially inquired, the government had told him they had been torn apart by demonic beasts, leaving no remains. At first, Chen Yang didn't believe it. In his heart, his father and mother were both powerful individuals. Though he didn't know exactly how powerful they were, he'd heard they were quite prominent figures. What puzzled Chen Yang deeply, however, was that no matter how he searched, investigated, or inquired, he could find almost no information about his parents. It was as if, after their deaths, they had vanished from this world without a trace. Not even the most basic biographical details existed, only their names could be found. Zhou Luo, observing Chen Yang's hesitation and contemplation, knew immediately that Chen Yang was definitely interested in this matter. It's simple. I'll tell you what I know about your parents. You do me a favor. If you're interested, come with me. If not, forget it. Zhou Luo no longer feared Chen Yang would leave, for she knew he couldn't possibly walk away now. Zhou Luo then walked upstairs with natural, graceful strides. Chen Yang snapped back to reality, standing rooted to the spot as he watched Zhou Luo's retreating figure. After a moment of internal struggle, he followed her. He wanted to see what information she could possibly have about his parents. Soon, Chen Yang followed Zhou Luo into a storage room upstairs. Although it was a warehouse, it was surprisingly clean. Clearly the cleaning staff worked diligently. But Chen Yang was puzzled. What was he doing here? Upon entering the warehouse, Zhou Luo immediately halted his steps. If I asked you to kill someone who harmed martial artists, someone so utterly heartless it would be no exaggeration to call them devoid of humanity, could you do it? Zhou Luo looked at the youth before him, leaning close to whisper into Chen Yang's ear. Zhou Luo suddenly drew very close to Chen Yang, who quickly stepped back. What do you mean by that?
Kill someone? Why should I kill someone? And why come to me? Why not hire a professional hitman? Don't you have plenty of martial artists under your command? Why didn't you hire one?
Chen Yang fired off a barrage of questions upon hearing this. He was growing increasingly baffled by the woman's motives. He was even more baffled as to why she had sought him out. It was strange. With that thought, Chen Yang prepared to leave.
Chapter 100, A Letter a Year After Death?
Seeing Chen Yang's patience wearing thin, Zhou Luo flashed a smile. Don't be in such a hurry, young man.
Since you're already here, are you sure you don't want to know about your parents? I'm not lying to you. But if you don't want to see it, that's fine. I'm not the type to force anyone. Zhou Luo spoke with feigned reluctance, knowing Chen Yang must care deeply, otherwise he wouldn't have come.
She knew he'd fall for this tactic. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she'd hoped. The moment she finished speaking, Chen Yang walked straight out. Zhou Luo was stunned by the scene.
Had she blown it?
With that thought, Zhou Luo dropped all pretense, rushing forward in 2 strides to grab Chen Yang's arm. He felt a hand, cool and smooth as silk, grip his arm.
Chen Yang sighed, gently but firmly pulling away before turning back. Big sister? Lord Chamberlain, what exactly do you want? If you want to discuss business, you should at least show some sincerity, right? Chen Yang retorted irritably. Such petty tricks meant nothing to him. Trying to manipulate him? Impossible.
After all, the experience gained from living 2 lifetimes was incomparable.
Hearing this, Zhou Luo didn't play coy this time.
He looked at Chen Yang and said calmly, "Please wait a moment."
With that, Zhou Luo turned and walked into the warehouse.
He began searching through the shelves marked with envelopes.
Chen Yang watched in utter bewilderment, though he didn't dwell on it.
He soon began wandering around the warehouse himself.
The items inside weren't particularly valuable.
The entire warehouse resembled a hodgepodge treasure trove, containing a wide variety of items. However, most items were broken, incomplete, or ancient, having lost most of their value. Suddenly, something caught Chen Yang's attention. The shelf was labeled antiques, but tucked away in a corner lay a badge engraved with a roaring tiger. Chen Yang froze for a moment, then pulled out the badge that the masked man had dropped during their transaction in the Times Square underground parking garage earlier. The 2 were identical except for one being newer and the other older.
But Chen Yang never figured out the badge's origin.
He'd intended to return it when he got the chance. But no further orders ever appeared on the task app, leaving Chen Yang no chance to return it. Even the account that placed the order had been deactivated. As time passed, Chen Yang gradually forgot about it until he saw this badge bearing the tiger's roar once more.
Only then did he recall the item once more.
It was clearly the emblem of some organization, but despite Chen Yang's influence and extensive online searches, he found no trace of it. This left Chen Yang both curious and puzzled.
Young man, are you interested in this? It's yours. As Chen Yang pondered, Zhou Luo approached holding a gold-trimmed envelope. Chen Yang snapped back to attention. No. I'm just curious what this thing is. Why can't I find any information about this badge?
Chen Yang frowned thoughtfully before speaking, then promptly returned the badge to its original spot.
Isn't it normal that you can't find anything? It would be strange if you could find anything. What do you mean?
Why do you say that?
Chen Yang asked, puzzled. Alright then, sister will tell you today. You're a student at 3rd middle school, right?
Logically speaking, this thing might have some connection to you. It's just a pity that your path in martial arts has already reached its end.
This thing no longer has any connection to you.
What a pity. Zhou Luo had intended to tell Chen Yang, but as she pondered and glanced at him, she suddenly remembered. According to yesterday's staff, Chen Yang was the very youth who had burned his vital energy to single-handedly confront the blazing wind golden crow. That's why she sighed.
Hearing this, Chen Yang looked utterly bewildered. What the hell had some connection to him? And why was it no longer connected to him?
Zhou Luo's cryptic words left Chen Yang utterly bewildered.
What exactly was the connection here?
Why say that?
Could this possibly be related to my martial arts path?
Chen Yang asked, his voice filled with confusion. Of course. This is the emblem of the strongest martial arts team at Qingbei University, ranked number 1 nationwide. Moreover, this team operates independently of university directives. They belong to the state, making them classified. Only those who've experienced or been exposed to it know certain things.
My younger brother once attended Qingbei University.
Though not part of the squad, he heard some things. That's how I know this team rarely shows its face. Even when they do appear, they use new code names and disguises. Most importantly, they never show their true faces.
Zhou Luo shared what she roughly knew with Chen Yang. Truthfully, she didn't want to say more. It was agonizing for Chen Yang.
He had once had the chance to enroll at Qingbei University, and then the opportunity to join this special school team. But alas, his path in martial arts had reached its end. Hearing this, Chen Yang fell deep in thought. In his previous life, he hadn't even made it into university, so he understood none of this. But then something puzzling caught Chen Yang's attention. If this badge represented the Qingbei University team,
Why would it appear in Donghai, a remote town thousands of miles away?
Chen Yang couldn't figure it out, but a nagging question arose in his mind.
Could members of that university team possibly be here? Here? Donghai? How could that be? What would they possibly come here for?
They're the future pillars of the nation.
Why would they come here? Zhou Luo dismissed the idea outright upon hearing it.
Hearing this, Chen Yang said nothing more, certainly not revealing to Zhou Luo that he'd found the badge in Donghai.
Seeing Chen Yang fall silent, Zhou Luo assumed he was disheartened and couldn't help but let a faint smile slip. So what if I can't pursue martial arts anymore?
Don't worry, you won't starve doing something else as long as you stay in the East Sea. With your track record, making a living shouldn't be a problem.
Zhou Luo quickly put on a serious expression, trying to comfort Chen Yang.
Seeing this, Chen Yang sighed without elaborating further on how unaffected he truly was.
Chen Yang responded with a nod.
Seeing Chen Yang so calm, Zhou Luo found herself puzzled instead. She couldn't understand how Chen Yang could remain so composed, as if nothing had happened. After all, a young man with such a bright future ahead of him if faced with the same situation. Suicide might be out of the question, but becoming completely defeated and mentally drained would be a normal reaction. But to her, Chen Yang not only showed none of that, but actually seemed quite spirited, eating well, drinking well, and appearing completely free of worry. Take a look at this. You'll see for yourself whether it's real or not. Saying this, Zhou Luo handed the envelope in her hand to Chen Yang. She had stumbled upon it while searching the warehouse for something else and had initially intended to discard it. But when it fell out, Zhou Luo saw it. She recognized it as a letter written by a martial arts couple to their son, and that son was Chen Yang. The writers were naturally Chen Yang's parents. But she hadn't known about Chen Yang before, so she had tossed it aside. It wasn't until yesterday that she learned of Chen Yang's existence. After sending someone to investigate him and uncovering some basic information, she recalled the envelope. She intended to use it to strike a deal with Chen Yang. Though bewildered, Chen Yang accepted the envelope, knowing it must be connected to his parents. So he opened it and began reading. As he read, his grip tightened, nearly crushing the letter. At the same time, his eyes began to well up. Because this letter was written to him by his parents. The gist of it was that his parents had written this letter to him during a break in one of their missions. Most of the letter expressed their guilt toward Chen Yang and mentioned plans to return and find him. To Chen Yang, these words held no particular surprise. The reason for his reaction was entirely because the letter was dated 1 year after his parents had died in battle. This left him utterly bewildered. Weren't his parents dead? Why would they write him a letter a year after their deaths? Moreover, the news in the letter was conveyed in a perfectly natural tone, without any hint of impending doom. The reason Chen Yang believed this letter without question was that his parents had written him so many letters. He couldn't possibly forget their handwriting. Where did you get this? Is the date on it real? You, answer me. Chen Yang was clearly getting anxious at this moment, his tone even tinged with irritation. I don't know the specifics of how it came to be here. You should know for yourself whether it's genuine or not. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can help you investigate the origin of this letter. But what about that matter I mentioned earlier? Have you thought it over? Seeing Chen Yang so flustered, Zhou Luo knew the letter was genuine. This meant Chen Yang could now step in to resolve her difficulties. I agree. But you have to tell me why you killed him and why you came to me. Chen Yang sighed and spoke immediately. Because he was utterly depraved. Look at all the things he did, didn't he deserve it? He deserved to die, no question about it, right? As for why I came to you? Pure luck, plus I admire your courage. Hired killers are unreliable and prone to leaks. That's about it. The man you're to kill is Chu Tiannan, the deputy head of Wanbao Pavilion. He's at the same level as you, mid-stage 3rd rank. Zhou Luo spoke slowly, not only explaining but also handing over the evidence he'd gathered, along with Chu Tiannan's usual activity patterns and schedule. After listening and reviewing everything, a resolute gleam flashed in Chen Yang's eyes. I accept. With that, Chen Yang left the warehouse. Zhou Luo's lips curved into an amused smile. Chapter 101, Eliminating Chu Tiannan. Tangchen Luxury Apartments, Donghai City. Chen Yang, clad in night attire and wearing a ghostly mask, lay in wait at the spot where Chu Tiannan must pass on his way home. This spot had been marked out by Zhou Luo. It avoided surveillance cameras and saw little foot traffic at night. After leaving the warehouse, Chen Yang had purchased disguise clothing and gear from a nearby mall before arriving here. He glanced at his watch, 7 p.m. Chu Tiannan would pass by in 5 minutes. He had only 1 minute to take Chu Tiannan down. If he couldn't finish him within that minute and Chu Tiannan managed to escape, once he entered the surveillance zone, eliminating him would become impossible. Finding another opportunity then would be next to impossible. This entire opportunity had been meticulously orchestrated by Zhou Luo, so there was no room for error. But Chen Yang wasn't worried. 1 minute was more than enough. Even within the same class, eliminating Chu Tiannan instantly was not entirely impossible. The seconds ticked away relentlessly. Soon, the roar of a car engine grew louder from the distance, revealing a black supercar speeding toward them.
Without hesitation, Chen Yang activated his domain. The domain directly affected time and the car's speed. Chu Tiannan reacted quickly, preparing to accelerate through.
Seeing this, Chen Yang swiftly moved forward, showing no panic as the car charged toward him at breakneck speed. Chu Tainan, seeing someone actually attempting to intercept him, immediately chuckled.
ING daring to block me? I knew damn well why Zhou Luo invited me to dinner.
He acted so submissive, but it turns out he hired someone to kill me.
Too bad for Zhou Luo, the guy you hired seems to be a bit slow on the uptake. Trying to block me with your body? That's hilarious. Chu Tiannan floored the accelerator, grinning as he spoke bluntly.
Seeing the car accelerating relentlessly, Chen Yang braced his feet.
Looking for death. Chu Tiannan roared, the car crashing straight into Chen Yang. The next second, Chu Tiannan froze in shock. How is this possible? At this speed? The tires spun wildly, grinding against the pavement.
The acrid smell of burning rubber filled the air, mingled with black smoke.
Chen Yang exerted himself once more, flipping the car onto its roof. He then launched a punch directly at Chu Tiannan inside the vehicle. The moment his fist struck the windshield, it shattered like fragile tofu under Chen Yang's blow. Now panicked, Chu Tiannan immediately abandoned the car and fled. Gone was the haughty, mocking demeanor he'd displayed toward Zhou Luo moments before. Now he scrambled away like a cornered dog. Chen Yang wasn't about to give him a chance.
He accelerated to intercept Chu Tiannan, then unleashed another punch. Before Chu Tainan could react, the punch connected squarely in his abdomen, sending him flying high into the air. The distinct crack of shattered ribs echoed as he spat a mouthful of blood mid-air before crashing heavily to the ground.
You? Who are you? Zhou Luo sent you to kill me, didn't he? Spare me, and I'll give you anything you want. Money, women, equipment, I can give you anything.
We have no grudge against each other.
There's no need for this. Chu Tiannan was utterly panicked. He scrambled to beg for mercy, hoping to use money, women, and equipment to make Chen Yang back down. If he could survive today, he would gain complete control over Zhou Luo. Die.
The moment Chu Tainan finished speaking, a flash of steel sliced through the air, and his head rolled to the ground.
Chen Yang didn't linger for a moment, immediately leaving the scene.
After changing his clothes, he walked home as if nothing had happened.
His killing of Chu Tiannan wasn't solely for the deal with Zhou Luo.
It was also because the documents Zhou Luo had given him detailed Chu Tiannan's string of misdeeds, bullying men, oppressing women, seizing property by force, and tormenting ordinary people. That was why Chen Yang had resolved to take this action. On his way home, police cars with flashing lights and blaring sirens rushed toward the scene of the incident.
Wanbao Pavilion. Zhou Luo hung up the phone, a satisfied smile curling his lips.
It had been the police calling to inform him that Chu Tiannan was dead. Though she feigned anger and shock, she was actually delighted inside. Of course, it wasn't just Zhou Luo. The police were also pleased, as they had been investigating Chu Tainan for some time without any leads. Unexpectedly, Chu Tainan had died outright, and the scene was littered with evidence of his various crimes.
In the office, Zhou Luo was thoroughly satisfied with Chen Yang's actions.
She had been worried he might mess things up. After all, Chu Tiannan was a formidable martial artist.
Sending Chen Yang was risky enough, yet the outcome was Chu Tiannan's death. At this moment, Zhou Luo felt even more that Chen Yang was a pity. Had he not impulsively burned his blood energy, just how far might he have advanced on the path of martial arts?
Zhou Luo couldn't say for certain, but she knew he would have become incredibly powerful. Returning home, he opened the door to find Xia Chuxue had already prepared dinner. As always, Chen Yang washed his hands and sat down to eat. The aroma was as enticing as ever, and Chen Yang polished off every last bite.
Chen Yang, have you learned anything?
After a moment's thought, Xia Chushua's curiosity got the better of her and she asked Chen Yang. Hearing this, Chen Yang took a sip of water.
Nothing yet. I can't quite believe it. I'll tell you once I figure it out. Chen Yang replied calmly. All right. Xia Chuxue nodded, saying nothing more.
Whatever decision Chen Yang made, she would support him.
Early the next morning, Chen Yang and Xia Chuxue arrived at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion to participate in the martial arts competition. As soon as they entered, they encountered Wu Chang. Though not yet fully recovered, he could move about normally without major issues. He simply couldn't wield martial arts yet and still needed rest. His presence here was solely to observe Chen Yang's performance. Senior, how did you end up here too?
Chen Yang greeted Wu Chang as he spoke.
Greetings, Senior. I'll go in first. You can talk with Chen Yang. Xia Chuxue offered her greetings as well, then promptly entered the room. All right.
Wu Chang nodded slowly.
What? You're about to take first place, and I can't come watch? You're now part of my Hunter Martial Arts Academy.
As the headmaster, it's only natural I should witness this. Wu Chang looked at Chen Yang, revealing a serene smile as he spoke slowly.
Senior, we haven't even reached the finals yet?
That sounds so painful if others heard you say it, Chen Yang replied with deadpan seriousness. Hearing this, Wu Chang smiled faintly and shook his head.
Chen Yang really did have a unique way with words. You kid, you're even more full of hot air than I am. Don't worry. I believe in you. Go get ready. Wu Chang said with a faint smile. Yes, senior. Chen Yang replied calmly before turning and walking into the martial artist competition area. Wu Chang, seeing this, was just about to head to the spectator seats to watch Chen Yang's performance. A voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Wu Chang, first place? Have you lost your mind? That guy? The one who's already reached the end of his martial path? Has your Hunter Martial Arts Academy run out of people? I could overlook it before. To cripple you and still expect repayment? That's desperate. Chapter 102, Dark Purple. Hearing the grating voice behind him, Wu Chang turned with a dark expression. There stood Chu Yi, a high-ranking member of the Midnight Martial Arts Hall, glaring at him with utter arrogance. Beside him stood a man and a woman, Zhao Buchan and Xin Cheng, whom Wu Chang recognized immediately. He had been at 3rd Middle School to watch Chen Yang's martial arts demonstration, and an incident had occurred because of that very event. Chu Yi? Last time you took the loss silently. What? Still not satisfied today? Last time you had excuses for your defeat. What excuse do you have prepared this time? But I advise you to behave yourself. This isn't 3rd Middle School, it's the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Wu Chang showed no leniency toward Chu Yi. In his eyes, Chu Yi was stubbornly arrogant, narrow-minded, a textbook example of a petty villain. Normally, Wu Chang didn't give him much thought, considering Chu Yi was after all a high-ranking member of the Midnight Martial Arts Academy. He'd usually exchange polite pleasantries with him. But today, Chu Yi had mistaken Wu Chang for a pushover and stepped right over the line. There was no way Wu Chang would tolerate that. So he gave Chu Yi a thorough dressing down, leaving him stammering speechless for a long while. Wu Chang, you? What gives you the right to act so arrogant? That previous victory? That was nothing but pure luck. And back then, Chen Yang wasn't crippled yet. But now he's a cripple. What gives him the right to compare himself to Zhao Buchan? Besides, even if he has 3rd-tier cultivation now, even if he defeats Zhao Buchan, do you think my Extreme Night Martial Arts Hall is empty? At this point, Chu Yi paused briefly before clapping his hands sharply. Instantly, a figure clad in purple battle armor strode into the room. Wu Chang recognized the figure, likely a top 10 ranked member of the Midnight Martial Arts Academy. A core member, no less. We'll see about that. Let's see what you're made of. Wu Chang said no more, leaving only that statement before departing alone with Yu Chuan. With senior brother here, we're covered. When Chen Yang faces me, senior brother might not even need to lift a finger. Speaking of which, why haven't the other martial arts halls sent their core members to compete? It seems only senior brother Dark Purple came. Zhao Buchan watched Wu Chang's receding figure before turning to look at senior brother Dark Purple, clad in his violet battle armor. He forced a smile, offering flattery while also voicing his confusion. Although he had joined the Midnight Martial Arts Hall, Zhao Buchan had no real ambitions there. It was merely a front to conceal his true identity. As for martial arts schools? Honestly, he couldn't care less. What puzzled him most was that hardly any core members from other martial arts halls had come to participate in this martial arts competition held by the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. It was well known that beyond the loot, the most crucial aspect of this annual contest was the showdown between the martial arts hall's elite members. Yet this time, the top-ranked Rising Sun Martial Arts Hall had reportedly sent only a few members from their external training grounds. After all, they had won the Wanbao Pavilion martial arts competition 18 consecutive times. This unusual situation left Zhao Buchan baffled. It seemed as if they had all mysteriously colluded, yet not a single hint of information had been leaked. Why was this happening? And why was Dark Purple, a core member, here? Was it merely to vie for the tournament championship? To vent frustration? Zhao Buchan still couldn't wrap his head around it. No matter how he thought about it, something just didn't feel right. You'll find out in a few days. I personally summoned your senior brother Dark Purple, didn't I? Why pass up free gear? Only a fool would refuse S-tier equipment. Let's go. The match is about to start. Chu Yi heard Zhao Buchan's question and spoke calmly. He didn't explain why to Zhao Buchan, only saying it would become clear in a few days. Dark Purple remained silent throughout, standing tall with his head held high, an air of aloof pride about him. She even carried an air of utter disregard for everything around her. Zhao Buchan didn't press further. As for Dark Purple, he found it somewhat amusing. Wasn't this just shameless? But he certainly wouldn't say it aloud, merely muttering to himself. After all, one must play the part assigned to them. Soon, Zhao Buchan and Dark Purple entered the contestants' preparation area, while Chu Yi and Xin Cheng headed to the VIP viewing box. At that moment, Chen Yang leaned back in his seat, his expression serene as he awaited the martial competition's commencement. He glanced over as Zhao Buchan entered but didn't bother asking questions. He merely thought it would be best if they faced each other. That would guarantee another trip to the hospital. Chen Yang, looking pretty relaxed, huh? Better not cry when you get beaten up. You should pray you don't run into my senior brother, Dark Purple. Otherwise, you'll be in for a world of trouble. Zhao Buchan and Chen Yang locked eyes, both carrying a hint of coldness in their gazes. Zhao Buchan was the first to flash a smug smile, then turned to dark purple beside him and declared with self-importance. We're not close. Don't drag me into this. Anzi replied coldly, not even glancing at Zhao Buchan. He then walked over to a nearby spot and sat down alone. Zhao Buchan, looks like your senior brother isn't interested in talking to you. Looks like you're not reliable either. TSK. Why don't you go find someone you know better? Ha ha ha. Chen Yang witnessed the scene and couldn't help but burst out laughing. At that moment, Zhao Buchan was so embarrassed he could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of his toes. He never expected this dark purple to be such a poser. Not only did she refuse to help him, but she also delivered that line, leaving him utterly humiliated. Zhao Buchan's face turned ashen, but he forced a thin smile. You know nothing. With that, Zhao Buchan sat down beside him. Moments later. Hello everyone, I'm Shaoan, your host for the Top 100 to Top 50 Martial Arts competition. Today, we will determine the 2 finalists. We extend a warm welcome to all ladies and gentlemen, as well as our participating martial artists. Best of luck to all. Now, the matchups will be announced. A man dressed in an elegant white formal gown held the microphone and spoke slowly. As his voice faded, 50 match pairings appeared on the electronic screen. Chen Yang immediately spotted his own name, stage 21, facing Zhao Buchan. Seeing this, a faint smile touched Chen Yang's lips, followed by a hint of amusement as he glanced toward Zhao Buchan standing nearby. Zhao Buchan also saw that his opponent was Chen Yang. For some reason. At that moment, the smile directed at him felt eerily unsettling. It struck fear far deeper than Chen Yang's eyes, which were filled with murderous intent. But despite this, Zhao Buchan's mouth was as tough as ever. If you can't win, don't come back. Just then, a figure walked past him, coldly uttered a single sentence, and departed. Hearing Dark Purple's words, Zhao Buchan clenched his fists tightly. He truly wanted to curse Dark Purple. Because he was full of. Soon after, Zhao Buchan and Chen Yang made their way to their designated ring. The arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers and whispers. Chapter 103, New Skill Compression. Wu Chang, who had witnessed Chen Yang's match against Zhao Buchan, burst into laughter. In his eyes, Zhao Buchan and Chen Yang weren't even in the same league. His laughter was unrestrained and carefree, hiding not a shred of his delight. Across from Wu Chang, Shu Yi also smiled. Only his smile lacked such confidence, instead carrying a hint of timidity. Just then, their eyes met. Wu Chang continued his hearty laughter. Shu Yi's expression instantly turned cold. Meanwhile, in a top-tier private room, Zhou Luo's beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Yang atop the stage, a faint, dreamy smile playing on her lips. Little brother, you'd better give it your all. Big sis is waiting for you to pick out your gear. Zhou Luo silently murmured to herself. The venue was buzzing with noise. Many fighters eliminated early on, upon seeing Chen Yang facing off against Zhao Buchan. Wasn't it this kid who framed Chen Yang earlier? How many moves do you think it'll take Chen Yang to take him down? Hard to say. I saw him with Chu Yi from the Midnight Martial Arts Hall when I arrived today. From the Midnight Martial Arts Hall? That changes things. And with Chen Yang? I don't care. I believe in Chen Yang. Me too. The crowd buzzed with speculation, debating whether Chen Yang or Zhao Buchan held the upper hand. On the stage, Chen Yang stood calmly, a faint smile still playing on his lips. Chen Yang, what are you so smug about? The fight hasn't even started yet. Do you really think you can defeat me? Zhao Buchan smiled faintly, then a mercury silver battle armor, fluid as flowing water, enveloped him. Chen Yang, you don't even have battle armor. What do you have to compete with me? This is S-grade armor. Do you really think you can hurt me? Zhao Buchan boasted arrogantly. This armor had been taken from his clan. Though not the finest, he believed it would suffice to defeat Chen Yang. The armor's greatest strength lay in its ability to absorb force. No matter how powerful Chen Yang's punches were, striking the armor would dissipate the vast majority of their force. Unless Chen Yang unleashed an incredibly powerful burst of force in an instant, Zhao Buchan stood unbeatable. Seeing this, Chen Yang gave a cold laugh. Nice armor. It's a shame to waste it on you. What a waste of such a marvel. At these words, Zhao Buchan smiled faintly. You'll see soon enough. What? Battle armor? S-grade? And one with such formidable defense? How could Chen Yang possibly win? No matter how skilled he is, he won't be able to take down Zhao Buchan quickly. He'll still be worn down until he fails. Ah! What a pity an S-grade battle armor, my entire life's work. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the spectator seats. Inside the VIP box, Wu Cheng's smile froze abruptly. Gone was the earlier amusement. Though he knew Chen Yang possessed formidable strength. But now, he no longer felt 100% certain Chen Yang could win. He cursed himself for not thinking of the battle armor. In stark contrast, Shu Yi grinned from ear to ear, his pearly whites flashing as he shot Wu Cheng a look of pure smug satisfaction. Though Chu Yi had no idea where Zhao Buchan had found such an incredible battle armor. As long as it could defeat Chen Yang and let him vent his frustration, none of that mattered. The match begins. With the announcer's command, fierce battles erupted across every stage. Dark Purple advanced by instantly defeating opponents at a blistering pace, despite being only at the early 4th tier. Against 3rd tier opponents, it was an instant kill, no question about it. Xia Chuxue, however, had to fight hard to win her match. Chen Yang, did you skip breakfast? Zhao Buchan stood rooted to the spot. Having just absorbed Chen Yang's punch without sensing any force behind it, he couldn't resist the taunt. Hearing this, Chen Yang gave a cold laugh. His earlier strike had merely been a test. He hadn't expected Zhao Buchan to place such unwavering trust in his battle armor that he hadn't even considered countering. Was he planning to wear him down to death? Too bad you're overestimating yourself. Wear me down. Impossible. After all, Chen Yang's domain skill was the absorbing star technique, a domain that could drain an opponent's vital energy. Domain! Chen Yang roared. A wave of energy rippled out, spreading throughout the area. Those caught in the vicinity had their vital energy drained by Chen Yang, though whether it happened depended entirely on his will. Chen Yang, what good does absorbing more do? Zhao Buchan spoke up once more. Chen Yang remained silent, instead merging all the absorbed vital energy with his own. He compressed it relentlessly, again and again, channeling all the energy into his fist before unleashing it like a cannonball. This was an ability Chen Yang had inadvertently discovered while mastering the star-sucking technique. He didn't know if it was an inherent skill of the domain or what exactly it was. Simply put, he could gather his blood essence, compress it to its absolute limit, and form a sphere of immense energy. This sphere could be concentrated at any point on his body. Of course, such a phenomenon remained undetectable from the outside. The only visible sign was Chen Yang standing calmly, constantly absorbing vital energy. Chen Yang, are you courting death? Absorbing so much vital energy without releasing it, can your body even handle it? Don't play with fire and get burned. I'm not done yet. Zhao Buchan watched as Chen Yang remained standing, absorbing relentlessly, his entire being resembling a vortex. It must be understood that blood essence has a limit. Exceeding it could cause one to explode and die. Chen Yang, enough. Stop absorbing. Keep this up, and you'll die. It's not worth it. Wu Chang, watching from the private room, couldn't help but shout. Hey, old Wu, what's the rush? Weren't you feeling pretty cocky just a moment ago? What? Starting to chicken out already? Seeing Wu Chang's anxious expression, Chu Yi immediately spoke up. The noise was too loud and the distance too great. Chen Yang couldn't hear a word Wu Chang was saying. Hearing Chu Yi's words, Wu Chang was at a loss for what to say. What's the rush? After hesitating for a long while, he managed to utter only 3 words. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi didn't respond. Instead, he burst into loud laughter. As if afraid Wu Chang couldn't hear him, he exaggerated his laughter, making it seem like he was putting on a show. Has Chen Yang lost his mind? He actually dares to inhale? Bro, stop sucking. If you keep this up, you'll drain me dry. What a waste. He was just too impulsive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this today. But looks like he doesn't learn from his mistakes. People murmured among themselves. Everyone thought Chen Yang had lost his mind, mainly because he absorbed without releasing. Chen Yang remained undisturbed by the commotion around him. His focus was solely on gathering power. Suddenly, a faint smile touched his lips as he ceased absorbing the blood energy. A red sphere the size of a marble appeared in his hand. With another faint smile, he declared, "Your turn." The crimson orb shot toward Zhao Buchan. Chapter 104, Marble Mushroom Cloud? The moment the others saw the red marble, one of them couldn't help but burst out laughing. What the heck is that? After all that sucking, this is what it is? A marble? Seriously, bro? I don't get it. Are you sure this is in Wucheng? Or are these just 2 clowns messing around? First time I've seen Wucheng attack someone with marbles. From the spectator seats, voices rose in mocking whispers directed at Chen Yang. Everyone thought Chen Yang was here for laughs. If not to throw a couple punches, he should at least pull off a martial arts move after all this time. But marbles? What the hell was that? Not a single person could fathom why Chen Yang was doing this. Chu Yi and Xin Xing burst out laughing. Dark Purple shook her head, her face a picture of utter bewilderment. Xia Chuxue looked at Chen Yang with concern, unsure what to do. Wu Chang sighed slowly, his gaze fixed on the scene. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He just couldn't put his finger on it. Zhao Buchan watched the marble fly toward him and burst into laughter. Chen Yang, have you lost your mind? Are you kidding me? A marble can pierce battle armor? Zhao Buchan mocked openly, not even bothering to dodge the marble as it approached. Ignoring the surrounding jeers, Chen Yang remained unfazed. As the distance became just right, he gave a faint smile. Explode. The words barely left his mouth when a massive burst of energy erupted from the red sphere. Before Zhao Buchan could even react, he was blown backward by a miniature mushroom cloud. His mecha suit was riddled with holes beyond repair. His body was charred black as coal, coughing up blood in great gulps. The blood flowing from his body had turned a dark crimson. You. Zhao Buchan couldn't even finish the word before collapsing unconscious from his injuries. Had Chen Yang not intended to prolong Zhao's suffering by deliberately controlling the dosage and due to his own inexperience, he might have blown up the entire place. Even so, martial artists on adjacent platforms were hurled high into the air, sustaining injuries of varying severity. Like an earthquake, the entire venue trembled slightly. The stage itself was blown open, leaving a massive hole. Chen Yang remained utterly calm. Not bad. This is a good thing, he murmured to himself. Wait? What just happened? Was that an enemy attack? Did I just see a mushroom cloud? What enemy attack? It was Chen Yang's doing. That must have been the power unleashed by that marble just now? What? That marble the size of a finger just now? What kind of weapon is that? It took everyone a long moment to snap out of it, exclaiming in shock. Wu Chang, however, was utterly dumbfounded, at a loss for words. But seeing Chu Yi looking even more bewildered than himself, his expression darkened and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Oh my! This battle armor seems useless too. How can it not even withstand a single marble?" Wu Chang spoke in a sarcastic tone. Forget about that battle armor from earlier. Even if Wu Chang went to intercept it himself, he might not be able to catch it, and he'd definitely get hurt. Chu Yi was utterly speechless. Is that how your marbles roll? Before the match results were announced, he stormed off in anger. Bu Chen! Bu Chen, don't scare me! Someone, help! Xin Shang knelt beside Zhao Bu Chen, tears streaming down her face as she cried out. Soon, staff arrived to transport Zhao Bu Chen to the hospital, and Xin Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Yang, you! Xin Shang hesitated, then turned to check on Zhao Bu Chen first. Zhou Luo was utterly bewildered. She never imagined Chen Yang could be so monstrously powerful. As for those marble-like objects earlier, he sensed they weren't weapons or equipment. Rather, they seemed to be something Chen Yang had conjured himself, perhaps a martial skill? Zhou Luo couldn't be sure. Chen Yang wins and advances. As the bewildered host announced the result, Chen Yang stepped down from the stage and approached Xia Chuxue. Chen Yang, are you okay? Xia Chuxue hurriedly asked as she saw him approach. What could possibly be wrong with me? Nothing. Just testing out the new martial arts technique I learned. Chen Yang smiled faintly, his tone playful. Hearing this, Xia Chuxue remained silent, knowing that if Chen Yang could still joke around, he must be fine. It's something, but you pulled this trick too soon. If you'd used it against me, I might have been the one at a disadvantage. Now you won't get the chance. Just then, Dark Purple strode over with an air of arrogance, fixing Chen Yang with a cold stare as he spoke. Chen Yang's earlier strike had genuinely shocked him. Had it been him in that situation, he likely wouldn't have fared much better than Zhao Buchan. Dark Purple believed that had been Chen Yang's ultimate move only deployed prematurely. Had Zhao Buchan not dodged, the exploding marble likely wouldn't have harmed him. Now Dark Purple knew that if he faced Chen Yang again, the latter would attempt to defeat him with that same technique. That would be nearly impossible. Dark Purple's battle armor emphasized one word above all else: speed. Is that so? Maybe, Chen Yang replied dismissively to Dark Purple's provocation. You! How dare you! We'll see about that. Seeing Chen Yang's indifferent attitude, Dark Purple stormed off in a rage after speaking. Take care! Chen Yang called after her with a sly grin. Chen Yang, I really think you should be careful. Xia Chuxue voiced her concern. Don't worry. The competition has begun. Let's get to the competition first. Chen Yang smiled reassuringly at Xia Chuxue. The next round saw 50 contestants compete for 25 spots, and Chen Yang won with ease. The matches continued until the afternoon, when the finalists were finally decided. As expected, the finalists were Chen Yang and Dark Purple. Xia Chuxue made it to the quarterfinals but was ultimately eliminated. But since Xia Chuxue had come merely to experience the event, it didn't matter much. Tomorrow's finals will be contested between contestants Chen Yang and Dark Purple. A prodigious young talent versus a core member of the Martial Arts Academy. Who knows what sparks will fly? Let's witness it tomorrow. The host announced with a smile. After the match concluded, Xia Chuxue and Chen Yang prepared to leave. Chen Yang, wait a moment. As the two turned to leave, they were called back by Wu Chang. Senior, what is it? Chen Yang asked calmly. Here, for you. It's only grade A, but it's the best I can offer you. Grade A should be sufficient for your current needs. Wu Chang spoke slowly. He then handed the two square objects to them, battle armor storage cases. Senior. Alright, no need to refuse. Don't disappoint me tomorrow. I need to return to the hospital. I'll be going now. Take care, senior. Seeing Wu Chang give him and Xia Chuxue a set of battle armor each, Chen Yang didn't say much. He was just a bit surprised. Without further ado, the two headed home together. Chapter 105, Martial Alliance Headquarters. Upon returning to the hospital, Wu Chang declined hospitalization. He merely received an injection of a recovery-accelerating treatment solution before rushing off with Yu Chuan toward the Martial Artists Alliance headquarters.
This alliance wasn't based in Donghai, but in Chiyuan City, the provincial capital of Dongchuan Province. However, as the head of a martial arts academy, he possessed an intelligent fighter jet. Even with thousands of miles between them, traveling at dozens of times the speed of sound didn't consume much time. Upon reaching the skies above Chiyuan City, they continued flying for a few seconds before spotting an incredibly futuristic castle. It resembled a colossal robot, entirely crimson and dazzlingly cool. Of course, Wu Chang wasn't visiting for the first time, so he wasn't particularly surprised. Yu Chuan beside him, however, was a different story. His mouth hung open wide. This was his first time in Chiyuan City. Curator, why does our Donghai feel like a village compared to this? This single castle probably rivals our entire East Sea in scale, let alone similar structures elsewhere. Yu Chuan gazed at the unimaginable scene before him, then turned to Wu Chang, who remained calm and spoke slowly. Wu Chang couldn't help but laugh bitterly at the remark. He recalled how he himself had once been just like Yu Chuan. It was only then that he truly grasped the vastness of this world. Yet even so, humans often found themselves at a disadvantage in the war against the demon beasts. This alone was proof of just how formidable these demonic beasts truly were. The world outside is far larger and more dangerous than you can imagine. We martial artists can only see so much. Doing our best with what we have is already quite an accomplishment. Wu Chang spoke with a hint of resignation. Master, I will strive my hardest. Then what brings us here this time? Yu Chuan looked earnest. He knew Wu Chang spoke from the heart, and he agreed. See that? That's the headquarters for all martial arts academies in Dongchuan Province. And within it, 5 individuals hold authority. They are the supreme leaders of the Rising Sun Martial Arts Academy in Dongchuan, representing the Dragon Nation. The Midnight Martial Arts Hall, the Hunter Martial Arts Hall, the Black God Martial Arts Hall, and the Flying Heaven Martial Arts Hall. And collectively, they are known as the Alliance Leaders. Wu Chang spoke with unwavering seriousness. This place could be considered the ultimate destination for most martial artists after joining a martial arts academy. Above that lies the Martial God Hall. Those within were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, a gathering of the mightiest individuals in all of Dragon Nation. For Wu Chang, being here was already a tremendous stroke of luck. As the intelligent fighter jet landed smoothly on the ground, Wu Chun turned to Yu Chuan. Wait for me here. As for why I'm going, you'll find out when I return. Yes, Director, Yu Chuan replied solemnly. This was a vast landing pad, filled with all manner of intelligent fighter jets. These individuals are all martial arts academy masters from various cities across the entire Dongchuan Province. Dongchuan Province comprises 12 prefectures, meaning 60 different martial arts masters would gather here. They had been summoned here upon receiving notice that the alliance leader had urgent matters to discuss. Furthermore, they were instructed that the core members of their martial arts schools should not undertake any missions for the time being and remain on standby at all times. This explains why almost no core members from Wanbao Pavilion Martial City or Donghai City attended. As for the Midnight Martial Arts Hall, they simply didn't believe anything significant would happen, so they secretly made their own plans. Wu Chang then strode into the castle and entered the Grand Hall. The hall soared dozens of meters high, with 5 thrones arranged at the front, each bearing the emblem of a different martial arts academy. Attendees gradually arrived, finding their assigned seats according to their martial arts school and waiting quietly. Moments later, 5 figures entered. Their hair was streaked with gray, yet each step they took was remarkably powerful. Each took their designated seat. The figure seated on the central throne, bearing the emblem of the Rising Sun Martial Arts School, rose to his feet. Clad in blue robes, he was a towering figure with 4 or 5 scars across his face. Wu Chang recognized him as Che Yang, the leader of the Rising Sun Martial Arts School. Silence, everyone, Che Yang declared sternly. The moment his words fell, the room instantly went from a buzz of discussion to deathly quiet. You are all the masters of our respective martial arts halls across various cities. The reason for gathering you all here is primarily due to the widespread beast tide that occurred several days ago. After deliberation, we concluded this is not a normal occurrence. Moreover, this may only be the beginning. Therefore, we've gathered you all here to form 2 5-person teams from each martial arts school. They will compete until only one team remains from each martial arts school. The final 5 members will receive personal instruction from us, and all provincial resources and martial arts training will be prioritized for them. This competition will take place 1 year from now, so you have a year to prepare. Che Yang spoke with solemn seriousness, his expression grave. With these words, the crowd finally understood the purpose of their gathering. Needless to say, everyone was eager to participate. If any martial arts academy could produce such a team, it would be like one person achieving enlightenment and everyone around them rising to glory. Wu Chang sighed inwardly. It sounded wonderful, but the chances were slim. With only his own martial arts school's members and resources, what could they possibly accomplish in a single year? But since the alliance leader had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. How would he know without trying? The only question was how to divide those 10 spots that would require further discussion back at the dojo. Besides this matter, there's another crucial issue.
Recent intelligence suggests an unknown civilization's ruins lie within our province. I must ask all of you to investigate and search for this site. This unknown civilization's ruins might just hold the key to defeating the demon beasts.
So if you discover anything, please notify us immediately. Che Yang spoke again, his expression now even more solemn and earnest, underscoring the gravity of the matter. At these words, the hall masters below were all stunned. None of them had ever heard of any such ruins, but the possibility of finding a way to defeat the demon beasts. They were instantly filled with excitement. Yet a problem arose: how could they possibly know what a civilization relic looked like, or what its distinguishing features were? These were things none of them understood. Alliance leader, how can we tell if it's a relic? What are its distinguishing features? We don't even know what it looks like. How would we recognize it if we stumbled upon it? Exactly. Maybe the cave right in front of my house is an unknown ancient civilization's relic. Your advanced civilization's ruins are inside a cave? The group erupted into a heated debate, each speculating based on their own imagination about where the ruins of an unknown civilization might be and what they might look like. Chapter 106, Taking the Field Himself? Seeing the group buzzing with discussion, Che Yang spoke slowly. Everyone, quiet. I haven't finished speaking yet. Why the rush? At Che Yang's words, the room fell silent once more. None of us have ever seen this thing before. They say it's entirely black and likely pyramid-shaped. As for specifics, we're still in the dark. That's why we need everyone's help. On behalf of the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, I thank you all. Your efforts will contribute to the advancement of human civilization. Che Yang spoke with a resonant, authoritative tone. Upon hearing this, the crowd's reaction was not as intense as before. Still, they had gained some useful information. At least they knew the black substance and the pyramid-shaped object were possible. Though it was possible. What else could they say? They'd just have to wait and see. It certainly wouldn't be easy otherwise. Why would they be sent? With today's advanced technology, all manner of mountain ranges and landforms were clearly visible at a glance. Everyone, please return for now. We'll notify you if anything comes up. After Che Yang finished speaking, the five of them rose and departed. Wu Cheng didn't linger either, heading back to the helipad to prepare for departure. Let's go back. Director, why so soon? Yu Chuan asked. Nothing much. I don't know why they insisted on bringing us here. Wu Cheng sighed, his tone tinged with mild complaint. Just based on what was said today, it would be enough to create a virtual memory. But complaints aside, it wasn't a big deal, so Wu Cheng didn't dwell on it. The most pressing matter now, however, was discussing those 10 individuals. Soon after, the intelligent fighter jet ignited its engines, setting course back toward the East China Sea. Inside the fighter, Wu Cheng gazed at the clouds rushing by beneath him. He sighed and turned to Yu Chuan, who sat idly by. Yu Chuan, who do you think are the 10 strongest fighters in our martial arts school? Wu Cheng asked with a serious expression. The 10 strongest? I'd say the top 10 core members, I suppose. Yu Chuan answered earnestly. Upon hearing this, Wu Cheng said nothing more. There was another crucial issue here. These top 10 members would likely see little improvement within the next year. But if they were to choose younger candidates, their current strength wouldn't even match the top 10, and it was unclear how much they could grow within a year. This left Wu Cheng feeling uneasy, unsure how to weigh the pros and cons. Still, he didn't dwell on it further. He'd need to discuss the specifics with his old comrades back at headquarters. Meanwhile, East Sea Advanced Hospital. Xinshang, you should go back today. I want to be alone for a while. Zhao Buchan lay on the hospital bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages like a mummy. Bu Chen, don't. I want to stay with you, Xinsheng said, her eyes red and swollen. Hearing this, Zhao Buchan sighed. If you won't listen to me, then don't come. Go home. Xinsheng hesitated, then nodded. There's chicken soup nearby. Make sure you drink it. With that, Xinsheng walked out. She was furious, but Zhao Buchen couldn't even defeat Chen Yang. How could she possibly defeat Chen Yang now? Xinsheng felt utterly defeated. Shortly after Xinsheng left, Yang Wuhan hurried to Zhao Buchan's room. Young Master Zhao, you sought me out? Yang Wuhan asked with a smile. After Zhao Buchan's departure last time, Yang Wuhan had dispatched men to investigate him, pulling every connection he had. Yet not a single piece of information about Zhao Buchan surfaced. This lack of information, however, did not make Yang Wuhan doubt Zhao Buchan. Instead, it only strengthened his conviction that Zhao Buchan was indeed a member of the Zhao family. Only a family of such formidable power could erase all traces so completely. So upon learning Zhao Buchan sought him out today, he came straight to the hospital. You should know how I got here. And who injured me, right? Now you know what to do, right? Just cripple him. Don't kill him, he still has use. From the hospital bed, Zhao Buchan spoke coldly. Young Master Zhao, rest assured. I know what to do. Yang Wuhan gave a faint smile before turning and leaving the room. Downstairs, Yang Wuhan immediately gathered his men and rushed toward Chen Yang's residence. To avoid drawing attention, Yang Wuhan kept his distance and kept the group small. There were only about 10 men, but even the lowest ranked among them was at the third tier.
Yang Wuhan believed this force would be sufficient to silence someone already deemed useless. Not long after.
Inside his room, Chen Yang watched as several luxury vehicles clearly not from the old district approached.
He immediately sensed something was amiss. However, Chen Yang did not alert Xiao Chushui. Instead, he quietly slipped downstairs.
He saw a group of men in black slowly getting out of the cars. They were about to head up to Chen Yang's apartment. Just as Chen Yang was about to go out, he saw several more people blocking the path of the black-clad group.
Chen Yang couldn't quite make sense of what these people were doing.
Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure.
Yang Zhen?
Chen Yang murmured to himself. He couldn't fathom why Yang Zhen was here, but Chen Yang decided to keep a low profile and observe the situation.
Yang Zhen, I advise you to get lost. This doesn't concern you. Chen Yang deserves to die for offending someone. The leader of the black-clad men declared arrogantly. You're here on Yang Wuhan's orders, aren't you? What? Bullying a kid is nothing to brag about. He's under my Hunter Martial Arts Academy now. Think you can touch him? You'd better ask my Hunter Martial Arts Academy first. Yang Zhen showed no fear whatsoever. Though he couldn't see their faces, the moment they mentioned Chen Yang and his own name, Yang Zhen knew this man had been sent by Yang Wuhan. As the person sent by Wu Qing to protect Chen Yang, he had never left his side. Except for that period when he left Mo City. Yang Zhen, you're still this stubborn? Why bother? If you'd listened to me back then, you'd have risen to great heights long ago. How did you end up reduced to being someone else's lackey? And serving some brat? This is a disgrace to the Yang family. Yang Wuhan saw his group being stopped, and since it was Yang Zhen confronting them, he naturally came to check on his younger brother. It was precisely because Yang Zhen was too upright back then. Hearing Yang Wuhan's voice, Yang Zhen sneered coldly. Yang Wuhan, what brings you here? You're not even pretending anymore? You came personally over a child? Yang Zhen couldn't fathom why Chen Yang would personally summon Yang Wuhan. No matter the circumstances, as the head of the military department, Yang Wuhan simply wouldn't get personally involved. If that were truly the case, it could only mean one thing. He had someone above him. Chapter 107, You want to take on 5? Hearing Yang Zhen voice's confusion, Yang Wuhan smiled faintly. Why should I explain my actions to you? You two take your sweet time. I'm leaving. Yang Wuhan spoke coldly, a faint smile lingering on his lips, before returning to his car and driving away. Seeing this, Yang Zhen understood the other party was trying to distance himself from the situation. As long as he himself wasn't present at the scene, nothing would come of it. Yang Zhen's side had only 5 men, while the opposing group numbered 10. Guys, hold them off. Let me go upstairs and take care of that brat, then we'll pull out. The leader in black spoke with murderous intent, then led 4 or 5 men toward the stairs. Hold them back. Yang Zhen saw several men attempting to delay him and immediately stepped in to block their path. Looking for death? You think you can take on all 5 of us? Are you okay? The leader of the black-clad men burst out laughing at the sight of Yang Zhen attempting to take on 5 opponents alone. So what? Even if I can't win, I won't let you get to him. Yang Zhen's expression was stern as he clenched his fists, preparing to fight these 4 or 5 men. He knew he couldn't possibly win. But once the fight started, the commotion would be significant enough to alert Chen Yang, giving him a chance to escape. At worst, he'd take a brutal beating and spend a few days in the hospital. The opponents wouldn't dare kill so many martial arts academy members. Otherwise, they'd provoke open conflict with the martial arts school, something Yang Wuhan couldn't possibly want. Trying to kill Chen Yang was already a desperate gamble. Come on, you little bastards. Yang Zhen roared furiously, charging straight at the 5 men without a hint of cowardice. As expected, Yang Zhen was quickly surrounded and knocked to the ground in a few swift attacks, coughing up blood. Meanwhile, the others were locked in a fierce, back-and-forth battle. Just then, everyone felt their vital energy being subtly drained away. It flowed toward the stairwell, and they felt every movement becoming sluggish. What's going on? What the hell is this? Who's playing tricks? Come out. You dare provoke us? Are you not afraid of death? The leader in black roared. Even Yang Zhen had no idea what was happening. What was going on? Taking advantage of their momentary distraction, he scrambled to his feet. He saw all the blood rushing toward one place, the stairwell. Could it be that kid? Yang Zhen silently wondered to himself. Suddenly, the door on the first floor swung open. An elderly man wearing slippers and a white tank top stepped out. What's all this noise at night? Noisy indeed. My hearing's shot. Carry on. Bang. Before the old man could finish his sentence, he sensed something was amiss. He quickly changed his tone and hurriedly shut the door. Holy crap, thank God. Don't tear down my house at my age, I'm counting on him to feed me. They probably didn't see me. After closing the door, the old man collapsed onto the floor, his heart filled with desperate prayers. Boss. It came from the stairwell. The stairwell? Could that kid have spotted us already? We can't let him get away. Let's go.
The others paid no heed to the old man, consumed only by confusion over what was happening. As the bloodlust surged toward the stairwell, the leader could think of only one person, Chen Yang. This meant Chen Yang had spotted them and could flee at any moment. The leader immediately prepared to charge up the stairs with his men. Yang Jin stepped forward to block them once more, only to be ruthlessly knocked flying again. Seeing that he could no longer hold them back, Yang Jin roared furiously, "Chen Yang, run! Run!" Hearing Yang Jin's shout, the group accelerated once more. Suddenly, a figure emerged from ahead, causing them to halt instantly. It was none other than Chen Yang. In his hand, he held something that looked like a marble. "Were you all in such a rush to find me?" Chen Yang slowly descended the stairwell corner, his voice cold as ice. "Chen Yang, didn't I tell you to run? Now is not the time for you to fight them. You must leave immediately. I'll hold them off for you." Yang Jin watched as Chen Yang emerged, his face utterly calm, not a trace of panic visible. He felt as if the sky had fallen. If anything happened to Chen Yang, how could he face the dojo master? How could he ever live up to the master's trust? The thought made Yang Jin cough up a mouthful of blood with a gurgle. Veins bulged on his forehead as he summoned every ounce of strength to stand. He staggered toward the group, determined to hold them off for Chen Yang. "Chen Yang, you must leave now," Yang Jin managed weakly. "Yang Jin, you really are a loyal dog. Still holding on even now? Does it even matter? Wouldn't it be better to live in luxury under General Yang? And even if you tried your hardest, what difference would it make? That kid's already out. It's too late to run now." The men spoke with utter arrogance, convinced capturing Chen Yang was a sure thing. So they weren't particularly panicked. "You know nothing. You're the dogs. What we have is friendship, something you'll never understand in a lifetime." Yang Jin, enraged by their disparagement, snapped back. "Who cares if you understand? Get out of the way." The leader cut straight to the chase, landing a swift punch that sent Yang Jin flying several meters before crashing to the ground, coughing up another mouthful of blood. "Brother Yang, leave him to me. Don't move around like that." Chen Yang watched Yang Jin's actions, sighed, and felt a surge of emotion. "You? Chen Yang, don't be impulsive." Not only did the others doubt Chen Yang, but Yang Wuhan also disagreed, immediately stepping in to dissuade him. "I'm here too." Just then, a voice echoed through the hallway as a tall, slender girl descended the stairs. "Xuechu, why are you here?" Chen Yang asked. "With all this commotion, how could I not come help you?" Xia Chuxue replied sternly. "All right, go assist them." "Leave this to me," Chen Yang declared firmly. "What? Trust me. Go now." Chen Yang insisted firmly. Hearing this, Xia Chuxue could say nothing more and had no choice but to comply, for she knew exactly what Chen Yang intended to do. "I'll see how you take on 5 of them. Attack!" The words barely left their mouths before they charged at Chen Yang. Chen Yang quickly created distance between himself and his attackers, then deliberately lured them into an open area before abruptly halting his advance. "Run! Why aren't you running anymore?" Seeing Chen Yang halt, they taunted him. Chen Yang merely smiled faintly before hurling the marbles in his hand toward them. The others were utterly bewildered by his move. They burst out laughing. The next second, a burst of flames shot skyward, forming a small mushroom cloud-like shape. Instantly, the men were blown backward, their bodies riddled with holes, collapsing lifeless to the ground. "Run! What the hell was that?" The others, witnessing the scene, rushed over, dragged the fallen comrades to their feet, and took off running. Yang Jin was utterly bewildered and urgently called out to his men to stop chasing. Chapter 108, Moving House. At that moment, Yang Jin felt like his head was about to explode. He couldn't fathom what had gotten into Chen Yang. He'd merely stopped following Chen Yang occasionally, and the kid had taken advantage of that gap to become this formidable. And what the hell was that marble? Wasn't that basically a mini nuclear bomb? Damn it! Handmade nuclear bomb? Yang Jin's eyes widened in shock, forgetting the pain in his body. His mouth hung open as he stared at Chen Yang like he was some kind of freak. Then his eyes snapped shut and he collapsed unconscious. Seeing this, the others quickly hoisted Yang Jin onto their backs, preparing to rush him to the hospital. "Chen Yang, young man, you're too damn amazing. You won't be staying here tonight. Head to the Martial Arts Academy. I've already notified the headmaster someone will come pick you up shortly. They'll likely come back for more. It's best not to stay here. We'll take Yang Jin to the hospital first. See you later." The others spoke, their faces filled with shock, but they didn't press for more details. After giving Chen Yang a few parting instructions, they left with Yang Jin. Chen Yang intended to visit Yang Jin at the hospital after all, he had risked his life to save him. "Xuxue, wait here for a moment. Someone will come to pick you up. I need to go check on him at the hospital." Chen Yang turned to Xia Chuxue, who stood nearby looking surprised yet calm. "I'll go with you," Xia Chuxue murmured softly. "Chen Yang, let's go." Just as the two were about to head to the hospital, an armored-like SUV pulled up beside them. Wu Chun leaned out and called out. He had rushed over immediately after getting off the plane. "Senior, why did you come personally? I don't think it'll be a problem."
They've already alerted the enemy.
I want to go to the hospital and see Brother Yangzhen. Chen Yang turned his head and saw Wu Chang had come personally, momentarily at a loss for words. He didn't even understand why Wu Chang was being so kind to him, especially after the battle just now. Chen Yang finally understood these men had been secretly protecting him all along. No wonder he'd constantly felt like he was being followed. But this also meant Wu Chang held him in high regard. This left Chen Yang feeling both flattered and overwhelmed. From the utter isolation of his past life to this moment, a wave of emotion washed over Chen Yang. It wasn't just a person who had been reborn, it was an entire trajectory. Glancing at Xiao Chushua beside him, Wu Chang wore a smile that made Chen Yang feel a warmth he'd never known before.
You, come with me first. Yangzhen will be fine. Don't worry about him. You're members of my martial arts school now. Naturally, I'll ensure your safety. I'll handle Yang Wuan when I get back.
I'll make sure he gives us a proper explanation.
Let's go.
Wu Chang spoke with a hint of firmness in his voice.
He had long wanted to relocate Chen Yang. But before, Chen Yang wasn't a member of the martial arts school. Granting him protection blindly would invite criticism, and later he'd been too busy. Now was the time. Alright, thank you, senior. Wait for us here while we pack our belongings. Chen Yang spoke respectfully with a faint smile, about to go pack his belongings.
Though the place was practically bare, with little to pack, he felt he should at least take a look. After all, he had lived here for so many years.
Alright.
Upon hearing this, Wu Chang nodded and replied slowly.
Then Chen Yang and Xiao Chushua went upstairs together to pack their belongings.
But as Xiao Chushua stepped into the room, she felt deeply troubled. She felt no joy or novelty at moving into a new place. Instead, her face bore a look of desolation.
Are you okay? Chen Yang asked Xiao Chushua as he packed his few belongings. I'm fine. Xiao Chushua repeatedly insisted she was fine.
Hearing this, Chen Yang paused his work and smiled faintly.
He had already guessed why Xiao Chushua was acting this way.
It was simply that she needed a lot of money. Living here meant he could pay her a salary, providing her with an income. After moving, Xiao Chushua feared losing this decent income all at once, which was why she seemed so worried. Here you go. You'll still be doing the laundry and cooking. Here's the money from selling the reindeer hide. Take it to pay for Auntie's medical treatment. Chen Yang pulled out the black card containing the proceeds from selling the reindeer hide and promptly pressed it into Xiao Chushua's hand. Truthfully, Chen Yang had no use for this money himself. But to make Xiao Chushua feel more comfortable accepting it, he had to come up with some excuse.
I don't want it. This is too much. My last paycheck already covered me for the next 2 weeks. I don't want it.
I can earn money myself to treat my mother's illness.
Xiao Chushua froze for a moment before hastily refusing. She was surprised Chen Yang knew about it. But she didn't dwell on it. Instead, she decisively refused the money Chen Yang offered. It wasn't that she didn't want it, she simply couldn't accept it. She had no reason to. Chen Yang had already been incredibly kind to her, asking for more money would be going too far. Just take it already. Why all the fuss? It's for Auntie, not for you. Besides, you can just pay me back more later, right? Everyone has hard times. Take it. Seeing this, Chen Yang spoke sternly and firmly, grabbing Xiao Chushua's hand from behind her back and shoving the black card into her palm. Don't move. Hold it tight. Chen Yang spoke again before turning back to continue packing his belongings. Xiao Chushua froze in place, utterly at a loss for a long moment. After a moment, she finally snapped back to reality and stammered, Chen Yang, thank you. I'll definitely repay you. I know. I'll keep it safe. Still not packing? What, want me to pack for you? Not that I wouldn't, but it might be, perhaps, inconvenient? Chen Yang sighed in relief upon hearing this, then flashed a sly grin. No need. Xiao Chushua instantly understood, her face flushing as she dashed into her room to pack. Before long, Xiao Chushua emerged pulling a suitcase. I'm all packed. Then let's go. Chen Yang carried a small bag, for his belongings were pitifully few. The only thing he treasured most were the photos of his parents and himself from childhood. The only one he had. Glancing at the photo, Chen Yang sighed before stepping outside alongside Xiao Chushua. But what occupied Chen Yang's mind now was how Zhou Luo's investigation was progressing. Had he found anything? Were his parents still alive? Or was there a problem with the timing of the letter? Or what? Chen Yang didn't know, but he was anxious. Soon after, the two descended to the ground floor and got into the car. Seeing how little luggage Chen Yang had, Wu Chang sucked in a sharp breath. He didn't know what to say. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the upscale residential complex next to the martial arts academy. As the gate opened and the car drove in, the lavishly decorated interior caught his eye. If purchased separately, it would easily cost over 5 million yuan. Chen Yang pondered. You two will live here from now on. It's a small villa. Wu Chang spoke slowly. Ha? A villa? What's the big deal? Just get some rest. Especially you, Chen Yang. Tomorrow is the final match. This neighborhood is full of people from our martial arts school. It's very safe. No need to worry. Wu Cheng spoke slowly, then drove away. The two men stood rooted to the spot, staring at the villa before them. This is called small? At this age in his previous life, Chen Yang had ever dreamed of a villa? Impossible. Without further thought, the two picked up their bags and moved in. Chapter 109, Chen Yang leading the team? After Wu Chang left, he immediately headed to the Martial Arts Academy. He had already gathered the Martial Arts Academy's senior staff to prepare for a meeting, discussing how to handle the selection of these 10 individuals. Stepping off the vehicle, Wu Chang strode directly toward the Martial Arts Academy. Master Wu, I wish to join the Hunters Martial Arts Academy. Just as Wu Chang reached the entrance, a petite, delicate-looking girl emerged from the side and intercepted him. Wu Chang looked closely. Wasn't this Luo Hua, the young lady from Luo's team? Miss Luo, are you joking? You lack nothing. Why join the Martial Arts Academy? Wu Chang halted, speaking with some confusion. He couldn't fathom why someone like Luo Hua, who had everything, would want to join the Martial Arts Academy. Following the normal path, Luo Hua should be preparing for college, aiming higher. Not join a martial arts academy. Master of the Martial Arts Hall, I'm not joking. I genuinely want to join. Please give me a chance. Luo Hua spoke with utmost sincerity. She had to join the Martial Arts Academy, only then could she gain its protection and exert a deterrent effect on the Yang family. So they wouldn't dare to easily target the Luo family. Yu Chuan, take her to the assessment. If she passes, she can join. But only as an external member. Wu Chang spoke coldly. Understood. Luo Hua agreed without hesitation. Wu Chang then strode quickly inside, while Yu Chuan led Luo Hua to the assessment. Upon entering the conference room, 3 individuals were already waiting inside. They were Deputy Director Lin Hai, Internal Elder Zhang Ming, and External Elder Lui. Seeing Wu Chang finally arrive, they all stood up, their minds filled with questions about what had transpired at the Martial Alliance headquarters. What could this sudden meeting be about? Fortunately, Wu Chang had arrived, and the others breathed a slight sigh of relief, knowing they would soon have answers. Old Wu, what's going on? Why the urgency? Summoning us here in the middle of the night? Deputy Director Lin Hai spoke up immediately, his voice tinged with confusion. Please take a seat first. This matter could be significant or minor. The reason I called everyone here so late is that I believe this issue must be resolved as soon as possible. Thank you all for coming. Wu Chang spoke with a serious expression. The others then took their seats. So what exactly is going on? External Elder Lui asked. Hearing this, Wu Chang sighed and recounted the entire incident. 2 5-person squads? An unknown civilization? This. The others murmured in astonishment. Let's set aside the unknown civilization for now. What are your thoughts on the squads? Old Lin, you go first. Let's see whose plan is best first, so we don't risk causing dissatisfaction among everyone. Wu Chang turned to Lin Hai beside him and spoke slowly. Well, in my opinion, strength reigns supreme. Naturally, it should be the top 10 members by internal strength. Given that, I don't think anyone would object. Strength reigns supreme. Lin Hai slowly voiced his thoughts. I agree with Lin Hai. Let's hear what old Lu has to say. Zhang Ming nodded and turned to Lui beside him. I think the external candidates are best. After all, no one knows how much they'll grow in a year. They might even surpass the internal members by then. Lui also shared his perspective. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang looked thoughtful. He felt that everyone had valid points. But none of them were entirely comprehensive. In squad operations, teamwork was just as crucial as individual skill. Otherwise, there'd be no need to agonize over selection. Just pick the 10 strongest after a year. But that approach would create a problem. Without rapport or understanding of teamwork, they wouldn't get very far. Wu Chang believed that if they were going to do this, they should do it right, not abandon it just because it seemed hopeless. The others watched Wu Chang ponder, saying nothing. They simply remained silent, waiting to see which approach Wu Chang would choose. After a long while, impatience began to creep into their expressions. Wu Chang finally sighed and looked at the expectant faces before him. I propose dividing into Team A and Team B. Team A will select 3 members from the top 3 internal candidates and 2 from the top 2 external candidates. Team B will be different. I've decided to let Chen Yang choose his own members. Wu Chang spoke with a serious expression and unwavering tone. At this announcement, the 3 others beside him exchanged puzzled looks. It was common knowledge that Chen Yang had reached his limit in martial arts cultivation. Even with a year to train, he would only reach the 3rd tier. How could selecting Chen Yang possibly work? How could they possibly convince everyone? The trio was utterly baffled, wondering what had gotten into Wu Chang. Could he really be treating Chen Yang like his own son? But this was way too biased. Old Wu? I think Team A sounds good to me. We agree too. But I can't agree to Team B. Chen Yang is finished. If he gets to pick the captain, who in this martial arts school would agree to that? It's pointless. Old Wu, I know you care about Chen Yang. Remember when we let him and his girlfriend join the inner circle?
We agreed to it back then, and he wasn't useless then. He showed his strength, so no one had much to say.
But how can we do that now? You need to be more level-headed.
Several voices chimed in, questioning Wu Cheng's decision. They found it utterly absurd, believing he was letting emotion cloud his judgment.
What if Chen Yang hadn't been crippled? Or if burning his blood essence in that battle hadn't affected him at all? Then it should be acceptable, right?
Wu Cheng spoke up once more.
Hearing this, the others sighed. Old Wu, you keep saying should and if. But the problem is, he's crippled now, there's no going back. How could he possibly remain unaffected?
The three of them couldn't believe it and spoke up one after another. Then let me tell you this very seriously, this decision stands.
Chen Yang isn't ruined either. You can trust me on that. As for everyone's opinions, give me some time. I'm sending him to handle it. If it doesn't work out, we can always replace him, right?
Wu Cheng spoke again, his tone firm and solemn. He believed that if the team led by Chen Yang worked together effectively, they wouldn't be any worse than Team A.
They could even go very far.
Hearing this, the others knew Wu Cheng had made his decision. They couldn't argue further, only sighing in resignation. They still thought Wu Cheng was being too irrational.
If that's how you all feel, then so be it. Lin Hai spoke up. We'll announce the news tomorrow.
Agreed, Wu Cheng replied slowly. And so, the three departed with a sense of resignation. In the office, Wu Cheng exhaled deeply, gazing into the distance, lost in thought.
Perhaps there really is a chance? Isn't youth synonymous with infinite possibilities?
Wu Cheng murmured to himself, his heart brimming with anticipation for Chen Yang.
But all of this would require action and time to prove. Chapter 110, The Resolute Chen Yang. Early the next morning. Chen Yang and Xiao Chuxue rose early, though to be honest, both had dark circles under their eyes.
It seemed they weren't quite used to the bed, so neither had slept well. But this didn't affect Chen Yang in the slightest.
Soon after, the two headed out together, with Xiao Chuxue going to cheer Chen Yang on. Hey, young brother Chen Yang? You moved in too? But then again, it makes sense.
You've joined the martial arts academy, so moving in is only natural.
So, you too. Oh, I see. Take care of yourself, Chen Yang. I'll be going now.
As soon as Chen Yang and Xiao Chuxue stepped outside, they bumped into Wang Muta heading out.
Spotting Chen Yang, Wang Muta greeted him and couldn't resist a bit of teasing.
Take care, brother Wang. Chen Yang smiled faintly as he spoke.
Xiao Chuxue's face flushed slightly beside him. Chen Yang knew she was blushing from embarrassment, but neither of them said anything about it.
After exchanging greetings, the two headed toward the community gate.
Is that Chen Yang? The one who joined the martial arts club a few days ago? Yep. And that girl beside him? Rumor has it she's his girlfriend. She's also in the internal training area and just joined a few days ago too. Could the martial arts club owner have something to do with this kid? I heard he's his illegitimate son. What the hell? Bastard child?
Don't go spreading rumors. If the master finds out, we're all screwed.
Let's get out of here.
People on the street spotted Chen Yang and began whispering about him. But Chen Yang paid little heed to the gossip. To her, rather than arguing or debating with these people, it was better to prove herself through action.
Otherwise, no amount of words would carry any weight. Soon, the two reached the entrance, where an armored-like SUV was already parked. Chen Yang knew it belonged to Wu Cheng.
As soon as she and Xiao Chuxue stepped out of the residential compound,
the window slowly rolled down. Wu Cheng was already seated inside. Chen Yang, you two get in. We're heading to Wanbao Pavilion anyway. It's on the way, and I have something to discuss with you.
Wu Cheng saw Chen Yang emerge and immediately spoke through the window. He wanted to inform Chen Yang first, giving him time to prepare mentally. Thank you, curator, Chen Yang replied respectfully, with Xiao Chuxue echoing his words. And so, the two climbed into Wu Cheng's car and headed toward the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Chen Yang, suppose I were to assign you a task now one fraught with immense difficulty.
Would you be willing to take it on? Do you have the confidence to see it through? Wu Cheng didn't state it directly, instead testing Chen Yang's attitude and reaction first.
A faint smile played on his lips, making it seem as though he were joking with Chen Yang.
I'm willing, and I have confidence. Whatever you need me to do, senior, I will give it my all. Chen Yang responded firmly without hesitation.
Wu Cheng had already done so much for him he had no reason to refuse. Whatever task lay before him, if it was within his capabilities, Chen Yang would give it his all.
Hearing Chen Yang's answer, Wu Cheng smiled faintly, visibly relieved. Good lad, I never underestimated you. That's the situation. So I need you to pick a few people to form a team. No rush. I'll give you a week.
Wu Cheng recounted the entire incident to Chen Yang, then proceeded to share the decision they had reached yesterday.
Upon hearing this, Chen Yang knew such opportunities were rare.
Whether or not he was taught didn't really matter to him. After all, he had the system. What truly mattered to Chen Yang, however, were the equipment and martial arts techniques. Those were his real objectives. Martial arts of different tiers yielded vastly different results when used by practitioners of the same level.
The higher the rank, the greater the disparity. Beyond that, the ruins of an unknown civilization also piqued Chen Yang's curiosity.
But since so many people had vanished without a trace, he didn't dwell on it. Still, this was a hot potato. Taking it on meant convincing the Martial Arts Academy's members. In other words, it wasn't about persuasion, it was about winning them over through force and selecting the right people. This was undoubtedly a daunting task.
Yet Chen Yang felt no fear, only excitement. Senior, I can handle this. And the selection process is entirely up to me?
Chen Yang spoke again, his tone growing serious.
Naturally.
As long as they're members of the Martial Arts Academy, whether internal or external, you have the final say.
However, this excludes the top 2 external members and the top 3 internal members.
Wu Chang spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on Chen Yang. A peculiar light flickered in his eyes, as if Chen Yang were a spark that had ignited them.
Understood, Senior. Could you provide me with a list of Martial Arts Academy members and some basic information?
Chen Yang spoke with equal seriousness.
Observing them in person would consume enormous time and yield inaccurate results.
With just some basic information, Chen Yang could narrow down the scope, making things much easier. It would also be far more efficient.
No problem. I'll have someone send it to you tonight.
Wu Chang smiled faintly, as if a weight had lifted from his heart, his breathing becoming much smoother. But now, another question arose in Chen Yang's mind. The martial arts exam was approaching soon, and after that, they would enter the martial arts university.
How could they continue training together? How could that be guaranteed? Chen Yang didn't know how to weigh this decision. Senior, in a little while, we might have to go to martial arts university. How will we train? How can we stay together? We can't keep running back and forth forever, can we? Chen Yang voiced his concerns.
Upon hearing this, Wu Chang smiled faintly.
The Alliance headquarters had already considered this matter. The solution is simple. The virtual world. Simply put, you can put on a helmet and enter the virtual world. You can gather anytime, anywhere within it for training. Competitions will also be held there, interconnected with the real world.
Wu Chang spoke slowly, giving a general overview.
I see. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang finally understood.
Though he'd never used it himself, he'd heard about it in his previous life. It was a game-like creation developed collaboratively by scientists worldwide. It was nearly indistinguishable from reality, with the greatest convenience being that death in the virtual world posed no threat to the real one. The only issue was that these helmets were expensive, limiting their widespread adoption. Still, it was quite useful for conducting some rather dangerous training exercises.
Hey, kid, what are you thinking about? Do you have confidence in this final match? The car had arrived at the entrance of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Crowds of people were streaming in, all drawn by the tournament. Wu Chang noticed Chen Yang staring blankly and feared he might be distracted. So he asked. Senior, I'm fine. I'm definitely going to win.
Chen Yang smiled faintly as he spoke. Hearing this, Wu Chang burst into laughter.
Good lad. Confidence is key.
The two then headed toward the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, where Chen Yang went straight to the martial artist competition area. Xia Chuxue, however, accompanied Wu Chang to the VIP viewing box.
Chapter 111, A Guaranteed Loss? Wu Chang. Chen Yang is bound to lose today's match. Dark Purple broke through again yesterday.
He's just one step away from the peak of the 4th tier. I'll be damned if I see a 3rd tier loser beat Dark Purple. Before, he only won because of his higher level Zhaobuck and wasn't paying attention.
Let's see how he wins this time.
At the private room entrance, Chu Yi personally waited for Wu Chang's arrival, determined to vent his frustration and humiliate him. Having lost twice already, he was seething with pent-up rage. If he didn't vent it today, he'd go mad. The good news was that Dark Purple had broken through, raising his level once more.
In Chuya's mind, whether this match happened or not no longer mattered. Dark Purple was certain to win. Chen Yang was just courting punishment by forcing himself into this. Wu Chang's expression darkened instantly upon hearing Chuya's arrogant taunts. Chu Yi, are you out of your mind? So what if you broke through? Who says a higher level guarantees victory? I believe in Chen Yang.
Wu Chang spoke with a face twisted in anger, his tone unyielding.
Yet deep down, he couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment.
After all, the level gap was simply too vast. This left Wu Chang unsure if Chen Yang could pull it off. Even if he lost, it wouldn't be Chen Yang's fault. It was simply that Chen Yang had been given too little time. Otherwise, no matter how powerful a Dark Purple ranked opponent might be, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. That was Wu Chang's faith in Chen Yang. Wu Chang. You. Keep pretending. Just make sure that kid doesn't surrender later. Shuya's face twisted as he spoke, then slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Wu Chang sighed and made his way to his private room. Xia Chuxue, who had accompanied him, shared the same feelings. But what frightened her most was the possibility of Chen Yang getting hurt. As for the outcome, Xia Chuxue didn't care much. As long as Chen Yang was okay. Meanwhile, With some time remaining before the match, the host worked to liven up the atmosphere at the competition venue. In the vast martial artist competition area, only Chen Yang and Dark Purple stood out. At that moment, they were the center of attention for the entire venue.
Who do you think will win?
I don't think Dark Purple can lose.
I agree.
Not only is Dark Purple higher level than Chen Yang, but Chen Yang already used that marble mini nuke.
That won't work on Dark Purple this time.
Plus, Dark Purple is significantly older than Chen Yang, so he's got way more real combat experience.
So after calculating from every angle, Chen Yang's chances of winning are practically zero.
In the audience, many compared Chen Yang and Dark Purple, deducing that unless a miracle happened,
otherwise Chen Yang couldn't win.
Such murmurs naturally reached both combatants' ears.
Chen Yang remained utterly composed, showing not a trace of panic.
As for Dark Purple, a smug smile spread across his face. His level had risen even higher since last time.
Chen Yang? Even a miracle wouldn't be enough to win.
Hey, look over there.
Dark Purple is walking towards Chen Yang. What's he up to? What else could he be doing? No idea?
Suddenly, murmurs rippled through the audience. Dark Purple, a faint smile playing on her lips, strode toward Chen Yang with an air of smug satisfaction. Standing before Chen Yang, Dark Purple declared triumphantly, "Chen Yang, just admit defeat. Considering all the sacrifices you've made for Donghai City, I don't want to hurt you."
Hearing Dark Purple's words, Chen Yang was speechless. Not wanting to hurt him? For a martial artist, surrender was utterly shameful. This was a blatant humiliation of Chen Yang. He's telling Chen Yang to surrender and admit defeat? You don't think Chen Yang will surrender, do you?
It's possible. After all, the power gap is too vast. Continuing would just be a one-sided slaughter.
Chen Yang, just count the numbers.
Some in the audience overheard Dark Purple's words and immediately began discussing it with those beside them.
Everyone felt Chen Yang was highly likely to choose to concede. If you surrender, I won't beat you up. Chen Yang's single sentence left Dark Purple utterly speechless. You want me to surrender? And you, a mere Dao fan Tiangang? How utterly ungrateful. How utterly ignorant of your place.
Let me tell you straight, I've already reached the peak of the 4th tier.
It's too late for surrender now.
Dark Purple spoke with smug satisfaction, his gaze fixed on Chen Yang like that of a predator eyeing its prey. He believed that by revealing his cultivation level, Chen Yang would surely be terrified, filled with dread, and immediately admit defeat.
Asshole, get lost. What the hell are you doing here? Stop whining. If you can't fight, get lost. Chen Yang gave Dark Purple no mercy, lashing out angrily. You? Wait for death.
Dark Purple spat out the words before storming off in anger.
It's over, it's over. Chen Yang's done for this time. He really overplayed his hand. Dark Purple's furious. Chen Yang's gonna himself soon. TSK, don't even go there, bro. I can't even bear to watch. Just imagine the brutal scene when Dark Purple beats Chen Yang.
Whoa, young people these days have such short fuses.
The entire audience sat in stunned silence.
Chen Yang's choice and words left them both shocked and in awe of his courage. Moments later, the host stepped onto the sole stage for this match.
Good morning, everyone. Today marks the finals of our biannual martial arts tournament. Are you all as excited as I am? Without further ado, let's welcome our two contestants to the stage, Chen Yang and Dark Purple.
Please welcome them with a round of applause. The host announced with passion and enthusiasm. No sooner had he finished speaking than thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue.
Amidst the thunderous applause, Chen Yang and Dark Purple slowly made their way onto the stage. Chen Yang, prepare to die. I'll crush you in one blow.
Donji glared at Chen Yang ahead, his voice dripping with murderous intent. Instantly, a purple battle armor enveloped him.
Chen Yang remained silent.
Soon after, a set of flame-colored battle armor enveloped him as well. This armor's function was pure strength. Dark Purple's focused on speed.
The match begins.
With the command, the contest commenced.
Demon Claw. Dark Purple roared, unleashing a martial technique at Chen Yang. A massive black hand materialized in midair, then lunged toward Chen Yang. Why isn't Chen Yang dodging? Why isn't Chen Yang dodging? Oh no, he's going to get crushed. Hey, buddy, you dodge. Why didn't you dodge? What did you come up here for? To put on a show of exploding? He didn't even use speed to hit you, and you still didn't dodge?
At that moment, every spectator in the stands was more tense than Chen Yang himself, utterly baffled by his decision to stand rooted to the spot. Little did they know, Chen Yang had just activated his cheat code. Glancing at his remaining 72 years of lifespan, Chen Yang smiled faintly.
Chapter 112, why not just break through?
On the massive martial arts arena, a dark purple figure clad in violet battle armor stood with arms crossed over his chest, head held high in arrogant disdain.
A demonic giant hand reached out from the sky, clawing toward Chen Yang.
Meanwhile, Chen Yang stood motionless in his fiery red battle armor, showing no reaction whatsoever. He seemed as heavy as if his legs were filled with lead.
Inside the private room, Wu Cheng's face twisted with unease. He didn't know what to say, his palms sweating so badly they stung. Beside him, Xia Chushua's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She hesitated, unable to speak, appearing utterly flustered and at a loss. In the adjacent private room, however, the scene was starkly different. Shuyi threw his head back in laughter, gulping down wine as he pointed at Wu Chang, his amusement utterly unrestrained. But, at that moment, a pale blue interface appeared before Chen Yang's eyes, visible only to him. Name, Chen Yang. Level, Tier 3 Mid-Stage Martial Disc Vitality, 700. Martial Arts, Star-Sucking Technique Domain Beginner, Demon Subduing Palm Mastery. Remaining lifespan, 84 years. Body Tempering Technique, Tier 3. Gazing at the interface before him, a faint smile touched the face concealed beneath Chen Yang's battle armor. System, spend 84 years of lifespan to level up. The moment Chen Yang finished speaking, a mechanical voice immediately echoed in his ears. Life binding initiated. Kryptonite life in progress. Kryptonite life completed. Evaluation, not only does the host possess negligible innate talent, but they also burn vital energy to forcibly enhance combat prowess, further exacerbating their already inadequate potential. Fortunately, the host never gave up. Through decades of relentless effort, perseverance paid off. After 84 years of day and night cultivation, the host finally reached the 4th tier early martial spirit with 1100 vital energy points. Note, Stage 4 Martial Spirit Vitality, 1001 2000 Stage 5 Martial King, 2001 4000 Stage 6 Martial Rock, 4001 10,000. Chen Yang closed the interface, relaxing his body as he felt his chi and blood steadily strengthen. Just as everyone watched the demonic claws about to seize Chen Yang suddenly erupted with a colossal surge of vital energy, overwhelming everyone present with its sheer power. Before anyone could react, Chen Yang snapped his head up to meet the claw mere inches from his face, then unleashed a furious punch. The massive claw shattered instantly, vanishing without a trace. What the hell just happened? Chen Yang broke through? What the hell? A breakthrough? How is that possible? Wasn't he crippled? Unable to progress further in martial arts? How could he possibly break through? And this breakthrough is no small feat, jumping straight from the 3rd tier to the 4th? Holy crap? Is he even human? The crowd snapped to attention, erupting in a deafening chorus of gasps. Every pair of eyes widened, bulging as if they might pop out and fall to the floor at any moment. No one could comprehend how Chen Yang could achieve a breakthrough after being declared useless. It was unreasonable and abnormal. Moreover, it couldn't be the chi blood pills either. Burning one's vital energy effectively sealed off the body's reservoir of life force. In other words, no matter how many chi blood pills one consumed, they would yield no effect, let alone facilitate a direct breakthrough. Moreover, this breakthrough represented a nearly full tier advancement. For anyone else, such progress would normally require months, even half a year. In martial cultivation, the higher the tier, the slower the advancement speed. Good lad, you didn't deceive me after all. But isn't this breakthrough a bit unreasonable? Oh dear, someone's going to be furious when they find out about this, aren't they? TSK. Ugh, this is so annoying. Why did he break through out of nowhere? Especially since it's that so-called useless waste everyone talks about. Sigh, helplessness, utter helplessness. Inside the private room, Wu Chang stared at Chu Yi across the way, snapping back to reality. He then raised his voice, speaking to Chu Yi in a sarcastic tone. Chen Yang's breakthrough had left not just the audience, but even Wu Chang utterly bewildered. But this also put his mind completely at ease. When it came to teaming up, Wu Chang had both the ability and confidence to earn everyone's respect. Xia Chushua beside him jumped up in excitement, completely forgetting her usual aloofness until Wu Chang gave her a puzzled look. Only then did Xia Chushua awkwardly calm down, nodding repeatedly as her face flushed with bashful redness. Wu Chang shook his head at the sight and burst into hearty laughter. Bang bang! Shuya's face turned ashen as he violently flipped the table before him. Even the wine he'd just drunk now tasted bitterly sour. How could that be? Wu Chang, did you pull some trick? How could that good-for-nothing break through? And at a time like this? To make such a huge leap? This makes no sense. You must have tampered with it. I'm going to seek justice from Sect Master Zhou. Humph. Just wait. Shuyi cursed under his breath as he stood up, ready to confront Zhou Luoluo. No need. I'm already here. The moment Shuyi stood up, he saw a tall, ethereally beautiful woman walk in, none other than Zhou Luo. Master Zhou, you're just in time. How could that worthless trash Chen Yang, who burned his vital energy, possibly break through? They must have cheated. It's definitely Wu Chang's doing. Master Zhou, you must intervene. Shuyi recognized Zhou Luo's entrance. His gaze first lingered on her ample bosom before hastily shifting as he spoke. He couldn't let Chen Yang get away with cheating, nor could he let Wu Chang off the hook. Hearing this, Zhou Luo smiled faintly and turned to the host. Suspend the match immediately. I need to investigate. Upon hearing this, the host immediately announced the suspension of the match. Seeing this, Shuyi felt elated inside. If Chen Yang was caught cheating, he wouldn't just become a pariah everyone wanted to see hang. Wu Cheng wouldn't fare much better either. If the scandal escalated, the higher-ups might even strip him of his position as the gym leader. At this thought, Zhu Ye's lips curled into a wild grin as his imagination ran wild. "Thank you, Sect Master Zhou, for your keen insight," Zhu Yi said, feigning seriousness. Hearing this, Zhou Luo smiled faintly. Could he not see through Zhu Ye's thoughts? Still, she too wanted to know what exactly was going on with Chen Yang. Why could he break through after being crippled? This puzzled her, making a thorough examination both reasonable and necessary. It's no trouble. This is simply my duty. Our competitions have always been fair and impartial. Cheating is absolutely not tolerated. Zhou Luo spoke with solemn gravity, then leapt from the viewing window in a single bound. Like a goddess descending from the heavens, she landed gracefully on the stage. The spectators on the stands were utterly mesmerized, unable to tear their eyes away. Wu Cheng and Xia Chuxue remained expressionless, showing no sign of panic. After all, they know Chen Yang isn't useless, no matter why. As long as there was no cheating, that was all that mattered. Zhu Yi wore a broad smile as he looked at Wu Cheng, his satisfaction plain to see. Chapter 113, Why not just feel it? Chen Yang, I see you're still putting on airs. Breakthrough? Is this even a normal breakthrough? Master Zhou is here. Let's see how you explain this later. On the stage, Dark Purple remained stunned for half a moment, utterly shocked by Chen Yang's sudden breakthrough that shattered his martial technique with a single punch. The problem was that Chen Yang shouldn't have been able to break through. The series of events left Dark Purple frozen in place, as if Chen Yang had yanked him from the heavens, dug a hole in the ground, and buried him alive. Such a jarring contrast would leave anyone dazed. But seeing Zhou Luo arrive finally allowed Dark Purple to breathe a sigh of relief. He kept telling himself that something was definitely wrong with Chen Yang. This wasn't normal. Perhaps he'd soon be disqualified from the competition, becoming a pariah everyone wanted to see gone. The thought lifted Dark Purple's spirits considerably. The Goddess Pavilion Master is here. Chen Yang is finished now, right? How could he not be finished? What else could he do? Who knows? If Chen Yang really didn't cheat, wouldn't Dark Purple be furious? Not likely, bro. Even if another miracle happens and Chen Yang didn't cheat, his rank is still lower than Dark Purple's. It's not certain Dark Purple would lose. Remember, Dark Purple has 1 foot already in the 5th tier. Whispers rippled through the stands once more. Chen Yang remained utterly composed as he removed his battle armor. As the saying goes, a straight back fears no crooked shadow. Thus, Chen Yang remained utterly composed, not a trace of fear visible on his face. Quiet, everyone. I'll give you all an explanation. Whether Chen Yang cheated or not, I can tell with a single touch. Please bear with me for a moment. Zhou Luo surveyed the entire hall, speaking with utmost seriousness. She believed this was not only to prove Wanbao Pavilion's fairness and impartiality, but also to give Chen Yang a chance to prove himself. As for whether Chen Yang was truly useless, she would know once she tested him. The audience fell silent upon hearing this. No one spoke again, only staring intently at Zhou Luo and Chen Yang, their eyes burning with fire. Because what Zhou Luo had just said. Their goddess touching another man, could they possibly accept that? Absolutely not. Yet they could do nothing to stop it. After all, this was the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Zhou Luo was the pavilion master, he had nothing to fear. Little brother Chen Yang, here I come. Zhou Luo turned to Chen Yang, a faint smile playing on his lips as he stepped before him. Hearing this, Chen Yang nodded and naturally extended his right hand. But the next second, Zhou Luo pulled his hand away. This left Chen Yang utterly bewildered. Not the hand? Then where should she touch? Sis wants to touch your belly. The belly is where vital energy is stored. How else would I know without touching it? Touching your hand only tells me if your vital energy is pure. Zhou Luo smiled faintly, placing her delicate jade-like hand on Chen Yang's abdomen. Chen Yang quickly dodged. The spectators in the stands gritted their teeth in fury, itching to storm down and beat Chen Yang. What are you dodging for? You're a man, what are you afraid of in front of everyone? Zhou Luo observed Chen Yang's bashful expression, then glanced at Xia Chuxuan in the private room, who sat clenching her teeth in silence. With another faint smile, Zhou Luo spoke once more. Hearing this, Chen Yang could say nothing more. He pulled his t-shirt up, revealing an abdomen sculpted with 8 defined abs. The contours of his abs were clearly defined, appearing incredibly powerful. Zhou Luo smiled faintly, then her delicate hands reached out and touched them directly. The moment her slightly cool palm pressed against Chen Yang's abdomen, his body trembled slightly. He wasn't used to it. This was the first time a girl had ever touched his stomach. And it happened right in front of everyone. For a moment, Chen Yang froze like a statue, hoping Zhou Luo would finish quickly. Goddess, please stop touching? Touch mine instead. I don't have abs, but it's soft and won't hurt your hand. Bro, your scheme, TSK. I can't take it anymore. This is driving me crazy. Why are you still touching? Ah. I can't take it. Goddess, how could you do this? Chen Yang, holy crap. From the audience seats, everyone watched as Zhou Luo kept touching her, and for quite a while at that. They immediately started chiming in with their sarcastic comments. Zhou Luo finally withdrew her hand with a faint smile. She was astonished Chen Yang hadn't been crippled. His blood energy was exceptionally pure, something impossible to obtain through cheating. Recalling how she'd worried days ago that Chen Yang wouldn't pass the martial arts university entrance exam, Zhou Luo could only offer a helpless, bitter smile. Yet she was equally stunned. Even without being crippled, his sudden, massive breakthrough was utterly unfathomable. If he could maintain this pace of advancement, Zhou Luo dared not imagine the shockwave Chen Yang would send through the martial world. The entire crowd now waited for Zhou Luo to speak. After my thorough inspection, I have personally verified the fairness and impartiality of the process. Chen Yang did not cheat. And contrary to rumors, he is not crippled. He is, in fact, fully capable. Zhou Luo looked out at the crowd, speaking with solemn seriousness. His tone was unwavering, all traces of his earlier sweet smile vanished. Now, he resembled a cold, aloof goddess. What? Not crippled? And he didn't cheat? How is that possible? Didn't they say Chen Yang burned his vital energy to resist the blazing wind golden crow? Countless martial artists witnessed that battle with their own eyes. How could that be false? As Zhou Luo finished speaking, the scene erupted once more in a clamor of astonishment, everyone utterly bewildered by the turn of events. But since Zhou Luo was being so serious, no one dared say anything more. Let the match continue. Zhou Luo spoke once more, then walked over to Chen Yang and whispered softly, "Little brother, do your best." With that, Zhou Luo stepped off the stage, leaving Chen Yang standing there, awkwardly nodding. Hold on. Just as the match was about to begin. Inside the private room, Chuya's face darkened with displeasure as he spoke up. He believed Zhou Luo was clearly covering for Chen Yang. He had witnessed that battle firsthand. Chen Yang had definitely burned his vital energy. There was no doubt about it. Any further objections? Zhou Luo asked sternly upon hearing this. Why are you covering for him? I refuse to believe he hasn't been crippled. I need to test him myself. Chuyi spoke with palpable displeasure, his mind now clouded by rage. He forgot this was the 10,000 treasures pavilion, a power he couldn't afford to provoke. Across the room, Wu Cheng sat calmly in the private booth, cracking melon seeds and sipping tea with evident contentment. Shu Yi, are you questioning me? Who do you think you are? Do you imagine this is your extreme night martial arts hall? That we have to explain everything to you? If you're dissatisfied, feel free to take your people and leave. Cause any more trouble, and Dark Purple's competition eligibility will be revoked. Your Midnight Martial Arts Academy will be blacklisted. Hearing Chu Ye's arrogance, Zhou Luo's expression darkened instantly. He spoke without sparing Chu Yi any courtesy. Chapter 114, what's the point of getting mad when I'll just beat you up anyway? You? I was rude. I've troubled Sect Master Zhou. I have no further objections. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi froze in place, hastily lowering his proud head. It now seemed highly likely that Dark Purple would emerge victorious. And if he really got blacklisted, he'd face severe punishment from the Hall Master Chu Booping upon returning. After much deliberation, he could only offer his apologies. The match continues, Zhou Luo declared coldly. The goddess is so bold that's just too cool. The match has started. Look at Dark Purple, not saying a word. Doesn't it seem like she's holding back a big move? Exactly. Highly likely. As the match commenced, the crowd erupted in discussion once more. Wu Cheng set down his melon seeds, swallowed the tea in his mouth, and immediately fixed his gaze on the stage. He knew this match would be spectacular, but he was certain Chen Yang would win. No reason, just pure faith in Chen Yang. Beside him, Xia Chushua clenched her fists, looking extremely tense. On the stage, Chen Yang had fully adapted to the immense power surge from his recent breakthrough. His battle armor once again enveloped his body. Now he felt an inexhaustible wellspring of power coursing through him. Staring at the Dark Purple before him, he didn't even feel the need to use martial techniques. In his previous life, he had become a martial god through body tempering and bare fists alone. Now that he cultivated both martial arts and physique, facing Dark Purple held no pressure whatsoever. Chen Yang, die. You have angered me. Dark Purple roared furiously, unleashing the storm tornado. As the words fell, Dark Purple moved so swiftly he left after images. A colossal tornado coiled around Chen Yang, relentlessly closing in. Witnessing this, the crowd held their breath in anxiety for Chen Yang. At such speed, Chen Yang couldn't even touch it. To strike Dark Purple, he'd have to act preemptively, predicting her position. But such judgment wasn't something that could be gained through increased strength alone. It required relentless, day and night combat experience to accumulate. Shu Yi finally let a smile appear on his face. Wu Cheng sighed, his expression turning grave alongside Xia Chushua's. At the eye of the tornado, Chen Yang remained utterly composed. Drawing on experience, he pinpointed Dark Purple's emerging location. The closer he got, the more dangerous it became, yet that proximity offered the prime location and opportunity to seize Dark Purple. Thus, Chen Yang remained composed, quietly waiting for the tornado to contract. Yet to the onlookers, this scene took on a different meaning. None of them understood what Chen Yang was doing. What the hell is Chen Yang trying to do? Isn't he going to dodge? Does he think he can still break through? Is he crazy? Break through? I don't get it.
If this keeps up, once the tornado engulfs him and the dark purple finishes him off, Chen Yang won't even have a chance to fight back.
He could at least conjure a nuclear bomb. Even mutual destruction would be acceptable. The audience couldn't comprehend Chen Yang's actions.
Xu Yi and Wu Chang, however, wore starkly contrasting expressions, one smiling, the other solemn and deep in thought.
As time ticked away, the tornado closed in on Chen Yang.
Everyone's hearts were now in their throats.
Seeing the moment arrive, Chen Yang declared, "It's my turn."
With that, he suddenly charged toward his left. Everyone who witnessed this thought Chen Yang had lost his mind.
How could he possibly reach the dark purple under such circumstances? How is that possible? Why can you see me? Why? Dark purple spoke in terror. At that moment,
Chen Yang seemed like a demon, filling him with dread. Suddenly, the tornado dissipated. Everyone looked closely and saw Chen Yang holding dark purple in his hand. He held him as if gripping a small chick. No matter how dark purple struggled to break free, Chen Yang kept a firm grip on his neck.
Holy crap! Is this even possible?
Not only did he touch it, but he captured dark purple too.
It's over. Dark purple's speed advantage is gone now. Is this just pure luck for Chen Yang? The spectator stands erupted once more in murmurs, voices filled with astonishment. Chen Yang, put him down. You're cheating. How did you manage to catch him?
If you dare touch him, I
won't let you off the hook.
Xu Yi panicked completely at the sight, immediately standing up in a rage and threatening Chen Yang on the stage. Hearing this, Chen Yang looked up, his gaze cold and indifferent as it met Xu Yi's.
Oh? Is that so? Then I'll try it anyway. With that, Chen Yang hoisted dark purple into his arms. Amidst dark purple's horrified expression, he leapt high into the air, then slammed dark purple down onto the stage.
The speed and force were so immense that they cracked the stage.
Dark purple spat several mouthfuls of blood and immediately lost consciousness. Chen Yang then proceeded to whip him repeatedly. You little bastard, how dare you? I'll kill you. Such viciousness, such brutal force, how could I possibly spare you? Xu Yi's face contorted as murderous intent erupted from him. His body radiated overwhelming blood energy as he lunged toward Chen Yang. Xu Yi, try to touch him if you dare.
If you dare touch him, I, Wu Chang, will declare war on your Extreme Night Martial Arts Academy.
You won't leave this 10,000 treasures pavilion alive today.
Upon hearing this, Wu Chang shot into the air, pointing at Xu Yi with grave seriousness, his words dripping with lethal intent.
Wu Chang, do you think I'm easily intimidated? Xu Yi, already blinded by rage, showed no sign of backing down. Smack. Get out or die.
You choose, or shall I help you? Just as Xu Yi was radiating murderous intent, a sharp crack echoed. Furious, he turned to see none other than Zhou Luo. Two martial artists stood beside Zhou Luo, their strength appearing formidable.
You? How dare you? Old man, today. I suppose I'm just out of luck.
Xu Yi gritted his teeth in fury, unable to vent his rage yet too cautious to antagonize both the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion and the Hunter Martial Arts Academy. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Old man, catch. Just as Xu Yi turned to leave, a voice called out from behind him. He whipped his head around to see Chen Yang tossing dark purple over his shoulder like discarded trash. Seeing this, dark purple glared at Chen Yang. You little brat, just you wait. Then he caught dark purple and stormed off, not looking back once. Holy crap, guys, that was so satisfying. Why does seeing Xu Yi get angry make me feel so good? Mainly because the goddess is just so tough and beautiful. If I could be with her, I'd give up the entire 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Bro, you're daydreaming in broad daylight? I think Chen Yang is the hottest. As Xu Yi stormed off in anger, the audience erupted once more in a cacophony of voices. Wu Chang watched Chen Yang at that moment, a smug grin spreading across his face as the corners of his mouth curled upward wildly. Zhou Luo also smiled faintly, a peculiar gleam flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, Xia Chuxua rushed onto the stage. Before anyone could react, she threw her arms around Chen Yang. Chapter 115, Western Region's Ink Stain? The spectators in the stands were stunned by the scene, each sighing deeply. They lowered their heads and left immediately. It must be said that Chen Yang had truly broken their hearts today. The touch of a goddess, a girl rushing into Chen Yang's embrace, that was never what they had sought. Yet while they were still fantasizing, Chen Yang had already casually attained it. Chen Yang, I'm so glad you're okay. On the stage, Xia Chuxua clung tightly to Chen Yang. Though his battle armor was cold, she felt an inexplicable sense of security in that moment. I'm fine. There are so many people here. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Should we wait until we get home to hug? Chen Yang smiled faintly, teasing her gently. Hearing this, Xia Chuxua quickly released him and turned her back to him. I just got so excited. Don't get any ideas. Okay. Chen Yang smiled faintly as he spoke. Good job, kid. That was impressive. How did you predict his landing spot?
Even I wouldn't dare take that gamble. Just how many secrets do you have that I don't know about? Wu Chang stepped onto the stage, walked up to Chen Yang, and patted his shoulder with a smile before asking cheerfully. Senior, I'm not entirely sure myself. It just felt like his speed slowed down that one time. Guess I got lucky. Chen Yang couldn't possibly reveal it was due to his past life's experience, so he vaguely made up an excuse. TSK, you little rascal. Never mind. How you did it doesn't matter. Since you've secured first place, it's time to choose your reward. Xia Chu Xue and I will wait for you in the car. Go ahead? Wu Chang froze upon hearing Chen Yang mention luck, though he didn't dwell on it. With that, Wu Chang left with Xia Chu Xue. Chen Yang then looked up at Zhou Luo, who was also watching him from the private room. Their eyes met, and Zhou Luo broke into a smile first. This left Chen Yang utterly bewildered. Master Zhou, what are you laughing at? Nothing. Come with me. I'll take you to pick out your prize. Zhou Luo shook his head, then turned to Chen Yang and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang entered the private room and followed Zhou Luo to claim his reward. The 10,000 treasures pavilion was incredibly intricate. Chen Yang followed Zhou Luo through several hidden passages before finally arriving at an iron door made of some unknown metal alloy. Zhou Luo produced a metal token engraved with the characters 10,000 treasures pavilion. He inserted it into a recess in the door. With a crisp creak, the iron gate swung open. Come on in. See what catches your eye, Zhou Luo said casually. Chen Yang nodded and followed Zhou Luo inside. The chamber wasn't particularly large. As the iron door closed behind them, Chen Yang began looking around aimlessly. Everything inside is S-grade equipment, essentially our Wanbao Pavilion's core inventory. Take your time choosing, or feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Zhou Luo spoke up, noticing Chen Yang's wandering gaze. All right. Thank you, Pavilion Master Zhou. Chen Yang nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze fixed intently on the items. To be honest, he wanted everything right then and there, but alas, that was impossible. Stop calling me Master Zhou, it makes me sound ancient. I'm only a few years older than you. Call me sister from now on. Zhou Luo felt distinctly uncomfortable hearing Chen Yang address her as Master Zhou repeatedly, instantly feeling decades older. Hearing this, Chen Yang gave an awkward laugh. Ha! Fine. Reluctantly, Chen Yang agreed calling her sister wasn't exactly wrong. After that, neither spoke. Chen Yang began carefully examining what he desired. S-Class Icebound Battle Armor? S-Rank Extinction Spear? S-Rank Martial Skill, Swift Exhaustion? What the hell is this? Chen Yang was both satisfied and dissatisfied by these S-grade equipment and martial arts. Until he spotted a martial skill called Swift Exhaustion? The end of speed? Chen Yang pondered, then picked up the martial skill manual to examine it. It stated 3 tiers total. Each tier advancement brings earth-shattering changes to speed. Not bad. Speed is exactly what I need now. Perfect. You're the one. Without hesitation, Chen Yang decisively chose the speeds and martial art. Sister Zhou, I've made my choice. This one it is. Chen Yang approached Zhou Luo and spoke slowly. All right. Zhou Luo replied indifferently. Immediately after, Zhou Luo spoke again. We've traced the origin of your parents' letter. It was mailed from the western regions. The sender's name is listed as Mo Ran. As for the rest, there's no news yet. Zhou Luo looked at Chen Yang and spoke again. Hearing this, Chen Yang felt puzzled. Who was Mo Ran? Why would there be a letter from his parents? Why was it sent here? And why hadn't it reached him? Chen Yang was thoroughly puzzled. Who is this Mo Ran? And do you know the date it was mailed? Chen Yang stowed away his martial arts techniques, his doubts lingering as he asked. Mo Ran? No news on Mo Ran yet. I'm still investigating. I'll inform you immediately once I have updates. As for the delivery time, it's precisely 3 days off. Which aligns perfectly with the time it would take for this letter to travel from the western regions to here. Based on the timing, it appears the letter was mailed from the vicinity of Qingcheng in the western regions. But this is only speculation. We still need time to confirm and investigate. Zhou Luo spoke slowly, relaying every detail he knew to Chen Yang. His intuition told Zhou Luo that the mystery surrounding Chen Yang's parents was far more complex than it appeared. It wasn't merely a matter of whether they were alive or dead. What was the true purpose hidden within this? But Zhou Luo didn't intend to share these thoughts with Chen Yang after all, they were merely his own speculations. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang fell deep in thought. The western regions were a place he had never set foot in during his previous life, yet in this lifetime, he had unexpectedly formed a connection to them. He knew that uncovering all the secrets might require a journey to the western regions. But not now. Without absolute strength. Even if he went there, it wouldn't yield any results. All right. Thank you for your help, Sister Zhou. Be sure to let me know if you hear anything. Chen Yang looked at Zhou Luo, sighed, and then spoke sincerely. No problem, don't mention it. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Zhou Luo smiled faintly, his words flowing naturally. Afterward, Zhou Luo saw Chen Yang out. Chen Yang returned to the car, where Wu Chang and Xia Chuxue were waiting for him. Let's go. Wu Chang's words fell as the car started moving. Chen Yang, are you ready? Everyone at the martial arts academy is waiting. Wu Chang turned to look at Chen Yang and spoke slowly. Senior, I'm ready. Chen Yang replied with unwavering resolve. Good. Wu Chang spoke once more. While Chen Yang went to claim his reward, Wu Chang had already notified the martial arts academy. Everyone had been gathered together. He was ready to announce the team formation plans. The most crucial was the team centered around Chen Yang. Chapter 116, The Stunned Martial Arts Hall Crowd. Meanwhile, Hunter Martial Arts Academy. Hundreds of martial artists of varying skill levels had gathered in the large conference room at the center of the academy. They were divided into two groups. On the left were members from the internal training area, relatively fewer in number at just over 100. The external training area members numbered over 200. At the front podium sat three figures: Deputy Director Lin Hai, Internal Training Area Elder Zhang Ming, and External Training Area Head Louis. The three sat solemnly, with an empty seat in the middle reserved for Wu Chang. They had gathered everyone here upon Wu Chang's orders. Below the platform, martial artists murmured among themselves, speculating wildly. What's going on? Such a big setup? Who knows? Could something have happened? Master Lin, what's the reason for gathering us all here? Yeah, we're all here now? The voices on stage chattered in a cacophony of questions. Hearing this, Lin Hai stood up. Everyone, please calm down. As for what we're doing, you'll find out once the martial arts master arrives. No further questions. Just stay put. Lin Hai spoke with utmost solemnity. His words instantly silenced the crowd, each wondering what could possibly warrant such secrecy. Before we proceed, I have some news I just received to share with you all. Lin Hai was visibly excited now, a smile spreading across his face. He had just received a message from Wu Chang. Wu Chang had instructed him to lay the groundwork, waiting for him and Chen Yang to arrive. Originally, Lin Hai had been quite dismissive, thinking Wu Chang had truly lost his mind. Going to such lengths for a washed-up nobody like Chen Yang. But the very next moment, he was proven utterly wrong. Wu Chang's message revealed that Chen Yang wasn't useless at all. Not only had he defeated Dark Purple to win the championship, but he'd also achieved a breakthrough right there on the spot. He'd leaped directly from mid-stage Tier 3 to Tier 4, leaving a martial artist who'd already stepped into martial arts techniques and possessed far more combat experience than Chen Yang utterly helpless. The entire arena was stunned. Seeing this, Lin Hai was utterly speechless. That was until Wu Chang sent him the video of Chen Yang's final match. Lin Hai's expression shifted from disdain to solemnity, then shock, finally breaking into an excited smile. The numerous martial artists below the stage, along with the internal and external elders, watched Lin Hai's dramatic shift in expression and were utterly bewildered. Old Lin, what's gotten into you? Why are you acting like this? Louis was the first to ask softly. Hearing this, Lin Hai snapped back to reality and handed his phone directly to the two men. The two took the phone in bewilderment, their expressions shifting even more dramatically than Lin Hai's had. Their jaws dropped so wide they could have fit a large apple inside. The crowd below the stage grew even more puzzled, unsure what had happened to the three executives. Could something have happened? The crowd was perplexed. Director Lin, what's going on with you and the two elders? What were you about to say just now? Yeah, you're making me all itchy. What's going on, exactly? The crowd below the stage voiced their curiosity. This feeling of being kept in suspense was truly unbearable. Near the rear of the external training grounds, close to the passageway, Luo Hua watched with equal curiosity. She had successfully passed the assessment and joined the Hunters Martial Arts Academy. Hearing the crowd's questions, Lin Hai composed himself. What I'm about to tell you is this. Our Martial Arts Academy's core member, Chen Yang, won the championship at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion Martial Arts Tournament. Moreover, at a critical moment, he made a breakthrough and defeated Dark Purple, the core member of the Midnight Martial Arts Hall who held an advantage in every aspect. Lin Hai paused briefly before continuing with palpable excitement. Chen Yang? A breakthrough? This? Luo Hua gasped inwardly, completely stunned. Master Lin? Are you sure? Didn't Chen Yang burn out his vital energy and blood? How could he possibly break through? And I've looked into this match. Dark Purple is easily over a tier stronger than Chen Yang. What? Over a tier? Then how did Chen Yang win? The crowd below the stage was both shocked and puzzled, unable to comprehend how Chen Yang managed such a feat simultaneously. They began to doubt whether Lin Hai had made a mistake. Everyone, take a look. Lin Hai said no more, immediately playing the video of Chen Yang's martial arts match. The audience watched intently, not blinking once. Just like the three executives before them, their expressions changed faster than turning a page. Holy crap? Chen Yang pulled that off? But how the hell can I not understand this? Is this even human? This feels like I'm watching a sci-fi show. Chen Yang is insane. He actually didn't get crippled? I just don't get it. Ah, who cares about all that? At least he brought honor to our martial arts school, right? After watching the video, the crowd below the stage reacted with mixed emotions, some rejoicing, others frowning, each voicing their own opinions. Though a million questions swirled in their minds, in the end, all they could muster was a simple, Chen Yang is amazing. Master Lin? What's the big deal? Just a lucky break, right? If they'd sent us core members, we'd have nailed it just as easily. I just don't get it, why won't they let us go? Just then, Meng Yi, ranked third among the inner core members, rose to his feet, speaking with utter disdain. He couldn't help but think, why should some upstart steal all the glory? Chen Yang's supposed prowess was nothing but the result of Wu Cheng's backing. Without Wu Cheng's backing, he believed Chen Yang was nothing. Lin Hai's expression immediately turned cold upon hearing this. He wasn't the least bit surprised by Meng Yi's words. Meng Yi was notorious for being a troublemaker. Not only was he incredibly powerful, but he refused to bow to anyone, making it nearly impossible for him to get along with anyone. Meng Yi, behave yourself. Today isn't the place for your antics. Besides the Polar Night Martial Arts Academy, no other academy sent their core members to this competition. What difference would you make if you went? Have you forgotten how you were defeated last time by He Chaozhou, a core member of the Midnight Martial Arts Academy? Lin Hai showed no fear of offending Meng Yi, directly pointing out his sore spot. He Chaozhou was also ranked third in the Midnight Martial Arts Academy, but unlike Meng Yi, he was remarkably composed. Meng Yi's greatest flaw was his quick temper. Once provoked, he lost all composure, which is precisely why he lost the match. At this, a murmur of laughter rippled through the crowd. Meng Yi's face flushed instantly, not from embarrassment but from anger. A fierce determination to prove himself surged within Meng Yi. Master Lin. I am not the same person I was before. Why can't I defeat him? Meng Yi refused to accept Lin Hai's assessment. Hearing this, Lin Hai smiled faintly inside. Not convinced? Forget others. What about him? Can you defeat him? At Lin Hai's words, all eyes turned to him in unison. Meng Yi was instantly rendered speechless. Chapter 117, Wu Cheng's Top Man. At that moment, Meng Yi sighed, his temper instantly vanishing. He lowered his head, unwilling to look at the person Lin Hai had mentioned. That person was Wu Hao, the top-ranked core member of the entire Hunter Martial Arts Hall. His strength had reached the 5th tier. Within the entire Hunter Martial Arts Hall, no one except Wu Cheng could match him. His accomplishments extended far beyond that. In the 5 years since joining the academy, he had never tasted defeat. His strength wasn't his greatest asset, that honor belonged to his incredibly resilient physique. He routinely absorbed low-tier martial arts techniques head on. The low tier, their power was no joke. He has essentially dominated the entire Hunter Martial Arts Academy. He had only returned 2 months prior after graduating from Nightwind University in the north. Instead of pursuing higher ambitions, he chose to return to the small city of Donghai and rejoin the Hunter Martial Arts Academy. In his own words, whether it's fame or strength, I only wish to protect my own little corner of the world. This was Wu Hao's life creed. He had no interest in competitions whatsoever. The only person in the entire martial arts academy he truly respected was Wu Cheng. It wasn't merely because Wu Cheng was slightly stronger than him, but because when Wu Hao was very young and lost both parents, it was Wu Cheng who extended a helping hand. Wu Cheng had provided him with considerable support ever since, so in his heart, Wu Cheng was like family. Even now, after Lin Hai spoke and all eyes turned to him, Wu Hao sat expressionless and unperturbed. As if everything happening around him had nothing to do with him. Those around him finally caught on, chattering away about the connection between Wu Hao and Meng Yi. Brother Wu Hao is truly beyond reproach. Brother Meng Yi used to constantly pester Brother Wu Hao for sparring matches. Each time, Wu Hao refused. It wasn't until Wu Hao finally couldn't take it anymore and gave Meng Yi a beating that things quieted down for a while. Ah, that explains why Brother Meng Yi's anger seemed to vanish so suddenly just now. There's more. What's all the noise? Keep it up and meet me at the ring. If I don't beat you guys so badly you're crawling on the ground looking for your teeth, I'm not the son of my own mother. You bunch of brats, talking behind my back? I can beat Wu Hao, so why can't I beat you? Hearing his shameful deeds exposed, Meng Yi's extinguished rage flared anew. He turned to the crowd, cursing and ranting. Hearing this, the crowd quickly sat back down, heads bowed. None dared provoke this hothead. Because he really did beat people up. And it was permitted in Wucheng as long as he didn't cripple someone or take a life, Meng Yi could challenge anyone to a fight. But no one ever did. Unless they were suicidal, who would willingly pick a fight with him? Meng Yi, that's enough. Lin Hai spoke sternly. At those words, Meng Yi instinctively glanced at Wu Hao before pouting and sitting down, clearly displeased. As Meng Yi quieted down, the venue gradually fell silent. Everyone waited for Wu Cheng's arrival. They're here? They're here? Master Wu and Chen Yang have arrived? Chen Yang? That's impressive. Chen Yang's got guts? He really pulled it off. You must be some kind of prodigy, you actually didn't get crippled? Chen Yang, wanna spar sometime? I'll go easy on you. Moments later, as the crowd buzzed with chatter, 3 figures entered the conference hall. Leading the way was Wu Chang, followed by Chen Yang and Xia Chushui. Hearing the crowd's praise, Chen Yang felt momentarily uneasy and could only respond with a polite nod and smile.
Wu Chang then strode directly toward the podium.
Chen Yang and Xia Chushui took seats in the empty rows behind. Chen Yang, you're really something. Surprised? I joined the Hunters Martial Arts Academy too. And you're actually an insider member? Chushui's impressive too. You two are incredible. I'm so jealous.
No sooner had they sat down than a familiar voice came from their left.
Chen Yang turned to look.
There stood Luo Hua, smiling and speaking with obvious admiration.
Ha ha. Just luck. Luo Hua, you joined too? Who'd have thought we'd meet at the same martial arts academy? What a coincidence.
Chen Yang smiled faintly as he spoke.
Luo Hua, I never expected to run into you here. I haven't heard from you in days. Xia Chushui smiled as she spoke. Ha, I've been pretty busy these past few days. How's the assessment going? Luo Hua explained. Everyone, quiet down. I have an important announcement to make. Everyone is welcome to voice their opinions.
Hearing Wu Chang speak, the group turned their attention to him at the podium. The room fell silent as they waited for his words. With a serious expression, Wu Chang then explained the details regarding team formation at the Martial Alliance headquarters.
As for the matter of the unknown civilization,
Wu Chang chose not to dwell on it, preferring to focus on establishing Chen Yang's team. He needed everyone to trust Chen Yang, and this was also another challenge he had arranged for Chen Yang.
What? We can receive personal instruction from the Alliance leader and gain access to vast cultivation resources? Holy crap, I'm in. Forget it.
If anyone goes, it'll be those top 10 big shots.
Us ordinary members going would just waste the spots. It'd be useless anyway. Yeah, you're right. Why am I so weak in talent? Forget it. Sigh.
Wu Chang's words sparked mixed reactions. Some rejoiced while others lamented, and the room erupted in noise once more. Seeing this, Wu Chang gestured for everyone to quiet down.
Master, I must participate. How could such an event possibly exclude someone like me, Meng Yi? Wouldn't it be a waste if I didn't go? Hey, Wu Hao, how about we go together? I promise it'll be smooth sailing.
Just as the crowd settled, Meng Yi shot to his feet, his face alight with excitement as he spoke, simultaneously reaching out to pull Wu Hao toward him.
Meng Yi knew it was impossible without Wu Hao. Not interested.
Wu Hao heard this and couldn't care less. He simply had no interest in such matters.
Quietly, unassuming, protecting his hometown was his true wish.
He didn't aspire to be some great hero. He simply wanted to be a part of protecting his hometown. Thus, when Meng Yi extended his invitation, Wu Hao coldly refused.
Hearing this, Meng Yi gave an awkward laugh. What a blockhead.
Not even this can sway him. I should have known better.
Meng Yi could only grumble inwardly. Enough, Meng Yi. Sit down first. I'll handle the arrangements. I've already finalized the team assignments.
We'll have Team A and Team B. A Team A will be led by Wu Hao, with members including Ma Yuan second in internal ranking, Meng Yi third in internal ranking, plus Ning Kaixin first in external ranking and Fang Yan second in external ranking. After announcing Team A, Wu Chang deliberately paused, refraining from listing Team B all at once. Because if he announced it all at once, the scene would become chaotic and he wouldn't be able to resolve matters properly. Therefore, he had to proceed one step at a time. Sure enough, his words sparked considerable debate. Most of the voices came from the external martial arts district, with a few from the internal district.
Chapter 118, Chen Yang? Seriously? Master, we understand the top two seniors taking precedence. But why include those from the external training grounds? Isn't every one of us from the internal training grounds stronger than them? Forget us, what about the top 10 seniors? Exactly.
Master, in our opinion, it'd be better to just stick with the top 10 brothers from our own ranks. As soon as Wu Chang spoke, members from the internal training area began voicing their opinions.
We disagree. The external training area?
They're only strong now, that's all.
How can we pass judgment now? Master, we all need a chance. Members of the external training area also spoke up, advocating for their own interests.
Hearing these words, Wu Chang was not the least bit surprised. This was only natural. Then he spoke slowly.
Quiet, everyone.
The reason for this situation lies within your own ranks.
Ask yourselves, in 1 year's time, can you defeat Wu Hao, Meng Yi, and Ma Yuan? Those of you in the outer training grounds, ask yourselves, in a year's time, will you surpass Ning Kaixin and Fang Yan in skill? Probably not, right?
In that case, Team A is settled.
If you have any objections, you may challenge any one of them. External challenges against external members, internal challenges against internal members. Victory means you take their place. Fair enough?
Wu Chang spoke with utmost seriousness, his tone unwavering. Upon hearing this, most of the crowd fell silent. No one from within chose to challenge the trio, and external challengers were few and far between. Seeing the silence, Wu Chang sighed and prepared to reveal the main event.
So who do you think is Team B?
Based on the dojo master's choice, I'd say it's probably the 4th, 5th, and 6th from the internal group and the 3rd, 4th, and 5th from the external group.
That makes sense. Too bad we missed our chance. That's training from the alliance leader himself. Ah, fate's a cruel mistress. Next lifetime, I'll definitely give it a shot.
Before Wu Chang could speak, the group had already begun discussing how he would arrange Team B.
Following Team A's selection pattern, they easily deduced Team B's assignments.
The three ranked 4th, 5th, and 6th now wore smiles, eagerly anticipating Wu Chang calling their names. The same was true for the 3rd and 4th ranked members outside the team. Their genuine smiles betrayed no pretense, radiating true delight.
Quiet. Wu Chang spoke slowly.
At his words, the crowd naturally quieted, waiting expectantly.
Team B's selection process will differ from Team A's.
At these words, the 4th, 5th, and 6th ranked internal candidates, along with the 3rd and 4th external candidates, froze in shock. The smiles that had just lit up their faces vanished instantly.
So does that mean we have a chance too? Great. Maybe I have a chance too. Just wonder what the rules are. Damn, I'm so nervous. Who isn't? I've got sweat on my forehead.
The members who hadn't been included in the earlier speculation spoke up one after another, smiles lighting up their faces.
Each felt they might have a chance too.
For Team B, my arrangement is to let Chen Yang, who just won the Wanbao Pavilion martial arts tournament, choose his teammates himself.
His choice is my choice.
Wu Chang smiled faintly, speaking slowly and deliberately.
What? Chen Yang gets to choose? What? What the hell? What gives him the right?
If I'd known this, I would have entered the martial arts competition too.
Master, why? Are there really no suitable candidates among our inner or outer disciples? How can you expect anyone to accept a newcomer?
The moment these words were spoken, murmurs erupted once more. Everyone was stunned, and some even confronted Wu Chang directly.
They couldn't understand why something so crucial would be entrusted to Chen Yang. And it was his own choice? Was this some kind of joke? There's no reason for this. I'm the dojo master, my word is final. But I can offer you a way out.
If you're dissatisfied, you can form your own team. In 6 months, you can challenge them.
Win, and it's yours. And it can be either internal or external. Is that satisfactory?
Wu Chang spoke slowly, his expression stern and his tone unwavering. To be honest, setting a 6-month deadline was indeed a gamble on his part.
If Chen Yang's team lost, then how could he possibly continue leading the martial arts academy?
No one would trust his words anymore.
But he believed in Chen Yang, he wouldn't let him down. I'm forming a team to challenge them. Anyone want to join me? Me too, and me. I want to form a team too. And us too. Half a year, what will Chen Yang have to show for himself then? What if he just picks the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th tiers internally?
We'll see if that happens. After Wu Chang finished speaking, the crowd grew impassioned, eagerly proposing to form teams to challenge Chen Yang in 6 months.
But their condition was that Chen Yang didn't pick levels 4 through 7, otherwise, what's the point of competing?
Quiet, everyone's intentions are good. Chen Yang, tell us your criteria for selection. Wu Chang silenced the crowd before turning to Chen Yang and speaking slowly. Hearing this, Chen Yang stood up, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd.
Director, I haven't decided yet.
I need some time to study the list tonight. Chen Yang spoke calmly, his expression composed.
Though he hadn't fully decided, he had made his commitment. He wouldn't be afraid. Alright, you have 1 week. If you need anything during this time, just come find me.
Wu Chang spoke slowly upon hearing this.
He supported Chen Yang's choice, though he didn't know his reasoning.
But ultimately, he had his own reasons. But the others were stunned. They hadn't expected Chen Yang to be so undecided, and suddenly, everyone was at a loss for words. Out of respect for Wu Chang, they held their tongues.
Most eyes turned noticeably less friendly toward Chen Yang.
Dismissed. Wu Chang spoke slowly. With that, the crowd dispersed. What a stroke of luck to actually catch the curator's eye. If the curator had taken a liking to me, I'd have done a better job than him.
Who wouldn't agree? Sigh, who knows what the curator is really thinking? Many people passed by Chen Yang, sighing and murmuring as they went.
But Chen Yang paid no heed to such remarks.
Chen Yang, you're amazing. Luo Hua walked up beside Chen Yang, smiling as she praised him.
She was astonished by his growth potential. Reaching this level in such a short time was nothing short of astonishing.
Who could have imagined this was someone with a mere 50 vitality points? Hearing this, Chen Yang could only offer a faint smile, unsure of what to say.
Soon, the three prepared to depart. The moment Chen Yang stood up, he felt a hand rest on his shoulder.
Chapter 119, I just want to sleep.
Feeling the hand on his shoulder, Chen Yang turned his head in confusion.
Kid, you're pretty impressive.
You've only been at the martial arts school for a short while, yet you're already on equal footing with Wu Hao.
How about we have a spar?
Meng Yi spoke slowly to Chen Yang, a hint of mischief in his smile. Wu Hao, passing by nearby, sighed and shook his head helplessly.
That was Meng Yi for you. His eyes seemed to see nothing but combat. Meng Yi? Do you still want to go?
Just then, Wu Chang, who had been about to leave, witnessed the scene and immediately spoke up to rescue Chen Yang from the awkwardness. At this moment, Chen Yang might not necessarily be able to defeat Meng Yi. Moreover, Wu Chang's intervention was also meant to protect Chen Yang. Keeping his head down would be beneficial for Chen Yang's growth. Let's go. I'll go, master. I was just joking with brother Chen Yang. Hearing this, Meng Yi hurriedly offered an innocent smile. Chen Yang, I'll be waiting for you, little brother. With that, Meng Yi didn't even pause before slipping away. Seeing this, Chen Yang couldn't help but smile wryly. Chen Yang, go rest today. We're preparing a celebratory banquet for you tonight. The guest list and address will be delivered to you this afternoon. Just then, Wu Chang spoke again. All right. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang nodded and left the martial arts hall alone. Xia Chuxue and Luo Hua stayed behind, saying they needed to train. Chen Yang was genuinely exhausted and longed to return home for a good night's sleep. As for selecting candidates, he'd deal with that once the list arrived. However, the fact that Wu Chang had chosen him signaled one thing: the selected candidates must possess extraordinary innate talent and potential, sufficient to significantly enhance their strength within half a year. Meanwhile, Wu Chang had just stepped into his office. He found someone already waiting, none other than Wu Hao. Wu Hao. What's up? Need something? You just got back not long ago. Why haven't you gone to rest? Wu Chang spoke casually upon seeing Wu Hao, his tone perfectly natural. After all, Wu Hao was someone he had watched grow up. Master Wu, I don't want to join this team thing. I'm not interested. Why don't you find someone else? I think anyone else would be better suited than me. I'm used to going solo. And I'm not interested in whatever guild master guidance or resource allocation they offer either. Wu Hao took a deep breath upon seeing Wu Chang arrive, then organized his thoughts before speaking with utmost seriousness. He genuinely had no interest in such matters. He preferred to keep things steady and quiet. With the conference room ahead and so many people present, Wu Hao didn't want to speak up in front of everyone and cause trouble for Wu Chang. So after leaving the meeting, he headed straight to Wu Chang's office to wait for him. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang opened a drawer and pulled out a cigarette. Wu Hao stepped forward and lit it for him. With each inhale and exhale, smoke rings billowed out. Wu Chang held the cigarette between his right index finger and thumb, sighed, then looked at Wu Hao with great seriousness. You're just too complacent with the status quo. I know you have no interest in any of that, but have you considered? That beast tide from the other day could come again at any moment, and it might be even stronger. This time, an old hero sacrificed himself. But what about next time? Neither of us fears death, but can we win? Go now. I'll give you a few days to think it over. Don't rush to tell me your answer. Wu Chang spoke earnestly. Though he understood Wu Hao's perspective, such thinking was fundamentally flawed. It was also an extreme one. With so many teams across the province, only one martial arts school could be selected. If everyone thought like Wu Hao, would Donghai City still have any hope? Wu Chang didn't know, but he respected Wu Hao's choice. After all, it was his decision. Still, he hoped Wu Hao would aspire to greater heights, so he gave him some time. I understand, Master Wu. I'll consider it. I'm heading to training now. Wu Hao didn't rush to say anything else. After bidding Wu Chang farewell, he left. Wu Chang sat down and crushed his cigarette into the ashtray with force. Suddenly, the door swung open and someone entered. It was Wang Sheng, ranked 6th internally. Seeing him arrive, Wu Chang knew exactly what this was about without needing to think. Without hesitation, he stated, don't even bring up the team formation. You can challenge them yourself. You can refuse to accept it. Just prove yourself. Wang Sheng, who had just entered, sighed upon hearing Wu Chang's words. Yes. Then, looking disheartened, he turned and left. He had actually come to ask Wu Chang if he could be assigned to Chen Yang's team. But seeing that Wu Chang seemed to be in a bad mood, he ultimately kept his request to himself. Since it was Chen Yang's decision, he might as well approach Chen Yang directly. With that thought, Wang Sheng immediately left the martial arts hall and quietly made his way back to the residential complex alone. Moments later. At home, Chen Yang had just finished showering and changed into fresh clothes, preparing to sleep soundly until the sun came up. Knock knock knock. Chen Yang heard the knocking on the door and sighed, who is it? Can't you let a person sleep? Chen Yang spoke with obvious irritation, but still went to open the door. He thought it might be Xia Chuxue and Luo Hua. The moment he opened the door, Chen Yang froze. The person standing there was a complete stranger. What do you want? Oh, you're not here to deliver the list and addresses, are you? Hand it over. Seeing this unfamiliar face, Chen Yang assumed it was someone sent by Wu Chang to deliver something. He was puzzled, wondering how they could be here so quickly. Then he guessed perhaps Wu Chang was worried he might oversleep. With that thought, Chen Yang instinctively reached out to take the items. Wang Sheng, witnessing this, looked utterly bewildered. What list? What address? Brother Chen Yang, my apologies. I'm not here to deliver anything. I just needed to talk to you about something. Wang Sheng spoke awkwardly.
Not here to deliver something? Bro, I don't even know you. Never mind. Just tell me what you need. Chen Yang froze upon hearing the man wasn't delivering anything, then sighed and yawned as he spoke.
He couldn't imagine what business he could possibly have with this man.
Young brother Chen Yang, allow me to introduce myself first. I'm Wang Shang, ranked 6th internally. Didn't the hall master say you're in charge of Team B? How about you pick me? Rest assured, I'll treat you like the boss. I won't ever disobey just because I'm stronger. Wang Shang spoke with sincere earnestness, even bordering on servility, though that didn't matter to him. After all, what truly mattered was securing a spot on the team. The rest could be figured out later. As for what he said now, it only mattered in the moment. Hearing this, Chen Yang smiled faintly, utterly speechless. He'd expected someone to approach him about this, but hadn't anticipated it happening so soon and in broad daylight, no less. Not even bothering to avoid suspicion? Was this what they meant by the most dangerous time is also the safest? I still need to see the list before making a choice. I haven't made up my mind yet. That's it then. I'm going to bed. Chen Yang didn't feel like engaging. He gave a couple of half-hearted replies before shutting the door and preparing to sleep. Brother Chen Yang, don't go. My skills aren't bad. Seeing Chen Yang's decisive refusal, Wang Shang felt deeply displeased. He had already lowered his head in concession. But the other party showed him no respect whatsoever. It felt like his pride was being trampled by a lucky newcomer. Rage surged through him in an instant, his fists clenching tightly. Yet he could only swallow his anger. Just as he turned to leave, a crowd suddenly gathered around him. Wang Shang looked closely and recognized many of them. Logically, they should have been at the martial arts academy. He was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom why these people had suddenly appeared here. Suddenly, he remembered what he had done. It finally clicked. Everyone was waiting for someone to step forward and test Chen Yang's reaction. And Wang Shang was that first one. Chapter 120, the first to speak up, the provocation tactic. Wang Shang, never thought you'd end up like this. I never imagined you'd actually bow your head. But it seems others aren't giving you any face either. If this were me, could I possibly swallow my pride? Wang Shang had intended to ignore the commotion and leave quickly, but suddenly, Wang Quan ranked 5th blocked his path. Though they shared the same surname, they were unrelated, their interactions limited to polite small talk. But Wang Quan's words now stripped away what little dignity Wang Shang had left. Wang Quan, what do you mean by that? If you think you can handle it, go ahead. And you lot, what are you staring at? Get lost. Wang Shang's face flushed crimson with anger. His tone dripped with fury as he glared at the crowd of onlookers, some of whom were still chuckling. But at this moment, the crowd seemed to have lost all regard for Wang Shang. They stood frozen in place, as if by unspoken agreement. Oh, Wang Shang, why are you so angry? We didn't turn you down. What's the big deal? If you can come back, why can't we? Does that make any sense? You got rejected yourself and now you're taking it out on us? Seeing Wang Shang's anger about to erupt, Wang Quan grew even more brazen, deliberately stoking the flames. This was exactly what he wanted to see, using Wang Shang to make a big fuss, the bigger the better. That way, who knows? Maybe something unexpected would happen. Besides, it had nothing to do with him. Let Wang Shang handle all the dirty work. Wang Quan. Cut it out. I'm off to train. Though furious, Wang Shang managed to suppress his anger. After all, escalating this matter wouldn't benefit him. Seeing Wang Shang about to leave, Wang Quan suddenly hatched a plan. Wang Shang, your brother back in the day wouldn't have acted like you do. Even though he died in battle, he'll always be worthy of respect. But what about you? You keep saying you want to become a great hero like your brother. But what's the reality? You get insulted by a newbie and can't even speak up. Sigh, let's go. You're really embarrassing your brother. Seeing that nothing else could provoke Wang Shang, Wang Quan immediately brought up his brother. Wang Shang had been raised by his older brother, who died on the battlefield last year. From that moment on, Wang Shang vowed to become a hero like his brother. Wang Quan didn't know if this would work. He just blurted it out on a whim, hoping for some effect. Sure enough, the next second, Wang Shang spun around with blinding speed, grabbing Wang Quan by the collar. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Wang Quan. You have no right to mention my brother. So what if he's a rookie? What's there to be afraid of? But if you mention my brother again, I'll take you down first. Wang Shang spat out the words, his face twisted with fury. My bad. I promise I won't say it again. Seeing his threat had worked, Wang Quan immediately softened his tone with a slight smile. Hearing this, Wang Shang released Wang Quan and immediately walked back to Chen Yang's door. Is he really going to cause trouble for Chen Yang? Wang Quan's such a jerk. How could he do that? What do you think that kid will look like in a minute? Hope he doesn't wet himself scared by Wang Shang. What if he actually agrees to Wang Shang's demands? Agree? Does he even dare? All of us are watching, you know. As Wang Shang approached Chen Yang's door, the murmurs of the crowd behind him grew louder. Hearing this, Wang Shang instantly regretted his outburst. He raised his hand several times, yet never brought it down to knock. In that moment, he hesitated. He wondered what his brother would have done if faced with this situation. After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out, because he knew his brother wouldn't come here, wouldn't come looking for Chen Yang. So he couldn't have ended up in this predicament, and naturally, he had no idea what to do. Let's go, let's go. Ugh, this is pointless. Such a wimp, such a wimp. Seeing Wang Shang's timid demeanor, Wang Quan deliberately raised his voice and spoke loudly. He pretended to be leaving. Wang Shang knew this was a bluff, but he felt he had no choice now. If he walked away now without saying anything, how could Wang Shang ever hold his head up again at the martial arts school? Even a random newcomer might look down on him later. At that thought, Wang Shang refused to give in. He couldn't let his older brother down. As long as he could make Chen Yang apologize, this situation might still be salvageable. With that thought, Wang Shang finally knocked on the door. Perhaps hesitation lingered in his heart, for his knock was faint and barely audible. Chen Yang couldn't hear it at all, especially since he was already fast asleep. He knocked softly several times in succession, but there was no response. The people behind him began yawning, their patience nearly exhausted. Can you knock properly? You're as fussy as a woman. You're putting us all to sleep. What a bore. The sixth-ranked guy is such a coward. Xiao Dao must have been blind when he picked this one. Seeing Wang Shang's state, the crowd launched into another round of taunts. This time, Wang Shang clenched his teeth, fists tight, a flash of ferocity in his eyes. He raised his fist and slammed it against the door with tremendous force, leaving several deep dents in the high-quality security door. Without pausing, Wang Shang attacked like a madman, pounding the door relentlessly with both fists. With a thunderous crash, the door was knocked completely off its hinges. It crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. The deafening noise jolted Chen Yang awake inside the room. He opened his eyes, utterly bewildered. Chen Yang, get out here. You need to apologize for what just happened. Wang Shang felt like he might as well go all out, so he stood at the doorway and barked the command at Chen Yang inside. Hearing this, is it that sixth-ranked Wang Shang again? Is this ever going to end? Can't even get a good night's sleep in peace, and now he wants an apology? What kind of person is this? Chen Yang, still groggy from sleep, leapt out of bed, slipped on his slippers, and headed toward the door. At the same time, what happened here? Also reached the Martial Arts Academy. In the martial arts school's office, Wu Chang was taking his afternoon nap. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Rubbing sleep from his eyes, he instinctively called out, "Come in." Then he saw Yu Chuan rush in, looking frantic. "Master, it's bad. Something's happened." "What kind of trouble? What happened?" "Calm down and tell me slowly." "Here's what happened. Just now, when I passed by Chen Yang's residence, I saw Wang Shang banging on Chen Yang's door. Behind him stood a group of martial artists from the academy, all watching. I wanted to stop them, but I came straight to you instead. I'm afraid things might escalate, and Chen Yang could be in danger." Yu Chuan gave him a rough account of what he knew. "What? Don't let this get out. I'll go check it out." With that, Wu Cheng immediately stood up and strode quickly toward the exit. He knew Wang Shang had sought out Chen Yang over the quota issue. Clearly, Chen Yang had refused, which had angered Wang Shang. With this thought, Wu Cheng quickened his pace, fearing something might happen to Chen Yang. After all, Wang Shang was already a mid-stage fourth-tier martial artist. Although Chen Yang was formidable, Wu Cheng didn't believe he could consistently maintain the strength to fight opponents of higher tiers. After all, defeating Dark Purple today had been a close call. Yu Chuan followed closely behind, and the two hurried toward Chen Yang's residence. Chapter 121, Is Sleeping That Difficult? Chen Yang stormed out of his room, his anger still simmering. He entered the living room and froze in shock. Standing at the doorway was Wang Shang. At his feet lay a heavy, high-quality black iron door. The doorway was twisted and deformed, the surface of the door covered in fist-shaped indentations. What had once been a smooth surface was now pitted with dents, warped so badly that even when lying flat on the ground, it left a large gap between it and the floor. Seeing this, Chen Yang's rage boiled over. Rage surged through him as he glared at Wang Shang. "What are you staring at? Apologize to me and this matter is settled. As for the door, I'll compensate you for the damage, but you must apologize to me sincerely and earnestly. Who made me lose face just now? Come on." Seeing Chen Yang's anger, Wang Shang mustered his courage, preparing to make Chen Yang apologize. He didn't notice at all that Chen Yang's expression had turned extremely dark by now. Hearing Wang Shang utter such shameless words, Chen Yang also spotted the crowd gathered outside through the crack. He laughed in anger. Seeing Chen Yang laugh, Wang Shang assumed he was about to apologize and prepared to forgive him. Face? Apology? I'll tell your dad. Before the words had even finished leaving his mouth, Chen Yang's fist slammed into Wang Shang's face with blinding speed. Several pearly white teeth flew out, the cracking of bones audible, sending Wang Shang flying straight into the crowd outside. Chen Yang now emerged slowly from the room, his face grim, eyes blazing with overwhelming fury. Step by step, he advanced toward Wang Shang, who lay on the ground wailing in agony. Wang Shang's head was buzzing, the world spinning violently, his vision blurring. Holy? What the hell was that? One punch sent Wang Shang flying? I didn't even see it clearly. Damn it, is Chen Yang that tough? Good thing I didn't step in. Otherwise, I'd be the one flying now. What's he planning? He's not going to beat us all up too, is he?
With this many of us, he's not gonna scare us. Witnessing this scene, the crowd murmured in astonishment, their perception of Chen Yang completely redefined. Chen Yang had vented his anger now. He wasn't going to kill the guy, but an apology and fixing the door were non-negotiable.
So Chen Yang walked over to Wang Shang, who was already lying on the ground.
As for the people around him, he pretended not to see them and didn't bother to acknowledge them.
Hey, Chen Yang, you really gave him a good beating.
That's exactly what someone like Wang Shang deserves. He was asking for it by stirring trouble. Don't worry, we won't say a word. Just don't kill him. Wang Quan, seeing Chen Yang's furious expression, assumed he was about to continue beating Wang Shang. He immediately stirred the pot with his words. If Chen Yang really did something to Wang Shang that caused serious harm, then how could Chen Yang possibly hold his ground? Things would inevitably change. If that happened, Team B's selection rules might end up mirroring Team A's.
In that scenario, Wang Quan would naturally be included. Therefore, he desperately hoped Chen Yang would escalate the situation. At a critical moment, even sacrificing himself slightly wouldn't be out of the question. Chen Yang rolled his eyes at Wang Quan's provocation. The guy's attempts to stir up trouble were just pathetic. So Chen Yang didn't even bother responding to Wang Quan, instead walking straight toward Wang Shang. Chen Yang just completely ignored brother Wang Quan like that? Am I seeing things? Why does Chen Yang look so damn cool and confident? Dude, you're not, are you? Ha 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 ha.
Seeing Chen Yang completely ignore Wang Quan's words, the crowd immediately started teasing him.
Everyone thought Chen Yang was incredibly bold, stealing the spotlight in an instant.
Seeing Chen Yang's indifference and the teasing from the crowd, Wang Quan said nothing outwardly.
But his fists clenched tightly as he glared at Chen Yang with fury. Chen Yang, young man. I was wrong. Spare me. I'll never dare again. Wang Shang's vision gradually cleared as he saw Chen Yang approaching. Ignoring the excruciating pain, even with his jaw split open. Seeing Chen Yang approach, Wang Shang grimaced and hurriedly apologized. Just remember to fix the door for me.
Within today, I don't care how you do it.
Don't come bother me again and don't disturb my sleep. Next time, it won't be so easy.
Seeing that the other man had apologized, Chen Yang decided to let him off, though his tone remained stern. Hearing this, Wang Shang, terrified of provoking Chen Yang's anger again, nodded frantically. Witnessing this, Chen Yang sighed, yawned, stretched, and then, looking sleepy, prepared to return to bed. As for the others standing nearby, Chen Yang didn't even glance their way. Seeing Chen Yang let it go so easily, Wang Quan grew even more furious.
Chen Yang, you just want to walk away like this? Laid into him with a vicious sneak attack, injuring a core member of the martial arts academy?
If you don't apologize to him today, pay his medical bills and take him to the hospital.
None of us here will let you leave. What do you all say? Wang Quan certainly couldn't let Chen Yang leave like this.
So he fabricated an excuse that Chen Yang had ambushed and injured Wang Shang to provoke a confrontation.
Ideally, he'd make Chen Yang lose his temper. Right? Chen Yang, you can't leave. This needs to be addressed. How dare you ambush someone? Is this something a martial artist should do?
I really don't understand why the Martial Arts Academy had entrusted you with selecting team members.
We'll unite against you.
I refuse to believe the martial arts hallmaster will keep favoring Chen Yang forever.
That's right. Chen Yang, apologize now. Hearing Wang Quan speak, the crowd perked up instantly. A wave of excuses and mocking remarks swept through the room. Chen Yang was utterly speechless. He was furious. Was it really that hard for him to just get some sleep? Apologize? Why should I apologize? Would you just take it lying down if someone wrecked your door like that? Get lost if you're done. Don't disturb my sleep. Chen Yang halted in his tracks, turning around to retort irritably.
Chen Yang, even if it came to this, you shouldn't have ambushed someone like that and hit them so hard. We're all from the same martial arts school. Why can't you just talk things out? It's clear you're acting so brazenly because you know the martial arts school owner backs you.
You're not leaving here today without giving us an explanation. The crowd fell silent for a moment upon hearing Chen Yang's words, then erupted once more.
Not only that, they surrounded Chen Yang, determined to prevent his departure. Seeing this, Chen Yang gave a cold laugh. He'd never been so speechless in his life.
I'm not apologizing for this. Are you all coming at once, or taking turns?
Chen Yang radiated a colossal aura of blood energy as he spoke to the 5 or 6 men surrounding him, his face twisted with fury. His demeanor was domineering. In a world where strength reigned supreme, force was the natural solution.
Chapter 122, Youngsters Lack Martial Virtue. Seeing Chen Yang's unyielding stance, which didn't seem like empty threats.
His gaze, cold as death itself, struck fear into their hearts, making them dare not meet his eyes.
Moreover, the blood energy radiating from his entire body was overwhelmingly powerful. The few surrounding Chen Yang exchanged glances, each unconsciously taking a step back. Who said we wanted to fight you? We just want an explanation. What's wrong with that? Besides, if it really came to a fight, wouldn't it be unfair with so many of us against you? We wouldn't do something like that. Though their bodies betrayed them, their mouths remained stubbornly defiant. Chen Yang gave a helpless smile at the sight, dispelling the blood aura. I can't give you one. With that cold statement, Chen Yang prepared to leave. Seeing Chen Yang approach with a stern expression, the others hurriedly parted to make way. Their mouths hung open, words on the tip of their tongues. Yet they feared Chen Yang might suddenly punch them into silence. After all, a living example lay on the ground, writhing in pain with a contorted face. How could they dare to test their luck? Stop. Did I say you could leave? I already told you you're not leaving until you give me an explanation. You've been ignoring me this whole time. Do you think I'm invisible? I'm the 5th ranked fighter in this martial arts academy. Who the hell do you think you are, some newbie brat, to ignore me like this? Just as Chen Yang broke free from their encirclement, Wang Quan lunged forward, blocking his path right at Chen Yang's doorstep. His mouth spewed nothing but insults, his eyes burning with fury and determination as he glared at Chen Yang. Are you a dog? My door doesn't need your supervision. What does my ranking have to do with you? If you're so tough, go hunt some demon beasts. Stop being a bully here. Chen Yang stared at Wang Quan standing at his doorstep, looking every bit the dog. His patience was wearing thin. But he understood what these people were after. They were simply resentful and consumed by envy and jealousy because he had gained significant power. As for Wang Quan, Chen Yang showed him not the slightest bit of courtesy. The crowd watched as Chen Yang either ignored Wang Quan completely or, when he did acknowledge him, did so with utter contempt. Brother Wang Quan's pissed? Holy crap, this is gonna be a show. You guys better get out of the way. Watch out, you might get caught in the crossfire. Who do you think will win? Chen Yang just knocked out Wang Shang, the 6th ranked fighter, with a single punch. That was nothing. You ambushed him. Wang Shang didn't see it coming. This is a fair fight now. Wang Quan is already at the peak of the 4th tier. He reached that level long ago but hasn't broken through yet. Wang Quan will definitely win. I think Chen Yang has a chance too. Seeing the two men locked in a tense standoff, the crowd immediately began chattering on the sidelines, each voicing their own predictions. Opinions varied, but the general consensus was that if they fought, Wang Quan held a strong advantage. Hearing the crowd's words, Wang Quan's rage boiled over completely, unleashing a torrent of blood energy that surged from his entire body. Though his cultivation was only at the 4th tier, Chen Yang could sense that Wang Quan was but a step away from the 5th tier. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a pseudo 5th tier powerhouse, far surpassing Dark Purple from earlier that morning. Chen Yang, we usually don't hold things against you because the Hall Master values you. But you repeatedly show no regard for us elders. Your arrogance knows no bounds. Today, I will prove to you what it means to respect your elders. Wang Quan strode toward Chen Yang, enveloped in a surging aura of blood energy. A silver broadsword materialized in his hand, emitting a cold, piercing glow. It was a sight that struck fear into the heart. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, bring it on. Screw your old man nonsense. I, Chen Yang, will see this through to the end today. Seeing the other party's relentless stance, Chen Yang's anger flared instantly, unleashing a thick surge of blood energy. The energies from both men's blood chi collided, forming an extremely faint field. Witnessing this, the crowd instinctively swallowed hard and took several steps back. Even the injured Wang Sheng scrambled to his feet, grimacing in pain while squinting intently at the two combatants. Looking for death. Wang Quan ran his hand over his machete, a murderous intent surging within him. He roared, "Sea of blades." As the words left his mouth, the blade in Wang Quan's hand instantly transformed into hundreds of flying knives, hovering above his head. Go! Pointing at Chen Yang, Wang Quan's flying blades shot toward him like arrows. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd swallowed hard once more, their eyes fixed intently on Chen Yang. They wanted to see how Chen Yang would block this attack. Domain, demon subduing poem. Chen Yang roared. As the words fell, a wave of energy rippled outward like ripples on water, spreading to every warrior present. Their vital energy was stripped away, thread by thread, forming a chain that flowed into Chen Yang's body. The flying knife hurtling toward Chen Yang suddenly shifted in speed, its momentum stalling. Suddenly, an energy-formed palm the size of a truck materialized in the air. With a flick of Chen Yang's finger, it slammed toward Wang Quan, shattering the flying knives like tofu wherever it passed, reducing them to nothingness. Wang Quan recognized the two martial arts techniques Chen Yang unleashed. Snail shield, Wang Quan murmured. A massive black energy wall, resembling a giant turtle shell, materialized before Wang Quan. The palm collided with the shell, unleashing a massive surge of energy. Both Chen Yang and Wang Quan were forced back several steps. The crowd watched as the two exchanged blows in their first round, instantly energized by the fierce exchange. Holy crap! Chen Yang is seriously impressive.
This martial art can actually drain my vital energy, though only a tiny bit.
But combined, all of us together? That's a lot of vitality. This is spectacular, thrilling. The crowd murmured once more.
Chen Yang, you dodged that strike by sheer luck.
What's there to be proud of? Next time, you won't get that chance. A mountain of blades, a forest of swords. What the hell are you swinging that sword for? Take a few of my fists first. You don't even fight seriously. Shut your damn mouth.
Just as Wang Quan paused to taunt Chen Yang, preparing to unleash his martial technique, Chen Yang swiftly closed the distance.
Within the domain, Wang Quan's movement slowed, and he hadn't anticipated Chen Yang's disregard for martial ethics.
Thus, Wang Quan had no chance to retaliate. Chen Yang's flurry of punches pounded him into a bloody mess, blood splattering everywhere in a gruesome sight. His entire body flew backward, landing motionless on the ground, appearing almost serene. As if asleep. Chen Yang shook his head helplessly at the sight. Talk is cheap. Chapter 123, Not Buddies? You care about the house? The onlookers nearby watched the scene unfold, their mouths gaping wide enough to swallow a whole cow. Eyes rubbed repeatedly in disbelief. They feared they were seeing things after all. The two who had been evenly matched moments ago had suddenly been knocked down by Chen Yang's wild punches? Was that even possible? Damn, glad I chickened out earlier. Actually, playing it safe is smart. I played it safe, or else I'd be the one lying on the ground too. Same here. Same here. But gotta say, Chen Yang really has no martial ethics. Martial ethics? Bro, you gotta be kidding me. Go tell the beasts about martial ethics on the battlefield. It's all Wang Quan's fault for talking too much. If he just unleashed a few martial arts techniques, could Chen Yang have won? The crowd stared at Chen Yang standing calmly before them, then glanced at Wang Quan lying motionless on the ground. A momentary silence fell, followed by an outburst of wild shrieks. Wang Shang, who had been watching from the corner, saw Wang Quan's pitiful state and suddenly forgot his own pain. He instinctively touched his own face, relieved to find it unharmed. A faint smile even slipped onto his lips, as if he were secretly glad he'd backed down. Are you all going to join in too? Chen Yang sighed, then turned to face the crowd with a stern expression, speaking slowly. No need. Do as you please. It is noon, and drowsiness does set in easily. Yeah. I'm getting sleepy too. I need to go take a nap too. Upon hearing Chen Yang's question, everyone immediately waved their hands in refusal, then quickly made excuses to leave. After all, no one wanted to end up like Wang Quan. He was, after all, the 6th-ranked powerhouse. Considering their own abilities, everyone knew exactly where they stood. Seeing this, Chen Yang gave a helpless smile, waved his hand dismissively, and turned to head back to bed. Just then, Wang Quan stood up on his own. Though his face was a gruesome sight, it was clear he was furious. After all, his fists were clenched so tightly that his fingernails dug into his palms, drawing blood, yet Wang Quan showed no reaction. Chen Yang, you shouldn't have provoked me. You shouldn't have cut me off mid-sentence, and above all, you shouldn't have slapped my face. Today, for you, I will break through. As the words fell, Wang Quan's vital energy surged, unleashing a powerful aura that instantly drew back the crowd who had just dispersed. One by one, they stared in stunned silence. Simultaneously, alongside his breakthrough, came Chen Yang's fist. This time, it struck the same target, the face, with even greater force, delivered harder and faster. Break through all you want, but what's with all the fuss? You scared the hell out of me. Chen Yang spoke with utter exasperation as he continued his assault. Get airborne! Chen Yang roared, unleashing a sudden burst of force that slammed into Wang Quan's abdomen, sending him flying dozens of meters away. The sight of Wang Quan flying through the air, spitting blood while breaking through his cultivation, it was a scene none of them had ever witnessed before. Holy! Whoever crosses paths with a ruthless devil like Chen Yang is screwed. Who in their right mind breaks through while getting beaten? Flying through the air while spitting blood? In my 20+ years, this is the most astonishing thing I've ever witnessed, even more incredible than when I peeked at. Peeking at what? Witnessing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but erupt in gasps of astonishment. Wang Shang broke out in a cold sweat. Just seeing Chen Yang made his teeth ache, his stomach cramp, and his head throb. In that instant, to the onlookers, Chen Yang appeared no better than those savage demonic beasts. Sword sacrifice. Chen Yang, go to hell. At that very moment, Wang Quan, lying on the ground covered in blood, suddenly sprang to his feet, channeling all his vital energy into the machete. With a furious shout, he hurled the blade into the air. Instantly, it began to grow at an alarming rate, its edge pulsing with immense energy fluctuations. In the blink of an eye, a colossal machete hurtled toward Chen Yang. It blocked out the sky and sun. Witnessing this, the crowd scattered in panic without a moment's hesitation. Wang Quan let out a cold smirk before collapsing back onto the ground, seemingly waiting quietly for the moment Chen Yang would be struck down. Seeing this, Chen Yang didn't panic. His first thought was also to flee. After all, none of his martial arts techniques could guarantee he'd emerge unscathed while blocking this attack. For Chen Yang, it was pointless. Chen Yang swiftly unleashed the demon-subduing palm toward the colossal cleaver, then spun on his heel and dashed away. The impact of the demon subduing palm effectively slowed the giant cleaver's momentum, allowing Chen Yang to gain distance.
Meanwhile, Wang Quan, witnessing this scene, was so enraged he spat out a mouthful of blood before fainting instantly from the shock.
Once out of the giant cleaver's range, Chen Yang sighed.
It's over. My home. I've only lived here for 2 days, and now it's gone again.
Gazing at his newly moved-in home, now within the giant cleaver's reach, Chen Yang sighed heavily.
Not a buddy? I thought Chen Yang would be relieved to have escaped, but instead he's worried about the house? Seriously? He dodged a full power strike from a 5th-tier opponent that easily? And he's not even panicking. Looks like he's got it all under control. Turns out, geniuses are more like demons, and demons are more like beasts.
A few people nearby overheard Chen Yang's words and immediately lost their composure. They hadn't expected Chen Yang's primary concern at this critical moment to be the house. Just as the colossal cleaver was about to shatter the house, a figure streaked toward it. Xuanwu shield. The words barely left his lips when a green barrier materialized, blocking the colossal blade. The one who arrived was none other than Wu Chang, who had rushed over upon receiving the news. Spear technique mountain cleaver. With a fierce shout, Wu Chang simultaneously blocked the blade and thrust his spear forward, shattering the massive machete into pieces. Wu Chang glanced at the figure lying on the ground, then at the onlookers nearby. He too wore an expression of helplessness. He had expected Chen Yang to suffer a major setback today. But seeing the figure sprawled on the ground, though the face was so swollen it was unrecognizable, Wu Chang knew from the martial arts style that it was Wang Quan. At that moment, he was at a loss for words. To have reduced Wang Quan to this state while Chen Yang emerged unscathed. Wu Cheng found himself both amused and exasperated, at a loss for words to describe Chen Yang. Yu Chuan, take him for treatment first. Let him recover properly. I'll investigate the circumstances later. Wu Cheng looked at Yu Chuan with grave seriousness before speaking slowly. Upon hearing this, Yu Chuan nodded and immediately hoisted the unconscious Wang Quan onto his back, hurrying toward the hospital. Senior, why are you here? Chen Yang scratched his head awkwardly as he approached Wu Chang and spoke slowly. If I hadn't come, you'd have beaten him into the top spot at the martial arts academy. Tell me what happened. Why did it turn out like this? Wu Chang spoke earnestly with a smile, then glanced at the crowd in the distance. You all come over too. Chapter 124, I was afraid of hurting you. Hearing Wu Chang's call, the others immediately scurried over. Master Wu, we're here. Chen Yang, hold your tongue for now. Let them speak first. Seeing everyone arrive, Wu Chang didn't press Chen Yang for details. After all, Chen Yang was directly involved. He needed to hear first-hand accounts from the others present. Upon hearing the master's words, the crowd began chattering away, each telling their version of events. Naturally, they dared not lie, recounting only what they had seen and heard. Gallery owner, that's exactly how it happened. It's absolutely true. We can all vouch for it. One by one, they chimed in, piecing together the sequence of events. Hearing this, Wu Chang's face darkened with anger. He had initially assumed Chen Yang had offended several individuals. But it turned out Wang Quan had started the trouble. His anger flared instantly. He promptly dialed Yu Chuan's number. Beep beep beep. Director, what's wrong? I'm on my way to take Wang Quan to the hospital. Yu Chuan saw it was Wu Chang calling and answered immediately. Yu Chuan, once Wang Quan regains consciousness, inform him that he has been expelled from the martial arts academy. He knows exactly what he did. My martial arts school doesn't want people like him. Wu Chang spoke sternly, his voice laced with anger. Understood, master. Yu Chuan didn't ask any further questions, merely responding promptly. Wu Chang then hung up the phone and turned to the others. How Chen Yang chooses to act is his own business. I know full well whether it's feasible or not. And as I said, you may challenge him, a fair and open challenge. Anyone else who acts like Wang Quan will be expelled. I won't spare a single one. This time, I'll let you off. Don't think you're off the hook. Get out. Wu Chang surveyed the crowd, his words ringing with righteous indignation. Each sentence was spoken with unwavering resolve, leaving no room for compromise. Hearing this, the others hastily lowered their heads before scrambling away in disarray. How did you beat Wang Quan and Wang Sheng? And forced Wang Quan to push through his limits? After the others left, Wu Chang smiled faintly at Chen Yang, his tone softening as he spoke. Earlier, with everyone present, he hadn't dared to show his astonishment. After all, neither of them was weak. That Chen Yang had defeated both of them unscathed left Wu Chang deeply impressed. He couldn't fathom whether Chen Yang possessed magical power, or how he could defeat both men with just his fists. Senior, I only succeeded by exploiting their momentary distraction and lapse in focus. It was sheer luck. Mainly, they wouldn't let me sleep. Chen Yang smiled faintly as he spoke slowly. Hearing this, Wu Chang looked utterly helpless. If others heard Chen Yang say something like that, wouldn't they be furious? Chen Yang, give me your full strength in a single punch. Let me see just how powerful your punch really is. Wu Chang flexed his fingers, his expression serious as he spoke. He too was curious about the true strength behind Chen Yang's fist strikes powerful enough to leave two men in such a state.
Senior, isn't this a bit much? Not right?
Don't worry, I won't use full force.
I won't hurt you. I know my limits. It's not about you, Senior. I'm worried I might hurt you.
Chen Yang replied with a helpless expression.
This wasn't an exaggeration.
After all, the combined strength of a third-tier body tempering practitioner and a fourth-tier martial artist meant a single punch couldn't possibly be weaker than that of a fifth-tier fighter.
And this was Chen Yang with his exceptional control over power. The force unleashed would naturally be immense. Ha? What? You hurt me? When did you learn to brag like that, kid? In that case, I won't hold back either.
Anyway, the Martial Arts Academy has plenty of healing potions.
It shouldn't be a problem.
Upon hearing this, Wu Chang smiled faintly before speaking with solemn seriousness.
I'm ready, Chen Yang declared solemnly.
Without a word, both men instinctively stepped back several meters. They locked eyes, clenched their fists tightly, and then launched themselves toward each other. The fists collided, immediately producing a series of crisp cracking sounds as both men were sent reeling back several steps.
Though faint, the sound was crystal clear to Chen Yang.
He knew Wu Chang was injured, though he made no sound about it. Chen Yang, however, felt the sting of pain himself. This proved Wu Chang's formidable striking power. Had Chen Yang not cultivated both martial arts and physical prowess, he could never have defeated Wu Chang. You okay, kid? I heard bones crack just now. Hurry to the martial arts hall and grab a healing potion.
If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone all out.
Wu Chang spoke calmly, a faint smile playing on his lips.
Though outwardly composed, inwardly he was already grimacing in agony. He simply didn't want to lose face in front of Chen Yang, so he gritted his teeth and endured it. Senior, I'm fine. You truly are formidable, Senior. I still have much to learn. Well then, Senior, I'll go rest for a bit? Chen Yang kept saying he was fine while praising Wu Chang. Then, sensing Wu Chang was about to burst, he prepared to leave. Good lad, you're not half bad. Remember to pick up the potion. Go get some rest. Wu Chang spoke with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Chen Yang nodded with a faint smile and dashed inside. Watching Chen Yang disappear inside, Wu Chang finally couldn't hold back. He covered his mouth with one hand to stifle a cry. His face, however, had already contorted into a mask of agony. Damn it, that kid's so ruthless? Damn it, I actually got the short end of the stick. Could it be that the two of us suffered such a huge loss? This kid is a freak of nature. Given time, it's hard to imagine. Wu Chang muttered curses under his breath while also uttering words of admiration. He knew that with Chen Yang's potential, the future held limitless possibilities. As for the Hunter Martial Arts Academy, it was merely a minor interlude in Chen Yang's life. And among all the people Chen Yang would meet in the future, he himself would likely be the most insignificant. Wu Chang hurried toward the Martial Arts Academy, lost in thought. Moments later, Wu Chang finally returned to the Martial Arts Academy. Old Wu, you're finally back. Where the hell have you been? Are you hurt? Who did this to you? I'll gather the men immediately. In the office, Lin Hai, who had been anxiously waiting for Wu Chang for a long time, saw him finally enter. But seeing Wu Chang clutching his hand, his face contorted in pain. He immediately assumed Wu Chang had been ambushed. Furious, he immediately declared he would avenge Wu Chang. At that moment, Wu Chang felt helpless and awkward, a wave of bitterness washing over him. Old Lin, don't get worked up. I just got hurt competing in a fistfight with someone. It's nothing serious. It's nothing serious. What do you need from me? Wu Chang hurriedly stopped Lin Hai, forcing a smile as he spoke slowly. He certainly didn't want Lin Hai to make a big deal out of this. How could he hold his head up in front of all these martial artists then? No? Old Wu? Are you kidding me? Who could possibly hurt you in a fistfight? Even that kid Wu Hao couldn't hurt you. Just tell us who ambushed you. Lin Hai heard Wu Chang's words and naturally didn't believe them. Who could possibly injure Wu Chang in a fistfight? He couldn't think of anyone. So he thought Wu Chang was lying. Seeing Lin Hai genuinely about to call for help, Wu Chang hurriedly stopped him, then sighed. It was Chen Yang who injured me during our fist strength contest. At those words, Lin Hai's face darkened. Chapter 125, Wu Chang, are you kidding me? Old Wu? Are you kidding me? You sparred with that brat Chen Yang and got hurt? No way? You got hurt? That means he must have completely wrecked you. I admit that kid has some skill, but it can't be that bad, right? Lin Hai froze upon hearing Wu Chang's words, his face plastered with a huge question mark. He couldn't fathom how Wu Chang could say such things without batting an eyelid. If not for his knowledge that Wu Chang's punching power was unmatched throughout the entire martial arts academy. Even across the entire East Sea, only that old monster at the Rising Sun Martial Arts School could possibly suppress Wu Chang. As for anyone else, Lin Hai couldn't think of a single person who could match Wu Chang. Seeing Lin Hai's intense reaction and his stubborn refusal to believe what he'd said, Wu Chang wore an expression of utter helplessness. If he were Lin Hai and Wu Chang told him he'd been injured sparring with Chen Yang, he wouldn't agree either, no question about it. Old Lin, I know you don't believe me. I'm baffled too, but that's the truth. You have to trust me on this. I've never lied to you before, have I? All I can say is that kid Chen Yang is downright strange. I wouldn't be surprised by anything he does. Wu Chang looked utterly helpless, then sighed deeply. Turning to the bewildered Lin Hai, he spoke earnestly. Hearing this, Lin Hai's emotions gradually settled. If Wu Chang said so, there was little point in continuing to doubt. Instead of doubting, he might as well find an opportunity to test it out for himself. Alright, I believe you now. Lin Hai conceded with a resigned expression. So what was so urgent that you had to find me, making me wait this long? Why didn't you just call? Wu Chang pressed Lin Hai for details, struggling to imagine what could possibly have him so flustered. Surely the beast tide hadn't returned again? Though that crossed Wu Chang's mind, Donghai City couldn't withstand another one right now. Hearing this, Lin Hai shot Wu Chang a look before sighing. Didn't I call? The problem is, why didn't you answer? Lin Hai retorted irritably. Wu Chang gave an awkward smile. Aren't we hosting a celebratory banquet for Chen Yang at the International Banquet tonight? Guess what? For some reason, both the masters of the Polar Night Martial Arts Hall and the Rising Sun Martial Arts Hall sent word they want to attend. They said they also want to see Chen Yang in person. Chu Booping from the Polar Night Martial Arts Hall and that old monster Su Dongxing from the Rising Sun Martial Arts Hall, neither of them are any good. I couldn't decide what to do, so I wanted to ask your opinion. Lin Hai recounted the entire incident in one breath, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. Beyond the two men's pleas for mercy, what troubled Lin Hai most was the possibility of a mole within the martial arts academy. While he knew such a possibility wasn't entirely far-fetched, it still left him with an uneasy feeling. He could only silently hope he was overthinking it. Upon hearing Lin Hai's words, Wu Chang fell deep in thought. Neither Su Dongxing nor Chu Booping. Neither had much interaction with the Ripper Martial Arts Academy. Only Wu Chang had some dealings with them. They mostly kept to themselves, appearing unrelated on the surface, yet secretly competing whenever the opportunity arose. Let them come. Guests are always welcome. Chen Yang can't be hidden. If that's the case, let his brilliance shine even brighter. Perhaps it's not such a bad thing after all. Wu Chang sighed, then spoke to Lin Hai with unwavering resolve. He understood they'd come to test Chen Yang's strength, perhaps even to intimidate him, and by extension, the Hunter's Martial Arts Academy. But this very fact proved that Chen Yang's emergence had already unsettled them. In that case, why not turn the tables and stir their restless hearts even further? Hearing this, Lin Hai nodded in agreement, though he didn't fully grasp the strategy. Alright, I'll just mention it. With that, Lin Hai turned and left the office. At the same time, Donghai People's Hospital. Wang Quan, you're finally awake? Are you okay? At the hospital, Yu Chuan had stayed by Wang Quan's side after bringing him in, waiting for him to regain consciousness. Wang Quan slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Yu Chuan, he recalled the scene just before Chen Yang had enraged him into unconsciousness. He clenched his teeth in fury, gripping the quilt so tightly he nearly tore a hole in it. I'm fine. I'll be fine after resting for a couple of days. Could you please speak to the dojo master on my behalf? Once I'm better, I want to have a fair and square match with Chen Yang. Wang Quan seethed with resentment, vowing silently to himself that he would reclaim every ounce of the humiliation he had suffered today. Hearing Wang Quan's words, Yu Chuan's face was etched with awkwardness. He didn't know how to explain his dismissal to Wang Quan. Wang Quan noticed Yu Chuan's hesitation and the weight on his shoulders. He assumed Yu Chuan was either afraid of trouble or hesitant to offend Chen Yang. Yu Chuan, if you're uncomfortable, forget it. Consider it never said. I'll go find the gym owner myself once I'm better. Wang Quan didn't think much of it, reasoning that at worst, he could seek out Wu Chang once he recovered. He figured it wouldn't be a big deal. Hearing this, Yu Chuan sighed and looked at Wang Quan with a serious expression. I'm about to tell you something. Promise me you won't get worked up, okay? Promise me you won't get upset, and I'll tell you. After pondering for a long while, Yu Chuan decided that a sharp pain was better than a lingering one. He'd have to tell him sooner or later anyway. He couldn't change the outcome, but he had to fulfill the task Wu Chang had assigned him. Hearing this, Wang Quan felt puzzled. Why was Yu Chuan speaking like this? Could it be that Chen Yang had been abandoned by the martial arts master? So that's why he chose to join? But why was Yu Chuan afraid he'd get upset? The thought made Wang Quan's lips curl into a wide grin, his mouth practically splitting open. Go ahead. You've been expelled from the martial arts academy. The master asked me to inform you. Yu Chuan delivered the news in one breath with his eyes closed, then lifted his head, unable to meet Wang Quan's gaze. Hearing this, Wang Quan's expression was somewhere between laughter and tears. Yu Chuan? You're joking, right? How could I possibly be expelled? It's true. Why? Was Chen Yang expelled? No. On what grounds? Tell me on what grounds. Yu Chuan, come tell me. I just wanted to join the team. What did I do wrong? The gym owner expelled me just for Chen Yang? Why doesn't he care if I'm hurt? Why is that? It's all because of Chen Yang. It's all his fault. At that moment, Wang Quan finally broke down. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He grabbed Yu Chuan's hand and shook it repeatedly, desperate for an answer. Yu Chuan remained silent the entire time.
In the end, Wang Quan was so enraged he fainted once more. Seeing this, Yu Chuan sighed deeply. Without another word, he stood up and left the hospital room. Because Yu Chuan understood that Wang Quan had brought this upon himself. And he, Wang Quan, was the one who had stuck his neck out. Chapter 126, Chen Yang's Victory Banquet. Polar Night Martial Arts Academy. Big brother, please take me with you. I promise I won't cause trouble. Besides, today's event is on the Hunter Martial Arts Academy's turf. What could I possibly do? Inside the Midnight Martial Arts Hall, in Chu Buping's office, Chu Yi spoke urgently. He knew Chu Buping was going to attend the victory banquet the Hunter's Martial Arts Hall was throwing for Chen Yang. Recalling today's events and the humiliation suffered at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, a fierce killing intent surged within him. Yes, murderous intent, not mere anger. His hatred for Chen Yang had transformed into murderous intent. The thought of Dark Purple still lying in the hospital. The entire martial arts academy was murmuring criticism about him. Today's celebration banquet was the perfect opportunity. He had to see it for himself. If he could cause trouble, he wouldn't let the chance pass. At this moment, Chu Buping, now the master of the Midnight Martial Arts Academy, frowned deeply. He knew exactly what Chu Yi intended to do. Though his purpose for attending was similar to Chu Ye's, his approach was entirely different. With Chu Yi present, it was bound to be an unstable factor. It could even backfire. Yet barring Chu Yi seemed unreasonable. Sighing, Chu Buping turned to the youth beside him. I can take you, but you must follow my orders. If you dare to act recklessly, I'll strip you of your deputy director position. Got it? Chu Buping spoke with unwavering seriousness, his expression showing no trace of hesitation. Big brother, I understand. You can count on me. Chu Ye's face lit up at the words, and he hurriedly replied. But he also knew Chu Buping wasn't joking around. So now it was up to him to figure out how to handle this perfectly and get out unscathed. Oh, and remember to bring Lan Tian Buyu along. Have him prepare himself. There might be an opportunity for him to step in. Chu Buping paused briefly before speaking again. Got it, big brother. Don't worry. I'll go talk to him. Chu Yi smiled faintly, nodded repeatedly, then turned and left the office. As for Lan Tian Buyu, he was the 6th-ranked martial artist at Extreme Night Martial Arts Academy. Though his cultivation was only late 4th tier, his true strength lay not in his rank. It lay in his signature technique, one that few could withstand to this day. And this was all while his cultivation was inferior to others. A legend circulated within the Midnight Martial Arts Academy: as long as Lan Tian Buyu possessed sufficient cultivation, he was invincible. Meanwhile, at the Rising Sun Martial Arts Academy, discussions were underway regarding Chen Yang's celebratory banquet. In the office, the Sunrise Martial Arts Hall's master, Su Dongxing, stood by the window waiting for something. As the head of the Rising Sun Martial Arts Academy and the leader of the strongest martial arts academy in the East Sea, Su Dongxing was already over 50 years old. Yet he appeared as robust and vigorous as a man in his 20s. Not a single trace of the passage of time could be seen on his entire body. His cultivation had reached the late 5th tier, making him a formidable figure who could walk tall anywhere in the East Sea. Yet for many years, he had not fought, leaving others unaware of his current strength. Yet during the last beast tide, he gave everyone the impression that he hadn't advanced a single step. Master, I'm here. What are your orders? I'll carry them out immediately. Hearing the voice, Su Dongxing slowly turned his gaze toward the young man nearby, then a faint smile appeared on his face. Lu Feng? I don't have much on my plate today. I just want you to accompany me to a banquet later. Just follow my lead when the time comes. Su Dongxing didn't elaborate further. While he felt a hint of curiosity about Chen Yang, it hadn't yet reached the point where he felt compelled to act. This time, he was merely going to see for himself: was Chen Yang truly a prodigy? Was the Extreme Night Martial Arts Hall sending someone who was all talk and no action? Or did Chen Yang truly possess the extraordinary ability to defeat opponents far beyond his level? Hearing Su Dongxing's words, Feng Lu was a bit baffled. He couldn't understand why Su Dongxing would bring him along to a banquet. As far as he knew, Su Dongxing detested such social gatherings. He disliked noisy, chaotic environments. So Su Dongxing's unusual behavior left Feng Lu feeling a bit baffled. Lu Feng was at a loss. I understand, master. But, director, what banquet could possibly be so important to you? Could it be that powerful figures from the Alliance headquarters are coming? Lu Feng asked with a puzzled expression, assuming it was someone from the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. That was why he'd acted so out of character. As for why he was brought along, it was likely because he was currently the strongest among the Martial Arts Academy's members. The 7 individuals above him in rank had all departed for training journeys.
Thus, Su Dongxing's choice of him made perfect sense.
Hearing this, Su Dongxing smiled faintly.
No problem. At my age, it's nice to get out and enjoy some excitement now and then. Go about your business. When the time comes, I'll send someone to fetch you. Su Dongxing still didn't mention what the matter was.
After all, he didn't want others to think he regarded it as important. After all, it was just some greenhorn in his eyes, utterly insignificant. He intended to make it clear to everyone that even the most prodigiously gifted prodigy was merely a threshold to his door.
Before long, evening arrived.
Chen Yang brought Xia Chuxua to the Wanhua banquet according to the address and time given to him. As for Luo Hua, she had gone home due to family matters and said she would come later.
This establishment was considered the most prestigious restaurant in the East Sea.
In his previous life, Chen Yang had only visited once after gaining fame. The braised bear paw served there was what he considered the most delicious dish.
Chen Yang, are you sure this is the place? Are we sure we're not in the wrong place?
Though Xia Chuxua had never been here before, she knew of its prestige. A single meal here could cover her mother's post-illness treatment with money to spare. She understood Wu Chang valued Chen Yang, but surely a celebratory banquet wouldn't be this extravagant?
With these thoughts swirling, Xia Chuxua timidly asked Chen Yang. Come on, this is the place. Besides, we're not paying for it. Chen Yang smiled faintly, his tone unwavering.
The two then prepared to enter. Sir, please present your invitation. The security guard at the entrance forced a thin smile before asking Chen Yang for his invitation. Without hesitation, Chen Yang handed over the invitation.
You, are Chen Yang? The prodigy? Please come in.
Upon seeing the name on the invitation, the guard's expression shifted from a forced smile to a genuine one, tinged with excitement. He spoke with respectful deference. Hearing this, Chen Yang smiled faintly but said nothing. The two proceeded straight inside. They arrived at the reception hall, which was lavishly decorated. Chen Yang wasn't quite accustomed to such surroundings, so he and Xia Chuxua quietly found a corner to sit in. Glancing up casually, Chen Yang locked eyes with Chu Yi, who had just arrived. Their gazes met, both pairs of eyes reflecting a hint of anger and murderous intent.
Chapter 127, Arrogance, Desperately Seeking Votes.
Chu Yi smiled at the meeting of their gazes, then raised his wineglass to Chen Yang and drained it in one gulp. He immediately turned away, his face twisted into a grimace of pure malice. Chen Yang didn't dwell on it, wanting only to wrap up the celebration banquet and return home for a proper night's sleep.
He hadn't slept a wink since being woken up that afternoon.
This left him feeling exhausted now, and the slightest distraction threatened to send him nodding off. You finally showed up, kid.
Your hand better now?
Just then, Wu Chang slowly approached Chen Yang, flashing a faint smile before speaking in a tone that seemed to defy the heavens.
Ha! Master Wu, I'm fine.
But why is your hand bandaged up? Chen Yang paused for a moment upon hearing this, then smiled and replied.
Noticing Wu Chang's bandaged hand, Chen Yang couldn't resist adding a comment.
Glad you're okay.
I'm just messing around.
Rest assured, it definitely wasn't from competing with you in fist strength today.
By the way, do you want to go over and say hello to those old monsters?
Wu Chang looked awkward and hastily tried to cover it up. He knew it was self-deception, but appearances had to be maintained.
He then asked Chen Yang if he wanted to go greet the people from the Sunrise Martial Arts Hall and the Midnight Martial Arts Hall. After all, guests should be greeted, and as today's main attraction, Chen Yang ought to pay his respects.
Master, I'll pass on that. I'm not really interested.
You go ahead. I'm just a junior. I wouldn't know how to talk to them.
Chen Yang responded to Wu Chang's explanation with a faint smile, not taking it to heart, and declined Wu Chang's suggestion to go greet them. Chen Yang had no desire to meet people who held no interest for him, nor did he need to.
Fine then. Just make sure you eat and drink well today.
I'll go over and say hello first.
Wu Chang didn't insist Chen Yang go. It didn't matter either way, those old fools weren't exactly pleasant company anyway.
And they certainly weren't here with sincere congratulations.
All right. Go ahead and tend to your duties, master, Chen Yang said calmly.
Wu Chang immediately turned around, forcing a smile as he approached Su Dongxing of the Sunrise Martial Arts Academy and Chu Buping of the Midnight Martial Arts Academy.
Hey, Wu Chang, what took you so long? This is your turf today, isn't it? How could the host arrive later than us guests?
As soon as Wu Chang approached, Chu Buping greeted him with a hint of a smile and a teasing remark.
Is that hand of yours okay, Wu Chang? If anyone hurt you, just tell me. I'll take care of them for you, brother.
Su Dongxing, standing nearby, immediately noticed Wu Chang's bandaged hand and offered a polite inquiry with a slight smile.
Two old codgers, talking a good game. If I ever really needed you, who knows where you'd be hiding?
Wu Chang heard their polite chatter and silently cursed them under his breath.
You two are too kind. I truly am late.
I'll punish myself with 3 cups.
This hand's fine, just wrapped for fun.
Wu Chang smiled faintly, picked up a cup nearby, and downed 3 shots in quick succession, speaking as he drank.
Brother Wu Chang, you can really hold your liquor. Oh, right, what was his name again? That's right, Chen Yang. Old age takes its toll on one's memory. Where's that young prodigy? You're not worried we'd steal him, are you?
Seeing only Wu Chang approaching, Zhu Yi feigned concern and inquired where Chen Yang had gone.
To appear unconcerned, Zhu Buping even feigned forgetting Chen Yang's name.
Hearing this, Su Dongxing beside him couldn't help but shake his head inwardly.
They were all seasoned actors. That kid? He's got a bit of an eccentric personality. Calling him a prodigy in front of you two would be a stretch. At best, he's just a bit gifted.
Wu Chang spoke slowly upon hearing this. He knew that, at the end of the day, the two were still trying to gauge Chen Yang's strength.
Brother Wu Chang, you're joking, aren't you? We two old men haven't made any progress in years.
The future still needs these young people to forge ahead.
If he doesn't wish to attend, that's fine. But wouldn't it be awkward if he didn't say a few words at his celebratory banquet? Don't you agree?
Su Dongxing appeared extremely humble on the surface, but inwardly he was still contemplating how to test just how formidable this Chen Yang truly was.
Exactly. Chen Yang should say a few words, right? Such a promising young talent.
The twists and turns Chen Yang has experienced in just these past few days would be enough for a lifetime.
Chen Yang absolutely must make a speech.
Following Su Dongxing's call, the others chimed in one after another.
Everyone wanted Chen Yang to say a few words.
Hearing this, Wu Chang smiled faintly.
Very well, everyone, wait just a moment.
Wu Chang then turned and walked toward Chen Yang in the corner.
Chen Yang, just say whatever comes to mind.
These old fools are such a pain. Wu Chang approached Chen Yang, his expression calm as he spoke, though his tone carried a hint of resignation.
Chen Yang immediately stood up. Senior, no problem. I'll go. With that, Chen Yang walked calmly toward the podium.
Wu Chang sighed at the sight, then forced a smile before returning to stand beside Su Dongxing and the others.
Su Dongxing watched Chen Yang ascend the podium, unable to discern anything unusual. He truly is a fine specimen of a man.
The future looks bright for him. Su Dongxing glanced at Chen Yang and spoke slowly, his words intended for Wu Chang's ears.
Brother Su, you flatter me,
Wu Chang replied calmly. All eyes then turned to the youth at the podium. His features were delicate and handsome, his striking appearance the envy of all.
Esteemed seniors, thank you all for coming.
I also extend my gratitude to Senior Wu Chang for his support.
I shall not disappoint and will strive even harder. Thank you all.
Chen Yang offered a few casual words of thanks, emphasizing his gratitude to Wu Chang, before stepping down from the podium. The crowd froze at this sight.
That's it? Brother Chen Yang? Is it true you've been crippled?
Just then, Chen Yang heard someone address him. Considering all the people watching, it wouldn't be proper to just ignore them. So he reluctantly halted his steps.
I don't know what ruined means. All I know is that I'm doing just fine now.
Chen Yang didn't give a direct answer to the question, because it was unreasonable to begin with. There was no way to explain it clearly. Hearing Chen Yang's response, the smiles on Su Dongxing and Zhu Buping's faces instantly turned cold. They felt a sense of being looked down upon by a junior. After all, their very presence at Chen Yang's celebration had already stirred up quite a stir in the East Sea.
Yet they never imagined encountering Chen Yang's response.
At that moment, Bong Lu beside them could no longer contain himself. He had assumed this was some big shot. But it turned out to be just a greenhorn who'd won the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion martial arts competition, acting so arrogantly. How could he possibly swallow his pride?
Go ahead. Before Feng Lu could even ask for permission, Su Dongxing spoke calmly, as if he had already anticipated it.
Upon hearing this, Feng Lu nodded and walked toward the podium.
Chapter 128, Zhou Luo makes his appearance. Everyone watched Feng Lu walk up to the podium with puzzlement.
They wondered where this person had come from. Wu Chang noticed him too, but it was too late to stop him now.
But it seemed unnecessary anyway. Wasn't this just an opportunity for Chen Yang to prove himself to the others? At this thought, Wu Chang couldn't help but smile.
Since Brother Chen Yang isn't one for words, I'll say a few things instead.
It'll give everyone something to laugh about.
Lu Feng stepped onto the stage and spoke calmly. Hearing this, Chen Yang ignored him and walked toward Xia Chushue on his own. Witnessing this scene, Feng Lu finally understood what cold shoulder meant. He felt both infuriated and amused.
You know, Chen Yang really has quite the temper, huh?
The masters of both the Rising Sun Martial Arts Hall and the Midnight Martial Arts Hall are here.
He's not even giving these two any face. You're telling me?
Youngsters these days are just too full of themselves. He'll pay for it someday.
The crowd below the stage murmured quietly among themselves at Chen Yang's actions.
They say Brother Chen Yang is a prodigy. I wonder if we could arrange a friendly spar with him. I'd love to see what a genius is made of. It might just push me to improve.
Lu Feng spoke with a friendly facade, though his true intent was to beat Chen Yang senseless to vent his frustration.
Still, this was the Hunter Martial Arts Academy's turf, so he had to rein himself in. Below the stage, Zhu Yi, Zhu Buping, and Su Dongxing all wore faint, amused smiles. At these words, all eyes immediately turned to Chen Yang. All were waiting to see how Chen Yang would respond. After all, this was essentially a challenge.
A spar? I have no interest. Chen Yang responded indifferently, not bothering to engage with them. Young brother Chen Yang, isn't this a perfectly normal sparring match?
Oh?
I see. You wouldn't happen to feel this victory was undeserved, would you? And then claim no interest? It's fine, I understand. If that's the case, then forget it.
After all, it's not exactly proper to bring up someone's shortcomings.
There are quite a few people here today, and I admit I was a bit abrupt. Lu Feng's expression darkened at Chen Yang's arrogant attitude.
He forced a smile, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He wanted to see how Chen Yang would explain himself now. If he remained this arrogant without proof, it would suggest Chen Yang might genuinely have something to hide.
If Chen Yang rushed to prove himself, that would also be problematic. Either way, no matter how Chen Yang responded, there wouldn't be a good solution. At that moment, Wu Cheng in the crowd clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed with anger. He was about to demand an explanation for why Chen Yang was being insulted. But he was seized by a powerful grip. Turning his head, he recognized the hand as belonging to Su Dongsheng.
Brother Wu Cheng, let the younger generation handle their own affairs. It would be going too far for us to interfere.
Besides, we don't want outsiders saying we're not getting along, right?
Don't worry. That kid Feng Lu may have a big mouth, but he knows his limits. Su Dongsheng pulled Wu Cheng back, then spoke softly and deliberately. He absolutely couldn't let Wu Cheng get involved in this matter, otherwise, the consequences would be far more complicated. Brother Su, matters among the younger generation can be left alone. But if you start spreading rumors, I'll have no choice but to step in. Wu Cheng turned his head and spoke coldly, his tone unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation.
Naturally, that is how it should be.
Hearing this, Su Dongsheng smiled faintly and released Wu Cheng. He then turned his gaze to Feng Lu on the stage. Little Feng, you may speak, but please be mindful of your boundaries. If you damage the relationship between our martial arts schools, I won't let you off the hook. Su Dongsheng feigned anger as he addressed Feng Lu.
Lu Feng immediately responded, Master, I understand. I promise it won't happen again. I was out of line just now.
Lu Feng hurriedly explained. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed through the air.
Feng Lu was sent flying several meters backward, clutching his face in stunned confusion.
Before him stood a burly man glaring at him with fury. Even those below the stage, Wu Cheng, Su Dongsheng, Chu Yi, Chu Buping, and others were all stunned. Su Dongsheng's face twisted with fury.
Who are you? Who are you? Why did you hit my martial arts school's disciple? What gives you the right to hit him? Do you think my Rising Sun martial arts school is too easy to bully?
Su Dongsheng erupted with a surge of blood energy, his voice thick with rage.
What? What's wrong with your Shuri martial arts school? Does that mean anyone from your Rising Sun martial arts school can slander me without restraint? Do you think my 10,000 treasures pavilion is easy to bully?
A slap was the least of it. Just then, a tall woman dressed elegantly slowly walked from the side to the podium. She looked down at Su Dongsheng and spoke firmly. Just moments ago, as Zhou Luo arrived, he overheard Feng Lu accusing Chen Yang of cheating. Though the accusation was directed at Chen Yang, she had been present throughout the entire match and had personally inspected Chen Yang, finding not a single issue. Therefore, this wasn't just an accusation against Chen Yang, it was an attack on the fairness and integrity of Wanbei's competition. Naturally, she couldn't tolerate this, so she had her bodyguard step forward and slap Feng Lu across the face.
You? Su Dongsheng was utterly bewildered by Zhou Luo's sudden appearance.
After all, Feng Lu had clearly spoken out of turn. Getting slapped was only natural. But having it happen right in front of him left him feeling rather humiliated.
Su Dongsheng hesitated, his face darkening before sighing. Lu Feng, aren't you going to apologize to Sect Master Zhou?
Hearing this, Feng Lu covered his face with a look of grievance, slowly getting to his feet before approaching Zhou Luo.
I'm sorry, Sect Leader Zhou. I spoke without restraint. You were right to strike me. Best not let me hear such words again.
Zhou Luo, hearing this, chose not to dwell on it further, replying coldly. If Wu Cheng hadn't notified her and she hadn't happened to be free, she wouldn't have known she'd been slandered. Without acknowledging the others, Zhou Luo walked straight to Chen Yang, who sat in the corner. Seeing her approach, Chen Yang sighed. He hadn't expected Zhou Luo's fierce display earlier, a woman who appeared so delicate and fragile. Yet she had confronted the deputy head of the Extreme Night Martial Arts Hall and the head of the Rising Sun Martial Arts Hall head-on for 2 consecutive days.
Chen Yang couldn't help but feel Zhou Luo was truly extraordinary. Damn you, Wanbao Pavilion. Damn you, Zhou Luo. This humiliation, Su Dongsheng remembers it well.
I shall repay it in full someday. From within the crowd, Su Dongsheng gritted his teeth, his voice filled with venom as he spoke inwardly.
Chen Yang, I challenge you.
Just then, a voice cut through the air,
pulling everyone out of the vortex of shock Zhou Luo had just created.
Watching Feng Lu on the stage, not only did he not give up, but he spoke again, this time directly.
No more beating around the bush.
Chapter 129, Accepting the Challenge.
Chen Yang, watching from the corner, heard Feng Lu's relentless persistence. He was utterly speechless. Constantly harping on about this and that, Chen Yang simply couldn't muster much interest. Wouldn't it be better to use the time to train more and slay some demon beasts? Brother Chen Yang, what's wrong? Not interested? Don't worry, big sister is here. No one can force you to do anything you don't want to.
Seeing Chen Yang's helpless expression, Zhou Luo spoke slowly with a smile.
Hearing this, Chen Yang sighed. Sis Zhou, I'm fine. I can't keep troubling you like this. Chen Yang replied with a faint smile. He certainly didn't want to keep imposing on others.
After all, someone as unpredictable as Zhou Luo was best avoided whenever possible. Otherwise, who knows when he might get dragged into another whirlpool without even realizing it.
You guys think Chen Yang is going to ignore Feng Lu again? Not buddies? So what if he ignores him? Since when did our Hunters Martial Arts Academy start accepting challenges whenever someone threatens us? True. I support Chen Yang's choice. Chen Yang, we stand behind your decision.
At that moment, the martial artists of the Hunter Martial Arts Academy stepped forward, speaking up for Chen Yang one after another.
Seeing this, Feng Lu and the few old monsters sighed instantly, realizing today might not yield any further probing. I accept the challenge.
At that moment, Chen Yang made a decision that surprised everyone.
He accepted Feng Lu's challenge without hesitation.
His hands were itching for a fight, and seeing Zhou Luo reminded him of the martial skill swift execution.
It seemed like the perfect opportunity to test its true potential. Alright, Chen Yang. See you tomorrow at noon at the Rising Sun Martial Arts Academy.
Upon hearing this, Feng Lu smiled faintly before turning to Chen Yang and speaking.
I'm going? Chen Yang actually agreed? I heard this Feng Lu was ridiculously strong? I don't see it that way. I think Chen Yang will definitely win. Chen Yang, go for it. I'll be there tomorrow to cheer you on. And us, and US too.
Seeing Chen Yang accept the challenge, the crowd voiced their support despite their worries. After all, they were all from the same martial arts academy. Seeing this, Chen Yang said, "Thank you all." And so, after this incident had stirred things up,
the scene finally settled back into calm.
The few old monsters got their wish and stopped staring at Chen Yang. As the banquet drew to a close, Chen Yang felt no inclination to linger. After exchanging farewells with Wu Chang, he prepared to depart.
Chen Yang, wait a moment.
Wu Cheng called out to Chen Yang as he was about to leave.
Senior, is there something else? Do you have confidence?
A martial artist never retreats. Once you accept the challenge, you fight to the end.
Chen Yang answered solemnly.
Upon hearing this, Wu Chang nodded.
Very well. Go rest now. After exchanging farewells, Chen Yang nodded and turned to leave.
Finding Xia Chuxue, the two prepared to head home together.
Reaching the street below, they walked to the intersection, intending to hail a cab home. Cycling would be too far, utterly unnecessary. Where are you headed? To the Hunter Martial Arts Academy. Sister Zhou? What are you doing here? Hop in. I'm heading that way anyway. I'll give you a ride. But that's too much trouble for you. No need to be polite. Hop in.
After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two eventually climbed into Zhou Luo's car.
Brother Chen, are you confident about tomorrow's challenge?
I looked into this guy earlier. His cultivation level has reached the late 4th tier. While his cultivation falls short of dark purples, the key is his exceptional balance. His speed, strength, and attack methods are all exceptionally well-rounded. Zhou Luo asked while relaying the information he'd gathered about Feng Lu to Chen Yang. He hoped this would help him avoid going into battle completely unprepared.
Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will win 100 battles.
While they couldn't know each other inside out just yet, a basic understanding was essential.
Sis Zhou, thank you. I didn't think too much about it. Since I accepted, I'll just give it my all. Still, I'm grateful you shared this with me, Sister Zhou. It gives me something to prepare for. Chen Yang responded calmly upon hearing Zhou Luo's words.
He didn't dwell on whether he felt confident or not. He only knew that the moment he stepped onto the stage, he would give it his all.
It's fine. We're here. You two should get some rest. Zhou Luo spoke slowly. Alright, thanks, Sister Zhou. Thanks, Sister Zhou. Chen Yang and Xia Chuxue both chimed in.
After exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhou Luo, the two headed toward the residential complex.
Chen Yang, you stop right there. Why? Why? Why did I get fired while you got off scot-free? And you're even throwing a victory banquet? Tell me why.
As soon as they reached the entrance of the residential complex, a man with his head wrapped in bandages and leaning on crutches shouted at Chen Yang.
Hearing the voice, Chen Yang instantly recognized it as Wang Quan. Hearing Wang Quan's accusations, Chen Yang really didn't want to engage.
It was simply a case of reaping what he sowed, trying to harm others only to end up shooting himself in the foot.
You know exactly what you've done. If you've got nothing better to do, go back to the hospital and lie down.
If you have any issues, take it up with the martial arts club master.
I'm going back to sleep.
Chen Yang sidestepped Wang Quan, then spoke with great seriousness.
He walked straight into the residential complex. Chen Yang. You'll die a miserable death. Why do you get to be the genius, favored by the master? I made one mistake and you expelled me. You'll all pay for this. Someday, you'll regret it. Wang Quan screamed with heart-wrenching fury, his resolve now unshakable. No matter what it took, he would make Chen Yang and Wu City pay. But Chen Yang still paid Wang Quan no mind. To Chen Yang, there was absolutely no need to engage. Chen Yang, what's up with that guy? Do you know him? Only after returning home did Xia Chushua dare to timidly ask. She had no idea what had transpired. Nothing much. He got fired for messing up and just can't accept it. Chen Yang replied briefly. He didn't want to elaborate further. Xia Chushua nodded, seeming to understand yet not quite grasping the full picture. A moment later. After showering, Chen Yang went straight to his room. After locking the door, he flicked his wrist casually while lying on the bed. A pale blue interface appeared before his eyes. Name, Chen Yang. Age, 18. Level, Tier 4. Martial Arts, Domain Star Sucking Technique. Available Martial Arts, Swift Exhaustion. Remaining lifespan, 14 years. Seeing only 14 years of life remaining, Chen Yang wasn't sure if it would be enough, but he had no choice but to try. Use my life force to cultivate the martial city speed exhaustion technique for 14 years. As soon as the words left his mouth, the mechanical voice sounded as usual. Chapter 130, The Feasting Competition. System loading. System life credit applied. System K hit completed. Evaluation. The host selected the S-rank martial skill speed exhaustion to enhance speed, then devoted themselves day and night to studying, learning, and practicing it, hoping one day to master it completely. However, due to the host's truly concerning comprehension of martial skills, it took 14 years of practice before they finally reached the entry level, significantly increasing their speed. Seeing this system evaluation, Chen Yang merely smiled indifferently. It could no longer stir any emotion within him. 14 years really is too short. If only it had been 140 years, that would have been perfect. I should have delayed this for a few more days. But come to think of it, it should be enough. Who cares? The world may be vast, but sleep is paramount right now. Chen Yang closed the interface after reaching the beginner level in swift martial arts, muttering to himself. He then kicked off his slippers, leaped high into the air, and executed a perfect somersault. Mid-air, he deftly flipped his duvet open, landed on the bed, closed his eyes, and let the duvet settle back over him. The next day, a ray of sunlight streamed into the room. Chen Yang's face was drenched in cold sweat, his limbs twitching involuntarily like nerves firing. Dad! Mom, where are you? What's going on? Don't leave, don't leave. Don't leave me. Chen Yang mumbled incoherently in his sleep before his eyes snapped open. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving. Only when his vision cleared and his mind sharpened did he realize he'd been having a nightmare. He had dreamed of his parents, forced by circumstances beyond their control to leave him behind. He was just a child of a few years old, running after them helplessly. But the distance between him and his parents grew wider and wider, until they vanished from sight, disappearing into the horizon. Chen Yang, breakfast is ready. Master Lin is here already. He says he needs to speak with you about something. Probably wants you to go with him to the Sunrise Martial Arts Hall. As Chen Yang sat half reclined on his bed, lost in thought, Xia Chushua knocked on the door. Chen Yang leapt out of bed, rushing to open the door without even putting on his slippers. As soon as the door opened, Xia Chushua spoke softly. Hearing this, Chen Yang glanced out the window at the sun that had already risen unnoticed. Sorry, I overslept. And I made you wait for breakfast. Chen Yang said, feeling a bit embarrassed. What are you talking about? I took your money, so isn't this what I should do? Go wash up and have breakfast. Xia Chushua said sternly. Chen Yang's apology made her uncomfortable. After all, even if she hadn't taken the money, making breakfast for Chen Yang as a friend was perfectly normal. Alright, I'll go right away. Seeing Xia Chushua so stern, Chen Yang immediately smiled slightly before slipping on his slippers and heading to wash up. A few minutes later, Chen Yang finished washing up, dressed, and slowly made his way to the dining table. He found Lin Hai wolfing down his breakfast. Delicious, so delicious. It'd be a shame not to buy breakfast. This breakfast is worth over $50. So delicious. Lin Hai continued to praise Xia Chushua's breakfast as he spoke. Innkeeper, take your time eating. There's still more. Xia Chushua watched as Lin Hai devoured 50 dumplings without showing any signs of stopping. This genuinely stunned her. If she hadn't made extra today, he probably would have eaten them all. Hey! Chen Yang? You hungry? Here, eat while it's hot, it'll get cold soon. Let me tell you, you really have great taste in choosing Xia Chushua. Nothing like my wife, who can mistake sugar for salt and soy sauce for vinegar. I've never eaten anything this delicious at home. So I'm really going all out today. I'm afraid I won't get to eat this good again. Lin Hai kept complaining to Chen Yang about how his wife couldn't cook, yet his face was beaming with happiness as he stuffed dumplings into his mouth at breakneck speed. Ha! We're just friends. If you like it, eat up, restaurant owner. Chen Yang gave an awkward smile, walked over to the table, sat down, and then spoke slowly. He then picked up a dumpling, placed it carefully in his mouth, and took a gentle bite. The sparse broth inside burst out instantly. The rich aroma of pork and scallions filled his senses. Most importantly, the texture and flavor of these dumplings were truly exceptional. It made Chen Yang's eyes light up. Without looking up, he swiftly devoured the dumplings in his bowl at a pace that rivaled Lin Hai's. Good heavens! Lin Hai murmured inwardly, watching Chen Yang's eating pace match his own. Taking a deep breath, he patted his belly, now 7/10 full. He gave an awkward smile and turned to Xia Chuxue. May I have another bowl? Hearing this, Xia Chuxue smiled and hurriedly replied, Please don't be polite, master. There's plenty more. I'll serve you another bowl. You're welcome to come again anytime, manager. Xia Chuxue said slowly. Ah? That wouldn't be right, Lin Hai replied, feigning embarrassment. It's perfectly fine, director, Xia Chuxue replied as she took the bowl and headed toward the kitchen. Alright. I'll come again next time. Lin Hai admitted defeat. It was undeniably too delicious. Chen Yang was proof even eating the same thing daily, he could savor it so deliciously. It was clear Xia Chushua's culinary skills had reached an unparalleled level of perfection. And so, the two took turns, focusing solely on devouring the food. Finally, Chen Yang and Lin Hai set down their bowls and chopsticks. Both wore expressions of pure satisfaction, unconsciously rubbing their now rounded bellies. They exchanged a knowing smile. Innkeeper, by the way. Did you need something? Chen Yang finally remembered that Lin Hai had come to see him about something and asked. Hearing this, Lin Hai smiled faintly. It's really nothing major. It's just something I've never quite believed, and I wanted to ask your opinion. Master, go ahead. If I know the answer, I'll definitely tell you. Was the martial arts master's hand injured during your fist strength contest? Lin Hai asked with a puzzled look. He'd been turning this over in his mind for the past 2 days, and no matter how he thought about it, he simply couldn't accept it. Wu Chang had actually been injured by Chen Yang. So early this morning, he'd mustered the courage to seek Chen Yang out for answers. It wasn't until he'd eaten the dumplings made by Xia Chuxue that his urgency seemed to fade. If Chen Yang hadn't brought it up, he would have forgotten all about it. The martial arts master was injured? Ha? I didn't know. Perhaps the martial arts master deceived you. Chen Yang feigned surprise, pretending to be clueless, then spoke thoughtfully. But inside, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly. He could imagine how awkward Wu Chang must have been and how shocked Lin Hai must have been when they heard about this. Ha? Tricked me again. Lin Hai sighed upon hearing this, thinking it was Wu Chang who had deceived him. Perhaps something had happened, and Wu Chang simply didn't want him to worry. The thought filled Lin Hai with fury. He was determined to find whoever had hurt Wu Chang. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, and he turned to Chen Yang with a faint smile. Chen Yang, how about we test our fists? At those words, Chen Yang was utterly speechless. Chapter 131, The Challenge. Master, please reconsider? I have to go challenge someone soon. What if I get hurt? To be safe, I think we should wait until after the challenge. Chen Yang genuinely didn't want to injure Lin Hai. It was completely unnecessary, so he used the upcoming match as an excuse to postpone the matter. Lin Hai nodded immediately upon hearing this. You're right. In that case, I'll wait for you to return. Enough talk. If we don't go now, we'll be late. Lin Hai spoke with a straight face, then glanced at the time and realized it was almost due. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang immediately pulled out his phone to check. It really is almost time. The three hurried to the community gate, climbed into Lin Hai's car, and sped toward the Sunrise Martial Arts Academy. The intersection ahead is temporarily closed due to construction. Please take an alternate route. Just as they were a third of the way there, the navigation system suddenly popped up with this message. The trio froze instantly. Taking the detour would add another half hour. That would put them over the time limit. Seeing this, Chen Yang sighed. Master, I'll be going now. With that, he opened the door and leaped out, sprinting toward the Sunrise Martial Arts Hall. Go! Chen Yang murmured, and his speed surged, propelling him forward at breakneck pace. Inside the car, Lin Hai and Xia Chuxue watched the scene, utterly bewildered. They shared an awkward smile. Young people are just so fast and in such good shape. We can take a detour and still get there quickly. Lin Hai remarked earnestly. And so, the two chose the detour while Chen Yang chose to run. It really feels like flying. Chen Yang moved at breakneck speed along the way. Before passers-by could even get a clear look at him, he had already vanished from sight. At the Dawn Martial Arts Hall at that moment, a massive ring stood at the center of the dojo, with nearly every martial artist present. They came to witness just what Chen Yang was capable of, daring to accept Feng Lu's challenge. On the stage, Feng Lu, clad in black battle armor, warmed up his body, radiating confidence. Su Donxing sat upon the elevated platform, awaiting Chen Yang's arrival. Seated beside him was none other than Xu Buping. Xu Buping had also made a point of showing up for this event, thick-skinned as ever. Time ticked away, with less than a minute remaining until the agreed-upon start time. Yet not only was Chen Yang nowhere to be seen, but hardly anyone from the Hunter Martial Arts Academy had arrived either. As for familiar faces, Su Donxing didn't recognize a single one. Old Su? Got stood up? The time is already up, and Chen Yang still hasn't shown up. Not even Wu Chang and the others have shown up.
Shu Buping leaned closer to Su Dongxing and spoke slowly, his tone tinged with schadenfreude yet also a hint of irritation.
Hearing this, Su Dongxing's mouth twitched. Let's wait a bit longer. He probably got held up somewhere.
Su Dongxing felt his face burning with embarrassment, but he forced himself to act nonchalant. Shu Buping said nothing more upon hearing this. On the stage, Feng Lu had been waiting so long that flowers had withered. Bored to the point of taking off his battle armor, putting it on, taking it off.
What's going on with this Chen Yang guy? Didn't he accept the challenge? Why hasn't he shown up yet? What else could it be? Probably too scared to show up. Scared brother Feng would beat him into the hospital. What kind of so-called genius is this? He's not even worth a single finger of brother Feng. The crowd grew impatient, their voices rising in mockery.
They all assumed Chen Yang wouldn't dare show up. He stood brother Feng Lu up. Finally, the time for the match to begin arrived. The crowd's patience had reached its limit. Is that Chen Yang over there? Yes. It's him? He actually dared to show up? I thought he wouldn't have the guts. Brother Feng, beat him up for me. I can't take it anymore. He actually made us wait this long. Brother Feng, beat him up. Just as everyone was losing patience, Chen Yang finally walked in, panting heavily. Witnessing this, the crowd gritted their teeth in fury, their voices filled with venom as they urged brother Feng to beat Chen Yang senseless. On the stage, Feng Lu spotted Chen Yang's arrival. His eyes narrowed with malice as he glared at Chen Yang, then flashed an OK sign toward the spectator stands. Chen Yang heard the remarks from the Rising Sun Martial Arts Hall crowd, but paid them no mind whatsoever. Such petty scenes were hardly enough to intimidate him. Without hesitation, Chen Yang leapt directly onto the stage. Young brother Chen Yang, why only you? Where's Wu Cheng? Or the higher-ups from your martial arts school? Why isn't anyone else here? What if you get hurt? We're all too busy at the martial arts school to take you for treatment, you know? From the stands, Su Dongxing spoke with a helpless expression. Hearing this, Chen Yang gave a cold laugh. No need. If I walked in, I can walk out. As for the headmaster and the others, they lack Su headmaster's refinement, they're actually waiting for me here. Truly flattering, flattering. Chen Yang clearly detected the sarcasm in the other man's tone. He immediately responded with a serious expression, his words carrying their own hidden meaning. Is Chen Yang this bold? He's actually mocking the curator? I can't even imagine how miserable he'll be in a moment. TSK, looks like he's done for. What kind of genius is this? He's just an ignorant kid in my book. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, the crowd immediately erupted in mocking remarks. Su Dongxing's face turned ashen on the viewing platform. Chen Yang's words had left him utterly humiliated. It was a blatant jab at how seriously he'd taken this challenge. Suddenly, Su Dongxing laughed. It's commendable that the young man has courage. Since the higher-ups from your martial arts school haven't shown up, we've been waiting long enough anyway. A little longer won't make much difference. Then let's wait a little longer. Su Dongxing smiled faintly and immediately stated that the challenge would proceed only after the Hunters Martial Arts Academy arrived. After all, Su Dongxing was confident that with Feng Lu's all-around prowess, he could absolutely defeat Chen Yang. If the moment this genius got beaten up went unseen by the top brass of the Hunters, that would be unsatisfying. So Su Dongxing chose to hold back. He wanted to see the scene when this so-called genius got thoroughly beaten. And what expressions would those high-ranking members of the Hunters wear? The thought lifted Su Dongxing's spirits considerably. We'll follow whatever director Su decides. Chen Yang smiled faintly at the words. The other party's petty tricks meant nothing to him. The outcome would reveal the winner and loser. After that, Chen Yang sat back against the edge of the ring, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He didn't even spare a glance at Feng Lu standing before him. Seeing this, Feng Lu grew furious. Chen Yang, have you lost all sense of urgency about this challenge? If you want to sleep, go home and sleep. Lu Feng snapped angrily, utterly flabbergasted by the utter disregard he was receiving. This feeling of being ignored was driving Feng Lu crazy. What? Haven't we even started yet? Can't I even rest for a moment? Chen Yang asked, looking utterly exasperated. Lu Feng, that's enough. If brother Chen Yang wants to sleep, let him sleep. Su Dongxing intervened. Yes, director. Feng Lu sighed and replied. Another 10 minutes passed before Lin Hai and Xia Chushua finally arrived. Suddenly, the entire crowd erupted in fervor. Chapter 132, is that all? The deputy head of the Hunter Martial Arts Academy has arrived. Great. I can't wait any longer. Damn it, that Chen Yang kid is such a show-off. He's driving me crazy. Brother Feng, you've got to get us revenge. When has our Sunrise Martial Arts Academy ever put up with this kind of humiliation? Exactly. Let him see what the Rising Sun Martial Arts Academy is made of. Let him know our Rising Sun Martial Arts School isn't some place any so-called genius can come and bully. Seeing Lin Hai finally arrive, the crowd's restless hearts immediately grew agitated. One after another, they demanded that Brother Feng teach Chen Yang a lesson. Hearing this, Feng Lu smiled faintly.
Rest assured, I'll make him understand.
Hearing the crowd's words, Chen Yang yawned and rose to his feet with a carefree expression.
Chen Yang couldn't care less about the mockery from Feng Lu and the others.
Lin Hai, who had just arrived, froze upon hearing the commotion.
He knew it must be that kid Chen Yang causing trouble again. He could only offer a helpless smile in response. He then walked over to the prepared seating area and sat down beside Su Dongsheng.
My sincere apologies to both of you, masters.
Taking a detour on the way wasted quite a bit of time.
Lin Hai spoke slowly.
Hearing this, Su Dongsheng smiled faintly, his expression magnanimous. It's fine. We can wait a little longer. A thrilling match is worth the wait. Why hasn't Brother Wu Chang arrived yet? Ha!
The martial arts hall master has something come up and couldn't make it.
I'm here representing the hall.
Upon hearing this, Lin Hai spoke calmly.
Su Dongsheng nodded.
In that case, let the match begin. And so, with Su Dongsheng's words, the match officially commenced.
Chen Yang, however, wasn't wearing his battle armor.
While it granted immense strength and protection, it also hindered a martial artist's speed.
Especially the suit Chen Yang possessed, which was inherently heavy. Chen Yang, what the hell are you doing? Why aren't you wearing your armor? The match has already started?
I don't care what you're up to, but I won't hold back.
Seeing Chen Yang without his armor and looking utterly calm, showing no sense of urgency whatsoever,
he immediately warned Chen Yang, telling him not to harbor any illusions.
Not necessary. Bring it on. Chen Yang replied without hesitation. The words fell, and the arena fell silent before erupting in a wave of mocking laughter. What? He's not wearing armor? Ha 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 ha, who does he think he is? So arrogant. Could it be he doesn't have any? He does have one. I've seen it. Just a regular grade A battle armor. Probably too embarrassed to show it off. Ha ha ha. The crowd at the Rising Sun Martial Arts Hall seized every opportunity to mock Chen Yang.
From the stands, Su Dongsheng observed the scene and smiled faintly.
Master Lin, what if young brother Chen Yang gets injured without his battle armor?
That kid Feng Lu doesn't know his own strength.
I'm quite worried.
Su Dongsheng spoke with a hint of sarcasm.
Hearing this, Lin Hai gave a cold laugh. Master Su, you're worrying too much. If he chooses to fight without armor, any injuries are his own fault for lacking skill. He can't blame others.
Though Lin Hai spoke thus, he remained genuinely concerned for Chen Yang. Even if he couldn't fathom the reasoning behind it, he had only one thought: to support him.
Unconditional support.
As Lin Hai heard the words fall,
Feng Lu no longer cared whether Chen Yang wore the battle armor or not. Raging tide. Feng Lu roared. A colossal wave erupted from the platform, crashing down upon Chen Yang like a tidal force.
The sheer spectacle drew smiles from the crowd. But the next second, they were stunned. The moment Feng Lu unleashed his martial technique, Chen Yang had vanished from his original position.
Brother Feng, watch out.
Before the warning could be fully voiced, Chen Yang, who had swiftly appeared behind Feng Lu, landed several punches on his back.
Feng Lu flew forward instantly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How is that possible? How could he be that fast? Did I just see things? I couldn't even see how he got there.
The crowd murmured in bewilderment.
How is that possible? How did you get over there?
Lu Feng stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice filled with disbelief.
None of your business, Chen Yang replied coldly. The speed surged once more, but this time Feng Lu was prepared. He didn't fall victim to Chen Yang's sneak attack. How is this possible? How can you move so fast? What the hell is going on? Even though Feng Lu was alert, Chen Yang's speed was so blindingly fast that he could barely make out more than a blur. His own speed wasn't slow, but compared to Chen Yang's, it was like comparing a minor sorcerer to a grand wizard. Su Dongsheng and Chu Buping in the stands were utterly bewildered. They hadn't heard that Chen Yang was particularly fast. White Shark Strike. Seeing Chen Yang poised to attack him in an instant, Lu Feng panicked and roared furiously. A massive great white shark surged forth, unleashing a wide-area martial strike that nearly engulfed the entire arena. Yet even after the martial skill dissipated, Chen Yang remained completely unaffected. How is this possible? He didn't even get hit? Why is this happening? Brother Feng, hang in there. Beat him to a pulp. Yeah, beat him up. Hearing the crowd's jeers and gasps, Chen Yang responded with a cold, mocking laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yang grabbed Feng Lu by the collar and began whipping him relentlessly. Yet Feng Lu couldn't fight back at all. Chen Yang's speed was simply too overwhelming. He seized him in an instant, his grip powerful and unyielding. Lu Feng couldn't break free at all, merely flapping helplessly like a little chick as Chen Yang lifted him up and whipped him repeatedly. With each strike, fresh blood spurted forth, forming a crimson fountain beneath Chen Yang's relentless lashing. Chen Yang, stop. How could you be so cruel? This is just a challenge? You actually want to kill him? Su Dongsheng exclaimed upon witnessing the scene. He couldn't fathom how Chen Yang possessed such blinding speed and impeccable timing. Each strike came when Feng Lu was momentarily off guard, a lapse so subtle the man himself remained unaware.
But Chen Yang seized the opportunity with steady precision, and his subsequent control of the situation left Su Dongxing equally astonished. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang released his grip on Feng Lu, flinging him to the opposite side of the ring. At that moment, Feng Lu was nearly beaten to a pulp by Chen Yang, lying motionless on the ground. He had lost all desire to fight.
Master Su, I apologize.
This was a natural reaction. I never intended to harm him. Besides, it was your own people at the martial arts school who told me to beat him to a pulp.
What was wrong with me following orders?
Chen Yang spoke calmly, his tone stern as he fixed Su Dongxing with a cold stare.
You?
Young brother Chen Yang, I advise you this, a young man should not be so reckless.
Su Dongxing was clearly enraged by Chen Yang. Is that it? No? What about the twist? Shouldn't Feng Lu have stood up and beaten Chen Yang senseless? Why did it turn out like this?
The crowd murmured in confusion. Chen Yang ignored everyone, fixing his gaze on Lin Hai and Xiao Chushui as he spoke slowly. Director, we should be heading back.
Chapter 133, The Secret Within Chen Yang. Oh my, it ended before we even got comfortable. What's with Chen Yang? Such an exciting match just ended like that? Ah, well.
No need for the two masters to see us off.
Until we meet again.
At that moment, Lin Hai, having confirmed that Chen Yang had indeed resolved the battle with an extremely swift and ruthless technique, stood up. A smile he couldn't suppress spread across his lips. He then turned to Su Dongxing and Chu Buping, smiling as he spoke. He then laughed heartily and swept his sleeves aside, departing without a moment's hesitation. Su Dongxing seethed with frustration at the words, "Take your time leaving." He spoke with obvious displeasure before leaving the scene. Only Chu Buping was left with a bitter smile. He sighed and prepared to leave as well. Outside the Rising Sun Martial Arts Hall, Shen Yang and the other two got into the car.
They immediately drove away. How the hell did you pull that off? How come I never noticed you were this fast before?
Even during your last match against Dark Purple, you were moving at a normal pace.
And this was only after one day? Your speed just shot up like that? What's the deal? Have you been holding back all this time?
In the car, Lin Hai drove while voicing his confusion.
He was growing increasingly baffled by Chen Yang's true limits. And even the so-called all-rounder, Feng Lu, was utterly helpless against Chen Yang. Like a complete rookie.
Lin Hai's delight was matched only by his growing bewilderment.
Director Lin. It was all just good luck.
The reward I earned from the last match was a technique that boosts speed. I happened to study it last night, which is why I achieved such results today.
Chen Yang didn't dwell on it, speaking calmly. After all, it was the truth, nothing to hide. Hearing this, Lin Hai let out an awkward, bitter laugh. Luck. Fine. Luck it is.
The victor's words carry weight. Lin Hai froze upon hearing that Chen Yang had improved his speed so much just by studying it for one night, but he didn't press further. If Chen Yang said it was luck, then luck it was. After all, he'd won, and it brought honor to the martial arts school.
Hearing Lin Hai's words, Chen Yang gave a helpless smile.
After that, neither spoke another word as they made their way toward the martial arts academy. Meanwhile, at the Rising Sun Martial Arts Hall, Chu Buping, who had already left, couldn't shake a lingering unease. He turned back toward the Rising Sun Martial Arts Hall and went straight to find Su Dongxing, wanting to discuss their views on Chen Yang and how to respond. For although it was merely a challenge match, they had all witnessed the full extent of Chen Yang's terrifying prowess.
It wasn't merely about defeating opponents across tiers. More crucially, Chu Buping realized that Chen Yang's timing and control in combat had reached a terrifying level. At the very least, Chu Buping sensed that in this regard, Chen Yang might not be inferior to him. Such a rising star was a sight he hadn't witnessed in years. Now, at this critical juncture, if even a genius from the East Sea proved insurmountable, how could they possibly compete against prodigies from other regions in the future? Indeed, at this very moment, Chu Buping had already begun to regard Chen Yang as the benchmark for whether they were qualified to compete against other martial arts academies. Without dwelling further, this wasn't a concern solely his to bear. He arrived at Su Dongxing's office door. He knocked on the door immediately. Inside, Su Dongxing's irritated voice came through. "Didn't I tell you not to bother me today unless it's urgent? Do you all treat my words like they're just passing wind?" Hearing Su Dongxing's angry voice, Chu Buping sighed inwardly. If anyone was suffering, it was undoubtedly Su Dongxing. "Old Su, it's me, Chu Buping." Chu Buping spoke slowly. "Old Chu?" At that, Su Dongxing stood up and went to open the door for Chu Buping. His expression hardened as he asked, "You're not here to gloat, are you?" "Not at all. He's just a little brat. I never took him seriously." Su Dongxing assumed Chu Buping had come to stir trouble, so he certainly wouldn't back down. He immediately adopted a nonchalant air and spoke slowly. Chu Buping heard this and let out a bitter smile. "Old Su, we're both in the same boat. Why would I mock you? You've suffered a loss, and so have I. What's there to mock?" Chu Buping spoke with solemn earnestness. He knew Su Dongxing was putting on an act after all. His earlier tone hadn't exactly been indifferent. "What do you mean, in the same boat? I didn't lose out. It was just a match. Losing to someone more skilled is perfectly normal. Besides, the few who went ahead of Feng Lu haven't returned yet. Otherwise, how could this brat get so cocky? As Su Dongxing spoke, a hint of irritation slipped into his voice. Though he understood perfectly well, he wasn't about to let his pride take a hit so easily. Hearing this, Chu Buping offered a faint smile. You're still as stubborn as ever. Chen Yang may be nothing now, but what about in half a year? A year? He started as a worthless with a base vitality of 50, destined never to master martial arts. Yet in such a short time, he defied fate and reached the 4th tier? With such power, aren't you curious? After a year, don't you feel a sense of urgency? Don't you want to know how he defied fate? Aren't the secrets within him important? How many years have we been stuck at the 5th tier? If we force a breakthrough, we'll be capped at 6th tier for the rest of our lives. But if we could uncover the secrets within Chen Yang, why shouldn't we aim for 7th tier, 8th tier, even 9th tier? Why not give it a shot? Chu Buping poured out his heart in one breath, desperate to bring Su Dongxing into the fold. To contain Chen Yang and uncover his secrets, relying solely on the Extreme Night Martial Arts Academy was woefully inadequate. Su Dongxing, now in the same predicament, was naturally the best ally. That was why Chu Buping had poured out so much to Su Dongxing in one breath, hoping to strip away Su Dongxing's facade. The two could then discuss strategies to address the situation. Upon hearing this, Su Dongxing sighed and looked at Chu Buping with a calm expression. He knew that if he could truly understand how Chen Yang defied fate and altered destiny, he might just have a chance to climb higher. Instead of being stuck in this small corner forever, with no chance of ever rising above. But he had his own concerns. Chen Yang's initial qi and blood value was only 50. Who could tell if it was genuine or not? Even if it was common knowledge, seeing it wasn't necessarily believing it. Should he risk everything for something so uncertain? He wasn't entirely sure, nor was he in any rush. Chapter 134, Ranking Tournament commences? Old Su. This isn't as simple as you think. Whatever secrets he holds, we must proceed step by step. Otherwise, we might just plunge ourselves into an abyss. Alright then. Since that's the case, I believe it's time to revive the long-dormant Martial Arts Academy ranking tournament. After a moment's thought, Su Dongxing didn't seem rushed. On the contrary, he felt some things were better approached slowly. He then spoke slowly, proposing the idea of a Martial Arts Academy ranking tournament. This was a long-standing tournament among the martial arts schools of the East Sea. Beyond the 5 major mainstream schools, other smaller martial arts schools could also participate. There were no prizes, only changes in the school's rankings. This meant that a higher-ranked martial arts school would demonstrate greater potential and attractiveness. Only by continuously attracting fresh blood could a martial arts school remain strong and enduring. However, this tournament had ceased several years prior. The reason was that, over time, the lack of rewards meant smaller martial arts schools gradually lost interest in participating. This also meant reduced competition, and the rankings didn't hold significant weight for the 5 great martial arts halls. Compounding this, the Rising Sun Martial Arts School had consistently defended its top position, causing the event to fade into obscurity. The 5 schools ultimately decided to suspend the competition indefinitely. But today, Su Dongxing brought up the competition again, all for Chen Yang. A single match or two couldn't prove anything. Nor could they determine whether Chen Yang possessed some hidden secret or what exactly was going on. Therefore, to observe Su Dongxing's proposal, it was impossible to have martial artists from the halls line up to challenge him one by one. Upon hearing this, Chu Buping paused, then sighed. But what if other martial arts schools refuse? And without any rewards, how can we get those smaller martial arts schools to participate? Chu Buping spoke slowly, for such a tournament required mutual consent. It couldn't simply be decided by Su Dongxing's word alone. Hearing this, Su Dongxing's expression turned serious. Just our 5 martial arts schools. Each send 3 people. That should be sufficient to observe Chen Yang. As for whether they agree, I doubt they'll refuse. The other 2 martial arts halls won't be unconcerned either. As for the Hunter Martial Arts Hall, with all 4 halls agreeing, it'll be hard for them to refuse. Su Dongxing spoke with confidence, his expression easing as if he'd found a solution. Upon hearing this, Chu Buping pondered for a moment, finding some merit in the suggestion. Alright then, I'll go inform them. But what if Chen Yang advances into the top 3? Hearing this, Su Dongxing spoke with renewed conviction. If he can't make it, then he's not worth mentioning. Then there's no need to pay him excessive attention. Hearing this, Chu Buping looked utterly bewildered. He couldn't fathom why Su Dongxing would say such a thing. Old Su? What do you mean by that? The top 3 at the Hunter Martial Arts Academy aren't pushovers, are they? How could Chen Yang possibly handle them? He'll handle it. If he really can't handle it, then we won't have to think about it anymore. Su Dongxing couldn't explain why he felt certain Chen Yang would succeed. Seeing he couldn't get a clear answer, Chu Buping sighed and didn't dwell on it. At worst, it would just be a bit of excitement, giving his dojo members a sense of urgency. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chu Buping departed, intending to discuss matters with the other 2 martial arts halls. As for the Hunter Martial Arts School, it was left in Su Dongxing's hands. Meanwhile, Chen Yang and the others had already returned to the martial arts academy. When the others heard that Chen Yang had instantly defeated Feng Lu, it felt incredibly satisfying. Each of them stared at Chen Yang, filled with admiration. Chen Yang, you've really avenged us. Exactly. He thought he was invincible just because of his past ranking. What a load of crap about being invincible. Chen Yang just pinned him to the ground and rubbed him in the dirt. Exactly. We Hunters Martial Arts Academy never feared. The crowd parted to either side, clapping while voicing their pent-up frustration and admiration for Chen Yang. Quiet, everyone. Let me say a few words. At that moment, Lin Hai stepped into the open space at the front, turned around, and spoke with solemn seriousness. Hearing this, all eyes turned to him, and the noise in the room instantly died down. Chen Yang did an excellent job this time. This proves his capabilities. I imagine you all won't have any further objections to letting him choose the team members? I used to think the same as you all. What gives this greenhorn the right? But after getting to know him these past few days, I've realized he's truly a prodigy. Ability isn't determined by age. I can't believe I made such a mistake, but thankfully I see it now. Lin Hai spoke slowly, his tone solemn and earnest, each word revealing his true feelings. Hearing this, the crowd collectively sighed. Hadn't they all felt the same way? Yet upon reflection, their doubts and confusion weren't entirely without merit. It could only be said that Chen Yang defied conventional wisdom. The only solace was that it wasn't too late at this very moment. Director Lin is correct. True strength has never been tied to age. Some individuals remain stuck at the second or third martial level well past 50, while others, like Chen Yang, achieve astonishing prowess at such a young age. Indeed. The crowd chimed in with agreement. A hint of discomfort flitted across Chen Yang's face. It wasn't anything specific, he simply felt uneasy receiving such praise. But he understood long ago. Only by demonstrating his true strength could he silence, perhaps even permanently silence, all those who looked down on him, suppressed him, doubted him, and humiliated him. At this thought, a faint smile touched Chen Yang's lips. He understood his journey was long. Even in his previous life, he had only scratched the surface of this world. By his estimation, this world was far more complex than he had ever known. Therefore, to protect those he cherished, there was no other way but to grow stronger. Even if you hide, those with intent will eventually find you. With that thought, Chen Yang sighed before turning his gaze to Xia Chushua beside him. Chen Yang, I challenge you. At that moment, a voice rang out. Not only was Chen Yang stunned, but everyone present froze in shock. No one knew what was happening. For these words came from Lin Hai, spoken with such earnestness that it didn't sound like a joke. Director Lin? Let's not do this, shall we? You're my senior, there's no way I could possibly win against you. Chen Yang smiled faintly and immediately declined. What are you thinking, kid? Did you forget what we said this morning? We're going to test our fist strength. Everyone here can be witnesses. Lin Hai smiled faintly and spoke up immediately. He was dying to verify it for himself. Otherwise, he couldn't shake the feeling that Wu Chang was deceiving him. Chapter 135, Choosing People? Master, let's not do this. My hand's been a bit sore today. Chen Yang spoke slowly, preparing once more to postpone the matter. No, you must come. Rest assured, I won't hurt you. Lin Hai smiled faintly and spoke again. The more reluctant Chen Yang was, the more curious he became. The crowd around them watched with eager anticipation. I heard Chen Yang already had a 1,000-pound punch when he joined the martial arts academy. He's grown so much stronger over the years, his punch power must have increased too. You know what? I'm actually rooting for Chen Yang. Me too. Me too. Everyone chimed in with their opinions, but this time it was different. They were actually rooting for Chen Yang. Though none could articulate why. They seemed utterly captivated by Chen Yang's seemingly limitless potential. Somehow, he seemed destined to win against anyone. What are you all babbling about? Are you kidding? Me, lose? Just watch me prove you wrong. Lin Hai, hearing the crowd's disbelief, instantly grew angry and retorted defiantly. At his words, everyone fell silent, no longer uttering a sound. Can you actually pull this off, kid? Seeing Chen Yang remain silent, Lin Hai spoke up again. Sighing, Chen Yang lifted his head to meet Lin Hai's gaze. Master Lin, you'd better be ready. Bring it on. I've been ready for ages. Lin Hai smiled faintly at the words. He couldn't wait to expose the lies of Wu Cheng. The crowd on both sides parted, creating a wide open space. The two men stepped back, locking eyes. Taste this. Lin Hai roared, unleashing a punch toward Chen Yang. Chen Yang, seeing this, smiled faintly. He gathered all his strength into his fist, then thrust off with his foot, unleashing a powerful strike toward Lin Hai. The moment their fists collided, the distinct crack of shattering bones echoed through the air, heard clearly by all present. Lin Hai's face contorted in pain. Clutching his striking hand, he collapsed to the ground. Master, are you all right? Did I hit too hard? Seeing this, Chen Yang hurried forward to ask, thinking he probably shouldn't have struck with such force. Hearing this, sweat beaded on Lin Hai's forehead as he instantly believed Wu Cheng's words. He gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Guess I haven't really suffered much, have I? I'm fine. What are you all staring at? Can you even win? Get back to training. Lin Hai turned to Chen Yang with a bitter smile.
Seeing the others' stifling giggles behind covered mouths, he felt utterly embarrassed and promptly shooed them away. Seeing this, the others covered their mouths and scattered. After all, seeing Lin Hai humiliated was rather amusing. Chen Yang gave a helpless smile and helped Lin Hai to his feet. Don't worry, this little scratch is nothing. Go back to your work. Lin Hai spoke slowly, his words insisting he was fine, but the beads of sweat on his forehead and the pain-twisted expression on his face betrayed him. Take care, master. Seeing his state, Chen Yang could only leave for now, lest Lin Hai suffer further discomfort. For now, there was nothing urgent.
Training wasn't Chen Yang's top priority.
He needed to return and review the list first, to decide how to proceed with the remaining candidates. Chen Yang then walked straight out of the martial arts hall while Xia Chuxue continued her training. In the office, Wu Chang sat motionless for hours, consumed by a single martial art technique. He hadn't even gone to face Chen Yang's challenge. This martial art was crucial. He'd been stuck at intermediate proficiency for far too long and should have broken through ages ago. Yet he kept falling just short, never quite grasping the essence of this martial art.
This left him utterly perplexed.
Then, he received a call from Su Dongxing announcing the launch of the Martial Arts Academy ranking tournament. All the other martial arts schools had agreed, leaving him no choice but to consent. He understood that everyone wanted to see Chen Yang's true strength. But that was easier said than done. The top 3 martial arts schools were no pushovers. To even make the list, Chen Yang would have to defeat Meng Yi. But how difficult was that? Still, Wu Chang didn't dwell on it. He'd let things take their natural course. Chen Yang should forge his own path. He shouldn't let anyone else lead him by the nose. Old Wu. I'm seriously impressed. I finally believe you were hurt by Chen Yang. Damn, that's some lasting impact. Just as Wu Chang was deep in thought, Lin Hai burst through the door, cursing and ranting as he entered. Wu Chang froze for a moment, then spotted the bandaged hand on Lin Hai's arm. Instantly, he couldn't stop grinning. He knew Lin Hai must have gone after Chen Yang. How else could he end up like this? Old Lin? Didn't I tell you? Who told you to go looking for trouble? Ha ha ha. Wu Chang laughed as he spoke. Me? I'm not buying it. But whatever. At least this kid's one of us from the martial arts school. A few scrapes are worth it. Lin Hai sighed, then spoke with solemn earnestness. That's only natural. By the way, could you run an errand for me? Take a look at this. I just finished organizing it. Wu Chang spoke with solemn seriousness, then handed over a document. Taking the file, Lin Hai didn't know what was going on, but he began reading it carefully. Then his face went blank. Martial Arts Dojo Rankings Tournament? Seriously? Are they out of their minds? Why on earth would they organize this tournament? What else? They're not satisfied, that's why. They want to see what Chen Yang's capable of. Wu Chang spoke solemnly. I see. What a shameless move. Lin Hai cursed under his breath as he spoke. In simple terms, the document for Wu City was a voluntary challenge to Meng Yi, the third-ranked fighter in the Martial Arts Academy. Successfully defeating him would secure a spot on the list. As for Chen Yang, Wu Chang didn't dwell on it. Whether he went or not was Chen Yang's own business. He certainly didn't need to kowtow to other martial arts schools. Enough. Whether he goes or not is Chen Yang's choice, and whether he succeeds is up to him. What's there for us to worry about? Wu Chang spoke slowly, his tone calm. True. Then I'll go inform them first. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai spoke slowly before turning to leave and inform the martial artists at the academy. Not long after, Chen Yang arrived at the entrance to Wu Chang's office holding several lists. Without hesitation, he knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. Hearing the knock, Wu Chang slowly spoke, come in. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang pushed open the door and stepped inside. Without any pleasantries, he immediately handed the lists to Wu Chang. He then got straight to the point, Director, these are the individuals I've selected. Please review them. As Wu Chang scanned the names, his brow furrowed. At that moment, he began to doubt Chen Yang's judgment. First, Chen Yang had chosen Xia Chuxue and Luo Hua. These two were somewhat acceptable to Wu Chang after all, they showed potential and had good relationships with the others, so he could tolerate them. But the remaining 2 individuals were completely baffling to Wu Chang. One was a 40-year-old veteran martial arts instructor with no discernible potential whatsoever, and his cultivation level was merely at the peak of the 3rd tier. The second choice was even more absurd. A green-haired freak man, yet he wore heavy makeup daily and carried himself in an effeminate manner. The more Wu Chang thought about it, the less sense it made. He looked up at Chen Yang with a questioning gaze, his face a sea of question marks. Chapter 136, 2 Unusual Individuals. Chen Yang wasn't surprised by Wu Chang's questioning look. After all, the 2 individuals behind him were indeed quite extreme. They hardly seemed like qualified martial artists anymore. But Chen Yang had chosen them for his own reasons, based on his basic understanding of the pair.
Still, these were mostly inferences drawn from basic information details he needed to verify before presenting a convincing case to Wu Chang. Master, there is indeed a reason for selecting these two. I just need to personally assess them first. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer in due time. Shen Yang didn't wait for Wu Chang to voice his doubts. Instead, he spoke up first, his tone earnest. Hearing this, Wu Chang sighed. Chen Yang, it's not that I don't trust you. I can understand you choosing your girlfriend in Luo Hua. But these other two? What the hell are they? You'd never understand. Let me give you a quick rundown. Shen Yang spoke with a look of helplessness. He was certain Wu Chang didn't know these two people, otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen them even with his eyes closed. Master Curator, please tell me. I only saw some basic information about them. Shen Yang didn't elaborate further, but spoke with genuine seriousness. He too wanted to learn more about these two individuals. Look at this man, he's already 40 years old. His name is Hu Xian. He's got 2 kids at home, and he's not much younger than you. You want him as your teammate, and he's already at the peak of the 3rd tier? Is there even room for growth? Couldn't I just find a few pre-exam candidates who are better than him? Plus, he's basically on welfare at the martial arts academy, the type who just collects the minimum wage without getting fired, with zero ambition. His wife even left him. What the hell are you thinking picking him? I just can't wrap my head around it. Wu Chang first pulled out the basic profile of the first, older candidate. As he introduced him, he shared some background information about Hu Xian with Chen Yang. In short, he's old, lacks potential, has no drive, has kids at home, and his life isn't going well. As he spoke, Wu Chang's face grew increasingly exasperated and angry. He couldn't fathom what Chen Yang was thinking. He was so furious that for a moment, he even doubted whether Chen Yang knew how to select people at all or if he was just good at fighting. Hearing this, Chen Yang spoke slowly. Master, wasn't this man absent from the martial arts school for 5 years? And it happened right when his wife ran off, leaving both children to be raised by his parents. It wasn't until 5 years later that he returned to take the entrance exam and join the academy. That's correct. What's the problem with that? That doesn't prove anything, does it? Wu Chang questioned again upon hearing Chen Yang's words. Master, the crucial point is that he was already at the peak of the 3rd tier when he left, and he remained at the peak of the 3rd tier when he returned 5 years later. Moreover, his subsequent entrance exam scores barely met the minimum requirements, and this pattern persisted even after he entered the internal training area. Master, think about it, what kind of person could consistently maintain peak 3rd tier strength while barely scraping by? Don't you think something fishy is going on here? I also reviewed his combat footage. He looked completely at ease. Even when it seemed like he was on the defensive, he was already in the stratosphere, having long since controlled the match. So he's no ordinary person. He must be hiding something, perhaps those 5 missing years. Shen Yang blurted out his assessment of Hu Xian and the inferences he'd drawn. Every detail pointed to Hu Xian being far from ordinary. His combat experience, mastery of power, and command over the match's dynamics were simply beyond what an ordinary 3rd-tier middle-aged martial artist could achieve. And he concealed it well. Unless you studied him closely, you wouldn't suspect a thing. Upon hearing Chen Yang's analysis, Wu Chang picked up the file containing Hu Xian's basic information from the table and studied it intently once more. His brow furrowed as he retrieved footage of Hu Xian's multiple battles, scrutinizing each frame with meticulous attention. Midway through, Wu Chang abruptly looked up. Chen Yang, how did you figure this out? The more I watch, the more I feel this Hu Xian is no ordinary player. But why would he do this? And we don't know the specifics either. Given that, let's put this list on hold for now. There's no rush until you've investigated it thoroughly. Wu Chang spoke slowly, his voice laden with countless questions. Still, he understood that the truth could only be uncovered through investigation. Relying solely on videos and documents for deduction wouldn't suffice. After all, this list was crucial. Moreover, he needed to convince the entire martial arts academy. Without solid evidence, it wouldn't be possible. Master, leave this to me. I'll inform you once I've confirmed it. Chen Yang spoke with great earnestness, fully aware of Wu Chang's concerns. All right. So what's the issue with this one? This one is 25, a young man. His family is happy and harmonious. Though he hasn't married yet, his parents treat him very well. And his combat skills are nothing special. I really can't see what's so special about him. Wu Chang is weak and lacks stamina, his physical fitness barely meets the minimum standard, only his 4th-tier cultivation level is decent. But his combat prowess is hard to describe. He even had to try 3 times before getting into the martial arts academy. Wu Chang then turned his gaze to another name on the list, Lan Zhou. The most striking features were his green hair, the way he caressed male martial artists, and his signature delicate, arched fingers. He stared at it for ages but couldn't make heads or tails of it. The previous one was hiding something, carrying secrets. But what was the reason for this one? Wu Chang looked utterly bewildered, unsure what kind of explanation Chen Yang would come up with this time. Hearing this, Chen Yang sighed. Choosing this person was entirely based on a gut feeling and a term he'd heard in his previous life, a two-faced person. Simply put, a two-faced person has two sides like good and evil, yin and yang. And this Lanzhou Chen Yang absolutely belonged to the yin-yang category.
Such individuals usually shared one distinct trait: their martial arts techniques were completely different from others.
They might possess high cultivation levels, yet their combat effectiveness remained absurdly low.
This revealed their extraordinary innate talent, yet they had failed to discover the correct combat approach or martial arts techniques.
This is why they possess high levels yet lack combat effectiveness. As for their effeminate mannerisms, it's not an act, it's a result of a martial artist's genetic mutation.
All this was something Chen Yang had heard from an unknown elder in his previous life, something he certainly didn't believe at the time. It wasn't until he saw Lan Zhou this time that the memory surfaced. But this would require time and effort, for perhaps even he himself didn't understand the cause. At this thought, Chen Yang couldn't help but sigh, pondering how to explain it to Wu Chang.
Chapter 137, half a year equals a year? After all, this concept was far too esoteric to explain clearly to Wu Chang. Director, could I observe and prepare for this final one first? Because I honestly don't know how to explain this one. Rest assured, if it doesn't work out, we can always replace it. Chen Yang spoke earnestly, choosing not to waste breath explaining further to Wu Chang. What do you take me for? I said you get to decide. I can offer suggestions, but I won't stand in your way. Go investigate and prepare.
If you need anything, come find me.
And don't rush it. Take your time.
Wu Chang sighed, then spoke with unwavering resolve. Though puzzled, Wu Chang wouldn't stand in Chen Yang's way even if Chen Yang declared right now that these were the only people he'd choose. Wu Chang might grumble, but in the end, he would make it happen. He would even help Chen Yang find ways to persuade all these martial artists from the various martial arts schools. After all, choosing Chen Yang was already a huge gamble.
Taking one more big risk wouldn't matter. If you gamble, you can't play it safe. If you play it safe, don't even think about gambling.
That was Wu Chang's own creed. Hearing Wu Chang's words, Chen Yang's gaze hardened.
Master, rest assured. I'll go immediately. Go.
With that, Chen Yang turned and left the office, heading toward the internal training grounds. He intended to find Hu Xian first, as it was currently training time.
Logically, Hu Xian should be in the internal training area at this very moment.
Chen Yang soon arrived at the inner training grounds, immediately drawing the attention of many.
Brother Chen Yang, what a rare sight.
Haven't seen you in our internal training area in ages.
Someone might think you're from the external section. Hey, Chen Yang, wanna show us what you've got?
Yeah, we've all heard about your achievements.
Several voices chimed in to speak with Chen Yang.
Ha! I've been pretty busy lately.
Brother Wood, have you seen Hu Xian?
Chen Yang looked utterly helpless. Then, spotting Wang Muta nearby, he turned to ask.
Hu Xian? Brother Chen Yang, what do you need him for?
He's already taken leave. He hasn't been here for 3 days.
Heard something happened at home. Upon hearing this, Wang Muta didn't think twice and immediately relayed what he knew to Chen Yang. Something happened?
Thanks, Brother Mutu. I'll treat you to a meal another time.
I've got things to do, so I'll be heading out now.
Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yang gave a quick nod and hurriedly turned to leave. As far as he knew, Hu Xian didn't live in the housing provided by the Martial Arts Academy. Instead, he'd chosen to live alone in a half-finished building in the eastern part of the city, converting the housing benefit provided by Wuching into a monthly stipend of 2,000 yuan.
Without dwelling on it further, he didn't know the details anyway.
He immediately hailed a taxi outside the Martial Arts Academy and headed toward the unfinished building in the eastern part of the city.
Before long,
Chen Yang arrived at the unfinished building in the eastern part of the city. Though he didn't know the exact address, there was only one unfinished building in the eastern part of the city, though it was quite large. Chen Yang could only shout while searching, hoping Hu Xian would hear his cries.
Meanwhile,
inside a room on the 17th floor of the unfinished building, Hu Xian sat holding a bottle of liquor, utterly drunk, tears streaming down his face. Beside him lay the memorial photos of his entire family, including the last child he had lost just 3 days prior. The sole pillar of Hu Xian's existence had vanished.
In other words, he no longer knew why he was living.
Though his parents had passed away peacefully, both children had suffered from serious illnesses since birth. His wife couldn't bear the pressure and left, leaving Hu Xian alone to raise the 2 children.
To earn more money, he left the Martial Arts Academy and took a job transporting weapons and equipment to the south.
The job would last 6 months and pay 150,000 yuan. Without a second thought, Hu Xian signed up immediately. He simply couldn't bear seeing his 2 children suffer excruciating pain day after day. What plunged him into deeper despair, however, was that the journey took 5 years. He hadn't told himself this duration. It was others who informed him upon his return. He knew clearly it had been only half a year, yet when he came back, 5 years had passed. At first, he refused to believe it. That was until he saw his son, who had been dead for 2 years. Only then could he accept the reality. By then, however, his money could no longer save his son's life, it had reached its limit. Even so, he never gave up, persistently seeking treatment for his son until his parents passed away, and until his son left him 3 days ago. He finally broke down.
He didn't understand what had happened. He couldn't fathom why he'd been gone for 5 long years. Would things have turned out differently if he hadn't gone? Hu Xian! Hu Xian!
Just then, Hu Xian heard someone calling his name. Instinctively, he glanced over.
Chen Yang?
Hu Xian recognized Chen Yang immediately, though he had no idea why Chen Yang was looking for him. He then grabbed the bottle and staggered downstairs.
What? What do you want? Did you come to buy me a drink?
At that moment, Hu Xian seemed to be feigning madness. Downstairs, Chen Yang heard the voice behind him and turned to see Hu Xian barely able to stand upright, reeking of alcohol, and still drinking steadily.
Seeing this, Chen Yang looked utterly bewildered. Brother Hu Xian, what's gotten into you? I just happened to be passing by and thought I'd drop in to see you.
Chen Yang, witnessing this scene, had no idea what had transpired and could only offer that he'd been passing by. But Hu Xian looked deeply troubled, as if burdened by unspeakable anguish. At those words, Hu Xian smashed the bottle in his hand with a loud crack. Then, with a maniacal grin, he stared at Chen Yang.
Would you believe someone walked for half a year, only to return and discover 5 years had passed? Never mind. You wouldn't believe it anyway. Go ahead. I'm going to keep drinking.
Hu Xian spoke with a look of doubt, then gave a self-deprecating chuckle, thinking how could anyone possibly believe such a thing. Even he found it hard to believe, let alone this little brat. So he didn't plan to say much more, immediately turning to head upstairs to continue drinking. Hearing Hu Xian's words, Chen Yang froze in place.
Half a year turned into 5 years? Brother Hu Xian, I believe you.
Without overthinking it, Chen Yang hurriedly stopped Hu Xian. It could only be said that Hu Xian harbored too many secrets, leaving Chen Yang astonished. Why had half a year turned into 5 years?
He couldn't understand or fathom what was going on.
Hearing this, Hu Xian immediately halted his steps.
You believe me? Do you truly believe me? Hu Xian asked skeptically, unwilling to take Chen Yang's trust at face value.
Before Chen Yang could respond, Hu Xian spoke again, his expression cold.
You weren't just passing by. You came here specifically to find me? What do you want with me? Chapter 138, Time involved?
Hu Xian understood why Chen Yang had come here in his earlier behavior. It could only mean the other party had business with him. As for what that business was, he neither wanted to know nor cared.
Enough. Enough. You can go now.
I won't be going back to the martial arts academy either, ha ha ha. My path has reached its end. Hu Xian shook his head, laughing heartily as he spoke. Then, swaying unsteadily, he prepared to go upstairs, finish the last few bottles of liquor, and end his life of confusion and uncertainty. Seeing this, Chen Yang clenched his jaw and spoke up immediately. Are you really willing to accept a life that remains so unclear?
If you don't know why not seek the answer? Maybe you really could find something?
Though Chen Yang didn't know the exact circumstances surrounding Hu Xian, he understood that a half year turning into 5 years must hold profound significance for him. And Hu Xian had likely never understood why, from the very beginning. Though Chen Yang himself found it baffling, he believed existence justified reason. This world was far vaster than he could comprehend. If something remained unfathomable, it was simply because he hadn't yet reached the stage where he could understand it.
Hearing Chen Yang's words, Hu Xian's body trembled violently.
He froze stiffly in place, then after a moment of stunned silence, he abruptly spun around and charged toward Chen Yang, his face twisted with fury.
What the hell do you know? What could a little brat like you possibly understand? Where am I supposed to find out?
I've searched the entire route now, and there's not a single trace left.
Do you understand?
I vanished for 5 years, 5 whole years. Hu Xian spoke, his voice breaking as he grabbed Chen Yang by the collar. Chen Yang showed no fear, standing still in place.
Brother Hu Xian. I don't understand what happened to you, but I know this, every mystery has an answer. You don't know it now, but maybe you just haven't found it yet. Since that's the case, why not just hold on a little longer? Chen Yang spoke slowly, his tone unwavering. Easy for you to say. Everyone I cared about in this world has left me. How can you tell me to persevere? What's the point of holding on? If not for those 5 years, maybe things wouldn't be like this. Hu Xian released Chen Yang's collar, shouting angrily as tears streamed down his face. Hearing this, Chen Yang truly didn't know how to comfort Hu Xian. Brother Hu Xian, I'm sorry. I truly had no idea you'd been through so much. Actually, I came here this time intending to ask you to join my team. Regardless of what you decide, Brother Hu Xian, I hope some things can find closure. Take care. Chen Yang sighed before speaking slowly, for this had stirred his longing for his parents and the mystery surrounding their fate. He didn't dwell further on why the other had concealed his strength. Now was simply not the time for such questions. Without further thought, Chen Yang bid Hu Xian farewell and departed on his own. Hu Xian watched Chen Yang's receding figure, remaining silent. He simply burst into laughter once more. He then turned and headed upstairs. He didn't know what he was laughing about, perhaps it was merely a mask for the deep sorrow within his heart. Stepping out of the unfinished building, Chen Yang didn't head back to the martial arts academy. Instead, he hailed a cab bound for Wanbao Pavilion.
He found it hard to comprehend how a 6-month period could be mortgaged for 5 years. Yet he sensed such a possibility existed. It was like a fog, he couldn't see through it or grasp it. Soon, Chen Yang arrived at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. After making contact, he finally reached Zhou Luo's office. Knock knock knock. Seeing Zhou Luo buried in work, Chen Yang knocked on the door. Come in, little brother Chen Yang. Hearing this, Chen Yang slowly stepped inside. What brings you here, little brother? Regarding your parents' matter, it might take a few days before we have any information. I'll let you know when we do. Zhou Luo assumed Chen Yang had come to inquire about his parents, so she began speaking. Sister Zhou, I came to see you today to ask a question. A question? Go ahead. If I know the answer, I'll tell you. Suppose someone leaves on a journey for half a year, but upon returning, discovers 5 years have passed. I want to know if that's possible? Or why it would happen? Chen Yang asked, his brow furrowed. Hearing this, Zhou Luo looked puzzled. Half a year turning into 5 years? So it involves the realm of time? Let me look into it. I recall a certain type of demon beast that can indeed influence time. But it's said to have been eradicated hundreds of years ago. Precisely because it grew too powerful. Human cultivators united and paid an immense, painful price to eradicate the entire Void Beast clan. Zhou Luo spoke thoughtfully, then walked straight out. Chen Yang froze for a moment upon hearing this. The Void Beast? The legendary, immensely powerful Void Beasts? How could that be possible? Chen Yang murmured to himself. At that moment, Chen Yang felt completely dumbfounded. If it truly was a Void Beast interfering with the time domain, that would mean the Void Beast wasn't dead? And a Void Beast capable of such immense disruption must be at least 9th tier, or even 10th tier? How could that be possible? A 10th tier demon beast connected to the East Sea? And judging by Hu Xian's tone, it had left the East Sea for elsewhere. Could the East Sea even harbor a 10th tier demon beast? And one that's been extinct for hundreds of years? Impossible. Impossible, Chen Yang muttered to himself. What are you thinking about? Just then, Zhou Luo returned, holding a book with a black cover. Sis Zhou? Could this possibly be a void beast? Because void beasts are extinct. How could one possibly exist in a place like ours? Chen Yang immediately spoke with a look of bewilderment yet firm conviction. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo smiled faintly. You didn't say what if? Could someone really leave for half a year and return 5 years later? Zhou Luo had always assumed Chen Yang was making it up, which was why he'd sought out information about the void beasts. But what if it's real? Chen Yang spoke up once more. Hearing this, Zhou Luo visibly froze. Real? I can't say for certain, but it must be connected to time somehow. Or what if it's not a demon beast? What if it's just someone who's mastered the ability to control demon beasts? Zhou Luo let her thoughts wander as she spoke slowly. She didn't actually know what was wrong with Chen Yang, but she patiently answered anyway. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang suddenly felt a sense of epiphany. But someone capable of 5 years' worth of variables, just how powerful would they have to be? It's possible, Chen Yang sighed, choosing not to dwell on it further. After all, this was something he couldn't possibly know now. Chapter 139, a date? What plot twist? The two of them would never know the truth about this matter. Chen Yang sighed again, choosing not to dwell on it further. Since Hu Xian couldn't go, he might as well check out Blue Continent. Sister Zhou. Thank you. I have to go now. I'll come see you another day. Chen Yang smiled gently as he spoke. Alright, I'll be waiting for you, little brother. Zhou Luo gave a charming smile as she spoke softly. Then Chen Yang quickly left the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion and hurried back to the Martial Arts Academy. At that moment, on the central stage of the Martial Arts Hall, Mang Yi pounded his massive chest muscles like a gorilla and bellowed, anyone else? Who wants to give it another shot? Due to the limited spots for the Martial Arts Academy's ranking tournament, Mang Yi had become the gatekeeper. Naturally, he received numerous challenges. Without exception, Mang Yi defeated every single challenger. Below the stage, the numerous Martial Arts Academy members watched Mang Yi's arrogant demeanor and sighed helplessly. They exchanged glances, yet no one dared step forward. Those who had challenged Mang Yi before either limped away or ended up hospitalized. Who would willingly face off against Mang Yi, the third-ranked fighter who fought like a ferocious beast? Only a few within the ranks still harbored the desire to challenge him. What do you think? Could Chen Yang succeed if he challenged him? Chen Yang? Don't be ridiculous. He's skilled, but he's not even in the same league as Mang Yi right now. Maybe in a while, he might have a chance. I doubt it. He might be able to do it now. At least I haven't seen his limits yet. Below the stage, the mere mention of Chen Yang sent the crowd into an uproar. Everyone began speculating wildly about whether he could defeat Mang Yi. All sorts of opinions flew around. From the viewing platform, Mang Yi heard the commotion and let out a cold laugh. What's all the fuss about? Are you guys asking for a beating? Cut the nonsense. Bring Chen Yang up here. Don't say I didn't give him a chance. Mang Yi heard the crowd comparing Chen Yang to himself, and worse, some even suggesting he would lose. He immediately took offense, even though he knew Chen Yang had some skill.
But being compared to him? That was beneath him. Chen Yang is here. He's really here. He's not here to challenge us, is he? Brother Chen Yang is here. I finally get to see you.
Lanzhou, you sicko, get lost.
You're disgusting me to death. Yeah, you sissy, what are you doing watching a tournament?
You should be checking out Sao nursing.
Just then, someone in the crowd spotted Chen Yang looking around as he walked in.
They spoke up, and soon everyone was chiming in. The most eye-catching figure was undoubtedly Lanzhou, green hair, makeup, lipstick, a prominent Adam's apple, and dressed in a women's mini skirt. If the crowd hadn't known this was a man, they might have genuinely been captivated by Lanzhou's feminine charm and looks, which rivaled any woman's. After all, he was more feminine than most women. If he were placed in, he'd undoubtedly be a hot commodity. Chen Yang, who had originally come looking for Lanzhou, searched everywhere but couldn't find him. Later, he heard Lanzhou was at the central stage.
Chen Yang made his way over, only to be instantly surrounded by the crowd. Everyone, please make way.
I'm looking for someone, Chen Yang said helplessly.
He just wanted to find Lanzhou to get some information.
Suddenly, he spotted a green-haired woman standing at the back of the crowd.
Chen Yang smiled wryly, instantly guessing that must be Lanzhou. Chen Yang, hold on a moment. Are you here to challenge Meng Yi? We've been waiting for you for a long time. The group asked in unison. I'm not.
Chen Yang answered sternly, his body suddenly surging with overwhelming blood energy. Seeing this, the crowd stepped aside.
Realizing Chen Yang was serious, no one dared to block his path anymore.
Seeing this, Chen Yang hesitated not a moment and immediately walked over to Lanzhou's side.
Lanzhou? Brother Chen Yang, you know me? Am I looking pretty today?
Lanzhou asked with a smile, her fingers curled into a perfect flower petal pose.
Chen Yang froze in place.
Honestly, it was a bit painful to watch, but he forced himself to respond, you look lovely.
Lovely. I need to talk to you about something. Could we step outside first? It's too crowded here to talk. Chen Yang didn't think twice, speaking earnestly to Lanzhou. He just wanted to find a private spot to figure out what was really going on with Lanzhou, whether he'd misjudged her or if she truly was two-faced.
Hearing this, Lanzhou paused slightly before curling her fingers into a delicate gesture.
She then reached out to touch Chen Yang's handsome face. Chen Yang quickly dodged. Truth be told, he was extremely nervous at that moment. Brother Chen Yang, have you taken a liking to me? Want to go on a date with me? Oh my, I'm blushing. With so many people watching, how could I possibly?
Lanzhou covered her face, speaking in an extremely bashful tone, her voice sounding incredibly girlish. Chen Yang's eyes widened at her words. He quickly covered Lanzhou's mouth to stop her from speaking further. It was utterly disgusting. Chen Yang felt like he might throw up the dumplings he'd eaten that morning if Lanzhou kept talking. But it was already too late. After all, everyone was watching. Holy crap? What kind of plot twist is this? Western? Asian? What is this? Never seen anything like it. Bro, you just don't get it. This is Sichuan opera? What? Sichuan opera? Holy crap, this is something else, bro. Who knew little brother Chen Yang had a taste for this? Blue Continent's in for a rough ride now? The crowd chattered away, the conversation suddenly taking a bizarre turn. Chen Yang's face drained of color at their words, utterly speechless. Lanzhou, keep it civil. I genuinely need to talk to you, okay? Ignoring the others' comments for now, Chen Yang released his grip and turned to Lanzhou with an intensely serious expression.
Brother Chen Yang, what they're saying is true too. Going on a date isn't out of the question, but you have to beat Meng Yi first.
I need to see if brother Chen Yang is up to it. Lanzhou spoke with a smile on her face.
Seeing Chen Yang's speechless and disgusted expression, Lanzhou couldn't have been happier.
Chen Yang heard this. Are you out of your mind? He snapped, his face set in a grim line.
Brother Chen Yang is my cure? No.
I swear to God.
I'm giving you one chance to speak properly. Otherwise, my hands are itching.
I can't control myself.
Speak properly. Chen Yang's body erupted once more with a colossal surge of blood energy.
His eyes gleamed with a hint of ferocity as he spoke.
His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, showing no trace of joking.
Seeing this, Lanzhou panicked. He hadn't expected Chen Yang's reaction to be so intense, he'd only meant to tease him a little. But now he'd really pissed this guy off. Lanzhou's face twisted into a bitter grimace as his smile faded.
Chapter 140, Challenging Meng Yi. Brother Chen Yang, it was just a joke. Calm down. You can take it out on me, but only if you defeat Meng Yi first.
Lanzhou immediately backed down, speaking repeatedly, though he stubbornly insisted one last time that Chen Yang must defeat Meng Yi.
Lanzhou, you bastard, are you itching for a beating? You wanted me to knock some sense into you? You actually want him to beat me? Do you think too highly of brother Chen Yang, or too little of me, Meng Yi? Hearing his name mentioned again, Meng Yi on the stage shot Lanzhou a vicious glare before snapping back.
Hearing this, Lanzhou slid on his knees to the edge of the ring.
Brother Meng Yi, please calm down.
I mainly wanted to see you teach him a lesson, even though I pretended to let him beat you.
But I know it's utterly impossible, and I don't want to face him either. That's why I said what I did. Brother Mengyi, please calm down. Lan Zhou's survival instinct kicked into high gear.
He knew Chen Yang might just be bluffing, but Mengyi was genuinely about to beat him up.
He dared not show the slightest hesitation, immediately apologizing repeatedly, hoping Mengyi would spare him. Hearing this, Mengyi gave a cold laugh and said, "Not beating you isn't out of the question. But here's the thing. I'm a bit bored up here on the stage. If you can find someone to fight me, I'll forgive you. Otherwise, I'll reluctantly beat you up to vent my frustration." Mengyi stared at Lan Zhou with a wicked grin. Hearing this, Lan Zhou couldn't possibly miss what Mengyi was implying. He was talking about Chen Yang, though not so bluntly. Besides Chen Yang, there wasn't a single person among them willing to step onto the stage. And while everyone else disliked him, only Chen Yang had business with him. "Rest assured, Brother Mengyi," Lan Zhou said slowly, then stood up and walked toward Chen Yang. "Brother Chen Yang, could you just help me out? What if my delicate skin gets beaten up?" "Don't worry. As long as you go up there, even if you can't win, I'll go with you," Lan Zhou declared earnestly. Chen Yang's face screamed speechless. She wasn't even pretending anymore. "Remember what you said, or you'll regret it," Chen Yang said coldly. He then began walking slowly toward the stage. Seeing it work, Lan Zhou covered his mouth and chuckled. The crowd watched the scene unfold with surprise. Chen Yang really went? What the hell is going on? Can't you tell? That pervert Lan Zhou is deliberately messing with Chen Yang. Forget it, forget it. This is quite the spectacle. I'll be damned if Chen Yang doesn't blow my mind. As the crowd watched Chen Yang approach the stage, murmurs began to rise. "Chen Yang, you really intend to challenge me? Are you sure? I won't hold back. Don't go complaining to the dojo master later that I bullied you." Mengyi, seeing Chen Yang actually approach, immediately spoke with solemn seriousness. He knew Wu Cheng valued Chen Yang, so he made sure to lay down the ground rules first. "Brother Mengyi, I have a request, would you be willing to consider it?" Chen Yang spoke slowly. "Go ahead. It's just a sparring match. If I win, it wouldn't count as taking a spot in the martial arts academy rankings. If Brother Mengyi agrees, I'm willing to give it a try." Chen Yang remained earnest as he spoke. He really didn't want to participate in that martial arts academy ranking tournament. He just wanted to settle matters with the person first, as the training camp was fast approaching. Chen Yang didn't have much time left. He had to speed things up. At these words, not only did Mengyi freeze, but the entire crowd fell silent. "Wait, is this a request? This feels off. We have to agree to Meng's terms and forfeit our spot? Wait. Is this how geniuses think? No wonder I'm not a genius, I just can't keep up." The crowd murmured in astonishment, convinced Chen Yang had lost his mind. "Young brother Chen Yang, you're quite something. Seems you're quite confident. I'll take you up on that. Come on, show me what you've got. I did say I wouldn't hold back." Mengyi couldn't help but chuckle at Chen Yang's words. The young man hadn't even started fighting yet, and already he was thinking about victory. Far from being annoyed, he found Chen Yang increasingly amusing. "All right." Chen Yang nodded and leapt onto the stage. "Master? Master, you're here?" At that moment, someone called out loudly. At the sound, all eyes turned to see Wu Cheng leading Lin Hai and the inner and outer elders as they slowly entered. They had heard about the upcoming match between Chen Yang and Mengyi and rushed over specifically for it. Fortunately, it hadn't started yet, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Chen Yang? How can this fight proceed now? With the hall master watching?" Mengyi glanced at Wu Cheng, then at Chen Yang on the stage, and sighed heavily before speaking with obvious irritation. Chen Yang's presence here was a major distraction. He couldn't even beat up Chen Yang now. If he really did, Wu Cheng would probably beat him up too. The thought made Mengyi feel utterly uneasy. "Mengyi, what the hell do you think you're doing? Is Wu Cheng the kind of person who does that? If you're going to fight, fight properly. If not, get the hell off my back. Go ahead and give it your all. If Chen Yang gets beaten into the hospital because he's no match for you, that's his problem. I won't interfere. Everyone here can vouch for that." Wu Cheng overheard Mengyi's muttering and immediately retorted with irritation. Upon hearing this, Mengyi gave an awkward smile. "I understand, curator. Chen Yang, are you ready?" Mengyi turned to Chen Yang and asked again. "Ready." Chen Yang replied earnestly, then slipped into his crimson battle armor. Facing Mengyi, Chen Yang opted to wear his mecha armor. Mengyi's speed wasn't particularly fast, and his greatest strengths lay in defense and attack power. As for speed, even with his armor, Chen Yang could outpace Mengyi by a significant margin. The armor also provided defense and strength. The moment the words left his mouth, Mengyi roared furiously, rage mode. As the words left his mouth, Mengyi erupted with overwhelming blood energy, his power surging to a new level, appearing immensely formidable. He then launched a punch toward Chen Yang.
Seeing this, Chen Yang utilized his mobility, causing Meng Ye's repeated attacks to miss entirely.
Pressure. Meng Ye roared in fury.
He activated a martial skill that imposed 20-fold gravitational pressure upon his opponent. In other words, it would severely hinder his opponent's mobility.
But the next second, Meng Ye froze in shock. It had no effect whatsoever on Chen Yang, whose speed remained blindingly fast. Meng Ye even wondered if he'd activated the wrong skill. Pressure. Brother Meng Ye, it's useless. This pressure doesn't affect me at all. Hearing this, Meng Ye immediately flew into a rage. Chapter 141, Nuclear Bomb on the Loose.
Seeing Chen Yang move freely and unaffected under the gravity martial skill he had unleashed. And he even spoke to him.
Meng Ye's eyes widened as he roared angrily once more, pressure. Twin prison peaks. As soon as the words left his mouth, two colossal peaks surged toward Chen Yang.
The immense pressure made even Chen Yang feel slightly strained. Seeing the moment was ripe, Chen Yang abruptly halted his advance. Before the descending peaks could crush him, he channeled his power into a single punch, striking toward Meng Ye.
Good lad, you've got some guts. Do you really think you can dodge twin prison peaks?
The more you try to evade, the more you try to dodge, the greater his gravitational pull becomes, the faster it accelerates, and it has already locked onto you.
It's too late now.
Meng Ye watched Chen Yang's fist hurtle toward him, standing perfectly still with a smile on his face as he spoke. He deliberately exposed a weakness to lure Chen Yang into attacking. If Chen Yang had chosen to fight back instead of fleeing when he felt that slight pressure earlier, and chosen to withstand it head-on, he would have been unharmed, and Meng Ye would have had to strike again. But now, Chen Yang had no chance. The twin prison peaks had locked onto him. This martial technique exploited human inertia in thinking, proving infallible time and again. And there were still several layers to come by then, it would be impossible to distinguish truth from illusion. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang suddenly found himself crushed to the ground by two towering peaks descending from the sky, the pressure relentlessly intensifying.
Faced with this unprecedented crushing force, Chen Yang was momentarily stunned.
Yet panic did not overtake him, for he still had a way out.
Domain activate. As the words left his lips, the star-sucking technique domain unfolded. Threads of blood essence surged into Chen Yang's body. Witnessing this, everyone instantly understood what Chen Yang intended to do. Is he going to hand-rub another nuclear bomb? Is it over? Chen Yang's truly out of tricks.
Yeah, this technique might be a game-changer against strangers, but our martial arts school has been showing this video specifically.
Who doesn't know about it by now? Sigh.
The crowd murmured in unison at the sight, convinced Chen Yang had no way out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to this technique in such a predicament.
It was utterly useless against Meng Ye as long as he dodged. Meng Ye knew this well.
Seeing the situation, he let out a faint smile and glared at Chen Yang as he pinned him to the ground with the twin prison peaks.
He hoped he wouldn't hear Chen Yang admit defeat. That way, he could keep beating him up. Brother Meng Ye, you're celebrating too soon. Who said I'm going to rub my hands together like a nuclear bomb? How about this? Just then, Chen Yang's voice echoed, tinged with a mischievous chuckle.
He had already escaped the double prison peak suppression. The twin peaks dissipated. In his hand, Chen Yang held a spear radiating energy, appearing unremarkable at first glance. His speed surged once more, even faster than before. Meng Ye froze at the sight, then launched a frenzied barrage of attacks toward Chen Yang. Yet, despite several consecutive strikes, there was no reaction. Undeterred, Meng Ye continued his relentless assault.
Suddenly, Chen Yang appeared before him with such blinding speed that Meng Ye couldn't react.
Chen Yang swiftly placed the spear into Meng Ye's hands before stepping aside, a playful smile curling his lips. The crowd watched this scene with growing confusion. What is Chen Yang doing? Is he just going to abandon what he just worked so hard to create? What's going on here? Why can't I make sense of this? This feels less like a martial artist's duel and more like we're all being played by Chen Yang.
Can't figure it out. Let's see what kind of trick he's up to. The crowd below the stage murmured in utter bewilderment.
Even Wu Chang, Lin Hai, and the others looked perplexed, unsure of Chen Yang's intentions.
What the hell are you doing?
Take this spear.
Meng Ye, utterly bewildered, suddenly thrust the spear Chen Yang had just shoved into his hands toward Chen Yang. The moment the spear left his hand, it exploded with a loud bang.
Meng Ye flew backward, crashing into the edge of the stage. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body charred black.
Holy crap? That works? Explodes when released. What the hell is this, Chen Yang? Is this even a move a human could think up? I'm speechless.
Seeing this, the crowd erupted in a chorus of complaints. They simply couldn't grasp why watching Chen Yang's matches always felt so bizarre, filled with twists, sudden shifts, and completely offbeat styles. They struggled to comprehend what kind of person could create such martial arts techniques.
You couldn't exactly call him weak. One strike could cripple an opponent.
But if you say he is strong, this technique might as well be a one-time use skill.
Because no one would fall for it twice.
By now, Meng Ye had long since lost consciousness, collapsing into unconsciousness.
Wu Chen, watching from below the stage, sighed. Chen Yang wins.
At this announcement, the crowd erupted in cheers once more.
I knew Chen Yang could do it. Who could disagree? Not only is he a prodigy, but his martial arts are extraordinary too? It wouldn't make sense if he didn't win.
Too bad for brother Meng Yi, though he became the first victim of the spear nuclear bomb. The crowd buzzed with chatter, voices overlapping in a cacophony of opinions. At that moment, Lan Zhou, caught in the crowd, immediately tried to bolt. Yes, he intended to flee because he never wanted to go with Chen Yang in the first place. After all, what good could come from being targeted by a prodigious genius? He began sprinting toward the exit and soon broke free. Just as he was feeling smug about his escape. Where are you headed? Need a ride? Just then, a familiar figure appeared before him, accompanied by a familiar voice. He instinctively halted his steps and looked up to see Chen Yang staring at him coldly. Hearing this, Lan Zhou awkwardly flashed a nervous, fearful smile.
Brother Chen Yang, I just came out for some fresh air. What a coincidence running into you here. Lan Zhou blurted out a flimsy excuse, feeling utterly embarrassed even by his own words. Cut it out. Who says I'm your brother? Just call me Chen Yang. Stop with the weird nicknames, it's disgusting, you know? Now come with me.
You agreed to it yourself.
My hands aren't any gentler than Meng Ye's. Think about it. Chen Yang spoke coldly, his gaze utterly indifferent.
He then dropped the line and strode toward the exit without another word. Lan Zhou turned to flee at the words, but the memory of Chen Yang defeating his opponent flashed through his mind. Instantly, he imagined what would happen if Chen Yang turned on him. He'd likely end up hospitalized for days. He couldn't risk that after all, going home each day was his only joy. In the end, Lan Zhou sighed, turned around, and hurried after Chen Yang's retreating figure. Chen Yang. What does Chen Yang want to know? About me? There's nothing to know about me. Just that everyone thinks I'm a total sissy and a pervert. You don't have that kind of fetish too, do you? And you came looking for me to find out? Lan Zhou approached Chen Yang and spoke slowly, then shifted his tone, wondering if Chen Yang might have some unusual kink. Chen Yang heard this and his face darkened completely, utterly speechless. Don't say anything now. Just answer whatever I ask you later. Don't bring up these irrelevant questions. Chen Yang spoke sternly once more. Lan Zhou could only nod helplessly at his words. Soon, the two arrived at the garden within the martial arts academy. Birds chirped amidst the fragrant flowers, creating an exceptionally tranquil atmosphere. Chen Yang promptly found a quiet spot and sat down. What is your martial art? Chen Yang asked sternly. After a moment's thought, Lan Zhou replied, Star-shattering fist, Mount Tai crush, violent assault. Lan Zhou rattled off all his martial arts techniques in one breath. But Chen Yang froze. So he really is two-faced, he muttered to himself. Chapter 142, Enchanting Martial Arts. Have you ever felt like your martial arts techniques don't feel right when you use them? Chen Yang asked again. Upon hearing this, Lan Zhou paused briefly before replying slowly, not really. I really like these martial arts. They're so fierce and powerful. I absolutely adore them, it's just a pity for them. They never reach their full potential with me. As Lan Zhou spoke, he sighed. He couldn't figure out why he'd managed to cultivate all these martial arts to a decent level of proficiency. Their tiers weren't low either. Yet he couldn't unleash their full potential. At first, Lan Zhou simply blamed himself for not trying hard enough. It wasn't until he mastered one technique to perfection that he realized the truth. Even with the same rank and identical skill, his attacks delivered half the damage compared to others. He couldn't fathom why, and despite explaining this to many people, but all he received in return was ridicule and disbelief. No one could fathom a martial artist mastering a technique to perfection yet lacking its power. In other words, in the eyes of the Martial Arts Academy, Lan Zhou was essentially a pseudo-prodigy gifted only in leveling up. But when it came to martial arts techniques in combat, he was a complete mess, utterly pitiful. At first, everyone was tolerant of Lan Zhou, encouraging him. Until finally, they realized it was utterly useless. Ultimately, everyone arrived at a startling conclusion: Lan Zhou was doing this deliberately because he wanted to slack off. And since he was already effeminate to begin with, they concluded he was just trying to attract male attention. Over time, people came to see him as nothing but a disgusting pervert and a useless slacker. Despite possessing decent talent, he chose to slack off. Eventually, everyone drifted away from him. Lan Zhou grew accustomed to this life of being overlooked and ignored, finding contentment in his solitary pursuits. As for martial arts and combat prowess, Lan Zhou had long since cast them aside. His days were spent figuring out how to dress up beautifully, admiring his own reflection. Or he'd look forward to returning home to spend brief, joyful moments with his parents. Chen Yang, listening nearby, was certain if not 100%, then at least 80% that Lan Zhou was a two-faced individual. Determining the remaining uncertainty was straightforward: find a flexible martial art. If Lan Zhou could demonstrate martial prowess, it would be 100% confirmation. This would give Chen Yang the evidence he needed to convince everyone. I see. You may return first. Come back here tomorrow at noon. Chen Yang spoke slowly before rising and departing.
Lan Zhou was left utterly bewildered, having no idea why Chen Yang had asked all those questions. Still, he didn't dwell on it. Sighing, he too departed. After leaving the garden, Chen Yang exited the martial arts academy and hailed a taxi heading toward the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. He knew such martial arts wouldn't exist at the Hunter Martial Arts Hall. To find such martial arts techniques, perhaps only the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion would have them. After all, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion earned its name by supposedly housing 10,000 treasures. Before long, Chen Yang found Zhou Luo once more. Upon hearing that Chen Yang had come again, Zhou Luo waited in his office. Not long after, Chen Yang walked in. "Young brother Chen Yang, what brings you here today?" Zhou Luo asked with a faint smile. "Sister Zhou, I'm here to buy something today." "Buy something? Go ahead and tell me what you want. I'll give you a discount. Do you have any flexible cultivation techniques here? Soft martial arts techniques?" Zhou Luo didn't quite understand. "You mean techniques like enchantment or seduction, right?" Zhou Luo clarified again. Yes, exactly that kind." Hearing this, Zhou Luo fell into deep thought. "I recall such techniques exist, but the price might be beyond your means. Because such techniques are extremely rare, they come with a hefty price tag. Even an F-grade technique costs tens of thousands." Knowing Chen Yang didn't have much money, Zhou Luo first informed him of the high price range. This way, he could prepare himself mentally. Hearing this, Chen Yang sighed. "Sis Zhou, could you help me get an F-grade technique like charm or something? That's all I can afford right now." After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yang reluctantly decided to buy it. Otherwise, how could he test whether Blue Continent was a two-faced person? Zhou Luo smiled faintly. "Hold on, sis will go get it right away." With that, Zhou Luo glided gracefully toward the door. Chen Yang found a spot to sit down and checked his balance. He had only 85,000 Longhua currency left. As for the items his parents had left him, he had yet to investigate their specifics. But now he felt a twinge of hesitation, not about the money. Rather, he wanted to know what his parents might have left him, whether there could be any clues about them. With that thought, Chen Yang gritted his teeth and decided to go to the bank to check. No one knew that Chen Yang hadn't withdrawn the inheritance, they simply assumed he hadn't spent it. In truth, he had simply never gone to claim it. "What's on your mind, brother Chen Yang? How about this one? I'll give you a discount, just pay 50,000. Just then, Zhou Luo walked in slowly, placed a martial arts manual before Chen Yang, and stated the price. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang nodded. 50,000 was a fair price, he could accept it. Reflection of the mind's mirror? Sister Zhou, what kind of martial art is this? When Chen Yang picked up the martial arts manual from the table and saw the name, he asked with a look of confusion. Hearing this, Zhou Luo spoke slowly. "It's a mesmerizing martial art. Its attack method is to pull opponents into an illusion. It causes them to lose their way and fall into a deep sleep. Of course, this is merely the most basic level. Advanced practitioners can effortlessly kill their enemies without leaving a trace. By the way, what do you need this technique for, little brother Chen Yang? This technique requires a practitioner with abundant yin energy. You seem quite yang dominant to me?" After briefly outlining the technique's fundamentals, Zhou Luo turned to Chen Yang with an amused smile and teased him. Hearing this, Chen Yang gave an awkward smile. "Sis Zhou, I'm actually looking for this for a friend." "Thanks, Sister Zhou. I'll come back another day." "Go on then. Remember to think of your big sister." Hearing this, Chen Yang hurriedly made his escape. Zhou Luo watched him go with a smile that seemed to regard him as a child, finding the whole scene utterly amusing. Chen Yang paid at the counter and headed straight home without lingering. After grabbing the essentials, he hailed a taxi and headed to Dragon Nation Bank. This bank was the safest in all of Dragon Nation, but to store anything there, Chen Yang would have to pay a fee of 20,000 yuan annually. Sighing, Chen Yang stepped out of the cab. His heart was filled with dread. He both wanted to discover something and feared what he might find. He lingered hesitantly at the bank entrance for a long while before finally sighing and stepping inside. Chapter 143, Relics? Entering the vast bank, Chen Yang went straight to the counter and asked to see the bank manager. Having made payments there many times before, he was already familiar with the staff. Unsurprisingly, they quickly contacted the manager, who invited Chen Yang to his office. The office door was open, so Chen Yang walked right in. He saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a suit, sitting there looking quite refined. "Mr. Liu, I'm here," Chen Yang said slowly. "Chen Yang? What brings you here? It's not even payment day. Could it be that you finally struck it rich? Planning to deposit some money?" Seeing his old acquaintance, Manager Liu immediately smiled and teased him. He knew Chen Yang all too well. While not exactly wealthy, anyone who regularly deposited items must have a decent income source. And whatever you deposit needs to appreciate in value. But Chen Yang was different. He never even glanced at the contents, he just kept paying fees. Sometimes he didn't even have enough money, and Manager Liu would cover the difference. He didn't mind the extra expense, but he couldn't understand Chen Yang's approach. Over time, when Chen Yang stopped paying fees, he actually felt uneasy.
So from start to finish, he never imagined Chen Yang had come this time to retrieve his belongings.
Director Lu, I'm actually here to retrieve my belongings. Chen Yang spoke with a serious expression, though his heartbeat quickened. He wondered how he would react upon seeing those items. Hearing this, Manager Lu froze. Chen Yang, are you facing some kind of hardship? Don't worry, I can request an extension on the payment. If you're short on funds, I can cover it for you first. Just pay me back when you have the money. Trust me. We're old acquaintances. I trust you. Bank Manager Lu assumed Chen Yang was short on cash and had no choice but to withdraw the funds. With this conviction, he resolved to help Chen Yang. Hearing this, Chen Yang gave a helpless smile. Bank Manager Lu, I really appreciate it. All these years, if not for your help, I wouldn't have been able to save up to this point. But this time, it's not about the money. I just want to withdraw it. Chen Yang thanked the bank manager first, then earnestly explained that he genuinely just wanted to withdraw the funds. Hearing this, President Lu sighed, feeling a sense of loss. Still, he couldn't stop Chen Yang from withdrawing the money. Alright, I'll process the withdrawal for you. But since it's before the maturity date, there might be a penalty fee. President Lu stated bluntly. No problem. With that, the bank manager immediately walked out, heading to the vault. After going through multiple layers of verification, he finally retrieved the items Chen Yang had deposited. Chen Yang, these are your belongings. Returning to the office, the bank manager promptly handed the items to Chen Yang. For the first time, he saw that the only thing his parents had left him was a black box. He didn't rush to open it, trusting the bank manager implicitly. Director, I'll be leaving now that I've retrieved the items. I'm truly grateful for all your help over the years. Chen Yang expressed his sincere gratitude to Manager Lu before turning and leaving calmly. Seeing this, the bank manager smiled faintly and sighed. He didn't dwell on it further and prepared to resume his work. Suddenly, however, he discovered a sum of money tucked away in his documents. He hurried out with the money in hand, but Chen Yang was already gone. He knew this must be Chen Yang's way of compensating him and expressing gratitude. But it was far too generous. Good lad, I wish you luck. Bank manager Lu murmured to himself with a faint smile. Meanwhile, Polar Knight Martial Arts Academy. Brother, I've got news about the Hunter Martial Arts Academy. Chen Yang actually defeated Meng Yi, the third-ranked fighter. In the office of the Midnight Martial Arts Academy's master, Chu Yi rushed in breathlessly and blurted out to Chu Buping. Hearing this, Chu Buping slowly lifted his head. First, he was startled, then he smiled indifferently. That's more like it. Otherwise, the stage we've set up would be wasted. I hope he'll let me see more during the Martial Arts Academy rankings. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Chu Buping's eyes before he broke into an amused smile and spoke slowly. He didn't treat this as a major issue, though he was surprised. But this was precisely the kind of Chen Yang who never failed to surprise him. Brother, he did defeat Meng Yi. But he didn't secure a spot in the rankings tournament. He simply fought Meng Yi. Chu Yi knew exactly what Chu Buping intended to do, which was why he urgently interjected. Hearing this, Chu Buping froze. What? Didn't enter? Why not? Chu Buping asked in confusion, convinced that Chen Yang should have qualified after defeating third-ranked Meng Yi. Wasn't that how the strong ruled? Because he has no interest in our martial arts academy ranking tournament? Chu Yi sighed helplessly. Not interested? You can go now. I need to think this through. Chu Buping sighed upon hearing Chu Yi's words. He didn't know what to say. He could only dismiss Chu Yi for now to consult with the others. After all, the stage was already set. How could they proceed without the main character? Therefore, they absolutely had to find a way to get Chen Yang involved. Meanwhile, Chen Yang returned home with a heavy heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he went straight to his room, locked the door, and drew the curtains. He then placed the black box on the bed, his mind filled with hesitation. Several times he reached out to open it, only to pull his hand back each time. After much hesitation, he took a deep breath and picked up the box. His trembling hands slowly lifted the lid. Inside lay only 3 items, a bank card, a letter, and a blue orb emitting a steady blue glow. When Chen Yang saw these items, he no longer felt the same tension as before. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. The bank card was undoubtedly money left by his parents, and the envelope likely contained a message from them. As for the blue orb, Chen Yang had no idea what it was. Picking it up, he detected no energy fluctuations whatsoever. He then picked up the bank card. On the back was written his birthday. A faint smile touched Chen Yang's lips at the sight, though it was a pained one. He didn't know whether he should feel happy or disappointed. His attention then turned to the final envelope. On the envelope were the words, "To my son, Chen Yang." Without a second thought, tears fell from the corners of his eyes onto the envelope. He carefully opened it. He pulled out the letter inside, which was clearly filled with writing. The moment he opened it, Chen Yang felt as if he were about to collapse. Yet when he read the contents, he suddenly froze. Because this wasn't what a suicide note would say, nor could it possibly be something written before death. In that moment, Chen Yang felt as if he had been deceived.
Recalling how he had broken down upon seeing that suicide note back then, Chen Yang felt a sharp ache in his head.
Chapter 144, Alliance Headquarters, Zhenjiang Mountain. After a long while, Chen Yang finally calmed down, relentlessly analyzing what had gone wrong.
The letter's main content was this: his parents expressed their longing for Chen Yang, stating they were returning to carry out a crucial mission. They urged him to take care of himself, promising they would be back soon. They also mentioned there was 500,000 yuan in the bank account for his living expenses and tuition.
As for the blue ball, they only wrote a few words: it's very important. Keep it safe. Do not tell anyone.
However, this letter and the so-called memento were only brought to Chen Yang's attention a full week after the news of his parents' deaths had arrived. Thus, Chen Yang had never given it much thought, assuming it was simply a memento. Yet at this very moment, it overturned all his previous assumptions. If his parents weren't dead, then what about the martial artist who delivered the news all those years ago? Why had he said what he did? And why, despite the letter's promise that they would return soon, had there been no word from his parents until now? And why did the information obtained from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion make no mention of this matter? Pondering this, Chen Yang felt certain that crucial information had been lost between these two letters, information he was unaware of. But now, there was nowhere to verify it. Instead, what Chen Yang most wanted to know now was the true identity of the warrior who had delivered the message all those years ago. And back then, another person had come with that warrior, Luo Hua's father. But Luo Hua's father had already fallen in battle. The only hope was to see if Luo Zhan knew anything. With that thought, Chen Yang packed away his things, opened the door, and prepared to head to the Luo residence to inquire. Upon arriving at the Luo residence, Chen Yang approached the guard and spoke slowly, "I wish to see the mayor."
Could you announce my arrival?
But he received a stern refusal. "Impossible. You lack the token granted by the mayor.
We cannot allow anyone inside. Please leave. Otherwise, we have the right to arrest you,"
the guard soldier sternly emphasized.
Hearing this, Chen Yang was momentarily at a loss.
Yet the burning desire to uncover the truth kept him rooted to the spot.
Then he remembered Luo Hua.
She would surely know what to do.
"Chen Yang? What are you doing here?"
Just then, a familiar voice called out. Chen Yang looked up and saw it was none other than Luo Hua.
Seeing her, Chen Yang smiled and said, "Luo Hua, could I speak with your grandfather? I need to speak with him about something. Could you do me a favor?" Chen Yang spoke earnestly. "But my grandfather is resting now. Could you wait?" "Never mind. Wait here for me. I'll come get you later."
Luo Hua sighed after speaking, then turned and walked inside. Seeing how anxious Chen Yang looked, she knew he must have something urgent to discuss with her grandfather. So even though her grandfather was unwell and napping, she didn't refuse.
"All right.
Thank you," Chen Yang said slowly. Before long, Luo Hua emerged.
"Chen Yang, you may go in now. But my grandfather isn't well. Don't say anything to upset him, and don't stay too long."
Luo Hua spoke with evident concern. "Don't worry, I'll be careful." Thus, guided by Luo Hua, Chen Yang successfully entered the Luo residence and met Luo Zhan. In a neat, antique-style study, a white-haired old man sat looking somewhat frail.
"Grandfather, Chen Yang is here," Luo Hua announced slowly. "Very well. You may leave now."
Luo Zhan lifted his head and spoke calmly.
Upon hearing this, Luo Hua nodded and slowly withdrew. "Young friend Chen Yang, please take a seat."
Hearing this, Chen Yang took a breath and sat up. "Mayor Luo, I truly apologize for disturbing your rest."
"Not at all. Please speak freely."
"I wish to know about the martial artist who delivered the notice of my parents' death in battle, the one who went with your son. I want to know where he is now and who he is." Chen Yang didn't beat around the bush, he cut straight to the chase with his question. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhan paused for a moment before sighing and speaking slowly.
"I know. His name is Yan Jiangshan. He belongs to our Provincial Martial Artists Alliance." "What? Do you need something from him?" Luo Zhan spoke slowly, unsure why Chen Yang was asking. "Then, Mayor Luo, how can I arrange to meet him?" Chen Yang inquired once more. "See him?
At the very least, you'd have to be the strongest fighter at the local martial arts club."
"I don't know the specifics," Luo Zhan answered honestly. Hearing this, Chen Yang sighed. "Thank you, Mayor Luo. I apologize for the disturbance. I won't disturb your rest any longer." With that, Chen Yang bid farewell, stood up, and departed. "Chen Yang, you're done already?"
Stepping outside, he encountered Luo Hua at the Luo residence entrance.
"Yeah, thanks." Chen Yang exchanged greetings and departed as well.
Though the information wasn't particularly effective or timely. But at least this martial artist was here, and it was the Alliance headquarters. That was still quite good. Seeing Chen Yang's slightly helpless expression, Luo Hua immediately sought out Luo Zhan.
"Grandpa, what did you all talk about? Why does he seem so down?" Luo Hua asked earnestly.
Hearing this, Luo Zhan sighed. "He asked about some things, and I just gave him a hint. Some things I can't just come out and say, he'll have to find the answers himself. This might just be his path."
"I'm tired. You can leave now."
Luo Zhan spoke to himself. Luo Hua, standing nearby, listened in utter confusion before reluctantly stepping out.
Meanwhile, in the Hunter Martial Arts Academy office, Wu Chang was furious. Why should we? They say Chen Yang has to participate just because they say so? This is outrageous. Tell him Chen Yang absolutely refuses to participate in this ridiculous ranking tournament. Forget the top 3 spots too. Just find a few willing participants to fill them. In the office, Wu Chang had just received a joint notice from 4 martial arts academies demanding Chen Yang's participation in the ranking tournament. They stated that if the Hunter Martial Arts Academy secured first place, Chen Yang and each participating competitor would receive one S-grade martial arts technique manual. Upon seeing this, Wu Chang flew into a rage. This wasn't negotiation, it was outright blackmail. He genuinely hadn't expected these people to stoop to such desperate, heartless lengths just to test Chen Yang. Lin Hai, standing nearby, sighed upon hearing this. Old Wu, calm down. Think about it, 3 S-rank martial arts manuals aren't exactly nothing. What a generous offer. Lin Hai was the first to covet the S-rank martial arts technique. As for Chen Yang participating in the ranking tournament, he didn't really care about that. After all, he'd already participated in one challenge tournament. Taking on another ranking tournament in front of everyone wouldn't be out of the question. Besides, that was an S-rank martial skill. Even if Wu Chang didn't want it, he'd have to ask Chen Yang first if he did. Forget it. Go fetch Chen Yang and Wu Hao. As for Meng Yi, if he's free, bring him along too. Chapter 145, 10 Martial Arts Techniques? Hearing Wu Chang actually relent, Lin Hai froze for a moment before breaking into a smile and nodding. All right. I'll go right away. With that, Lin Hai turned and glided out of the office. Shortly after, a knock sounded at the door. Wu Chang assumed Lin Hai had returned with the others and quietly called out, "Come in." Hearing this, Chen Yang outside immediately pushed the door open and entered. After leaving the Luo residence, Chen Yang had headed straight back to the martial arts academy, only to encounter Lin Hai earlier. He had said something about asking Chen Yang to come to the office first. Without giving it much thought, Chen Yang promptly made his way to the office. "Senior, you sought me out?" Chen Yang asked calmly. "Oh? Chen Yang. Why are you alone?" "Senior, Director Lin Hai instructed me to come first." "I see. All right then. This matter actually concerns you most, so I'll explain it to you first. Go ahead, Director." Upon hearing this, Wu Chang paused, his expression softening slightly. "Is it about the Martial Arts Academy rankings tournament? Didn't you defeat Meng Yi earlier? Logically, you should be replacing him, but you already said you wouldn't go. But just moments ago, the other 4 martial arts halls jointly notified me, insisting you must participate in the ranking tournament. If you go and win the championship, none of the 3 martial artists from our school including you will receive an S-rank martial art. So, what do you think?" Wu Chang spoke slowly, laying out the situation for Chen Yang to gauge his reaction. After all, the decision to go or not was Chen Yang's to make. Moreover, Wu Chang was deeply displeased by the other party's demand, which clearly carried an element of threat. Had he not remembered that the choice ultimately rested with the martial artist, he would have refused outright. Hearing this, Chen Yang couldn't help but smile. What a money-grubbing bastard. He inwardly scoffed. Then he calmly lifted his head and looked at Wu Chang. "Senior, it's not entirely impossible. But 3 martial arts manuals won't be enough. If I win the championship, I want 3. Then, regarding me and brother Meng Yi, I think we should have a rematch. After all, I said I wasn't willing before." Chen Yang didn't immediately reject this bizarre idea. Instead, he felt like he'd be a fool to pass up such a sweet deal. So he immediately agreed, though 1 book per person seemed far too meager. Since they insisted he participate, he should at least get 3 books. After all, they were the ones who insisted on bringing him along. Hearing this, Wu Chang immediately wore a resigned yet understanding smile. "It always comes back to you, kid. No problem. I'll call and arrange it right away. If it doesn't work out, we'll just let it go," Wu Chang added promptly. Chen Yang nodded. "Thanks, Director. Actually, a bit more wouldn't hurt." At this, Wu Chang paused, taken aback. Was Chen Yang trying to milk him for more? But he burst into laughter anyway, then dialed Su Dongxing's number. Sure enough, the call connected immediately. From the other end came, "Brother Wu Chang, have you come to your senses? Figured it out?" "Figured what out?" "Chen Yang can participate, but the reward must be 10 S-grade martial arts manuals. Otherwise, it's off the table. Chen Yang doesn't need to participate in these ranking matches. We at the Hunters Martial Arts Academy couldn't care less." Wu Chang was equally straightforward, cutting straight to the chase without beating around the bush. Su Dongxing froze in shock upon hearing this. Since the call was on speaker, the other 3 Martial Arts Academy representatives also looked utterly bewildered, feeling like they'd been played, though it seemed somehow unreasonable. Not just them, even Chen Yang paused for a moment. He muttered inwardly, "Even tougher than me? Has the martial arts school master lost his mind? Don't scare him off." Chen Yang waited quietly to see how the other party would respond.
Wu Chang, standing nearby, heard no response from the other end after a long pause and promptly hung up the phone.
Chen Yang, do you think I went a bit too far? Hearing this, Chen Yang gave an awkward smile. Senior, it's not just excessive, it's practically draining their entire fortune.
Those were S-grade martial arts manuals. In a small place like Donghai, the value of 10 S-grade manuals was enough to make everyone fight tooth and nail.
Seems a bit much, huh?
The thing is, I suddenly got a taste of that fleecing sheep joy.
I was actually thinking of asking for 20 copies. It is a bit excessive.
Wu Chang gave an awkward smile upon hearing this, then spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Hearing the figure of 20, Chen Yang scratched his head.
You really dared to say that, martial arts hall master? 20 copies? Are we going in to rob them? That's not how you milk the system. This is blatant robbery, isn't it?
Chen Yang had already thought he was being unreasonable, but it turned out he was on the ground while Wu Chang was in outer space.
For a moment, he was relieved Wu Chang was the master, otherwise, what kind of crooked businessman would he be? How could someone milk the system like this? Director, they weren't scared off, were they? Chen Yang asked, still feeling unsatisfied.
He certainly didn't want the S-rank martial arts technique to vanish into thin air. That would be a colossal loss.
Don't worry. We'll get it back.
Wu Chang replied with solemn seriousness.
And so, the two remained silent, waiting.
About 10 minutes passed, yet there was still no sign of movement. Wu Chang and Chen Yang exchanged a glance, both inevitably wondering if it had all gone cold.
Suddenly, the next second, beep beep beep. The phone rang.
Wu Chang glanced at it and saw it was indeed Su Dongsheng.
Hold on, senior. Wait 20 seconds before answering.
Just as Wu Chang was about to answer the call, Chen Yang called out to him with a mischievous grin.
Wu Chang, upon hearing this, didn't answer the call.
Instead, he looked at Chen Yang with a puzzled expression.
Why watch? Is there some reason behind this? Senior, think about it.
If they're calling us now, it's highly likely they've already compromised.
Doesn't that mean we've gained the upper hand? We shouldn't panic, we need to stay calm. Wu Chang found Chen Yang's reasoning compelling and nodded immediately. Right. Then let's wait. And so, Wu Chang counted to 20 seconds before calmly answering the call. Who is this? What do you want? Wu Chang feigned ignorance, speaking in a deliberately irritated tone.
Hearing this, Su Dongsheng on the other end of the line grimaced inwardly, muttering to himself, what a ing act.
We really went all out this time.
The other three sighed repeatedly, feeling as if they'd lost millions.
Brother Wu Chang? It's me, Su Dongsheng. About that issue you mentioned earlier, we've given it some thought.
10 manuals is doable, but it's 3 S-rank martial arts manuals, 3 A-rank manuals, and 4 B-rank manuals.
What do you think of that? Su Dongsheng stated firmly, clearly outlining the absolute limit they could accept.
Upon hearing this, Wu Chang turned to Chen Yang, seeking his opinion. Seeing this, Chen Yang pondered for a moment. In terms of pure value, this certainly fell short of 5 S-rank martial arts manuals. But the quantity was substantial. Master, it's acceptable, but among the A-grade martial arts, there must be 2 seduction-type martial arts. If they can agree to that, then it's acceptable. Chen Yang spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang didn't know why Chen Yang wanted 2 seduction-type martial arts techniques. But since Chen Yang had requested it, it must hold significance. Wu Chang cleared his throat and replied, it's acceptable, but the A-grade martial arts must include 2 seduction-type techniques. Otherwise, forget it. Without waiting for a response, Wu Chang hung up the phone once more. Seeing this, Chen Yang smiled helplessly. On the other end of the line, everyone's faces turned ashen. What the hell is he doing? What the hell is Wu Chang doing? This is infuriating. Why do I feel like we're all being taken for a ride? Seriously, I've never been treated like this in my life. Hearing the complaints from those beside him, Su Dongsheng was furious too, but he knew he had to keep everyone calm. He spoke slowly. What's the rush? This reward depends on Chen Yang winning the championship. Do you really think he can pull it off? Why not send someone stronger instead? Everything good we have now will be taken back by the Hunters Martial Arts Academy on the stage later. Su Dongsheng spoke calmly. Exactly. They'll get what's coming to them on the stage, especially that Chen Yang. He actually dares to ask for such an exorbitant price. Let them end up with nothing to show for it. The others chimed in agreement. Su Dongsheng sighed and dialed the number once more. The price of an A-grade seduction-type martial skill, though not as exorbitant as an S-grade, was still rare and hard to come by. Moreover, it cost far more than a standard A-grade martial skill. That was precisely what infuriated them. Had they not been aware of the conditions attached, they would never have agreed to such an unreasonable demand. Upon hearing the call ring again, Wu Chang smiled faintly and answered it without haste. So, what's your decision, Director Su? I certainly didn't force the issue. You mustn't feel pressured. Wu Chang spoke with a feigned air of benevolence. Of course not. We've agreed. The match date has been set. It's the day after tomorrow at the Rising Sun Martial Arts Hall. Upon hearing this, Su Dongsheng hung up the phone before Wu Chang could respond.
Seeing this, Wu Chang gave a helpless smile. He thought to himself, hanging up like that feels pretty satisfying. Chen Yang, it's all taken care of. Now we just wait to see what Meng Yi has to say. Wonder if that kid's feeling any better. If he's not up for it, forget the competition, you can just go ahead. I'll talk to him, Wu Chang said solemnly. Just then, Lin Hai entered the room with Wu Hao and Ma Yuan, the second-ranked fighter. Not seeing Meng Yi anywhere, Wu Chang knew he must still be at the hospital. Old Wu, we've brought the man. Meng Yi is still in the hospital. I told him Chen Yang would take his place and he had no complaints. But he said he wants to face Chen Yang again later. He's not convinced. Lin Hai spoke slowly. Hearing this, Wu Chang smiled faintly. No problem. I'll make the decision for Chen Yang. I originally called you here to ask you not to participate anymore, to hear your thoughts. But I just discussed it with Chen Yang, and he's willing to compete. So you should still compete. Wu Chang sighed before speaking slowly. Hearing this, Ma Yuan standing in the center, clad in white martial arts attire, with features as delicate as a scholar's, spoke calmly, Master, I'll follow your arrangements. Wu Hao, what about you? Wu Chang turned to the composed Wu Hao and asked. Master, I will not participate. I have no interest in this competition. Let Meng Yi, Chen Yang, and Ma Yuan go instead. Wu Hao spoke with unwavering composure. He had never intended to participate in this competition from the start. Instead, he was contemplating a matter of utmost importance. That was the matter concerning Team A he'd mentioned earlier, which is why he hadn't had time to discuss it with Wu Chang. Now that the opportunity presented itself, he naturally spoke up. Hearing this, Wu Chang froze for a moment before sighing. He felt that since Wu Hao's return, he had become increasingly detached and unambitious. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Wu Hao, what's gotten into you? Is there something you need to discuss with me? Wu Chang asked directly, undeterred by the presence of others. Master Wu, it's nothing. I've come to a decision. I'll lead Team A in training. I won't participate in this competition. Meng Yi can handle it. Wu Hao hesitated but finally sighed, his gaze growing resolute as he spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang was utterly shocked. He'd been worrying lately about what to do if Wu Hao didn't go. Or rather, how he could persuade Wu Hao to go. But now Wu Hao had made up his mind he was willing to go. Alright. This time, I'll defer to you. Let Meng Yi go instead. You can focus on your training now. Wu Chang spoke with a smile on his face, looking extremely pleased. Wu Hao nodded in response, bowed his hands in a gesture of respect, and replied, yes. He promptly exited the office. Master Wu, I'll take my leave as well, Ma Yuan promptly said upon seeing this, then followed closely behind Wu Hao out the door. Old Lin, go notify Meng Yi to head straight to the Rising Sun Martial Arts Hall when the time comes, Wu Chang instructed once more. Hearing this, Lin Hai gave an awkward smile. Alright. I hope they recover. Master, I'll be taking my leave as well. Chen Yang bowed his hands and spoke slowly, preparing to depart. Go ahead. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang and Lin Hai walked out together. They then headed off in different directions. Chen Yang paused for a moment, then decided to head to the internal martial arts training area to test his current level of pressure resistance and the strength of his punches. He then began walking slowly toward the inner martial arts training area. Brother Chen Yang, are you off to train? Just then, a voice called out from behind him. Hearing this, Chen Yang turned his head. Brother Yang Jun? Where have you been these past few days? I went to the hospital to see you, but they said you'd already left. And I haven't seen you at the martial arts hall either. Chen Yang spoke slowly. After Yang Jun was hospitalized, Chen Yang had visited him the following afternoon. Only to learn he had already left the hospital. Sorry to have you worry, Brother Chen Yang. Go train. I need to speak with the master about something. With that, Yang Jun knocked on Wu Chang's door. Seeing this, Chen Yang nodded without further thought and continued toward the inner training area. Chapter 146, Fist Power Techniques. Soon, Chen Yang arrived at the inner training area. Everyone was training. They merely lifted their heads to observe the sudden arrival of Chen Yang, but none spoke. He then headed toward the fist strength testing area, where several people were undergoing their assessments. Holy crap, bro, you're killing it, you broke 1,000. Holy crap? You hit 1,500? Damn it, why am I only at 1,200? When will I ever reach the dream of 2,000? Guys, don't get discouraged. Keep training hard, you'll get there. Everyone chimed in with their own comments, though their moods varied greatly. Those who'd made huge leaps beamed with joy. Those who hadn't advanced at all wore expressions of disappointment, sighing and complaining repeatedly. Chen Yang, what brings you here? What's wrong? Didn't have fun with your blue continent? Just then, a voice chilling yet tinged with sweetness reached Chen Yang's ears. He turned to see Xia Chushue standing not far away. She wore a white martial artist's uniform. Even the loose-fitting attire couldn't conceal her ample curves or her long, straight legs. Her face was exquisitely delicate, with skin so fair it seemed translucent, lending her an air of aloofness. Yet now, a faint smile graced her lips. Ah! Shu Shue? I really need to find Lan Zhou. Are you jealous? Want me to keep you company tonight?
Upon hearing Xia Chushua's words, Chen Yang paused briefly before responding with a mischievous smile. Hearing this, Xia Chushua's face flushed slightly.
What are you saying? Who needs you to accompany me? Alright. I won't tease you anymore. I'm here to test my punching power. Want me to wait for you? We can head back together.
Seeing Xia Chushua's bashful expression, Chen Yang immediately shifted the topic with a smile.
I'll wait for you, reluctantly.
Xia Chushua pouted her lips, speaking slowly with a slightly stubborn tone.
Hearing this, Chen Yang gave a helpless smile and joined the queue for the punch strength test.
Xia Chushua stood quietly beside him, occasionally unable to suppress a faint smile before pinching herself discreetly the next moment to resume her aloof demeanor.
At that moment, the crowd testing their punching power finally noticed Chen Yang in the line.
They froze for a moment before erupting into murmurs.
Is that Chen Yang? The one who joined the martial arts club with a punch strength of 1000? And with how much his strength has improved recently, how much power must he have now? Who knows? Strength gains aren't directly tied to martial cultivation, though they can improve it. But the increase might not be that substantial.
True. After all, I advanced a whole tier and only gained 300 more power.
Ah!
The others murmured their opinions from the sidelines.
Hearing their words, Chen Yang remained silent.
He knew their reasoning held merit. A martial artist's cultivation level wasn't directly tied to their punching power. But what they didn't understand was this: while there wasn't a direct correlation, advancing one's cultivation did mean further unlocking the body's latent potential. This meant martial artists could better harness their bodies and channel their physical energy. Yet this was a skill unknown to the vast majority of martial artists. Thus, it was natural for them to claim it had nothing to do with martial cultivation. But with Chen Yang, it was a different story. In his previous life, he had been a body cultivation martial god. His mastery of bodily functions and strength had reached an extraordinary level. These techniques remained with him into the present, allowing Chen Yang to wield them with consummate skill. He unleashes explosive energy far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. Brother Chen Yang, you'll definitely hit 1500 this time. I believe your punching power is absolutely capable of it. Even if you don't lose heart. Just then, someone nearby spoke up to comfort Chen Yang. Thanks, Chen Yang replied with a faint smile. Moments later, it was Chen Yang's turn. Now, whether they had tested before or not, all eyes were fixed intently on the readings of the latent strength testing apparatus and Chen Yang's movements. Fixing his gaze on the testing apparatus measuring punching force ahead, Chen Yang drew in a sharp breath. With the same practiced ease as in his previous life, he channeled his strength into his fist before unleashing a punch that ripped through the air with a sonic boom. The crowd was utterly speechless. Before they could utter a word of astonishment, the reading on the device left them utterly petrified. Because the reading had reached 2,668 kilograms. Witnessing this, everyone went numb, repeatedly rubbing their eyes in disbelief, wondering if they had misread the numbers. Even Xia Chushue, who had been watching calmly nearby, gave an awkward smile, silently thinking to herself, I should have known. Who else but Chen Yang? Holy, am I seeing this wrong? A full 2668? What the hell? Is this even humanly possible? Holy crap, I just remembered I heard people say Chen Yang injured Lin Hai, the martial arts hallmaster, during a fist strength contest. I didn't believe it, but now it seems true. That happened too? TSK. Thinking back to my earlier consolation, suddenly I feel like I'm the clown. But how did he do it? I kinda want to try that too. A moment of silence fell over the crowd before erupting into a cacophony of whispers and gasps. They were all stunned by the sheer force unleashed in Chen Yang's single punch. Chen Yang, however, showed little emotional reaction to the displayed numbers. In fact, he felt he hadn't performed at his best. Otherwise, he might have pushed past 3,000. But he didn't attempt another test. After all, knowing the approximate range was sufficient, Chen Yang saw no need for further hesitation. Next, he prepared to test his pressure resistance. Brother Chen Yang, could you teach us how to generate this kind of punching power? Yeah, teach us. We really are. Seeing Chen Yang about to leave, the crowd pleaded for him to teach them. Hearing this, Chen Yang sighed and decided to offer some guidance. Whether they could grasp it or not was beyond his control. Alright then, I'll offer a hint. As for how effective it is, that depends entirely on your own understanding. Yes. If we can't learn it, it's our own fault. Chen Yang nodded and spoke slowly, anchoring through the soles, arching the spine, accelerating the cycle, condensing the fist's aura into form. The moment these words left his mouth, the crowd fell into a collective daze, utterly baffled. What does that even mean? Could you explain it in simpler terms? Hearing this, Chen Yang sighed and spoke once more. Simply put, anchor your stance firmly, tense your vertebrae, generate a high-pressure vortex, clench your fists tightly, and unleash explosive power in an instant. That's all I can explain. You'll have to figure it out yourselves. With that, Chen Yang slowly made his way toward the high-pressure training zone.
Though momentarily stunned, the others immediately began replicating the training regimen, hoping they too could unleash formidable punching power. Chapter 147, The Mysterious Big Shot? Arriving at the pressure zone. Chen Yang, you're doing well. Not surprised at all? What should I be surprised about? If I got surprised by everything, wouldn't I be surprised to death by you? Chen Yang gave an awkward chuckle. True enough. Wait for me.
With that, Chen Yang found an empty pressure chamber and stepped inside.
The pressure inside would gradually increase over time.
Xia Chuxue knew Chen Yang wouldn't be out anytime soon, so she grabbed a chair and sat down, idly scrolling through her phone.
She didn't even consider how many floors Chen Yang could reach. It wouldn't be low, that much was certain.
As the seconds ticked by, the floor number displayed outside the door reached 20. Just then, someone spotted it and gasped in surprise.
20 floors?
Which brave soul managed to reach the 20th floor? The moment the words left their lips, a crowd began to gather at the entrance. Holy crap, it's still going up 22 floors now.
Who is this? They're not going to break themselves, are they? Break the record? How could that be possible?
The record is still Brother Wu Hao's 28 floors.
I thought he'd be lucky to make it to 25.
True.
The higher you go, the harder it gets. It's not just a simple number game.
Everyone stared at the number displayed at the entrance, chattering away in a flurry of discussion.
Not far away, Xia Chuxue heard the chatter but didn't bother to ask. She just kept playing with her phone. 28 floors?
That might be impossible to hold on to now, Xia Chuxue murmured to herself. Though her words were barely audible, someone overheard them and immediately sneered. They dismissed her words as mere bluster.
The 28th floor is going to break? Lady, are you joking? Who in this martial arts academy could possibly match Wu Hao? If you say it can be broken, then tell me who this person is? Let's see who's so capable they can actually break through. As soon as one person spoke, others chimed in, instantly turning Xia Chuxue into the target of mockery and skepticism. You'll see for yourselves soon enough. Xia Chuxue offered no further explanation and didn't reveal it was Chen Yang. Because they would be stunned.
All she needed to do was wait quietly, watching their expressions shift and change in moments.
That was all. No need for lengthy explanations to these people.
Hearing this, the crowd burst into laughter once more. You're still a newcomer to the martial arts world yourself.
The people you know couldn't possibly be any big shots, let alone Wu Hao himself. And you expect to figure it out yourself?
That's ridiculous.
Wait. 25th floor. What? 25th floor already? So what if it's the 25th floor? He might not hold out much longer. If he breaks the rules, I'll eat.
Once again, the crowd chimed in with doubts about Xia Chuxue.
This time, she didn't bother responding, instead focusing on her phone.
At that moment, though some martial artists remained stubbornly skeptical, refusing to believe Chen Yang could continue climbing. Their tense expressions and slowly shifting faces betrayed their wavering resolve. Then the floor counter reached 26. This time, the crowd had no time to question Xia Chuxue. Instead, they all focused intently on the number above. They both hoped he would keep breaking through and wished it would end immediately.
What? 27th floor? Holy? Who the hell is this? How did they get to the 27th floor? Could he actually break the record? Calm down, I don't think so. 28 floors. One more floor and it'll break the record. Did I speak too loudly just now? Maybe it really is Brother Wu Hao in there? And that little girl might be Brother Wu Hao's girlfriend. What nonsense. Brother Wu Hao has someone he likes, and it's not her.
As the rising floor number filled everyone's eyes, their hearts couldn't stay still. They all started chattering excitedly. Their hearts pounded wildly. Xia Chuxue watched the scene unfold, smiling faintly. She then put her phone away, shifting her focus to the massive number displayed ahead.
In the next instant, 28 floors became 29.
Everyone stared in shock, clutching their heads.
Some even let out shrieks. The scene was utterly spectacular. Did it really break? Who is this? I had no idea the Martial Arts Academy had another powerhouse besides Wu Hao. And it hasn't stopped yet? Could it be this isn't even his limit? Is he even human? Could it be some powerful martial artist has arrived at our dojo? It's possible. Amidst their astonishment, the crowd began speculating wildly. Who could this person be? How had they reached such a level? Some even wondered if it might be some unknown big shot who had come to the martial arts school. At this thought, everyone recalled their earlier doubts about Xia Chuxue. Instantly, pained expressions appeared on their faces, their eyes darting about in panic. If this person truly was a formidable martial artist, then wouldn't Xia Chuxue have some connection to this person? If word got back to them about our earlier doubts, we'd be in deep trouble. A powerhouse like that would likely demand respect even from the dojo master. We're done for. Why did I have to say so much just now? At that moment, every single person was consumed by this thought. The next instant, they all approached Xia Chuxue. Before she could react, they knelt down in unison with a thud.
We were blind to your true worth earlier. Please, Miss Xiaochuxue, do not repeat our earlier doubts and disbelief about this powerful individual to him.
We are willing to do anything for you.
We were utterly disrespectful earlier.
We willingly accept punishment. Their demeanor was now utterly sincere, all traces of arrogance and disbelief vanished. Instead, each face bore an intense, desperate will to survive.
Xiaochuxue looked utterly flustered at the scene. This turn of events had genuinely caught her off guard.
Ah, please, get up. I won't say a word. You can trust me. It's not as serious as you imagine.
Xiaochuxue hurriedly interjected. Hearing this, the group nodded in unison and said, "Thank you, benefactor." Then they all stood up in unison.
Miss Xiaochuxue, you're truly beautiful inside and out. Wait, look at the floor number. 30 floors? What the hell? It makes sense, it all makes sense.
The crowd gasped in unison, but now they dared not question it. Instead, they put on pained expressions and forced smiles.
Hearing this, Xiaochuxue couldn't help but chuckle quietly to herself.
Suddenly, the floor indicator stopped, and with a loud clang, the doors slowly opened. When they saw who emerged, the crowd was stunned once more.
Chapter 148, Sea and Land Beast Tide?
When they recognized the figure stepping out as Chen Yang, their minds nearly exploded.
It wasn't that they hadn't considered the relationship between Xiaochuxue and Chen Yang.
It was simply that his overwhelming resilience had subconsciously pushed him out of their minds. Yet here he stood before them now, not a word spoken, not a move made, and they felt utterly humiliated. Compounded by the shame of having mistakenly thought some big shot was pleading for Xiaochuxue.
Chen Yang? It's actually you? No way? How is this possible? Why would it be you? I thought it was some big shot. Never imagined Chen Yang would break the record. Chen Yang, how did you do it? Did you cheat? Yeah. How is this even possible? 30 floors? What does that even mean?
Upon seeing Chen Yang, the crowd froze in shock before erupting into a deluge of mockery, disbelief, and incredulous voices.
Chen Yang watched the scene unfold before him, utterly bewildered. He had merely entered to test his current level. How did it turn into this uproar? What's wrong with the 30th floor? Do I even need to say whether it's cheating or not? If you can cheat, why don't you try it yourselves?
Though Chen Yang didn't know what was going on, he'd been labeled a cheater the moment he stepped out. He wasn't about to let them get away with it, so he retorted defiantly. Hearing this, the crowd was both furious and amused. After all, there were no means to cheat here. Everything was linked directly to the martial arts academy's internal systems. What had happened was crystal clear. There was simply no possibility of cheating. Seeing no one else speak up, Chen Yang ignored them and walked over to Xiaochuxue.
Let's go home. Xiaochuxue nodded, stood up, and replied with a hint of suppressed amusement, all right.
The two headed home together.
Along the way, Xiaochuxue recounted the entire incident to Chen Yang.
Hearing this, Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time.
Meanwhile, in Wu Chang's office,
Wu Chang glanced at the record Chen Yang had broken and gave a helpless smile.
He didn't know what to say. It all felt perfectly logical, yet somehow not quite normal.
But then again, it was Chen Yang, so it made sense. Director, Brother Chen Yang is truly remarkable, a genius. With such talent, the possibilities are unimaginable given time. Yang Jin, who had just finished reporting his mission to Wu Chang and was standing nearby, heard the news and spoke up with excitement.
Of course he is. Yang Jin, remember what I told you, it's crucial. You no longer need to protect Chen Yang here. I have other means. Wu Chang spoke calmly.
Rest assured, Director.
I'll go immediately. With that, Yang Jin turned and left without a moment's hesitation, his expression solemn and his tone unwavering. Watching Yang Jin's retreating figure, Wu Chang couldn't help but sigh.
It turned out that after the last beast tide, Wu Chang had learned the coast was also unsettled, with sea-dwelling demon beasts frequently breaking through the surface. They were steadily approaching Donghai City. Though they didn't come in large groups or attack the city, most were low-tier beasts. Yet such behavior struck Wu Chang as profoundly unusual. He suspected it might be the beasts preparing for the next beast tide. Not only that, but even the beast tide they had repelled last time seemed to be stirring again. Therefore, Wu Chang dispatched Yang Jin and Yu Chuan to monitor these two locations. The intelligence Yang Jin had just brought back confirmed his suspicions. According to Yang Jin, beyond the coastal waters and lands near the East Sea, deep in the distant ocean, colossal creatures were said to be roaring. It sounded like commands being issued, and the same was true on land. Though the beast tide hadn't arrived yet, and no one knew when it would come. Wu Chang knew this wave would be far more ferocious than before. How could Donghai City possibly withstand it? Reporting this to higher-ups might not yield any results. Still, this was Wu Chang's worst-case scenario. He would observe first and prepare in advance when the time came. Whether it meant abandoning the city or some other course of action, at the very least, it would ensure the evacuation of civilians and the transfer of significant assets. This would prevent a sudden attack from causing catastrophic losses. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. He had already submitted his report, but the outcome remained uncertain.
It's fate, Wu Cheng sighed with a bitter laugh. Early the next morning,
Chen Yang arrived at the martial arts academy clutching a manual on seduction techniques. After completing his morning training, he headed to the spot where he discussed matters with Lan Zhou the previous day, carrying his weapon. From a distance, Chen Yang spotted a figure seated on a chair, green hair, clad in peculiar attire. Without a second thought, Chen Yang knew instantly that this was Lan Zhou. What puzzled him, however, was why Lan Zhou would come of his own accord. He had even prepared himself to wait for a while. Lan Zhou, why are you here so early? Chen Yang approached and spoke immediately. Hearing this, Lan Zhou smiled faintly, revealing a grin that made Chen Yang feel queasy. I just arrived myself. After returning yesterday, I reflected on it. I think perhaps these martial arts techniques aren't suited for me. But I don't know why. I don't know what martial arts would suit me either. I'm sure you have a solution. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked me that way. That's why I came. Lan Zhou spoke earnestly, his face brimming with anticipation. Hearing this, Chen Yang sighed. So that's how it was? There is a way, but you'll have to try it yourself. As for whether it works, you'll only know by trying. Chen Yang spoke with equal solemnity. He then handed Lan Zhou a martial skill involving enchantment mindscape reflection. Upon receiving the martial arts technique and glancing at it, Lan Zhou was utterly dumbfounded. While he knew such techniques weren't suited to him, but at the very least, he expected something more orthodox. Seeing that it was a seduction-type martial skill instantly killed his interest. I can't practice this. I may be a bit effeminate, but I can't practice this kind of technique either. It'll turn me into some half-human, half-ghost mess. Lan Zhou reluctantly spoke, shoving the martial arts manual back into Chen Yang's hands. Hearing this, Chen Yang looked utterly bewildered, tinged with a hint of anger. Looking at Lan Zhou, who already looked neither human nor ghost, Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. You've made up your mind? I won't practice it. Threaten me all you want, I still won't practice it. Lan Zhou declared stubbornly. At this, Chen Yang let out a cold laugh, flinging the martial arts manual onto the ground beside him before flexing his wrists. A torrent of blood energy erupted from his body, his aura fierce and menacing, his expression dark and grim. You, what do you think you're doing? I could never master. Lan Zhou still thought Chen Yang was just trying to scare him. But the very next second, he changed his mind. Chapter 149, Wu Xian's obsession, desperately seeking votes. Even as Lan Zhou witnessed the overwhelming blood energy erupting from Chen Yang's body, he stubbornly refused to back down. But when Chen Yang unleashed his domain skill, Lan Zhou began trembling. He couldn't help but move toward the martial technique Chen Yang had discarded, glancing back at Chen Yang occasionally, yet still saying nothing. The moment Chen Yang clenched his fists and abruptly looked up, Lan Zhou lunged toward the martial arts technique. He swiftly spun around, facing Chen Yang, and began kowtowing repeatedly, pleading for a chance to try. Chen Yang, I was wrong. I'm willing to try. That was my other personality speaking earlier, it definitely wasn't me. I actually love this martial art technique. I love it very much. I'll practice diligently. Please don't hit me. Lan Zhou spoke with sincere humility, head bowed low, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Chen Yang gave a helpless smile at the sight. Guess I had to scare you a little. Good to know. Train diligently. I'll give you a few days. If you don't master it by then, you know what happens. With that, Chen Yang turned and walked away. Yes. I'll definitely practice hard. Brother Chen Yang, rest assured. Lan Zhou nodded repeatedly. When he looked up again, Chen Yang had vanished from the spot. Seeing this, he took a deep breath and sat down on a nearby chair, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the book titled Heart Mirror Reflection, a Technique of Enchantment. As he studied it carefully, for some inexplicable reason, a mysterious force within his body resonated with the text. This left him feeling quite puzzled. This was something he had never experienced before, even after practicing numerous martial arts techniques. The sensation was indescribably strange. Suddenly, he no longer feared Chen Yang beating him over this martial art. Instead, a genuine desire to cultivate it welled up from within him. Meanwhile, at the Martial Arts Academy entrance, a different scene unfolded. Wu Xian, what brings you back here? I sent someone to ask about you these past 2 days. What did you say? You said you'd never come back to the martial arts school again, told them not to bother with you. Fine, but the dojo doesn't want you anymore. Now you tell me you want to come back? Don't you find this ridiculous? What do you take this place for? Just come and go as you please? A crowd gathered at the martial arts school entrance, with Lin Hai the most furious. He unleashed a barrage of pointed questions at Wu Xian, who stood before him head bowed, reeking of alcohol questions that were well-founded and justified. The surrounding martial artists applauded his approach. After all, Wu Xian was notorious for constantly taking days off or showing up to slack off at the academy. The monthly payment the martial arts school gave him had long been a source of discontent among the martial artists. Yet no one had spoken up while his behavior was unprofessional. Wu Xian hadn't crossed any major boundaries. Until these past few days, when Hu Xian had exceeded his leave period and phone calls went unanswered. Eventually, Lin Hai learned of the situation. Out of concern, he sent someone to check on the situation. To their surprise, the first person sent was immediately turned away. Later, Lin Hai suspected Hu Xian might be facing some hardship, so he remained patient. It wasn't until Hu Xian explicitly stated he wouldn't be returning to the academy that Lin Hai grew angry. Still, it was ultimately Hu Xian's choice. He didn't make a big deal out of it. Until just now, when Hu Xian barged into the martial arts school and ran into Lin Hai. He claimed he'd come back to the school, saying he'd thought it through. Lin Hai immediately had him thrown out. The more he thought about it afterward, the angrier he grew, leading him to confront Hu Xian. Now, Hu Xian stood with his head bowed, silent, seemingly relishing Lin Hai's questioning. As if this made him feel a little better inside. After Chen Yang left that day, he went upstairs, finished the last of his drink, and immediately headed to the rooftop. Standing at the edge of the platform dozens of meters above the ground. He closed his eyes several times, preparing to end it all, but each time, fear overcame him. He feared death, but even more, he dreaded the thought of facing his parents and his unfortunate child afterward. After all, in the minds of his family, he had always been the pillar holding everything together. So he faltered. He felt utterly worthless, consumed by his own cowardice. Later, he decided he hadn't drunk enough. He went out and bought more liquor. He drank himself into oblivion, drank until he blacked out, drank on the rooftop. But each time he woke up, he hadn't succeeded in dying. He knew he was afraid. As for the martial arts school's inquiries later, he felt he had no reason to return, no face, no motivation to go back. Before, he could go to the martial arts school for his child. But now he didn't know what he was fighting for. So he used his drunkenness as an excuse to chase the martial arts school people away. Until yesterday, when he drank heavily and suddenly woke in the middle of the night. He saw his parents and child staring at him with faces full of admiration, cheering him on. He wept, sobbing uncontrollably, and thought deeply about many things. Eventually, he came to a realization. He couldn't die. He couldn't live out his life in such a pathetic state, nor could he continue to wallow in such misery. So he summoned his courage, swallowed his pride, and went to the martial arts school. He wanted an opportunity. He wanted to know why 6 months, why 5 years. He wanted to become that so-called light, to keep shining on his family. At the very least, when he went down there, he wouldn't have to fear facing them. He could stand tall and tell them plainly, clearly, and honestly, I, Hu Xian, gave it my all. Has Hu Xian lost his mind? Heard he's been drinking non-stop lately. No wonder his wife left him back then. Who knows? How did someone like him even become a martial artist? And he's been admitted to the martial arts academy twice. If he gets in this time, it'll be his 3rd time. No way this time. Look at him. Didn't you see how furious Master Lin was? Seeing Hu Xian frozen in place, the crowd chimed in with their comments. They all felt Hu Xian was no different from a useless. Please, everyone. Please, Master Lin. Give me one more chance. Before, it was my fault for not trying hard enough. This time, I will work my hardest. I apologize to everyone. If you dislike me, you can scold me or even hit me, just let me enter the martial arts academy. Hu Xian stood frozen for a long moment. Never one for words, he'd been rendered speechless by the crowd's mockery and Lin Hai's accusatory glare. Yet he summoned his courage and poured out everything he needed to say. At that moment, his sole wish was to enter the martial arts academy. It felt like the only hope left for his existence. However, the crowd now felt not a shred of pity for Hu Xian. Instead, they found him utterly repulsive. There was a sense of resentment, as if they were thinking, if only he'd known better back then. Hu Xian, if you can work hard and succeed, I'll take your surname. Get out of here. Don't disrupt our training. Going home to drink would be so much better, so much more comfortable. Could it be you're broke and can't afford booze? The crowd mocked him once more. The next instant, a torrent of blood-red energy erupted from Hu Xian's body. He glared fiercely at the group, fists clenched. Rage surged through him. Chapter 150, The Unknown Truth. Seeing Hu Xian's reaction, the crowd immediately panicked. They realized they must have gone too far in their remarks, pushing Hu Xian over the edge. Hu Xian, what? You think you can beat us up right here at the martial arts school entrance? We're not afraid of you. Come on, if you want to fight. What are you trying to pull, big shot? Do you really think this will get you into the martial arts academy? That it'll stop you from being a loser? Seeing Hu Xian's actions, the crowd not only showed no fear but instead mocked him even more brazenly. Hu Xian, that's enough. What else are you planning to do? Go back to class. You've forfeited your right to join the martial arts academy. Go find a regular class. Lin Hai, witnessing Hu Xian's actions, spoke up angrily once more. His tone was unwaveringly firm and decisive, leaving Hu Xian no room for argument. Lin Hai then turned to leave, finding the situation pointless. Seeing this, Hu Xian panicked. Forgetting his surging blood energy, he desperately tried to block Lin Hai's path, grasping at any chance. He charged toward Lin Hai. Witnessing this, the crowd assumed Hu Xian was about to attack Lin Hai and immediately shouted, "Master, watch out for Hu Xian's sneak attack. Watch out. Hu Xian, how dare you? Enough, Hu Xian." Before the shouts had faded, Lin Hai sensed movement behind him. He roared in fury, clenched his fists, and swung them backward. His fist struck Hu Xian, who had been running toward him, sending him flying several meters backward. Several mouthfuls of blood immediately spurted from his mouth. "Master, I wasn't trying to attack you. I just wanted a chance." Hu Xian lay sprawled on the ground as he spoke. Perhaps the recent binge drinking had left his body too weakened, for Lin Hai's few punches had knocked him out cold. Tears welled in his eyes before he lost consciousness. Witnessing this, the crowd assumed Hu Xian was feigning injury a ploy to gain entry to the martial arts academy. They immediately approached him, kicking his body with their feet. "Hu Xian, what are you faking? Weren't you acting all tough just now? Why aren't you talking now? Are you mute? If you're such a great actor, why not go win an Oscar? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious." The crowd showed no sign of letting up, continuing their relentless mockery of Hu Xian, convinced he was putting on an act. Minute after minute passed, yet Hu Xian remained utterly unresponsive. The crowd began to panic. Even Lin Hai, who had been about to leave, turned back. "Hu Xian, you, stop pretending. Even if you're injured, we'll just pay you some medical expenses. There's no way you'll get into the martial arts academy." The crowd spoke up once more. "Take him to the hospital. I'll cover the medical expenses." Lin Hai sighed at the scene, then slowly spoke before turning and walking away. Just then, Chen Yang was leaving the martial arts school and passed by. At first, he paid little attention, assuming it was some minor incident drawing a crowd. But when he saw Hu Xian's face, he froze. Then, noticing Lin Hai's retreating figure, he rushed over, determined to find out what was happening. "What happened? What happened? What happened to him?" Chen Yang immediately pushed aside the people surrounding Hu Xian, some of whom were even kicking him, and demanded sternly. Seeing it was Chen Yang, the crowd looked puzzled. "Him? He's here to cause trouble. He tried to ambush the dojo master but got knocked out with one punch?" Hearing this, Chen Yang looked down at the unconscious Hu Xian on the ground and spoke again, explain exactly what happened. Hearing this, the others didn't argue. After all, Chen Yang was now the man of the hour. They proceeded to recount the entire incident. Chen Yang nodded, understanding what had transpired. "Get him to the hospital immediately. He's not leaving without me at the hospital. Got it?" Chen Yang said sternly. Though dissatisfied, the others nodded in response. "Yes, yes, yes." Then Chen Yang turned and ran toward the martial arts hall, intending to plead for Hu Xian. What's wrong with Chen Yang? Could he actually be trying to help Hu Xian? Who knows? Forget it, forget it. We can't afford to cross him. Let's go. Get him to the hospital first. We don't want him dying at the doorstep. Watching Chen Yang walk away, the crowd couldn't help but mutter their discontent under their breath. Meanwhile, Chen Yang searched everywhere until he finally found Lin Hai in Wu Cheng's office. The two men inside the office assumed Chen Yang had come for some reason. "Chen Yang? What brings you here?" Lin Hai asked first. Hearing this, Chen Yang spoke urgently, "Hu Xian." Before Chen Yang could finish, Lin Hai, assuming Chen Yang also disliked Hu Xian, cut him off and began complaining. "That Hu Xian, I'm seriously fed up with him. He actually wants to join the martial arts academy? What does he think this place is? A hotel? Just check in whenever he feels like it, leave whenever he wants. And earlier, he tried to ambush me." Lin Hai voiced his complaints with a look of utter dissatisfaction, his expression stern. Chen Yang exchanged a glance with Wu Chang, who sat there looking utterly bewildered. Though Wu Chang said nothing, he had already guessed the purpose of Chen Yang's visit. "Director Lin, it's not like that. Hu Xian did make a mistake. But could you give him a chance? He has his reasons." After Lin Hai finished speaking, Chen Yang calmly and earnestly addressed the matter. He wanted to plead on Hu Xian's behalf. Hearing this, Lin Hai froze, then looked at Chen Yang with utter bewilderment. "Chen Yang? You're here to plead for him? No way. What did he give you? And what possible hardship could he have? His children are all grown up and living happily. If he hadn't been lazy, how could things have turned out this way?" Lin Hai grew displeased the moment he heard Chen Yang mention Hu Xian had his reasons. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang froze. Only then did he realize that the information the martial arts academy had about Hu Xian was completely different from the truth. This, it turned out, was the reason Hu Xian had been misunderstood. Because Hu Xian couldn't report his family's true background. Realizing this, Chen Yang sighed, unsure how to explain the situation. Lin Hai, watching from the side, mistakenly thought Chen Yang had realized it was futile to plead for mercy. He sighed immediately, his tone softening considerably as he said, "Chen Yang, I believe in you, kid. Don't worry. We'll let Hu Xian off the hook this time. He just isn't putting in the effort to become a martial artist. He won't starve to death. You can rest assured on that point." Lin Hai spoke with solemn earnestness. He suspected Chen Yang might feel pity for Hu Xian. But he didn't understand the real situation, which was why he was acting this way.
Master Lin, that's not how it is. Hu Xian, he's the only one left in his family. Chen Yang hesitated, reluctant to expose another's pain, yet compelled to speak. He felt deeply conflicted, unsure if what he was doing was right. Wu Chang and Lin Hai, standing nearby, froze upon hearing this, utterly bewildered. They couldn't fathom what Chen Yang meant by he's the only one left in his family. Chapter 151, The True and False Home. Hearing Chen Yang's words, the two men froze in surprise. Then it dawned on them, how could that be possible? Every year, the martial arts academy sent people to inspect their homes. Although Hu Xian's family was indeed struggling financially, but it was a happy household. Aside from his wife running away, everything appeared orderly. The two children were well behaved. Their first thought was that perhaps his family had temporarily moved out because of Hu Xian's constant drinking. That wasn't entirely impossible. However, neither of them knew the exact circumstances, so they refrained from jumping to conclusions. Lin Hai glanced at Wu Chang, gave a slight nod, then spoke again. Chen Yang. What do you mean by that? He lives alone. Maybe his family just went out. Isn't that perfectly normal? What does that have to do with him acting unreasonable? Lin Hai spoke slowly, his tone firm. Of course, he wasn't targeting Chen Yang, he was simply stating the facts. Hearing this, Chen Yang sighed. Now he could finally be certain the two of them didn't know. Though he hadn't gone to investigate at the house that day. But the way the other person acted didn't seem like an act. Besides, who would joke about the lives of their own parents or children? Curator, that's not how it happened. Though I don't know how you determined his family was present. But Senior Wu should know that after I gave him the list that day, I went to find Hu Xian. He told me himself that his child, his parents, all of them, all dead. As Chen Yang spoke, a pang of sorrow inevitably welled up in his heart, perhaps empathy for such a tragedy. Hearing Chen Yang's words, the two men stared in disbelief, utterly stunned. Chen Yang, what did you say? Hu Xian's parents and child are dead. How could that be? Did they die these past few days? Wu Cheng finally couldn't hold back and asked. No, the last time he left the martial arts school, one of his children had already died. Then a few days ago. At this point, Chen Yang simply couldn't bring himself to continue. The two froze again, unable to believe it was true, yet equally baffled as to why this was happening. Chen Yang, do you have any evidence for what you're saying? Did you go to his house? Lin Hai spoke up again. No, I haven't, but I believe what he said is true. After all, who would joke about something like this? Chen Yang spoke with utmost seriousness. At that moment, Wu Chang and Lin Hai both sighed. Wu Chang then said, Old Lin, send someone to his place immediately to check on the situation. No need. I'll go myself. Hearing this, Lin Hai sighed once more before quickly leaving the office. In the now silent office, neither Wu Chang nor Chen Yang spoke. After a long silence, Wu Chang lifted his head and asked, Chen Yang, why are you so certain this is real? You know the martial arts school visits every family every year. If it were truly as you say, they couldn't possibly be unaware. Wu Chang asked with genuine confusion. He couldn't understand why Chen Yang doubted him, but it was clear Chen Yang was serious, this wasn't just idle talk. That was precisely why Wu Chang decided to send someone to investigate. Senior, the tone he used with me then, his expression. I truly can't believe it's a lie. And Chen Yang trailed off, not mentioning the 5.5-year incident because it sounded too mystical. At the level of understanding they had now, it wasn't their place to meddle in such matters. So Chen Yang remained silent. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang sighed. Let's wait for Director Lin to return. After that, neither spoke. Each carried their own doubts as they waited for Lin Hai's arrival. After a long while, the office door creaked open. And it was none other than Lin Hai himself. But now, Lin Hai walked in with his head bowed, a look of profound disappointment etched across his face. His expression was incredibly complex. Seeing this, Chen Yang knew Hu Xian had been telling the truth. Otherwise, Lin Hai wouldn't be like this. Wu Chang, on the other hand, looked equally puzzled. Old Lin, say something. What's going on? This is killing me. Hearing this, Lin Hai slumped into a chair, murmuring to himself, it's all wrong. We were all wrong. Hu Xian never had a family reunion. The family he claimed to have before was just another family living in that unfinished building. In other words, we never went to Hu Xian's home at all. But to another family with no connection to Hu Xian. When I went to his home, besides the mess, there was that conspicuous memorial photo. Lin Hai choked up as he spoke. He had stormed to Hu Xian's place, driven by the rage of wanting to expose Hu Xian's deception of Chen Yang. Until the family he visited earlier revealed the truth, a revelation he couldn't believe. Later, when he went alone to Hu Xian's real home and saw the portrait inside, he froze, unable to tell if what he saw was real or fake. Suddenly, he felt he could understand Hu Xian. Reflecting on his actions today, he felt a pang of guilt. Wu Chang, standing nearby, lowered his head and remained silent, unsure what to say. Chen Yang felt the same way, though he knew the truth.
He remained unaware that Hu Xian had kept it hidden from the martial arts academy, nor did he know why he had concealed it. Chen Yang, you don't need to get involved in this matter.
I'll go to the hospital myself and explain everything to him right away. You go about your business. Lin Hai took a deep breath, then stood up. He looked at Chen Yang, trying to appear calm. I understand, Chen Yang murmured. Lin Hai said nothing more, leaving the office with an indescribable feeling and heading toward the hospital.
Chen Yang, after exchanging farewells with Wu Chang, left the martial arts academy. He had business to attend to, but this matter had delayed him. Earlier, Principal Lu Ran of 3rd Middle School had instructed Zheng Dehai to notify Chen Yang. Principal Lu Ran had something urgent to discuss with him and requested his presence at the school. Without giving it much thought, Chen Yang hailed a taxi and headed straight for 3rd Middle School. As for what the matter was, Chen Yang had no idea. He'd only find out once he arrived. Before long, Chen Yang arrived at the school gate. Without hesitation, he made his way straight to the principal's office. Inside the principal's office at that very moment. Principal, Chen Yang is already so late. Is it really appropriate to entrust him with this? I think this is more suited for you. Zheng Dehai glanced at the absent Chen Yang and turned to Lu Ran beside him, speaking slowly. Hearing this, Lu Ran smiled faintly. What's the big deal? It's normal for the martial arts academy to be busy. We'll wait a bit longer, no harm done. I'm here. Some things should be handled by the younger generation. Lu Ran spoke calmly, his eyes gleaming as if he had seen through all illusions. Chapter 152, Sun Chasing Spear, Star Shattering. Hearing Principal Lu Ran speak with such resolve, Zheng Dehai also broke into a smile. In that instant, he too seemed to grow more determined. Indeed, the future belongs to the young. We old-timers should indeed show them some patience. After all, we're still alive, it's our duty to hold the line. Zheng Dehai spoke with palpable emotion, his eyes tinged with a hint of sorrow. Patience is fine, stepping up is fine too. Forget about old folks, I still feel pretty young myself. Lu Ran didn't want to let a good thing dampen the mood, so he immediately cracked a joke. Both men burst into laughter. Glancing at the object wrapped in black cloth beside them, a hint of sadness inevitably surfaced on their faces, especially Lu Ran's. His mood seemed particularly complex. Principal, Chen Yang is here. Should we let him in? Let him in. Lu Ran spoke slowly upon hearing the words. Moments later, a strikingly handsome teenager entered with a puzzled look on his face. Principal. I suddenly had something come up. I'm truly sorry for being late. I kept Director Zhang waiting for so long. The moment Chen Yang entered and saw Lu Ran and Zheng Dehai, he immediately recalled his long delay and sincerely apologized. Seeing the two remain silent, Chen Yang thought they might be upset. Just as he was about to explain further, smiles suddenly spread across their faces, followed by hearty laughter. Seeing this, Chen Yang was utterly baffled, unable to tell whether they were angry or not. It's fine. It's just being late. It's not like you were on a date with a girl. No need to sweat the small stuff. Besides, it wasn't exactly an emergency. We understand, of course. But you better not be late for a date with a girl, okay? Lu Ran smiled faintly as he teased, while Zheng Dehai chuckled along beside him. The atmosphere instantly lightened. Only Chen Yang remained awkwardly silent. Principal, you're joking. I wasn't on a date with a girl. Chen Yang stammered awkwardly, occasionally scratching his hair to hide his discomfort. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. The reason I asked you to come this time is mainly to teach you something. But let me make this clear, if you accept it, you must complete the task I assigned before you can truly claim it as your own. Can you accept that? Lu Ran spoke with utmost seriousness, his expression now utterly grave, a far cry from the playful grin he'd worn moments before. His eyes fixed on the spear-like object wrapped in black cloth beside him and what appeared to be a martial arts manual. Hearing this, Chen Yang paused, hesitating before making a decision. Principal, may I take a look? Chen Yang asked awkwardly, knowing full well these items weren't free. Taking it meant he'd have to complete a task, so naturally, he needed to understand it first. Otherwise, he'd be stuck in a bind later. Hearing this, Lu Ran smiled faintly and spoke slowly, of course you can see it first. Rest assured, we won't force you. It's entirely voluntary. With that, Lu Ran stood up and slowly peeled back the black cloth covering the object beside him. A long spear, gleaming with golden light, immediately appeared before Chen Yang's eyes. At the sight, Chen Yang recognized it instantly. This was the weapon used by Senior Cui Zhe during the last Beast Tide. As for the other wrapped item, Chen Yang surmised it must be a martial technique manual. Lu Ran then removed the black cloth covering the martial art, revealing a dark black-covered manual inscribed with the characters Star Shatterer. Chen Yang, would you like these two items? You should recognize this weapon. This martial technique is also the one used to defeat the blazing winged golden crow. As for its quality, I needn't explain, you should be able to sense it yourself. This spear is called Sun Chaser, its grade unknown. The technique is called Star Shatter, its grade also unknown. The choice is yours. Lu Ran spoke slowly, his expression calm yet serious, his eyes holding a hint of nostalgia for the two items before him. Hearing this, Chen Yang fell deep in thought. Based on his assessment, both the martial technique and the weapon were undoubtedly no less than S grade.
Principal, I accept. What tasks must I complete?
Chen Yang spoke earnestly, his expression solemn, not out of any sense of pressure. It felt natural to him, for these two items were clearly no ordinary possessions. No matter how one looked at it, they were worth pursuing.
Moreover, Chen Yang happened to be missing a weapon.
Now he had both the weapon and the matching martial arts technique.
Such opportunities didn't come around often. Are you sure about this, Chen Yang? I'm not joking with you. If you fail the mission, these items truly won't belong to you. Lu Ran spoke with unwavering seriousness, showing no sign of relaxation despite Chen Yang's acceptance.
After all, Chen Yang might just be acting on a momentary impulse. Therefore, Lu Ran decided it was better to err on the side of caution.
Principal, I've truly made up my mind. Chen Yang declared with unwavering resolve. Alright, since that's the case, I'll tell you. Go ahead, Principal.
Hearing this, Lu Ran smiled calmly.
I have only two matters. One requires immediate attention.
The other can wait within the next 10 years. The first matter is that I want you to gain admission to Peking or Tsinghua University.
Remember, it must be Peking or Tsinghua University.
The second is that within 10 years, you must reach the 8th rank.
Can you even pull off these two things? Lu Ran spoke sternly, his tone utterly serious. This was no joke.
Zhang Dahai, standing nearby, was utterly stunned.
Could this even be accomplished?
Zhang Dahai stood beside him, utterly bewildered. Qingbei University alone was the holy grail of martial arts students across the entire Dragon Nation.
Just getting in is already a miracle.
Forget about adding an 8th tier within 10 years, that's simply impossible.
The further you progress, the more time and effort it demands.
Reaching the 8th tier is nothing short of a fairy tale.
Principal, didn't you say that before? How could someone reach the 8th rank in 10 years?
Zhang Dahai shouldn't have spoken up, but he feared Chen Yang might abandon the idea because of this. After much deliberation, he decided to speak up, hoping to prevent such an outcome.
After all, reaching the 8th rank in 10 years was utterly improbable. Forget Chen Yang, even the nation's top prodigy probably couldn't manage it.
Chen Yang came from humble origins, lacking any resources or connections.
How could he possibly be compared to those prodigies born into wealthy families with powerful networks?
Even Zhang Dahai suspected Lu Ran had made a mistake. Before Lu Ran could respond, Chen Yang, standing nearby, offered a faint smile, stepped forward, and declared solemnly, I accept.
Chapter 153, A Promising Future. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Lu Ran burst into laughter.
Truth be told, he hadn't expected Chen Yang to reach the 8th tier within a decade. He'd only used it to scare him a bit, to see if he was determined enough.
Sure enough, Chen Yang hadn't disappointed him. Regardless of success, this unwavering resolve was essential. As for what came next, none of that mattered anymore.
Zhang Dahai, standing nearby, remained utterly baffled.
He couldn't fathom why Lu Ran was laughing. Why act this way? He was both satisfied and astonished by Chen Yang's resolute response. Chen Yang, are you serious? Principal, are you serious too?
Zhang Dahai asked, his face full of confusion. Hearing this, Chen Yang and Lu Ran both burst out laughing.
Of course, their reasons for laughing were entirely different. Chen Yang found Zhang Dahai's actions amusing. Lu Ran, however, was filled with anticipation for Chen Yang.
Director Zhang, you needn't concern yourself with this matter.
Some things aren't what they seem on the surface. You go about your business.
I need to discuss something with Chen Yang.
Lu Ran spoke slowly, then prepared to speak privately with Chen Yang.
Hearing this, Zhang Dahai wisely backed off.
Principal, I understand. He then walked over to Chen Yang, patted his shoulder, sighed, and said earnestly, hang in there. He then walked straight out. Chen Yang nodded in response. Chen Yang, take a seat. I've heard about your achievements at the Martial Arts Academy. You're truly impressive.
I heard they're organizing another martial arts ranking tournament soon.
It would be great if you could participate.
Since the beast tide, the school has been closed.
It should reopen in the next couple of days.
You and Xia Chushua should head straight to the training camp when it does.
The Martial Arts Academy is a better fit for you all now. Lu Ran spoke with genuine earnestness.
Though he hadn't seen Chen Yang in several days, he'd been keeping tabs on his progress. For some reason, Lu Ran couldn't shake the feeling that Chen Yang had a bright future ahead. And now, it seemed like just the beginning.
Principal, you've been keeping tabs on me?
I was fortunate enough to participate in this Martial Arts Academy ranking tournament.
I'll follow your lead, Principal. Either the school or the martial arts club is fine. Chen Yang felt a bit embarrassed.
He and Lu Ran hadn't really crossed paths much, and he hadn't expected the other to pay such close attention and show such understanding toward him. This unexpected attention made him feel awkward for a moment.
You participated? But isn't participation limited to the top 3 ranked martial arts studios? Could it be you're already ranked 3rd?
Lu Ran had assumed Chen Yang couldn't possibly be competing in this Martial Arts Academy ranking tournament after all, only the top 3 practitioners qualified. Until he heard Chen Yang's words just now, Lu Ran was completely stunned.
Are you kidding me? A high school student who'd only been training at the martial arts academy for a short time, how could he possibly be ranked third? Lu Ran couldn't wrap his head around it.
And then there was the rumor that Chen Yang was crippled, yet another claim that he wasn't.
Lu Ran had always harbored a lingering doubt. Principal, I just got lucky. Third place doesn't mean much.
Chen Yang smiled faintly and spoke slowly.
Lucky? Chen Yang, you. Never mind, never mind.
I'll come cheer you on when the time comes.
By the way, that time you burned your chi and blood, did it have any lasting effects? Lately, I've heard conflicting opinions, some say it did, others say it didn't. Lu Ran spoke again, his expression earnest.
Hearing this, Chen Yang replied just as earnestly, Principal, it didn't affect me. Hearing this, Lu Ran breathed a sigh of relief.
In that case, I wish you the best of luck. Take these 2 items with you. How well you can utilize them depends entirely on you. Lu Ran said indifferently. Principal, I will work hard.
With that, Chen Yang stood up, tucked the 2 items away, and then bowed respectfully toward Lu Ran.
Thank you for your guidance, Principal.
If there's anything you need from me, Principal Chen Yang, just say the word. Chen Yang spoke with solemn determination. Rest assured.
Alright, you may go now.
Lu Ran didn't know what else to say, only hoping that Chen Yang wouldn't let the legendary reputation of this weapon which had followed Senior Chui throughout his life go to waste.
Understood.
Chen Yang bowed slightly before turning and departing.
Watching Chen Yang's departing figure, Lu Ran's eyes shone brightly, as if Chen Yang were that dazzling point of light. At the same time,
in the hospital, Hu Xian slowly opened his eyes to find several people seated beside his bed. He felt a throbbing headache and a wave of physical weakness wash over him.
Hu Xian's awake. Can we leave now?
But Chen Yang told us to wait for him.
It wouldn't be right to leave now.
True. He is the big shot.
After all.
Seeing Hu Xian finally awake, the group immediately prepared to leave.
Yet, recalling Chen Yang's earlier words, they reluctantly sat back down.
Watching Hu Xian lying on the hospital bed, lost in thought, the group grew increasingly annoyed.
Something just didn't sit right with them. Hu Xian, what are you playing at? You still want to join the martial arts academy?
Getting you to the hospital this time was already more than generous of us.
One more stunt like this and we'll have you booked. Don't think this act of self-inflicted injury will work on us. If I ever see you again, I'll beat the crap out of you.
The group stared at Hu Xian lying in the hospital bed, unable to resist their sarcastic remarks. Hearing this, Hu Xian paid them no mind. He was lost in thought.
If he couldn't get into the martial arts academy, what would he do? Was death truly his only option?
He didn't know, but he couldn't bear the thought of his child's parents looking down on him with disappointment from beyond the grave.
But now the martial arts academy had rejected him too.
Just then, Lin Hai walked in, carrying some fruit, his expression complex. Seeing it was Lin Hai, everyone stood up.
Master Lin, what brings you here? Alright, you guys go back and rest first.
I'll handle things here, Lin Hai said calmly.
Director, this isn't right. Go on now. Don't you listen to me anymore?
Hearing this, the others said no more and immediately left in a group.
Hu Xian, you're awake. Are you alright? Lin Guanhai asked with concern.
Recalling what he had learned earlier, he felt deeply guilty, unable to meet Hu Xian's gaze, his conscience gnawing at him. After all, Hu Xian's situation was truly tragic. Hearing this, Hu Xian thought Lin Hai had come for a final farewell.
He forced a smile. Master Lin, I'm fine. This is indeed my fault. I failed to seize the opportunity the martial arts academy gave me. You were right to strike me. But I truly understand now. I was wrong. Could you give me another chance to join the martial arts school?
I don't need pay, just food and shelter would be enough. Hu Xian spoke with utter resignation.
Chapter 154, Minor Achievement?
Seeing the silence on Lin Hai's face, Hu Xian sighed deeply, knowing deep down that he was the one at fault. How could he have made such a request? With that thought, a bitter smile spread across Hu Xian's face before he let out a sigh.
Master Lin, the fact that you came to see me is more than enough for me to be satisfied. Rest assured, I won't bother the martial arts academy again.
Hu Xian knew that continuing to cling to this matter was futile.
Rather than persist, it was better to let it go with integrity.
Earlier, he'd come to terms with it, even if he couldn't join the martial arts academy, it didn't matter.
He could leave.
Yes, he would leave Donghai, enlist in the military or join some obscure martial arts organization. In any case, he wouldn't allow himself to remain here.
Hu Xian, I approve your readmission to the martial arts academy. I also welcome you on behalf of the martial arts academy. Master Lin, what did you just say? You're not joking, are you? Can I really rejoin the martial arts academy?
Hearing Lin Hai's words, Hu Xian froze in shock before asking with a choked voice, unable to believe his ears. Such words coming from Lin Hai's mouth made everything feel so unreal for a moment. It was hard for him to believe.
That's right. My word is final, no turning back. If I say you can join, then you can join. But you must answer a few questions seriously.
Lin Hai spoke firmly, his expression stern as he slowly turned to look at Hu Xian, who lay on the hospital bed, his voice choked with emotion and tears welling in his eyes.
Director Lin, ask me.
Whatever I know, I'll tell you everything, no holds barred. Hearing this, Hu Xian hesitated not a moment.
There was nothing left he couldn't say. Why did you conceal the truth about your family situation?
Even going so far as to fabricate a harmonious family with neighbors.
Why did you do that? I've looked into this matter. It has nothing to do with you. You did your best. So why did you conceal all this?
Lin Hai asked with utmost seriousness.
He couldn't understand why Hu Xian would choose to conceal such matters.
In his view, there was absolutely no need for secrecy. He could have told the martial arts academy and received help. Hearing this, even though Hu Xian had prepared himself, he fell silent for a moment. Reflecting on his decision back then, he realized he had been wrong. Sighing, he steeled himself and looked at Lin Hai earnestly. Because I was afraid others would discover my incompetence. And I wanted to save my children with my own hands.
It turns out I couldn't. But it wasn't about money, it was incurable.
Even with Blue Star's advanced technology today, there's no saving them because what died wasn't the body but the soul. I don't know who I offended to deserve such retribution.
But I truly can't say.
Hu Xian choked out the words until sobs choked his voice, tears streaming down his face as he wept uncontrollably.
He looked utterly devastated.
Lin Hai looked astonished upon hearing this.
A disease of the soul?
He'd never heard of such a thing before. Yet he didn't dismiss it outright. Instead, he pondered the matter seriously.
The world is vast and full of wonders, who could say for certain?
Hu Xian, get some rest and pull yourself together.
You must become a great hero for your children. Stopping here is not an option.
I'll be waiting for you at the martial arts hall. Lin Hai patted Hu Xian's shoulder, offering earnest words of comfort before rising with a sigh and departing.
Meanwhile, after leaving school, Chen Yang headed straight back to the martial arts dojo.
Upon arriving, he found an empty corner and sat down. All he wanted right now was some quiet. The recent barrage of mystical events had left him reeling. He truly needed time to process it all. In his previous life, he had trained his body in solitude, completely unaware of such matters. Therefore, he possessed no premonition or foresight regarding these matters.
Chen Yang, why are you hiding here? I've been searching everywhere for you. Just then, a peculiar voice echoed, followed by several strands of green fur appearing before Chen Yang. Chen Yang instinctively threw a punch.
A shriek echoed, and when Chen Yang looked closely, he realized it was Lan Zhou.
Far from feeling sorry, Chen Yang was furious. Was Lan Zhou slacking off again?
With that thought, Chen Yang clenched his fists, stood up, and strode toward Lan Zhou, who lay knocked to the ground.
Ouch! Chen Yang, you kicked. Why did you hit me?
Lan Zhou clutched his face as he lay on the ground. The pain surged through him. With a look of grievance, he slowly lifted his head, brushed aside his hair, and spoke with irritation. The next second, he froze. Chen Yang looked like he'd gone mad.
Not only did he show no intention of letting go.
Instead, his fists clenched tightly as he approached with a wicked grin.
Lan Zhou immediately curled into a ball. Chen Yang, what are you doing? This is a martial arts dojo. What do you think you're doing? I haven't done anything wrong. What right do you have to hit me?
Though terrified, Lan Zhou still confronted him. He wasn't about to take a beating without a fight. Hearing this, Chen Yang immediately halted his advance. From the tone of his words, it seemed he wasn't unwilling to practice martial arts. If that was the case, perhaps he had come to see him for other reasons.
The realization hit Chen Yang with a wave of awkwardness.
He recalled his earlier punch and glanced back at Lan Zhou lying on the ground. Chen Yang was momentarily at a loss for words, but he couldn't reveal his true intentions. So he had no choice but to play along.
Ahem, Lan Zhou, what's wrong with hitting you? Who told you to scare the hell out of me just now? Fine, since you didn't mean it, I'll let you off this time.
Chen Yang feigned a look of having been wronged as he spoke slowly, then hurriedly turned and sat back down in his previous spot. Seeing this, Lan Zhou, who had been on the floor, finally let out a sigh of relief. Covering his face, he stood up and walked toward Chen Yang, his expression a mix of anger and fear. Chen Yang, seeing Lan Zhou approaching with a mix of anger and fear, offered an awkward smile.
Chen Yang, I came to tell you. I've mastered the martial art you taught me. Lan Zhou spoke slowly, a faint smile of accomplishment playing on his face. Earlier, Chen Yang had threatened him, leaving him no choice.
Plus, this technique seemed to hold a special connection for him. So he had spent the entire day alone, immersing himself in mastering the martial art. Just moments ago, he finally mastered the initial stage of heart mirror reflection. He sensed this martial art possessed terrifying power. That's why he came to seek Chen Yang's witness. Chapter 155, Should the Weak Be Bullied? Hearing Lan Zhou's words, Chen Yang froze in disbelief. After all, he had only taught Lan Zhou this martial art at noon, and it had only been a few hours since then. And Lan Zhou had already cultivated it to a minor level of mastery in that short span. Such monstrous speed astonished Chen Yang.
If it weren't for his own system, Lan Zhou would undoubtedly be considered a genius. You really mastered it? How does it feel? Chen Yang asked, his face brimming with curiosity.
Hearing this, Lan Zhou smiled faintly.
It feels great.
I feel incredibly strong now, so I'd like you to witness something for me.
What is it?
Just accompany me to challenge someone. You just need to witness it. I must wash away the shame of my previous weakness.
I feel terrifyingly strong now. Lan Zhou declared with unshakable confidence.
Chen Yang looked at him, puzzled.
He even wondered if this cultivation technique had ruined Lan Zhou.
Why did Lan Zhou now look more like a man than ever?
Chen Yang was utterly baffled, unable to make sense of what was happening.
Lan Zhou, maybe you should practice for a few more days.
It won't hurt to get more familiar with it.
After all, it doesn't matter if we wait until tomorrow. Chen Yang spoke with a look of concern. He couldn't shake the feeling that Lan Zhou had become a different person, and he felt uneasy about it. After all, it was only a minor breakthrough, and it had only been a few hours. It was hard to say for sure if it would actually work. To be on the safe side, Chen Yang tried to persuade Lan Zhou.
No way. If you won't witness it, then forget it.
I'm going to beat the crap out of Yi Qingshan today. Ever since I joined the martial arts academy, he's been mocking me. Even though my cultivation is higher than his, I just can't beat him.
I know I can beat him now.
I refuse to accept this.
Lan Zhou spoke with irritation, as if he'd made up his mind. Ignoring Chen Yang, he walked away.
Chen Yang sighed at the sight, gave a faint smile, and followed after him. After all, this was the first time a two-faced individual had been exposed. He couldn't afford to miss it.
Moments later,
Lan Zhou shed his usual effeminate demeanor, his face set with determination as he strode toward the external training grounds. Soon, he located Yi Qingshan in the midst of his practice. But Lan Zhou's arrival drew the attention of everyone present. They all turned to look at him with expressions of contempt.
Oh, look who's here. Well, if it isn't our martial arts academy's famous Miss Lan Zhou. Why no miniskirt today? Afraid of? Ha ha ha. What? Training again today?
Everyone, hold off on training for now. Let's see how Lan Zhou trains. As Lan Zhou's group spoke up loudly, within moments, the dozens of people present all turned their gaze toward her in unison. Seeing this, Lan Zhou immediately chickened out, hastily lowering her head and abandoning any thoughts of challenging anyone. Now, he had only one thought: to get out of there as quickly as possible. He didn't know what had come over him, perhaps it stemmed from the fear that had been buried deep within him all these years. It had sapped his resolve to prove himself. So when faced with the crowd's mockery, as usual, he chose what he did best: escape. Go back. Just then, Chen Yang grabbed Lan Zhou by the arm and pulled him back.
Leave me alone. Let me go. Lan Zhou was utterly cowed now.
Even though Chen Yang had pulled him back, he still desperately wanted to leave.
Stop. If you walk out today, your life is over. Who was it just now swearing up and down that he'd defeat that Yi Qingshan guy? What? Scared now? How can you live with yourself after what you just said?
Chen Yang grabbed Lan Zhou as he tried to leave, then bluntly repeated the words Lan Zhou had spoken earlier. He wanted Lan Zhou to confront his own fears head-on. To confront the fear he'd always avoided. He knew that if Lan Zhou left today, he'd likely never have the chance to live up to those words. Therefore, he had to strike while the iron was hot and defeat his opponent. Only then could Lan Zhou find his confidence and bring forth the heart he had long buried. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Lan Zhou's face flushed instantly, and he buried his head in the ground as much as possible. Chaos swirled in Lan Zhou's mind at that moment. He had no idea what to do. The others burst into laughter upon hearing Chen Yang's words. They couldn't believe Lan Zhou would utter such words.
Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Lan Zhou actually said that? He wants to defeat Yi Qingshan? Did I hear that correctly? Are you sure it wasn't you, Chen Yang, who said that? Ha ha ha, Yi Qingshan, did you hear that?
Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, the crowd immediately erupted into a chorus of mocking remarks. They even called out to Yi Qingshan, who was already doubled over laughing nearby, as if afraid he couldn't hear. Hearing this, Yi Qingshan stopped laughing.
Lan Zhou, you little piece of trash? What? You want to defeat me? Oh my, I'm so scared. So what if your cultivation is higher than mine? Did you forget how badly I beat you last time? Feeling itchy again these past couple days?
Yi Qingshan didn't let up on Lan Zhou either, sneering with utter contempt. While no one dared openly criticize Chen Yang, they certainly harbored no fear toward Lan Zhou. Hearing this, Chen Yang finally understood why Lan Zhou had become this way. Through repeated blows, Lan Zhou failed time and again, until one day he lost all will to resist. In that moment, he had changed. Reflecting on this, Chen Yang sighed before fixing the others with a stern gaze.
You're all talk, aren't you? Shall we put it to the test? What gives you the right to insult others like this? What did he do wrong? Maybe he seems weak to you, so you think bullying him is perfectly justified. Then is it right for me to bully you now?
Chen Yang spoke furiously, his body erupting with overwhelming blood energy. He resembled a demon god, his eyes fixed intently on the crowd.
as if he might erupt at any moment. Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads, though they seethed with resentment inside. Faced with Chen Yang's power and the favor he held with the dojo master, they swallowed their resentment, however deep it ran. But at this very moment, all they could do was forcefully lower the heads they had just held high. We didn't. He was just outmatched. Shouldn't we say so? Besides, he was always such a crybaby anyway? That's just the truth, isn't it? A few voices murmured among the crowd. Who said that? Step forward. Chen Yang had naturally overheard some of it. He immediately spoke up with authority. At his words, not a single soul dared to speak. Lanzhou straightened her back, took hold of Chen Yang's arm, and spoke slowly, "Let me handle this." Chapter 156, No sleeping allowed here. The moment Lanzhou spoke, he seemed to undergo a transformation, though his body still trembled uncontrollably. His eyes, however, burned with a resolve far stronger than ever before. Yi Qingshan, I challenge you. I'll beat you to a pulp. Every time you mock me or speak ill of me, I'll punch you back. Lanzhou's expression was stern as he fixed Yi Qingshan with an unwavering gaze before declaring with domineering authority. Chen Yang, standing nearby, smiled faintly upon hearing this, letting out a sigh of relief. At last, he was back on the right path. The rest was up to him now. Yi Qingshan froze upon hearing Lanzhou's words, utterly bewildered. His mind filled with doubt, wondering if this was really the Lanzhou he knew. But he quickly snapped out of it and burst into laughter. Though he was only at the peak of the third tier, not as high as Lanzhou's fourth tier cultivation, Lanzhou's combat prowess and the weakness of his martial arts techniques were common knowledge. In Yi Qingshan's eyes, Lanzhou was nothing but a sissy, a useless waste of space. Challenging him? Lanzhou? Just because Chen Yang backs you up, you actually think you're capable? Yi Qingshan sneered at Lanzhou before turning to Chen Yang. Chen Yang, fair and just, right? You can't bully us just because you're stronger and favored by the dojo master. At these words, the crowd chimed in agreement. Right, it has to be fair and just. Otherwise, even a dog could step up and fight him. Exactly. We might not be strong, but we're not the kind of opponents Lanzhou can challenge. Chen Yang, what do you suggest? Everyone chimed in one after another, clearly afraid Chen Yang might side with Blue Continent. Hearing this, Chen Yang glanced at Blue Continent, then smiled faintly. He lifted his head solemnly to face the group. Rest assured, I won't interfere in this matter. Victory or defeat is his own affair. With that, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Lanzhou wasted no time. He walked alone to the nearby platform, leaped onto it, and looked at Yi Qingshan not far away. What? Afraid? Scared? What a joke. If I, Yi Qingshan, can mock you for a day, I can mock you for a lifetime. Who's afraid of who? Yi Qingshan's temper flared at the words, and he leapt onto the stage. Is Lanzhou feeling particularly brave today? Did he take the wrong medicine? Who knows? Chen Yang isn't stepping in. Does he really think he can beat Yi Qingshan? TSK, I'm already ready to watch him get beaten to a pulp by Yi Qingshan. Below the stage, the crowd realized Lanzhou wasn't just trash-talking because of Chen Yang's backing, he genuinely intended to challenge Yi Qingshan. They couldn't help but voice their opinions. Unsurprisingly, no one believed Lanzhou stood a chance against Yi Qingshan. In that case, let the match begin. Chen Yang stepped forward and announced loudly. Both men on the stage turned to look at Chen Yang, then clenched their jaws tightly. Mindscape reflection. Lanzhou roared. In an instant, several nearly invisible threads surged toward Yi Qingshan's forehead before he could react. Yi Qingshan, however, detected nothing amiss. Thinking Lanzhou was playing some prank, he dismissed it entirely. Lanzhou? Is that all you've got? Is that all you've got? What are you going to beat me up with? Your green hair? Or your fake chest? Ha ha ha, today I'm going to teach you a lesson you won't forget. Kai Shan. As Yi Qingshan spoke, his entire body seemed to fall into a deep sleep. He instantly collapsed onto the stage, his eyes closing completely. Chen Yang watched this unfold, a faint smile playing on his lips. Killing without a trace, huh? Imagine how terrifying it would be with high-level martial arts and mastery? Chen Yang murmured to himself, observing Lanzhou's display. The crowd watched the scene unfold, their faces filled with confusion. Wait, Yi Qingshan? What are you doing? You can't sleep here? You're sleeping on my stage? Unbelievable, beyond belief, absolutely ridiculous. Seriously, can you get up? Stop messing with us. Lanzhou just scared you unconscious. The crowd couldn't hold back their laughter at the sight, bursting out in laughter. They couldn't fathom why Yi Qingshan had fallen asleep so suddenly, especially since he'd been spouting threats just a moment ago. Right now, Yi Qingshan's mind was filled with martial arts and money. He had no clue he'd already entered an illusion. Lanzhou's martial art was most formidable in amplifying an opponent's inner desires. It made them feel as if they were truly there, giving them a sense of security and excitement. It sent a signal of absolute safety to the brain, trapping the opponent within their own imagined environment. Seeing Yi Qingshan now fast asleep, a smile on his face, Lanzhou was suddenly filled with rage. Without hesitation, He charged forward, yanked Yi Qingshan up by the collar, then raised his head to deliver rapid, repeated lashes across Yi Qingshan's face. The scene was utterly pitiful, yet the Yi Qingshan within the dream remained utterly unaware. Even with his face swollen and bruised, he still wore a smile. Yi Qingshan, you mocked me, didn't you? Why don't you get up? Damn it, you better watch your step around me from now on, or I'll beat you every time I see you. And you guys? Next time, you might end up just like him. Lan Zhou fought until sweat drenched his head, finally letting out a breath. He then crossed his arms, panting heavily as he cursed and ranted, not even sparing the crowd below the stage. What the hell? That's it? What kind of martial skill is that? Did you even see him move? No. Damn it all. Forget it, forget it. Better be more careful from now on. Otherwise, getting beaten up and still managing to smile? That's just embarrassing. You're telling me. Unbelievable. A lifetime of shame. Hearing Lan Zhou's words, the crowd murmured among themselves, all reaching the same conclusion: they dared not mock Lan Zhou anymore. After all, they didn't even know how he'd struck back, yet they'd still been beaten senseless. No one was willing to take that risk. Lan Zhou's face was now beaming with a smile. Only one word could describe his current state of mind: awesome. Chen Yang judged the moment had passed. Lan Zhou had vented his anger sufficiently, continuing would be excessive. He immediately declared in a stern voice, Lan Zhou wins. The moment those words left his mouth, the venue fell deathly silent. Seeing this, Chen Yang glanced at the crowd. The next second, thunderous applause erupted. They were more delighted than if they had won themselves. Then, Lan Zhou released his martial arts technique, leaped off the stage, and walked over to Chen Yang's side. Thank you, Chen Yang. I'll train diligently. You've made me feel something I haven't felt in all these years. I'm truly grateful to you. Whatever you need me to do, I'll go through fire and water for you without hesitation. Hearing Lan Zhou's words, Chen Yang's face darkened. It was just too sappy. Get lost, just focus on your training. Cut the schmaltz. Chen Yang didn't just say it, he raised his fist, as big as a sandbag. Seeing this, Lan Zhou smiled faintly and said nothing more. At that moment, Yi Qingshan on the stage finally came to. SSS martial arts techniques, mine, all mine. Money, so much money, all mine. Where did my money go? Where's the martial art? Ouch, it hurts so much, my waist, my face, my legs. What happened to me? Wait, wasn't I fighting Blue Continent? What's going on? On the stage, Yi Qingshan was still reliving his sweet dream when sudden, excruciating pain jolted him awake. His face was blank with confusion, as if he'd forgotten something crucial. Then it finally clicked: he was fighting Lan Zhou. When he lifted his head, he found himself alone on the stage, lying on the ground. Staring at the wounds covering his body and the searing pain radiating through them, he stared in utter disbelief. Who ambushed me? Why attack me? Was it you, Chen Yang? Didn't you say you wouldn't interfere? Why are you helping Lan Zhou ambush me? And you, Lan Zhou? A loser is a loser, you don't even have the guts to challenge me. Yi Qingshan found it hard to believe any of this, and could only direct his anger toward Chen Yang and Lan Zhou below the stage. He felt certain he'd been tricked, ambushed by Chen Yang. The realization filled him with rage. He sprang to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Chen Yang. At these words, Chen Yang and Lan Zhou burst into loud laughter. The others below the stage covered their faces, overcome with awkwardness. They wished they could find a corner to crawl into. What are you laughing at? What gives you two the right to laugh? I'll get to the bottom of this with you. Why did you ambush me? Yi Qingshan still had no idea what was going on, but he kept confronting Chen Yang, convinced Chen Yang was behind it. Even if it were Lan Zhou, no, even two Lan Zhous couldn't have done this. What's going on? Why don't you ask your so-called friends and brothers? You should trust what they say, right? Chen Yang smiled faintly before turning to Yi Qingshan and speaking slowly. Hearing this, Yi Qingshan immediately understood. It made sense. He turned to look at the others. He saw everyone lower their heads, not a single one meeting his gaze. He felt utterly puzzled. What are you all doing? Look at me. Tell me what's going on. Why is this happening? Did Chen Yang ambush me? Speak up. Speak up. Yi Qingshan watched the crowd's reaction and grew furious, immediately confronting them with a furious outburst. Hearing this, the others sighed. One of them couldn't help but speak up. Chen Yang didn't make a move. You were beaten up by Lan Zhou, and the match is already over. Bull. How could that be? How could I possibly be beaten up by Lan Zhou? Forget it, see for yourself. I have the footage. With that, someone tossed the recording to Yi Qingshan. Though Yi Qingshan found it utterly unbelievable, he caught it and began watching. As he watched, the tape slipped from his hands and fell to the floor. Yi Qingshan collapsed backward, slumping into a heap. How is this possible? What kind of martial art is this? Why did I fall asleep? Why couldn't I react? Why? Could I really not defeat him? Yi Qingshan muttered to himself in utter collapse on the stage. Meanwhile, Chen Yang below the stage didn't linger in Blue Continent either. He turned and left immediately. He exited the internal training area.
Chen Yang spoke with a serious expression. Come on, let's go see the dojo master.
See the master? I won't go. I'm too scared. The master is so busy, how could he possibly see me? Lan Zhou refused outright without hesitation.
In her mind, only those who were exceptionally skilled or like Chen Yang both talented and favored by the master could seek an audience anytime, anywhere. Someone like him would only annoy the master or worse, get scolded and kicked out.
Hearing this, Chen Yang smiled faintly. Just come with me. Don't you want to keep proving yourself? Do you really want to stop here? Of course I do. But how do I prove it? Simple. From now on, you'll be a member of my B team. As my team member, meeting the dojo master shouldn't be a problem, right?
Chen Yang spoke slowly, then headed toward the gym owner's office.
Ah. What? You're choosing me. Really? Impossible. Lan Zhou froze upon hearing Chen Yang's words, but Chen Yang didn't respond.
So he gathered his courage and followed them. Before long, the two arrived at the door of Wu Cheng's office.
Without hesitation, Chen Yang knocked on the door.
The next second, Wu Cheng's voice came from inside, come in. Hearing this, Chen Yang pushed the door open and stepped inside, glancing back at Lan Zhou's timid, hesitant expression.
He called out loudly, Lan Zhou, weren't you here to see the headmaster? Why aren't you coming in? Hearing this, Lan Zhou immediately started to leave. Lan Zhou? Come in. What is it? Wu Cheng asked immediately.
Hearing this, Lan Zhou had no choice but to halt his steps.
He then lowered his head and entered the office.
Seeing Lin Hai was also present, he grew even more anxious. Inside, he screamed 1,000 times, this is bad.
Lan Zhou, why aren't you speaking?
Wu Cheng asked again when Lan Zhou remained silent. At this, Lan Zhou froze, utterly at a loss for words. Chen Yang, noticing the situation, immediately interjected, Director, I actually called him here.
That matter I mentioned to you last time, I've confirmed it. He's a member of Team B. Chen Yang declared with solemn certainty. After this challenge, he was certain Lan Zhou was the double agent. If they could secure first place in the Martial Arts Academy rankings next, and acquire those 2 high-grade martial arts manuals like the enchantment techniques, then Lan Zhou's strength would surge dramatically. As for just how far it could go, Chen Yang was quite curious. After all, this F-grade martial skill was already so formidable. In the office, Wu Cheng and Lin Hai froze upon hearing this. Before Wu Cheng could speak, Lin Hai approached with an expression of utter disbelief, staring at Chen Yang with confusion. He knew all too well what kind of person Lan Zhou was. For someone like this to join Team B, he genuinely suspected Chen Yang was making a cold joke. Chen Yang, you're not joking, are you? This isn't funny. Just tell us what you want us to do for him. Just get to the point.
Lin Hai spoke with a completely bewildered expression, assuming Chen Yang was only saying this because Blue Continent needed something that he wanted to help them.
I'm not joking.
He's officially a member of Team B now, Director Lin.
I'm serious. Chapter 157, Team B personnel confirmed.
Hearing Chen Yang's words, Lin Hai's face instantly filled with question marks, contorting in utter disbelief. His wide eyes stared at Chen Yang with confusion, searching for any hint of deception in his expression. But no matter how intently he stared, Chen Yang remained utterly calm, showing no change whatsoever. He then turned to Lan Zhou, who kept his head bowed, unable to meet Lin Hai's gaze even for a moment. Seeing Chen Yang's resolute determination, Lin Hai sighed helplessly before turning his gaze to Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng sat there looking utterly bewildered. While not as exaggerated as Lin Hai, he was clearly just as perplexed by Chen Yang's actions. Old Wu, you, say something. Letting him, is that even possible? If the other martial arts school members find out about this, won't it cause an uproar? I don't even want to curse him out, but he has zero combat ability. What's the point of him joining the team? To disgust enemies and beasts? Lin Hai, brimming with fury, blurted out his questions in a flustered rush, his face darkening. Seeing Wu Cheng stammering without a word, he turned his gaze to Chen Yang. Chen Yang, this joke isn't funny at all. Sure, it's the authority Wu Cheng, the dojo master, gave you can make your own choices. But this is utterly absurd. If you'd chosen something remotely normal, I wouldn't have interfered. Lin Hai, filled with utter bewilderment and doubt, once again confronted Chen Yang with his questioning. Although Wu Cheng had indeed entrusted Chen Yang with full authority over this matter, and although Lin Hai had initially doubted Chen Yang's capability, but through subsequent observations and experiences, Chen Yang proved himself through action. Lin Hai genuinely believed Chen Yang was up to the task. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have interfered. But Chen Yang had suddenly brought in someone who had long been criticized within the martial arts academy. And with complete seriousness, he declared the man would join his martial arts academy as deputy headmaster. As the headmaster, Lin Hai was genuinely alarmed. If he wasn't careful, the Hunter's martial arts academy team would become the most bizarre and fastest eliminated squad in the entire East Sea. At that moment, Wu Cheng finally sighed and slowly turned his gaze toward Lin Hai. He knew full well who Lan Zhou was, and Chen Yang had already promised him time to prove himself. So although Wu Chang hadn't spoken earlier, he had been watching Lan Zhou intently, hoping to discover something. Yet he found nothing.
Lin, that's enough, that's enough. Why are you in such a hurry?
Whatever the situation, since this matter has been entrusted to Chen Yang, just let him explain it clearly.
Even if he doesn't fully explain it in the end, as long as he thinks it's acceptable, that's fine. Old Lin, since we've already taken the gamble, what's wrong with going all in?
If we keep cowering like this, when will our martial arts school ever make a name for itself? Wu Chang spoke with solemn earnestness, each word firm yet tinged with a hint of disappointment and confusion.
But since it's already been decided, we might as well leave it to Chen Yang.
Hearing this, Lin Hai sighed.
Old Wu.
I know all this, but it just hurts inside.
How am I supposed to convince everyone at the martial arts school? Never mind, never mind. Chen Yang. You explain it to them. Lin Hai ultimately didn't know how to proceed, sighing repeatedly as he passed the question to Chen Yang.
Part of him hoped Chen Yang would see the error of his ways, yet another part desperately wanted Chen Yang to provide proof that his choice was truly justified. Facing the questioning and confusion of the two masters, Chen Yang remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. He waited until their expectations had reached their lowest point, the perfect moment to prove Lan Zhou's worth and win them over.
Before Chen Yang could speak, Lan Zhou, who had kept his head bowed, couldn't hold back any longer.
He felt he had dragged Chen Yang down.
Moreover, he knew his own limitations. He simply didn't possess the strength to join Chen Yang's team.
Although today's battle had indeed given him confidence and renewed determination to strive harder and be himself again.
But declaring his return so abruptly felt utterly unreliable. Chen Yang, thank you. And thank you both, masters. I'm sorry. Chen Yang, you don't need to help me.
I truly don't have the strength to join Team B.
You should find someone else. If I join Team B, I'll only make it a laughingstock and hold everyone back. You two go ahead with your work. I'll step out for now.
Lan Zhou spoke with a heavy heart, never once lifting his head. After finishing, he exhaled a sigh of relief mixed with resignation before silently turning to leave the office. Leaving this place that now made him uncomfortable, a place that didn't belong to him. But this time, Lan Zhou wasn't crushed. Instead, he felt a determination to prove himself. For him, the shift in mindset and outcome was already deeply satisfying.
Lan Zhou, wait. I'm not joking. You're already a member of my B team. As long as I'm in charge of this B team, you'll always be my teammate. Come back here. The reason I chose him is simple, masters. Because he's strong and has exceptional talent. Chen Yang? Come back here first.
Hearing this, Lan Zhou halted in his tracks, unsure whether to feel joy or disappointment.
Chen Yang? What are you talking about? You said he's strong? Talent? Are you talking about cross-dressing as talent?
Lin Hai heard Chen Yang's words and immediately asked. Hearing this, Chen Yang smiled faintly and spoke slowly. Director Lin, please don't rush to conclusions.
You can watch this recording. This is the match from Blue Continent just now.
With that, Chen Yang handed the recording to the two men. Though both looked utterly bewildered, they accepted it, eager to see what Chen Yang meant by exceptionally strong and talent. Alright, I'll see for myself what's going on, Lin Hai said skeptically.
The two then watched the entire match between Blue Continent and Yi Qingshan. Even after watching the entire match, they didn't feel the disappointment or shock they had anticipated.
Instead, they looked at Chen Yang with even greater confusion. Wu Chang, standing nearby, shared their puzzlement, though he seemed to have caught a glimpse of something. He fell deep in thought. Only Lin Hai was utterly speechless. All he saw was Yi Qingshan step onto the stage, make a boastful declaration, get beaten up, and then disappear. What exactly was that supposed to prove? Lin Hai was genuinely baffled.
Even if Chen Yang wanted to demonstrate Blue Continent's strength, he should at least have let him make a move. Moreover, Yi Qingshan's cultivation level was never as high as Lan Zhou's to begin with. Even if Lan Zhou had one,
it would only prove he was a normal person, not how strong he was.
So he didn't see anything special in Chen Yang's video. He just thought Chen Yang couldn't find a satisfactory excuse. Chen Yang, forget it. I don't think you need to explain any further.
Since you're determined to let him participate, then go ahead and let him.
I can't control this anymore. You handle it yourself. But honestly, this video was kind of unnecessary. You could have done it without him if you really wanted to.
Lin Hai had abandoned his earlier attempt to convince himself. This was a reluctant compromise.
There was no other way.
He could only accept this outcome. Beyond this, he held no further authority.
Director Lin? You certainly didn't notice Lan Zhou using martial arts techniques, did you?
Those barely visible lines in the recording were the techniques. And the reason Yi Qingshan collapsed the moment he stepped onto the stage was also due to this martial technique, not because I tampered with the phone or anyone else interfered.
Then why can't such a ghostly attack method prove his strength?
If that's not enough, consider their previous 10 matches. He lost every single one without exception.
Moreover, his cultivation level has always surpassed Yi Qingshan's. Yet this time he won, and so effortlessly. Is that also a coincidence? And hasn't his rapid cultivation advancement over the years proven his innate talent? Chen Yang practically blurted out all of Lin Hai's earlier doubts in one breath.
Though he hadn't known what those doubts were, they happened to be the very factors proving Lan Zhou's credibility. Hearing Chen Yang's words, both Lin Hai and Wu Chang froze. Instead of responding immediately, they watched the footage again. This time, they were meticulous, reviewing it 3 times.
Sure enough, they both detected something amiss. At this moment, Lin Hai found himself believing Chen Yang's explanation.
What puzzled him, however, was why this sudden change had occurred.
Could it be that Blue Continent had suddenly awakened? Chen Yang, then what caused this? Why is Blue Continent acting this way? Lin Hai immediately asked.
Hearing this, Chen Yang smiled faintly before replying, because none of his previous martial arts techniques suited him. Although his cultivation was high, he was severely lacking in practical application. This prevented him from unleashing his true potential. The martial art in the recording, however, is a charm-type technique, and it's only the lowest tier F rank. This technique is exceptionally well suited to Lan Zhou, allowing him to perform at his normal level or even surpass it.
Chen Yang explained earnestly.
Upon hearing this, Lin Hai didn't fully grasp the concept, but he sensed there was some truth to it.
After all, the path of martial arts was boundlessly vast, and the existence of unconventional geniuses was only natural. Chen Yang, so this is why you had me add 2 enchantment-type martial arts? Ah, so that's it. Now it all makes sense.
At that moment, Wu Chang spoke slowly with a smile. He recalled how Chen Yang had requested enchantment-type martial arts as a reward for the Martial Arts Academy's ranking tournament. Now that Chen Yang had explained it, everything clicked into place.
Alright, Blue Continent. You're officially Team B from now on. That's final. But you must follow Chen Yang's lead.
Wu Chang turned his gaze back to Lan Zhou and spoke slowly. Hearing this, Lan Zhou felt a surge of emotion. Facing Wu Chang's words, he hurriedly replied, "Thank you, Director.
I will definitely follow Chen Yang's lead. I'll work hard too. Alright, you may go now." With a smile, Lan Zhou slowly withdrew.
"Director, I'll be taking my leave as well," Chen Yang said respectfully.
Preparing to leave.
Just then, the door knocked again. Wu Chang called out, "Come in." Everyone assumed it was Lan Zhou, who had just left, perhaps returning because he hadn't understood something. The next moment, the door swung open and Hu Xian stepped inside, his face pale and his complexion looking rather poor.
Hu Xian? Brother Hu Xian? Why are you here?
Lin Hai and Chen Yang exclaimed in surprise, including Chen Yang himself.
Master Hu, I'm here to report for duty. Young brother Chen Yang, you're here too.
Hu Xian spoke slowly, hoping only to join the Martial Arts Academy as soon as possible.
Hu Xian, why are you here? Why didn't you rest a few more days in the hospital? Don't you trust what Lin Hai, said? Go back and rest immediately. Come back when you're fully recovered. The Martial Arts Academy welcomes you anytime.
Seeing Hu Xian arrive, Lin Hai paused in surprise before urgently urging him to focus on recovery.
Master Lin, I'm fine. Don't worry. It's not that I don't trust you. I'm just impatient myself.
Hu Xian replied with solemn earnestness. Chen Yang, who had been about to leave, instantly changed his mind upon seeing Hu Xian arrive. After all, they'd already dealt with 1 Blue Continent.
Only 1 remained.
Having assumed Hu Xian wouldn't show up, Chen Yang hadn't interfered. Now that he was back, Chen Yang naturally wanted to test the waters.
Ha? Chen Yang, you still have business? Weren't you about to leave?
Lin Hai noticed Chen Yang standing with his back turned, yet hesitating to move, and asked in confusion.
Ha. Gentlemen, I do have something to discuss. It's about this B team. I've decided to let Hu Xian join too.
Chen Yang gave an awkward laugh upon hearing this, turned around, scratched his head, and spoke with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Wu Chang sighed.
Fine. If you say so, then so be it.
After tomorrow's match, we'll compile the roster and make the announcement. Wu Chang showed no surprise at all. After all, he had already discussed this with Chen Yang earlier, so there were no questions.
Old Wu? Are you sure? Lin Hai asked, utterly bewildered.
He couldn't fathom why Wu Chang remained so calm. But he certainly wasn't calm. Even though he felt guilty toward Hu Xian, that was a separate matter. He couldn't possibly include Hu Xian in this just because of that matter. After all, Hu Xian was getting older now. Even if he worked hard after returning, it would be incredibly difficult for him to make significant progress within a year. Wu Chang smiled faintly at his words.
I'm certain.
Old Lin, you needn't concern yourself with this matter.
I've got it covered. Wu Chang spoke calmly.
Hearing this, Lin Hai could only sigh and say no more. Hu Xian, however, looked utterly bewildered. He dared not even dream of such a thing.
Both curators, I'm definitely not up to it. Young brother Chen Yang, you should find someone else. I'm simply too old.
Joining the team would serve no purpose.
Anyone else would be better than me.
Hu Xian hurriedly spoke up.
You're the one. Chen Yang declared firmly.
After exchanging farewells, he turned and left the office.
Chapter 158, Martial Arts Academy Ranking Tournament. Seeing Chen Yang speak his final words with such unwavering resolve before turning and walking out, the three people in the office were all taken aback. Wu Cheng couldn't help but smile wryly at the scene. Let's just go with Chen Yang on this one. Wu Xian, don't feel pressured either. Chen Yang trusts you, just do it. You should go back and rest, prepare yourself. Wu Cheng's gaze softened, a faint smile playing on his lips as he turned to Wu Xian and spoke slowly. Hearing this, Wu Xian's eyes grew even more resolute. Thank you both, masters. I'll do my best. Then I'll go back and prepare. Go ahead. With that, Wu Xian slowly left the office, his excitement mingled with uncertainty and a surge of motivation. Wu Cheng and Lin Hai watched him go, both sighing and shaking their heads almost simultaneously. Then they exchanged a knowing smile, as if the events of the moment had already lost their weight. Compared to that, tomorrow's Martial Arts Academy ranking tournament held far greater importance. The participating martial arts schools were Midnight Martial Arts School, Hunter Martial Arts School, Dawn Martial Arts School, Black God Martial Arts School, and Flying Heaven Martial Arts School. For Wu Cheng, this Martial Arts Academy ranking tournament wasn't particularly significant. But for Chen Yang, and for the entire landscape of Donghai City, it was extremely important. Thus, at this moment, he harbors a glimmer of hope for Chen Yang. The following day at noon, the viewing stands of the entire Rising Sun Martial Arts Hall were packed with spectators. Among them were not only members of the martial arts hall but also individuals from various sectors of society. They had come to witness the grandeur of this Martial Arts Academy ranking tournament. Most importantly, the Sunrise Martial Arts Hall had spared no effort in its promotional campaign. They hoped this grand stage would test Chen Yang, ideally shattering his martial spirit completely. They wanted him to suffer a crushing defeat in front of such a large audience, hoping it would crush his spirit and leave him broken. Meanwhile, at the martial arts hall entrance, Chen Yang parted ways with Xia Chuxue, Wu Cheng, and the others. He headed toward the martial artists competition preparation area to get ready. They were getting ready for the upcoming matches. Well, if it isn't Chen Yang? Who'd have thought your Hunter Martial Arts Hall would be completely deserted? Just a few days gone, and now you're the one stepping into the arena. TSK, how disgusting. Just as Chen Yang was about to leave, that familiar, repulsive voice echoed from behind him. Chen Yang had intended to ignore it. But suddenly, someone blocked his path, preventing him from leaving. Move aside. Chen Yang didn't recognize this person, but the badge on his chest clearly marked him as belonging to the Midnight Martial Arts Academy. Without hesitation, Chen Yang coldly ordered him to move aside. This person was undoubtedly connected to Xinqing, who was barking like a mad dog behind him. Chen Yang, can't you hear junior sister Xinqing speaking to you? Such a lack of manners? Do you really think you're some kind of big shot? You know who I am? The burly man before Chen Yang sneered contemptuously, gesturing wildly at him. Get lost. Who cares who you are? Chen Yang unleashed a punch that sent the burly man stumbling backward. He then turned to leave with ease. Chen Yang? You actually dared to. Xinqiang exclaimed in shock from behind. She never imagined Chen Yang would become so brazen, even daring to strike Xiao Xingyu, the fourth-ranked fighter of the Extreme Night Martial Arts Hall. Faced with Chen Yang's reckless actions, Xinqing could only shout out, but clearly, Chen Yang had no intention of acknowledging him. Xiao Xingyu rubbed his throbbing abdomen, his face frozen in shock. Chen Yang's single punch had actually knocked him back. Moreover, Chen Yang didn't even seem to be using his full strength. This made Xiao Xingyu, the fourth-ranked fighter renowned for his power, instantly feel threatened. With other martial arts school members watching, he felt utterly humiliated. Clutching his fists, he roared, "You little bastard, Chen Yang! You dare to leave? Take this! Get lost!" Just then, Wu Cheng strode swiftly to Xiao Xingyu's front and declared with authority. Seeing this, Xiao Xingyu, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, dared not strike Wu Cheng. His uneven distribution of force caused him to lose his balance, and he stumbled backward, crashing to the ground. Xiao Xingyu's face flushed crimson. Martial arts hall master, is this how you protect your own? Aren't you afraid Master Chu Buping will step in for you? Chen Yang from your martial arts school started it first. Everyone saw it, right? Xiao Xingyu scrambled to his feet, glaring furiously at Wu Cheng as he demanded an explanation. He believed Chen Yang was only able to act this way because he had Wu Cheng and the entire Hunter Martial Arts Hall backing him, otherwise, he'd be nothing. Moreover, he was deeply dissatisfied with Wu Cheng's bullying behavior. The crowd of onlookers, eager for a spectacle, immediately chimed in with their own comments upon hearing Xiao Xingyu's words. Yeah, we all saw it. Chen Yang started it. Otherwise, Xiao Xingyu wouldn't have fought back. Yeah, what gives? What's the difference between Chen Yang's actions and those of a demon beast? Is Master Wu Cheng trying to forcefully protect his own? Doesn't he care about his reputation anymore? The crowd truly relished the drama, their voices brimming with indignation, their arguments utterly illogical. Upon hearing this, Wu Cheng gave a cold laugh. His gaze swept over the crowd, instantly silencing them. I, Wu Cheng, will make my position clear here today. I stand by Qing Yang. Got a problem with that? He struck first. Don't you know why he did it? Chen Yang, you may go inside and prepare. Wu Chang spoke with overwhelming authority, utterly unfazed by the slander or baseless accusations from the crowd.
Hearing this, Chen Yang nodded silently beside him and walked straight inside without another word. Though Xiao Xinyu was deeply displeased, he could do nothing but watch Chen Yang leave.
Ha ha ha, I hope you can protect him on the stage too. Because then, I won't be able to control myself. Xiao Xinyu spat out the threat before turning and walking away.
Wu Chang, observing the scene, didn't take it too seriously and promptly turned to head for the spectators' seats. Just as he turned, he caught sight of Chu Buping, who had been there for who knew how long. Their eyes locked, sparking an intense clash. A fierce glint burned in both their eyes.
Master Wu, what refined taste you have still thinking to meddle with these youngsters at a time like this?
But you should know, my disciple has a rather short fuse. Rest assured. If they ever cross paths, I'll make sure he goes easy on him. If your precious disciple accidentally breaks something, I won't be able to do anything if you come causing trouble at my martial arts school's doorstep. Chu Buping smiled faintly, then turned to Wu Chang and spoke in a deliberately sarcastic tone.
Hearing this, Wu Chang's face turned ashen, yet he didn't back down. Cause trouble?
More likely, I'll be wailing at your precious disciple's funeral.
Ha 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 ha.
Without another word, Wu Chang strode away. Chu Buping shot Wu Chang a vicious glare before following suit. Now he was eager to see just what kind of person Chen Yang really was. Was he truly worthy of the stage the Extreme Martial Arts Academy had built for him? Meanwhile, in the martial artists' competition preparation area, Chen Yang found a corner and sat down quietly. He didn't dwell on it much. Hey, Chen Yang, how's your confidence holding up? If we draw our school later, let me go first. I'll go set the example for you. With your skills, you'll definitely handle it. The scariest thing is facing the top-ranked martial arts schools. Just then, Meng Yi, who had spotted Chen Yang nearby, immediately walked over. He intended to let Chen Yang get accustomed to the feel of this kind of competition first. After all, even though Chen Yang was formidable, he hadn't experienced this kind of competition before. It wasn't that he thought Chen Yang would back down. It was more a matter of mindset after all. Chen Yang was simply too young. If Meng Yi were Chen Yang's age, he wouldn't even dream of competing in such a tournament. Just joining the martial arts academy would have been cause for immense joy. Hearing this unexpected remark, Chen Yang was caught completely off guard. Still, he recognized Meng Yi's well-intentioned advice and immediately responded with a smile. Brother Meng Yi, thank you. I didn't hold back during our last match. Are you okay? Chen Yang asked awkwardly. Hearing this, Meng Yi scratched his head and smiled. That's all in the past. Last time I wasn't paying attention. If we fought again, you might not be able to beat me. That's right. The two chatted sporadically, waiting for the match to begin. Just then, a man with uniformly red hair approached. He looked at Meng Yi and Chen Yang with a sneer and laughed. Meng Yi, I never thought you'd sink to this level. What? Wu Hao doesn't dare show up. So you're sending just the three of you? And a wet behind the ears kid? What's he even doing here? Performing acrobatics? Hearing this, Chen Yang and Meng Yi lifted their heads. Chen Yang didn't recognize the man before them, but from his words, one thing was certain. This man was no pushover. He likely had some past grievance with Wu Hao and Meng Yi. Judging by his tone, he must be a formidable martial artist from that school, otherwise, he wouldn't speak so arrogantly. Chen Yang remained silent, carefully sizing up the man's background. Jin Yan, what business is it of yours whether Wu Hao comes or not? What? You haven't improved a bit over the years, but your silver tongue sure has gotten sharper. Looks like your Flying Heaven martial arts school is on the decline, huh? Meng Yi showed no sign of backing down. He knew the man before him possessed immense power that had been formidable for years. This man was Jin Yan, the top-ranked martial artist at Flying Heaven Martial Arts Academy, consistently dominating the rankings. It was even rumored that he had already secured the position of next Flying Heaven Martial Arts Hallmaster, cementing his immense status within the organization. His question to Wu Hao stemmed from the previous Martial Arts Academy ranking tournament. Wu Hao had personally eliminated him, and Meng Yi had been eliminated by Wu Hao. His participation in this tournament wasn't driven by ambitions for the top ranking. He was solely seeking another chance to face Wu Hao in combat. Only moments ago did he learn that Wu Hao hadn't even entered the tournament. His anger flared instantly, and just then he spotted Meng Yi and Chen Yang. He immediately prepared to come over and stir up trouble, venting his frustration. Meng Yi? Tell me, why isn't Wu Hao here? Is he scared of me now? I've challenged him countless times over the years, and he never once accepted? Why? Explain this to me. Am I not worthy? I'm the top-ranked martial artist at Flying Heaven Martial Arts Academy, after all. Jin Yan spoke angrily, utterly baffled by Wu Hao's repeated refusals to accept his challenge. This burning desire to defeat Wu Hao had been bottled up inside him for far too long. Then, just days ago, he learned about the upcoming Martial Arts Academy ranking tournament. He'd immediately sign up, spending the past few days fantasizing about defeating Wu Hao and venting his frustration. But what devastated him most was that Wu Hao hadn't even shown up. In that instant, all his pent-up rage found its outlet in the other members of the Hunter Martial Arts Hall. Even if he showed up, you wouldn't stand a chance.
Can't you save some dignity for yourself? Just don't be scared when you face me. Meng Yi spoke coldly.
If the other wanted revenge against Wu Hao, he certainly wanted revenge against him.
Fine. And you've got this little brat. Better hope he doesn't get eliminated first. I can't wait.
Jin Yan's voice carried a hint of madness and fury, his face twisted into an eerie grin.
Everyone, quiet. Our competition is about to begin.
Welcome to the Martial Arts Hall ranking tournament organized by our 5 major martial arts halls. Su Dongxing of the Rising Sun Martial Arts Academy, serving as host, welcomed the crowd with a smile, appearing utterly composed. He was supremely confident in his martial arts school, having made thorough preparations this time. He had directly entered all 3 of his top-ranked martial artists into the competition. It was foolproof he wouldn't tolerate any surprises. After all, he had invested heavily this time. If Chen Yang were to snatch the victory,
wouldn't that make him a laughingstock?
Such an unexpected defeat and humiliation were absolutely intolerable to him.
This tournament is truly thrilling. It's a veritable gathering of stars, isn't it?
I see several martial arts schools have brought out their top-ranked fighters.
Looks like this tournament is going to be spectacular. Can't wait. Have you heard? Rumor has it this tournament was arranged specifically for Chen Yang from the Hunter Martial Arts School? What? How could that be? For a greenhorn kid? That can't be right. Who says it's not possible?
I don't think it's clear, but it'll be incredibly difficult for Chen Yang to make a name for himself.
We'll see.
In the stands, murmurs and whispers filled the air.
Some even debated whether Chen Yang could make an impact.
But in their eyes, the odds were stacked against him after all, he was still far too young. If only he'd been given more time to develop steadily, most would agree he'd eventually get his chance.
But that chance clearly wasn't coming anytime soon. The next match begins.
First match, Flying Heaven Martial Arts Academy versus Hunter's Martial Arts Academy.
Both sides, please send out your contestants.
The referee presiding over the match announced solemnly.
Chapter 159, What's the harm in losing?
As the referee's words fell, not only the entire audience but also the high-ranking officials from each martial arts academy and the participating martial artists all turned their gaze toward the positions of the contestants from Flying Heaven Martial Arts Academy and Hunter Martial Arts Academy. Brother Jin Yan, I'll handle this measly Hunter Martial Arts School.
You and Brother Tuza just wait for my good news.
Yuan Long, the weakest competitor from Flying Heaven Martial Arts City, looked at the Hunter's Martial Arts School with unwavering confidence as he addressed Jin Yan and Tuza. He believed that with his late 4th-tier platform strength, securing first place should be no problem. Besides, he needed to prove himself.
Tuza and Jin Yan were likely to become high-ranking figures in the martial arts academy in the future.
If he performed well, he would become the most powerful figure in the academy outside of the leadership. In that case, he could practically wield absolute power within the Flying Heaven Martial Arts Hall. At this thought, Yuan Long couldn't help but let an unnatural smile slip across his face.
No need.
The Hunter Martial Arts Academy, I must come first.
I won't rest until I've taken my revenge. You and Tuja just keep watch.
Jin Yan, who had always harbored resentment toward the Hunter Martial Arts Academy, naturally wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. Thus, when Yuan Long suggested taking the initiative, he flatly refused. Hearing this, the two said nothing more. Since Jin Yan had spoken, so be it. Jin Yan stepped forward and leapt onto the special alloy platform. This platform was significantly larger than previous ones. Even if the combat energy and martial arts techniques strayed off course, this clearly demonstrated the major martial arts academies had spared no effort for this academy ranking tournament.
What the hell? It's Jin Yan from the Flying Heaven Martial Arts School? He actually came in person? Then what's there to compare?
You must know that Jin Yan has reached the 5th tier.
None of those Hunter's Martial Arts Academy guys seem to be 5th tier, right? One of them was even defeated by Jin Yan. What's there to compare?
The crowd watched as the Flying Heaven Martial Arts Academy immediately fielded their strongest fighter, Jin Yan, against the Hunter's Martial Arts Academy, a team lacking their own top fighter, Wu Hao.
To the onlookers, this match was bound to be a one-sided slaughter, with no suspense whatsoever. At the Hunter's Martial Arts Hall section, Meng Yi heard the crowd's mockery and contempt, and his anger flared. He immediately stepped forward. I'll take him on.
This grudge has been festering far too long.
A defeated foe? So what?
You, Jin Yan, aren't even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as Wu Hao. You make me crave an unbeatable challenge.
With that, Meng Yi leapt onto the stage.
His gaze locked with Jin Yan's, their eyes clashing in a fiery exchange.
Chen Yang and Ma Yuan, ranked second, watched Meng Yi on the stage. Though neither spoke,
a hint of worry flickered in their eyes. After all, Meng Yi was merely at the peak of the 4th tier, while his opponent had already reached the martial tier. It seemed like a mere hair's breadth, yet crossing that seemingly simple threshold was as difficult as ascending to heaven. For many martial artists, it was an insurmountable chasm of fate that could never be bridged in a lifetime. Often, it wasn't something that could be achieved through simple, straightforward effort. No one understood this gap better than Meng Yi himself, standing on the stage at that very moment. Despite the formidable strength of his opponent, as a martial artist and representative of the Hunter Martial Arts Academy, retreat was not an option. Nor did he have any reason to. The spectators on the stands were stunned to see the Hunter Martial Arts Academy had sent Meng Yi the very man they had defeated before. In truth, most believed Ma Yuan should have been the one sent. Many claimed he had already reached the 5th tier. However, he himself had never revealed the true extent of his strength. As for Meng Yi, the defeated opponent, taking the stage, they truly hadn't anticipated this. Is it over? The Hunters Martial Arts Academy is going to lose someone right off the bat? Remember, this is a points-based tournament. The later rounds yield higher points. Simply put, the more people advance, the greater the advantage. The crowd murmured in agreement, convinced the Hunter Martial Arts Academy was finished. Conversely, they'd be at a significant disadvantage unless someone could carry the entire academy. Clearly, no one saw such a figure within the Hunter Martial Arts Academy. Meng, who would have thought? So you weren't just talking tough earlier? You've got real grit? What? Last time I beat you soundly back when we were evenly matched, you still couldn't win. Now you actually think you can fight me? You didn't come here just to beg me to fight you, did you? If you just bark a couple times and crawl between my legs, I might be in a good mood and let you win. From the stands, Jin Yan watched his defeated opponent dare to step forward again. Recalling the contempt and mockery he'd endured at Hunter Martial Arts Academy's Wu Hao, he craved nothing more than to reclaim his pride. Facing Meng Yi, his sole desire was to humiliate him thoroughly. Even if he conceded this match, as long as the humiliation succeeded, he would be satisfied. He refused to believe Wu Hao would remain indifferent to such a grave insult to the Martial Arts Academy. Jin Yan is taking this way too far. It's just a match, why must he humiliate others? Save your breath. This is a world where might makes right. The strong are everything. What they say is truth. We common folk have neither the power nor the chance to change it. Witnessing Jin Yan utter such humiliating words, the crowd erupted in murmurs of discontent and heated debate. At the center of it all, the masters of the 5 major martial arts halls stood solemnly, their eyes fixed on the events unfolding on the stage. Wu Cheng's face was ashen with rage as he glared at the smiling figure beside him, Mu Jin, the head of the Flying Heaven Martial Arts Academy. Mu Jin was the sole female headmaster among the 5 great martial arts academies, possessing immense strength. Most crucially, rumors swirled about her mysterious, unknown background. No one could confirm it, yet no one dared to challenge it either. Thus, she remained a figure of half belief, half doubt, someone no one dared to offend. At that moment, Mu Jin could clearly feel the icy glare emanating from Wu Cheng. She offered a faint smile and addressed him, Master Wu, please calm your anger. This is all my fault for failing to properly discipline my disciples. Upon returning, I shall discipline them strictly. Please do not dwell on this matter. The relationship between our 5 great martial arts schools surely cannot be shaken by such a single incident, correct? Mu Jin appeared exceedingly courteous, having effectively positioned herself on the moral high ground to address Wu Cheng. Hearing this, Wu Cheng suppressed his boiling anger. Of course. We will certainly not interfere in their competition. Wu Cheng appeared calm as he slept, but inside he was gritting his teeth, seething with rage. But he knew such an outburst was both impossible and irrational at this moment. So in the end, he forced himself to suppress his discomfort and quell his rage. Are we fighting or not? Enough with the nonsense. Is your Flying Heaven Martial Arts Hall just that eager to be lapdogs? On the stage, Meng Yi, encased in his battle armor, spoke angrily. The insults only fueled his strength. Looking for death. Jin Yan roared, his crimson battle armor instantly enveloping him as he charged straight at Meng Yi. He didn't bother with any martial arts techniques, deeming Meng Yi unworthy of such skill. Instead, he charged forward at full speed, gathering all his strength into a single punch aimed squarely at Meng Yi. Seeing this, Meng Yi naturally wouldn't engage in a head-on clash. He deftly dodged the punch, then unleashed a martial skill to disrupt Jin Yan's combo and halt his momentum. Is that all you've got? Then prepare to lose, Jin Yan said coldly. He now found Meng Yi's martial arts techniques childishly simple, easily evaded. In the next instant, Jin Yan's battle armor was engulfed in flames. He swiftly dodged all of Meng Yi's obstructions and martial arts attacks. Before Meng Yi could comprehend what was happening, he felt his throat being seized. Then came dizziness, the crack of breaking bones, and the brutal impact on his internal organs. To the others watching, it appeared as though Jin Yan was holding Meng Yi like a rag doll, repeatedly whipping him across the stage with relish. Only when Jin Yan grew slightly weary did he hurl Meng Yi toward the edge of the ring. Seeing this, the referee finally announced the outcome, unsurprisingly, Jin Yan's victory. Chen Yang, seeing this, didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately rushed onto the stage and carried the severely injured Meng Yi down. Brother Meng Yi, are you okay? You really should have conceded. The gap in strength was just too great in this match. Would it have been reasonable for you to concede? Chen Yang looked at Meng Yi, covered in wounds and soaked in blood, speaking with a helpless expression. No one would blame Meng Yi, for the outcome of this match had been decided from the very start. It was merely a matter of choosing the outcome.
But Meng Yi didn't back down.
Knowing defeat was inevitable, he still refused to concede. Even in utter disarray, he defended the dignity of the Hunter Martial Arts Academy. In that moment, despite his defeat, the entire audience gave Meng Yi a thunderous round of applause.
This is what a martial artist should be, yes. Son, this is how you face an enemy. Never retreat, even in defeat. Defeat is possible, but if you retreat, it will become an insurmountable demon within your heart. So, what defines a true warrior? Above all, it's having a spirit that never accepts defeat, a heart that never yields. The spectators murmured these words to one another. At that moment, Meng Yi slowly opened his eyes. With a faint smile, he spoke with all his strength. Next. It's your turn. I'm tired. As the words fell, Meng Yi slipped into unconsciousness. Soon after, someone carried him away for treatment. Chen Yang's heart burned with rage, his fists clenched tightly. Chapter 160, Admit Defeat?
For reasons unknown, Chen Yang felt a rage he hadn't experienced in a very long time.
But now it's time to keep pulling. Whether I'll get lucky remains to be seen. But to face Jin Yan, I'll have to wait until the next stage.
On stage, Jin Yan made a throat-slitting gesture toward Chen Yan before returning to the martial artist competition area.
Next match, Dawn Martial Arts Academy versus Midnight Martial Arts Academy.
Both contestants, please take the stage, the referee announced slowly. As expected, Hunter Martial Arts Academy was not drawn this time. The Sunrise Martial Arts Hall sent out their second-ranked fighter, Han Hai, while the Midnight Martial Arts Hall fielded their third-ranked fighter, Su Chao.
Damn, this match is going to be interesting.
It's bound to be a fierce battle, but I'm rooting for Han Hai.
Not so fast.
Both are at the peak of Tier 4.
It could very well be a dead heat. I don't think so.
The entire Rising Sun Martial Arts Academy has been out training recently. Their overall strength has improved significantly. You can't judge by surface stats alone. The crowd chattered away, comparing the combatants' strengths. They hoped for a spectacular showdown. On the stage, Han Hai and Su Chao locked eyes.
Suddenly, Su Chao burst into laughter. Referee, I concede. Su Chao seemed to have come merely to complete a task, appearing utterly carefree. Even uttering the words of surrender flowed effortlessly from his lips.
The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd fell into stunned silence.
Did I hear that right? Su Chao from the Midnight Martial Arts Academy actually conceded? What's going on? Who knows? Isn't admitting defeat the greatest shame for martial artists?
If it were like Meng Yi facing Jin Yan earlier, that might be understandable. The power gap was just too huge.
But there's hardly any difference in strength between these two. And they're conceding? I really don't get it.
The crowd murmured among themselves, utterly baffled by Su Chao's situation.
Why would this happen? Su Dongsheng, Zhu Buping, are you even bothering to put on a show anymore? Just giving up like that? Why give up? Is there really such a huge gap in strength between the two of you?
Wu Cheng immediately stood up, his anger boiling over as he confronted Zhu Buping and Su Dongsheng.
Wu Cheng wouldn't believe this was normal for a second.
He simply wanted to hold back a bit to test Chen Yang further. Upon hearing Wu Cheng, Su Dongsheng immediately restrained Zhu Buping, maintaining a calm smile himself. He knew this was no time for impulsiveness, nor could he show anger that would play right into their hands.
Brother Wu Cheng, what are you doing? Is admitting defeat really necessary? Even if he violated the warrior spirit, it doesn't warrant this, does it? I think Brother Wu Cheng is simply too exhausted. He should get some rest.
Su Dongsheng spoke with a smile, acting as if it were no big deal. He knew this minor incident proved nothing, so he spoke without restraint.
Sure enough, despite his lingering anger, Wu Cheng could find no retort. He merely snorted coldly and sat back down. Several more rounds followed without the Hunter Martial Arts Hall participating. Finally, it was their turn. Ma Yuan stepped forward first, and unsurprisingly, he won the match with relative ease. After several more rounds, the final match of the first round finally arrived.
For today's final match, the Rising Sun Martial Arts Academy faces off against the Hunters Martial Arts Academy. Please have the two remaining contestants from each side come forward. The referee announced solemnly. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yang leapt onto the stage. His opponent would be the Sunrise Martial Arts Hall's third-ranked fighter, a formidable fourth-tier peak martial artist. Huang Shang, the third-ranked martial artist of the Rising Sun Martial Arts Academy, possessed formidable strength and was exceptionally well-rounded.
Is it over? Is Chen Yang finished before he even gets started?
Sigh, I was hoping to see more of Chen Yang's matches, but it looks like it's over already. Against Huang Shang of the Rising Sun Martial Arts Hall, Chen Yang doesn't stand a chance. Looks like this young man's journey has come to an end. The spectators murmured among themselves, not a single one believing Chen Yang had any chance of winning.
It couldn't be blamed on them.
After all, Chen Yang was only at mid-fourth tier at best. The gap between him and Huang Shang was vast. There was no way around it. The disparity in strength made defeat inevitable. But what everyone was pondering now wasn't who would lose, it was whether Chen Yang would concede outright or put up a fight before throwing in the towel. After all, in many of the previous matches, the contestants either conceded immediately or went through the motions before admitting defeat. It had been utterly devoid of any spectator appeal.
Chen Yang, will you concede on your own, or should I make you concede? They think you're a genius? What I'm saying is, genius is just the threshold to meet me? Go ahead, admit defeat? I can't be bothered to fight.
Huang Sheng stood with his hands on his hips, looking down his nose at Chen Yang before him. But his mission was simple.
Defeating Chen Yang wasn't the priority, it was to push him to his absolute limit.
To make him unleash his full potential. Because what everyone wanted to observe was where Chen Yang's limits lay at this stage. Chen Yang froze upon hearing Huang Sheng's words. He hadn't expected this guy to be even more full of himself than he was.
Chen Yang gave a helpless smile. Brother? Are you out of your mind? You're the threshold to genius? More like the stepping stone at the bathroom door, huh? How can you be so disgusting? Why don't you just admit defeat?
Fighting you is beyond my limits, it's downright disgusting.
Chen Yang wasn't just formidable in strength, his sharp tongue wasn't something Huang Sheng could easily handle either.
After Chen Yang finished speaking, not only was Huang Sheng utterly baffled, but the entire audience stared at him in stunned silence.
Wasn't he blowing his own horn a bit too much?
The crowd already doubted he could win, but now he wasn't conceding, he was demanding his opponent's surrender instead.
Damn, has Chen Yang lost his mind? How could he possibly concede now? Hope he doesn't end up in the hospital like that Meng Yi guy. I wouldn't be surprised.
The way Huang Sheng looks, he clearly can't hold back anymore. Youngsters are just hot-headed.
It's only natural they don't know their limits.
Give it a few years, and I bet Chen Yang will regret today's decision. The audience murmured their disapproval, voicing what they saw as Chen Yang's misguided decision.
To them, Chen Yang was undeniably a promising martial arts prodigy, but he was simply too green.
He needed time to mature, so they still held high hopes for him.
Huang Sheng now stared coldly at Chen Yang. You want me to admit defeat? Are all young people as brainless as you? Chapter 161, A Real Man Never Looks Back. Huang Sheng found Chen Yang's demand for surrender utterly preposterous.
No one had ever dared demand his surrender before a match even began. Therefore, at this moment, Huang Sheng had made up his mind. He was determined to teach Chen Yang a proper lesson. He would learn that there were always people better than him, that the sky had no limits, and that not everything could be looked down upon. Gale wind clears the path, shatter the sea. Enveloped in golden battle armor, Huang Sheng shimmered under the glow of the yellow light, radiant like a golden sun. A long blade engraved with dragon patterns hovered before his chest. As soon as his words fell, the blade erupted with golden patterns. It rapidly expanded to over 10 meters in length. Before Chen Yang could react, the blade swung toward him. The sheer force of this strike was overwhelming, its sheer power alone sending shivers down one's spine.
Unconsciously, one couldn't help but hold their breath for Chen Yang. Can Chen Yang even block this? Huang Sheng isn't holding back at all, is he? If Chen Yang can't even handle this, he's probably doomed. Who can say otherwise? Sigh. The spectators couldn't help but voice their concerns as they witnessed Huang Sheng's devastating strike. The murmurs of the crowd did not affect Chen Yang.
Facing his opponent's formidable assault, Chen Yang merely smiled faintly.
It was simply too slow, too weak.
It appeared formidable, but in truth, the entire martial technique's power was hollow, unable to unleash its full might.
Domain activation. Chen Yang smiled faintly as his domain expanded, instantly enveloping the entire arena. His entire body was now shrouded in battle armor.
Too slow, too weak, Chen Yang roared, catching the opponent's martial technique barehanded. But he didn't stop there. He forcibly seized Huang Sheng's weapon, then smiled faintly.
This is how a blade is wielded. He abruptly channeled a torrent of vital energy into the blade. Instantly, the sword seemed to come alive, trembling uncontrollably as if communicating with Chen Yang. The onlookers watched in bewilderment, unsure what Chen Yang was doing. What's gotten into him? How can the blade withstand this? It's bound to shatter. He's clearly lost his mind. Shouldn't he be countering with martial arts techniques instead? He's still showing off here? I'm speechless.
The crowd watched as Chen Yang not only parried Huang Sheng's strike but, most crucially, seized control of his opponent's weapon. Then he unleashed his domain martial skill. Everything seemed to be turning in his favor. The crowd's eyes clearly burned with support for Chen Yang and a faint glimmer of hope for victory. Just as everyone prepared to witness Chen Yang unleash some powerful martial skill or combat technique. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang began channeling his vital energy into the blade's edge and showed no signs of stopping. As the blade neared its breaking point, Chen Yang still refused to stop. You? Teach me how to wield a blade? That's the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life. You think taking my blade leaves me helpless? A true swordsman wields greater power without a blade than with one. You wouldn't understand. Huang Sheng nearly burst out laughing at Chen Yang's words and actions, utterly stunned by his claims. Here, take it back. Chen Yang flung the blade, pulsing with vital energy, toward Huang Sheng. It appeared utterly ordinary, just the simple act of tossing a sword. Huang Shang, seeing this, assumed Chen Yang had been frightened by his own words and was hastily returning the blade. Thinking this, Huang Shang felt a surge of satisfaction. Without a hint of caution, he simply reached out and caught the knife as it flew toward him. He then turned to Chen Yang with a faint smile and said, "Good for you for knowing when to back down. But it's too late now. You should go rest. Don't get so cocky in the future." Huang Shang spoke, preparing to attack Chen Yang once more. At these words, Chen Yang merely smiled faintly and clapped his hands. "Oh? Already tired? Alright then. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with the knife in your hand?" Chen Yang asked with a faint smile. Hearing this, Huang Shang instinctively glanced at his blade. Visibly, there was only a slight crack likely caused by Chen Yang channeling his blood energy into it. He couldn't discern anything unusual about it. "What are you babbling about?" "Oh? Blast." The moment Chen Yang's words fell, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone was utterly bewildered by what he had said. The knife remained perfectly fine. Huang Shang, initially startled by Chen Yang, had been about to toss it aside. But nothing happened. He was convinced Chen Yang was just mocking and humiliating him. It was nothing but futile resistance. The spectators in the stands were equally bewildered, including Wu Chang, who wore an awkward expression. None of them understood what Chen Yang was trying to achieve. How was this any different from self-entertainment? The crowd couldn't figure out if Chen Yang was actually fighting or auditioning for an acting role. What the hell is Chen Yang doing? Blow someone's head off? What's blowing off? Ugh, this is so embarrassing. Just imagine if this video gets leaked, it's cringe-worthy. No idea how Chen Yang came up with such cringe-worthy lines. If it were me, I'd have conceded and gotten off stage ages ago. Is Chen Yang's genius actually his thick skin? Damn, bro, now that you mention it, it kinda sounds like that might be true. Does that make me even more of a genius than him? As they chatted, the mood gradually turned playful. Winning or losing seemed to matter less now. They were just treating Chen Yang as a source of amusement. Huang Shang burst out laughing at this. "Chen Yang? That's it? Did you come here to perform a clown act for me? Ha ha ha, this is killing me. I'm done playing with you. Get lost. Sword stance, rise." Huang Shang doubled over with laughter on the stage, utterly dismissive of Chen Yang. But Chen Yang remained unnervingly calm, his lips moving as if counting down something. Unfazed by the surrounding taunts, he knew exactly what he was doing. It was just that the process itself was beyond the comprehension of those watching. 3, 2, 1. Goodbye. Chen Yang spoke slowly. He immediately turned and prepared to step down from the stage. The crowd watched this scene with puzzled expressions, all letting out a collective sigh. Before their sighs could fully escape, flames erupted skyward from the center of the stage, followed by a deafening explosion. The force was immense, sending Huang Shang flying backward. He instantly lost consciousness, blades now embedded in his battle armor. It turned out that just moments ago, after Chen Yang had spoken, Huang Shang hadn't taken it seriously at all and was preparing to deliver the final blow to Chen Yang. Unfortunately, the blade in his hand shattered explosively the very next second. The vital energy Chen Yang had infused earlier detonated like gunpowder. Huang Shang had no chance to dodge this immense energy. He was completely engulfed by it, then hurled backward, severely wounded. Chen Yang, however, walked calmly toward the audience below the stage. Holy crap? What just happened? Chen Yang isn't the clown, Huang Shang is the clown? Bro, you're a clown too, and so am I. Holy crap, what kind of fighting style is this? My brain can't keep up. Who knows? Anyway, Chen Yang won. That's insane. Real men never watch explosions, right? That handsome? The entire audience froze in disbelief, eyes wide with shock, before erupting into heated discussion. Chen Yang's fighting style was simply too niche and bizarre. Even if Huang Shang hadn't cooperated, it wouldn't have reached this level. Blame Huang Shang for underestimating his opponent, though there was a reason for that. Mastering this technique demanded precise control over one's own blood energy and the blade's. Among the 5 great hall masters, only Wu Chang burst into hearty laughter at that moment. The other 4 hall masters were utterly dumbfounded, unable to accept what was unfolding before their eyes. It wasn't that they felt they absolutely had to win after all, victory wasn't their goal. What they sought was to test Chen Yang's limits. Thus, everyone was deeply dissatisfied. Well done, everyone. See you tomorrow. Blown to bits, ha 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 ha. How amusing, truly amusing. Martial artists competing, defeated by an explosion, won't that make the news? Ha 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 ha. Wu Chang saw the grim expressions on everyone's faces, then stood up laughing and walked away, his mocking words trailing behind him. Time flew by, and evening arrived. At Chen Yang's residence, 2 new figures had arrived. Chapter 162, no one believed in him, the power gap was too great. The dining table in the living room was laden with an array of dishes. Chen Yang swallowed hard, glanced at Xia Chuxue beside him, then lifted his eyes to meet those of Lin Hai and Wu Cheng across the table, offering a faint smile. Honored masters, please don't stand on ceremony. I won't either, Chen Yang said with a smile, preparing to eat. Wash your hands, Xia Chuxue said coldly. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yang dashed toward the bathroom and quickly washed his hands. Wu Chang and Lin Hai exchanged knowing smiles. Without hesitation, they instinctively glanced at their own hands before rising and heading toward the restroom as well. Soon after, the group began to savor Xia Chushua's culinary skills. After finishing their meal, they all looked thoroughly satisfied. Chen Yang, how did you come up with that idea today? Was that even reliable? That thing's good for one use max. Can't use it again. Wu Chang recalled today's match. Though they had won, the process had been far too convoluted. It had been extremely risky and held no value for sustained use. Hearing this, Chen Yang nodded and spoke slowly. Senior, I know. Today was just a whim. I thought I'd give it a try and unexpectedly succeeded. Tomorrow's opponents will undoubtedly be stronger, so naturally, we can't use this method again. Chen Yang spoke calmly. Today had been nothing more than a sudden impulse to experiment, and he hadn't expected Huang Sheng to cooperate so perfectly. He hadn't intended to actually win the match using such an unreliable method. So when Wu Chang offered his reminder, he understood perfectly. Good to know. But tomorrow we might face Jin Yan from Feitian Martial Arts Academy? What should we do then? Based on today's draw order, tomorrow's match could very well be Flying Heaven Martial Arts Academy versus our academy. And judging by Jin Yan's demeanor, he definitely won't pass up the chance to compete against our martial arts school. Wu Chang spoke again, his voice tinged with concern. After all, facing Jin Yan. Even Chen Yang felt there was no chance of victory, for the gap in strength was simply too vast. There was simply no viable way to defeat them. Hearing this, Chen Yang understood perfectly well. But just because they couldn't win now didn't mean they couldn't win tomorrow. If you asked him why, he'd simply say it was because he was cheating. Senior, where there's a will, there's a way. Regardless of the outcome, I will give it my all. Chen Yang spoke softly, yet his tone was unwavering. Hearing this, Wu Chang smiled faintly. Very well. In that case, get some rest early. We look forward to seeing you perform well tomorrow. We'll be heading back now. Take your time, masters. Chen Yang rose to see the two masters off, then turned and returned to his room. Early the next morning. At the Rising Sun Martial Arts Hall, Chen Yang arrived early. Since today's matches were scheduled for the morning, everyone had risen early and gathered at the Sunrise Martial Arts Hall. As soon as he entered the dojo, Chen Yang spotted Lu Ran and Zhang Dehai, who also noticed him at the same moment. Chen Yang approached them. Principal, Director Zhang, you actually came. Of course we had to come. Didn't we tell you last time? We absolutely had to be here for your match. You look in great shape, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. These martial arts club members are all much older than you. Even if they beat you today, in a few years, they won't be anything special in your eyes. Lu Ran knew today's match would be far tougher than yesterday's. Though Chen Yang appeared calm, Lu Ran understood the immense pressure he was under. If he didn't adjust properly, a single defeat could send him spiraling into a slump. After all, many prodigies start off with smooth sailing, but too much ease isn't necessarily a good thing. Over time, such individuals subconsciously convince themselves they cannot lose. If they ever lost in the future, some would bounce back stronger than ever. Others, however, would plummet to the depths and never recover. They didn't know which category Chen Yang fell into, so they simply hoped he could maintain a level-headed attitude. Hearing this, Chen Yang replied calmly, Principal, I'll keep that in mind. I'll give it my all, win or lose. The match is about to begin. I should head in now. Alright, good luck. With that, Chen Yang headed toward the martial artist competition area. Compared to yesterday, the martial artist competition area was noticeably less crowded now. Those who remained were all the victorious warriors from yesterday. They were mostly old masters from various martial arts schools. Chen Yang, if you encounter a strong opponent today, I'll go first. You should be able to advance further. I know I can't win the championship, but maybe you prodigy, have a chance. As soon as he arrived at the martial artists competition area, Ma Yuan spotted Chen Yang approaching and immediately spoke with earnestness. Ma Yuan knew his own limits. Achieving a decent result wasn't difficult, but winning the championship was impossible. He lacked Chen Yang's explosive power and unpredictability. Compared to Chen Yang, he was merely a bit older and had slightly higher cultivation. Everything else simply couldn't compare to Chen Yang. He understood that for either of them to claim the championship would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. But the unpredictability and wild cards surrounding Chen Yang still gave Ma Yuan a sense that a miracle might just happen. Chen Yang paused at the remark, then smiled faintly. Brother Ma Yuan, who said we're weak? Rest assured, I'm still confident about this championship. Those martial arts techniques are just too tempting. If I let that meat slip through my fingers, I'd be kicking myself. Chen Yang spoke with a light-hearted tone, as if the task were no big deal. But Ma Yuan knew Chen Yang was merely reassuring him. He sighed deeply. Hang in there. Go for it. The two clasped fists in encouragement. Ha? Getting hyped up before it even starts? What good is hyping yourselves up with your measly skills? I'll get the whole crowd hyped up for you guys. If he can't do it, he just can't. Just then, a jarring voice cut through the air. Jin Yan appeared beside them, his face twisted with contempt and mockery as he spoke.
Jin Yan, what are you doing here? What business is it of yours what we talk about? Do you really think you're invincible now? I remember you saying the same thing back then. What happened when you met Wu Hao?
Seeing Jin Yan's arrogant demeanor and recalling Meng Ye's pitiful state from yesterday, Ma Yuan immediately retorted with irritation. Hearing this, Jin Yan's face instantly twisted with discomfort as he gritted his teeth.
Ma Yuan? That was then. This is now.
You'd better think carefully about who'll be the first to get beaten to a pulp when you meet me.
Ha 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 ha.
With that, Jin Yan burst into laughter before turning and walking away. Seeing this, Chen Yang and Ma Yuan clenched their fists tightly. At that moment, Jin Yan had become the very stepping stone Chen Yang needed to prove himself.
Low cultivation?
Last night, Chen Yang had already used the system to boost his cultivation, though he hadn't learned any new martial arts techniques. But Chen Yang felt it was sufficient. Only fists could make these people understand what it meant for every punch to land with bone-crushing force.
The martial arts masters stood silently in their positions.
The tension in the air was no less palpable than the loud arguments elsewhere.
They had taken note of Wu Cheng's mockery yesterday.
Today, they were all eager to have their martial arts schools be the first to encounter the Hunter Martial Arts School, to teach Chen Yang a lesson first.
Only then could they vent their anger.
Wu Cheng, meanwhile, wore a solemn expression as he awaited the start of the competition. As the spotlight illuminated the stage, the host descended onto the platform and slowly announced, "Today's competition officially begins. The first match of the second round pits the Hunters Martial Arts Academy against the Flying Heaven Martial Arts Academy." The moment these words were spoken, a wave of murmurs erupted. Not only the spectators, but even the martial artists and the various dojo masters revealed their own hidden thoughts. Without a moment's hesitation, Flying Heaven Martial Arts Jin Yan strode onto the stage.
All eyes now focused on Chen Yang and Ma Yuan of the Hunters Martial Arts School. Chapter 163, Ma Yuan's Defeat. As the crowd's gaze focused on them, the two men instinctively exchanged a glance. Ma Yuan patted Chen Yang on the shoulder, sighed, then spoke with unwavering resolve, "It's up to you now. Don't feel burdened. Let me face him first in this match." With that, Ma Yuan began walking toward the stage. "Brother Ma Yuan, let me handle it. He's only a 5th-tier opponent. No need for that. I'll handle it." Chen Yang smiled faintly, grabbing Ma Yuan's arm as he spoke with an air of nonchalance.
Indeed, after last night's extraordinary feat, his strength had already reached the 5th tier. Therefore, he didn't think much of this situation or the golden flame before him. However, to Ma Yuan's ears, those words sounded far too cocky. After all, everyone knew Chen Yang's official rank was only mid-4th tier. "Chen Yang, I've been training at the Martial Arts Academy years longer than you have.
So this time, let me handle it. Rest assured, he might not be able to defeat me. Watch closely.
Let him see that our Hunters Martial Arts Academy isn't to be trifled with.
Wu Hao may be absent, but I, Ma Yuan, am here."
Speaking calmly, Ma Yuan gently pushed Chen Yang's hand aside. He then walked toward the stage with his head held high and chest thrust out, neither arrogant nor submissive. Seeing this, Chen Yang couldn't help but smile.
Ma Yuan's true strength had always been shrouded in mystery. He believed Ma Yuan could overcome his opponent. Even if he failed, it wouldn't matter. After all, martial artists. Fighting was all that mattered. Victory or defeat no longer mattered so much.
The spectators in the stand sighed repeatedly upon seeing Ma Yuan step forward. As the second-ranked fighter at the Hunter Martial Arts Academy, Ma Yuan kept a low profile and rarely appeared in public.
His strength was undeniably formidable, yet apprehension lingered in the crowd's hearts.
After all, Jin Yan had already reached the 5th tier.
Ma Yuan's true potential remained unknown. Hey, what do you think? Does the Hunter Martial Arts Academy still stand a chance? Now we've only got Chen Yang left.
He pulled off a clever win in the last match.
Will they get that lucky again today? Luck doesn't strike twice. Maybe today's the day the Hunters Martial Arts Academy gets eliminated.
As expected, without Wu Hao, the Hunters Martial Arts School's strength is significantly diminished. Sure, they have Chen Yang, but he's still too young. The spectators in the stands murmured among themselves. They knew that unlike the Hunters Martial Arts Academy, the other academies had brought their full forces this time. If Wu Hao of the Hunters Martial Arts School were present, they might still have a chance. But now, it was a foregone conclusion. As Ma Yuan stepped onto the stage, all eyes turned to the ring. Jin Yan, seeing Ma Yuan step forward to fight, smiled faintly. Though he had never crossed blades with Ma Yuan before. He knew this match might not be easy, but winning against him was absolutely no problem. "Ma Yuan, this is our first time facing each other, and it will be your last time stepping onto this stage in this tournament. All these years, I haven't seen you improve much. Ah, you're just getting old." Jin Yan looked at Ma Yuan before him and spoke slowly, his eyes brimming with contempt. He clearly didn't think much of Ma Yuan. "Just don't accuse me of picking on a kid. Bring it on." Ma Yuan remained expressionless upon hearing Jin Yan's words, then spoke indifferently. Instantly, his entire body was enveloped in green battle armor. He then reached behind him and drew a weapon, an umbrella. This was his weapon, named Pear Blossom Rain.
Rain pierces bone, Ma Yuan declared slowly.
The green umbrella hovered in midair, spinning at high speed before unleashing energy beams as sharp as steel needles toward Jin Yan. The speed was blinding, the attack bursting with explosive force. Seeing this, Jin Yan erupted with overwhelming blood energy.
While fending off the beam's assault, he rapidly closed the distance to Ma Yuan.
Then, erupting with fury, he shouted, "Die!
Gale Blade."
In the next instant, an attack as fierce as a storm generated a powerful vortex, blasting toward Ma Yuan. In the blink of an eye, Ma Yuan was struck before he could react, sent flying and crashing into the edge of the arena. He fell straight down, blood spurting from his mouth, his battle armor severely damaged. Had it not been for the armor's protection, that devastating blow would have pierced straight through his body. Watching from below, Chen Yang clenched his fists tightly, a surge of intense anger rising within him.
Is it still not enough? At that moment, Chen Yang felt utterly helpless. Ma Yuan? Already done for?
I told you you're past your prime.
You didn't even react to an attack like that. You should just go home and recuperate.
Ma Yuan stared at the motionless figure on the ground, covered in wounds and seemingly incapable of further combat.
Jin Yan spoke coldly, then looked up at the referee. Time to announce the result, huh? The audience now had their heads bowed.
Though they all understood martial arts held supreme, and the strong were the rule. But witnessing this scene still stirred a pang of sorrow within them. After all, most of them were ordinary people, destined never to reach Ma Yuan's level.
Yet Ma Yuan was powerless to fight back.
In that moment, a profound sense of disillusionment washed over them.
Ma Yuan, get up. You can't just admit defeat like that. Ah, defeat is defeat after all. The audience sighed.
Just as the referee was about to announce the result, Ma Yuan steadied himself against the edge of the ring and rose to his feet, trembling. His entire body was covered in blood. He appeared utterly incapable of continuing the fight.
It's not over yet. Ma Yuan's eyes widened as he gave a cold laugh and spoke.
At his words, all eyes turned to Ma Yuan, a surge of hope rising within them.
Seeing this, Jin Yan immediately wore a wicked grin and coldly remarked, "Oh? You're still standing? Seems I underestimated you. In that case, you'd better go down again."
With that, Jin Yan swiftly closed the distance, his fist gathering power as he approached Ma Yuan.
A single punch sent Ma Yuan flying backward.
Contrary to everyone's hopes for a reversal, and without the slightest hint of surprise, Ma Yuan ultimately proved no match for Jin Yan. Ma Yuan soared skyward like a before plummeting back down, blood spurting from his mouth as he fell.
Chen Yang rushed to catch Ma Yuan as he fell. Ma Yuan glanced at Chen Yang and gave a faint smile. "It's your turn now."
With those words, Ma Yuan lost consciousness.
Jin Yan wins. The referee immediately announced the outcome. Every member of the Hunters Martial Arts Academy present bowed their heads in defeat.
The crushing sense of loss was overwhelming. The martial arts techniques they had sought earlier now seemed like nothing but a joke.
Though Chen Yang remained, was there any chance?
Clearly, there was virtually no chance left.
On the stage, Jin Yan turned to Chen Yang and burst into unrestrained laughter. The entire arena was now shrouded in a deathly silence, devoid of any glimmer of hope.
Though the crowd had merely come to watch the match and bore no connection to the Hunter Martial Arts Academy. But witnessing such a desperate situation, a wave of sorrow inevitably washed over them.
Next match. Featuring. Hold on.
Chen Yang cut off the referee mid-sentence, leaving the crowd staring at him in bewilderment.
What is Chen Yang doing? No clue. Interrupting the match like this out of nowhere, that's not cool, is it? No clue. Well, let's see what's going on.
After all, Ma Yuan's been getting pretty beaten up in this match. It's only natural for the young guy to be a little fired up. The spectators murmured among themselves.
Chen Yang, do you have something to say?
If you have nothing to say, please refrain from disrupting the match.
The referee looked at Chen Yang and spoke sternly. Chapter 164, Chen Yang defies heaven. I challenge Jin Yan.
Chen Yang gently set Ma Yuan down on the ground, stood up, glared at Jin Yan, and declared firmly. At these words, everyone froze in shock.
What is Chen Yang doing? Challenge Jin Yan? Has he lost his mind? He couldn't even defeat Ma Yuan, and now he wants to take on Jin Yan for revenge?
Well, it's good for a young man to have spirit, but this is just too impulsive. Besides, this is a competition, not the time for challenges.
What exactly is he trying to accomplish? He must be blinded by rage. Hearing Chen Yang's words, the spectators all agreed he must be blinded by rage, chattering away one after another.
They understood Chen Yang's feelings. But at a time like this, one should stay calm and focus on the upcoming match,
rather than letting personal rage override the bigger picture. Chen Yang, this is a competition. This is your first warning.
Any further disruption, and I reserve the right to disqualify you.
The referee addressed Chen Yang sternly before preparing to resume announcing the match.
Jin Yan, however, didn't take it seriously, viewing it merely as entertainment as he slowly descended from the stage.
I challenge Jin Yan. Chen Yang declared once more. This time, the entire arena was stunned once more.
The referee's expression had shifted. Everyone realized Chen Yang had now angered the referee, and he might be disqualified at any moment.
Sighs rippled through the crowd as they lamented Chen Yang's reckless impulsiveness.
Meanwhile, Wu Cheng's face was as cold as ice, not only rigid but radiating a chill. He understood Chen Yang's choice, but he didn't know what to say. If it were him, he might have done the same. As for martial arts techniques, he no longer cared about them. Chen Yang, you have repeatedly interfered with the competition.
You have been disqualified. Hunter Martial Arts Academy is eliminated.
The referee declared coldly. At these words, Chen Yang gave a cold laugh.
You say I challenged Jin Yan? Has Chen Yang lost his mind? Why does it seem like he can't hear a word the referee is saying? Ah, he's probably consumed by rage. Young man.
Chen Yang's run ends here, but he's done remarkably well. The spectators murmured among themselves, some sympathizing with Chen Yang, others mocking him. If he wants to challenge, let him challenge. Just then, Su Dongxing rose to his feet and spoke slowly. The other three dojo masters, excluding Wu Cheng, immediately echoed his words. Hearing this, the referee sighed.
Jin Yan, do you accept the challenge? Jin Yan froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Him? Challenge me? No way. Chen Yang, have you lost your mind?
Jin Yan roared with laughter. Then Chen Yang leapt onto the stage, glaring coldly at Jin Yan.
You dare? At those words, Jin Yan's smile froze. What's there to be afraid of? You brought this on yourself? So it's not my fault?
Let me show you what it means that beyond every person lies another, beyond every sky lies another heaven.
You don't have the right to be arrogant yet. You should crawl like a dog.
Jin Yan spoke coldly, leaping back onto the stage.
Holy, Chen Yang? It's over.
A spectator gasped. Chen Yang showed no sign of being unsettled by the remark.
He simply turned to the referee and asked, Can we begin? Begin. With the referee's command, Chen Yang shot forward like lightning.
Before Jin Yan could react, he was already soaring through the air.
With no chance to retaliate, Jin Yan was repeatedly knocked back by Chen Yang's punches and kicks.
The sound of cracking bones echoed continuously. Finally, Chen Yang hoisted Jin Yan high into the air and slammed him down onto the ring with brutal force.
Without the slightest surprise, Jin Yan instantly went limp like a corpse, utterly motionless.
But at that moment, everyone present froze in shock.
A fifth tier being thoroughly beaten by Chen Yang? Like an adult beating a child?
They were dumbfounded, utterly bewildered.
Can someone tell me what's going on? Am I seeing things?
I actually saw a mid-tier fourth-tier martial artist utterly dominate a fifth-tier practitioner.
Is this some kind of illusion? Bro, this isn't fake.
I can't believe it either, but it's the truth.
Chen Yang beat Jin Yan? And he looks completely unfazed, not even a hint of pressure?
The entire crowd gasped in shock.
Chen Yang, why did you hit him so hard? How could a mid-fourth tier cultivator like you completely overwhelm Jin Yan? Come clean, what did you do? How is this possible?
The furious master of the Flying Heaven Martial Arts Academy demanded.
How did you manage it? Do I need to explain?
What's there to say when your own disciple is outmatched?
Do you still intend to bully my Hunter Martial Arts Academy? Did I force him into this fight? Wasn't it you who gave him the chance?
At that moment, Wu Cheng also stood up and spoke. At these words, the other Martial Arts Academy masters exchanged glances, at a loss for what to say. After all, it was indeed their request that had been agreed to. They suddenly felt like they were swallowing bitter gall, suffering in silence with no way to express their grievances.
Wu Cheng, don't talk nonsense.
He clearly initiated the challenge.
Could this be a coincidence? If he hadn't cheated, why was he like a completely different person yesterday and today? As the head of the Hunter Martial Arts Academy, don't you have an explanation? Will the spectators here accept this? Can the competing martial artists accept this?
The master of Feitian Martial Arts Academy showed no sign of backing down, immediately responding with reasoned arguments. Upon hearing this, Wu Cheng knew something was indeed amiss.
But why? He didn't know either. As for Chen Yang cheating, that was clearly not the case. He trusted Chen Yang completely.
But more than that, he was curious about what exactly had caused Chen Yang's strength to change so rapidly.
Could it truly be extraordinary talent? Wu Cheng didn't know, nor could he say. What's there to say? Everyone saw it. If Chen Yang was cheating, wouldn't you all have noticed too? You all know in your hearts whether he cheated, don't you?
Wu Cheng spoke with unwavering conviction.
Sai, what kind of situation is this? Who knows? This Chen Yang is just too bizarre. Yesterday, I thought Chen Yang was getting beaten up, but today he's the one beating up Jin Yan? What level of power is he at now? Even the Martial Arts Academy master couldn't beat Jin Yan like that, right? Could Chen Yang be stronger than the Martial Arts Academy master? How could that be?
The spectators murmured among themselves, each speculating wildly.
Seeing this, Su Dongxing knew Chen Yang must be hiding something. The match continues.
Flying Heaven Martial Arts Academy is permitted to select 2 additional members to participate. Su Dongxing spoke slowly, as Jin Yan was now unable to compete. To ensure fairness and impartiality, Su Dongxing allowed Flying Heaven Martial Arts Hall to select 2 martial artists to replace Jin Yan. Upon hearing this, the crowd remained silent. After all, it was reasonable? Chen Yang? What else do you need? Why aren't you heading to the preparation area? Su Dongxing noticed Chen Yang still standing motionless on the stage and immediately addressed him. He had no idea what Chen Yang intended to do, as the latter had remained expressionless on the stage ever since defeating Jin Yan. Hearing this, Chen Yang slowly raised his head and coldly looked at Su Dongxing. Regular matches are too troublesome. Let them come challenge me? I'm taking this championship. If no one challenges the champion, doesn't it automatically belong to me? Chen Yang declared coldly. Chen Yang understood that with his current strength, even several martial arts schoolmasters wouldn't be his match. Therefore, he had no desire for a drawn-out competition. Thus, he spoke up immediately. He believed Su Dongxing couldn't refuse, as this would allow them to better observe Chen Yang. Hearing this, Su Dongxing gave a cold laugh. Is that so? Is there anyone here who wishes to challenge Chen Yang? Hearing this, martial artists below the stage raised their hands one after another. I'll go. Me too. What's this kid trying to pull? I've had it with him for ages. Does he really think our Rising Sun Martial Arts Hall has no one left? How dare this mere brat act so brazenly? Martial artists in the competition area spoke with disdain. Hearing this, Chen Yang smiled faintly and said slowly, "Go ahead." Immediately, a martial artist stepped onto the stage as the match commenced. In a single exchange, Chen Yang dispatched the 4th-tier peak martial artist before him. Several more followed, and without a single hiccup, every single one was effortlessly taken down by Chen Yang. The crowd, witnessing this spectacle, could no longer remain seated. Is Chen Yang going on a killing spree? Is he even human? Why does he feel even more ferocious than a demon beast? This is terrifying. The spectators gasped in unison, utterly astonished by the spectacle. Some couldn't process it fast enough and fainted on the spot. At that moment, the 5 hall masters stood with their mouths agape. Watching Chen Yang's display, they were utterly speechless. There was no technique involved, only sheer suppression. They couldn't fathom how Chen Yang could utterly dominate a 5th-tier opponent in the blink of an eye. Chapter 165, Qingbei University. Thus, through one challenge after another, Chen Yang not only emerged victorious every single time. Even the top-ranked martial artists from the Rising Sun Martial Arts Hall and the Midnight Martial Arts Hall were defeated by Chen Yang without exception. Such a stark reversal and contrast would be impossible to believe if not witnessed firsthand. After all, who could have imagined that a greenhorn youth, barely at the 4th tier, would ascend to the 5th tier in a single day? In a single day, he traversed a path most martial artists spent their entire lives attempting to walk. This was no longer a matter of talent. The question now was whether Chen Yang was truly that human prodigy capable of reversing aging. No one knew the answer, and no one dared to ask. Chen Yang showed no other reaction after leading the Hunters Martial Arts Academy to first place. After distributing the martial arts techniques, he trained alongside his team members to prepare for the upcoming challenge. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, Luo Hua, and Xia Chuxua, all 3 of them, looked toward the upcoming training camp. The timidity they once felt had vanished, replaced by a sense of ease. They knew their current strength made getting into a decent martial arts university no big deal. For Chen Yang, the only options were Qingbei Martial Arts University. Meanwhile, in the capital city, within the president's office of Qingbei University, 2 men sat in the office, Academic Director Bei Mu and President Wang Long. President, have you heard about the prodigy who appeared in Donghai City, Dongshan Province? Tomorrow marks the start of the training camp, and martial arts universities nationwide will send representatives to observe. It will also serve as a screening process for the students within. Director Bei Mu spoke slowly, though he did not state it directly. His words implied that the prodigy in Donghai City would draw fierce competition from rival schools. The implication was clear: should they attempt to poach the prodigy? Upon hearing this, Principal Wang Long smiled faintly. He had known about this matter long ago. I'm aware of this matter. I've already sent people to find this prodigy named Chen Yang. We'll make an exception and grant him direct admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. No training camps will be required. As long as he agrees, he can report to the university immediately. Wang Long's expression remained composed. His decision stemmed primarily from the recent widespread rumors about Chen Yang throughout the entire Dragon Nation. His astonishingly rapid cultivation progress meant he was no ordinary prodigy. He even carried an extraordinary secret. Thus, Wang Long had made up his mind he would secure Chen Yang's admission at any cost. For this very reason, Wang Long specifically dispatched Qingbei University's strongest instructor and 8th-tier powerhouse to Dongshan City. The sole purpose was to recruit Chen Yang. Upon hearing Wang Long's words, Bei Mu's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a sea of question marks. After all, Principal Wang Long was famously uncompromising, a man who strictly adhered to rules. Normally, he would never make an exception for a single prodigy. Precisely because of this, over the years, every time Baimu had spotted a prodigy and sought to make an exception for their recruitment, only to be flatly refused by Wang Long. Among those rejected were students who had since become formidable figures in their own right. So this time, Baimu didn't come with high hopes, but rather out of a sense of obligation. He approached Wang Long in his usual manner. He had long prepared himself for rejection. But who could have guessed? Wang Long actually said he had already sent someone to the East Sea and had even made an exception to admit him directly. This sudden reversal left Baimu momentarily speechless. He couldn't help but wonder inwardly, is this really Wang Long? Could this be a dream? Then, regaining his composure, Baimu looked at Wang Long and spoke slowly, Principal? Are you serious? You're not joking? You're certain you're making an exception? Baimu couldn't believe it, so he chose to probe again. He feared it might just be a passing whim. Hearing this, Wang Long sighed and gave a helpless smile. He didn't know what had come over him either. Reflecting carefully, his stubbornness had caused him to miss out on many promising talents. To say he didn't regret it would be a lie, but he had never managed to break through this so-called rule. Until now, when he'd learned about Chen Yang and watched countless videos of his combat techniques. He was deeply shocked. This wasn't an ordinary genius. It was a breakthrough beyond convention, whether in combat style or martial arts techniques. Everything radiated a sense of revolutionary innovation. In the end, he simply couldn't bear the thought of letting such a prodigy slip through his fingers because of his own stubbornness. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he made an exception and admitted Chen Yang outright. He even dispatched a powerful individual specifically to Donghai City. When have I, Wang Long, ever deceived you? I made an exception. Perhaps he was worth it. I only hope he doesn't make me regret it. Wang Long spoke with solemn earnestness. Hearing this, Baimu staggered, nearly losing his footing. Principal? You finally understand genius demands exceptions. Besides this Chen Yang, there's another genius in the western regions named. No need to say more. Besides this Chen Yang, I have no interest in the others. Just let them pass the assessment properly. Alright, I have work to attend to. You should get back to yours as well. Wang Long heard Baimu was about to recommend other geniuses, and he refused without a moment's hesitation. If you asked him why, he wouldn't know. Perhaps he'd simply grown accustomed to refusal. By the time Baimu spoke, it was already impossible. Hearing this, Baimu sighed, at a loss for words. Principal, I understand. With that, Baimu left the office, his demeanor heavy with disappointment. He couldn't fathom what the principal was up to. Or rather, why had Chen Yang alone been granted special admission? He couldn't comprehend it, even though Chen Yang was a rare genius. But among all the other prodigies he could name, which one wasn't a demonic genius? Thus, Baimu found it difficult to comprehend Wang Long's decision. Before long, the office door swung open once more. A foreigner walked in. Wang Long looked up, utterly bewildered, unsure what this was about. Beside the foreigner stood another figure, a member of the War God's temple. A ninth-tier powerhouse. He recognized him immediately. War God Li Feng? What brings you here? Wang Long stood up, speaking calmly. Although this Li Feng was powerful and belonged to the War God's temple, he still didn't have the authority to interfere with Qingbei University. Qingbei University was a state institution, so Wang Long held no fear for this so-called War God's Hall. He rose only out of respect and courtesy to inquire. Li Feng, a ninth-rank war god, sighed upon hearing this and smiled faintly. Principal Wang Long, my visit today is primarily about this foreigner. He's Bruce from the United States, their nation's strongest university student. His strength has reached the 8th rank. He's here to challenge our Dragon Nation's university students. I was sent to accompany him and ensure his safety. Principal Wang, see if you can find a student here to spar with him. Li Feng spoke with an embarrassed look on his face, feeling helpless about the situation. Because this foreigner had already become a sensation abroad, recognized as a formidable powerhouse. He carried himself with great arrogance, looking down on martial artists from other nations. He had even defeated fighters from neighboring countries like Korea and Japan. He even boasted that he was the strongest college martial artist. He regarded Dragon Nation as his final battle, yet held it in utter contempt. Hearing this, Wang Long fell deep in thought. The man before him was an 8th-tier powerhouse, while the strongest fighter in the school was only at mid-7th tier. He froze in place. Li Feng, is he really a college student? 8th tier? How is that possible? Wang Long spoke with utter disbelief. An 8th-tier powerhouse as a college student? What did that even mean? He had no idea. To him, a 6th-tier powerhouse at university level was already considered a future elite. As for 8th tier? In all his years leading Qingbei University, not a single student had ever broken through to that level. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it became, demanding ever greater time and effort. So if this 8th-tier claim was true, Wang Long couldn't even fathom it. Did this person gain cultivation even in their sleep? It was utterly absurd. His concern wasn't who to send into battle. Why had he reached the 8th tier?
Hearing this, Li Feng gave a helpless smile. He was just as baffled, but that was what the higher-ups had said. What else could he say? Principal Wang Long. We can't possibly win. Just find someone to spar with him, okay? 8th tier is simply 2. Li Feng trailed off, unsure how to continue. Looking at Bruce beside him, who was clearly confused and had no idea what was going on, Li Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't tell if this was a blessing or a curse. If humanity could unite to fight the demon beasts, that would undoubtedly be a good thing. But if such individuals grew powerful enough to ignite wars between nations, who would be able to handle them then? Enough, enough. Tomorrow at noon, then. I'll find a student to spar with him. Wang Long sighed helplessly, then sat back down, his expression a mix of amusement and amusement as he looked at Bruce. Upon hearing this, Li Feng said nothing more. After exchanging greetings, he led Bruce away. In that moment, Wang Long felt a complex mix of emotions, his thoughts drifting back to the human wars of the past. Chapter 166, The End. Donghai City. In the living room. For the past few days, he had been leading his team in training. Now, the two sat in silence, neither speaking. Occasionally, Chen Yang and Xie Chushua's gazes would meet, only to quickly avert their eyes. Tomorrow marked the start of the training camp. So they hadn't trained late into the night today. At this moment, Chen Yang's concern wasn't whether he could get into Qingbei University, but whether Xia Chushua could get into Qingbei University. Meanwhile, Hunter Martial Arts Academy. Wu Cheng sat in his office, feeling quite content, a smile spreading across his face. Everything was proceeding smoothly, moving steadily toward an increasingly favorable outcome. Suddenly, Wu Cheng sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura descend upon him, crushing him until he could barely breathe. He forced himself to walk out of the martial arts academy. The next moment, a man clad in white stood before him, his expression serene. He looked incredibly powerful. Though Wu Cheng had no idea how powerful this man before him truly was, he knew that killing him would be as easy as moving a finger. Elder, what brings you here? Is there anything I can assist you with? Wu Cheng hurriedly spoke with utmost deference, fearing that a single slap from this man could end him if he displeased him. Hearing this, Liang Digang spoke calmly. Where is Chen Yang? I have business with him? He was the 8th tier powerhouse summoned by Wang Long to find Chen Yang, which is why he had come directly to the Hunter Martial Arts Hall. Upon hearing this, Wu Cheng did not immediately reveal Chen Yang's whereabouts. Instead, he inquired again, may I ask what business the senior has with him? After all, Wu Cheng didn't know whether this man was friend or foe. A martial artist this powerful. If he had come to kill Chen Yang, revealing his whereabouts would be tantamount to betraying him. Even if he didn't say anything, such a powerful martial artist could easily find Chen Yang, but Wu Cheng just couldn't bring himself to do it. Tell me? Where is Chen Yang? Rest assured, I bear him no ill will. I'm not here to kill him. Liang Digang spoke slowly, his expression turning stern as his patience visibly wore thin. Hearing that the man wasn't here to kill Chen Yang, Wu Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Senior, Chen Yang should be at home right now. I'll take you there. Wu Cheng spoke slowly. Liang Digang nodded, and soon, guided by Wu Cheng, they arrived at Chen Yang's doorstep. Chen Yang, it's me? Are you asleep? Wu Cheng rang the doorbell while calling out loudly. Moments later, the door opened. Chen Yang saw Wu Cheng standing there, accompanied by a stranger. Without much thought, he immediately invited them inside. Director, what brings you here? Chen Yang asked. You're Chen Yang? Before Wu Cheng could speak, Liang Digang asked first. Looking at the youth before him, he saw nothing unusual and couldn't tell if this was a prodigy. I am Chen Yang? And you are? Chen Yang spoke slowly upon hearing the question. He could sense immense power emanating from the man before him, yet he recognized him not. So he asked. I've been sent by Qingbei University. I'm here for one reason. You've been granted special admission to Qingbei University. If you're willing, you can come with me to the university to register right now. It's that simple. Liang Digang stated bluntly, his voice commanding. Upon hearing this, Wu Cheng and Chen Yang both froze in surprise. Both had assumed it was about something else, never expecting it to be an offer from Qingbei University. For a moment, Chen Yang was at a loss for words. But he quickly regained his composure. The fact that Qingbei University had sent such a formidable figure to recruit him. This clearly meant they valued him highly and didn't want him to join any other university. Didn't that mean the initiative was now in his hands? With that thought, Chen Yang cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Senior? Can I join Qingbei University? But I must bring her with me. She must join Qingbei University too. If that's not possible, then forget it. Chen Yang stated calmly. Hearing this, Liang Digang immediately flew into a rage. Not only was this youth bargaining, but he also carried a dangerous aura. Kid? You dare threaten me? Do you really think you're that important? You actually have the nerve to make demands? Do you realize how outrageous your treatment already is? And you still don't know your place. Liang Digang unleashed his aura, trying to intimidate Chen Yang into submission, making him understand he could kill him at any moment. But instead of cowering, Chen Yang pressed on, "Don't try to intimidate me with your prestigious background. If you can't do it, then please leave." Chen Yang spoke without a moment's hesitation. At these words, not only Wu Chang and Xiao Chuxue froze in shock, but even Liang Digang wore a look of utter bewilderment. He had never imagined he would one day be threatened by a greenhorn. "Chen Yang, you! Don't you dare ignore me! Hurry up and agree to the senior's offer. Joining Qingbei University is every martial artist's dream. I won't let you give up such an opportunity because of me. Even if I can't get into Qingbei University, I can still attend a very good martial arts university. I can manage on my own. I don't need your constant help." Seeing this, Xiao Chuxue hurriedly spoke up. Truthfully, she was deeply grateful to Chen Yang, feeling something indescribable. But she couldn't let Chen Yang miss out on such an incredible opportunity because of her. If he missed out on something like this because of her, she would never forgive herself. After all, such opportunities were truly rare. "Wherever you go, I go," Chen Yang declared solemnly and resolutely. He looked at Xiao Chuxue, his eyes filled with affection. Somehow, he had grown accustomed to eating Xiao Chuxue's cooking and couldn't bear to be without it. Liang Digang's face darkened, momentarily at a loss for what to do. His mission was to recruit Chen Yang, and he was powerless against such a request. He promptly turned and left Chen Yang's home, intending to intimidate him once more. But even as his figure vanished from sight, Chen Yang felt no regret. Seeing this, Liang Digang had no choice but to contact Wang Long to explain the situation. In the end, Wang Long's conclusion was that it was acceptable. This left Liang Digang baffled, for he knew that when Wang Long uttered those words, they carried a different weight. Inside the room, Xiao Chuxue gazed at Chen Yang with eyes brimming with heartache. "Chen Yang, you've truly lost your mind. Don't give up something so important for me." Xiao Chuxue spoke urgently, but suddenly she saw Liang Digang returning. She immediately rushed over and pleaded, "Senior, I won't go. Just take him with you. This is truly important to him." Seeing this, Liang Digang smiled faintly before sighing helplessly. "Tomorrow morning, you two will come with me to Qingbei University. That's it. Chen Yang wins." With that, Liang Digang turned and walked away. The three burst into laughter upon hearing this. Xiao Chuxue, tears streaming down her face like rain on pear blossoms, rushed to embrace Chen Yang. Wu Chang, seeing there was nothing left for him to do, quickly slipped away. That night, Chen Yang and Xiao Chuxue talked at length. They confessed their feelings to each other. The next day, at the Martial Arts Academy, under the gaze of all Donghai City, the two set off for Qingbei University. This marked the beginning of a brand new journey for him. Along the way, Chen Yang would rise to become a formidable figure at Qingbei University, defeating Western masters. He would inherit the legacy of ancient civilizations and uncover the truth behind his parents' deaths. The story continues. Until we meet again in the martial world. Add me on WeChat, MNY66618. More book recommendations in my moments, Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various platforms.